Chapter 1, Parallel Worlds. Career Awakening. Students, don't panic later, just follow what your teacher taught you to do before. As long as you can convert to a combat profession, whether it's a warrior or a mage, your future achievements are unlimited. But the others shouldn't be presumptuous either. Even if they awaken an auxiliary profession or a life profession, that's still very promising. At least a lifetime of eating and drinking without worrying. After all, the success rate of awakening professions is less than 20%, so students must not be nervous later. On the podium, class teacher Lin Luo was gushing out a pep talk for the senior students. In a moment, the annual Career Awakening ceremony was about to begin. All the students present were excited, their eyes eagerly looking at teacher Li on the podium. In the corner of the classroom, Lin Luo's eyes were also filled with excitement, looking forward to the one swing of the Career Awakening ceremony. 3 years ago, he had traveled from the Blue Star to this parallel world, and already had a deep understanding of this world. About 300 years ago, a large number of spatial cracks suddenly appeared all over this world, and countless monsters and demonic beasts that only existed in legends flooded in. Humanity faced extinction. And with the passage of time, mankind actually gained another chance from this catastrophe. That is the professional awakening. Some of the lucky ones with strong qualifications and fortunes could switch to various professions, thus fending off these monsters pouring out from the spatial rift. Humanity began to gradually recover the lost ground. 300 years later, the original parallel world had changed to more than 100 times its previous size. However, the places where humans had yet to set foot were still filled with monsters, copies, secret realms, and countless more. Everyone became a powerful professional by the age of 18 through systematic learning and teaching, and then through awakening crystals. They could enhance their strength by killing monsters and breaking through secret realms and replicas, thus obtaining a large amount of materials, equipment, props, and so on. Every country set up vocational schools all over the place, just to train students how to become a qualified professional. In this world, professionals were generally categorized into 3 types. The first category was combat professions, professions with various combat abilities, such as warriors, mages, archers, assassins, and so on. The second category, on the other hand, were auxiliary professions, professions that could assist in combat, such as priests, formation masters, illusionists, pharmacists, and so on. The third category, on the other hand, was the life professions. As the name suggests, they were professions that did not have any combat abilities. Enchanter, cook, pharmacist, alchemist, and so on. But even so, professionals who awakened into living professions were countless times stronger than ordinary people. The reason was simple: whether it was a combat profession, or an auxiliary profession, or a living profession, the success rate of awakening was less than 20%. The most ordinary living professions could also rely on their professional skills to obtain a large amount of money. Life was far beyond ordinary people. Lin Luo's mother in this world, Li Mingyi, was a living profession, a navigator. She could rely on her skills to command ships to navigate and recognize directions in the increasingly chaotic seas of today, as well as the ability to carve nautical charts and calculate latitude and longitude. Nowadays, she was already the chief navigator of a state-run voyaging cruise ship, and her status was very lofty. Therefore, Lin Luo had rarely seen his mother since he was a child. In these 3 years, he had even only met her twice. The two were very unfamiliar with each other. Bang bang bang. The classroom door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man walked in pushing a transparent-like stone. "Teacher Lin, this is the Awakening Crystal. I hope your class can produce an S-ranked awakened." Among the awakened professions, they were divided into 5 ranks: S, A, B, C, and D, depending on their potential and ability. S rank was the strongest and D rank was the weakest. "Thanks for your kind words, Teacher Wang." Liu received the Awakening Crystal and placed it on the podium. "Alright class." Liu spoke, "Classmates, the Awakening Crystals have come. Next the teacher will call people according to the roster, and those who are called up will undergo occupational awakening according to the previous teacher's teachings." Wang Dong. Present. A short and chubby teenager rushed up in a hurry, excitedly and somewhat timidly placing his hand on the Awakening Crystal. "Wang Dong, don't be afraid, calm down and feel it carefully." Wang Dong said in a trembling voice, and then closed his eyes. 10 seconds later, the Awakening Crystal actually did not make any movement. Not only was it Liu, even the other 50 or so students in the class were filled with disappointment in their eyes. "Wang Dong, awakening failed, go down." Wang Dong's face was filled with frustration, and he could only take 3 steps back to his seat, forcing back the tears in his eyes. Awakening failure. What did this represent? For the rest of his life, he could only be an ordinary person, without any future. Liu took a deep breath. He had seen this situation many times. "Wang Dong, don't be frustrated, being an ordinary person is also quite good. At least, there's no need to go deep into the wilderness and kill monsters." Next, Zhang Ning. A girl with a ponytail stood up and carefully walked up. 10 seconds later, Liu shook her head again. "Zhang Ning, awakening failed." A success rate of less than 20% meant that there were at least 30 students in the classroom that were unable to become professionals. Next. Tang Chang. Another white-faced teenager walked up, and 10 seconds later, the awakening crystal suddenly emitted a burst of earthy yellow light, wrapping Tang Chang within. At the same time, on his forehead, a mark of an earth-colored stone actually appeared, which quickly disappeared. Li Yu's tone of voice, rare, became excited. Tang Chang, awakening successful. Profession Rock Knight. Evaluation Grade C. Wow. Success. Tang Chang's awakening has succeeded. It's actually a C rank evaluation, it's really awesome. Rock Knight? I remember the occupation encyclopedia records that this occupation possesses strong protective abilities and can also boost the defense of your comrades. This is a step to heaven for Tang Chang. There will definitely be quite a few consortiums and universities clamoring for him. In the classroom, there was also a cacophony of chatter. C rank occupation, Rock Knight. Even Lin Luo's eyes were a little excited. Orange actually awakened. It's really great. Tang Chang was considered his best friend, and the two of them were very close, considered diehards. Tang Chang also ran down excitedly and squeezed his eyebrows towards Lin Luo, very dejected. Next. Lian Yining. Li Yu's words just fell, and the originally noisy classroom immediately became calm. A young girl with a ponytail, tall and very pretty looking, walked up. The tender white slender hand touched on the awakening crystal. Wow. Round the school flower. I wonder if the school girl awakening can succeed. Should be able to put, her academic performance is so good. Academic performance? Awakening occupation is depending on fate. What has it got to do with academic performance? Chapter 2, I'm a milkmaid? Another burst of murmurs came. Throughout the classroom, almost all the boys were staring eagerly at Lian Yining. As the school flower of the 12th middle school, Lian Yining didn't know how many suitors she had. However, she had never been rumored to have any gossip. With her good looks and good personality, even the girls loved her. On the podium, even Li Yu looked at Lian Yining with an anti-smile on her face. Yining, place your hand on the awakening crystal and hold your breath. Okay, Teacher Li. Lian Yining agreed and placed her slender hand on the awakening crystal. 10 seconds later, the awakening crystal violently emitted a frosty white light that was very dazzling. Success! Lian Yining's awakening has succeeded. Hahaha, I knew it, how could my goddess fail? I just don't know what profession has been awakened. An intricate snowflake mark suddenly appeared on Lian Yining's forehead. Li Yu also sucked in a breath of cool air and said excitedly, Lian Yining, the awakening was successful. Occupation Spirit Snow Maiden. Occupation Evaluation A rank. His. Is actually a Spirit Snow Maiden. It's also on the Occupation Encyclopedia. Ranked 36th out of the top 100 A rank awakened professions. The last Spirit Snow Maiden professional was still 256 years ago. How terrifying. I heard that Spirit Snow Maiden can also master soul system skills in addition to wind and snow system skills, so powerful. Worthy of being my goddess. All of a sudden, the murmurs within the entire classroom became even more violent. Li Yu was also smiling very happily. Yining, you actually awakened in a class occupation, this is really great. With this occupation, you can pick any of the top 10 occupational colleges in our country. Maybe even the military schools will come and grab you. Over the past 300 years, the entire Dragon Kingdom had established more than 100 vocational colleges in order to cultivate powerful vocationalists. The most famous of them were the top 10 vocational colleges, which produce thousands of powerful professionals every year. And apart from the top 10 colleges, the military also had 3 more famous vocational military schools. The professionals that came out of the military schools, even the lowest ranked D-ranked professionals, possessed powerful practical combat abilities. That's why. When the 3 major professional military schools recruited professionals, the professional evaluation was only a reference item. What they valued, on the other hand, was the ability of the professional to awaken the profession itself. Thank you, Mr. Li. Lian Yining smiled sweetly and walked down. With a light step, she was obviously very happy. Alright. Next. Yang Hao. Failed awakening. Zhang Yangan. Awakening succeeded. Profession blacksmith? Living profession, profession rating D. Next. Lin Luo. Lin Luo stood up violently and took a deep breath. It was finally his turn. Tang Chang on the side squeezed his fist towards him. Go for it. Lin Luo nodded and walked up to the podium. Li Yu repeated, cheer up, don't be nervous. Lin Luo placed his hand on the awakening crystal, and soon, a warm breath suddenly surged out from the awakening crystal and rushed into his body. This is. On the podium, the awakening crystal once again emitted a milky white light. The awakening has succeeded. Lin Luo also succeeded. Aha, Luo brother, I knew you could do it. Hearing the murmurs in his ears, Lin Luo also slowly opened his eyes. On his forehead, a milky white radiant mark appeared and quickly disappeared. Li Yu also said happily, Lin Luo, congratulations, your awakening has succeeded. Occupation priest. Occupation evaluation, D grade. What the hell? A priest? Isn't this just a milkmaid? I'm a big man in the hall, how did I become a nursemaid? Although it's only a D grade evaluation, the profession of priest is also very popular. Whether it's killing monsters and upgrading, or breaking through copies in secret realms, it's very popular with teams of professionals. At the very least, you can still choose the Southeastern Vocational Medical College, and after graduation, you can still enter the hospital to work, and you'll be clothed and fed for the rest of your life. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Lin Luo let out a long sigh and walked off the podium. He had awakened a D-ranked professional priest, not to mention Lian Yining's spirit snow maiden, even Tang Cheng's rock knight couldn't compare. It's really too lame. But taking a look at the other students, he immediately balanced his heart. They were all still just ordinary people. The awakening ceremony was still continuing, but Lin Luo was already disinterested and directly spread to his seat. Luo, don't be discouraged. Tang Cheng came over. Priests are also considered combat professions. When the time comes we team up and take you to upgrade. Lin Luo casually said, Che. We two team up? A knight and a priest, are they going to be sandbags for the monsters? Sandbags? Tang Cheng also froze. Now. What you said is really want to no longer find an output? Get lost. Alas. I think Lian Yining is just fine, she's in a ranked profession, her output is definitely not weak. Will they look at you? Of course I can't look at but don't you still have Luo brother? Tang Chung heatedly smiled, with Luo brothers your stunning face, this little ninja is still not a handful? Roll. The Lin Luo of this life was indeed very handsome. 1 meter 8 in height, sword star eyebrows, plain white, proper little fresh meat. There have always also been a lot of girls chasing after him, known as the school grass of the 12th middle school. Lin Luo glanced at Lian Yining, who was whispering with his tablemate, and also shook his head. Lian Yining's identity was very mysterious, and no one knew what her parents did until now. Previously, he had thought that he and Lian Yining were a match made in heaven. But with her awakening to an A-rank occupation while he was only a D-rank occupation, the gap between the two had long since been pulled out of a chasm. It was impossible to make up for it in a lifetime. In his previous life, a so-called poet who pioneered the stream of was able to join the highest hall of literati because of his father's legacy. The so-called plutocrats, warlords, literary valves, people have their own circles. Ordinary people can't even squeeze their heads in. This was the case in the previous life, not to mention the transcendent world where the greatness of heaven and earth was attributed to themselves in this life. The barriers between circles were even thicker. Hey Morocco. Tang Cheng came over again, what are your 4-dimensional attributes and novice skills? My physique is so high, it's 8 points, strength is 5 points, and spirit and agility are actually only 3 points, too damn pitiful. The newbie skill is called Rock Guardian, which can summon a rock shield to guard itself. When you level up, you can also guard your teammates. From now on, please call me the little strong man who can't die. Ha 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 ha. Lin Luo blankly glanced at the kid, then opened his personal attribute panel. After they awakened their profession and became a professional, they would have a personal attribute panel. At the same time, they could also gain the ability to absorb experience and wear equipment. As for the 4-dimensional attributes, they were physique, strength, agility, and spirit. Each professional's initial attribute points would be randomly assigned over the 4-dimensional attributes depending on the profession. 110 points were possible. Each time they upgraded in the future, they would then receive attribute points of varying stats depending on their profession's evaluation. As for the novice skill, it was the first and only skill that every professional mastered after awakening. Name, Lin Luo. Profession, priest. Rank, LV0. Title, none. Experience, 0-100. Strength, 5. Physique, 4. Agility, 4. Spirit, 6. Equipment, none. Backpack, none. Skill, skin bursting LV1. The novice skill is. Wait. Lin Luo froze violently and subconsciously said, skin bursting technique, what the hell is this? Chapter 3, weird skill? Skin burst technique? Lin Luo was filled with confusion. He had a deep understanding of most of the basic occupations in this world after these few years of study. According to the Encyclopedia of Occupations record, priests were the most common of all the basic occupations, with an occupational evaluation of D rank. If one had the chance to find a transfer book, or some other method in the future, one would be able to make a second turn at LV30. Holy light priests and light priests that focused on healing, or truth priests that focused on protection and control, or even dark priests and shadow priests that focused on weakening the enemy were all possible to transfer. But as one of the basic professions, a priest's novice skills, or basic skills, were mostly based on skills such as restoration, weak healing, light, and healing. But this skin burst technique, what the hell was it? His spirit focused on the skin burst technique. Skin bursting technique LV1, a mutated skill that can cause the target's skin to burst in an instant, ignoring 50% 100% of its defense and causing severe pain and bleeding damage. Mutant skill? What the hell is this? Lin Luo was filled with confusion. Whether it was the teachings of his teachers at school or the information he had looked up on the internet, there was no such thing as a mutant skill. Moreover, looking at the description of the skill, it was somewhat similar to the healing technique. Well, the effects were completely opposite. One was to speed up the recovery of the wound, while the other was to directly salt the wound. He opened his skill list. The first skill was the skin burst technique. And above him, a list like a tree branch appeared, the skill tree. The two skills above the skin burst technique were in a dark state and could not be checked. Not enough level and no skill points to learn these skills. I just don't know what the skills derived after skin bursting technique will be. Could it be? Lin Luo sucked in a breath of cool air. This is my golden finger for crossing over? As a traveler, he certainly knew what a golden finger was. 3 years ago, when he had just crossed over, he had even been looking for his golden finger and had become a bit demonized over it. Unfortunately, nothing was found, and for this reason he was depressed for a while. Unexpectedly, 3 years later at the Occupation Awakening ceremony, the ability that appeared to be a golden finger actually appeared. His breathing was a bit rapid. There's no rush, novice professions can only learn beginner skills until the second turn of LV30, and whatever skills are available are very rare and have a price. Wait, I'll go back and purchase 2 priest skills online first and try them out. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and pulled out his cell phone and operated it. Logging onto the official website of Marina City's professionals, he began to browse through it. In this world, professionals would have a skill tree that was uniquely their own after awakening. As long as they had enough levels and enough skill points, they would be able to continuously learn skills according to the skill tree. These skills are linked to each other and complement each other. In addition, there was another channel for professionals to learn skills. That was skill books. Luo Ge, what are you doing? Tang Cheng came over. Buying skill books. Oh. Tang Cheng skimmed his lips and said, I almost forgot that you're still an invisible rich second generation, Auntie hasn't come back yet? Lin Luo casually replied, passed the word 3 months ago, she seems to be over at the Sea of Prosperous Stars right now, saying that she can rest for a month after running this trip. Prosperous Star Sea That place I heard is a lot of spatial turbulence, but there are also a lot of treasures Tang Cheng sucked in a breath of cool air, if I have the chance, I'll also go to the Sea of Prosperous Stars to make a break for it. That place is a place where even gold-level professionals don't dare to dabble in just you. Or save your breath. Che, maybe I can become a gold-level professional too. Then I'll wait for your good news, ha ha. In this world, in addition to having a rank, a professional would also have a class. Novice professionals LV1 LV10 level. After LV30 level, they can make the second turn, at which time they will be made a black iron professional. For the third turn, it would be a bronze professional. For the fourth turn, it would be a silver professional. In the fifth turn, it would be a gold professional. Next, there would be epic professionists, legendary professionists, and the strongest mythic professionists. After browsing for half a day, Lin Luo quickly found his target. 2 primary skills that a priest professional could master before LV30. Skill, blood restoration. Description, limited to priests, recovery class auxiliary professions. Requirement, Spirit 6. Effects, recover a certain amount of blood from the target in a short period of time. The higher one's spirit, the higher the amount of blood recovered. Skill, tranquilization skill, tranquilization. Description, only for priest and warlock professions. Requirement, Spirit 6, Physique 6. Requirements, Spirit 6, Physique 4. Effects, when used on a target, it strengthens the target's resistance to abnormal states, resists hallucinations, and suppresses pain. These 2 skills, both of which are recovery and support skills, do not have a high price. The blood restoration skill was $100,000, and the calming skill was only $60,000. Lin Luo's mother was a voyaging cruise ship navigator with high benefits. This amount of money was not much pressure for him. It was hard to get to the end of the school day. Lin Luo flew out of the school and rushed in the direction of his home. No matter how much Tang Cheng shouted behind his back, he didn't see him agree. What's this kid doing in such a hurry? Right. Skill book. Tang Cheng shouted and also scurried away. In the place where Lin Luo didn't pay attention to, a white dress, set off by incomparable innocence Lian Yining, is looking at Lin Luo's back from afar, eyes somewhat lingering. The girlfriend next to him laughed. Yining, you're still thinking about our schoolboy. You've awakened in a ranked profession, he's only a D-ranked profession. The gap between you and him will get bigger and bigger. Lian Yining shook her head and said, what are you talking about? I'm not looking at him. Is that so? I did see someone's eyes almost hanging on someone else. What are you saying? See if I don't scratch you to death. Cluck 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 cluck. Stop. Stop. BFF even hastily pulled Lian Yining's hand and said, Yining, you have to think clearly, it's almost graduation you if you don't confess. When you really get promoted to the top 10 colleges and universities, there will really be no chance in the future. Yining. Yining. Suddenly, a tall teenager ran over towards Lian Yining. It's Yang Haoren from Class 1. I heard that he's awakened the A-rank profession magic swordsman. That's a dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. He's pursuing Lian Yining, a man and a woman, and both of them are also A-ranked professions. It's really a good match. Yang Haoren ran all the way to Lian Yining's side and smiled. Yining, which university are you going to take? Can you tell me? He had a pair of eyes that were incomparably blazing, as if he wanted to swallow Lian Yining in one bite. Lian Yining frowned and said, Yang Haoren, my name is Lian Yining, please call me by my full name in the future. Also, what university I enter is my personal matter, it has nothing to do with you. After saying that, and ignoring Yang Haoren's ugly face, he turned around and left. Yang Haoren's face swished and became very ugly, and the murmurs around him, as if they were all laughing at him. The original very sunny smile immediately became gloomy. Yard, what kind of innocence are you pretending to be? I also heard earlier that you wrote a love letter to a kid called Lin Luo. I didn't expect that you would actually dare to reject me. The college entrance exam is coming up soon. I don't believe that you guys can stay in the city all the time. Sooner or later, you'll have to go out and practice. When that time comes, humph humph. Chapter 4, My Skills Have Mutated. Soon, Lin Luo ran back home, and the courier was already waiting at the door. Esteemed professional customer, this is the skill book you purchased. His eyes and tone were filled with envy. It was obvious that he wasn't a professional and could only do some ordinary people's work for the rest of his life. Thanks a lot. Lin Luo took the package and ran back to his room. It was an ordinary room with 3 rooms and 2 halls, not large, but very cozy. He directly opened the package, revealing 2 things that seemed like parchment scrolls. Skill book. These were skill books that professionals dropped from copies, secret realms, or the wilderness by killing monsters and thus dropping them. It was very precious and always had a price. If it wasn't for the fact that the 2 skill books that Lin Luo had picked were only beginner skills, or a semi-wasted profession like a priest, he wouldn't have been able to buy them at all. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Luo casually tapped on these 2 skill scrolls and chose to learn them. These 2 skill books instantly turned into 2 rays of light and merged into his body. A mechanical-like prompt also appeared in his mind. This was the will of the world. The great existence that descended into this world 300 years ago. After becoming a professional, one could sense the existence of the world will. Every professional, from the world will, could get a lot of information and help. System adjustment in progress. Adjustment successful. You have learned the skill, blood fever technique. You have learned the skill, calming. The system is in disarray. System is in disarray. System adjustment in progress. Adjustment successful. You have learned the skill, pain deepening technique. Lin Luo was immediately dumbfounded. Blood fever technique. Pain deepening technique. It didn't run away, this was definitely his golden finger. His priest skills, no matter if they were from the skill tree or learned through skill books, would all mutate. It becomes completely different in appearance? He looked at the 2 skills he had just learned. Blood fever technique LV1, mutated skill, instantly causes the blood temperature in the target's body to increase by 2.5, inflicting a large amount of internal injuries on them and causing them to enter a negative state such as sluggishness, unconsciousness, and nausea. Lin Luo was dumbfounded. Blood fever technique? But he knew that an ordinary person's blood temperature would usually stay between 38-39. That was because the blood was close to the tissue cells, and the heat generated by the tissue cells oxidizing nutrients through oxidation respiration, so the blood would usually be affected and slightly higher than the body's core temperature. If he could raise the temperature of human blood by 2.5 in an instant, wouldn't that mean that his body's temperature would reach at least 40 and up to 44? A fever of 40? 44, huh? Who would be able to withstand that? It would be a problem to walk and stay awake by then, not to mention other actions. Buff? You know, this is only a LV1 ranked blood fever technique. If he had enough skill points, wouldn't he be able to raise it to LV max? At that time, how much would the temperature of the blood be raised to? 50, 60? Or 100? If he could really raise the blood in the target's body to 100, it would directly kill the opponent in seconds. Lin Luo sucked in a breath of cool air, his eyes again looking towards the second skill. Pain deepening technique LV1, variant skill, instantly raises the pain suffered by the target by 2 times. This is just rubbing salt into the wounds. Lin Luo shook his head. Think about it, when fighting an enemy, he first threw a skin burst spell over, ignoring their defense, and then threw a pain deepening spell. Even the strongest willed person would be unable to resist. Not to mention, he also had the blood fever spell. I'm a priest, how come the skills are all such horrible debuff skills? Does it mean that I can be converted into a dark priest? But that's not right, the dark priest profession encyclopedia also had, the skills mastered weren't like this at all. Lin Luo was surprised, but in his heart, he thought of his skill tree. That one skill icon that was still in a dark state, I wonder how many surprises it would give him? Drip drip drip. His cell phone suddenly rang, and Lin Luo opened it to see that his class teacher, Liu, had redrawn him into a group. Binhai City 12th Middle School Senior Class 3 Combat Professionals Group. Lin Luo swept a glance and found that besides teacher Liu, there were 7 other people. Counting him in, there were a total of 7 people in their class who had awakened combat professions this time. Lian Yining and Tang Chang were clearly included. If he remembered correctly, there were also another 5 students who had awakened to the living profession. Guess, it would be in another group. There were more than 50 students in the entire class, and only 12 of them had awakened, and even more so, there were only 7 in the combat profession. It could be imagined that in this world, professionals were precious. Liu sent out a message, "Attention all students, you have 10 days of rest. After 10 days you will concentrate on traveling to the trial tower for this year's college entrance exam. I hope everyone can get into a dream college. Within these 10 days, the school will organize all combat professionals to go out for training. I hope everyone will participate enthusiastically and strive to level up to the highest level during the college entrance exam 10 days later." In addition, the school has also prepared different enhancement materials and material help for everyone's respective professions, and students with difficulties can ask the school for. For those who want to move freely or have other plans, the school has specially provided you with trial locations, which are not far from Marina City and are very suitable for novice professionals to practice. Skeleton Plains, Dark Dense Forest, Goblin Cave, Pale Canyon. Lin Luo glanced at the message and quickly closed the chat group. His skills had mutated, and he couldn't let others see the difference in a short period of time. 10 days well. Just enough time to familiarize myself with these 3 mutated skills of mine. He opened his computer and logged into the official website of Marina City's professionals and the school's official website respectively and picked them out. My skills are all buff. It's best to find some weaker monsters to try first. That doesn't leave many newbie maps to pick from. Chapter 5, Formation Master, Teleportation Array. Early the next morning, Lin Luo arrived inside an extremely tall building in the city center. The Marina City Professionals Guild. This was the activity center for all the professionals in Marina City, in which professionals could perform functions and activities such as professional level certification, material and equipment trading, commissioning people's martial arts, virtual space sparring, and so on. It was overcrowded and very lively almost all day long. The people who came and went were also a group of people in strange clothes. Some wore mage robes, some carried huge swords, some were naked, and some actually looked like foreigners. There were all kinds of orcs, elves, dwarves, and winged people. They were all 3rd turn, or even 4th turn professionals who had gained a foreign bloodline and were even more powerful. Lin Luo glanced enviously at the interior of the Professionals Guild, wondering when he would be able to become a true professional himself. He followed the instructions and arrived at the site of the Professionals Guild, at another almost transparent-like building. The professionals coming and going were fast, and most of them were in groups of 3 or 5. Inside the building, there were more than a dozen occupiers wearing standardized vestments, directing a group of occupiers to step onto a building that was like an altar. On the altar, there was an intricate formation engraved. Teleportation Formation. It could teleport a professional to an area tens of miles, or even millions of miles away, in a short period of time. The staff that made and ran these teleportation arrays were also all array masters. An auxiliary profession that was just like Lin Luo's, but much more popular. They were able to rely on their skills to lay down all sorts of formations in a short period of time. The simplest ones were the Misty Trail Formation, the Flame Formation, the one-character Long Snake Formation, and so on. The more practical ones were teleportation formations, various defense formations, and so on. Lin Luo greeted him and said to one of the formation masters, "Hello, I want to teleport to Demonized Town." The formation master looked Lin Luo up and down and spoke, "You should be a novice professional who just awakened to your profession, right? You don't follow your schoolmates on their adventures, so it seems like you're very sure of yourself. It's hard to believe that the profession you awakened is an advanced profession with a B rating or higher?" Lin Luo said, "D rank, I just want to go elsewhere to see the world." D rank? The formation master looked like he had seen a ghost, but still spoke. "Next to the demonized town there are maps such as the Demon Rat Plains and the Ratman Wasteland. Although they are novice maps, the monsters that are brushed out of the projections are all more or less intelligent, and are very deceitful and treacherous, so you'll have to be careful when you go there." "Many thanks, senior." Teleport to Demonized Town, 1 round trip for $1,000. After Lin Luo paid, the array master gave him another token-like object. "This is a one-time teleportation token, keep an eye on it and just give this token to the formation master on the other side when you return." "I know, more seniors." The formation master gestured for Lin Luo to walk to the center of the teleportation formation, and his hands began to pinch. A few breaths later, a white light flooded Lin Luo's figure and he instantly disappeared in place. TSK, a freshly awakened rookie professional who actually dares to go out and kill monsters alone. Let's hope he comes back alive. I don't know how long had passed, but a burst of light suddenly appeared in front of Lin Luo's eyes. Immediately a feeling of dizziness hit him, causing him to stagger and almost fall to the ground. "Ha ha ha, another rookie professional?" A loud laugh suddenly came. "Kid, this is the aftermath of the initial teleportation, you'll get used to it when you teleport a few more times in the future." Lin Luo looked up. He appeared on another teleportation array that was obviously much more simple, with another array master standing next to him. The surrounding buildings were also very shabby. Don't look, hurry up and go, there are still people teleporting from behind. Lin Luo nodded and left at a quick pace. This was a small town. The buildings were a bit dilapidated, but they were mostly constructed from huge green stones, very sturdy. There were also a lot of professionals coming and going, but they were mostly young people, obviously all novice professionals below LV30 level. Lin Luo opened the map and saw that the surroundings were pitch black, and only the words Demonized Town appeared where he was. This was the fog of war. Only those who had personally arrived at the place or shared the map with other professionals could light up other maps. Demon Rat Plains, I remember it's northwest of Demonized Town. The straight line distance is about 10 kilometers or so. He walked towards his destination, and a large group of people appeared again when he was at the entrance of the town, getting together. 5-member elite squad brushing the Demon Rat Plains, require LV5 level or above, occupation warrior, knight, druid and other meat shield, popping out equipment is preferred. Come on an archer, mage output, priest, array division roles. Come to a random output, drive fast. These were all casual professionals who would choose to hug the group and form a team every time after entering another map. This way, although the experience would be divided out a lot, and the equipment and materials that were popped out would also be fought over. But there was undoubtedly a lot more security. Lin Luo didn't join these teams and went to the station on his own. There were large and small buses, buggies and other vehicles parked here. Shy professionals could choose to call it a bus and head to their destination. Teams with money, on the other hand, would mostly charter buggies and the like for ease of movement. The Demon Mouse Plains brush point was still far away, so of course he couldn't travel on foot. Lin Luo casually boarded a bus, and the driver was a simple middle-aged man. They were all ordinary people who chose to come to the edge of the monster gathering in order to survive and serve the professionals. After about half an hour, the bus was 70% full, mostly in teams, with Lin Luo the only solo traveler. The driver looked at the time, directly closed the door and started the car. Lin Luo closed his eyes and rested his head. No words were spoken all the way. The crowd in the car, only a few team members were whispering and cautiously looking around. Soon, in less than half an hour, the bus stopped in front of a peculiar hillside. Devil Mouse Plains, to the Chapter 6, Attempting Mutation Skills. It was a wasteland with sparse vegetation, with hundreds of undulating hillsides. And below this hillside, a large number of cave openings appeared densely. Some of these holes were only 1 or 2 meters high, but some of them were more than 10 meters tall, like a huge mouth. Around the holes, there were densely packed kitten-sized demonized rats. Inside the cave were hundreds of winding passages, like a huge maze. All of the monsters that were refreshed in it were projections of the demonic rat clan, and their numbers were extremely high. Right at this moment, a silhouette suddenly walked towards Lin Luo. With an enchanting figure and wearing a large red vestment, it was actually a beautiful young woman who looked to be in her 20s. Little brother, you're a newly awakened student, right? It's dangerous here, do you want to team up with us? Lin Luo said vigilantly, no need, I'll be fine on my own. Little brother, you probably don't know, this place is very dangerous for you novice professionals. The beautiful woman continued, there was an incident a few days ago, where 5 novice professionals teamed up to go in and practice, and all 5 died. Especially those 4 girls, TSK, by the rat people inside. Although the beautiful young woman didn't say it explicitly, her tone and eyes already said something. Those few girls, they were definitely miserable. Lin Luo shook his head and said, thanks for the reminder, but I still want to be alone. After saying that, he also ignored the beautiful young woman's obstruction and directly walked towards the Demon Rat Plains. Sister Chung, what are you saying to that kid? A big man behind her walked over and asked strangely. Sister Ching shook her head, nothing, ran into a pretty interesting little brother. The big man said disdainfully, Che, just a kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven, what are you pulling him for, Sister Chung? Doesn't know the sky and the earth? Sister Ching laughed, that's not necessarily true, that kid I can feel is very different. What's different? Other newcomers, when they go out for the first time, they are all very excited, itching to prove to everyone that they are great. Sister Ching said, but this little brother, I only see composure from the depths of his eyes. As she was talking, a few more people walked up. Sister Ching, act now. Little Crane has already found out the coordinates of where that monster is, killing him will most likely explode the transfer book, so hurry up and act, don't let the others steal it. Good. Sister Ching agreed, let's take action, as long as the transfer book is exploded, each person will get a bonus of $10,000. $10,000, great. Hurry up. Inside the cave, Lin Luo cautiously searched forward. The ground was somewhat damp, the grass was sticky, and the air was filled with a fishy odor. He searched forward for a few minutes and soon felt another skinny figure suddenly pounce towards him from the darkness. With a single glance, Lin Luo discovered the true identity of this skinny figure. Demonized Mouse. Name, Demonized Mouse. Race, Demonized Creature. Level, LV2. Strength, 5. Physique, 3. Speed, 6. Spirit, 1. Attack, 525. Blood, 200. Skills, Bite, Bloodlust, Virus Spread. Profile, creatures affected by demonic aura become very bloodthirsty and cruel. Once the number exceeds 1,000, they can form a rat wave and its horror. Lin Luo converted it. The minimum attack of a demonized rat was 5 points, the maximum was 25 points, and the blood quantity was as high as 200 points. This kind of value was 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary professional. It would be difficult for a professional to single brush a demonized rat if they didn't form a group. This demonized mouse attack is really high. I can have 100 points of blood. Being bitten by it directly dropped a third. Codes quick to block. 3 people surrounding a rat, don't let it escape. Shame on you. 2 big men can't even get rid of a rat. Pre-magicians are of no use. The surrounding area was filled with the cacophonous births and angry curses of the professionals, and from time to time, there were also cries of alarm from the professionals. These demonized rats each looked just like kittens. Covered in black mixed with pale hair, sharp teeth and claws are very sharp, bloodshot eyes, just like a head of wild dogs with rabies. From the looks of it, it was very scary. Most of them were novice players. When had they seen such a horrible monster? Skimming his mouth, Lin Luo didn't care to grab monsters with these players. Following the path, he made his way towards the forest in the distance. After a few minutes, there were fewer and fewer professionals around. And the number of demonized rats hiding in the grass was also increasing. Seeing a demonized rat not far away, Lin Luo grabbed the new manual staff in his hand, recited an incantation, and casually swung it in that direction. This novelty staff was a novice weapon that was uniformly issued by the school after a professional had successfully awakened. A blood-colored light flashed by, and the demonized rat that was running wildly suddenly screamed miserably and spread to the ground. Only to see the skin on its chest violently split open, as if some monster had rushed out from its abdomen, and instantly blood flowed out like a stream, along with its internal organs. So strong? Lin Luo was surprised. The demonized mouse had sharp attacks and was very fast. An ordinary professional who wanted to kill it would have to waste some hands and feet, and he didn't expect to actually be killed by him, a priest, in seconds. You have killed the demonized mouse LV3, and gained 60 points of experience. The voice of the worlds will came, causing Lin Luo to flinch for a moment as well. Having killed a demonized rat LV3 alone, his experience pipe had risen by more than half. Killed in seconds. A LV3 leveled rat, under Lin Luo's skin burst spell, its blood level directly cleared control and turned into a blood-shimmering corpse. If other novice professions saw it, they wouldn't be scared to death. Now that the novice professions had just switched, their levels were all still LV0, and the damage they inflicted on the demonized rats was only a pitiful double-digit number. And Lin Luo, alone, was able to kill a demonized rat in a single move. One could only imagine how strong his current magical attack power would be. Or rather, how terrifying his mutated skills were. Ignore defense. Directly kill in seconds. Continue. Lin Luo licked his lips and excitedly walked towards another demonized rat. He still had 2 other mutated skills he hadn't tried yet. Chapter 7, The Terror of Mutation Skills. The staff in his hand flashed out a red light and landed on another demonized rat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This demonized rat screamed violently, and it, which was originally running wildly towards Lin Luo, actually planted itself violently on the ground, its large body rolling on the ground, screaming continuously. Soon, crimson blood flowed out of this demonized rat's eyes, nose, mouth, and even its ears, and water vapor continued to gush out. Blood fever technique. The temperature of a demonized rat's blood was already higher than that of a human's, and Lin Luo's blood fever technique instantly raised the temperature of the blood in its body by 5. Don't underestimate this 5. The speed of the demonized rat's blood flow instantly skyrocketed, and in a very short period of time, it surged into its heart, causing it to bleed out of its 7 orifices and die of heart failure. Seconds. Another second kill. You killed the demonized mouse LV3 and gained 60 experience points. You've upgraded. You've risen to LV1. Your 4-dimensional attribute points are fixed to increase by 1 point, and you gain 4 free attribute points. Every time you upgrade, your 4-dimensional attributes will be fixedly raised by 1 point. At the same time, 4 free attribute points will also be gained, which can be freely allocated to the 4 attributes of strength, physique, agility, and spirit. Of course, some hidden professions, or advanced professions, they would gain more free attribute points every time they upgraded. The voice of the worlds will came again, and Lin Luo felt a surge of power surging through his body, filling his entire body. Upgraded. Lin Luo's expression was delighted, and after a little thought, he allocated the 4 free attribute points he received from the upgrade to his spirit. As a priest, the higher his spirit was, the faster and more numerous the skills he could cast, the faster and more numerous they would be. Another demonized rat pounced over, and Lin Luo's 3rd mutation skill was then released. Pain deepening technique. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The demonized rat squeaked but didn't react in any way, instantly pouncing over again. Lin Luo hurriedly dodged this demonized rat's attack and queried, "It's not working?" "No. The pain deepening technique can make the target's pain double. But if the opponent doesn't take damage, the pain deepening technique certainly won't work. In that case, he took a step back and the staff in his hand flashed once again. Skin burst spell. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The demonized rat screamed once again and flopped to the ground. At the same time, the pain deepening spell fell with it. Squeak. This time, the demonized mouse's miserable scream was even more miserable, directly flopping to the ground, trembling violently. After a few seconds, there was then no movement. Dead. Lin Luo suddenly realized pain deepening technique? It's a bit trivial against small monsters, this is a divine technique for brushing bosses. He excitedly looked towards the depths of the demon rat plains and stepped over in large strides. 3 skills, Skin Burst, Blood Fever, and Pain Deepening could kill demonized rats in seconds, so what did he have to fear? Continuing to brush the monsters. 6 days later, Lin Luo's figure appeared in the depths of the demonic rat plains. In front of him, a demonized giant rat the size of a wild dog was screaming miserably. Name, Demonized Giant Rat. Race, Demonized Creature. Level, LV10. Strength, 12. Physique, 11. Speed, 18. Spirit, 3. Attack, 1235. Blood, 1200. Skills, Bite, Bloodlust, Virus Spread. Description: a creature affected by demonic aura becomes very bloodthirsty and cruel, along with the ability to cause plague. On its body, there was a scar that was deep enough to be seen on the bone, warm blood was gushing out, and the agonizingly deepening pain was constantly stimulating its nerves. After a few breaths, this demonized giant rat finally collapsed to the ground and closed its eyes in pain. You killed the demonized giant rat LV10 and gained 880 experience points. You upgraded. You have risen to level LV10. Your 4-dimensional attribute points are fixed to increase by 1 point, and you gained 4 free attribute points. You gained 1 skill point. LV10 level. Lin Luo's eyes were delighted. In passing, he allocated the 4 free attribute points to his spiritual attributes, and now his 4-dimensional attributes had changed greatly. Strength 15. Physique 14. Agility 14. Spirit 56. Spiritual attributes, a full 56 points. On top of that, he was able to continue learning new skills. He opened his skill tree, in which there were already 2 skill patterns that were flashing with light, signifying that they could be learned. Influenza virus lysis, mutated skill, limited to LV10 level to learn. Causes the target to undergo a heavy influenza state in a short period of time, and causes all of its symptoms to erupt together in a very short period of time. Influenza virus lysis? Looking at the skill explanation, it's another debuff skill that makes all of the target's symptoms of a severe cold break out together within 10 seconds? Lin Luo pondered that this skill, which clearly came with a control type skill, shouldn't have a lot of damage. Unfortunately, it was still a single skill. Immediately afterward, he placed his gaze on the second skill. Acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique, mutated skill, limited to LV10 level learning. Causes the target to be infected with bacteria, viruses, parasites, etc. in a short period of time, causing them to get acute gastroenteritis, and causes all of their symptoms to erupt in an instant within a very short period of time. Acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique? Lin Luo's eyes immediately became very brilliant. He knew very well that the mild symptoms of acute gastroenteritis were at most abdominal pain, diarrhea, nausea, and vomiting. However, with the passage of time, acute gastroenteritis would cause the patient to develop states such as dehydration, low potassium, low sodium, low blood pressure, and shock. In severe cases, it can be life-threatening. And Lin Luo's smile was a bit reckless. If he really learned this skill, think about it, when fighting an enemy, suddenly an acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique was thrown over. Abdominal pain, nausea, dizziness and whatnot would be fine, if it was really diarrhea and diarrhea. That picture was just too beautiful. Only 1 skill point, choose one to learn. Chapter 8, Acute Gastroenteritis Instant Outbreak Technique. Acute Gastroenteritis Instant Eruption Technique. In a flash, the skill icon of Acute Gastroenteritis Instant Eruption Technique was lit up. It's a pity, 2 skill boxes are open, but there's only 1 skill point. Lin Luo shook his head. Derived skills on the career skill tree could only be learned after reaching the corresponding level, as well as having more than enough skill points. This was not the case with skill books, which could be learned as long as the learning conditions were met. There are very few skill points, and according to the Occupational Encyclopedia, 1 skill point will be given for every 10 levels. Other than that, there are also killing bosses, exploring secret realms, copies, or some heavenly treasures that can increase skill points. Squeak squeak. Squeak squeak. Suddenly at this time, a fierce strange cry came, only to see a demonized giant rat that was the size of a small calf rushing towards him. It was obviously because he had killed too many monsters that he had attracted this monster over. This is a boss? Looking at the monster that rushed over, Lin Luo's eyes fiercely lit up. Name, Demonized Giant Rat Leader. Race, Demonized Creature. Level, LV 15. Strength, 25. Physique, 18. Speed, 20. Spirit, 8. Attack, 2587. Blood, 2000. Skills, Bite, Bloodlust, Virus Spreading, Summoning Rats. Introduction: the leader of the demonized giant rats affected by demonic chi, the strongest existence among the demonized giant rats in an area. Z. In just a few seconds, the demonized giant rat leader rushed to Lin Luo's side, opened its mouth to reveal its sharp fangs, and viciously bit towards Lin Luo. Its huge body was like a small car, and even the dirt on the ground was overturned with its movements. A LV-15 leveled leader class boss, it required at least 10 LV-10 leveled players to join together and form a small team to have a chance of killing it. Unexpectedly, he actually let himself stumble upon it alone. Code. He cursed and subconsciously lowered his head and leapt towards the side, narrowly avoiding this attack from the demonized giant rat leader. With a finger of his staff in his hand, a scarlet light flashed out. Skin burst spell. Snort. An ear-piercing friction sound rang out, and the abdomen of the demonized giant rat leader, who was still leaping up in mid-air, was steeply torn out with a huge wound. Sticky blood fell from the sky, and one could even see the writhing intestines within it. Squeak squeak. The demonized giant rat leader screamed miserably and instantly stuck its abdomen to the ground after landing, writhing continuously. Some animals often used this method to stop their wounds after being injured, very useful. Didn't kill it in seconds because the boss's magic resistance is higher than a normal demonized giant rat? Lin Luo guessed. Squeak. The demonized giant rat boss let out another strange cry, its limbs swinging rapidly as it charged up towards Lin Luo again. Try this. Lin Luo's staff clicked, and another scarlet light flashed by. Blood fever technique. Phew. The body of the demonized giant rat boss that was running wildly shuddered violently and screamed strangely again. The blood in its abdomen, which had already been stopped, immediately gushed out. Once the temperature of the blood rose, the flow speed accelerated. The wound that had originally been stopped by the soil immediately ruptured open again. Take advantage of your illness. Lin Luo once again chanted and cast a spell, and another pain-deepening spell landed on the demonized giant rat boss. Squeak. This time, the demonized giant rat boss even let out a violent scream, its huge body directly lying on the ground and rolling around in pain. Just as Lin Luo was preparing to fully understand this monster, 4 or 5 professionals actually rushed out not far away. Ha ha ha. It's the demonized giant rat boss. Got lucky. It looks like it's a boss that was wounded, just in time for us to pick up the corpse. That kid. Get the hell out of here. This area has been rounded up by our Star Ocean Labor Union, and all the monsters here belong to our Star Ocean Labor Union. Get lost. Star Ocean Labor Union? Lin Luo frowned, he had heard of this guild. The so-called guild was a type of guild that was registered and managed by the Professionals Guild, and generally had more than 2 second-turn professionals proposing to establish it, and then recruiting some professionals to form an organization. It was similar to a gang. This Star Ocean Labor Union was also very famous in the entire coastal city. It often chartered fields for practicing and drove away lone warriors and professionals without power. Lin Luo didn't bother to talk nonsense with this group of people, and casually pointed his staff. The body of the leader's shield-carrying, night occupation-looking professional suddenly lurched, and his originally ecstatic and excited face instantly turned red. Jun, what are you doing? Hurry up and go fight the monsters. Wait, my stomach hurts. Can't help it. The leader knight screamed miserably, throwing away the shield in his hand before he could run 2 steps. He immediately took off his pants and squatted down. Instantly, a strong sour odor came out from this knight. Jun, did you eat last night? Yards of it. Definitely that stinky tofu just now. Vomit. What if we don't have an army? It's not like we can resist monsters. Eru, you go. Someone yelled, you're the only melee profession out of the few of us, that boss is dying. Good. I'll try. A profession holding a greatsword shouted and charged towards the demonized giant rat boss again. A few people, however, did not pay attention to the fact that Lin Luo, who was not far away, once again raised the staff in his hand. Acute gastroenteritis instant burst spell. Ah. Wait, I also have a stomachache. Ah. Arrow also screamed miserably, just ran to the demonized giant rat's heel, then couldn't hold it up, his pants were just halfway off, and a large pile of yellow and green liquid gushed out. Ah. In the panic, but did not notice that the demonized giant rat boss that was tormented by the pain-deepening technique instantly shifted the hate value to his body. Opening its huge mouth, it bit Arrow's head in half with a single bite. Ah. Run. The remaining 2 panicked and tried to turn around and run away, but in the next second the 2 crouched down, covering their stomachs almost in unison. My stomach hurts. Me too. I ate my stomach. Code. Run, boss is catching up. Ah. The 2 who were squatting on the ground to defecate watched as the demonized giant rat boss took another bite out of the army's head. Being so scared that they couldn't even lift up their pants, they turned around and ran. The two pieces of white asses, with sticky liquid continuously excreted in the middle, panicked and ran wildly. This picture, how to see how bizarre. Squeak squeak. Behind them, the demonized giant rat boss ran wildly, directly biting two more people to death. But an eerie cracking sound came. The lower body of the demonized giant rat boss that was devouring the corpses of the two men also violently emitted a foul odor. Immediately afterward, a large amount of excrement gushed out furiously. Acute gastroenteritis instantly erupted the art. Squeak squeak. Chapter 9, a mutated skill that was enough to rival a forbidden spell. A few minutes later, with a miserable cry from the demonized giant rat boss, the huge body directly collapsed onto the ground. A golden light flashed on the ground, and along with it, several props appeared at his feet. You have killed the boss demonized giant rat leader. You have gained 2,650 experience points. Lin Luo again picked up all of the things on the ground altogether. You have obtained the demonized giant rat fur. You have gained magic rat fangs. You have obtained the equipment, pupil of the demonic rat. You have obtained a skill book. Lin Luo's eyes lit up. Out of equipment and a skill book? The wild boss explosion rate was very low, most of them were materials. The burst rate of skill books was even lower, less than 1 in 10,000. For him to be able to pop out equipment and skill books at once was really a stroke of luck. Perhaps, it also had something to do with the fact that he was a single brush boss. Pupil of Demon Mouse Black Iron. Category, Jewelry Ring. Effects, Spirit +2, Agility +1. Durability, 20/20. Attached skill, Meditation Passive. The speed of one's mental power recovery is increased by 5% after wearing it. The grades of equipment were also categorized into several grades: white plate, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legend, and myth. Trinket, mental power recovery speed increase? It's not bad. There's also. Lin Luo said in his heart, passive skills didn't mutate? He picked up the dropped skill book again to check. Skill, virus spread. Description, limited to magicians, priests, warlocks, apothecaries, and other spiritual specialty professions. Requirement, Spirit 12. Effect, when used actively, it can spread a virus, causing enemies within its range to be poisoned, causing a certain amount of damage while also weakening their magical defense. Virus spreading? Isn't this the skill of the demonized giant rat? I didn't expect to burst it out. Lin Luo said in a faint voice, his eyes suddenly lighting up. I still have a skill box without a skill to learn. The occupation and attribute requirements are just right. I just don't know if it will mutate into. Thinking of this, without the slightest hesitation, he directly chose to learn it. You have learned the skill, virus. Zip 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 zip. System disorder. System adjustment in progress. Adjustment successful. You have learned the skill, Black Plague Outbreak Technique. What? Black Plague? Lin Luo exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock. How is it possible? This mutated skill. He hurriedly checked it out. Black Death Outbreak LV1, Mutant Skill. You have mastered the ability to control the Black Death virus. You can emit the Black Death to a target or a certain area in a short period of time, control it to explode in an extreme amount of time, and you can remove the Black Death virus at any time. Black Death This is known as one of the most horrible plague disasters in history. The Black Death is the bubonic plague. It is a virulent infectious disease mainly spread by Yersinia pestis through rat fleas, and is a natural epidemic disease that is widely prevalent among wild rodents. The main clinical manifestations are high fever, swollen lymph nodes, hemorrhagic tendency, lung inflammation, and so on. Plague is highly contagious, and if left untreated, the mortality rate is as high as 30% to 60%. Historically, the plague was a pandemic that caused a high mortality rate, known as the Black Death in the 14th century, and caused the deaths of about 15 million people in Europe. This kind of damage and death power was comparable to a large-scale forbidden spell. A mutated skill whose power is comparable to a forbidden spell, it's just too terrifying. Lin Luo jumped into action. The Black Death was the bubonic plague. I wonder what effect it would have on a demonized giant rat. With that, he ran towards the group of demonized giant rats. Soon, when he entered the alert range of the demonized giant rats, there were immediately 3 puppy-sized demonized giant rats that ran towards him. That wasn't all. After attracting the attraction of these 3 demonized giant rats, Lin Luo turned around and ran again, attracting the vigilance of the 4 demonic giant rats on the other side, as well. A few minutes later, Lin Luo's back was followed by dozens of demonized giant rats all at once, just like a small wave of rats. It's probably about time. Standing behind the hillside, looking at the more than 40 demonized giant rats chasing wildly behind him, Lin Luo said in an estimated manner. After the group of demonized giant rats had all gathered together, he immediately raised the staff in his hand and chanted an incantation. A few breaths later, an inexplicable fluctuation surged out from him, spreading to the nearest demonized giant rat. Z? This demonized giant rat seemed to sense something, its ping-pong ball-sized eyeballs turning bone deep, not knowing what it was thinking. And in Lin Luo's eyes, a black aura wrapped around this demonized giant rat, spreading out towards the demonized giant rats next to it. In just a few seconds, this black aura spread out from the bodies of the more than 40 demonic giant rats present. Black Death Virus. Outbreak. At Lin Luo's command, the Black Death Virus infecting the bodies of these demonic giant rats erupted at all times. Squeak! Squeak! Squeak squeak! A burst of miserable screams came from the mouths of this group of demonized giant rats. Sticky black and red blood flowed out of their mouths, noses, and even their ears, and their entire bodies stiffened, their body temperatures rose, and they collapsed weakly to the ground. With the death of one demonized giant rat, the other demonized giant rats, one after another, died under the Black Death. You killed the demonized rat L1v3 and gained 240 experience points. You have killed a demonized rat LV14 and gained 330 experience points. You have killed the demonized rat LV11 and gained. In the short span of 10 minutes, along with the experience after killing the demonized rat boss, he had risen another level. LV11 level. In 5 days' time, his level had risen directly to LV11. If this were to be spread out, I don't know how many people's jaws would be dropped. After a professional's initial awakening, the speed of practicing leveling within 10 days was fast, but it was also difficult to reach LV11 level within 5 days. Unless, some big families and big powers used resources to pile up a LV10 level novice professional alive. The level limit for taking the entrance exam was LV10. He stopped after brushing the demonized giant rat swarm here for a while longer. It's been 5 days, time to go back. Brush monsters while rushing on the way back, just in time for the entrance exam. Looking at the direction behind him, Lin Luo already had a plan in his mind to start the return journey. Right at this moment, the surrounding demonized giant rats suddenly all rioted and scurried towards the distance. What's going on? This is the territory of the demonized giant rats, it looks like they're fleeing for their lives. He subconsciously turned back, and a pitch-black crack abruptly appeared not far in front of him. The dense spatial fluctuation drew a subtle fluctuation in the surrounding space. This is a spatial crack? No. It seems like a secret realm. A newborn secret realm. Chapter 10, The Secret Realm of Opportunity. Scarlet Altar. I didn't expect that a secret realm actually appeared here. And by the looks of it, it's still a freshly fledgling secret realm. Lin Luo was somewhat surprised. The so-called secret realm, the full name should be Secret Realm of Opportunity. It was a small world, or miniature world, that was originally attached to the main material world, and because of some unknown reasons, it collided with the main material world, and thus fused with it, randomly opening an entrance in the main material world. These small worlds were very unstable and could collapse at any time. However, they contained a large number of monsters, treasures and states, heavenly materials and treasures, and so on. It was somewhat similar to a copy, but the essence was completely different. A copy was a game mechanic born after the fusion of this world and other worlds. Often, copies would be brushed out on a map somewhere. There was no limit to the number of times these copies could be entered without restriction, and as long as a professional was willing to spend the time and determination, they could always brush out the equipment or materials they wanted in the copies. With the creation of duplicates, villages, towns, and even cities would mostly form around the duplicate entrances. Based on the duplicates. Compared to the replica, the secret realm is much rarer, and the nature is even more different. Firstly, the replica limits the number of professions that can enter the replica, and the number of professions that can enter the replica at one time cannot exceed a certain number. The secret realm also has the requirement of entering the number of people, but has the requirement of order. If a single person or team went in, the others would have to wait outside. Either waiting for the previous team to finish clearing the level, or waiting for the other team to be completely wiped out, the next team could go in. Of course, the copies and the secret realm both had level restrictions. Secondly, the number of times you can enter the replica, there is no limit to the number of times, you can brush as many times as you want. As for the secret realm, as long as a professional completes the main quest within it, the secret realm will disappear. In other words, secret realms were expendable small worlds with a unique number of times. Therefore, every time news of a secret world appeared in the leveling area, it would cause a riot among the surrounding professionals. Almost all of the professionals wanted to enter the realm to practice and gain benefits. A newborn ordinary secret realm would often be conquered in less than 3 days, and then disappear. The nightmare or even hellish difficulty of the secret realm will always exist, waiting for the strong to conquer it. The difficulty of replicas in secret realms generally had 4 difficulties: normal, difficult, nightmare, and hell. Each different difficulty of the replica, secret realm, inside the strength of the monster, is several times stronger than before. Of course, the equipment and props that exploded inside were also several times stronger than the other normal difficulties. Lin Luo walked up and checked out this secret realm. Secret realm, Scarlet Altar. Difficulty level. Level requirement, level LV10 LV15. Restriction, entry limited to 10 or less professionals. It's actually a LV15 difficulty level secret realm, with the highest level not exceeding LV15 and the number of people not exceeding 10? Lin Luo pondered for a moment and immediately had a decision. Enter. It's not easy to come across a secret realm of opportunity once, how can I just give up so easily? Besides, if the monsters inside can't be solved, I can totally exit. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and directly stepped into the secret realm. Soon his figure appeared within a huge cave. The cave was 7 or 8 meters high and more than 10 meters wide, like a large tunnel. It was dark in the distance, with torches lit on the walls next to it, and only the road in front could be vaguely seen. The surrounding air is somewhat mobile, it looks like this cave also has ventilation. Nose slightly shrugged, the surrounding air actually had some odor. After entering the secret realm, Lin Luo received another reminder from the will of the world. You have entered the secret realm of Chance Scarlet Altar. Difficulty level. Level restriction, level LV10 LV15. Number limit, 10 people or less. Number limit, 10 people or less. Number limit, 10 people or less. Main Quest 1, purge all monsters in the cave. Main Quest 2, destroy the Scarlet Altar. Main Quest 2, destroy the Scarlet Altar. Introduction to this cave, which was originally a holy place for the pigs, a clan of otherworldly orcs, to live and worship, was infested by otherworldly demonic energy 100 years ago, and all of the pigs who live here were demonized into monsters who only know how to kill. LV15 difficulty level secret realm of chance? Let's lure a monster over first and try it out. Thinking, Lin Luo began to move. Devil Mouse Plains. Right after Lin Luo had entered the secret realm of opportunity for the greater part of an hour, four more silhouettes appeared in the surroundings. The leader was none other than the enchanting woman and his team that Lin Luo had encountered at the entrance to the Demon Rat Plains earlier. Ha, Sister Ching, this operation is just too smooth. I didn't expect it to really explode with a transformation book. With this transfer book, I'm sure Sister Chang will be able to turn too soon. A smile also appeared on Sister Ching's face as she said, this time, it's still thanks to all of you, I've already credited $10,000 to your cards. When I succeed in my transfer, there will still be heavy gifts to give. Sister Ching is polite. Ha? What's that? The archer in the team suddenly looked away with open eyes and said strangely, it's kind of like a spatial rift, no. It seems like a secret realm. Secret realm? As senior professionals, of course they knew what the secret realm was, and they were busy running over. Sure enough, it's a secret realm. A few people's faces were a little excited after checking it out. Unfortunately, the level restriction is only up to level 15, we're all level 30, so we definitely can't get in. It doesn't matter if we can't enter, we found this secret realm first, and it looks like it's still a newborn secret realm, it's enough to sell for a good price. Hey, also, I heard that the price of the newborn secret realm in the black market has been clamored up to 2 or 3 million. 5 million. The enchanting woman suddenly opened her mouth, and several people all looked at her in surprise. 5 million, you few split it, I'll take this secret realm. Someone asked strangely, Sister Ching, what do you want this secret realm for? Yeah, Sister Ching, you're almost second turn. Sister Ching laughed, I have a niece who just awakened her profession a few days ago. Now the level should be almost to LV10, it just so happens that in a few days it will be her birthday, the secret realm, let's take it as a gift from me as a sister-in-law to her. A few people deliberated and said, alright Sister Ching, then I'll let you have this secret realm. Sister Ching smiled and nodded her head, opened her personal panel, tapped on the friends bit, and sent out a message to an avatar with a pure young girl. Ninger, almost LV10 level, right? Chapter 11, Little Ant? Lian family. Little Ant? Not yet, still 12% experience short of LV10 level. Where are you now? In the dark dense forest, there are so many cat demons here, I even caught a fluorescent cat demon cub as a pet. A fluorescent cat demon cub? Ninger is really lucky, although this fluorescent cat demon's level isn't high, it has a very good healing ability, no matter if it's brushing monsters and upgrading or going down to the copies, it's very useful, it's equivalent to bringing an extra healer with you. Yes it is. By the way Little Ant, you should be doing the transfer quest right now, and you still have time to find me, there must be something very important. It's like this, Sister Ching continued, aren't you going to have a birthday in a few days? Little Ant has prepared a surprise for you. What surprise? A newborn's difficult level secret realm. What? Difficulty level secret realm. Not bad. Sister Ching continued, you transfer 9 more LV15 leveled professions from the clan and come to the Demon Mouse Plains, coordinates XXX.XXX. I'll be waiting for you here. Thank you Little Ant. I'll be right there, love you. In another half an hour or so, more than 10 figures appeared on the Demon Mouse Plains, quickly approaching the place where the secret realm was located. Little Ant. A young girl in snow-white robes ran over excitedly, rushing into Sister Ching's arms in an instant and hugging her to death. If Lin Luo was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this young girl's true identity. It was clearly the school flower of their school, Lian Yining. Alright Ning, you're a big girl now, you're still so clingy, it's not good for other people to see you. I'm not. I haven't seen you for a long time, Auntie. Of course I wanna hug you. Alright, we still have business to attend to. It was hard to push Lian Yining away, and Sister Ching pulled Lian Yining to the front of the secret realm. Lian Yining said in novelty, "This is the secret realm, this is the first time I've seen the real thing, before it was all in books or online." Lian Qinger said, "Your level has reached LV10, right?" To the point, I was about to level up before, and I killed some demonized rats on the way here, so I'm already at LV10. Very good, later you all choose to enter. Together, Lian Qinger turned and looked at the people who had followed Lian Yining again, saying, "Later after you go in, you have to protect Ninger. Once an accident occurs, the group will never treat your families poorly." "Yes, Missy." Several bodyguards shouted in unison. Brushing a secret realm or a copy, but it would kill people. In this world, resurrection props, or resurrection-type skills, were highly treasured. In the entire Marina City, there might not even be a few pieces, priced to sell and worth a fortune. They were all servants of the Lian family, all of their resources and equipment, and even their families were provided for by the Lian family, and their loyalty to the Lian family was very high. More than 300 years ago, the heavens and earth changed drastically, and professionals came out of nowhere. This kind of powerful individual who gathered the greatness of heaven and earth in himself made some countries have to bow down in front of them. The family, the old society's organizational structure with bloodline as the hub, rose again. Some powerful professionals, with their own bloodline as the main establishment of the family, and recruit other professionals, marriage and alliance, combined, the rise of power very quickly. The Lian family, in the entire coastal city, could also be ranked in the top 10. Under the command of Lian Qinger, Lian Yining and the other 9 bodyguards formed a team, with Lian Yining as the captain, and walked into the secret realm. A few seconds later, Lian Yining's face became extremely brilliant. "Sister Chang. Someone has already entered the secret realm, we can't get in." "What?" Lian Qinger was surprised. "We notified you the first time we discovered the secret realm, could it be that someone else went in before us? I don't know which team, or bounty hunter organization, it hasn't come out for so long, is it possible that it's really going to be raided by them?" Lian Yining asked, "Little auntie, what should we do then?" "Wait." Lian Qinger gritted her teeth and said, "Difficult level secret realms within LV15, there are definitely a lot of good things inside. If it's just a matter of if they succeed in the raid, they might even be able to purchase some rare equipment from their hands. If they die out, it will be cheap for us." Okay. Lian Qinger whispered, "Strange, which team is it? Can it be that it's someone from another clan? It hasn't come out for so long." Lin Luo didn't know about the change in the entrance of the secret realm. An hour ago, Lin Luo stepped into the Scarlet Altar secret realm and followed the passageway towards the front to scout. Soon, a figure with a height of more than 2 meters and a rough, rusty nail hammer in its hand appeared at his side. "This is a lizard?" Lin Luo frowned, because the monster standing in front of him was clearly a lizard monster that stood and walked, holding a meteor hammer in its hand. Name, Demonized Lizard. Race, Demonized Creature. Level, LV15. Strength, 20. Physique, 22. Speed, 11. Spirit, 3. Attack, 2839. Blood, 3500. Skills, Heavy Hammer, Charge. Profile, orc lizardmen infested with magic, becoming very bloodthirsty and cruel, with thick skin and flesh, but with an innate fear of magic. This monster in front of him, in terms of light 4-dimensional attributes and blood volume, it was clearly comparable to a wild demonized giant rat leader. And that was just the small monsters within the Scarlet Altar. Worthy of being a difficulty level secret realm, just one small monster was so difficult to deal with. Humph humph humph. A humming sound came from the demonized lizard, only to see this demonized lizard pounce towards Lin Luo with excitement as if it was sensing a living person for the first time. The meteor hammer in his hand fiercely blasted towards Lin Luo. "Tisk, TSK, the attribute profile says that you guys are afraid of magic attacks, so let's have a taste." The words were sure to come, only to see the staff in his hand raise once again, the chanting sound instantly finished. Skin burst art. Ka! As the red light fell, the originally rushing demonized lizard screamed violently. His skin, which had originally seemed thick and hard, actually burst in an instant, oozing out a large amount of blood. And the blood bar on top of its head also violently dropped by more than a third. And it was still decreasing all the time. Bleeding state. Within a short period of time, it would keep decreasing the amount of blood continuously. Ow! The pain of the injury immediately stimulated the spirit of the demonized lizard, its huge nose gasping for air, grabbing the weapon in its hand and pouncing towards Lin Luo once again. Blood fever technique. Poof. Chapter 12, Blood Altar. Elite Monster. The temperature of the blood increased, and the blood flow accelerated. Coupled with the bursting wound on the demonized lizard's chest, a large amount of blood gushed out like a fountain. You have killed the demonized lizard and gained 520 experience points. You have obtained the demonized lizard skin. Worthy of being a difficult level secret realm, an ordinary little monster can give me this much experience? Lin Luo's eyes lit up slightly and he immediately raised his vigor. Killing a demonized giant rat had only given him over 100 points of experience. This demonized lizard, on the other hand, was a full 520 experience points. Even if he couldn't completely raid this secret realm, the sheer experience value would be enough. He continued forward, taking out a few more demonized lizards along the way. One of the demonized lizards actually dropped a potion. Clarity Potion restores 200 mana points to oneself within 10 seconds. Continuing forward. Soon, before his eyes, a large square appeared. Around the square stood tall and rugged stone statues that were blurred and full of history. On the ground, on the other hand, there was a huge block of stone, obviously a consequence of the collapsed stone statues. Around the square, there were also quite a few demonized lizards roaming around. Taking a look at how close the monsters were, Lin Luo very carefully padded over. Upon attracting the vigilance of the demonized lizards, he immediately ran towards the other side of the open space. Soon, he was followed by a dozen or so demonized lizards behind him. He, himself, climbed onto a boulder and threw down a Black Death outbreak spell with the turn of a hand. A black aura, under Lin Luo's control, soon infected these dozen of demonized lizards. Accompanied by the outbreak of the virus, the movement speed of these dozen or so demonized lizards immediately slowed down, grunting and chasing after him. With a wave of his staff, another skill fell. Acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique. Poof! The lizard with the stout figure at the head immediately let out a strange cry, his butt puckered, and a large mass of yellow-green sticky liquid gushed out, pouring all over his companion behind him. Vomit! With this feeling, Lin Luo immediately let out a dry retch. Yards, not worthy of a reptile, this flavor is really overwhelming. He continued to retreat, and after the Black Death virus had spread all over, he violently exploded. Ow! 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 The dozen or so demonized lizards immediately screamed strangely, and soon fell limp and out of breath. You have killed the demonized lizard and gained 550 experience points. You have obtained a demonized lizard skin. You have killed the demonized lizard and gained 480 experience points. You have gained the demonized lizard skin. You have killed the demonized lizard and gained 520 experience points. You have gained the Blood Restoration Potion. Blood Restoration Potion restores 200 points of your own blood within 10 seconds. You have gained 520 points of experience. You have gained 520 points of experience. You killed the demonized lizard and gained 520 experience points. You have leveled up to LV12. Your 4-dimensional attribute points have been fixedly raised by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. LV12 level. Lin Luo said in surprise. Unexpectedly, he had risen another level so quickly. LV12 level. It was worthy of being a newborn secret realm. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes suddenly looked at the pile of demonized lizard corpses beside him. The greatest terror of the Black Death is in its contagiousness and the instantaneous outbreak I control. This is a semi-closed cave. If I can infect all the monsters with the Black Death virus and then explode with it. Lin Luo's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This method could only be unleashed in a semi-closed map and environment like the secret realm. In that case, then. Ow! Another furious roar suddenly rang out, while a violent air-breaking sound came along with it. Lin Luo's eyes were 100 years old as he quickly dodged away. Boom! In an instant, a huge black shadow rushed in, fiercely rushing past him, smashing the boulder behind him to smithereens. Meteor Hammer. A huge meteor hammer with a diameter of nearly a meter. Huffing and puffing. With a gasp, an even taller figure came into Lin Luo's eyes. Clang clang clang. Only the huge meteor hammer that had just attacked Lin Luo was slowly dragged into the darkness. The friction between the steel and the lapis lazuli floor sputtered with several sparks. In the midst of the dim light, a huge white-skinned lizard stepped out of the darkness. The figure of more than 3 meters tall, the rough and pale skin, as well as the sharp fangs, and the meteor hammer that was as big as a millstone that was tugged in its hand. Undoubtedly all of them were not proving its identity, an elite monster. Lin Luo's eyes flashed, and he quickly obtained the specific identity of this monster from the world will. Name, White-Skinned Lizard Monster. Race, Demonized Creature. Level, LV15. Strength, 35. Physique, 38. Speed, 11. Spirit, 4. Attack, 3678. Blood, 5500. Skills, Heavy Hammer, Charge, Durability Aura. Description, a lizard leader affected by demonic aura, becoming very bloodthirsty and cruel, with thick skin and flesh, but with an innate fear of magic. An elite monster? Lin Luo sneered, it's a pity that you have no resistance to magic, let alone the virus derived from my mutation skill. He raised his staff and instantly a skill landed on this white-skinned lizard monster. Acute gastroenteritis instant burst spell. Poof. In the next second, another large mass of filth gushed out from the white-skinned lizard monster's lower body, causing it to actually cover itself alone as well and scream miserably. The acute gastroenteritis instant outburst technique can really be a divine technique of control. What kind of spider web technique, mud swamp technique, gravity technique are all younger brothers in front of it? Lin Luo's heart moved, and his staff suddenly pointed towards the pile of corpses next to him. Black Death Outbreak Art. Buzz. Under his guidance, the Black Death virus that remained in the demonized lizard's body instantly surged into this white-skinned lizard monster's body. His status, instantly, turned into a poisoned state, and his blood was decreasing bit by bit. Looking at the white-skinned lizard monster that was infected with the Black Death while pulling, Lin Luo heatedly smiled, his body slowly retreating into the darkness. Let's not kill you first, when you return to the monsters and infect all the demonized lizard monsters with this Black Death virus. Chapter 13, Black Death Outbreak. The level skyrocketed. Taking this opportunity, Lin Luo quickly broke into another cave. Another huge square was soon discovered. Repeating his old technique, he again cast the Black Death Outbreak technique on this one demonized lizard, infecting it with the Black Death virus before infecting his other companions in particular. When the demonized lizard chased after him, he used another acute gastroenteritis outbreak technique to make it semi-paralyzed, and then left. Just like that, Lin Luo spread the poison along the way, enough to sprinkle a large amount of Black Death virus on 6-5 squares, covering at least hundreds of demonized lizards. Among them, there were also 5 elite monster white-skinned lizard monsters. At the back of the last square, Lin Luo also discovered another place. It was an even more hideous hole, through which one could see that it was a space that covered an area of extreme light, and in the very center of the space, there stood an altar that was about 3 meters high. The surrounding flames were very dim, and there were several monsters with up to 3 meters tall standing around it. That should be the scarlet altar that needs to be destroyed for the main quest. Lin Luo guessed those monsters around should be the final guards, and the boss. He retreated back to the square and began to calculate the time. Among his senses, the Black Death virus within this secret area had spread to almost every corner. Even the monsters around the final altar had been infected with the Black Death virus due to the flow of air. After about half an hour, Lin Luo's eyes lit up slightly. It's almost time, the Black Death virus has infected every monster here, it just needs. He made a snap decision and detonated the Black Death virus lurking within these monsters. The Black Death virus explodes. Boom. Ow. Ow. A burst of miserable screams suddenly came from the deep, dark cave. Hundreds of lizards hissed at the same time, causing Lin Luo's head to spin a little. However, right under this situation, a prompting sound of the worlds will also continuously resounded in his mind. You have killed the demonized lizard and gained 550 experience points. You have killed the demonized lizard and gained 480 experience points. You have killed the demonized lizard and gained 520 experience points. You have killed the demonized lizard and gained 520 experience points. You've risen to LV13. Your 4-dimensional attribute points are fixed to increase by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. You've risen to LV18. You have gained 4 free attribute points. A few minutes later, Lin Luo's level directly skyrocketed to LV18. In just a few minutes, he had risen a full 6 levels. His face became especially surprised. Worthy of being a secret realm for new students, no one has ever set foot in it before, the experience is really rich. No. How come the ones who died under the Black Death virus were all ordinary demonized lizards? Could it be that the magic resistance of those elite monsters could be slightly stronger to withstand it for such a long time? Ow. Another gruesome scream came, and Lin Luo looked in the direction of the altar. The several huge figures guarding there were walking around in annoyance, and a few others had actually spread out onto the ground, letting out moans of pain. It seemed that although they had all been infected with the Black Death virus as well, they weren't dead yet and were still lingering on. There should still be 5 white-skinned lizard monsters outside. He immediately turned around and left, quickly finding the first white-skinned lizard monster. At this moment, the white-skinned lizard monster was collapsing onto the bodies of several demonized lizards, moaning in pain. There was black and red blood constantly oozing out of its mouth, ears, nose, and even its eyes. The bulky meteor hammer was thrown to the side by it, unable to lift it at all. After checking the status of the white-skinned lizard monsters, he found that they had already fallen into the seriously injured and poisoned states, just like lambs in waiting. Let's give you guys a pain in the ass. Lin Luo raised his staff. Blood fever spell. Ow. You killed the white-skinned lizard monster elite level and gained 2,550 experience points. You have risen to level LV19. Your 4-dimensional attribute points have been fixed to increase by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. You gained 1 skill point. Upgraded again. And skill points. Lin Luo said excitedly, but he didn't choose to learn the influenza virus cracking technique. It was about to be LV20 level, so it might even unlock stronger skills. An elite level white-skinned lizard monster can actually drop skill points as well, the luck is just too good. And these? He looked to the ground. The square was filled with equipment and props that fell after the deaths of demonized lizards and white-skinned lizard monsters. You have obtained the white skin lizard skin. You have obtained the white skin lizard monster fangs. You have obtained magical leather armor. You obtained. After spending a few minutes, he picked up all the props and equipment from this square and rushed to the next square again. A few minutes later, the second white skin lizard monster fell under his staff. Soon, the third and fourth head also fell one after another. Inside his backpack, a full 7 weapons appeared, with more props and materials. By the time he reached the first square and met the fifth white skin lizard monster, there was an accident. That white skin lizard monster was actually nibbling on the corpses of its own kind. Lizards were omnivorous animals, and when they were starving, they could eat the corpses of their own kind. At the same time, Lin Luo also realized that the white skin lizard monster's blood level was slowly rising. It, by gnawing on the corpses of its own kind, was recovering its stamina. Not only that, at this moment, his status had undergone a bizarre change. Name: Berserk White Skin Lizard Monster Leader Level Weak. Race: Magical Creature. Level: LV 15. Strength: 40. Physique: 25. Speed: 14. Spirit: 2. Attack: 48 102. Blood: 240 4000. Skills: Heavy Hammer, Charge, Aura of Durability, Blood Boiling. Profile: a white skin lizard monster affected by both magic energy and the Black Death virus. The two different energies have formed a weak balance within his body, causing his strength to increase somewhat. This is considered a clinical breakthrough? Chapter 14, Skill Fusion. Blood Burning Technique. Lin Luo was somewhat speechless. This white skin lizard monster had gotten lucky. In this situation it was actually able to make a clinical breakthrough and gain strength. Strength and agility increased, and physical strength decreased. And there was also another extra skill. Blood boiling. The target can enter a berserk state by accelerating the flow of its own blood, with strength and agility increasing by half, and physical strength and spirit dropping by half. Lasts for 120 seconds. But luckily, even though his strength has increased, he's still in a weakened state now. The blood level is only 240 points. I'll kill you while you're sick. Lin Luo's staff snapped up and a scarlet light flashed. Acute gastroenteritis instant burst technique. Poof. Another foul-smelling gas was expelled, causing this white-skin lizard monster to cry out once again. The one just now had already been hit by the acute gastroenteritis outburst technique once, and his intestines were about to be pulled out. And now, another acute gastroenteritis outburst technique, immediately causing the last trace of gas in his body to be expelled cleanly, and his black and red intestines to gush out. Ow! He roared angrily, the originally pale skin of his body suddenly becoming a blood-red color, and his huge nose spewed out a large amount of gas. Driven by anger, it actually landed on all 4 limbs and directly ran wildly towards Lin Luo. Under the impact of its enormous strength, it was like a maddened tank. Blood boiling? Lin Luo shook his head as another skill fell. Blood fever technique. Poof. Originally, blood boiling made its blood flow faster, and Lin Luo's fall of this blood fever technique was more like pouring oil on the fire. Large strands of blood gushed out from his 7 orifices. Along with his lower body, there was also sticky blood gushing out. The huge body, with a plop, directly planted on the ground, slipping directly under Lin Luo's feet under the effect of inertia. This skill is really too miserable. Monsters can't hold up if it falls on a professional. Lin Luo's eyes changed, remembering the 4-star Ocean Union professionals who had just died in the mouths of the demonized giant rats. You have killed the white-skin lizard monster chieftain level and gained 4,250 experience points. You gained 1 skill point. You have leveled up to LV 20. Your 4-dimensional attribute points have been fixed to increase by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. You have gained 4 free attribute points. You gained 1 skill point. LV 20 level now. And 3 skill points. Lin Luo's eyes were delighted. Unexpectedly, these white-skin lizard monsters, especially this last one, had actually raised their level to LV 20. LV 20 level. This was the level of a freshman student's final exam participation qualification in the top 10 vocational colleges. Unexpectedly, he hadn't even been in college yet, and he had reached LV 20 level. Saying it out, no one would believe it at all. 3 skills means I can learn 3 skills. His mood became even more excited, and he hurriedly put away the items that this white-skin lizard monster had popped out. You have obtained the white-skin lizard monster skin. You have obtained the equipment, Steel Meteor Hammer. You have obtained a skill book. You obtained the Berserk Potion. Equipment and skill books again? Lin Luo looked at the weapon at his feet. Fine Steel Meteor Hammer Bronze Grade. Category: Weapon Heavy Weapon. Equipment requirements: 25 points of strength, 18 points of constitution. Effects: Strength plus 5, Physique plus 3 effects, Strength plus 5, Physique plus 3. Durability: 120 Attachment skill: Heavy Hammer active, using Meteor Hammer to smash the ground. Targets within a 5-meter radius will receive a certain amount of damage and have a chance to cause a stun state. Description: a weapon specially made by the blacksmiths of the demonized lizard clan for the warriors of the clan, not to be used by those who are not powerful. This thing isn't much use to me. Lin Luo bristled, suddenly remembering something, and put it away again. There's also the skill book. Skill: blood boiling. Description: unlimited learning for any profession. Requirements: physique 20, spirit 22. Effect: when used actively, it causes one's blood to enter a boiling state, strength and agility are increased by half, and constitution and spirit are reduced by half, lasting for 120 seconds. Blood boiling? Isn't this the newly realized skill of this demonized lizard bone monster? I didn't expect to actually explode it. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to learn it. You have learned the skill, blood. Zip 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 zip. System disorder occurs. System adjustment in progress. Adjustment successful. You have learned the skill, blood burning technique. Blood burning technique LV1, mutant skill. You can make the blood in the target's body go into a boiling state in a short period of time depending on the target's magical defenses, dealing a large amount of damage to it. System disruption occurs. Detected that you have mastered the same skill. Is it fused? Lin Luo's eyes lit up. Fusion. Fusion in progress. Fusion successful. You have learned the skill, blood burning technique LV2. LV2 blood burning technique, great. He said excitedly, then opened his vocational skill list again. I have 3 skill points, I can learn 3 skills or upgrade other skills. Skill points could not only learn new skills, but also upgrade the level of skills already mastered. LV1 to LV3 level only required 1 skill point per level, while LV3 to LV6 required 2 skill points per level. From LV6 onwards, skill upgrades would require more precious resources and heavenly materials, as well as one's own comprehension. Within the list of skills, 2 more skills flashed with light, signifying that they could be learned. This is Chapter 15, New Mutation Skills. Mental Confusion Technique? Alzheimer Technique? 2 more strange mutated skills? Lin Luo said strangely, the mutation skills he could learn at this moment were clearly these 2. Mental Confusion Technique LV1, mutant skill that can cause the target to become mentally disturbed for a short period of time depending on the target's magical defenses, as if they were insane, and will unconsciously attack any target around them. Alzheimer Technique LV1, mutant skill, can make the target forget or misremember the current mastery skill in a short period of time depending on the target's magical defense. If the mastery skill is a spiritual or elemental skill such as magic, sorcery, etc., it can cause a magical backlash effect on the target. Hiss. Looking at the explanation of these 2 skills, Lin Luo instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. What the hell kind of skill was this? The first mental confusion skill was a bit better. Looking at the description, it should be a skill mutated from a psychosis, a neurosis, or an autism type of illness. And the second mutated skill, Alzheimer's technique, this was completely a divine skill in PK. A short period of time to forget or misremember the skills that the target has currently mastered. What kind of ability is this? Not to mention the thousands of vocational skills recorded in the vocational encyclopedia, even the group of experts on the internet who boasted of knowing 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future had never heard of this kind of skill. It caused the professional to forget the skills he currently possessed. This reminded him of the water of the underworld. That was a precious item used to delete skills, and it was priceless. These 2 skills, he had to learn them both. The 2 skill points instantly disappeared into thin air, learning the 2 mutated skills. There's 1 more skill, in that case. He tapped on the skill list and tapped that 1 skill point on the Black Death Explosion technique. As his strongest attack type skill nowadays, he certainly had to focus on it. Nowadays, the skills he mastered were Skin Burst Art LV1, Acute Gastroenteritis Instant Burst Technique LV1, Pain Deepening Technique LV1, Mental Confusion Technique LV1, Alzheimer Technique LV1, Blood Burning Technique LV2, Black Death Outbreak Technique LV2. 7 mutation skills. Alright, the small monsters are all cleared, next is the final boss. He took a deep breath and once again stepped in at the final altar. After more than 10 seconds of curving passages, Lin Luo's eyes opened up. A small plaza appeared before Lin Luo's eyes. The size of this square was not comparable to the first level at all, but the air around it was filled with layer after layer of black mist. Under the shroud of the mist, several huge and bloated figures, clustered around another monster, slowly appeared in the center of the square. Lin Luo hid in the cave entrance and carefully observed the situation on this level. Only to see that this square was not very large, and there was actually a curved, bizarre and eerie formation tattooed on the ground. Moreover, the color of the tattooed formation was actually a reddish-black bloodstain. The air of the entire second level was filled with an extremely strong bloody odor. In the middle of the square, there was also a huge altar of roughly 3 meters. Underneath the altar, there were a large number of corpses of demonized creatures piled up, with broken limbs and heads and bodies piled up all over the place. Underneath the altar, there were 8 elite demonized creatures, white-skinned lizard monsters that Lin Luo had just killed. However, the current ones weren't in a very good condition right now. Almost every lizard was paralyzed on the ground, bleeding from all 7 of its orifices and constantly grunting. What especially caught Lin Luo's attention was that right in the center, guarded by these 8 elite monsters, there was actually another even weirder monster. Less than 2 meters tall, its body was bony and jagged, and its skin showed a dark red color. Although the head was also a lizard pig's head, it also looked dry and thin, with a head of grayish red hair, looking very old. And among them, the one that made Lin Luo's eyes redden the most. It was this bizarre monster cast that was actually holding a staff-like weapon in its hands. A spellcaster? Lin Luo identified the identity of this monster at the first moment, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The leader of this group of demonized lizards, or perhaps their priest? A sorcerer? If we can explode this staff, the level must be very high. At this moment, the monster suspected to be a demonized lizard sacrifice was grasping the staff in his hand and continuously casting spells, as if he was healing his men. However, it didn't look like it was very effective. His eyes narrowed, and he quickly received information about this lizard monster from the world will. Name: Scarlet Berserker Lizardman Ritual Silver Boss Lord Class Boss. Race: Demonized Creature Light Injury State Poison State. Level: LV 20. Strength: 25. Physique: 48. Speed: 14. Spirit: 52. Attack: 66 152. Blood: 3200 4800. Skills: Bloodlust, Mental Shock, Blood Entanglement, Bestiality, Mind Fire. Introduction: A lizard leader affected by demonic chi has awakened a small amount of wisdom during the long evolution of time and has been guarding the Scarlet Altar in the underworld. Hiss, it's actually a level 20 silver boss. Lin Luo slightly marveled. Silver boss, that's a boss that a minimum of a second turn professional can only deal with. I didn't expect there to actually be one in this secret realm. However, when he thought back, he also expressed his understanding. After all, this secret realm was a LV15 level difficulty level secret realm, and it would require a minimum of 10 LV15 level professions to join forces to clear it. For him to be able to kill his way here, alone, was already considered a miracle. With those 2 skills I just learned, I think I can deal with this lizardman sacrifice. What's more, now that he's been hit by the Black Death virus, his blood level has been lowered by about 1/3, and he's still in a weakened state. The current one is the best time to kill it. Thinking of this, Lin Luo no longer hesitated. With a wave of his staff in his hand, a scarlet red light descended from the sky and landed directly on a white-skinned lizard monster. Mental Confusion Technique. Ow. Chapter 16, Solo Boss Battle. Ow. The white-skinned lizardman who was being healed by the lizardman priest suddenly roared angrily and turned around to take a bite at the white-skinned lizardman next to him, startling the lizardman priest behind him. Hiss. The white-skinned lizardman that was attacked also hissed and turned around and slapped a claw on this white-skinned lizardman as well. In an instant, the 2 behemoths fought together, blood scales constantly being torn off. Mental Confusion Technique. It could cause the target to become mentally disorganized within a short period of time, as if they were insane, and would unconsciously attack any target around them. It was undoubtedly a divine technique when dealing with swarming creatures. In this short period of a few seconds, the scarlet eyes of the lizardman priest snapped at Lin Luo, who was hiding in the doorway. Hiss. He hissed violently, and with a point of his staff in his hand, the 6 white-skinned lizardmen that were still paralyzed on the ground immediately climbed up and rushed towards Lin Luo. Even though they had endured a round of the Black Death virus outbreak before, they hadn't died yet by virtue of their tenacious vitality. The charge at this moment was still filled with killing intent and an unstoppable aura. Lin Luo didn't see the slightest hint of nervousness and threw out another skill. Acute Gastroenteritis Instant Outbreak Technique. Poof. A foul odor immediately came from the lower body of the leader's white-skinned lizardman, and his originally wildly running form subconsciously crouched down a bit. The Black Death virus already had the effect of destroying the physique and lowering the magical defense, and this acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique instantly erupted. The moment it stopped, the 2 white-skinned lizardmen behind it immediately collided with it and became rolling gourds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Luo dropped another skill. Skin Burst Art. Put. A white-skinned lizardman's chest instantly cracked open, and the Black Death virus instantly surged in like a maggot on a hawk. Try my new skill. Lin Luo's mind moved, and a blazing blood-colored light suddenly enveloped all of these white-skinned lizardmen. Blood Burning Technique. Boom! The wound of the injured white-skinned lizardman immediately burst into flames. Following its body, it actually spread to the surrounding white-skinned lizardmen. In a flash, all 6 of these white-skinned lizardmen were actually wrapped in these blazing blood-colored flames, burning madly. You have killed the white-skinned lizardman elite level and gained 2,100 experience points. You have killed a white-skinned lizardman elite and gained 2,250 experience points. You have killed the white-skinned lizard monster elite level and gained 2,222 experience points. You have leveled up to LV21. Your 4-dimensional attribute points have been raised by a fixed 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. You have gained 4 free attribute points. 6 elite level white skin lizard monsters, one after another, died under the power of the Black Death virus plus blood burning technique. It caused his level, once again, to increase by 1 level to LV21. Hissing. A strange chirping sound came out steeply as the lizardman priest on the altar stared angrily at Lin Luo. It had only been less than a minute, and 6 of the most elite lizardman warriors under his command had actually died at the hands of this human? Anger made his pupils turn scarlet. The huge staff in his hand pointed violently, and the last 2 white-skinned lizardmen that remained by his side hissed abruptly. Their originally large sizes once again skyrocketed, their limbs landed on the ground, and in just a few seconds, they actually turned into 2 huge black lizards that were about 3 to 4 meters long. One of them, the bestialized lizard man that had previously been hit by the mental confusion technique, had already regained its composure by now. Another scarlet red light shot out from the staff in his hand and landed on the bodies of these 2 lizard monsters. The originally black skin actually became scarlet at this moment. Bestialization plus bloodlust. Hiss and roar. The 2 beastized lizard monsters that had enchanted with the bloodlust technique roared angrily and pounced towards Lin Luo like 2 speeding cars. Is this the bloodthirsty technique? Lin Luo muttered, casually waving his hand. Another acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique shot out. It landed on one of the bestialized lizard monsters. Put. The stench gushed out, but this bestialized lizard monster was basically unaffected. Letting the stench gush out, it still ran wildly. Pain suppression? Or has the spirit been affected by the bloodlust technique? Lin Luo said in a faint voice. In that case. With a flick of his staff, another skill rushed out. Spirit confusion art. Since your spirits have already been affected by the bloodlust technique and have become mad as hell, I'll just add more fuel to the fire. Roar. One of the ossified lizardmen that was originally running wildly roared again, backbiting and biting the ossified lizardman next to it again. Hiss. This ossified lizardman screamed miserably, and under the dual effects of the bloodthirsty art and the mental confusion art, he couldn't tell friend from foe, and again tore at his fellow clan members. The 2 behemoths actually killed each other again. Lin Luo also didn't procrastinate at all. A skin burst art and a blood burning art once again killed these 2 bestialized lizard monsters. Taking 2 steps forward, amongst the corpses of these 8 lizardman warrior monsters, several equipment with a shimmering light immediately appeared. As the first person to kill elite monsters and bosses, Lin Luo undoubtedly dropped the most abundant equipment and items. With a wave of his hand, the money and props all over the ground, especially the several pieces of equipment that shimmered with shimmering light, all entered his backpack. Roar. And at this time, not far away, that lizardman sacrificial boss finally came a roar. His men, the 8 lizardman warriors that he had managed to find from the group, actually all died under this teenage magician in front of him. Immediately, with insufficient brain power, it had fallen into a state of frenzy. Only a scarlet light flashed out from the staff in his hand, and almost in an instant it rushed to Lin Luo's side. Blood entanglement. Utilizing one's own blood to form a rope filled with magical aura, it immobilizes the target in place and can cause it to sustain blood damage for a certain period of time. This magic was actually group control magic, and the boss was utilizing this skill to keep the professionals under control. It would then summon a large number of lizardman warrior monsters to round up the players and beat them to death. However, Lin Luo had already killed his guards, the 8 lizardman warrior monsters, with ease. It made it so that he couldn't even summon any fighters right now, and could only use blood entanglement to attack Lin Luo. Put. Facing this blood entanglement, Lin Luo didn't even have a chance to react, and was actually directly hit by this magic. Chapter 17, Killing the Boss. The cold, piercing blood transformed into a chain, directly controlling Lin Luo's body in place. Even the blood of the 8-headed lizardman warriors on the ground was slowly gathering, making the power contained in this blood winding even stronger. A control-type skill. Lin Luo was secretly surprised in his heart. Worthy of being a silver-ranked LV20 boss, the casting speed was so fast that he didn't even react. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't utilized the Black Death outbreak technique to take the lead in resolving its guards. If he really had to take on this boss alone, he would have died for sure. Roar. Seeing Lin Luo being controlled, the lizardman priest hissed in excitement. His men, his people had been killed by the human in front of him, he had to make this guy pay. In the next second, he tilted the staff in his hand again and muttered an incantation under his breath. A transparent mental fluctuation coalesced in front of his body, slowly forming the shape of a flame. Mind flame. Using spiritual power to form a flame, thus destroying the target's spirit, and even soul, very vicious. Compared to a true elemental flame, this kind of mental flame would only be more terrifying and sharp. Moreover, the damage and pain that was sung early on the recipient was also much more massive. Of course, compared to its power, the mental flame also had a weakness. That was the casting time, the spell chanting time was too long. This magic was often a powerful skill that could only be cast after controlling the opponent, or restricting their movement. Just now, he had utilized blood entanglement to control this damned human, just so he could safely chant mind flame to destroy this damned human's soul. The lizard man priest roared maliciously in his heart, but he didn't notice that a bizarre skill that didn't belong to his mental fluctuation, or had never appeared in this world before, landed on his body. Alzheimer technique. The lizard man priest who was originally chanting the spell violently froze, and the next spell. He seemed to have forgotten? How could he not recall it? The next second. The mental fluctuations that were originally condensing in front of him, the mind flames that were already about to form suddenly rioted. They turned into invisible mental flames when they pounced on the body of the lizard man priest. His Shah. The lizard man's sacrifice screamed in pain and planted himself on the ground, covering his head and moaning in agony. Magic, by nature, was rigorous. When casting a spell, there were absolute rules, incantations and gestures, and even fluctuations in the operation of spiritual power. Once these requisites were deviated, or changed, the magic would fail if it was light, and if it was heavy, there would be a serious magic backlash. This moment. The sharp and ferocious mind fire was raging inside the lizard man priest, destroying his spirit and even tearing at his soul. And along with the collapse of the lizard man priest, the blood entanglements that were originally wrapped around Lin Luo's body dissipated. Lin Luo, free from control. I'll kill you while you're sick. Without the slightest hesitation, he dropped another skill. Skin burst technique. Snort. The lizard man priest's physical quality and stamina was already inferior to that of the lizard man warrior, and his body was instantly torn out with a large gash, and blood gushed out. Blood burning art. Before the gushing blood fell, it actually formed a fiery blood-colored flame directly in the air, and immediately landed on the body of the lizard man warrior, burning madly like a maggot on the bone. Hiss. The intense pain from the burning flames instantly caused the lizard man priest to scream miserably. In the blood-colored flames, he actually struggled to climb up with the severe pain, a pair of scarlet eyes, staring at Lin Luo with a deadly gaze, his eyes filled with madness and killing intent. Not good. It's going to fight for its life. Lin Luo said in his heart. Before the lizard man's sacrifice could cast a spell, he snatched a step ahead of him and a skill fell. Alzheimer's spell. Poof. The blazing blood-colored flames suddenly surged, as if something invisible had rushed out in front of the lizard man's sacrifice, breaking through the blood-colored flames. Spiritual shock. However, before the spiritual shock could rush out, it suddenly exploded in front of the lizard man priest's body. With a boom sound, the lizard man's sacrifice's head was actually directly blown apart under the backlash of this spiritual shock. Hoo! The blood-colored flames burned again, and in just a few seconds, it directly engulfed the remaining body of the lizard man's sacrifice and burned it up. You killed the Scarlet Berserker Lizard Man's Sacrifice Lord level and gained 1,550 experience points. You have leveled up to LV22. Your 4-dimensional attribute points have been fixed up by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. You gained 1 skill point. Another skill point. Lin Luo said in surprise, then took a few quick steps and arrived at the place where the Lizard Man's sacrifice had died. Several props, materials, and equipment of different shapes shot around and covered the ground, and he immediately took them back into his backpack. This staff. Lin Luo froze. Amongst the pile of loot, he suddenly discovered a magic staff that was scarlet red in color overall, with a large number of bizarre patterns engraved on it. A magic staff in the hands of a boss? Scarlet Berserker Staff Gold Grade Unique Grade. Durability 500. Category, Weapon Magic Staff. Equipment requirements, LV20, 20 points of strength, 20 points of physique, 30 points of spirit, limited to wizards, sorcerers, arcanists, priests, and other professions. Effect, strength plus 5, physique plus 3, spirit plus 8, spell strike chance plus 15%. Attachment skill 1, Bloodlust active, consume your own mana and a certain amount of blood to cast Bloodlust on a target, but the target's attack power is increased by 10%, speed is increased by 8%, and blood level is reduced by 12% for 120 seconds. Attachment skill 2, Ancestor active, consume your own mana and a certain amount of blood to cast Bloodlust on a target. Incidental skill 2, Ancestor summoning active, for every 1000 mana points consumed, you can summon Lizardman Warrior Elite summon creatures with a total attribute of 80% of your own total attributes, which are under the host's control, up to a maximum of 9 heads. Disappears when the summoned creature dies or the host removes the magic supply. Description, ancestral item of the Scarlet Berserker Lizardman, patriarch of the demonized Lizardman clan, in which the souls of 9 of the most elite warriors in the history of the demonized Lizardman clan were sealed to guard the demonized Lizardman clan together. This item must be dropped in the first brush of the Scarlet Altar Mystic Realm, and is unique. Gold equipment. Even with Lin Luo's mentality, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock after seeing this equipment at this moment. This piece of equipment could be said to be the strongest equipment amongst first-time awakened professionals this year. It could be foreseen that the value of this staff, if it were to circulate on the market, would be at least 1 million or more. However, how can this staff increase power? And there's a power attribute for the wearing requirement? Lin Luo was a bit strange. Speaking from experience, most of the mage's equipment had spiritual and physical requirements, and most of the increased attributes were also spiritual and physical in nature. But what he didn't expect was that this equipment actually required 15 points of strength. For ordinary players who chose the mage profession, wanting to follow the words of not actively increasing power points but relying on upgrades. At the very least, one would have to be 15 levels later to be able to equip this magic staff. Unfortunately, Lin Luo had leveled up to LV22 in just a week's time in the district, and both his strength and physique had easily reached the equipment requirements. With this equipment, his magical attack power, again, grew by a large margin. Afterwards, he browsed through the equipment he had just obtained from killing those 8 white-skinned lizardman warriors and picked from it. Chapter 18, Main Quest 2. Weird Rune. Because it was the first brush, and it was all equipment and props that Lin Luo had exploded with his own strength. The grade and quality of these equipment and props were all very high. Unfortunately, perhaps because it was the race and attributes, there were only 3 pieces of these equipment that Lin Luo could use. Demon Spirit Leather Armor Black Iron Grade. Durability, 100/100. Category, Defense Leather Armor. Equipment requirements, 15 points of strength, 10 points of physique. Effect, Strength +2, Constitution +2. Description, utilizes the magic lizard to create the armor. Description, leather armor made from the softest fur of the magical lizardman's abdomen, able to withstand a certain amount of magical damage. Bone-shattering teeth bronze level. Durability, 400/400. Description. Category, Jewelry Necklace. Equipment requirements, Spirit 15 points, Physique 10 points. Effect, Spirit +3, Physique +2. Description, a necklace made from the fangs of a lizardman warrior containing the magical power of blood, which can increase the magical attack by a certain amount. White leather hat Black Iron Grade. Durability 100/100. Category, Defense Hat. Equipment requirements, Spirit 1 point, Physique 8 points. Effects, Physique +5. Effects, Physique +5. Description, a hat made from the softest fur of a lizardman warrior's abdomen, which can increase a certain amount of defense. Description, the hat is made from the softest fur of a lizardman warrior's abdomen. The rest of the equipment was mostly heavy weapons similar to the Wolfsbane Rod and Meteor Hammer, or equipment suitable for use by other melee professions. I can't use any of these equipments, but I can sell them for a good price, and Lin Luo said, looking at the altar beneath him. It was a black and red altar that was about 3 meters high, and the whole thing seemed to be made from the bones of unknown giant beasts. Below the altar, there were piles of tired bones, obviously other creatures that had been killed by this group of demonized lizardmen for sacrifice. The second main quest of the Scarlet Altar's secret realm is to destroy this altar. Lin Luo stepped down from the altar, and with a backhanded grab, a scarlet weapon abruptly appeared in his hand. Gold-grade unique staff, the Scarlet Berserker Staff. With a wave of his hand, a series of 9 scarlet rays flashed out. Soon, 9 tall figures appeared in front of him. Creatures that were over 2 meters tall, stout, and had rough scales growing on the surface of their skin, lizardman warriors. These 9-headed lizardman warriors were the very same 9-headed lizardman warriors that Lin Luo had summoned to do his bidding by utilizing the special skill Ancestor Summoning attached to the Scarlet Berserker Staff. 9-headed lizardman warrior, so I have the perfect meat shield as well. After checking out these 9-headed lizardmen, Lin Luo couldn't help but shake his head. This 9-headed lizardman warrior was determined based on 80% of his own attributes. His highest attribute was spirit, and his physical strength and power weren't high. That was why the attributes of these 9-headed lizardman warriors were not at all comparable to the 9-headed lizardman warriors that he had killed. However, it was enough to crush other ordinary professionals. He looked up and down at this 9-headed lizardman, and his eyes suddenly lit up. With a thought, all of the heavy weapons that had just burst out of the secret realm were taken out by him. These weapons are all the ones I just burst out, mostly melee-type heavy weapons. I can't use them at all, why don't I give them? At his command, these 9-headed lizardman warriors stepped forward and each picked a weapon. Meteor hammers, giant axes, wolf-tooth clubs, machetes, and so on. How to look swarthy. Go, destroy this altar. In the next second, these 9-headed behemoths rushed out like a hurricane, and these heavy weapons in their hands smashed on top of this altar without hesitation. Soon, this scarlet altar was smashed into a piece of rubble. Ha! What is this? In the ruins, Lin Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. A light caught his eyes. A bloody and deep black aura continuously gushed out from these corpses in the ruins of the altar, slowly surging towards that light. This is... Lin Luo pondered for a moment, gently walking over to the side of the altar ruins and looking down. Only to see that in the very center of the ruins, wrapped in pitch black fog, a rune that was entwined with pitch black and glowing with a bit of scarlet light had actually appeared. He stepped forward and placed his hand on top of this rune. Almost instantly, a message came through. Ding dong, you have obtained a special prop, demonized rune. Demonization rune? What is this? Lin Luo froze and hurriedly observed the thing in his hand that was like a piece of rune. only to see that the rune was diamond-shaped overall, with 2 rays of black and blood-red light entwined around it. Upon closer inspection, it seemed like an oracle bone script, or another kind of writing. He quickly obtained the specific information of this bizarre rune from the world will. Demonized rune special prop. A special rune created after this world was eroded by the otherworldly aura, which seems to hide a great secret. Professionals can kill otherworldly creatures and absorb their breath and souls, which can lead to the upgrading of this demonization rune. Utility 1, +1 to all attributes effective when placed in backpack. Utility 2, demonization. Players can use this rune to transform into a demonized creature. Cannot be used if level is insufficient. Utility 3, insufficient level, cannot be queried. Utility 4, insufficient level, cannot be queried. Utility 5, insufficient level, cannot be queried. Utility 6, insufficient level, cannot be queried. Utility 7, insufficient level, cannot be queried. Utility 7, insufficient rank, unable to inquire. Utility 8, insufficient rank, unable to inquire. Utility 9, insufficient rank, unable to query. What is this? Lin Luo was shocked, not knowing at all what this rune in his hand could do. With a full 9 utilities, it was even quite a bit more powerful than the legendary artifacts. However, he knew very well that this demonized rune was perhaps the greatest loot gained from killing the boss this time. Feeling the power of the aura coming from this demonized rune, Lin Luo solemnly placed it into his backpack. Soon, his 4 basic attributes, physique, strength, agility, and spirit, all grew by a little bit. Nowadays, his entire human attributes had already undergone a radical change. Chapter 19, SSS Evaluation. Special Prop Reward. You have successfully cleared all the monsters in this secret realm. Main Quest 1 is complete. You have successfully destroyed the Scarlet Altar. Mainline Quest 2 is complete. Another mechanical voice of the worlds will came. Secret Realm Mission Evaluation, SSS Grade. Secret Realm Reward Statistics in Progress. SSS Level Evaluation. Lin Luo sucked in a breath of cool air, his eyes filled with incredulity. SSS Grade Evaluation. This was an evaluation he had never heard before. When a professional cleared all the secret realms, copies, or completed certain quests, the worlds would give an evaluation. There were 5 levels of evaluation: D, C, B, A, and S. The higher the evaluation, the more generous the rewards given afterward. He had never gotten an evaluation about SSS grade in school or online. Perhaps, only more than 300 years ago, when those pioneers of mankind were first faced with the fusion of other worlds and the first landing of monsters, there had been evaluations of this kind of grade. You have gained 100,000 experience points. You've gained 10,000 gold coins. You have gained a special item, the Resurrection Cross. You have obtained the special item, Styx Contract. You have obtained the exclusive Profession Transfer Book Unique. You have gained the special title, Pathfinder. You have gained 1 skill point. 100,000 experience points. Lin Luo was dumbstruck. In the next second, another world will voice came. You've risen to level LV23. Your 4-dimensional attribute points have been raised by a fixed 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. You have risen to level LV24. Your 4-dimensional attribute points are fixed to increase by 1 point, and you gain 4 free attribute points. Your 4-dimensional attribute points are fixed to increase by 1 point, and you gain 4 free attribute points. Another 2 levels in a row. In addition to the massive amount of experience, Lin Luo looked on a few other rewards. Resurrection Cross, Special Prop. After dropping blood and binding it, you can obtain a chance of resurrection. After placing the Resurrection Cross on the target's location, the target can be resurrected here after death, dropping all equipment and props, 1 to your own level, and entering a state of weakness, with all attributes weakened by 50% for 1 week. Resurrection Cross, Special Prop. After dropping blood and binding it, you can obtain a chance of resurrection. After placing the Resurrection Cross on the target's location, the target can be resurrected here after death, dropping all equipment and props, 1 to your own level, and entering a state of weakness, with all attributes weakened by 50% for 1 week. Resurrection Cross, Special Prop. After dropping blood and binding it, you can obtain a chance of resurrection. Resurrection Cross. This was a resurrection opportunity. Although this resurrection prop resurrection had great limitations and aftereffects, it was undoubtedly also a supreme treasure. Its value was also above $1 million. Styx Pact, Special Props. Signing the content in the pact will be subject to the rules of the River Styx. Both signatories must not do anything that violates the content in the pact, or else their souls will be swallowed by the River Styx. River Styx Contract? This should be considered a rule-based prop, used to limit and restrict the signing parties, and is also very precious. As for the third reward, Exclusive Hidden Profession Transfer Book, you will have obtained an exclusive Hidden Profession Transfer Book that is closely related to your own profession, and can be used after LV30 level. Hidden Profession Transfer Book? Lin Luo secretly nodded. The value of this reward was also very high. The current him was already LV24, and in a few days at most, perhaps after the entrance exam, he would rise to LV30. At that time, he would be able to utilize this exclusive hidden profession transformation book for a second turn. These 3 rewards were all physical rewards. Although they didn't have equipment, they were also incomparably valuable. Ordinary professionals who wanted to obtain these 3 special props didn't know what price they would have to pay. Finally, there was this so-called title reward. Pathfinder, special title, obtainable after passing a certain newborn secret realm or copy for the first time solo, lore degree +1 after wearing it. Lore degree? What is this? Lore degree, the highest reputation, your fame spreads within the world, you will gain a massive amount of reputation among all the neutral creatures meditating in this world, your hidden charisma gains a boost, and you will gain the attention of all the neutral creatures. So that's what this does? Boosting one's hidden attribute charisma and reputation also gains a massive boost. Lin Luo guessed, does it mean that when you encounter these NPCs in the future, you can receive hidden quests more easily? Right, there's still a bit of skill points left, this is just the right time to learn the skills that I didn't learn before. Influenza virus cracking technique. Influenza virus lysis, mutated skill, limited to LV10 level to learn. In a short period of time, it causes the target to undergo a severe influenza state, and in a very short period of time, it causes all of its symptoms to erupt together. The quest is complete, you have 10 minutes left to stay in this secret realm. 10 more minutes? I've completely cleared this secret realm, and this secret realm will disappear after I leave. Lin Luo didn't leave at first, but opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Lin Luo. Profession, priest. Level, LV24. Title, Pathfinder. Experience, 5,250 35,000. Strength, 3229 plus 3. Physique, 3828 plus 10. Agility, 3028 plus 2. Spirit, 134 128 plus 6. Equipment, Scarlet Berserker Staff, Demon Mouse Pupil, Demon Spirit Leather Armor, Bone Shattered Teeth. Backpack, Rune of Magicalization, Cross of Resurrection, Styx Contract, Exclusive Hidden Profession Transfer Book. Skills, Skin Burst LV1, Acute Gastroenteritis Instant Outbreak LV1, Pain Deepening LV, Mental Confusion LV1, Alzheimer's LV1, Influenza Virus Lysis LV1, Blood Burning LV2, Black Death Outbreak LV2. Phew. He took a legendary breath, it's finally over, and next, it's time to face the college entrance exam in 3 days. Go back and take a rest. After making his choice, his figure was quickly flooded by a light and disappeared. At the same time, on the Demon Mouse Plains, at the entrance of the Scarlet Altar's secret realm, several people were waiting in boredom. They had already waited for more than an hour, and the fact that the entrance to the secret realm hadn't collapsed yet proved that the secret realm hadn't disappeared yet. However, there had been no professionals coming out either, indicating that the other party was still fighting within the secret realm. Lian Yining asked in boredom, Little Auntie, who exactly are the people inside, why aren't they out yet? I don't know. Lian Xinger shook her head, but the other party is most likely a very experienced old team that knows the value of the secret realm and must be advancing step by step. Even if they can't completely pass the secret realm, they will find a way to stay inside, and even 10 people will lure out the monsters inside one by one and kill them. Ha! Lian Yining cried out, brush them out one by one, then how long do we have to wait? I'm not sure. Lian Xinger laughed bitterly, as far as I can remember, there was a large secret realm there in the imperial capital before, and there were more than a dozen teams working together, and they stayed in the secret realm for more than 2 months before they were completely cleared. What? More than 2 months, that. Lian Yining was still about to say something when the entrance to the secret realm in front of them suddenly emitted a violent fluctuation. This is the entrance going to open. The other party has failed, let's prepare to go in. Good. Chapter 20, The Unbelievable Lian Yining. As the entrance to the secret cave flickered, a silhouette appeared in front of Lian Xinger and the others. Dressed in a silver-trimmed vestment on a black background and holding a scarlet staff, his eyes were cold, his temperament was feminine, and he actually exuded an incomparably evil aura. A person? How is that possible? His teammates are dead? This poor, only one person left. Sounds of regret rang out one after another, but the eyes of Lian Xinger and Lian Yining changed violently. Especially Lian Yining, she almost broke out, Lin Luo? Why are you here? Little brother, Lian Xinger also subconsciously looked at Lian Yining. Ninger, you guys know each other? Lian Yining hurriedly said, Little aunt, he's a classmate from our class, and like us, he also just awakened not long ago. No wonder. She hurriedly walked up and asked, Lin Luo, are you alright? How did you end up inside this secret realm? Lin Luo was also a bit surprised, not expecting to run into Lian Yining here. Looking around at the surrounding professionals, he also had a guess in his heart. It seemed that this secret realm had also been discovered by them. I was already practicing here, and the entrance to the secret realm was just brushed in front of me, so I went in to take a look. Lian Yining said anxiously, why are you so impulsive? The newborn secret realm is very dangerous. Where are your teammates? What can you do if something happens to you? Lian Xinger strangely glanced at this niece of hers. When had she ever seen her so anxious? Could it be that She looked Lin Luo up and down, her figure and face value were high, no wonder she could attract this little niece of hers. Even herself, a few days ago, she was also attracted to him. Looking at the anxious Lin Yining in front of him, Lin Luo's eyes were also a bit strange and said, I'm fine, I'm just one person, I don't have many teammates. Just pass through this secret realm, this will be ready to return. Pass the secret realm? How can that be? Lin Luo hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted by the professional next to him. This is a LV15 level difficult level secret realm, how can you pass it alone? Yeah, it would take at least 10 fully equipped LV10 level or higher players to clear it. Young man, don't pretend in front of a pretty girl. You, like Missy, were just awakened a week ago, and your highest level is only 10, how is it possible? Shut up! Lian Qinger droned darkly, and all the people around her subconsciously stopped, but their eyes were still somewhat unconvinced. Lian Yining also tensed up, itching to fire all these people arranged by the family. Lian Qinger hurriedly said, little brother, don't take it to heart, they are all unintentional mistakes. Although the words were said so, her eyes were also filled with skepticism. As a professional who was about to turn 2, how could she not be aware of the difficulties of the newborn secret realm? Moreover, it was still a LV15 level difficulty level secret realm. Even if they were fully armed, it was possible that they would all be wiped out. The reason was very simple, the newborn secret realm didn't have any strategies, the monsters, maps, and mechanic information inside were unclear to everyone, and it was necessary to go through attempt after attempt, probing through the various intelligence inside before they could do their best to complete the clearance. To Lin Luo, this kind of direct once through, even single person through the newborn secret realm of the case, there is simply no. Lin Luo was also too lazy to explain and casually said, the college entrance exam will be in 3 days, I hope that Lian will be able to get into a university of his choice. After saying this, he also ignored the strange eyes of the people present and turned around to leave. Lin Luo! Lin Luo! Lian Yining hurriedly jogged to follow, all the time carefully explaining. Ninger! Lian Qinger subconsciously shouted, we still have to enter the copy. Unfortunately, both of them had already walked away, or perhaps Lian Yining hadn't even listened to Lian Qinger's words. Miss, why don't we go into the secret realm first? Yes, we have to send someone in first to check what's going on inside. Alas, Missy is too simple and can easily be tricked. As they were talking, someone suddenly shouted, no, it's not good. Quick look at the entrance to the secret realm. Spatial fluctuation, the secret realm entrance is going to disappear. A dozen people all subconsciously shouted, staring wide-eyed at the secret realm entrance that was gradually collapsing. As senior professionals, they knew very well what this represented. Once the entrance to the secret realm disappeared, it meant that someone had cleared this secret realm. In the future, this secret realm would disappear forever. That kid really passed this newborn secret realm. Still alone. How is it possible? What exactly is that classmate of Missy's? On the other side, Lian Yining trotted to follow Lin Luo. Lin Luo, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with any of those people, they were all arranged for me by my family. Lin Luo laughed, what are you explaining to me? I'm not going to get angry at a stranger's taunts. That's good. Lian Yining took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to say, then, that, when the college entrance exam is held 3 days later, can I team up with you during the team competition? Every year during the college entrance exam, it would be divided into 2 exams. The first one was the team competition, where 3 people in a group would raid the high-test practice tower together. After raiding the trial tower for more than 10 floors within the specified time, they would be considered to have passed the exam, and would be given the opportunity to enter the professionals' university. The higher the number of floors, the higher the chance to be admitted to a high-quality professional university. The second type was the individual competition. This was a test held for the top 10 universities and the 3 major military schools, and it was based on the individual's wish to enroll. Participating professionals would fight against each other in pairs, and the better the performance, the more likely they would be accepted by the top 10 colleges and universities, or the 3 major military schools. After she finished speaking, she didn't dare to look at Lin Luo, but instead lowered her head, her breathing was a little short. Lin Luo's mouth twitched, what are you doing with your head down? It's not like you can't see your own feet. Why did you pick me? My profession is a priest, low-level priests basically don't have much attack ability, and the amount of milk is pitifully small, unlike you. What milk quantity? Nothing? Oh. Lian Yining mumbled, I don't want to be with the others, I just want to be with someone familiar. These were the words she had managed to muster up the courage to say. If she was rejected, she would simply have no face to see others. Looking at the young girl in front of her, Lin Luo spoke, good. Lian Yining cheered, then later we go back together? We'll drive. No need, those friends of yours don't seem to welcome me very much. No, not really, Let's see you in 3 days, I'll never go back on what I promised you. Okay. Not long after, Lian Yining returned to Lian Qinger's side, but she saw several people staring at her with very strange faces. Lian Yining's face reddened, thinking that her performance just now had been discovered. She said in embarrassment, "What are you guys looking at, little ant? Don't we still have to enter the secret realm?" Lian Qing's voice was a little dry and hoarse. "There's nothing secret realm, condensation, that classmate of yours can be remarkable." What? Chapter 21, Call Dad and I'll give it to you. A day later, Lin Luo finally returned to Binhai City from the Demon Mouse Plains. He first came to the Professionals Guild and disposed of some of the equipment and materials in his backpack that he couldn't use to the guild. As the official organization of the professionals in Binhai City, they purchased all kinds of equipment and materials all year round, and the price was very fair. In addition to that, the Professionals Guild also had external businesses such as enchanting, building, and manufacturing. Most of the living professionals served in the Professionals Guild. Apart from the set of equipment that he had purposely left behind, the rest of the equipment and materials were bought for just over 40,000 gold coins. Counting the 10,000 gold coins dropped by the final boss of the secret realm, Lin Luo now had more than 50,000 gold coins in his possession. In this world, gold coins were also hard currency amongst professionals. The ratio was almost around 1.10 to the coins used by ordinary people. In other words, the 50,000 odd gold coins Lin had on him right now were enough to exchange for more than $500,000 in money. There was a price for it. And that was just ordinary equipment and materials. If he was willing to sell the Resurrection Cross, or the Styx contract, or the exclusive Hidden Profession transfer book, he would be able to exchange it for at least 1,000,000 gold coins. In just a week's time, the amount of money he earned would be more than the salary his mother earned in a decade. One could imagine the power of the professionals in this world. After returning home, Lin Luo opened his cell phone. In the wild monster swiping zones, copies, and secret realms, because of the shift in the rules of the world, there was no signal at all to use a cell phone. When he opened it, as expected, his mother hadn't left a single phone call. Instead, it was Tang Chang, who had left him quite a few messages. "Luo brother, let's go leveling as soon as we go. I shield you milk, and then add a DPS invincible Luo brother, why didn't you come to school? Luo brother. You're not going to run out alone to practice leveling, are you? Brother Luo, you mustn't die. Brother Luo." This mother Lin Luo shook his head. Tang Chang should be considered his best friend in this world, casually sent him a message back. "I'm back, come to my house, there's something for you." The message was sent out in just a few minutes. Tang Chang had a message back. "Luo brother, you're back, I'll be right there." 10 minutes later, the front door was knocked on, opening it to see that it was indeed Tang Chang. "Luo brother, auntie hasn't come back yet After coming in, he directly opened the refrigerator and took a can of Coke and poured it into his mouth, just like arriving at his own home. "No, there is no signal at all in that place in the prosperous Star Sea. Only after the voyage cruise ship arrives at the harbor will there be information. I also didn't add her professional friend, wait for her to come back next time." Lin Luo shrugged his shoulders. In the city, professionals could use cell phones to contact each other. And in the game zone, professionals could communicate by adding each other as friends. It was also convenient to communicate in the chat box in the area channel and world channel. "Luo, where have you been these past few days? Why haven't you been practicing with your school teacher?" Lin Luo lay on the sofa and casually said, "I went elsewhere, right? How many levels are you?" Tang Cheng then said excitedly, "Luo brother, you don't know, we went to the skeleton plains, good guy, that place is full of skeletons, made a lot of girls cry in fear, and I'm already LV 10 level, also just came back to rest yesterday." He quietly came over again and whispered, "Luo go, in the past, my teacher often said something about how professionals are the ones who are on top of this world and are qualified to enjoy life. I didn't understand it before, but now I'm really feeling it Lin Luo raised his eyebrows. "Why, what life epiphany again?" "Ha ha ha ha," Tang Cheng hemmed and hawed. "Luo, you still remember Zhang Ning, right? Zhang Ning? Remember, you seem to have chased her before, right? What happened?" Lin Luo said, "This awakening, she seems to have failed? Humph humph humph. That ninny used to be very arrogant and couldn't see me at all. But now, ha ha ha. What did you do?" "Not what I do." Tang Cheng anxious, "Last night, but she took the initiative to find me, but also drank wine, we two on. He. Lin Luo shook his head and said, "Your kid is hit by the beauty plan." "What beauty plan? I also just play around." Tang Cheng said, "She's just an ordinary woman, she can only be a concubine at most in the future." In this world, powerful professionals could have n women at the same time. Correspondingly, powerful female professionals could also have quite a few faceheads at the same time. Polygamy and polyandry were normal in this world. Concubines are concubines, just don't fail them in the future. Lin Luo said indifferently. This was Tang Cheng's private matter. Although he was a brother, he couldn't be in charge of anything. With a flick of his hand, 5 differently shaped equipments appeared on the empty space in front of him. "Take a look at these equipments, team up with me during the college entrance exam and try to enter the top 10 colleges." Tang Cheng let out a cry of surprise, his eyes almost glaring out, actually directly kneeling on the ground, his hands delicately caressing the equipment underneath him, like caressing a beauty's carcass. Bronze weapon, Sword of the Beast. This plate armor is also bronze equipment. There's also a bronze belt. It actually adds 10 points of constitution. Logo. You robbed the Professionals Guild supply depot? Tang set up immediately put these equipments on his body, smiling like a little cutie. Like. These are all the equipment I popped out in the past few days, call daddy, and I'll give it to you. Grandpa. You're my grandpa. Tang Chang jumped onto Lin Luo's sofa on the spur of the moment, shouting, Grandpa, give it to me, quickly give it to me. Roll, roll, roll. You dead gay. Right, brother Luo, it takes 3 people for the college entrance exam team test, we're only 2 here? Should we call Li Yuhang from class 7? Or Prince Chen from class 3? They are both awakened C-class combat professionals. No need, I've already talked to someone. Who is it? You'll know when the time comes. Alright, by the way Lo, where did you type these things up? This is too much. I came across a newborn secret realm. A newborn secret realm? Luck against the heavens. Chapter 22 Freshman Occupiers High School Exam, S-Class Occupiers. Late night. Binhai City, Lian family residence. The head of the Lian family's current clan, Lian Chang, looked over in surprise at his precious daughter, Lian Yining, who had just returned from going out to practice. What did you say, Ninger? You're actually going to refuse the Dongfang family's invitation? That young master of the Dongfang family is an awakened S-class professional. If the 2 of you team up and break into the trial tower, you'll definitely be able to get first place in this year's college entrance exam, which is... Dad. Lian Yining interrupted Lian Chang's words and gathered her courage. I've already said goodbye to my friend, we'll team up together, so you don't have to worry. Lian Chang frowned. What level of occupation did that friend of yours awaken? Is it a rank like you? Or is it B rank? As far as I know, there are a total of 4 S-ranked professions awakened amongst the newborn professionals in Marina City this year, and they all have their own fixed teams, so if you're teaming up with someone else. Looking at the eyes to avoid the eyes, Lian Chang took a deep breath and said, not S-class? Not a rank? Neither is it B rank. Could it be C rank? Ninger. Other things Dad can promise you, but this matter concerns your future. How can you find a C-ranked professional to team up with? Dad. Lian Yining whispered again, no, it's not C rank, it's D rank. What? Lian Chang's eyes went black before his eyes and he hurriedly said, D grade? Ninger, are you kidding? What use can a D-ranked professional be, you? Looking at the eyes with a slightly red face, Lian Chang hurriedly said, what is he? Could it be that you have a favorite? I will never agree. Dad. Big brother. Lian Qinger suddenly walked in and spoke, Big brother, I know who Ninger is going to team up with. That person is only awakened to a D-ranked profession, but his melee strength is very strong. Lian Chang looked at his sister, who was a dozen years younger than himself, and only then did he suppress his fire and asked, you've seen that kid? Seen it. How was it? What exactly is his profession? A D-ranked priest. Priest? Lian Chang subconsciously covered his chest, he was afraid of picking out his own heart. Big brother. Lian Qinger laughed, don't underestimate that guy, even though he's only a D-ranked priest profession, he's definitely hiding secrets in his body. Lian Chang asked strangely, hidden secrets? How do you know? Lian Qinger spoke, didn't I send out a message earlier that a newborn secret realm had been discovered? I know about this matter. That brat, alone, cleared that newborn secret realm. Lian Qinger said seriously, a LV-15 level difficult secret realm. What? June 7th. The entrance exam ceremony for freshman professionals in Binhai City, and even the entire country. Thousands of soldiers and horses crossed a single wooden bridge. If you pass the exam, you will be like a fish leaping over the dragon door, stepping onto the road of prosperity and fighting for the rise of the human race. Even if one fails the exam, one could choose to become a freelancer and live a lifetime without worrying about food and clothing. Friends of the audience. Friends of the audience. I'm your good friend Ice. Right now I'm at the periphery of the trial tower of the East Sea District of Binhai City. Today more than 20,000 freshman professionals in the East Sea District of Binhai City will break into the trial tower together to complete this year's college entrance examination. Outside the trial tower of the East Sea District of Binhai City, before dawn, it was already crowded with ordinary people, reporters, staff, and even troops and doctors who had come to watch the ceremony. Freshman professionals participating in the entrance exam, after all, had to fight monsters to the death, and getting injured was a common thing. Even death was no less common. Every year, the number of deaths during the college entrance exam was above hundreds. One could only say that the humans in this world today had long been accustomed to seeing life and death. Every year, the entrance exam for newborn professionals was a major event for the entire human race. The short-haired, cute-looking Bing Bing was tilting her head to the camera, and as she did so, the camera randomly shone on the trial tower behind her. A round tower with a diameter of about 1,000 meters and towering over the clouds appeared in front of the viewers' friends. Friends of the audience, this is the trial tower. Every year, during the college entrance exams, university graduation audits, or career recognition, every professional has to go through the trial tower after all. 300 years ago, the heavens and earth changed drastically, and thousands of trial towers appeared all over the globe. This is a gift and present from the gods to us humans. There are a total of 999 floors in the trial towers, and there was once a rumor that if someone could break through to the first 1,000 floors, they would be able to pierce through the limitations of the human gods and become a god on the ground. Unfortunately, more than 300 years have passed, and the strongest 10 professionals we humans have ever organized to step into the trial tower only managed to break through to the 723rd floor at most. This is also the reason why our country has made such a strong effort to cultivate professionals. I hope that the future generations of professionals can follow in the footsteps of their predecessors and break through the 999th floor of the trial tower. The people in front of the television all looked at the screen with excitement and thrill. On this day, more than 30 provincial capitals and large cities across the country were all broadcasting live the high school entrance examination ceremonies of their respective cities. Mom and Dad, I want to become a professional in the future too. I think back then, your father and I also broke through the trial tower. Dad, you broke through to the first few floors off? It seems to be the third floor, right? Cut. People to get into college, the requirements of the minimum are 10 layers. Dad, so lame. Hush, good son, at least give Dad some face. Ah, husband, you are so cute. Bing Bing's cute face appeared on the camera again. She said excitedly, this year, our Binhai City has produced several S-class professionals. 10 days ago our TV station had interviewed them, and again we organized a popularity vote for newborn professionals. Now, let's reveal the answer to this poll. Bing Bing stretched out her crisp tones and announced, the one who won the first place in the popularity ranking of the freshman professionals in Binhai City is student Morong Shuehen from the East Sea district of Binhai City. On the screen, a figure immediately appeared. A head of long silver-colored hair, a delicate and stunning face, and a pair of pupils that were actually golden yellow in color, as if they contained incomparably hot flames. Morong Shuehen, 17 years old, freshman at Binhai City's second middle school. Awakened occupation is Angel. Chapter 23, Dragon Knight Dongfanghe. Angel Morong Shuehen. Occupation evaluation is S rank. The awakening comes with a change in one's own bloodline, and now student Morong Shuehen already possesses the bloodline of the Angel clan, and was born with the ability to cultivate both magic and martial arts, and control the ability of light. Bing Bing said excitedly, among all the newborn professionals, Morong Shuetian has unrivaled popularity. I'll go. It's actually an angel profession, how is this possible? A candidate from Marina City is this strong? It's actually an angel, it's definitely a hidden profession. This seems to be the first time in 300 years that an occupation has appeared, right? It's too powerful. A professional angel who also possesses an angelic bloodline and looks so beautiful. Hey, top secret news, I heard that in order to compete for Morong Shuetian's classmates, the top 10 colleges and the 3 major military academies have all broken their heads. Then Morong Shuetian students in the end to which school? I don't know. Next. It's the second most popular. Dongfanghe student. With Bing Bing's announcement, another figure appeared on the screen. A stout young man, wearing golden battle armor and holding a cold lance. What attracted the most attention was that at his feet, there was actually a lizard-like creature the size of a wolfhound crouching. Giant dragon. Dongfanghe, 17 years old, student of the first middle school in Binhai City. Awakened occupation as a dragon knight. Occupation evaluation S rank. The awakening came with a dragon egg, which hatched a flaming dragon 3 days ago. Student Dongfanghe has been admitted early to our country's Southeast Military Academy to become an honorable soldier. The reason why he came to participate in the examination today, according to student Dongfanghe, he wants to prove to everyone with his strength and hard work. Another S-ranked professional. Dragon Knight. It actually comes with a huge dragon, it's just too strong. This dragon is too small. When the dragon grows up, will Dongfanghe still be alive? You're silly, there are a lot of treasures inside the wild secret realms and copies that can promote the growth of pets. As long as you can find them, Dongfanghe will surely become an epic level professional, or even a legendary level professional. So envious, Dongfanghe is so handsome. This year's freshman professionals from Binhai City are so strong, it seems like the next 2 are still S-class professionals. Third place. Student Pingon Shen from the Yellow River district of Binhai City. On the screen, the figure of a teenager appeared once again. He wore a long linen shirt and actually carried an ancient-looking longsword on his back. Student Pingon Shen, a student of the first middle school of Binhai City, awakened professional as a peerless swordsman. Occupation evaluation is S rank. Another S-ranked professional. These top 10 popular players couldn't all be S-ranked professionals. By no means. I remember the previous record was 11 S-ranked professionals a year, how could Marina City have all of them? This little brother is also handsome. Fourth place. It's Mr. Yang Shinli from Chang'an district of Binhai City. On the screen, the figure of a teenager appeared once again. He was holding a jade slip, his eyes sparkling with starlight, looking incomparably wise. Student Yang Xinli, student of the 5th middle school in Binhai City, awakened professional as a talisman master. Occupation evaluation is S rank. Another S-ranked professional. The first 4 are all S-ranked professionals. This year's trial tower competition is looking good. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's single-person competition. I wonder who is stronger and who of these 4. Talisman profession? It seems like it's never appeared before. Another hidden profession. In front of the TV screen, online, and in front of cell phones, with the host's broadcast, the people of the entire coastal city seem to have fallen into a sea of excitement. Almost everyone was eagerly discussing the professions that appeared one after another. And in a secluded, but incomparably luxurious room, the stout Dongfang he was gazing at the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him. Underneath this floor-to-ceiling window was the crowded trial square. This hotel, he was standing opposite to the trial tower. At Dongfang's feet, there was also a wolfhound-sized lizard creature lying on its back, tearing vigorously at a large piece of beef. As it tore, around the beef, circles and circles of coke actually appeared, being swallowed by it in one big gulp. Thumbing. Boss, you actually only ranked 2nd, are these people blind? Behind Dongfang there was another teenager wearing a vestment robe who cynically said, "You're a dragon knight and a giant dragon pet, how could you possibly lose to that little girl Morong Shuechen?" I see, that group of people are looking at Morong Shuechen for the sake of Morong Shuechen being a beautiful girl. Shut up. Dongfang he said in a cold voice, Morong Shuechen is the woman I have my eyes on, what qualifications do you have to talk about her? The French-robed teenager hurriedly said, "Right, sorry boss, I didn't know you. Morong Shuechen is the youngest daughter of the Morong family, you are not qualified to speak about her." Dongfang he continued, "Fang Yuan, if it wasn't for the fact that your profession is rare, just on the words you just insulted Morong Shuechen, I could kill you." The teenager named Fang Yuan was anxious and subconsciously fell to his knees. "Boss, I'm sorry, I..." Bang bang bang. The door of the room was suddenly knocked. Dongfang he withdrew his eyes. "Get up, go open the door." Yes. Fang Yuan hurriedly climbed up and jogged to open the door. Outside the room, a burly bodyguard wearing a black suit with sunglasses was standing at the door with a teenager. "Young master, I've brought the person you wanted. Come in." "Yes." A teenager with a nervous face walked in, looking at Dongfang he's back, his breathing suddenly became rapid. Dongfang he's voice also rang out, "Yang Haoran, a native of Linhai City's quiet district, a student of Binhai City's 12th middle school. Father Yang Xiaoyong, deputy director of the 7th steel factory in Binhai City, mother Liang Siphon, full-time wife. Your awakened profession is a magic swordsman, and your profession is evaluated at level A. Am I correct?" Yang Haoran's face changed violently and said cautiously, who are you?" He was just now rendezvousing with his 2 teammates to discuss the content of the next exam about the trial tower. Those 2 teammates, but they were teammates that he had handpicked. Each of them was a B-ranked professional, and their abilities complemented his. He had also promised them that if he could break through to more than 10 floors and win the top 100 in all of Binhai City, he would give each of them a $100,000 bonus. For the sake of this college entrance examination, he was ready to put up a fight. Who knows, when he was preparing, he was actually stopped by a man in black, saying that someone wanted to see him. Seeing the face of the other party's identity and strength, he agreed to follow him. Unexpectedly, the other party actually investigated his own life to the letter. Chapter 24, High School Group. "I'm coming. Dongfang he said in a deep voice, "I'm very optimistic about your profession, so you'll follow me in this exam." Yang Haoran's eyes changed violently. "Dongfang he? That dragon knight? The Eastern family." He subconsciously closed his mouth and hurriedly said, Okay, I promise. He who knows the time is a good man." Dongfang he nodded and said, "This is your teammate Fang Yuan, just like you, he is also an A-ranked professional, a formation master." "Formation master?" Yang Haoran said strangely, "Isn't a formation master an auxiliary profession, how?" Fang Yuan coldly grunted, "I'm a hidden profession, forbidden formation master amongst the formation masters, my shots become forbidden, don't compare those waste formation masters with me." Yes. Yang Haoran nodded his head one after another. How could the person who could be valued by the young master of the Dongfang family, and the dragon knight Dongfang he, who was an S-class professional, be an ordinary professional? He was also lucky to be looked at by the other party. As for the 2 classmates that he had agreed to earlier, let them roll. Dongfang he's voice suddenly sounded again, "I heard that there's another A-rank hidden professional in your school, named Lian Yining?" Yang Haoran's heart was instantly startled as he whispered, Yes, young master Dongfang. Spirit Snow Maiden? Rumor has it that a bizarre professional once appeared more than 200 years ago, with a fusion of wind and snow abilities and soul abilities, powerful enough to rival an S-class professional. Dongfang he slowly shook his head. "Unfortunately, to actually dare to refuse my invitation, what awaits her can only be failure." Yes. In another golden and glorious room. Morong Shuehen, whose body was filled with a holy aura and whose face was stunningly beautiful, was also looking at the distant trial tower. Beside her, two newborn professionals, a man and a woman, also followed. The young girl was wearing a big red robe, her body was extremely explosive, and her looks were also extremely beautiful, but compared to Morong Shuehen, it was quite inferior. The young man on the side looked naive, but his eyes were full of love and admiration for Morong Shuechen. His hands were extremely thick, covered with calluses and strong. Shuehen, don't worry, the first place in this college entrance exam will definitely be yours. The young girl grabbed the staff in her hand and said excitedly, my profession that I switched to is the Flame Mage. Even amongst all the A-ranked professionals the damage can be ranked in the top 10, and you've found a book of firewall technique skills, brushing monsters at a faster speed. When we rush into the trial tower, you guys will be responsible for drawing monsters for me, ha 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 ha. Morong Shuehan also laughed, then I'll rely on you Mei. I heard that the reward for the first place in this college entrance exam is a world wonder. If I can get that reward, I can even open up a small world that is uniquely my own. A world wonder. Mei said excitedly, it's actually a world wonder, the Marina City Professionals Guild is actually so generous this time? What else? Morong Shuechen shrugged her shoulders, I heard that this world wonders is the relic of a senior, so I guess there are quite a few more conditions for getting it. Winning the first place in this college entrance exam is just a qualification to obtain this world wonder. The teenager next to him suddenly said in a jar, Shweskar, you, don't worry, I will definitely protect you. Whoever wants to harm you will have to step over my corpse. Morong Shuehen's smile was still warm, and she said softly, I know, thank you, my guardian knight. As time passed, there were more and more people in the trial square. And within the sealed area, there were also a large number of students participating in this competition slowly entering. Wow! So many people. Are all these people here to see us? The trial tower has a space all to itself, and they can't see what's going on inside, so what are they looking at? Of course it's just to watch the fun, there are so many people at the entrance exams every year. In addition to the parents of the candidates, it seems like there are many people from other organizations, companies, and schools, and whoever gets good grades will immediately be pulled in by them. Wow! I wish I could pass the 10th layer. Che, what's the 10th floor? My goal is the 15th floor. The 15th floor? That's the admission line of a key professional university. Hey, do you want spinach? I have a way, someone out there is placing a bet on who will win first place this year, Dongfang He 1.0.9, Morong Shuechuan 1.0.9. This bet little cute. Only then place it. I remember that the previous record for our Marina City High School entrance exam was 26 floors. I wonder if someone will break the record this year. It's open. It's open. The sealed area was filled with students who were participating in this college entrance exam, and it was very lively. In the crowd, there were also several figures that spontaneously formed a line and gazed around indifferently. Dongfang He, Fang Yuan, Yang Haoren. Morong Shuechen, Li Mei, Shi Lei. Pingon Chen, Hao Zhao, Zhang Meng. Yang Shenli, Yang Zixio, Zhang Yangfan. These four teams were the ones that attracted the most attention. Almost half of the journalists, headhunters, and personnel of large organizations present had their eyes on these four teams. The reason was simple, these four teams, the leader of each team was an S-class professional. They were the most favorable contenders for this gauntlet, the champion team. At the same time, in the corner of the sealed area, Lin Luo and Tang Chang were still sitting in the rest area. Tang Chang was swiping the news on his cell phone while chattering about something. Brother Luo, this Morong Shuehen can be really pretty, it's not on par with Goddess Lien. S-rank profession Angel. S-rank profession Dragon Knight. S-rank profession Peerless Swordsman. S-rank profession Talisman. Why are there so many S-class professions? I'm going? Luo brother look, even the goddess is on the list, 6th place on the popularity list of freshman professionals in Binhai City. Ha 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 ha. In the entire popularity list, there are only two girls, Morong Shuetian and Goddess Lien, it's just too strong. Tang Chang spoke excitedly, his tone filled with envy. Alas, these few people can definitely break into the 15th floor or more, or even the 20th floor or more, the top 10 colleges are not running away. How are people born casually are S-class and A-class professionals, unlike you and me, just C-class and D-class? Lin Luo really couldn't stand this guy, can you shut up? It's been almost half an hour of talking. Boss. Tang Cheng exclaimed again, we're still short of people. If we can't find anyone else, it'll just be the two of us. Didn't you say you've already found your teammates? Where are the people? Where are the people? Oh, are the two of us going in to be sandbags for the monsters? That's what you said, Lin Luo. Suddenly at this time, a clear and somewhat happy voice came over. I'm coming. Chapter 25, the beginning of the college entrance exam. The first floor of the trial tower. I'm coming. Tang Cheng subconsciously turned around, but found a delicate and cute girl wearing a white dress was standing next to him, strangely asked, Goddess Lien? Why are you here, aren't you hurrying to meet up with your team? Lian Yining walked over to Lin Luo and said, "You guys are my teammates." What? Tang Cheng sucked in a breath of cool air. "How is that possible? You're an A-ranked profession, we're just…" Luo Gu. "You're awesome. If this is spread out, I wonder how many people's jaws will be dropped. Even that old Li guy probably wouldn't have thought of it. Can you shut up?" Lin Luo's head was a bit big. Why hadn't he realized that Tang Cheng talked so much? Especially after becoming a professional, he talked even more. Lian Yining said softly, "I didn't disturb you guys, did I?" "No." Lin Luo said, "Are they all ready? The time is about to start." "Aha!" Lian Yining nodded vigorously, "Ready." "Luo, I'm ready too. It'll start in about 10 more minutes. I wonder what kind of surprises will be inside this trial tower." On the high platform on the outside of the trial square, there were still more than 10 imposing figures sitting. They were the executives of the various classes in Marina City, the principals of high schools, the heads of vocational universities, the officials, the professionals guild, other guilds, and so on. Every year, they were the navigators as well as the invigilators during the occupant higher education examination. "Ah, Principal Zhang, this year, your first high school has produced several good seedlings. There are actually 2 S-ranked professionals." Yes, Principal Zhang, as far as I remember, apart from the 2 S-ranked professionals, there are also a few other A-ranked hidden professionals that can be comparable to S-ranked professionals, right? Worthy of being the principal of the first middle school. Ah. Among the crowd, a short and chubby middle-aged man was full of smiles, the corners of his mouth never closing. "Thanks to all of you, this is the blessing of my human race, but also rely more on your support, The principal of the first middle school in Binhai City, Zhang Difu, looked like a Maitreya Buddha. Don't talk about me, the old he's second middle school, and the 5th middle school are very good, also out of the S-class professionals. This year, the number of professionals is really high, more than the previous year can be 0.5%. Yes, the number of high-level professionals is also a lot more. I remember the whole year S-class professionals, the entire coastal city onto it. This year there are actually 4. God bless my human race, By the way, who do you guys think will be this year's top student in Binhai City? Definitely old Zhang's first middle school. Where? That kid Dongfang, he has already been internalized by the Southeast Military Academy, and Shen Pingan also intends to belong to the Imperial Capital Professionals University. They won't be counted in the ranking even if they are references. First is first. When the time comes, the trial tower will have records, and the whole country will be able to see it. Alas, no matter if it's the champion or the runner-up, it's a good thing for our human race. Not bad. I heard the news that the Earth Cave, the Starry Sea and the Outer Domain have seen more and more monster riots in the past 2 years. I really hope that these newborn professionals can grow up quickly. The news is accurate? If the monsters riot, then the pressure on the troops and professionals stationed in the front can't be easy to bear. Alas, yes, I've heard that a legendary senior has also fallen. That world wonder? I said that Marina City was so generous to actually come up with a world wonder as a champion's reward. That world wonders has been destroyed, and is of little use to high-level professionals. But for the newborn professionals, both said that it also has great utility. As long as they are willing to cultivate it with care, it can also be derived into a side of the world. Well, this big event has a few seniors and official decision. We do a good job of the current task. Not bad, the time is almost here, announced the start of the college entrance exam. Just as everyone was still discussing, a thick voice abruptly rang out from the trial square. Attention all college entrance examination candidates, the 367th college entrance examination will begin immediately. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. It's about to start. Get ready. It's about to go in. The top student of this college entrance exam will definitely be Big Brother Dongfang's. Our second middle school will never give up either. There's still a few seconds left, quickly place your bets for me. I'm betting on Dongfang he to be the top student. It's about to start. 3, 2, 1. The 367th High Exam Practice Tower Trial, begin. Buzz. A huge white light suddenly descended from the sky, wrapping all the Gaoshue candidates within the sealed area of the trial square. In the next second, everyone disappeared. By the time Lin Luo regained the light before his eyes, they actually appeared on a desolate wasteland. The ground was rough gravel, with sparse vegetation growing around it. Further away was a dim sky and winding black mountains. Wow! Is this the trial tower? Tang Cheng had already changed into his one-flash equipment, a bronze-colored armor that encased his entire body, living like a large canister. On his side, Lin Luo and Lian Yining stood opposite each other. Lian Yining had also changed into a snow-white long skirt. The hem of the skirt was decorated with white snowflakes, bare arms and tender white long legs, looking incomparably pure as well as delicate. As for Lin Luo, he was also dressed in a black vestment, holding a black and red staff. His body was filled with a kind of evil atmosphere. I heard that the Tower of Trials has 999 floors, and each floor is a separate world with a large area, and the number and types of monsters from each floor are different, and they will be refreshed every day, just like copies. Lian Yining also said, I remember my teacher telling me, as well as quite a few guides on the internet, that the first layer of the trial tower is called the Red Wasteland, and there are 5 entrances. The closest entrance to us is there in the canyon. She pointed to a long black line not far away, which was obviously the entrance he was talking about. There are more than 20,000 freshman professionals participating in this entrance exam. The more layers you break through in 12 hours, the higher your evaluation and grades will be. Lin Luo waved his staff in his hand. Let's begin. There are already monsters coming. Ha! Ow! A miserable scream suddenly came out, only to see several figures suddenly emerge from the nearby hills, pouncing towards Lin Luo and the others on all fours. LV-15 level monsters, ferocious hyenas. Chapter 26, This Little Princess of the Lin family, It's a Pity. Roar GA. Within the Red Wasteland, a black ferocious creature violently pounced out, biting the head of a ferocious hyena with a single bite and chewing on it. The ferocious hyena's hard head was unable to stop its sharp teeth and bite, and was easily chewed up. The other ferocious hyenas, on the other hand, were so shocked by the aura of this terrifying creature that they actually stopped where they were and didn't dare to move forward. 3 figures walked out, and it was the squad led by Dongfang He. Humph. A mere LV-15 level ordinary monster, how can it compare to my Black Reaper? Roar. The young dragon that had been made the Black Reaper roared, slapping another ferocious hyena to death. Yang Haoran hurriedly flattered, young Master Dongfang's strength surely tops all the candidates of this college entrance exam. It only took 10 days of awakening to register and he's already at LV-18 level. The top student of this college entrance examination is none other than you. Dongfang He was non-committal. There are 4 S-class professionals in Binhai City this time. I have privately competed with Pingon Chen. His attack power is amazing, but unfortunately, I have the help of the Black Reaper. He is not my opponent. Nowadays, my biggest rivals are Morong Shueshuan from the 2nd middle school, and Yang Shenli from the 5th middle school. I hope that the 2 of them will give me a surprise. Young Master Dongfang, you will definitely be the champion of this college entrance exam. Right, I feel the same way. Cut the crap, this college entrance exam only has 12 hours, this time, my goal is the 30th floor of the trial tower. What? The 30th floor, that's a place where only second-turn professionals have the chance to break in. Scared? Fang Yuan looked at Yang Haoran disdainfully. If you're afraid, then hurry up and get out. Yang Haoran's face changed and he gritted his teeth. Who's afraid? Good. 30 floors is 30 floors. Today I, Yang Haoran, will follow young Master Dongfang and charge into the 30th floor even if I throw this 100 pounds here. Cut the crap, take action. Yes. Young Master Dongfang. In the other direction of the Red Wasteland, Li Mei reached out and waved her hand, and blazing flames surged out, engulfing several ferocious hyenas. Shui Shang, for the first 20 floors, you should try not to make a move and conserve your strength. Li Mei commanded as she killed the monsters. After the 20th floor, that's the real battlefield. I understand. Morong Shuehen nodded slightly, and beside him, Shirlei was like a city wall, guarding her to the death. Another corner. 3 spectral wolves actually roamed around Pingon Chen, Hao Zhao, and Zhang Meng, and they kept the ferocious hyenas at bay as they quickly rushed towards the other entrance. This entrance exam is the battlefield between Dongfang He and I. If it wasn't for that young dragon last time, would I have lost to him? This college entrance exam, I will definitely surpass him. On a mountainside. Yang Shili, Yang Zishou, and Zhang Yangfan were also on the move, and the 3 of them actually had a greenish-colored glow surrounding their bodies, and their speed was more than twice as fast as the others. The ferocious hyenas that were known for their speed actually couldn't catch up with them. For S-ranked professionals, for strong people, I won't lag behind the day either. Therefore, when the sky will descend to the world, it must first suffer its heart and mind, and labor its muscles and bones. In such a world of great struggle, will I lag behind? Outside the trial square. A huge LCD screen was displaying the information of the many candidates' breakthroughs within the trial tower. Came out. The first team to break into the 2nd level is Yang Shenli's team. How are they so fast? It's not even 10 minutes. Break-in time, 7 minutes and 56 seconds, number of monsters killed, 0? They actually broke into the 2nd level without killing monsters? I know, it's Zhang Yangfan. He's in a ranked profession Storm Mage. He's definitely mastered an acceleration assist skill. The second one came out as well. Dongfang He. It's really Dongfang He's team. He has a young dragon, he can definitely catch up. Look at the 3rd place, Lin Luo, Lian Yining, and Tang Chang. Why haven't I heard of them? Lian Yining. She's the goddess of the 12th middle school. This time, she's also awakened the A-rank hidden profession Spirit Snow Maiden. I remember. She's ranked 6th on the popularity list of newborn professionals in Binhai City, and her face value is on par with Morong Shueshuan. So strong. That Lin Luo and Tang Chang are also advanced professionals, right, to be able to team up with goddess Lian Yining. No, I'm a student of the 12th middle school. I remember that Tang Chang is only a C-ranked rock knight, and Lin Luo is even more only a D-ranked evaluated priest. How is it possible? There was a clamor in the crowd, or was it because Lin Luo, Lian Yining, and Tang Chang were actually ranked third when they rushed into the second level? Lian Yining? This is that little girl from the Lian family, right? The awakened profession is very good, I just don't know what the identities of these two teammates of his are. On the high platform, someone opened his mouth and asked. The 12th grade. Has information. Lin Luo, D-ranked occupation priest? Tang Chang, C-ranked profession rock knight? How is it possible? This little girl from the Lian family, why would she team up with these two low-ranked professions? Could it be a substitute? Every year during the entrance exams, some rich or powerful people would shell out a large amount of money to light some ranked professionals, or be ranked professionals to take them to the entrance exams. This made the quality of the professionals who crossed the admission line of the college entrance examination worthless. For this reason, the college entrance exams were reformed again, and a second day of single exams appeared. All professionals who were willing to join a certain university would be randomly assigned to fight 2 by 2, with the winner gaining admission and the loser having to choose another school. This method, too, could judge team firsts and single firsts. After that year, the team champion and single champion of the freshman professionals after the college entrance exam were often the same person. The quality was high. Impossible. The Lian family is a big family in our Marina city, their comprehensive strength can be ranked in the top 10, and who could force the little princesses of the two families to fake? I also checked the information of these two people, they are both from ordinary families, in terms of family is simply not comparable to the Lian family. Then what exactly is the reason? It can't be the so-called love between young people, a little girl doesn't know the importance of things, even the old man who disputes that isn't clear either? Alas, what a pity. This little princess of the Lian family might be able to rush into the top 10 if she teams up well, even the top 5 is possible. Yes, it's a pity. Chapter 27, which university do you want to take? Falling Tide. Third. That kid, really powerful. At the corner of the high platform, Lian Qinger looked at the rankings on the screen and let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. After returning from the Demon Mouse Plains, she had deliberately investigated this kid named Lin Luo. His family and identity were very ordinary, but it was unbelievable that just such an ordinary person could single-handedly brush a LV-15 level difficult secret realm. Either he himself was highly talented, or he had a big secret. No matter what the secret was, it was worth their Lian family's investment. Little ninja, little auntie can only help you so far. Lian Qinger's eyes were a bit bitter. Be brave and pursue your love, don't be trapped by love like little aunt was back then. At the entrance of the second floor of the trial tower, Tang Chang suddenly shouted. What's wrong again? Luo Ge, your level, how come it's LV-24? There shouldn't be a bug, right? When a professional was outside, they could choose to hide their level information, and unless the other party had a special way of viewing it or a prop, they would not be able to get the professional's information at all. But when teaming up, one's teammates were able to see one's level information. Originally, when they were on the first level of the trial tower, the three of them were all entering for the first time, and were inevitably a bit excited and didn't notice. But it wasn't until the second level that Tang Chang reacted. Luo, the level was actually as high as LV-24. He himself was only LV-10 level. I go. Even goddess, how come you also have LV-15 level? My god, Tang Cheng cried out, before outside, that Dongfang He guy had LV-18 level, Morong Shuashen, Chen Pingan, Yang Shenli, and they are all above LV-16 level as well. I didn't expect that you guys are also. Luo Ge, how did you upgrade 10 days actually manage to rise to LV-24 level? If this is spread out, the first place for newborn professionals in Binhai City will definitely be yours. Lian Yining also had beautiful eyes. She knew that Lin Luo's level wouldn't be low, but she didn't expect it to be this high. LV-24 level, this was enough to break all the newborn professionals in history. Lin Luo casually said, didn't I say that I passed a secret realm of opportunity alone? How is it possible? Tang Chang still had a shocked look in his eyes, he simply couldn't believe it. I can testify. Lian Yining suddenly raised her small hand. Lin Luo did pass a secret realm of opportunity alone, I saw it with my own eyes. Luo, Dad, Grandpa. Tang Cheng exclaimed excitedly, with Luo Ge around, what Dongfang He, what Pingan Shen, what Yamshenli, all are dishes. Luo brother LV-24 level, even goddess LV-15 level, maybe we can rush to the top 3, or even the first. Alright, hurry up and act. Lin Luo was really fed up with this kid, this is only the second level, we have to pass at least the 10th level. Understood. Tang Cheng shouted, his body violently flashed with an earth-colored light, and 2 rock shields appeared around him. I'll clear the way for you guys. Set off. Alone, he immediately charged into a crowd of jackals. That, Lin Luo, have you thought about which school you want to enroll in? Lian Yining suddenly asked in a small voice, as if she had summoned up a lot of courage, her eyes not daring to look at Lin Luo. Lin Luo casually said, haven't thought about it yet, where do you want to go? Just the local Binhai Higher Vocational School in Binhai. It can also rank in the top 3 amongst all the higher vocational schools in our country. It has several epic level powerhouses such as the Deep Sea Ritualist, Stormlord, Sea Beast Knight, and even the legendary level powerhouses have several of them. They guard our Marina City, and even the entire southeastern region of the country. My father wants me to join as well. Your father? Your surname is Lian, could it be that your father is? Well. Lian Yining gently nodded her head. Stormlord Lian Chang is my father. He knows that you. Oh? You're the one who said that? No, it's not me, it's my little aunt, she also thinks highly of you. I see. Lin Luo said indifferently, I haven't thought about which vocational university to choose, let's wait until this examination is over. Aha! It's the 10th floor. Dragon Knight Dongfang he came later. He finally surpassed Yang Xinli's team and rushed into the 10th floor. Inside the trial square, the host, Bing Bing, shouted excitedly. 1 hour and 13 minutes. This is a new record. The time to break into the Marina City High Exam Training Tower has been boosted by another 3 minutes. The previous record was held by Jean Fong, a student from 3 years ago, who is now a soon-to-be graduated professional at the Southeast Military Academy, and already holds the rank of major at a young age. Today's record of breaking through the first 10 levels has already been broken by the Dongfang Yi player. I wonder if the total number of levels broken will be broken today? Quick look! A student has quit. There were suddenly quite a few flashes of white light within the plaza. Hundreds of figures appeared within the square at almost the same time. Doctor! Quickly hand over a doctor. Help me, someone help me. Whoa, the monsters on the 10th floor this time are actually berserkers, were no match at all. What? Berserk Beastman? That's a LVE 20 level monster. How is that possible? Berserkers have appeared on the 10th floor before, but not in such large numbers. It's a code. I was so close. So close to rushing to the 10th floor. Damn. Alas, it's too bad that this group of people didn't rush through the 10th floor, failed the test, and couldn't even attend the professionals' university. Humph. Every year, less than half of the team that breaks through the 10th floor, just wait and see, there will be a tidal wave of dropouts soon. As soon as the words fell, white light flashed continuously within the trial square. One by one, all of the woefully out-of-shape professionals rushed up. Some of them pounded their chests, some cried out and cried their little feet, and some of them didn't dare to move at all on their seats. Obviously, they were all scared by the monster. Among them, there were quite a few people who were seriously injured, and the ambulances, doctors, and nurses guarding the periphery immediately rushed in and carried them to the ambulance for a quick rescue. Alas, it's not peaceful within the trial tower this year either. I just don't know if anyone will be able to break through the 26 levels and break the high school trial record. Chapter 28, In My Name, Light of Judgment. Ice Roar. Within the 10th floor of the trial tower. Lian Yining stretched out her slender hand, and immediately, a large amount of ice elements coalesced around her, and in a short period of time, it actually transformed into a creature that looked like a giant dragon, landing on the 3 berserkers and exploding violently. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, the cold ice element raged within range, instantly tearing the 3 berserkers to shreds. Berserk Beastmen. So many berserkers have actually appeared on the 10th floor. Lian Yining said in a grave tone. Berserk orcs were originally ordinary members of the orc clan, but they became berserk under the influence of demonic chi, losing their minds and attacking humans everywhere. The lowest ranked berserk orcs were LV20. There were even silver ranked and even gold ranked berserkers that were hard to deal with. Tang Chang also grabbed a 2-handed giant sword and stopped the 2 berserkers, slashing hard. This berserk beastman is so damn hard to deal with. Luo to take a sip of milk. I don't know how to milk. Lin Luo shook his head, but I can give you another skill. Can't milk? Could it be a dark priest or something like that? Lin Luo didn't talk back. His finger staff was flung though, and a red light landed on Tang Chang. In an instant, Tang Chang's figure actually became slightly taller, attack speed and attack power, directly accelerated by more than half. Bloodthirsty art. Luo brother, this thing seems to be a skill that only priests or warlocks can do, right, true Gil Bull. You don't need to do anything with these berserkers Luo, watch me. Tang Chang roared, and with a single sword, he chopped a berserk beastman to the ground. The 10th floor? It's true that it's not yet time for me to make my move. Lin Luo said in a faint voice, then stepped into the entrance of the 11th floor. Another hour had passed. Inside the 15th floor. Dongfang he was holding a dragon spear, almost transforming into a phantom, and with a single shot, he stabbed into the chest of a berserker, and with a violent slam, the corpse of this berserker was thrown away, and smashed fiercely on the ground. Roar! Beside him, the young dragon Black Death violently pounced a berserker to the ground and crushed the fellow's throat with a single bite. Within 3 inches, I am invincible. Invincible formation shield. Fang Yuan clenched his hands and recited under his breath, and a transparent shield soon flashed out on the 3 men and the dragon. The berserker's rudimentary weapons smashed on it, and actually only created a ripple. Ah, Fang Yuan, your skill is really useful. Yang Haoran laughed out loud as the long sword in his hand actually wrapped around a blazing flame, easily cutting off a berserker. With a fierce fling, this flame even transformed into a flame chop, blowing away several other berserkers. Ha ha ha, I'm a hidden profession forbidden formation master, rarer than your magic swordsman. Fang Yuan said smugly, the three of us, you and I, can definitely break into the 30th floor. This trial tower can be a really good place, there are so many monsters and the experience is rich. It's been less than 3 hours and I'm almost upgraded. Me too. We didn't come here to upgrade. Dongfang he drank darkly, speed up to clear out this remnant of enemies and rush into the next level. Yes. Young Master Dongfang. Wait a minute. There seems to be someone else over there. It's so fast. It's Yang Shenli and the others. That skill is Zhang Yangfan's auxiliary skill, Divine Walking, which speeds up the target by a factor of 2. Code. Catch up. Yes. Trial square. On the big screen, Dongfang He and Yang Shenli's teams were neck and neck and had now rushed to the 20th floor. And after the two of them, there was still the team of Morong Shueishan and Shen Pingan. As for Lin Luo's team that had originally rushed to the third, they had long since been left behind. Dongfang He, Yang Shenli. This year's team champion should come from amongst these two. Yeah, the two of them, this is the hard power. The 6 people amongst the 2 teams are at least ranked professions. The hard power is very strong, it's completely different from those teams that cut corners. Not bad, just like that Lin Luo team just now. The first 10 floors relied on Lian Yining's strength. You guys see that once you pass the 15th floor, the speed is ridiculously slow. The 3 of them are only relying on Lian Yining alone, of course they can't be a match for the others. Alas, Lian Yining is too pitiful, being dragged down by 2 dragons. Are they on the 17th floor now? Ha! Not eliminated yet? Lian Yining is really strong, worthy of being in a rank hidden profession Spirit Snow Maiden. I wonder if she can break into the top 100? Inside the plaza, more newborn professionals who participated in the examination rushed out of the trial tower helplessly. Some of them were surrounded by monsters and had to withdraw. Some were injured and also withdrew grimly. There were also those who were dragged down by their companions and had to choose to leave. 1 hour later, there were less than 1,000 teams that remained inside the trial tower. 3 hours later, within the trial tower, only 100 teams remained. At the head of the group was still Dongfang He's team, on the 24th floor. Following closely behind, the teams of Yang Shenli, Morong Shueishan, and Shen Pingan were all on the 23rd floor. As for Lin Luo's team, it had just stepped into the 20th layer. Inside the 23rd floor, Li Mei gasped as a fiery fireball rushed out, blowing a swamp giant crocodile away, but the other party did carry the flame hard with its thick scales and rushed to the 3 of them, opening its huge mouth and biting on it fiercely. Dodge! Shirley shouted angrily, and a white tower shield that was more than 1 person high suddenly appeared in his hand, rushing to Li Mei's side at an extremely fast speed and raising the tower shield to carry it in front of the 2 of them. Bang! The swamp giant crocodile ruthlessly crashed on top of the tower shield. The impact was dizzying. Li Mei clenched her teeth and summoned another blazing fire snake to wrap around the swamp giant crocodile before resolving it. Hoo. Li Mei wore a thick breath and bitterly laughed. I can't do it anymore, even though I've leveled up here, I can only last up to here at most. Shweskar and Shirley, we can only rely on you guys next. Sister Mei, just rest first, I'll lead you to the end. Morong Shueishan pulled Li Mei's hand and said with concern, then a gentle white light suddenly surged out from her body, enveloping her entire body. In the next second, the white light dispersed and rushed out revealing Morong Shueishan's figure. The original white vestments on her body disappeared, and in its place, was actually a golden battle armor. Especially striking, a pair of white and transparent wings with a light golden glow actually appeared behind her. Angel. In my name, Light of Judgment. Morong Shueishan's cherry lips slightly opened, and a golden light descended from the sky, directly landing amongst the swamp giant crocodile group not far away. Boom! Chapter 29, Black Death Virus. Cloud of Viruses. Inside the 20th floor. Tang Chong used all his strength to block the 3 bear goblins, and beside him, Lian Yining continuously summoned several ice blades to cut down a bear goblin knight. However, there were dozens of bear goblins surrounding them, and it was impossible to kill them all in a short period of time. Luo. It's not going to last much longer. As soon as he spoke, he felt a strong wind coming from behind. He used his afterglow to see that it was actually several lizard men wielding heavy weapons. Lizard men. Luo is in trouble, there are other monsters. Poof. Shouting, but saw these lizard men violently rushed into the bear goblin group, hand heavy weapon splitting face towards the group of monsters smashed, immediately cut down several bear goblins. With these lizard men, the pressure on Tang Chang and Lian Yining plummeted. Luo, you actually have this ability? A summoned beast? Or a pet? Bull pet, just a skill that comes with the staff. Lin Luo said, hold on tight, I'll strike next. Good. Tang Cheng said excitedly, I've long wanted to know how powerful you are, Luo brother. The three of them stepped into the 21st floor, only to find that there were already densely packed bear goblin knights. These bear goblin knights were bear goblins that had captured the seat wolves and fused their lower bodies with the bodies of the seat wolves, turning them into creatures that were half intelligent creatures and half monsters. The melee strength and blood quantity were strong, and the movement speed was also very fast. In the entire goblin clan, it was considered an elite monster. Ow! The leading bear goblin knight roared, and at least hundreds of bear goblin knights rushed towards them. Tang Cheng subconsciously shouted, "Why are there so many monsters? They should have been deliberately attracted by the other teams. What kind of people are so disgusting? Deliberately blocking the others? There are plenty of such people, talking nonsense. Hurry up and lure these monsters there." Lin Luo pointed at a small hill not far away, and the three of them quickly ran in that direction. While running, Lin Luo also released the Black Death Outbreak technique. Under his control, 100 bear goblin knights were soon all infected with the Black Death virus. "Codes, there are so many monsters in the trial tower after the 20th floor." Tang Cheng said sheepishly, "Luo brother, why don't we just go out from here, 21 floors up, it's enough to be able to get into a major university." Lin Luo laughed, "Only the 21st floor, this is afraid? Afraid? How could I be afraid?" Tang Cheng puffed out his chest, with a look of disinterest. "Since you're not afraid, then go and lure the monsters." "Ah? Lure monsters? Of course." Lin Luo laughed, "This is the 21st floor of the trial tower, the monsters on this floor have a minimum level of LV20, but it's a natural place to brush monsters. How is it possible to find a brush spot with such a dense concentration of monsters in the wild? But we're still trapped here. Who said we're stuck here?" Lin Luo a little bit under the mountain pack, but saw that the bear goblin knights that were still surrounding the bottom of the mountain pack had actually become weak, and there were even quite a few bear goblin knights that had collapsed on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices and wailing in pain. What's wrong with them? Poisoned? No, to be exact, it should be sick? Sick? Even Lian Yining looked at Lin Luo strangely. "Not bad," Lin Luo said quietly, "sickness comes like a mountain, but sickness is like a silk drawer." In the next second, these hundreds of bear goblin knights all collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain. With the death of the first bear goblin knight, the other bear goblin knights also died in just a few minutes. A burst of world prompts came, and the lowest leveled Tang Cheng even directly rose one level, reaching LV13. Lian Yining covered her small mouth, incredulously looking at the situation in front of her. How is this possible? So many LV20 level elite monsters, and this is how they died? Don't froze. Lin Luo commanded, "Tang Cheng, go and lure all the monsters on the 21st floor over, I'll have those 8 lizardmen go and help you." Good. Tang Cheng said in a dry and hoarse voice, then subconsciously asked, "Lure the monsters? Luo brother, are you going to? The time is still early, what's the point of rushing up there bitterly? Might as well take advantage of this time period to upgrade more." Yes. Tang Cheng ran down the mountain bag as if he was dreaming. "Don't forget to pick up those equipment props." Oh. The trial tower had long been raided by countless people in these 300 years on the first 100 floors, and the quality of the equipment props dropped after the death of the monsters had dropped terribly. But it was also better than nothing. After Tang Cheng and the 8 lizardmen left, Lin Luo said to Lian Yining again, "Yining, can you make ice sculptures? My profession is spirit snow maiden, so I was born with the ability to master wind and snow skills, so of course I can create ice sculptures. In this case, you use this mountain pack as the center to create an ice platform to block the monsters." Good. About 10 minutes later, a trail of smoke suddenly rushed in from the distance. The leader was none other than Tang Cheng, and behind him were at least several dozen bear goblin knights. "Luo! Quickly run! There are so many monsters." Other than him, a flurry of movement has also appeared in other directions. It is the other 8 lizardmen that have attracted the wave of monsters. When he ran over to the fire, the person was directly confused. On the mountain pack, a tall ice platform with a diameter of about 3 meters and a height of 5 or 6 meters had actually appeared. Lin Luo and Lian Yining were standing on the tall ice platform, towering over them. "Go from the back. There are stairs in the back." Tang Cheng hurriedly went around to the back and indeed saw a simple staircase. While he was climbing, Lin Luo's staff in his hand flashed out a scarlet light and fell into the group of bear goblin knights below. Black Death virus. A few minutes later, these dozens of bear goblin knights all died. Along with the bear goblin knights that the 8 lizardmen had attracted, they all died of the disease. Lin Luo and Lian Yining had both risen 1 level. As for Tang Cheng, he even rose 2 levels in a row. This caused his entire being to be in a state of excitement, and again, he took the initiative to climb down and run out to lure monsters. The trial tower is a small world just like the secret realms and copies. This is simply a heaven for me to brush monsters. Lin Luo said in a faint voice in his heart, and then under his control, a black cloud actually slowly rose up over the hundreds of bear goblin knights that had died of sickness. This cloud was none other than the cloud of virus that was composed entirely of the Black Death virus. The dense cloud of Black Death virus spread throughout the entire 21st floor of the trial tower within just 10 minutes. Chapter 30, The Virus of Extinction. The level skyrocketed. Ha! What is this thing? Black clouds? Are there black clouds on the 21st floor of the trial tower? A new setting? Something's not right. Why are those monsters all getting weak? Seems like it. No, it's not good. Quickly look at your statuses. I've entered a serious illness state. Codes me too. Black Death virus. How can there be Black Death here? Use the medicine. This thing keeps losing blood. Is there a boss? When did a boss that can use poison appear on the 21st floor of the trial tower? Not good. The blood won't stop. I'm going to die. Quick! Get out of here. Quickly leave the trial tower. Ah! Code. 21 floors is our limit. We originally wanted to brush up on the monsters here. Ah! Quickly! World will. I'm leaving here. Leave the trial tower. In the 21st floor of the trial tower, endless black clouds enveloped the entire map. No matter if it was the monsters in it or the professionals, all of them were corrupted by the Black Death virus. Especially the professionals, they were just ordinary newborn professionals. Their blood, resistance, and magic defense were not high at all, and they were easily infected by the Black Death virus, dropping their blood extremely fast. There was no way around it. These people could only choose to leave the trial tower and end this examination. Damn it! I'm not willing to. With my strength, I can try to impact the 22nd floor of the. After a short period of 10 minutes, the entire 21st floor was almost devoid of professionals, and all of them had no choice but to leave the 21st floor. And right after they left, the Black Death virus on all the monsters on the 21st floor of the entire trial tower erupted. You have killed the Bear Goblin Knight LV-20 and gained 2,330 experience points. You killed the Bear Goblin Knight LV-20 and gained 2,330 experience points. You killed the Bear Goblin Knight LV-20 and gained 2,330 experience points. You have leveled up to LV-23. Your 4-dimensional attribute points are fixed to increase by 1 point, and you gain 4 free attribute points. You have gained 1 skill point. A mechanical world will reminder came, and in just 10 minutes, his level was finally raised by 1 level again. The monsters on this level were all dead, but unfortunately, he still had 2 teammates, Lin Luo and Tang Chang, and most of the experience was allocated to them. Otherwise, he would have been able to raise his level to at least LV-24. So scary. Brother Luo, I've leveled up another level. Now as well as LV-13. I've also upgraded. Lin Luo, who was on the side, also said excitedly. Lin Luo casually said, the monsters on this level are probably as well dead. Let's go to the 22nd level. Good. He. Following Luo to mix is comfortable. In such a short point of time, I've risen several levels. On the trial square. A white light appeared steeply, and on the large square, hundreds of figures of professionals actually appeared at once. How did so many people come out at once? All of them are on the 21st floor. What's going on? Quickly look. That's Chinyue-han from the 2nd middle school. She's awakened to the A-rank hidden profession Shadow Summoner, and her 2 teammates are both B-rank professionals ergo. It's reasonable to say that they can at least rush to the 24th floor. So how did they end up on the 21st floor? There's also Zhang Jun from the 3rd middle school. His awakened profession is in A-rank hidden profession 10,000 Beast Spiritist, the most powerful person in the 3rd middle school this year, and he actually came out as well? There's also Luo Xiu from 5th middle school and Yang Nan from 7th middle school. They're all A-ranked professions as well. How come they came out as well? At least a dozen or so A-rated professionals have fallen from the 21st floor. What the hell is going on? The ferocious murmurs echoed not only in the crowd, but even the people in the sealed area and on the high platforms couldn't sit still. Old me was originally all the way to the entrance. Yards of how could I mess with the state of serious illness? Quickly come to the doctor. I can't hold out any longer. I still have medicine here, alas. Damn it. My target was originally above the 24th floor. What the hell happened on the 21st floor? This is only the 21st floor. The top 10 colleges seem to have no chance with me. Damn. On the high platform, many silhouettes were also frowning, strangely looking inside the trial square. What's happening? How did they all come out from the 21st floor? It looks like they're all poisoned? There's a boss? Impossible. The monster icon on the 21st floor has Bear Goblin Knights and Giant Bear Knights. There's no boss that can use poison. Go find someone to ask. There's news. The professionals on the 21st floor claim that they all inexplicably went into a critically ill state, dropping blood quickly and coming out helplessly. Seriously ill state? Not a poisoned state? Could it be a new boss? I remember that there are 3 guarding bosses on the 50th floor of the trial tower. Among them, the boss named Plague Toad hasn't been defeated until now. His skill mechanism is very disgusting. It will keep emitting plague, weakening the professional's attributes by more than 50%, and it's simply impossible to kill it without the help of high-level priests, healers, and other auxiliary professions. Could it be that it's up to no good? It can't be. The Plague Toad is on the 50th floor. It's only on the 21st floor now. Damn it! Those few ranked professionals from our school were originally able to rush above the 24th floor. Quick look! There's another occupier coming out. What are they shouting? My lord, they are the later ones. According to them, after they entered the 21st floor, they realized that the entire world was filled with a black poisonous cloud that poisoned all the monsters in it. Even they couldn't resist it and had no choice but to exit. What? A poisonous cloud that filled the entire world. What kind of poisonous cloud is it? Black Death virus? Black Death virus. How come I've never heard of this toxin before? It's the bubonic plague. It's a virus. It's not a toxin at all. Could it be that a new boss has appeared in the Tower of Trials? Not good. The 22nd floor. There's a newborn professional on the 20th floor too. Damn it. Inside the trial tower, what the hell is happening? Chapter 31, Boo pervades the entire world with a poisonous cloud. Code. A new boss has appeared in the trial tower. It's able to release the Black Death virus poison cloud, poisoning the entire 21st floor of monsters. What? Monsters and monsters will kill each other too? Definitely will. Those races that came out from the other world have intelligent creatures. Didn't those elves and orcs even fight the out of each other? Haha, that's true too. So what now? All the professionals have come out from the 21st floor? No need to worry. That viral poisonous cloud in the 21st layer just cut off the examination of the freshman professionals behind. The freshman professionals above the 22nd layer, they are still continuing to rush upwards. Also, go Dongfang He. Go Goddess Moron. Up. What the hell is that on the 22nd floor? Great information. Great information. A new boss has appeared on the 22nd floor that releases poisonous clouds. Within the trial square's restricted area, another large group of newborn professionals appeared. While shouting, they were stuffing medicine into their mouths. What's the situation? Someone fell out of the 22nd floor as well? Damn it! That poisonous cloud spread to the 22nd floor. What? Quickly look at the leaderboard. The top 1,000 teams are basically all gone. Only those above the 22nd floor left? People from the 22nd floor are still coming out, and that poisonous cloud is still spreading inside the 22nd floor. What in the world is happening? Inside the 22nd floor of the trial tower, Lin Luo stood on a field of flame goblin corpses, an incomparably dense black cloud shrouding his body. Next to him, Lian Yining's eyes were filled with admiration. Coming! As soon as the words fell, they saw Tang Cheng in the distance, scrambling in a panic. Behind him, a large pile of flaming goblins with fiery red skin appeared. They crunched and shrieked chaotically as one rocket after another shot out like arrows, almost enveloping Tang Cheng's entire body. Ah! Luo! Quickly make a move! Dying! Whoosh! Several figures steeply appeared beside Tang Cheng. It was the 8 lizardmen controlled by Lin Luo. With the assistance of the 8 lizardmen, Tang Cheng narrowly dodged the siege of these flaming goblins. Lin Luo raised his staff, and the poisonous cloud of Black Death virus that had originally filled the area around his body immediately surged towards this group of flaming goblins. Retreat! Lin Luo shouted darkly, and the 3 of them quickly left. Soon, the Black Death virus infected all of this group of flame goblins. However, this time, Lin Luo didn't choose to erupt the Black Death virus all at once, but let them leave. These flame goblins were covered in the Black Death virus and possessed extremely strong infectivity. As long as it was close to its fellow clansmen, it would be able to infect other clansmen with it. Within a hidden clearing, the 3 figures reappeared. Tang Cheng looked at the departing flame goblin and said excitedly, Luo Ge, that's good? Your skill can infect this group of monsters? Just wait here? Lin Luo nodded, pretty much. It's too terrifying. No wonder you can solo the secret realm, this is simply a divine skill. Tang Cheng smiled happily. According to this situation, doesn't it mean that we can also rush to the 26th floor? Or even above the 30th floor? It can't be right. Lian Yining suddenly voiced a different opinion. Although Lin Luo's skill is a godly skill for brushing monsters, there must be a limitation, something to do with magic defense, right? Right now, we're at a low level, and the monsters don't have high magical defenses, that's why we can be easily infected. The monsters in the 26th floor of the trial tower can all be monsters that specialize in toxins, have high spell defense, and can also fly, and most of their levels are above LV30, so I think it probably won't work. Lin Luo nodded his head and said, Yining is right, although this skill of mine is a godly skill for brushing monsters, the limitations are indeed very high. It's only useful inside secret realms and replicas where monsters gather, outside there's a lot of space and air circulation, so it's not very useful. But that's still very powerful. Tang Cheng said excitedly, ha ha, I can already think of the wonderful faces of that group of people after we rush to the 26th floor. Ha 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 ha. Lian Yining said worriedly again, but there's another thing I'm worried about. What thing? The other newborn professionals, Lian Yining gritted her teeth, Lin Luo's skills don't distinguish between enemy and self, and it's very likely that it will spread to the other professionals when he kills the monsters. Although they were able to leave the trial tower before they died, it also proves that this test has nothing to do with them anymore. In that case, Lin Luo would have offended almost all of the freshman professionals, so. Offend them? Lin Luo sneered, in the world of great struggles, when do humans stop competing? If we can't even survive this kind of setback, how can we compete with monsters and foreign races? If we really fall apart because of this matter, this kind of professional don't want it. Luo is right. It's their waste if they can't block Luo's skills. I'll be the first to say no to anyone who dares to deal with Brother Luo. Me too. Lian Yining said in a small voice, but her heart was filled with worry. More than an hour later, Lin Luo, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. It's almost time, the virus has already spread to the entire group of monsters on the 22nd floor. It's time to break out. At the same time, within the entire 22nd floor of the trial tower, a large number of monsters such as the flaming goblins and flame pythons were filled with a dense black viral aura. Right at this one black cloud violently erupted and exploded. Boom! A single flaming goblin and flame python collapsed with a miserable cry, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Along with their deaths, more black death virus, gushing out from the monsters' corpses, merged into this layer of black death virus cloud. The dense black death virus cloud once again filled the entire 22nd floor, blocking anyone from entering. Half an hour later, the figures of the 3 of them appeared at the entrance to the 23rd floor. Lin Luo's level had risen to LV25. Lian Yining upgraded to LV18. As for Tang Cheng, it was even raised to LV16. The level skyrocketed. 23rd floor. Chapter 32, Black Death. 26th floor. 26th floor. The figures of Dong Fengyi, Feng Yuan, and Yang Haoren finally hit the 26th floor. This is the highest floor where all the newborn professionals have struck the trial tower for over 200 years. For more than 200 years, hundreds of thousands, even millions of high school graduates, the most grandmasters have only been able to rush up to here. Young Master Dongfang. Today is your chance to make history. Young Master Dongfang, after today, your great name will surely resonate throughout the entire world. Even those foreigners will hear your name. The Southeastern Military Academy will flourish because of your joining. Within the 26th floor, Feng Yuan and Yang Haoren were incomparably excited. There was no way for them not to be excited. Ever since mankind discovered the trial tower and then pioneered the education system for professionals, over the past 100 years, at least 1 million newborn professionals had stepped into the trial tower. However, there were only a handful of freshman professionals who were able to break through to the 26th floor before college. In the past 100 years, there were less than 100 freshman professionals who could break through to this place. And now, the 3 of them had become 3 of those 100. Even their goal was to break through the 26th floor and reach the 30th floor in one go. Dongfang he was also hesitant, and he held the golden dragon gun with high aspirations. In order to pass through the 26th layer, our family has also bribed a large amount of intelligence and information for research, and we have finally found a low-grade passing method. The monsters on the 26th floor are mainly dominated by the flying poison bat and the purple eye centipede, 2 types of monsters that contain intense poison. The flying poison bat can fly, and the purple eye centipede can hide, so ordinary professionals without the ability to fly or hide can't do anything about them, while they can rely on their own abilities to sneak attack. Coupled with their poison that can poison their own professionals, this is what has caused countless newborn professionals to hate this place over the past 100 years. Yang Haoren asked strangely, Young Master Dongfang, we pretty much know all this information. Those senior professionals, or second-turn professionals, all used anti-poison potions, or strong strength to charge through it the hard way. At the current level of the 3 of us, the highest of you is only up to LV20, and the 2 of us are only at LV18, so if we want to break through the 26th floor, it might be a bit. Who said it's just the 3 of us here? Dongfang he laughed, and Yang Haoren and Feng Yuan's faces also brightened slightly. You said. Black Death. Ow. Next to the trio, the flame dragon that had grown into a calf-size like flaming dragon opened its mouth and roared, and the blazing sulfuric smell filled the surroundings of the trio. Not bad. Dongfang he said, among the first few levels of the trial, I purposely adjusted the ratio of experience gained between me and the Black Reaper, and nowadays, the Black Reaper's level has been raised to LV16. In addition to being able to control flame magic, his physical defense, spell defense, and all kinds of elemental and toxin resistance have all been greatly improved. Those flying poisonous bats and purple-eyed centipedes' virulent poisons don't work on it at all. The Black Reaper is the biggest guarantee that I'll pass the 26th level. Worthy of being Young Master Dongfang. Haha, this time we still have to thank Young Master Dongfang. Humph. Dongfang, he coldly snorted, less flattering, there are still more than 7 hours until the end of the exam. My goal this year is to rush to the 30th floor. Once we pass the 26th floor, we'll have to rely on the two of you. We understand, young Master Dongfang. Set off. Yes. Inside the 25th floor, Chen Pingan, Hao Zhao, and Zhang Meng were running furiously at high speeds, and behind them, they were actually densely packed with thousands of colorful vipers. They almost flowered into a tide of snakes that surged towards the three of them. Damn it! There are still 3 to 4 kilometers to the entrance, there's no way to hide. Pingan Shen cursed angrily and fiercely turned back to point the void with one hand, and the long sword behind his back steeply emitted a dragon's roar. In the next second, the 3-foot green blade crossed the crowd and transformed into dozens of grayish swordlights in front of Pingan Chen. This skill, but I purposely prepared it for that Dongfang he fellow, I didn't expect to actually have to waste it here. Hao Zhao, who was on the side, also had a very tense face and shouted, "Boss! Hurry up! My spectral wolf can't hold out much longer." Before the snakes, there were still 3 huge psionic wolves that were resisting the onslaught of the snakes. 25th floor? Can it be that I can only charge to the 25th floor? Chen Pingan gritted his teeth, that guy, Dongfang he, has already charged into the 26th floor, I absolutely cannot lose to him. He reached out and pointed, and the dense gray sword light floating in mid-air abruptly exploded towards the group of snakes, like arrows falling from the sky. Sword chi vertical and horizontal. Boom! Boom boom boom! Dozens of sword lights shot down, smashing into the snake group as if they were sprinkling down a large bomb, instantly blowing this snake group over. And the 3 of them, Chen Pingan, quickly left. Go! Boss! Don't you worry. In order to rush to the 26th floor, my family spent a large amount of money to prepare a prop for me, so as long as we can rush to the 26th floor, we will definitely be able to rush through. Hao Zhao gasped for air, wiped his head full of big men, and said through clenched teeth. My strongest skill has already been used, and there's still at least 24 hours of cooldown time. Even if I rush to the 26th floor, I still. Chen Pingan, who was talking, suddenly frowned and looked in another direction. A small tornado had actually appeared there, swirling up a large number of poisonous snakes that were frantically moving towards another entrance. It's Zhang Yangfan's skill, I've seen it before. Zhang Meng, who was on the side, gritted his teeth and said, Yang Shenli actually didn't make a move. Must still be hiding his strength, they're going to the 26th floor as well. A flame flickered out of Pingan Chen's eyes as he gritted his teeth, regardless of whether it's Dongfang he or Yang Shenli, I will never admit defeat. Go! Good, boss. Chapter 33, The Fallen. 26th floor. I'm going. 26th floor. Dongfang he's team rushed to the 26th floor. My god. Tying the record. Dongfang he's team has tied the record of the freshman professional gauntlet in Binhai City. Wait. There's also Pingan Chen. Pingan Chen's team also tied the Marina City record. Too strong. This year, there are actually 2 teams that have tied the Marina City freshman professional entrance exam record that has been maintained for hundreds of years. Yang Shenli. Yang Shenli's team is also in. And Morong Shuehen. Oh my god, Goddess Morong Shuechen's team has also entered the 26th floor. 4 teams. 4 teams. Inside the trial square, after Dongfang his team rushed into the 26th floor, tens of thousands of spectators in the entire square all talked excitedly. Even on the high platform, the dozens of executives from Marina City also stood up. 26th floor. Marina City is going to take off this year. There are actually 4 teams that have stepped into the 26th floor. Dongfang family, Morong family, these 2 families have come out of the dragon. And the Chen family is not bad either. I've watched this kid, Pingan Chen, grow up, he's very good. Which family is Yang Shenli from? No, Yang Shenli is just from an ordinary family, his parents and teachers are just ordinary elementary school teachers. Quickly go find his parents. My family's youngest daughter has just turned 13 this year and has already reached the age of marriage. Yang Shenli has already been internalized a long time ago, brother Lin, you're afraid you're too late. Dongfang he has already been accepted by the Southeast Military Academy, then Morong Shuechuan, Chen Pingan, and Yang Shenli are 3 people that I, the Imperial Vocational University, must not let go of. Take all 3 of them. Brother Zhang, you're being a bit unorthodox, aren't you? For S-ranked professionals, you're going to take away 3 of them in one breath, how is that possible? That's right. My Binhai Vocational University isn't a vegetarian either. They must stay in our Binhai Vocational University. How can Binhai Vocational University compare to our Huaqing Vocational University? Cut. Huaqing Vocational University? It specializes in training professionals for foreign countries? Bull. We made efforts to support the globalization of professions at that time, believe it or not, I'll sue you for slander. He slandered me. For a while, almost all of the executives on the high platform were caught in a fight for these 4 people. However, there was another cry of alarm that interrupted the voices of several people. What's going on at the 23rd floor? So many more people have been kicked out? Still signs of poisoning. That's not right. Aren't all the monsters on the 23rd floor swamp giant crocodiles, swamp boas, and at most a few piranhas? Where are the poison attribute monsters coming from? It couldn't be that there's a boss just like the 21st and 22nd floors, right? Could it be? There's a special boss that can freely enter and exit the trial tower's layers and is hunting down all the newborn professionals? Crap. It's definitely like this. All the professions on the 21st and 22nd floors have been cleared out, and now it's the 23rd floor's turn. There's still the 24th and 25th floors. Could it be that he's still going to chase him to the 26th floor? Code. There are less than 100 teams left in the last 3 floors. Huge murmurs filled almost the entire square. Even the faces of the several people on the high platform changed drastically. What on earth has happened? Did a special boss really appear? Starting from the 21st floor and clearing all the way to the 26th floor? No, I rather think that this might be man-made. Artificial? You're saying that some fallen have mixed into the Gao Gao team? Not bad. Damn degenerates. They sold their souls and gave everything to the demon god to gain power. They're going to destroy this world. More than 300 years ago, along with the otherworldly invasion had been the human awakened professionals, who had been pulling the only remaining humans struggling to survive. And in this situation, some ordinary people as well as professionals, because of their slim future, as well as the pursuit of the terrifying power of the demon god, then defected to the otherworldly demon god in exchange for power. In their perception, the end of the world had already come, and dedicating the entire world to the demon god was the only way to maintain human civilization. Therefore, they have been hiding in the darkness, wreaking havoc in human society with the intention of subverting the human regime and rule, in order to please the demon god. This group of people was called the Fallen. There were evil fallen ones in almost every corner of human society. Only those fallen ones, with the help of the legendary demonic weapons, could have caused this. They intend to massacre all the freshman professionals participating in the entrance exam, and hit the entire Marina City professionals hard. No. Someone questioned, if they really are fallen ones, how could they let these candidates leave the trial tower? With the speed at which they slaughtered the monsters in the trial tower, it would be easy as pie to kill these professionals. Humph. Ordinary occupiers, of course they won't be their targets. An old man affirmed, only those 4S-ranked newborn professionals that have attracted the attention of the entire Binhai city are their true targets. Whether they kill them to sacrifice them to the demon god or lure them into transforming into professionals, it would be a great loss for us humans. This matter must be investigated clearly. Damn it! To actually set their sights on S-ranked newborn professionals, this group of degenerates really deserves to die. What now? Should we interrupt the examination? No way. If we interrupt it, we'll even fall into the trap of this group of degenerates. The old man gritted his teeth and said, right now, all we can do is to believe in those 4S-rank freshman professionals, those 4 heavenly prides. Every year during the period of the college entrance exam, the trial tower will be sealed off, only restricting freshman professionals from entering. It's true that the magic weapons are weird and terrifying, but the fallen who got mixed in are only freshman professionals after all. We, on the other hand, have 4S-ranked newborn professionals, and now we can only pray that they can kill that damn fallen one. Outside the trial tower, there was another faint flash of white light. 3 figures appeared under tens of thousands of eyes. It's Yang Shenli? Yang Shenli's team has come out. 26th floor. Chapter 34, Union. 26th floor. After all, can only go this far? Looking at the towering trial tower, Yang Shenli muttered. Damn Pingon Chen. If they hadn't stopped us, we would have definitely been able to rush to the 27th floor. Zheng Yangfan gasped for air, his eyes filled with indignation. Yang Zishou's body was covered in blood and he was nearly unconscious, stiffly holding himself up to prevent himself from collapsing. Yang Shenli shook his head and said, the fittest survives. In the trial tower, you and I are all human races after all. I can't lay my hands on you, but I can't blame anyone else. Yang Fan, quickly go and call out for someone, Zishou can't hold out any longer. Zheng Yangfan assisted Yang Zishou and asked strangely, where are you going? Me? Yang Shenli said as he walked, today's team competition is just a warm-up, I'm going to prepare for tomorrow's challenge match. Right. Tomorrow's single challenge match. Zheng Yangfan gritted his teeth, that Hao Zhao fellow, I will make him pay. The trio's actions and with their eyes didn't stop the others, but instead caused them to talk. What happened? Yang Shenli's team just entered the 26th floor not even 5 minutes ago and came out. What exactly happened? It looks as if they were assassinated. Assassinated? This kind of thing happens every year in the trial tower. Ugh, they're so pathetic. We'll have a good show tomorrow. Yang Shenli and Chen Pingon will definitely face each other. He. Inside the 26th floor. Chen Pingon, Hao Zhao, and Zhang Meng were rapidly rushing along, and around them, there were actually a dozen purple-black centipedes that were about 2 meters long roaming around. Above their heads, there were also 7 or 8 flying poisonous bats hovering. Move! Hao Zhao shouted, "This psychic scroll of mine only lasts for 10 minutes. I've already wasted 3 minutes just now in order to solve Yang Shenli and the others. We must rush to the entrance of the 27th floor in a short period of time." Pin Gongchen excitedly said, "Hao Zhao, you really do have hidden strength. I wasn't wrong about you. Boss." Hao Zhao smiled bitterly. "This disposable psychic scroll was snatched back by my family at a cost of more than 300,000 gold coins, limited to summoner, beast tamer, and other professions. It can manipulate the surrounding monsters for 10 minutes. I only have this one. It's for use in this trial tower. I hope we can rush to the 27th floor." "Absolutely." Pingon Shen gritted his teeth. "I also have a secret treasure that can explode the strength of a second-turn professional in a short period of time, as long as..." "Boss! Quickly look over there. It's Dongfang He and the others." Zhang Meng suddenly shouted as he pointed ahead. Only to see that on the hillside in front of them, there were indeed 3 silhouettes fighting with a bunch of purple-eyed centipedes. In mid-air, there were also a dozen or so flying poisonous bats constantly hovering. In front of the 3 figures, there was a calf-sized young dragon that was charging around, and the bites of the purple-eyed centipede and the flying poisonous bat were just like scratching an itch for it. The intense poison that was contained in it also did not have the slightest effect on the young dragon. The 3 of them were assisted by the young dragon as they fought with the monsters while running. "Boss, should we?" Hao Zhao asked in a small voice, still making a wiping motion on his neck. "No way." Pin Gongchen immediately refused. Dongfang He can be different from Yang Shenli. Yang Shenli doesn't have any background, so it's just a matter of offending him. But Dongfang He is the young master of the Dongfang family in Binhai City. If I offend him, I have the blessing of my family, and at most, I will only face the wall for a few days. And you guys, it's going to be bad. Then we. Pin Gongchen gritted his teeth. "Cooperation. We'll rush through the 26th floor together." "What? This, will he agree?" "He's a smart man, he'll definitely agree." "Flame Destroyer." A violent shout rang out. The golden dragon spear in Dongfang He's hand violently emitted a blazing flame, and it chopped a purple-eyed centipede into 2 pieces. At his side, Fang Yuan clenched his hands and 3 triangular flags actually flashed around him. A combination of 5 chi, 4 seas, and quiet waves. 5 thunder boom. Boom. In the sound of Fang Yuan's incantation, these 3 triangular flags actually emitted a sky-blue lightning light, which then ruthlessly smashed onto the 3 flying poison bats. The flying poison bats screamed miserably and were instantly electrocuted into charcoal and smashed on the ground. Yang Haoren was holding a one-handed sword, and there were actually snowflakes drifting from the sword. His figure flashed and he directly rushed into the purple-eyed centipede group. Cold Ice Sword. Along with his movements, cold air surged and actually froze a dozen purple-eyed centipedes, impairing their movements. Ow! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Black Reaper roared, and blazing dragon's breath gushed out, instantly burning these purple-eyed centipedes to death. Ga! Gah! Right at this moment, a few more flying poison bats flew in, and the trio's faces changed drastically. A dozen or so poisonous creatures would be difficult for them to deal with if they were to add these monsters to the mix. Who knows, this wave of flying poisonous bats flew in. Instead of killing towards them, they killed the other monsters, biting the few flying poisonous bats that were left to death. What's going on? Young Master Dongfang, could it be that monsters also kill each other? No. Dongfang He turned around fiercely, only to find 3 people approaching at a rapid pace. "Dongfang He, how about teaming up together to break into the 27th floor, and then you and I will compete afterwards?" It was none other than Pingon Shen. Dongfang He laughed out loud. "Pingon Shen, I knew you would follow me." "Good. I promise you. This time, I want you to lose convincingly." The 23rd floor. It was a world littered with swamps. However, at this moment, a dark, poisonous fog filled the air above the entire world. Within the swamp on the opposite side, there were also a large number of monsters floating up with their bellies turned over. The original sticky and disgusting swamp that had a lot of poison, at this moment, it had even turned into a veritable swamp of poisonous fog. The figures of Lin Luo, Lian Yining, and Tang Cheng slowly stepped onto the teleportation entrance to the 24th floor. Already LV 27 level. I wonder what surprises will be waiting for me after LV 30 level. Also, that unique exclusive transfer book, I wonder what profession it's for. When the time comes, will the skills of the hidden professions mutate with it? The silhouettes of the 3 of them finally stepped into the 24th floor. Chapter 35, Why do you keep stealing men from me? Betrayal. Sacred Guardian. Inside the 26th floor. Shirley shouted angrily, and a light golden light immediately flickered on his body, quickly forming a golden shield that guarded him and Morong Shuehan and Li Mei behind him. At the same time, the golden hammer in his hand also violently flashed a golden light, turning into a lightning bolt that landed in the middle of the purple-eyed centipede group in front of him. Sacred Spear. Boom! Accompanied by a burst of explosions, Shirley quickly cleared a passageway for the 3 of them to quickly pass through. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. Li Mei gasped and said, "There are so many monsters on the 26th floor, and the levels are all poisonous creatures above LV 30, the current us is no match at all." Morong Shuahen gentle to, don't worry Sister May, we will protect you. Li Mei enviously looked at Morong Shuahen. Shuahen, sometimes I'm really envious of you looking so pretty and awakening the S-class angel profession and having so many outstanding men guarding you. For example, Shirlei, Pingon Chen, and even Dongfang He. With their help, you are definitely the pride of heaven in Binhai City, and you can even compete with the pride of heaven in other cities. Morong Shuahen asked strangely, Sister May, what's wrong with you? With me here, I definitely won't let these monsters harm you. Accompanying this voice, a golden light flashed out violently from her body. This golden light was neither blinding nor did it have any fervent glow, instead, it contained a gentle aura. Power of holy light. Under the shroud of this light, the injuries on Shirlei and Li Mei's bodies were rapidly recovering. At the same time, their spirits became exhilarated under the illumination of the holy light. Morong Shuechen pointed one hand in front of her, and the holy light enveloped her, immediately condensing into a golden flame that descended from the sky and smashed into the midst of the monster group. Holy light blaze. Boom! The blazing golden light burned, and these purple-eyed centipedes and flying poison bats immediately screamed miserably one after another, helplessly burned to ashes. More monsters surrounded them. Shirlei gasped and gritted his teeth. Coronet, something's not right. How could there be so many monsters surrounding us? And most of them are purple-eyed centipedes? There are too many, we can't even charge through. The three of them were now deep in the entrance of a valley, and at least hundreds of purple-eyed centipedes had actually densely appeared around them, each frantically killing towards the three of them. The original miserable green pupils actually became somewhat scarlet at this time. Morong Shuahen's pretty eyes changed slightly, she also realized that something was wrong. Shuahen, Shirlei, I'm sorry. Behind her, came Li Mei's voice, for the sake of Dongfang He and I, just please go down from the 26th floor. What did you say? Shirlei shouted angrily, subconsciously guarding Morong Shuechen's side, you're the one who messed up. Li Mei's pretty face turned a little red as she said excitedly, no, it wasn't Dongfang He. It's me. He promised me that as long as he could win the top prize in this examination, he would marry me and enter the Dongfang family. Shuahen, Sister May has never begged you. Just please, for the sake of you and I being sisters for so many years, for the sake of Dongfang He, and for the sake of Sister Mamie, let's just go down from here. Dongfang He can definitely break through the 26th floor, or even the 27th or 28th floor. Looking at the excited Li Mei, Morong Shuahen shook her head, Sister May, you've been tricked off. No. Brother, he would never lie to me. Li Mei clenched her teeth and said, he promised me to make me his girlfriend and introduced me to his elders. Coronet. What's there to say with this kind of person? Traitors deserve to die. Shirlei shouted angrily and wanted to make a move, but he was stopped by Morong Shuechen. Shirlei, you blocked that group of monsters first. Although Shirlei was furious, Morong Shuechen's words were like an order to him, so he could only reluctantly block in front of the two women. Right, Sister May, how did you manage to attract this group of monsters over? Morong Shuahen asked. It's a kind of bee eggs called golden jade bees and their honey. This kind of bee eggs and honey are the favorite of all poisonous insects. Li Mei had a happy look on her face. These things, they are still all exploded from the monsters that he and I swiped together. He gave them all to me. I've smeared golden jade honey on all of you. No matter where you run, these purple-eyed centipedes will catch up with you. Li Mei added, Shuahen, our two families have been lineages since childhood. I really don't want to hurt you, but I want you to get the championship again, so I can only be sorry. Let's go out together, okay? Ugh. Morong Shuahen shook her head and said, Sister May, you? Shut up. Li Mei's eyes suddenly became fierce. Since childhood, why are all the good things yours? When I was little you and I snatched dolls and good food. When I grew up I originally thought that I would be able to surpass you once I awakened my rank hidden occupation. Who knew that you were actually an S-rank hidden occupation angel? And men. So many boys liked you when you were little, and when you grew up, why do you still want to steal he from me? I didn't. You did. Li Mei gritted her teeth. He called out your name when he was doing that with me. Even made me wear your clothes. Morong Shuahen. I hate you. I'm definitely going to surpass you this time. Li Mei shouted, I'm going to help Brother He win the top prize in this examination, and I'm going to prove to Brother He that I'm the one who loves him the most. As soon as the words fell, a white light emanated from Li Mei's body, and her figure instantly disappeared. This was her choice to quit the team and leave the trial tower. Sister May. Morong Shuechen let out a long sigh. Sister May, you were cheated by Dongfang He. I don't like Dongfang He at all. Why are you so bitter? Dongfang He? It's really damned. Shirlei gasped. He was also rare to see Morong Shuechen angry. Coronet. Quickly think of a way. Li Mei quitting the team and leaving the trial tower will have a great impact on us. Are we going to continue, or quit? Morong Shuechen shook her head. Sister May is very familiar with my ability. I have holy light purification, which can purify all negative statuses. That's why she chose something like golden jade honey that can't be purified by skills. Leave. Ha? We managed to reach the 26th floor with great difficulty, and you still want to capture that world wondrous object. World wonders, we've already rushed to the 26th floor and have already captured the qualification for tomorrow's single challenge. Morong Shueishan said in a faint voice, tomorrow, snatch the champion's throne, back from Dongfang he is. Yes. Coronet. Chapter 36, Double Dragon Sacrifice. Black Death Outbreak Technique LV7. It's coming out. Goddess Morong Shueishan has also come out. 26th floor. It tied the record of all the years. Worthy of being an S-rank hidden profession angel, it actually tied the record of freshman professionals breaking through in Marina City over the years. The time was also advanced by 3 hours. It's really too strong. Why are there only 2 people in their team? I remember, that pretty girl who just came out is also from Morong Shueishan's team, called Li Mei, also the schoolgirl of the 2nd vocational high school in Binhai City. Where is she? Why is she missing? The trial square was abuzz with people, and the appearance of Morong Shueishan and Shirley caused a burst of discussion. Looking at the sea of spectators and professionals, Morong Shueishan frowned. Where is Sister Mei? Humph. Coronet. What are you still looking for her for with that kind of woman? Shirley said angrily, if it wasn't for her, we would have been able to at least break through the 26th floor and reach the 27th floor of the earth. Morong Shueishan shook her head and said, Sister Mei was also tricked. Forget it, let's go. She glanced back at the trial tower, and then at the electronic screen in the plaza. How come so many people haven't broken through the 21st floor this year? There's no one on the 21st through 23rd floors? Only the 24th, 25th, and 26th have people? Dongfang He and Pingon Shen, they're really still on the 26th floor. Where's Yang Shenli? Is he also an S-ranked professional? Just like us, only reaching the 26th floor? Shirley also wondered, it's really strange, in the previous sessions of the college entrance exam, the number of people on the 21st to 24th floors was the largest. A lot of people who have no hope of breaking through will stay in the trial tower to find suitable monsters to kill and upgrade. How come this year? Buzz. Just at this time, there was a flash on the electronic screen. The names of Dongfang He and Pingon Shen both appeared on the 27th floor, almost simultaneously. 27th floor. Broken record. Dongfang He and Pingon Shen have broken the record of rushing through the levels maintained by Binhai City for 100 years. The surrounding people quickly shouted out, the record of Marina City's newborn professionals breaking the barrier was broken. It was a big deal for them as well. In the future, when they bragged with their relatives in the provinces, they would have material. Morong Shueishan indifferently glanced at the electronic screen and said in a faint voice, let's go. Shirley said in a dry, hoarse voice, Coronet. Don't you want to know how many floors Dongfang He and Pingon Shen can rush to at most? Them? Morong Shueishan said indifferently, Pingon Shen doesn't have enough reserves, so he'll stay at the 27th floor at most. As for Dongfang He, the one he awakened is a dragon knight. Just think about that twin dragon sacrifice lord from 100 years ago, and you can envision Dongfang He's future. Twin dragon sacrifice. Lord Richard? Shirley sucked in a breath of cool air. Double dragon sacrifice, Richard. This was a great man who had been written into textbooks and whom they had worshipped since childhood. The main thing was that this Lord Double Dragon Sacrifice was still alive today. The president of the Imperial Capital Higher Vocational University, the vice president of the Imperial Capital Vocational Federation, one of the top 10 legendary powerhouses of the Imperial Capital, had once killed 2 high-level demon commanders in the Sea of Stars with the power of one person. This kind of battle power was enough to make Lord Richard stand proudly above the entire world. And now, Morong Shueishan was actually comparing Dongfang He with the Double Dragon Sacrifice Lord Richard. Could it be that Dongfang He's future was enough to grow to the same status as Lord Richard the Twin Dragon Sacrifice? Morong Shueishan's eyes flashed out a cold aura as he said, let's go and prepare for tomorrow's single challenge. That world wonder, I must get my hands on it. Not even Dongfang He can stop me. As for Li Mei, give her one last chance. Coronet. Shirley trembled and subconsciously shouted. This was the first time he had seen such a confident Morong Shueishan. Could it be that Li Mei's betrayal was also a growth for the coronet? On the high stage, someone sighed. Alas, that little ninny from the Morong family has come out as well. Too bad, the one she awakened is an S-rank hidden profession angel. There is a chance to break through the 27th layer. Could it be that there was an accident in the middle? Geniuses often exist, and fallen geniuses are also very common. For Morong Shueishan, it's just a setback. If he can't even step over this kind of setback, how can he grow into a true heavenly pride of my human race? Elder Chan is right. Not to mention Morong Shueishan, these people who were suppressed by Dongfang He might also emerge as a true heavenly pride in the future. This reminds me of the Twin Dragon Sacrifice Lord Richard? That lord is from a commoner's background. How many assassinations and traps did he encounter after awakening the Dragon Sacrifice, and in the end, didn't he still grow up to what he is today? Not bad. I remember that back then, when Lord Richard had not yet taken off, he was bullied by many people. Hehehe, the current Dongfang He is a member of the Dongfang family, with resources as vast as the Sea of Smoke. His dragon pet's growth speed will definitely exceed that year's Lord Richard. I wish I could see the moment when Dongfang He's giant dragon grows up. Not good. Elder Chen. Elder Yang. Principal Wang. Someone suddenly shouted again, look at the trial tower. Poisonous mist has appeared on the 24th floor as well. What? Inside the 24th floor. Lin Luo's trio stood amidst the roiling snow and wind, and beside them, dozens of snow monsters and Arctic storm bears collapsed weakly to the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices, as the black death virus continued to coalesce into a poisonous mist. The cold weather was more suitable for the growth and spread of the virus. And this windy and snowy weather was even more suitable for Lian Yining's play. At this moment, she was floating in mid-air, and a large amount of snow and wind condensed around her. The black death virus poisonous mist was blown by the wind and snow, and at an extremely fast speed, it spread to the entire 24th floor of Ice Time. You have risen to level LV29. Your 4-dimensional attribute points have been fixedly raised by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. You have gained 1 skill point. The mechanical voice of the worlds will came, and from the 21st to the 24th floor, Lin Luo's level skyrocketed by a full 5 levels. At the same time, such was the slaughter of the monsters in the trial tower that at least nearly 10,000 monsters died under Lin Luo's black death virus. And the deaths of so many monsters had brought him 4 skill points. Together with the skill points he had just gained, he now had a full 5 skill points. He opened the skill bar, and the level of the Black Plague Outbreak technique had been raised to LV6. Raise the Black Plague Outbreak technique. A flash of light flashed, and his Black Death Virus Outbreak technique was directly raised to LV7 level. Warm prompt. Your skill Black Plague Virus Outbreak technique has been raised to LV7 level, reaching the upper limit of normal skill point boosts. If you wish to continue upgrading this skill, you need to consume gold skill points. Gold skill points. Lin Luo's eyes flashed. All skills could be raised by relying on skill points, but they could only be raised up to LV7 level at most. If you wanted to continue raising it, you had to obtain gold skill points. Skills gain special attributes with each level up after being raised through gold skill points, which were very precious. It's already LV29, 25 level should allow me to raise it to LV30. After LV30 level, I'll be able to make a career change. I'm really looking forward to my second career change. What will it be? Chapter 37, Cerberus. Dongfang He's golden fighting spirit. Inside the 27th floor. Hellhounds all over the ground appeared around Dongfang He and the others, and one magma flame after another that contained a pungent smell then shot towards them. Zhang Meng. Pingon Chen roared, and Zhang Meng had already crossed the crowd. As he ran wildly, the earth around him actually surged, and in an instant, it spread to his entire body, forming a thick boulder armor. The entire person looked over like a small giant. Hill Giant. A class hidden profession, gaining the power of the earth after transferring. As long as one stood on the earth, one could constantly gain the blessings of the earth. Roar. Wall of earth. He roared, and the earth in front of him quickly surged, forming a huge wall that was several meters high and more than 10 meters wide, blocking the hellhound that was running wildly. Boom. Boom boom. Explosions continued to come, and the faces of both Dongfang He and Pingon Chen changed slightly. LV35 level elite monsters, hellhounds. How did they appear here? Most of the monsters that appeared on the 27th floor were mainly magma dogs and flame pythons, with only a very small number of hellhounds. I didn't expect that as soon as we came in, we'd run into so many hellhounds. The two made eye contact and quickly reached a consensus. Cooperate. Charge out of the 27th floor together. Split light illusion sword. Pingon pointed out with his sword, immediately illuminating several sword shadows, decapitating the hellhounds that had crossed the city wall. Yang Haoren flew in, reciting words under his breath before pointing the longsword in his hand in the direction of the hellhound. Poison ivy. With a clatter, a black vine grew underneath the hellhound's feet, binding the hellhound in an instant. And then Yang Haoren even slashed his sword, stabbing into the hellhound's neck. Pingon frowned, Class A hidden profession magic swordsman, I wonder what kind of talent you possess. Fiery flame, cold ice, and poison. Yang Haoren agreed and pounced on another hellhound. Within 3 inches, I am invincible. Fang Yuan also chanted an incantation, and soon a transparent defense shield appeared successively on the 6 of them, blocking the hellhound's attack. Fang Yuan, a level hidden profession, forbidden formation master? It can be exported into a formation. Jin Pingon's eyes were a little hard to see, compared to the other party's strength. His own side, no matter if it was himself or Hao Zhao and Zhang Meng, could not compare to Dongfang He and his teammates. Could it be that he was destined to be crushed by Dongfang He? Flame Destroyer. On the other side, Dongfang He also shouted angrily, and the golden dragon lance in his hand stabbed away, immediately carrying blazing flames and tremendous power, instantly picking off a hellhound. The young dragon Black Reaper also lunged out, biting the neck of this hellhound, and for a while, miserable screams and roars continued to come out. Dragon Knight Dongfang He. Shen Pinggan's eyes were filled with defiance as he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, I will never back down and admit defeat. So what if I'm a dragon knight? As long as the long sword in my hand is sharp enough, I can also cut through any setbacks." False. An ear-piercing air-breaking sound came from the air, and the long sword in Pinggan Shen's hand actually went beyond the crowd, transforming into a bolt of lightning that pierced through the heads of the leading several hellhounds. Run! Don't get entangled with these hellhounds. Our purpose is the entrance to the 28th floor. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Black Reaper roared angrily and violently crashed through the two hellhounds that were blocking the way. Dongfang He, Yang Haoren, Hao Zhao, Zheng Meng, and the others quickly passed through. There are only 2 entrances on the 27th floor, and the closest one according to here is that magma lake. Hurry up and rush through. Ow! A roar suddenly came out, only to see that the huge magma lake kept tumbling inside, and actually climbed out a huge figure that was 4 or 5 meters tall. This figure's entire body was burning with blazing flames and magma, and the whole thing was like a Tibetan mastiff, but the hair on the surface had long been taken over by the flowing magma. Cerberus. The boss of the 27th floor. Doesn't it usually slumber in the magma? How could it? Roar! Seeing this hellhound pouncing over the Black Reaper beside Dongfang, he also roared in anger. As a top-ranked creature, when had it ever been provoked? Accompanied by this roar, the hellhound was obviously a bit hesitant, but in the next second, it was filled with greed and battle intent. As he roared, more than 30 hellhounds appeared around him, as well as dozens of magma dogs, all rushing over under his control. As for the Black Reaper, this time, it actually ignored Dongfang He's shouts and charged against the odds. It dawned on Pinggan Shen, "Dongfang He, your dragon pet aura has stimulated this hellhound boss. Some monsters with the same attributes can enhance themselves by devouring each other. Your dragon pet is a flame giant dragon with similar attributes to this hellhound, and it's clearly using your dragon pet as sustenance for its advancement. As long as it devours your dragon pet, it will have a chance to advance into a hell double-headed dog, or even a hell 3-headed dog." The corners of Dongfang He's mouth twitched slightly, a fierce battle intent flashed in his eyes, and the golden dragon spear in his hand even emitted a dragon's roar. "Want to use my dragon pet as a feeder for advancement? It doesn't have that good of teeth yet." He turned his head violently to look at Pinggan Shen. "Pinggan Shen, you're not thinking of running, are you?" Pinggan Shen laughed dryly. "How could that be? We are both rivals and friends, and you and my family are also in the same breath, so since you are in trouble, how could I stand by and do nothing?" "Very well." Dongfang He flung his lance, and the dragon's roar was even more piercing. A strand of golden aura surged violently through his body, actually turning into a golden flame. He let out a furious cry and followed behind the Black Reaper, rushing towards the hellhound. Hao Zhao came over. "Boss, we..." Pinggan Shen shook his head. "Golden Dochi. Dongfang He's strength is far from as ordinary as it appears. Stand with Dongfang He this time. This hellhound is also considered a Fey bloodline. Killing it will most likely drop a bloodline transmutation prop. Let's team up and kill it." "Good. Boss. Kill." Chapter 38, 25th floor. LV 30. Trial Tower, 25th floor. Wang Dong, quickly resist this poison widow. Attack. It's dying. Watch my explosive fireball. Boom. Inside a forest, 3 professionals joined forces with each other and managed to kill a car-sized poison widow spider. The fiery fireball exploded, and this poison widow spider's head was instantly blown apart, with pale white brain matter flowing all over the ground. In the abdomen of the poison widow spider, a stream of writhing, a large number of small white spiders gushed out densely, making one's scalp numb from watching. Zhang Yan, who was wearing a red vestment robe, urged, "Quickly kill these small spiders, there's quite a bit of experience as well." The 3 of them immediately made their move and killed the densely packed small spiders one after another. "Ahaha, cool." Zhang Yan said excitedly, "I've just gained about more than 1200 experience points, and I'm still short of more than 20,000 experience before I can level up to LV16. "Me too." Wang Dong, who was carrying a shield, said, "I'm just like you, I'm also close to LV16 level. How about you, Lianfun?" Next to them, there was also a huntress wearing leather armor that outlined her body perfectly. She was being this longbow also smiled and said, "I've upgraded, as well as LV16 level. Aya, congratulations, congratulations. Worthy of being a trial tower. The monster experience is really rich. A day's time several of us have been upgraded by 5 or 6 levels." Wang Dong said happily, "We also took advantage of the opportunity of the college entrance exam to come in. Usually if you want to come in, every time you enter, you have to consume thousands of gold coins, and you can only come in once a month, so how can an ordinary professional afford to consume so much?" "Yes." Zhang Yan also nodded his head and said, "This is our chance, there are still more than 2 hours left in time, strive for another level up." Liangfun's beautiful eyes also whirled around Zhang Yan's body, which were full of charm. This time, it's still thanks to Zhang Yan not going to break into the 26th floor, but instead staying at the 25th floor. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yan laughed, "My dad is also a professional, this is still what he told me. With our strength we simply can't break through to the bottom 26th floor, it's very likely that we'll be killed halfway through. Even if I'm an A-ranked profession flame mage and you're all B-ranked profession, you won't be able to rush up there at all. Instead of wasting time to break through to the 26th floor, it's better to stay at the 25th floor and kill monsters halfway to upgrade. 12 hours of time, as long as we utilize it well, it's enough for us to ascend several levels. Liang Fun's eyes were even more adoring. A professional family? Both father and son are professionals. For ordinary people and ordinary professionals, it's usually impossible to come into contact with them. That's the kind of man I want. Zhang Yan, uncle can be really insightful. I'm afraid that even Dongfeng he. Huh, what is that? Liang Fun suddenly looked into the distance and said strangely. Zhang Yan and Wang Dong subconsciously turned their heads, only to find that a black mist actually surged in that direction, quickly rushing to their side in no time. Black mist? When did the 25th floor have fog? Not bad, according to the information, only the undead heavenly tribulation world after the 40th floor will have fog. Strange, what the hell happened? As the three were talking, this fog had enveloped them. A few seconds later, the trio's faces changed drastically. Not good. Why do I keep losing blood? Quickly look at the attribute panel. The world's will has reminded us that we've entered a state of serious illness. Damn it! This mist is poisonous. It's infecting us with a serious illness. Quickly use medicine. Get out of here. Can't. I'm running out of medicine. My head is spinning and I want to vomit. Vomit. Black Death. Code 4, it's the bubonic plague. How can there be bubonic plague here? Or such a strong plague virus? The medicine won't hold up. Quickly leave the trial tower. Damn it! We've rushed to the 25th floor with great difficulty, and this is how we're going to leave? Stay in the mountains and don't worry about the firewood. Get out of here, only the doctors outside can save us. The three of them shouted angrily, and it was only after Zhang Yan's single-minded insistence that the three of them finally chose to leave the trial tower helplessly. 3 rays of light enveloped the 3 figures and soon disappeared. Almost at the same time, within the entire 25th floor of the trial tower, there were constant flashes of white light. There were at least dozens of occupants who were all above AB rank evaluation, helplessly choosing to leave this place. More than half an hour later, 3 silhouettes appeared at this place, and it was none other than Lin Luo, Lian Yining, and Tang Cheng. 25 floors off. Tang Cheng sked, Luo, you're just too good. If I were to follow the normal schedule, I would still need at least half a year to level up to LV20 before I would dare to come here. I didn't expect to be here right now. It's really too strong. Lian Yining was also suppressing her excitement. Lin Luo, I'm already LV25 level. This would definitely scare a large portion of people if I went out. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 3 months for me to rise to LV25 level. I'm also almost LV30 level. Lin Luo said in a faint voice. Lian Yining asked, LV30 level? Then are you ready for the transformation book? You're so powerful, it'd be a waste if you changed to a normal profession. Transformation book? Of course I'm ready. Looking at the poisonous fog that had almost filled the entire 25th floor of the trial tower, Lin Luo said, all the professions should have left already. Next, it's our world. Black Death Virus. Outbreak. Squeak. Squeak squeak. Steeply, ear-piercing chirps kept coming from the surroundings. Within the 25th floor of the trial tower that was shrouded by the Black Death virus, thousands of poison widow spiders, ghost-faced human spiders, 8-eyed poison spiders, and other monsters all had instantaneous outbreaks of the Black Death virus within their bodies. They weakly collapsed to the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices and hissing in pain. And as time passed, these thousands of poisonous spider monsters, in the end, couldn't withstand the Black Death outbreak technique that was as high as LV7 level and died helplessly. You have killed the ghost-faced human spider and gained 3,250 experience points. You have killed the 8-eyed poison spider and gained 5,100 experience points. You have gained 1 skill point. You have leveled up to LV30. Your 4-dimensional attribute points have been fixed by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. You have gained 4 free attribute points. You gained 1 skill point. You've unlocked a new skill. Warm tip, you have reached level LV30 and can make a second turn to obtain a new profession. Please find a suitable profession teaching teacher or a transfer book to make a transfer in order to learn new skills. Chapter 39, Netherworld's Mutation Skills. LV30 level. Also, the skill tree has been refreshed to learn new skills. Lin Luo said excitedly, then opened his vocational skill list again. I gained 5 skill points earlier, and I added them all to the Black Death outbreak technique. I just gained 1 skill point on the 25th floor as well, and with the skill points rewarded from LV30 leveling, I only have 2 skill points now. He opened the skill list and his face was delighted. This is a list of 4 skills. There are actually 4 skills available for me to learn. Lin Luo's eyes were dead set on the skill list, and his eyes became more and more bizarre. What the hell skills are these? On the skill list, there were 4 skill icons flashing with light in the LV30 level column, representing that these 4 skills could be learned. The first one, the Sex Fish Hyperactivity Technique. Sexual fish exuberance technique, a mutated skill that can cause the target to drastically increase their sexual fish in a short period of time, suppress their own sanity, and at any time, in any place, and in any state, engage in behaviors that include and are not limited to coitus, masturbation, and other acts of venting their desires with any creature around them, of any kind, and of any gender. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth twitched a little. What the hell is this? Isn't this more useful than a sow's postpartum care? Whoever stares at whoever gets pregnant. In the future, if anyone offended Lin Luo, a round of sex fish hyperactivity technique was thrown over. Who would be able to withstand it? And any creature, any kind, any sex. Doesn't that mean that even homosexuality is possible? Vomit. He almost threw up. Shaking his head, he looked at the second skill. Acromegaly increased technique. Acromegaly increased technique, a mutated skill that causes the target to become infected with the HPV virus in a short period of time and break out into large areas and large numbers of acromegaly. The growth areas include and are not limited to the lower body, mouth and nose, soles of the feet, the just circumference, the sacred organ, the root of the leg, and the introductory tract, emitting severe pain and bad odor, and cannot be cured for life. Lin Luo was all a bit speechless. Should it be so perverted? Is this considered a skill? Those things growing out of that place, and it can't be cured for life, don't even dare to see people. Acromegaly increased technique, horrible as it is. He looked towards the third mutated skill with a frightening heart. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint himself. Gonorrhea spreading technique. Gonorrhea spreading technique, a mutated skill that causes the target to be infected with gram-negative diplococcus in a short period of time, triggering moderate to severe gonorrhea. It causes the target to urinate frequently, urgently, and painfully, and the male ghost head, female cervix, or introductory tract to develop pus and ulceration, etc., and causes severe pain, accompanied by contagiousness. This ghost skill again? I'm a manly man, I'll learn this kind of insidious skill. What kind of joke is this? Warts and gonorrhea are all there, so the next one won't be. The fourth skill, sure enough, is syphilis explosion technique. Syphilis explosion technique, a mutated skill that causes the target to be infected with the pale syphilis spirochete virus for a short period of time, triggering stage 1 syphilis and growing to stage 3 syphilis in a short period of time. Violates the central nervous system and can cause meningeal vasculopathy, spinal tuberculosis, and paralytic dementia. Invasion of the cardiovascular system can lead to aortitis, aortic valve atresia, aortic aneurysm, etc. Syphilis spirochetes damage the bones, eyes, respiratory tract, digestive tract and other systems, causing destruction of tissues and organs, loss of function, and in severe cases, leading to disability, lifelong incurability, and death. P.S. After the third stage of syphilis, there is no cure and death is inevitable. Had. Lin Luo sucked in a breath of cool air. Compared to syphilis, the acromegaly and gonorrhea in front of him were simply little brothers. Especially the third stage of syphilis, people stop killing people, Buddha stop killing Buddha. Acromegaly, gonorrhea, syphilis. This LV30 level skill, how are they all more terrifying than one another? What kind of horrible mutated skills are they all? In comparison, the sex fish hyperactivity technique was practically a bodhisattva's heart. Looking at these 4 skills, Lin Luo fell into deep thought. Should he learn it? He only had 2 skill points right now and could only learn 2 skills. Or perhaps, upgrade the skills he had previously mastered? Until now, among the several mutated skills he had mastered, only the Black Death Outbreak skill had reached LV7 level. In the absence of gold skill points, it had already been considered to have reached a small full level. As for the other skills, they were all still only 1 or 2 levels. Skin Burst Technique LV1. Acute Gastroenteritis Instant Burst Technique LV1. Pain Deepening Technique LV. Mental Confusion LV1. Alzheimer Technique LV1. Influenza Virus Lysis LV1. Blood Burning LV2. Black Death Outbreak LV7. Sex Fish Hyperactivity Spell? Acromegaly Increased Technique? Gonorrhea Spreading Technique? And Syphilis Outbreak Technique. Of these 4 skills, the first 3 belong to the control, or debuff category, and only the 4th, the Syphilis Explosion Technique, is considered a damage skill. Lin Luo thought, I already have the Black Death Eruption Technique as a big killer, so the damage aspect is already enough. In that case, he smiled, gradually becoming a bit perverted. Learn the Sex Fish Hyperactivity Technique and the Acromegaly Increased Technique. A control and a debuff, but they were both divine techniques. 2 rays of light flashed, and in Lin Luo's mind, 2 intricately patterned runes appeared, proving that he had already learned these 2 mutated skills. Lin Luo, your smile is a little scary. Lian Yining's voice suddenly came out, but Tang Cheng on the side said, what terror, that's perversion. Luo, the smile you just had was just too perverted, just like those big villains in the movie. Cough cough. Lin Luo coughed dryly and said, it's nothing, I've risen to LV30 and just learned 2 skills. Tang Cheng hurriedly asked, HM? Luo, you learned skills again, what skills? I think it's better for you not to know. Alright. Thinking of Lin Luo's perverted smile just now, Tang Cheng subconsciously shrunk his head. Right, Lin Luo, didn't you say that you have the profession transfer book? Quickly see what mission it is? All right. Lin Luo readily accepted the good advice and took out that only hidden occupation transfer book. After a flash of light, in his mind, the relentless voice of the will of the world appeared once again. You have activated the unique hidden profession transfer book, and you are about to carry out the second transformation quest. 0. After using the unique hidden profession transfer book, the world will derive into a unique hidden profession based on your profession at the time of your first turn, your own 4-dimensional attributes, and the skills you specialize in. Please choose one of the following 2 hidden professions as your upcoming second turn profession. Note, these 2 hidden professions are unique, and after choosing one, the other will disappear permanently. Chapter 40, Second Turn. The only hidden profession. Necromancer, the only hidden profession, savior of the kingdom of darkness, walks in the twilight, the home of the souls of all the dead and undead, and the spiritual home of all the dead and undead souls, the light that guides them on their way. This profession is a hybrid advanced mutation of necromancer and night messenger, and has the final authority to interpret some of the lost souls. After successfully transferring to this profession, you can gain the opportunity to walk in the material realm and the land of the Yellow Springs, and can manipulate the undead souls, and all dead and undead abilities at will. After successfully transferring this profession, one's current mastery skills will remain unchanged, and afterward the skills will evolve into the exclusive skills of the sect leader of the Kingdom of the Dead. And you gain 10 exclusive skill points, which can upgrade the second turn skills of this profession. But due to being too close to the darkness, your appearance will be infinitely close to the undead, and your body will be permanently transformed into a necromantic physique. Your charisma towards the dead is permanently increased by 10 points, and your charisma towards the living is permanently decreased by 10 points. Dead Kingdom Sect Leader? Lin Luo frowned slightly. Looking at the explanation, it was somewhat like a necromancer type of advanced profession. Worthy of being the only hidden profession, the mere explanation was incomparably powerful. Being able to walk freely in the material realm and the land of the Yellow Springs underworld, hell, or something like that, manipulating the undead and playing with souls? Unfortunately. Lin Luo shook his head. After transferring to become a sect leader of the Kingdom of the Dead, his subsequent skills would be transformed into undead, necromancy, and soul-type skills. It seemed powerful, but it was still a bit different compared to the mutated skills he had previously mastered. He couldn't be sure if his skills would still mutate after being transformed into a Dead Kingdom Sect Lord. The main thing was, after transmuting into a Dead Kingdom Sect Lord, his own physique and appearance would actually change. Turning into a necromantic physique, isn't this a ing witch demon? A bony appearance, who would like that? I wonder what the second soul hidden occupation is. He looked towards the second unique hidden profession. Doctor of Evil Virtue. Only those doctors who are the most evil and without any professional ethics will be able to obtain this only hidden profession. Orthodox doctor profession skills will have a certain chance to mutate, or some special additional effects will appear. This profession is a hidden profession for priests, doctors, pharmacists, and other professions to advance to, and has uniqueness. After successful transfer, your orthodox doctor profession skills will have a certain chance to mutate and certain special additional effects will appear. You will also gain the unique skill, No Liability Surgery. No liability surgery, mutated skill, an extremely dangerous surgery where the surgeon bears no risk, does not guarantee the results, and is not responsible for the outcome of the surgery. It can only be cast on humanoid or humanoid creatures. After the skill is successfully cast, there is a certain chance that it will be cast on the current target. System disorder. System adjustment in progress. The World Will's icy voice came again, causing Lin Luo's eyes to light up as well. Can this, even the only skill gained from transferring a hidden profession, be mutated? Adjustment successful. After a successful transfer, you can obtain the only skill, No Responsibility Surgery. No Responsibility Surgery, a mutated skill, an extremely dangerous surgery where the surgeon bears no risk, does not guarantee the results, and is not responsible for the outcome of the surgery. It can only be cast on humanoid or humanoid creatures. Upon successful casting, there is a chance to cast random mutilation, random deformity, random transsexualization, and organ transplantation on the current target. Random mutilation, mutated skill. When cast on a target, the target randomly loses an arm, leg, both eyes, both ears, both noses, both tongues, etc., and acquires a disability such as a broken arm, leg, blindness, deafness, or mute. Random deformity, mutation skill. After casting on the target, a random part of the target is deformed, with an abnormal shape, size, location, or structure of organs or tissues or lack thereof. Limb swelling or shrinking, anencephaly, megalencephaly, cleft lip, polydactyly, cryptorchidism, underdevelopment, etc. Random deformity technique, mutagenesis skill. Random sex change, mutation skill. After casting on the target's gender randomly changes, male, female, eunuch, misogyny, mixed gender, etc. Organ transplantation, you can freely transplant any organ from any creature into the target and ensure its survival and fusion. You gain 10 exclusive skill points after a successful transfer, which allows you to upgrade your profession's second-turn skills and generalized skills. Lin Luo's heart was filled with surprise. What the hell kind of skill is this? Random maiming? Random deformity? Random degeneration. If this is given to a random person, if they don't die, they'll be crippled. Too bad it only works on humanoid or humanoid creatures. This Dr. Evil Virtue's only hidden profession is very interesting. The Soul Hidden Profession Transfer book gave him 2 choices of Soul Hidden Profession. Deadly Kingdom Cleric. Doctor of Evil Virtue. Simply looking at the explanation of the professions, there was no doubt that the Dead Kingdom Sect Lord was a bit stronger. However, in Lin Luo's opinion, this Dr. Evil Virtue's profession was a perfect match for his hidden golden finger. Skills mutated. And Dr. Evil Virtue's attributes were also something that could make the doctor's occupational skills mutate. What's more, Dr. Evil Virtue, the only hidden profession, was also considered a priest's advanced profession, and the two complemented each other. Most notably, there was also no liability surgery. This skill was simply a divine skill if it was truly mastered by him afterward. After a little bit of thinking, Lin Luo made his choice. I'm going to switch to the only hidden profession, the Evil Virtue Doctor. You have chosen the only hidden profession, Dr. Evil Virtue. You obtained the only hidden quest, Silver Heart. Silver Heart, the only transfer quest. You must kill a silver rank humanoid creature boss within a month's time, dissect its heart, and turn it over to the world will. Time limit, 1 month. Silver Heart? Within 1 month, kill a silver rank humanoid type creature boss and bring back its heart dissected? Lin Luo muttered, worthy of being the only hidden quest of a hidden profession, he actually had to let him kill a silver rank boss. And it was still a humanoid boss. Of all the creature type bosses, only the humanoid boss was the most difficult. Although the humanoid boss had gone through a demonic infestation and their intelligence had been damaged, but after all, they were humanoid bosses, and with the passage of time, their intelligence and consciousness were gradually recovering, becoming lucid and cunning from time to time. When they couldn't defeat a professional, humanoid bosses would even run away, make traps, and even unite with other bosses, making them very difficult to deal with. Silver rank humanoid boss? It's almost like finding a needle in a haystack to find this type of boss in the wild. It's hard to find. Even if you find it, it will be snatched away by people from other large forces. Lin Luo said softly, but in his mind, he recalled the information about the trial tower. It seems like within the trial tower, there's a silver rank humanoid boss. Chapter 41, Transfer Quest. Terrifying Sex Fish Hyperactivity Technique. Yining. Tang Chang. I received a transfer quest, so I might have to say goodbye to you guys first. Lian Yining hurriedly said, a transfer quest? Is it dangerous? Do you need my help? Tang Chang also said, wow boss so fast, do you have to kill monsters or complete a series of quests? I can also help you After I leave, aren't you guys worried about not having a way to cross the 26th floor? I'm going to Luoge, what are you talking about, we're brothers. Tang Chun laughed, besides, if it wasn't for you, how could I have rushed to the 25th floor? It's not bad if I can reach the 15th floor. I'm not an insatiable person, so hurry up and go do your quest. Lian Yining also nodded her head and said, that, it's definitely your mission that's important, we're nothing. Alright then. Lin Luo also didn't hide it and said, my transfer quest is to kill a silver rank humanoid boss, I think there just happens to be one in the trial tower right? You mean the boss on the 30th floor of the trial tower? Lian Yining exclaimed, that boss, but it's a boss that requires 10 second turn professionals to join forces in order to be able to raid it. Lin Luo, isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone, I'm going to go with you too. Yeah Luo, although your skills are powerful, but that boss on the 30th floor must have high double resistance, I think we. No need to persuade me. Lin Luo shook his head and said, my mind is made up, I just happened to enter the trial tower this time to activate the transfer quest, if I want to find a silver-ranked humanoid boss in the wild like finding a needle in a haystack, I'll never give up. The next time we enter the trial tower, I don't know when we'll have to wait. Lian Yining still advised, but we're only at the 25th floor now, and there are still 5 more floors to the 30th floor, so we can't make it in time Lin Luo explained, previously, we were waiting for my poisonous mist to cover the entire world of the trial tower in order to upgrade, wasting a long time. This time, I'm going to break into the 30th floor alone, so I definitely won't be releasing the poisonous mist to kill the monsters, I'll get rid of it if I can, and the main thing is still that humanoid BSOS. Lian Yining still wanted to say something, but looking at Lin Luo who was determined to go, she could only nod her head and say, alright then, but you must pay attention to safety, if you encounter danger afterward don't hold on, make sure to leave the trial tower at the first opportunity. I will. Tang Chang was also red-faced as he said, Luo brother. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Let's go to the 26th floor and take a look. Lin Luo nodded and was about to leave when he was pulled by Lian Yining's small hand. A wooden prop was shoved into Lin Luo's hand by her. Lin Luo, this thing you take with you, thousand times be safe. After the three of them stepped onto the 26th floor and looked at the mountains of purple-eyed centipedes and the flying poisonous bats circling in mid-air, Lian Yining and Tang Cheng waved goodbye to Lin Luo. And then along with two white rays of light, the silhouettes of the two of them abruptly disappeared from sight. Lin Luo grabbed his backhand and took out a small prop. The prop was black in color, made of unknown wood, but it was in the shape of a small person, and the workmanship looked very rough. However, Lin Luo solemnly put it away. Beauty Grace, this prop is only a one-time prop, but if it falls into the market, at least in the 10 million level Scapegoat Puppet, a one-time special prop, dropping one's own blood on top of the scapegoat puppet can resist a lethal damage for the owner of the blood. After successfully resisting, the double puppet will be destroyed. Scapegoat Puppet. In a way, it was already considered to give one an extra life. Most importantly, there was actually no essence blood of Lian Yining on this double puppet. It was definitely a life-preserving prop that Lian Yining's father had prepared for her, but was given to Lin Luo by Lian Yining. She had no intention of using it herself. Although Lian Yining didn't even know that he also had a resurrection prop. The Resurrection Cross. In terms of value, it was far above a double puppet. But the friendship of a beauty was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Lin Luo breathed a long sigh of relief, bit his tongue, and sprayed a stream of blood at the double puppet. The crimson essence blood was slowly absorbed by the double puppet and flowed along a weird arc all over the body, just like human meridians. With the substitute puppet and the resurrection cross, this time, there's a 50% certainty in the transfer mission. His figure flashed and he immediately rushed towards the entrance of the 27th floor. Rustling. A strange chirping sound came from the ground as two purple-eyed centipedes crawled out of the ground, wandering their huge bodies towards Lin Luo. I just learned 2 mutated skills, so let's take you guys for a test. Sexfish Hyperactive Technique. As soon as the words fell, a skill landed on the leading purple-eyed centipede. Ow! The leading purple-eyed centipede howled and instantly turned around and pounced on the other purple-eyed centipede in one swift motion. With its thick lower body, it made a strong push against its fellow clan member, and a burst of sticky liquid flowed out. The original miserable green pupils were now covered in water mist. The other purple-eyed centipede screamed miserably, swinging its huge body to escape, but it was deadlocked by its fellow clan member, unable to get away at all. Lin Luo was dumbfounded. He could think of the power of the mutation skill, but he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. It had only taken a few seconds to make 2 insect-like monsters get into it. How terrifying. If this was thrown at a person. Lin Luo winced and immediately took this opportunity to run towards the entrance. Ga. In mid-air, there were flying poisonous bats swooping towards Lin Luo from the sky, and they were hit by another sexfish hyperactivity technique from Lin Luo. Ga. The flying poison bat let out a strange cry and turned around to pounce on another flying poison bat, messing around in the air. Lin Luo's scalp went numb and he hurriedly ran away again. Along the way, as long as he encountered a monster blocking his way, a round of sexfish hyperactivity was thrown over, and he immediately screwed with the monster next to him. Just like this, without bothering a single soldier or clan, without losing a single drop of blood or getting injured, Lin Luo arrived at the entrance to the 27th floor. Behind him, there were at least hundreds of purple-eyed centipedes and flying poison bats that had gotten together. There were even some purple-eyed centipedes and flying poison bats that were entangled together, unwilling to separate. Code, what is this? A monster's uncovered assembly? Lin Luo sucked in a mouthful of cool air and hurriedly turned around and stepped into the 27th floor's teleportation entrance. Into the eyes, a fiery red. Chapter 42, Running Out of Oil? Exiting one after another. Ow! Inside the 27th floor. The Cerberus roared with rage, a charge that sent the Black Reaper flying, while its thick tail lashed out, actually directly knocking Zhang Meng, who had already changed into a small giant, a good 10 meters away. It ruthlessly smashed into the hillside, the masking armor on his body peeling off at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing Zhang Meng with a pained expression. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Dongfang, his golden dragon spear in his hand, once again burned with a golden flame, ruthlessly stabbing in through the hellhound's neck. Golden sprint. Ow! The hellhound hissed in pain and violently turned its head towards Dongfang He to bite. In the nick of time, Dongfang He gave up the golden dragon gun in his hand and quickly retreated. Ga. The thick and sturdy golden dragon lance was bitten out by the hellhound's sharp fangs with a series of golden sparks. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the other side of the hellhound. Pingon Chen. The long sword in his hand flashed out a grayish light, transforming into a sharp sword chi that ruthlessly chopped at the other side of the hellhound's neck. Sword chi vertical and horizontal. Put. The hellhound's neck was instantly torn open, and sticky blood sprayed out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Haoren and Fang Yuan followed suit, and their cold ice swords and thunder also fell, beating the hellhound. Roar! The severely injured hellhound almost went berserk, hardening himself against these attacks and frantically tearing and pouncing. Qin Pingon and Yang Haoren, who were the closest to him, were directly slapped away by the hellhound in a careless manner. The sharp claws tore the equipment on the two men to shreds, and Yang Haoren was even torn out with a large gash, flopping to the ground with a miserable scream. Hoo. The severely injured hellhound stared at the several people present with a deadly stare, and while the Black Death God was pouncing again, it actually twisted its head and leapt back into the lava pool. In just a few seconds, it disappeared. Ow! The Black Death God came running wildly, obviously wanting to rush into the magma to chase it down. Black Reaper, come back! Dongfang, he roared, picking up the golden dragon lance that was stained with Cerberus blood. The Black Reaper hissed in dissatisfaction, and his claws slapped at the magma pool. For the giant dragon it was a disgrace for its prey to escape from before its eyes. Pingon Shen gasped, "Get out of here!" Cerberus was a rare boss with intelligence, and would choose to escape back to the magma pool after being seriously injured. Inside the magma pool, it can rely on the power of the magma and flames to recover from its injuries and will soon rush out. When other second-turn professions deal with the hellhound, they would often touch at least two well-equipped MTs to block the hellhound's way back to the magma pool or lure it away in order to kill it completely. We're outnumbered, and we're already lucky to be able to force him back. Hurry up and go to the 28th floor. I know this too. Dongfang, he grabbed the golden dragon lance with a death grip and said unwillingly, "Go. God of Death. Let's go to the next floor." Ow! The Black God of Death roared in anger, obviously unwilling, and opened its large mouth to hiss again. But in the end, it couldn't argue with the power of the contract and could only vent here. "Boss, I can't. The medication has run out, it can only go so far." Zhang Meng, who had reshaped into human form, limped over and said helplessly, "Young Master Dongfang, I'm also coughing. Cerberus, that claw, I didn't dodge it, and now there's still a burning state, and I've been losing blood." Yang Haoren also gritted his teeth and walked over. He and Pingon Shen took advantage of the hellhound's heavy injuries to try to kill it, but was slapped back by the hellhound. Pingon Shen was fine, but he was seriously injured. Pingon Shen shook his head and said, "Zhang Meng, you can leave the trial tower first and leave the rest to me." "I understand." "Rubbish." Dongfang Yi, however, gritted his teeth and said, "You leave as well, and after tomorrow's single-player challenge match, I'll have my family take care of your parents. Also, if you want to go to the Southeast Military Academy, you can follow me." Yang Haoren's face was originally a bit ugly, but he still let out a long sigh of relief after hearing these words. "Thank you, young Master Dongfang." He came from an ordinary family, and although his parents were rich, they were just ordinary people, and he didn't have much resources at all inside the circle of professionals. But Dongfang, he was different. The Dongfang family of Binhai City, its comprehensive strength could be ranked in the top 3 of the entire Binhai City. Most importantly, among the Dongfang Yi family, there was a legend realm ancestor, and there were countless other silver and gold ranked professionals. His class-hidden profession, magic swordsman, was already considered a ceiling in the eyes of ordinary people and ordinary professionals. But in Dongfang Yi's eyes, he could only be considered qualified. Since they were both dogs, why didn't they choose to be the dogs of the worldly families and gatekeepers? Zhang Meng and Yang Haoren, who were seriously injured, had to choose to leave the trial tower from the 27th floor. The remaining 4, Dongfang Yi, Fang Yuan, Zhen Pingon, and Hao Zhao, continued to rush, and after killing more than a dozen magma hounds, they finally stepped into the entrance to the 28th floor. Outside the trial tower, with the flickering of 2 rays of light, the figures of Lin Yining and Tang Chang finally stepped out of the trial tower. Alas! Looking back at the trial tower behind them, Lin Yining's heart was filled with worry. "Lin Luo, you must not be alright. Don't worry, sister-in-law, Luo is so powerful, he'll definitely be fine." "You, what are you blindly shouting?" Lin Yining's face swished red. He. Tang Cheng laughed wickedly. "You and Luo, brother, the thing which can hide from me, the first year of high school when you did not also wrote him a love letter?" Lin Yining stomped her feet anxiously. "You, how do you know?" "I found it from the bottom of Luo's drawer. Luo kept it really secretive." Then what was his reaction?" Tang Cheng said strangely. "That year, Luo brother's whole state was not right. Every day his mouth recited what go back, dreaming and so on. I also enlightened him for more than half a month before he recovered. As for you, he should have taken it to heart. So it's like this? No wonder he took more than half a month's vacation that year. As Lin Yining was speaking, she was suddenly interrupted by an exclamation. "Lin Yining! It's the goddess Lin of the 12th grade. She came out too? The 26th floor. She rushed to the 26th floor as well. Ha! 2 people? Lin Yining and Tang Cheng, where's that Lin Luo? He's still staying on the 26th floor?" Within the trial square, many professionals and spectators looked at them. At the same time, on the open space to their side, 2 rays of light appeared once again. Yang Haoren and Zhang Meng, who were seriously injured, slowly appeared as well. "Doctor! Quickly come to the doctor!" Yang Haoren and Zhang Meng have also come out. It seems that the team champions of this term will be coming out soon. Chapter 43, Licking Dog Yang Haoren. Deputy City Guard Guo Shuyi. Two doctors surrounded Yang Haoren, medicating and treating him. He was a rare A-rank hidden profession, so of course he couldn't fall in vain like this. A doctor said, "Student Yang Haoren, you're heavily injured and have a burning state. You must return to the hospital immediately with the help of instruments or the skills of healers, priests, and other auxiliary professions to heal before you can recover." Yang Haoren shook his head. "Is there any way to delay the injury? I want to stay here and wait for the final champion." "This can be done," the doctor said helplessly. "We have medicinal pills made by pharmacists here that can briefly suppress the injuries." "Then use the pills." "All right." The doctor began to administer the pills to him, and he spotted two familiar figures in a flash. Yining. Tang Chang. He hurriedly ran over and asked attentively, "Yining, are you all right? How many floors did you break into? Are there any injuries?" Lin Yining frowned and took 2 steps back, indifferently saying, "Yang Haoren, please call me by my full name, I'm not familiar with you." Tang Chang asked strangely, "Sister-in-law, what does this guy want?" "Sister-in-law?" Yang Haoren's face twisted a bit horribly as he gritted his teeth. "Tang Chang, what are you shouting nonsense for? When did Yining become your sister-in-law?" Tang Chang laughed. He had never really lost to anyone in terms of quarreling. "Yang Haoren, what are you barking at? What do you care how I call Lin Yining? The other person, Lin Yining, didn't even refuse. Who are you?" "You." Yang Haoren was furious. "Yining, why are you with this kind of person? It's none of your business what kind of person I'm with." Yang Haoren's face turned even redder with anger. "You. Before I entered the trial tower, I heard that you Tang Chang and Lin Luo had teamed up. How can you be so self-sacrificing, teaming up with a C or even D-ranked professional? It's really letting down the school's cultivation. C-rank and D-rank professions, they can't even break through the 10th floor. They're pestering you just to let you take them through the trial tower. Originally, if you were to break through with an A-ranked profession or an S-ranked profession, you would have been able to break through to at least the 25th floor, or even the 26th floor. Now that you're bringing these two dragons with you, you probably won't even make it past the 20th floor. Alas, Yining, you're too young and too kind. There will be many people around who will plot against you, so you must keep your eyes dry. Look at me, I teamed up with young Master Dongfang and rushed to the 27th floor in one fell swoop. The current young Master Dongfang, I'm sure he's already stepped onto the 28th floor." Lin Yining's beautiful eyes rolled, and she didn't bother talking to him, turning around and walking towards the other side of the square. She still had to wait here for Lin Luo to come out. Tang Cheng smiled and said, "Young Master Dongfang? 28 floors? That's nothing. You said that my C-rank profession is a waste, then look at the floor I came out from?" "Humph." Yang Haoren coldly grunted, "You? The two losers, you and Lin Luo, won't be able to rush to the 10th floor at most. Even if you use despicable means to pester Lin Yining and let her lead you two to break through, you still won't be able to break through to the 20th floor. I'll never let you two get away with this. When the college entrance exams are over, I'll obtain the status of a full-fledged professional, and at that time, I'll go to Yining's house to reveal the identities of the two of you. Let everyone know the true face of you two, despicable and shameless villains." While speaking, Yang Haoren looked up at the electronic screen. "The two of you, even with Yining's help, you'll only be able to, at most, 26 floors." Yang Haoren's eyes widened as he looked at the electronic screen and then at Tang Chung, who was standing in front of him with a bad smile. "How is it possible? How could you, this trash, also break through to the 26th floor? Cheated. You guys must have cheated. Ha ha ha." Tang Chung hemmed and hawed and said, "Say what you want, I'll just take it as a dog barking." Yang Haoren said anxiously, "Where's Lin Luo? Where did he run off to? Did he die in?" "Shut up." Tang Cheng shouted angrily, "Open your dog eyes and see, where is our boss?" Yang Haoren subconsciously looked at the trial tower again and said in a dry, hoarse voice, How is that possible? 27th floor. Lin Luo. How could he, a D-ranked priest, rush to the 27th floor? As they were making a lot of noise, two professionals in armor suddenly walked up to Yang Haoren. "Yang Haoren. Zhang Meng. The deputy city guardian lord wants to see you." Yes. Zhang Meng hurriedly agreed, and Yang Haoren's figure was motionless, still looking at the trial tower with a deadpan expression. "Yang Haoren. I'm in." Zhang Meng pulled Yang Haoren, "Hurry up. Lord Deputy City Guard is a big shot in Binhai City, don't make him angry." Right. Yang Haoren hurriedly agreed, trying to suppress the shock in his heart. But his eyes were still full of disbelief. Tang Chang, how could he rush to the 26th floor? Lin Luo actually even rushed to the 27th floor. How could this be possible? At the 27th floor, even Lin Yining along with the other three A-ranked professionals couldn't reach the 27th floor. What the hell is going on? With doubts in their hearts, Yang Haoren and Zhang Meng were brought to the high platform. More than 10 big shots of Binhai City stared at them indifferently. The majestic and thick aura almost pressed the two of them to lift their heads. "Two students, don't be nervous." A warm voice came over, and Guo Shiyi, a Binhai City deputy city guardian in his 40s who wore gold-rimmed glasses, spoke. I called you all here to ask something. You guys are retired from the 27th floor. Have you noticed anything different between the 27th floor and the usual? Zhang Meng, who was also considered a son of a family, quickly recovered and replied, "Back to my lord, there were suddenly many more magma hounds on the 27th floor, as well as the Cerberus that was hidden in the magma pool that also rushed out, but we repelled it." Magma hounds? Cerberus? True enough. The monsters in the trial tower have all changed a bit. On a normal day, that hellhound wouldn't come out unless a pro went to taunt it. Not necessarily. Dongfang He is carrying a dragon pet, so maybe the scent of the young dragon affected that hellhound. A few people were talking, causing Yang Haoren and Zhang Meng to be filled with confusion. A few minutes later, Guo Shuyi asked again, "So did you guys find any spreading of the poisonous mist, or massive deaths of monsters on the 27th floor, or on the 26th floor?" Both of them shook their heads, "No. Whether it's the 27th floor, or the 26th floor, there's nothing that we've seen." "That's strange. Lord Deputy City Guard." Suddenly, an occupier came running to report, "The mutations in the trial tower have stopped, and from what I heard from the novice occupiers who came out on the 25th floor, they were infected with a special virus called the Black Death virus, and all of them were forced out of the trial tower. Moreover, the Black Death virus stopped at the 25th floor and didn't spread to the 26th floor." Stopped at the 26th floor? Guo Shuyi's eyes lit up slightly as someone asked, "26th floor? Who are the ones who remain above the 26th floor right now?" S-rank hidden professional, Dragon Knight Dongfang He. S-rank hidden professional, Peerless Swordsman Pingon Chen. A rank hidden professional, Forbidden Formation Master Fang Yuan. A rank hidden professional, Famous Summoner Hao Zhao. All four of them are now stuck at the 28th floor. 4 people? Still all at the 28th floor. This year's Marina City is really a surprise. No. Lord Deputy City Guard, there's one more person. Marina City's 12th high school, D-ranked professional, Priest Lin Luo. Now on the 26th floor. Chapter 44, Lin Luo's Secret? The Frantic Universities. How is that possible? How is it possible for him, a D-rank priest profession, to rush to the 26th floor? I remembered. This Lin Luo, isn't he the professional who's with that little princess from the Lian family? I just looked, the Lian family's little princess has already come out, right from the 26th floor. This Lin Luo, he's still on the 26th floor even now. Could it be that that little princess of the Lian family brought him to the 26th floor, and then he found a way to stay there? This doesn't make sense, right? The Lian family's little princess is only in a rank hidden profession. Right now it's a bit difficult for her to rush to the 26th floor all by herself, much less bring 2 C and D ranked professionals with her. Then what's going on here? Do you guys think there's another possibility? It was this priest who brought them up to the 26th floor. Impossible. A D ranked professional at LV30 can only rush up to the 20th floor at most. At higher levels, you can only get a senior professional to bring them up. Then what the hell is going on? On the high platform, many strong people were talking. To them, whether it was the 26th floor of the trial tower, or the 30th floor, or even the 50th or 60th floor, it was nothing. Some of them had even rushed above the 200th floor high of the trial tower. But for these newborn professionals, the 26th floor was a chasm. Without 3A rank, or S rank newborn professionals to lead them, they simply couldn't rush up. Look at the trial tower. Dongfang He, Pingon Chan and the others have rushed to the 28th floor. 28th floor. Freshman professionals, 4 people, and 2 teams have rushed up to the 28th floor. This isn't just a record for Binhai City, it's a record for the entire country. 28 floors, after more than 200 years, it's still the first time a newborn professional has rushed up here. Dongfang He, Pingon Chen, Fang Yuan, Hao Zhao. These 4 will surely cause a mad rush from the top 10 colleges and the 3 major military schools. My Southeast Military Academy has already settled on Dongfang He, no one can steal him. My Northwest Military Academy has its eye on Pingon Chen. His peerless swordsman profession is perfect for my school's senior Duga's selfless sword technique. Hao Zhao's underworld summoner is in the same lineage as my school's Zhao Yang's Tsung Dome summoner, so we should join my Rongqing Vocational University. How could that be? My school has senior Meng Fong, his behemoth lineage of beast tamer is more suitable for Hao Zhao. My Shijiang Vocational University has the Maoshan Talisman program, so Fang Yuan, the rare forbidden formation master, will be accepted by my Shijiang Vocational University. Bull. Our university has the final South Formation program, in which the Heavenly Star Dipper formation is the best in the world, and has even suppressed more than a dozen legendary realm demon beasts with it, so this Fang Yuan should be admitted to my Qincheng Vocational University. My Zheng City Vocational University has the most complete specialties, the most professionals, and the largest floor space. These people should even be enrolled in my Zheng City Vocational University. On the high stage, a dozen or so strong people almost fought over the student population, but in the end, it was Guo Shuyi who suppressed these people. Right now, a few people from Dongfang He have only just entered the 28th floor, so I don't know how long they can hold out. Besides, there's still the single challenge tomorrow. When the challenge is over, it's up to these few professionals to think for themselves. What are you guys fighting for? Although the words were said this way, the eyes of these 10 or so people flickered, and some of them even called their personal guards to say something quietly. One by one, old scheming, smile abyssal, live off an old fox. A group of old foxes. Guo Shuyi shook his head. No matter what, these several newborn professionals had all gone out from his Binhai city. No matter where they go in the future, he can't help but mention them on his political performance. 28 floors. This record, I think no one will break it even in the next 100 years. There's also the D-ranked priest called Lin Luo. I think he's still following that little princess of the Lin family up there. Now he should be hiding somewhere on the 26th floor, waiting for the end of the examination. There's only one chance to challenge the trial tower every month. It's both a challenge and a test. After all, the longer one stays on the highest floor, the more one will also be favored by the senior universities. Little Ant. Lian Yining arrived at the Lian family's VIP seat and found Lian Xinger, who had been waiting here. Lian Xinger also greeted her and held her hand as she sat down. Ninger, you came out safely and actually broke through to the 26th floor. That's really great. Big brother should have gotten the news by now. He'll definitely be very happy. Aha. Lian Yining also nodded vigorously. Little auntie, this time it's thanks to Lin Luo. If it wasn't for him, there's no way I could have rushed to the 26th floor. Lin Luo? Lian Xinger's beautiful eyes also lit up as she asked, that poisonous fog that spread from the 21st floor all the way to the 25th floor, was it him? Lian Yining opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Silly child, how can this matter be hidden? Lian Xinger touched Lian Yining's little head and said, the 21st to 25th floors of the poisonous mist spread, and this matter has already spread throughout the entire trial plaza, and even the entire Binhai city. At most, the big guys just don't know what's going on. In Little Auntie's opinion, since Lin Luo has the ability to single-handedly brush the difficult secret realm, he definitely has his own secrets, and that controlling the poisonous mist should be his secret. To actually be able to control poison to spread throughout the entire replica and secret realm world, to poison so many monsters in such a short period of time, this ability is just too terrifying. This matter can't be hidden at all, it will definitely cause a lot of people to covet it. Then what should we do? Lian Yining was anxious. Lin Luo even said he was going to the 30th floor. Once he rushes to the 30th floor, the secret will definitely be exposed. What? Lian Xinger was anxious. He's going to the 30th floor? What's he going there for? Hidden transfer quest. He's obtained a hidden transfer quest and is going to kill a silver rank boss. What? Simply nonsense. Lian Xinger gritted her teeth. A hidden transfer quest? Could it be that he's already LV 30 level? Yes. Lian Yining said softly. Lin Luo was already LV 30 level when he was on the 25th floor. What? Lin Luo LV 30 leveled up. What about you? I'm LV 25 level. What? LV 25 level. Lian Xinger sucked in a breath of cool air. She had also awakened her profession at the age of 17, but had never bothered to upgrade for some reason. It wasn't until after that incident was over that she upgraded under her big brother's arrangement. But even then, it had taken over a year to reach LV 30 level. Lin Luo, on the other hand, had reached LV 30 in less than half a month. If this matter were to spread out, I don't know how many more people would be attracted to it. It really was too terrifying. Lian Xinger's eyes twinkled as she suddenly said, Little Auntie here has a way to eliminate most people's covetousness and ensure his safety even after his secret gets out? However, it might have to be bitter for you. Ninger is not afraid of suffering. Lian Yining hurriedly said, as long as I can guarantee Lin Luo's safety, I'm willing to do anything. This way. Lian Xinger came to Lian Yining's ear and whispered something. In a short while, Lian Yining's face turned incredibly red. This isn't to be counted with Dad, if. Can't say. Lian Xinger gritted her teeth. Your dad is an elm brain. If this matter is known to him, he will definitely put a stop to it. I know. Chapter 45, Eagle-Bodied Female Beast. Bloodthirsty Willow. 28th floor. Human-bodied female demon. One human-bodied female demon, after another, swooped out from the skyscraping dense forest, transforming into a streak of black lightning and rushing towards Dongfang He and the others on the ground. Eagle-bodied female beasts. Flying demonic beast. LV 40 level elite demonic beast, specializing in long-range spear-throwing attacks and poison mist attacks. Quickly dodge. Dongfang He roared, and the few people around him quickly fled away. Whoosh! Whoosh! More than 10 black and green short spears carried tremendous power, piercing through the air, emitting one ear-piercing friction sound after another, and ruthlessly stabbing into the ground. The force was so strong that even half of the short spears were deeply inserted into the soil. Fang Yuan dodged in a sorry state and immediately pinched his hands and pushed towards the surroundings. The 5 skundas are empty. Buzz. A fluctuation immediately came from the air around him, twisting in the air and forming a void formation, blocking the 4 people in front of him. Dang! Dang dang! Another round of short spears shot out and were steadily blocked by this formation. Quickly go! I can't block this formation for long. Chen Pingon frowned and pointed at the void. The long sword on his back immediately shot out. Royal Sword Art. Newt. The sound of a dragon's roar came out as the sharp sword almost turned into lightning, shooting up from the slant and instantly piercing through the two eagle-bodied female beasts. Underworld Crow. Hao Zhao on the side also continuously pinched his knuckles. A purple-black vortex appeared in front of him, and a series of 3 spectral crows that were the size of a child rushed out from it and swooped up into the sky with a strange shriek. Flying summoned beasts. Seeing this, Dongfang He's eyes fiercely lit up. Pingon Shen laughed. Brother Dongfang, I have completely prepared for this examination. Leave the 28th floor's eagle-bodied female beasts to us. Dongfang Yi frowned. Although these monsters are not true eagle-bodied female demons, they also have part of the eagle-bodied female demon's bloodline, and not only can they fly, but they are also extremely powerful, and they can attack with poisonous mist, so these 3 spectral crows can withstand so many eagle-bodied female beasts? Who said we have to fend off these hawk-bodied female beasts? Chen Pingon smiled calmly and nodded his head gently at Hao Zhao. Hao Zhao immediately pinched his hand, and faint black flames suddenly surged out from the 3 underworld crows, while at the same time, they cried out loudly and strangely again. Ga! Ga! The ear-piercing and unpleasant sounds came out, causing the surrounding hawk-bodied female beasts to also cry out strangely. And then, these dozen or so hawk-bodied female beasts actually all charged towards those 3 underworld crows. Quickly! Hao Zhao yelled, and the 3 underworld crows quickly turned around and swept in another direction. Pingon Chen hurriedly said, quickly go! Take advantage of the hawk-bodied female beasts being lured away by the spectral crows, and charge as many as you can. The 4 of them quickly left. Dongfang He said, drawing away the hawk-bodied female beasts? That's kind of the way to go, as long as... Watch out! He suddenly shouted, and the golden lance in his hand fiercely stabbed towards the front. Boom! Blazing golden flames surged and actually stabbed a large, strange tree next to him. Squeak squeak! This large tree was shaped like a willow tree, but it was several times taller than a willow tree, and the willow strips on its body were more like a vine like a python. A vine that was being swept towards them when it was stabbed by the golden dragon lance immediately let out a strange cry as more vines surged towards them. It's a bloodthirsty willow, a plant-like monster, a swarming creature, quickly changed directions. Chen Pingon's face changed drastically, immediately reversing his stance. Dongfang He also rushed up. Ah! Suddenly a miserable scream came out, only to see that Fang Yuan, who was in the last position, was actually entangled by a bloodthirsty willow tree all of a sudden, and no matter how much he struggled, he was unable to get rid of it. Damn! Dongfang He cursed angrily and just wanted to turn back to save him but was pulled by Pingon Chen. Quickly go! Bloodthirsty willows are LV40 level elite monsters. As long as they are entangled by a bloodthirsty willow, more bloodthirsty willows will arrive. Squeak squeak squeak! Another cacophonous sound came, only to see more vines not far away, rushing towards them like a swarm of pythons. Fang Yuan! You leave the trial tower first. Dongfang He shouted and immediately left. The eyes of Fang Yuan, who was entangled in the bloodthirsty willows, were also filled with the color of fear, but in the end, he shook his head and chose to leave urgently. Under normal circumstances, professionals were unable to leave when they were in the middle of a combat situation within the trial tower. But for this college entrance examination, the Professionals Guild had equipped each of them with an emergency return talisman. In times of crisis, as long as they crushed this emergency return talisman, they would be able to leave the trial tower immediately. A flash of white light carried his figure out of the trial tower. Whoosh! Whoosh! In mid-air, another burst of air-breaking sounds came. The bloodthirsty willow tree's thick vines were truly surging like a python. Even the surrounding ground was broken through, and amongst the dirt splashing in all directions, more bloodthirsty willow tree roots rushed up. Damn it! We rushed into the bloodthirsty willow tree's sphere of influence. Pingon Chen cursed again and raised his head to look around urgently. There! That lake! I've seen the map. It's the dividing line between the forces of the bloodthirsty willow tree and the cold poison toad. The 3 of them quickly followed, and now the 3 of them no longer had any place to hide. Dongfang He's body was burning with golden flames, and the golden dragon spear in his hand was sweeping across sharply. But any bloodthirsty willow vines that approached him would be scorched by the golden flames with a strange cry, not daring to approach. The black god of death, on the other hand, followed behind Dongfang He, its large dragon mouth continuously spitting out dragon breath. Unfortunately, because it was still young and had been fighting, the dragon's breath was decreasing at an eye-watering rate. The long sword in Pingon Shen's hand also continuously flashed out sharp sword chi, chopping up the bloodthirsty willow vines that surrounded it one by one. As for Hao Zhao, he actually summoned another spectral wolf. He rode on the huge spectral wolf, and his speed was so fast that he actually ran to the very front of the several people. Poof! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing air-breaking sound suddenly came from mid-air. A short spear pierced through the air like black lightning, directly penetrating through Hao Zhao's chest. The tremendous force even nailed Hao Zhao's entire body to the ground, and the underworld wolf underneath him dissipated with a mournful cry. In the air in front of them, more than 10 hawk-bodied female beasts appeared once again. Damn it! Pingon Chen was furious and his eyes were red. Hao Zhao! Get out of here! Before the words fell, the severely injured Hao Zhao tremblingly took out the emergency return talisman and viciously crushed it. Accompanied by a white light, Hao Zhao's figure disappeared once again. Staying here, he would definitely die. As long as he could return to the trial square, with doctors as well as healing professionals, he could definitely live. In front, there was the hawk beast blocking the way. Behind it, there was the bloodthirsty willow tree that followed closely behind. Dongfang He and Pingon Chen exchanged glances, all with burning flames in their eyes. Charge over. Newswire. Chapter 46, Out. 28th floor. The square of the trial tower. As a white light appeared, the people who were still waiting around immediately surrounded. Who is it? Who is it? Who came out? Dongfang Yi, Chen Pingon and the others are on the 28th floor. I can guarantee it's that Lin Luo from the 26th floor who came out. Ha ha ha, I also think. Not right. He rushed to the 27th floor. That's him too. How could he? The white light dissipated and a pale and bloodied person staggered out. It's Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan from the 2nd middle school. A class hidden professional, forbidden formation master Fong Yuan. For a formation master to have made it this far, it's amazing. What array master? He's a forbidden array master, and a rank hidden profession. What can an ordinary array master compare to him? Doctor! Doctor, come quickly! Amidst the arguments and shouts, several doctors rushed to pounce over. Classmate, you're entangled in the bloodthirsty willow tree, aren't you? The vines of the bloodthirsty willow tree have barbs, which are rich in paralyzing toxins that will paralyze your nerves and make you hallucinate. You must not sleep or pass out now, you must endure, we will give you an injection here. As the doctor operated, Fong Yuan's condition quickly stabilized. He turned his head to look at the trial tower and shook his head helplessly. Alas, the formation master's reserves are still too little. Can we only last up to here? He clenched his fists in death. Damn it. My time is still too little. As long as I'm given enough time and resources, I'll definitely be able to create more formation flags by then. Another white light appeared and Fong Yuan subconsciously looked over. Who is it? Pingon Chen? Hao Zhao? Or the East? The white light dissipated and Hao Zhao, whose chest was still gurgling with blood, appeared in front of everyone's eyes and instantly spread out on the ground, blood gushing like a spring. Doctor! Quickly come, doctor! A few more doctors swooped in, and a large amount of hemostatic pills were thrown up for no money. This is Hao Zhao from the 1st middle school, isn't it? This is too tragic. He's been pierced through the chest right. 28 floors, it's an eagle-bodied female beast. So tragic, ah. Fong Yuan walked over and shook his head. It's really you, looks like I guessed right. With the treatment from the potion, Hao Zhao struggled to get up and smiled bitterly. 28 floors, it's still too hard for us right now. Where are Dongfang He and Pingon Chen? They're still in. We were stopped by a group of eagle female beasts, and there's still the bloodthirsty willow tree behind us, so they won't last long. Hao Zhao shook his head. Now it's up to which one of them can last longer. Whoever comes out last will be first. The two stood together and looked towards the trial tower. Who do you think will come first? Is it Dongfang He or Pingon Chen? Dongfang Yi, after all, he has a dragon pet. Hao Zhao gritted his teeth. After I turn 4 and become an epic level professional, I'll be able to summon the spectral dragon as well. Spectral dragon? Is it strong? It specializes in underworld type spells and can also transform into a void body, but it has no entity. No entity? And no dragon language magic, so is it still considered a dragon? How can it not be considered? Don't you know that there are many types of dragons, at least hundreds of them? Which kind is the strongest? Nima's 5-colored dragon bar. Oh, wait a minute, how come there are still people on the 27th floor? Hao Zhao looked at the trial tower in surprise, his eyes full of unbelief. How is it possible? It's dark, how can there still be people around? Really, I won't lie to you. Binhai City's 12th middle school, Lin Luo. 27 floors, how can that be? Let's see. It's still true. Who is this guy? He actually managed to rush to the 27th floor. It's also an A-class hidden professional, right? I didn't expect that behind us, there are actually people who can rush to the 27th floor. The 12th middle school is also a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Alas. Fong Yuan called out to a fellow school professional and asked, that student, what's the origin of that Lin Luo? Is he also an A-class hidden professional? He actually broke through to the 27th floor. The man replied in surprise, bosses, my name is Mao Xiaoming. That Lin Luo, just a D-ranked priest, actually broke through to the 27th floor. We're also wondering. And a big change just happened in the trial tower. A big change? What change? Mao Xiaoming said mysteriously. Previously, starting from the 21st floor, the entire trial tower began to be filled with a poisonous fog called the Black Death virus. Monsters and professions that come into contact with this virus won't even last half an hour at most before they are poisoned to death. It's a horrible death. All the professionals couldn't stop this Black Death virus, they all retreated. Originally, we thought it was some kind of boss that would emit a virus, but the poisonous fog actually stopped at the 25th floor and didn't move again. Poisonous fog? Black Death virus poisonous fog? Strange, how come we didn't know? The two of them looked at each other, not knowing that there was actually such a thing. Mao Xiaoming also said excitedly, yeah. Before, we thought that it was some high-level boss running down idly, but then we realized that this Black Death virus poisonous fog is completely man-made. Man-made? How is that possible? After slaughtering all the monsters from the 21st to 25th floors, how could there be such a terrifying monster? It's true. Mao Xiaoming said, when that Black Death virus rose from the 21st floor to the 25th floor, Lin Luo and the goddess of the 12th middle school, Lian Yining, were together the entire time. When Lian Yining and the others came out from the 26th floor, that Black Death virus poisonous mist suddenly disappeared. Now which Lin Luo has also rushed to the 27th floor, and there's no poisonous fog on the 27th floor, so it's not just him. That kid can't hide the fact that he's controlling the Black Death virus mist. He used this tactic to force out a lot of professionals who could have gone to the next level, and I don't know how many people are waiting to find trouble with him. Ha ha ha, this kid is in bad shape. Offended most of the newborn professionals. Right at this moment, Lin Luo's name on the electronic screen on the trial tower suddenly jumped, all of a sudden jumping from the 27th floor to the 28th floor. This kid has rushed to the 28th floor. How is that possible? This kid will have a divine skill like the Black Death virus, but want to wait for the virus to break out in, at least half an hour. How is it possible? Really 28 layers? Hell this is. On the trial square, exclamations came one after another. Even a white light that appeared next to them, no one paid attention to it. It's really the 28th floor. How is it possible? Dongfang Yi and Pingon Chen are in there too? Fang Yuan and Hao Zhao looked at each other, both noticing the shock in the other's eyes. You guys, what are you looking at? A weak voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 47, Cerberus. Silver Weapon. Within the 27th floor. Lin Luo was still hurrying quickly, and behind him were the magma hounds and flame pythons that had fallen to the ground. They were still tangled together under the effects of the sex fish hyperactivity technique, dog and dog, snake, and even dog and snake. He just safely slipped through so many monster groups. Just as he was about to leave the 27th floor just like that, the magma lake in the center of the map, which was the largest in size, suddenly emitted a gurgling jet of smoke and magma. Ow! Accompanied by a roar, a huge canine monster leapt out of the lava pool, hissing angrily. This is a hellhound? Lin Luo said in surprise. Doesn't this hellhound usually hide in the magma pool and sleep? Why is it interested in running out today? No. This guy is seriously injured? His eyes narrowed, and he soon realized that this hellhound had quite a few injuries on its body. Gunshot wounds, sword wounds, bite wounds, and even wounds from lightning strikes. It also had less than a third of its blood remaining. This should be the damage inflicted on it by the freshman professional in front of it, but unfortunately it failed to kill it, allowing it to escape back into the magma pool. Lin Luo guessed, these professions are quite strong, they actually managed to injure the hellhound to this extent at such a low level. Roar! After healing its wounds, the hellhound originally intended to rush out to find those few humans to fight for its life, but it realized that those few humans had all disappeared. In their place was another unfamiliar human. But he didn't care about that, as long as it was a human, they all deserved to die. Along with his roar, the men who were supposed to run attentively were nowhere to be seen. Cerberus looked up strangely, only to see all of those henchmen actually crawling not far away to do what everyone likes to do. Gah! It had already gained some spirituality, but it couldn't figure out why this group of fellow clansmen would be doing this kind of thing at this time. However, it didn't bother to think about it, since its men couldn't be relied on, it had to do it itself. He opened his mouth wide and viciously lunged towards this damned human in front of him. Sex fish hyperactive technique. A shot of the skill landed on the hellhound, and the hellhound that was originally running wildly immediately cried out to the sky, its huge body almost rolling to the ground. Panting heavily, its originally fiery red eyes also became hyperactive and watery. It stared deathly at the fellow clan member next to it, subconsciously licking its lips. I really want to pounce over and tear the tantalizing little goblin apart. In the hellhound's mind, such a thought suddenly appeared, but the next second was a cold shiver that forcefully recovered. It stared at the human in front of it with a deadly stare. It was definitely this damned human who messed up. Lin Luo also had some surprise. It actually managed to get rid of the sex fish hyperactivity technique. Is it because of the boss? Strength is much stronger than normal monsters, magic defense, mental resistance is also very strong, in order to resist the sex fish hyperactive technique, which is only LV1 level. Roar! Cerberus roared again, his mouth opened wide, and blazing flames actually coalesced. There was a trace of Cerberus bloodline in his body, and it was enough under the returning talent to master the ability originating from the three-headed dog of hell. Flame. Cold ice. Intense poison. The blazing flames coalesced, and in a matter of moments, a fireball the size of a water tank was formed, with magma flowing continuously in it. The hellhound's huge head was raised high, and then it was flung fiercely in Lin Luo's direction. In the next second, another skill landed on the hellhound. Alzheimer's technique. Boom. A strange fluctuation immediately came from the originally formed magma fireball. The hellhound's eyes also became idiotic in an instant. What was the incantation at the end of the skill magma fireball? How does magic within magic crystals activate runes? How did I forget all of that? The Cerberus was still confused, but the magma fireball that had already taken shape couldn't wait for it to think. Without the support of the final incantation and magic power, the already unstable magma fireball directly exploded. Boom! Blazing flames and magma immediately exploded in its mouth, and the tremendous impact even shattered half of the hellhound's head. Only two large eyes, filled with scarlet blood, were left behind, staring deathly at the human walking towards him. The large body collapsed with a loud thud, no longer having the same prestige as before. Cerberus? It's also considered a Lord-class boss. I wonder what it can explode. Lin Luo flung his staff in his hand once again, and another skill fell. Blood-burning technique. Boom! The blood in the hellhound's body immediately burned, and coupled with half of its head being blown apart, it eventually died helplessly. You killed the Cerberus Lord class and gained 23,500 experience points. You have risen to level LV31. Your 4-dimensional attribute points have been fixed by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. You have gained 4 free attribute points. You have gained 4 free attribute points. You have gained 2 skill points. 2 skill points. Lin Luo said in surprise, then took a few quick steps and arrived at the place where the hellhound had died. Several props, materials, and equipment of different shapes shot around and covered the ground, and he immediately took them back into his backpack. There's really quite a lot of good stuff. Lin Luo froze. This hellhound was evolved from the magma hound that had newly returned to the three-headed dog bloodline of hell in recent years, and had been hiding in a pool of magma, and had barely been killed by a professional. This was considered his first kill, and he had indeed obtained quite a few goodies. You have obtained magic crystals. You have obtained the skill book, Flame Shield. You have obtained the equipment, Searing Dagger. Of the bunch of things that popped out, only these 3 things were the most precious. Magic Crystal, the life essence that bursts out after the death of high-level monsters and bosses, which contains the life essence and magic evolution of the creature before its death, and has a wide range of roles. It can be used as a consumable, weapon smithing material, formation material, etc. Fiery Flame Shield, bronze ranked skill book, limited to be learned by law professions. After successfully learning it, you can use your own mana to summon a flame shield composed entirely of flames around you, possessing a certain amount of defensive ability while also having a counter burn effect. Equipment, Scorch Dagger Silver rank. Category, Weapon Dagger. Equipment requirements, Strength 50, Spirit 80. Equipment requirements, Strength 50, Spirit 80. Effects, Strength plus 15, Spirit plus 30. Effects, Strength plus 15, Spirit plus 30. Durability, 2000. Attachment skill, Fire Poison passive. Scorch Dagger comes with extremely severe fire poison. All enemies attacked by the dagger will be burned by fire poison. Incidental skill, All professions. The Fire Poison Dagger can be used by all professions. All professions can utilize this weapon to its fullest effect. Description, a creature that had a great luck returning to its hellhound bloodline, using its fangs from its death to create a dagger that contains all of the natural abilities of that hellhound returning bloodline creature. A silver weapon? Common to all professions. Lin Luo's eyes flashed violently. This was really a stroke of luck. Picking up a severely injured hellhound for nothing and getting a lot of goodies. There's also the Flame Shield skill book. I wonder what skill it will mutate into after learning it. As for the 2 skill points, all of them are added to the Sex Fish Hyperactive technique. This is a divine skill. After some maneuvering, Lin Luo's Sexual Fish Exuberance technique was instantly raised to LV3 level. There are such good things on the 27th floor. I wonder what else is behind us. There's less than 2 hours left. I have to hurry. Otherwise I don't know when I'll have to wait until the Hidden Professions transfer quest is completed. As soon as the words fell, his figure quickly rushed towards the entrance of the 28th floor. Chapter 48, Morong Shuehen's Killing Intent. Who is the subterranean dragon? You guys, what are you looking at? A weak voice suddenly rang out. Hao Zhao turned around at the sound of his voice. Boss, it's really you. Behind the duo, the blood-covered Pingon Shan walked over. Alas! Chen Pingon shook his head with a bitter smile and said, that place, it's really not a place for people to stay. With the eagle female beast besieging me in front and the bloodthirsty willow tree chasing after me, I've been forced out, and Dongfang he isn't doing well either. It seems that this year's team champion is already in Dongfang he's pocket. Not necessarily, boss. Hao Zhao laughed heartily, and Fang Yuan's face on the side was reddened. Pingon Chen wondered, what's going on? What are you guys laughing at? Hao Zhao pointed at the trial tower and said, boss, look for yourself. Look? Look at what? Time is almost up, at most 2 hours, even if Dongfang he comes out now he is the crown. Pingon Chen let out a strange cry, Lin Luo? 28 floors. Who is this person? How come I've never heard of him? He actually caught up with Dongfang Yi, both within the 28th floor? Hao Zhao finally couldn't help himself and laughed out loud. Boss, this Lin Luo is a student of the 12th middle school, and he's still just a D-level priest. What? How is that possible? Pingon Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. A D-ranked priest profession has actually rushed to the 28th floor? How is this possible? This kid is definitely hiding something. Pingon Chen's eyes became fiercely bright, with exuberant flames burning in them. Dongfang He, original one of all the students in this term, only you are my opponent. I didn't expect that Marina City really has a hidden tiger and a dragon. A D-ranked priest profession can actually catch up with you. This kind of person is only qualified to be my opponent. Inside the trial hotel, Morong Shuehen, who had just finished taking a bath, was clad in a silk nightgown and just stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in a grand manner, looking at the distant trial tower. Miss. A maid walked in and respectfully said, we didn't find Miss Li Mei. We searched her home, the places she likes to go to on a regular basis, and didn't find her. Hiding from me? Morong Shuetian cupped the transparent tall goblet, in which there was crimson as blood swirling around the very best wine. Forget it if you can't find it. Since you chose to betray me, you have to pay the price accordingly. At this moment, her tone was incomparably cold. Originally thought that I could find 1 or 2 close friends in school, but unfortunately all of them are just mortals. She tilted the goblet in her hand slightly, letting the excellent wine flow to her feet. Even if it splashed onto her delicate snow-white jade feet, she did not care. Pass the order down, cancel all positions, all treatment, and all benefits for Li Mei's parents. And track down the financial losses they have caused for the company over the years. Within 3 days I will make them disappear in the entire Binhai city. Yes. Miss. The maid asked again, should we send out the underworld snow guards to look for Li Mei's whereabouts? As long as they make a move, I'm sure Li Mei. No need. Morong Shuetian indifferently said, Li Mei is just a stupid woman who was deceived by Dongfang Yi. She will definitely stand in the ring again for Dongfang Yi in tomorrow's single challenge match. I will personally settle this. Yes, miss. Go down. Miss. After the maid left, the door to the room was suddenly knocked on again. Snow Trace. It's me. Morong Shuehan's expression remained unchanged, and with just a wave of her hand, a set of exquisite golden battle dresses immediately wrapped her slightly transparent, yet perfect petite body, leaving only 2 slender, tender white thighs, which shimmered inexplicably under the illumination of the light. Come in. Shirley pushed the door in, his tone actually somewhat anxious. Shuehan, take a quick look at the latest information on the trial tower. Oh? What happened? Morong Shuehan casually opened her cell phone. The final team champion has been decided? Is it Dongfang He? No, it's not. Shirley continued, Dongfang He is still on the 28th floor, and Pingon Chen has been eliminated. But there's another person who has also rushed to the 28th floor. And, it's still just a D-rank occupation evaluation priest. What? A trace of shock finally appeared on Morong Shuehan's face, which had always been ancient and unperturbed. A D-rank occupation evaluation priest actually rushed up to the 28th floor. Are you kidding me? It's true, look. Morong Shuehan helplessly opened the website of the Marina City Professionals, and almost the entire website above was all about today's content of the trial tower. And the content at this time was also almost occupied by the names of 2 people. S-rank hidden profession Dragon Knight Dongfang He, strong impact on the 28th floor, the champion is in sight. Peacechen helplessly eliminated, on the strengths and weaknesses of the 2's professions. The latest information. A D-ranked freshman professional has rushed up to the 28th floor of the trial tower. A shocking secret. The life of D-rated professional Lin Luo. All monsters from the 21st to 24th floors of the trial tower have been wiped out. Whether it's the fall of humanity or the entire webpage was filled with inexplicable messages, but they were undoubtedly all discussing one person, Lin Luo. She opened up other websites and news in Marina City, and there was no doubt that the entire city, or the entire circle of professionals in Marina City, was occupied by this strange man named Lin Luo. The shock in Morong Shuechen's eyes slowly dissipated, replaced by a strong interest. It's actually true? Have you checked? Checked. Shirley said, some intelligence has been sent to your email. This Lin Luo is a student of the 12th middle school, his mother is a life professional navigator, and now he is the chief navigator of a voyaging cruise ship, but he often doesn't go home. He usually behaves normally and has no accidents, and awakened his D-rank profession priest 10 days ago, following which he traveled to the demon rat plains to practice. Morong Shuetian opened the incoming information, and his eyes suddenly lit up. On the profile page, there was a picture of a youthful teenager. The teenager had sword star eyebrows, and his pupils seemed to have stars flashing in them, filling them with a very sunny aura. This looks really handsome. She was not an ordinary girl after all, and quickly recovered. Shirley was also jealous. Not bad, this Lin Luo is indeed very handsome. There is another piece of information. This Lin Luo and Lien Yining from the 12th middle school have a very good relationship. I seem to have heard that in the past. Lien Yining even wrote love letters to Lin Luo. Lien Yining? Morong Shuahen was surprised. Ning actually looks at this kid. No wonder, with such a handsome face, he does have the ability to attract girls. As a woman from one of the top 10 families in Marina City, the two certainly knew each other, but they didn't have many deep friendships. I've seen Lien Yining at a family gathering a few years ago. As a child of a big family, her heart is like an ordinary girl, without any heart, kind as water. I didn't expect that she would actually come across a latent dragon. Snow Trace. I have my own plan for this matter. Whether it is a latent dragon or not, tomorrow will know itself. Morong Shuahen said in a faint voice. I read his information. The poisonous mist on the 21st to 24th floors is suspected to be controlled by him, and how many of Heaven's Pride's children have been eliminated early because of him. His ability to control the poisonous mist is indeed powerful, but that can only be circulated in some secret, replica small worlds. In the outside world, it's not that easy. Lin Luo, just how many more surprises will you give me? Chapter 49, He Must Have Cheated. Necromancer Zhang Mason. 28 floors. 28 floors. Damn it! How is it possible? In the corner of the trial square, Yang Haoran stared dead in the face at the display on the electronic screen of the trial tower, nearly biting his most lip off. Lin Luo is only a D-rated priest. Even if he has the ability to control poisons, it's absolutely impossible for him to rush to the 28th floor. That's the 28th floor, the barrier that blocks all newborn professionals. How can he charge through? Right. Cheating. He must have cheated. Yang Haoran's mind was frantically thinking, and he soon found a reason. It's Lien Yining. It's definitely her. Her father is an epic-level professional storm lord. He definitely has some great power props or weapons in his hands. Her father gave them to her and she gave them to Lin Luo. That's definitely it. Lin Luo brought contraband into the trial tower entrance exam. He cheated. The trial tower, each professional could only go in once a month without any restrictions. But during the period of the college entrance exam, although all freshman professionals could bring in their own equipment and weapons, props, elixirs or other things below the gold level were strictly forbidden, among other things. This was to be fair to a great extent. For example, Hao Zhao's psychic scroll had reached the highest standard of props brought in during the trial tower examination. But once you brought in props or weapons that exceeded the gold level, they would definitely be confiscated. Yang Haoran gritted his teeth and looked in the direction of the trial tower. 28 floors. This honor, it should originally be mine. It's mine. The trial tower team champion, it's mine and Dongfang He's. Even Yining, it should be mine too. Damn it. It's all been snatched away by a D-rated loser like you. On what grounds? His eyes went a little crazy, and he remembered again the conversations of those strong, high-ranking people on the high platform just now. That's right. I still have a chance. Tomorrow's single challenge. That fellow will have all those prohibited props consumed cleanly within the trial tower, and there is no way for him to get through tomorrow's single challenge. He can only rely on his own strength. He squeezed his palms, his mind already made up its mind. I'm an A-rank hidden profession magic swordsman, and I've leveled up to LV20 again within the trial tower, so in terms of strength, I'm strong enough to be ranked in the top 10 of all the newborn professionals. In tomorrow's single-player challenge, I'm going to defeat this flake, reveal his true colors in front of everyone, and then take back Lien Yining. No, there's also young Master Dongfang. He seems to have his eyes on Lien Yining as well. Damn. Damn them all. 28 floors up. Little ant. Lin Luo Dao has reached the 28th floor. Looking at the trial tower in the distance, Lien Yining said excitedly. Lien Xinger's eyes also glowed a little. If he can really rush to the 28th floor during his freshman pro period, I'm sure Big Brother will be impressed with him too. This kind of achievement is not only the top student in Binhai City, but also the top student in the whole country. Lien Yining asked strangely, Little Auntie, what did you say about the newborn professionals in other cities? What are their records of newborn professionals breaking through? Lien Xinger laughed. Of course it's the freshman professionals of the imperial capital. Our Marina City's record for breaking through the barrier over the past 100 years is 26 layers, and in order to break through this layer for so many years, I don't know how many talented and brilliant newborn professionals have broken through the barrier, but they all collapsed at the 26th layer. This year, 4 S-class professionals appeared in my Marina City at once, only to rush this record to the 28th floor. The freshman professional from the imperial capital set the record for freshman professionals breaking through at the 29th floor 4 years ago. I'm sure you've heard of his great name. 29 layers. Of the imperial capital freshman professional? Lien Yining guessed. It can't be that necromancer Zhang Mason, who was known as the #1 in group battles and was selected as one of the top 10 rising star young professionals in the country. Not bad, it's him. Lian Qinger's eyes were a little strange, a little reminiscent, and a little relieved. He awakened the S-rank hidden profession necromancer 4 years ago, and after that, he even teamed up with 2 other A-rank professionals within the Imperial Capital Trial Tower and rode into the 29th floor of the Trial Tower. Unfortunately, at that time, he hadn't fully grown up yet, and the undead creatures he summoned were still very weak, so he held out for 12 hours until the end of time, and didn't charge out of the 29th floor. If he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to break into the 30th floor. Zhang Mason? Lian Yining thought back, by the way little ant, how come I heard someone say that Zhang Mason used to seem like he was from our Marina City? Lian Qinger smiled bitterly, not bad, the Marina Zhang family, originally this is our Marina City people. Unfortunately, a few years ago, there was a big event in Marina City, almost the entire family of the Zhang family was wiped out, and the rest of the Zhang family could only have no choice but to take the remnants of the clan far away from the imperial capital and become subordinate to other families. And Zhang Mason, it was at that time that he left Marina City. At that time he was still only a sophomore in high school, and hadn't awakened his profession yet. If it is known that Zhang Mason will awaken the S-Technique hidden profession in the future, and enter the Imperial Capital Vocational University, after the future achievement is unlimited, those old men in Binhai City, will they regret? So it's like this. Lian Yining asked in a small voice, little ant, you and Zhang Mason know each other? Lian Qinger nodded her head and said, sort of know each other, forget about him. Your little lover boy is still at the 28th floor, do you think he can break into the 30th floor? Lian Yining's little face swished and reddened again. Also, maybe, he was, at that time, very confident. He should have other more powerful secrets, right? More powerful secrets? Lian Qinger muttered, let's hope that's really the case, he'll definitely be under siege from all the newborn professionals in tomorrow's solo challenge. Why auntie? Didn't I say it before? Lian Qinger shook her head. Lin Luo broke the back of quite a few newborn professionals, so of course they're going to look for trouble from him. There's also the most important thing, the reward for the final winner of this college entrance examination is a world wonder. Although it's just a broken world wondrous object. World wonders. Chapter 50, Undercurrent, Luo is going to the 30th floor yet. In the world of great struggles, human geniuses are coming out all over the place, and someone who can suppress Dongfang has actually appeared. In the corner of the trial square, the green-clothed Yang Xinli's eyes were bright as he stared at the trial tower with a deadly stare. Variables? Or perhaps heaven's destiny? This Lin Luo, what kind of person is he? Yang Xinli clenched his hand and made a gesture to calculate, but he couldn't calculate anything. I lost the team competition to Pingon Chen and Dongfang Yi. These two are the pride of heaven, talent, qualifications, resources, family are among the top of the world. With their help, the things that my father seeks are bound to be twice as effective. There's also that broken world wonder. It's even more of a key item for father to witness the legendary celestial master realm. It must be snatched. As soon as the words fell, Yang Xinli's eyes became extremely serious. It seems that we must do our best in tomorrow's single-person competition. Ha 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 ha. Ridiculous. It's really too ridiculous. In the center of the trial square, Chen Pingon, who had just been eliminated from the 27th floor, laughed up in the air, not caring in the slightest about the strange looks of the people around him. It's really too ridiculous. I fought with Dongfang Yi, Yang Xinli, and Morong Shuishuan for half a day to become the champion, but I didn't realize that there was actually another person right behind me. Lin Luo? A D-rated priest profession? How is that possible? He definitely still has some kind of undercard. His profession, too, definitely won't be a D-rated priest profession. I didn't expect it, but there's actually such a powerful, but so low-profile professional in my Binhai City. Having no fame before, he thought of making a splash during the trial tower entrance exam period, or is it? Chen Pingon's eyes flickered as he gritted his teeth. Could it be that it's for that world wonder? Damn it! That world wondrous object. My family and elders have gone to great lengths to fight for the reward, allowing these juniors like us to compete and determine the right to the world wondrous object. For the sake of this world wondrous object, my Chen family has lost a lot of treasures. If it is really seized by this Lin Luo, my old master is afraid that he will break my legs. Zhang Meng and Hao Zhao's faces changed. They were teammates and friends of Pingon Chen in their open identities, but secretly, how could they not be members of the Chen family? Their parents, family, relatives, and even all of their own living resources from childhood to adulthood came from the Chen family. It could be said that Pingon Chen was their master, their lord. Boss, this Lin Luo has intelligence records, and his personal information has been ranked in the Professionals Guild, and even the National Freshman Professionals website, so I'm sure it can't be faked. Hao Zhao suddenly said, unless there's another possibility. What possibility? Someone is covering up for him, or rather, there is someone behind him as well. Chen Pingon's eyes lit up slightly. Can indeed. A world wondrous object is a key prop for epic realm professionals to step into legendary realm professionals, those professionals who have been stuck in the epic realm for decades, or even hundreds of years. Why wouldn't they want to obtain it, even if it's just a broken world wondrous object? Who exactly is behind Lin Luo? The Lin family? The Yang family? The Lian family? Or the Morong family? This. Hao Zhao and the two of them let out a bitter smile. This is still really unclear. After all, the 12th middle school is not our school, we can only find out so many things on the surface, but the probability is that it's the Lin family. The Lin family? Chen Pingan gritted his teeth. Lin Yining? Not bad, boss. Hao Zhao said, we found out that Lin Luo was precisely the one who teamed up with Lin Yining to enter the trial tower. I guess the family behind it must be the Lin family. Lin family? Chen Pingan closed his eyes and said in a faint voice, Lin family's old ancestor Lin Chang, Epic Realm Professional Storm's son, is also considered an old Epic Realm professional. I didn't expect to have such a mindset as well. No matter how underhanded you are, I think it must have been consumed cleanly within the trial. Since that's the case, then in tomorrow's single-player challenge, we will personally defeat this Lin Luo and reclaim the world wonders that originally belonged to my Chen family. Lin family. Even if you have the presence of that lord of the imperial capital behind you, my Chen family will still fight for it. Worthy of being Luo, 29 floors at this point, it's just too strong. At the corner of the trial tower, Tang Chang looked at the trial tower while chewing on ice cream, his eyes filled with excitement. Just at this moment, a silhouette walked over and pulled him away. Ha you who alami do what? Teacher Li, why are you here? The person beside Tang Chang was not their 12th middle school homeroom teacher Li Yu. Li Yu smiled and said, Tang Chang, you and Lin Luo have really impressed your teacher, actually breaking through to the 26th floor, it's really great. Now, not only am I the teacher, even the principal and the entire school are glowing with it. Tang Chung heatedly smiled, Teacher Li, this is all due to Luo Gu. If it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't even be able to rush up to the 10th floor. Li Yu spoke, there's one more thing that you and Lin Luo should pay attention to. What is it? Li Yu looked around and whispered, at this point in time, there are already no less than 10 people who have approached me to pry into your news. The Education Bureau, the Professionals Guild, the City Hall, and even people from several other big professionals clans have all approached me. What the three of you have done is too shocking. If you were S-ranked professionals, or even A-ranked professionals, it would be fine. But after all, you guys are still only C-rank and D-ranked professionals, so this can't help but attract attention. You guys be careful, if someone is looking for you you have to be careful. Tang Cheng's demeanor also tightened, I know, Luo has told me everything. What did Lin Luo say? He said to just push everything onto him. Li Yu laughed, this kid, still the same as before, proper machismo, or rather, personal heroism. He's already rushed to the 28th floor, it's enough to attract attention. As long as he can stay until the end of the examination, he will be the number one amongst the newborn professionals in Binhai City. 28 floors? Tang Chung shook his head. Luo said he's going to the 30th floor, he still has a mission to complete. 30th floor? Chapter 51, Cold Ice Poison Toad. Someone came in again? Damn it! Is this the only place I can go? Within the 28th floor, looking at the hawk-bodied female beasts that surrounded him, Dongfang He's eyes became extremely angry. He had fought tooth and nail so far, but his goal was to rush to the 30th floor. Instead, he was on the 28th floor, surrounded by enemies. On top of that, he had the orders given by his father and the family's oldest ancestor. After that college entrance exam was over, the world wonder object must be obtained in hand. He gritted his teeth and looked towards the Black Death on the side, closing his eyes in pain. Black Death, I can only rely on you. I swore long ago that I would surpass Shang Mason of the imperial capital and prove to the world that my Dongfang family is the number one family. Although this will deplete some of your origin, my Dongfang family's resources are as vast as the Sea of Smoke, and I will definitely find you the treasure to make up for them. As long as we get that world wonder, I'll beg the old ancestor, and he'll unite with the other strongest members of the family, and he'll be able to kill even an adult dragon. Capturing its dragon crystal and giving it to you will definitely make up for the origin you lost today. Dongfang He's heart was filled with reluctance, but he finally made his move. For the sake of the clan, for the old ancestor, and of course for himself, it could only be a slight sacrifice of the Black Death God. He grabbed with his backhand, and a black, and peculiarly smelling medicinal pill, appeared in his hand. Spirit Burning Pill. A special pill that can only be refined by an epic realm beast tamer in conjunction with an epic realm pharmacist. After feeding it to pets and summoned beasts, it can forcibly increase the pet's current realm, burn the bloodline, and make the current battle power increase by several times. In addition to that, it can also make the pet fall into a berserk state while the potion exists, doubling its attacks, with the weakness of losing its mind and lowering its defense. But Dongfang He gritted his teeth and said, this spirit burning pill lasts for only 10 minutes, and once the 10 minutes are up, it will become incredibly weak, and even the pet's origin will be damaged, and it won't be able to be elevated to the very top for the rest of its life. Put up a fight. The previous preparation was to rush to the 29th floor before using the spirit burning pill to utilize the 10 minutes to rush to the 30th floor. It's a pity that I'm actually trapped in the 28th floor, it can only be so. The special odor of the spirit burning Dan finally caught the attention of the Black God of Death, which violently turned around and greedily swallowed this spirit burning Dan in one bite. Boom! A dull explosion suddenly rang out, and after the spirit burning Dan went down, the aura on the Black Reaper's body abruptly changed. The body that was originally no more than the size of a calf actually skyrocketed by 3 points out of nowhere. The original black thick body, at this time actually appeared a thin cracks, which there is also crimson blood in the flow. Originally young, just as ornamental meat wings at this moment actually also stretched up, flapped actually caused the dust on the ground vibration. Roar! Roar! The Black God of Death finally let out a burst of dragon roar that belongs solely to their dragon race. He helped himself to a dozen steps, and his tender fleshy wings flapped violently, actually really flying. Originally, as a black death god that had only been born for a dozen days, it was impossible to fly at all. But under the effect of the spirit burning pill, he still flew hard. Or rather, gliding was more accurate. The hawk-bodied female beasts not far away also discovered the flying behemoth and killed it blatantly. More than 10 thick, hard and sharp poisonous spears shot violently. Roar! The Black Death God spat out a mouthful of dragon breath, and the blazing magma flames instantly burned these poisonous spears into ashes and fell. Dongfang He on the ground was overjoyed and hurriedly ran out of his hiding place, rushing out after the Black God of Death. Reaper! Don't spray dragon breath, charge up and tear them apart. Roar! The Black God of Death roared, spraying 2 more mouthfuls of dragon breath before ferociously pouncing on them, his 2 front claws directly shredding the leading hawk-bodied female beast. At the same time, the huge body violently flung and bit into the body of another hawk-bodied female beast, tearing it up indiscriminately. As one of the most powerful races in this world, the dragon race, in addition to their incomparably large bodies, also had the dragon language magic that they were proud of. Dragon's breath was just the simplest of natural instincts. But even so, it would consume a lot of the dragon race's magic power. The Black Reaper was only a young dragon now, and one that had been forcefully raised by Dongfang He with the spirit-burning elixir, so of course he didn't dare to waste his dragon's breath at will. And his strong physical body was far superior to that of the eagle beast and the bloodthirsty willow, enough to easily tear apart their bodies. Charge out! Charge out! Dongfang He gritted his teeth and ignored the bloodthirsty willow tree that was catching up around him and ran wildly. Without the attack of the hawk-bodied female beasts, he was finally able to dodge the bloodthirsty willow trees and ran towards the entrance of the 29th floor right underneath the Black God of Death. Ga! Ga ga ga! Another ear-piercing strange cry rang out, and 2 clusters of figures once again appeared in the distance. One of them, it was the hawk-bodied female beasts that had been attracted away by Hao Zhao's previous spectral crows. The other group was another group of hawk-bodied female beasts. Hao Zhao was eliminated from the game, and his 3 summoned underworld crows would of course dissipate with him. Without the attracting taunts of the spectral crows, they still killed back brazenly after sensing that there was still an invading enemy behind them. Damn it! Seeing that the Black Reaper was about to be surrounded and killed, Dongfang He hurriedly shouted, "Reaper, come down!" Ow! The Black God of Death immediately rushed down, and Dongfang He also ran wildly for 2 steps, before violently leaping up and leaping onto the back of the Black God of Death. Although today's Black Reaper was only a young dragon, under the effect of the spirit burning pill at this time, his size was like a wild yak. It was big enough for Dongfang He to ride. Charge! Charge out from the group of bloodthirsty willows. Ow! The Black Reaper flung his body in annoyance. It was the first time he had been ridden by someone. But the bloodthirsty willows surging around him still made him run wildly. Gah! Gah! In mid-air, dozens of bloodthirsty willows flew around, but they were unable to break through the bloodthirsty willows' roiling vines, and could only wander in mid-air. And on the ground, Dongfang He rode the Black Reaper furiously through the bloodthirsty willow group. The huge force carried by the massive power, as well as the golden dragon lance in Dongfang He's hand was invincible, picking off the bloodthirsty willow tree vines that surrounded him. Run! Run! Run up that hill! That big round lake is the habitat of the cold ice poison toad, so we can get rid of this group of hawk-bodied female beasts. Dongfang He roared desperately, his golden fighting chi was severely depleted. Most notably, the Black Reaper's situation was also getting worse. His breath began to become disorganized, and fine blood in broken pieces gushed out from his mouth. His huge body, too, began to stagger. Death God! Hang on! We're almost there! Roar! A few minutes later, the Black Reaper roared, and they finally rushed out of the range of the bloodthirsty willow tree and rushed halfway up the mountainside. The huge great round lake was visible to the near eye, and an extremely cold aura immediately permeated around them. In midair, a huge number of hawk-bodied female beasts hissed angrily, but they didn't dare to approach this place. Ice poison toad. This was the habitat of the ice poison toads. They utilized their natural ability to overrun the entire Great Round Lake for miles around. The extremely cold aura shrouded this place, and any eagle-bodied female beasts that approached would be frozen and then fall down to become food for the ice poison toads. Here, it was the dividing line of power between the 2 groups. Bang! The huge body of the Black Death God was finally unable to support itself and planted down steadily. Panting heavily, blood flowed out of his mouth. The effects of the spirit-burning pill finally failed. Damn it! Dongfang, he cursed and gritted his teeth. The 28th floor is only halfway through, and the entrance to the 29th floor is only after crossing the Great Circular Lake. Does that mean I can only go so far? Gah! Gah gah gah! Suddenly at this time, the hawk-bodied female beasts in the distance rioted, and almost all of them rushed towards the direction Dongfang he and the others had come from. Even the bloodthirsty willows on the ground in the distance surged like a wave, killing in that opposite direction. What's going on? So many monsters. Dongfang he got up and looked far away, and after a few seconds his eyes were filled with incredulity. Could it be that someone else has come in? How is that possible? Chapter 52, Hawk-Bodied Female Beast X Uncovered Assembly X Wild X Swarm. 28th floor, entrance. Lin Luo's figure slowly appeared. Is this the 28th floor? Looking at the dense forest not far away, and the mountainside that seemed to be floating in white mist in the distance, Lin Luo pondered. I've seen the information and videos of the 28th floor, and this floor is roughly divided into 3 forces and 3 types of monsters. The first, the bloodthirsty willow tree, LV40 level plant-type monster. High blood volume, slow-moving, but can rely on its thousands of mutated vines to capture prey, with attached neurotoxins and great strength. The weakness is also obvious, elemental-type skills such as flames and lightning can do devastating damage to him. Normally when professionals brush bloodthirsty willow, they would group up several mage-type professions, with scouts and thieves luring a bloodthirsty willow over, and then rounding up and killing it. Lin Luo looked towards the writhing bloodthirsty willows in the distance and had a plan in his heart. The bloodthirsty willow tree is hard to kill and doesn't dare to attract too many monsters at once. However, it can burst out spiritual liquids for making all kinds of potions, and it's the favorite of all pharmacists, doctors, priests, and other professions, and the price is also very high. This kind of monster is hard for a solo warrior to single brush. Looking at these bloodthirsty willows, they should have already been attracted by the team in front of them. This team is really powerful. It actually managed to rush to the 28th floor. I don't know if it's still there now, or has it been eliminated? He raised his head and looked into the distant sky again. In that direction, there were dozens of black dots sweeping towards this side at a fast speed. Hawkwoman Beast, the second type of monster on the 28th floor. LV42 level elite monsters, swarming creatures that specialize in flight and toxins, as well as poison spear attacks. This monster is very similar to the lava hound on the 27th floor, with a hint of hawk-bodied banshee blood, and can evolve into a true hawk-bodied banshee if it gets lucky. Hawk-bodied banshee, that's a silver intelligent creature, incomparably powerful. Compared to the hawk beast, the hawk banshee is also good at spiritual magic, and the best one is the banshee's howl, which is a weird magic that is strong enough to withstand a giant dragon. Without special defense abilities, even a gold-ranked professional would have a hard time dealing with the hawkmoth. The hawk-bodied banshee can also burst out some special poison glands, which are also necessary medicines for creating various poisons. However, compared to the bloodthirsty willow, this hawk-girl beast is even harder to kill. Because they can fly. Regardless of what copy or wild monster, as long as it belongs to a flying monster, then it is extremely difficult to deal with. Living in groups, holding grudges, they will still flee if they can't beat them, and then move in more clansmen to surround and kill them. Plus they can all fly, making it so that normal professionals' attacks can't hit them at all, and none of the normal professionals, none of them are willing to run into them. At this moment, those dozens of black dots had already flown not far from Lin Luo, and raising their heads for a closer look they could even see their appearance clearly. They had black and yellow wings, but their bodies were like humans, and there was also a fine growth of black fluff. Their Portugal's slightly bulging abdomen is also a little slim, like a fluffy little girl. But the upper body looks like a half-human face, half-eagle face monster, like an evil spirit. In their hands, each of them carried a black poisonous spear, which was wet with their own blood, with a very intense paralyzing neurotoxin. It also had barbs on it, which were very sharp and pointed, and could also be used as a melee weapon. Once one was wounded by him, they would lose their ability to move in a short period of time, or even fall into a coma. Both monsters have shown up, and there is a third. He looked towards the distant hillside that was shrouded in white mist. The cold ice poison toad, burdened with 2 special elemental powers of ice and toxins, is even more difficult to deal with. The temperature at the exact center of the Great Round Lake can even drop to over 100 degrees below zero. That level of temperature is too much for even a professional to bear, and this has become a place in the entire trial tower where very few professionals are willing to come. In these 200 years, I've never heard of any low-ranked professional entering the center of the Great Round Lake. Low-ranked occupiers can't enter, and high-ranked occupiers are too lazy to enter, which makes the Great Circular Lake an off-the-beaten-path map. Therefore, this Great Circular Lake has also been called one of the 10 forbidden places of the trial tower by many good people. But yet, it's only the top 10 forbidden places for low-ranked professionals. If a gold-ranked professional is willing to come here, they can easily penetrate the Great Round Lake. Gah! Just as he was thinking, an ear-piercing strange cry suddenly came from high in the sky in the distance. A robust eagle-bodied female beast had swooped over, its hand poison spear transforming into a bolt of lightning and shooting towards Lin Luo. Seeing this, Lin Luo dodged the attack with a twist of his body. With a single skill, it had landed on this hawk-bodied female beast. Take that you! LV3 level sex fish hyperactivity technique. GA. The eagle-bodied female beast that originally wanted to continue attacking suddenly froze all over, its breathing accelerated violently, and it turned around violently. Just in time, another hawkwoman beast flew to his side, and before he could react, this hawkwoman beast swooped down on him, and her small head blocked it. At the same time, the fluffy wings also hugged the other at once, and the lower body made a strong arch. Gah! Gah! The second eagle-bodied female beast shrieked strangely, struggling hard to escape from its companion's embrace. Unfortunately, the first eagle-bodied female beast was already filled with lust, and its body became hyperactive with this energy, and it pushed in with a violent thrust. Gah! The second hawk beast was met with a steep stabbing pain, and a black and red mass of blood actually fell from mid-air as well. The two entwined hawk moths fluttered haphazardly in the air like kites with broken strings. In the end, they couldn't withstand it and fell from mid-air, smashing hard on the ground. Even so, the first hawk-bodied female beast was still flapping frantically, not caring at all that the hawk-bodied female beast underneath it had been disabled by the fall. Gah! Gah! More hawk-bodied female beasts flew over. They were just monsters that acted on instinct, without the slightest bit of intelligence at all. Seeing two of their kind smashed on the ground and still doing their business, they didn't rush to be puzzled, but still rushed towards the invaders on the ground. Is this the fearfulness of the LV3 sex fish hyperactivity technique? It's just too scary. Lin Luo was secretly shocked in his heart and walked up quickly. The staff in his hand, constantly raised towards the sky. Sex fish hyperactivity technique. Sex fish hyperactivity technique. Sex fish hyperactivity technique. Sex fish hyperactive art. One terrifying skill after another enveloped an eagle-bodied female beast. Originally, the hawk-bodied female beasts that were still angry and eager to kill, after rushing to the maximum range of Lin Luo's skills suddenly looked like they were possessed, ruthlessly pouncing on their own kindred around them, going up and down and arching crazily. In the short span of 10 minutes, there were dozens of hawk-bodied female beasts entangled in mid-air, and from time to time, two hawk-bodied female beasts screamed miserably and fell down from mid-air. Either they were dropped into a disability, or they were dropped into meat paste. As far as the eye could see, the dozen or so female hawk-bodied beasts were falling from mid-air like dumplings. In a short while, Lin Luo was surrounded by all the arching hawk-bodied female beasts, and there were simply no monsters free to trouble him anymore. TSK TSK TSK. This skill is just too terrifying. This is only LV3, after I have the gold skill points to raise it to LV8, I don't know what special effects it will produce. Lin Luo left the area and soon another group of monsters moved over. Snort snort snort. These monsters were none other than the extremely slow-moving bloodthirsty willows. Seeing the bloodthirsty willow vines that were densely packed and rushed over like a python, Lin Luo rose his hand and threw a sex fish hyperactivity spell over. I wonder, will the plant turn green? This bloodthirsty willow tree isn't just a plant, but a plant-like monster that's been affected by otherworldly aura, demonic aura. Maybe, probably it will glow. Chapter 53, Bloodthirsty Willow X Binding XXXXXX. Snort. The group of plant-type monsters that rushed over were all vines of the bloodthirsty willow tree. Their roots grew in the dirt and they could move, but their movement speed was extremely slow. However, at the same time, they could also rely on their mutated vines that had grown to be more than 10 meters long, and use them as hunting tools. These mutant vines were thick, sturdy, and resilient. There were even barbs on the surface that contained toxins, and once they were entangled in one of the vines, more vines would wrap around them like maggots, binding the target to death. It would only take a few minutes for the prey to be corroded into slag. Sex fish exuberance technique. A shot of the skill landed on the vines of this bloodthirsty willow. The willow vines that had originally rushed in were first stunned, and their speed then slowed down. But more vines surged out from behind, just like a python wildly surging. At this time, Lin Luo saw clearly that behind these mutated vines, there appeared a strange willow tree that was 7 or 8 meters tall, with a diameter of more than 2 meters, and an incomparably rough skin. Its densely packed roots and stems were still left outside the soil and were constantly writhing. After being hit by the sex fish hyperactive technique, perhaps because it was a plant, it froze for a few seconds. And then, the densely packed mutant vines began to fly in the air, as if they were looking for prey. Unfortunately, the other bloodthirsty willows were still rushing slowly, and his large group of mutant vines could only riot impotently. A portion of these mutant vines actually entangled themselves together, strangling with all their might. Sticky light green liquid gushed out from these vines, sticky and slimy like paste. Lin Luo knew that these liquids were the spiritual liquids that were coveted by countless living professionals. In his previous life, he had also understood how plants were taught to cultivate. All plants had 3 physiological processes when they were green. First, flowering. It was the process of opening the petals that made up the corolla, representing the opening of adulthood. Second, pollination. When a plant blooms, the process by which the pollen on the filaments of the stamens is spread by insects insect-borne flowers or by the wind wind-borne flowers to the style of the pistil. This process cannot be accomplished by ordinary plants on their own, but only with the help of other agents. Insects. Wind. Third, shock. When the pollen falls on the stigma to secrete mucus, pollen by mucus only low, will sprout pollen tube, and continue to elongate, root ovule in the bead hole. At the same time, two mirrors will grow in the pollen tube, one mirror combines with the egg cell in the ovule to form a frightened egg, and the other synthesizes the fertilized polar nucleus. This is the phenomenon of double tightening, and it is a mode of ascension peculiar to plants. Of course, the bloodthirsty willow tree in front of him, as a monster with active life, could not be measured by common sense. Suddenly just at this time, there were two hawk-like female beasts that were probably too oblivious and actually rolled around on the ground, all of a sudden rolling into the bloodthirsty willow tree's hunting range. As if smelling the prey, the mutated vines that were still dancing wildly in mid-air, all rushed down at once, instantly entangling these two hawk-bodied female beasts. Ga. These hawk-bodied female beasts were all controlled, and the mutated vines entangled them to death, unable to escape in the slightest. There were also hawk-bodied female beasts that had their arms directly twisted off by the huge force of the vines, and blood continued to flow out. From afar, they looked like kites floating in mid-air. But no matter what, they were simply unable to escape the control of this bloodthirsty willow tree. Along with the capture of these two hawk-bodied female beasts, the bloodthirsty willow tree was as if it had opened up. The other mutated vines that were still idle immediately acted like pythons and grabbed the hawk-bodied female beasts that were still communicating on the ground. As they did, they tied them up dead and slapped them again. For a time, there were more than a dozen eagle-bodied female beasts, tied up by the bloodthirsty willow tree, and let loose in mid-air. There is a poor eagle female beast, from the mid-air fall was smashed stunned, this will be played with the pain cried out. There are even more pitiful, was directly by the bloodthirsty willow tree tough vines, directly to tear. The rain of blood in the sky, mixed with internal organs and stray feathers, fluttering down from mid-air, full of the beauty of withering. Looking at this bizarre scene, Lin Luo also spewed out a mouthful of national curse. This is a ing plant? Lin Luo sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This kind of scenario, it's really a hell on earth. Just then, more bloodthirsty willows rushed over. In mid-air, there were also quite a few hawk-bodied female beasts. Lin Luo hurriedly left, as he did, and threw out a hair sex fish hyperactivity technique. Originally raging female hawk-bodied beasts, immediately became impatient. The original bloodthirsty willow tree, like a wave of spurt, is also transformed into a tentacle monster, countless mutant vines scattered flying. The eagle-bodied female beasts that fell to the ground were all bundled up and grabbed in mid-air to start punishing them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Luo quickly rushed into the bloodthirsty willow tree's territory. But wherever a bloodthirsty willow stopped in front of Lin Luo, it was a sex fish hyperactivity spell that was thrown over. Those who were surrounded by eagle-bodied female beasts were fine, and were bound by the bloodthirsty willow tree to start punishing them. But those who are not surrounded by eagle female beasts, bloodthirsty willow tree mutant vines themselves will be wrapped around their own bodies, living like a big dumpling, began to entertain themselves. So all the way to run all the way to throw skills, mid-air eagle female beasts like dumplings from the mid-air fall, but also are double-yolked eggs. More bloodthirsty willows, on the other hand, use thick mutant vines to bind themselves into a big dumpling. How to look at how bizarre. In this bizarre situation, Lin Luo's figure quickly rushed to the center of the bloodthirsty willow trees group at an extremely fast speed. He didn't want to stay in this kind of ghost place. Who knew if these crazy bloodthirsty willow trees would find him and strike at him? In the distance, the large round lake on the mountainside, which was shrouded in ice fog, was faintly visible. On the mountainside, Dongfang, who was moving around the large round lake, suddenly felt the movement behind him and subconsciously turned back to look, which directly startled him. What's the situation? In his eyes, the group of monsters behind him that had forced his teammates to be eliminated, and even more so, forced him to spare no expense in depleting his Black Death origin, was at that moment undergoing an incomparably terrifying change. The hawk-bodied female beasts that were originally hovering in mid-air were falling like dumplings, smashing into the ground without dying or being disabled. And that a more difficult bloodthirsty willow tree, but one after another owned to wrap themselves up, like a big dumpling. What happened? Dongfang, he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Why would the hawkwoman beast go crazy and attack its own people after falling within a certain range? And also fall down? A control-type skill? A warlock's stupor spell? A priest's forbidden air battle song? Or a gravity-type skill? Or maybe a beast taming skill? Poison mist? All of these skills, they can cause this phenomenon. But it's far from something that a newborn professional can master now. And those bloodthirsty willows, aren't they supposed to attack the enemy? Why are they winding themselves up? This damned guy in the back, what kind of profession has been awakened? He stopped and looked at the bottom of the mountain in the distance. It was obvious that the professional was rapidly approaching. Accompanying his approach, the surrounding hawk-girl beasts and bloodthirsty willow trees all underwent bizarre changes. In other words, these hawk-woman beasts and bloodthirsty willow trees were unable to block his advance at all. Damn it! Can't let him advance any further. Dongfang, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm not familiar with this person, having this bizarre ability but having no reputation. He's definitely a person with great premeditation. We absolutely can't let him advance any further. I'm determined to win the team championship and the individual challenge championship, only then will I be able to obtain that world wonder. This person, when it comes to this, is my greatest competitor. Must find a way to make him eliminated at the 28th floor. He looked around, then at the somewhat weakened Black Silk Reaper by his side, and his eyes instantly changed. Got an idea, just need to. Chapter 54, Mutant Protection Skill. In this match, there was only one champion. Running wildly all the way still skills, in the incomparably bizarre self-indulgence of the Hawkwoman Beast Grin and the bloodthirsty Willow Tree, Lin Luo finally stepped out of the bloodthirsty Willow Tree's sphere of influence. Climbing up the mountainside ahead, he would reach the final map of the 28th floor. Great Round Lake, Cold Ice Poison Toad. When he reached this place, Lin Luo was stopping. The ice-cold poison toad is a LV40 level elite monster. Its entire body exudes extreme coldness all the time, and when thousands of ice-cold poison toads gather together, they form this large round lake with a huge area. In the depths of the Great Round Lake, the temperature is at least 100 degrees below zero. Ordinary professionals simply can't enter the depths of the Great Round Lake, they can only go around from the side. But if I go around, I'll have to spend at least another hour or so. I don't have much time. He rubbed his chin and looked in the direction of the Great Round Lake. Until now, no one knew what was at the center of the Great Round Lake. Those who went in either died or were too frozen to stand before they even got close to the center and had no choice but to leave. In a word, low-ranked professionals couldn't get in, and high-ranked professionals couldn't look at it. People were all hanging out in places above the 200th floor. Who would come here? If I can enter in a straight line from the big round lake, at least I can save more than half an hour's time. There are still 29 floors in front of me, and I still have to kill that boss on the 30th floor, if... Ha! Lin Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. Come to think of it, when I killed that hellhound on the 27th floor, I dropped a copy of the protection skill. With a backhanded grab, a fiery red parchment scroll appeared in his hand. Fiery Flame Shield, Bronze Rank Skill Book, limited to be learned by magic professions. Upon successful learning, one can use one's own mana to summon a flame shield composed entirely of flames around one side, possessing a certain amount of defensive ability while also having a counter burn effect. Flame Shield. Restricted to be learned by law professions. I'm a priest, which is considered law in a way, so I should be able to learn it. All the other recovery class skills have mutated into bizarre and terrifying attack class skills. I just don't know, this protection class skill, will it mutate? He backhanded it and chose to learn it. The mechanical voice of the world will appeared in his mind once again. You have learned the skill, Blazing Flame. Zip 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 zip. System disorder occurred. System adjustment in progress. Adjustment successful. You have learned the skill, Penicillin Phagocytosis Body Shield. Penicillin Phagocytosis Body Shield, mutation skill. Your physique undergoes a permanent change. You can passively devour any elemental power close to your physique in any state, and while strengthening yourself, you can automatically generate the corresponding resistance to cope with any harsh environment, and coalesce into a permanently existent body shield, guarding yourself while automatically generating counter-attacking effects. What the hell kind of skill is this? Lin Luo froze again. This was the first time he had learned a protective skill, and he didn't expect such a thing to appear. Penicillin Bacteria Eater Body Protecting Law Shield? The ability to permanently change one's physique? Passively devour any elemental power? And generate corresponding resistance? Form a body shield? Automatically generate counter-attack effects? This? One skill with 5 effects? It's really too heaven-defying. Altering physique. Devouring elemental power. Generate resistance. Protecting body magic shield. Counter-attack. If other people knew about this, they mustn't drop their jaws in shock? Ordinary skills that had 2 different effects were already impressive. 3 is very rare. 4 can already be called a divine skill. Let alone 5? With the existence of a penicillin bacteria-eating body shield, didn't it mean that he could go to any bad map in the future? Lin Luo took a deep breath and soon felt a slight change in his physique. This place belonged to the range of the Great Circle Lake, which was also the sphere of influence of the cold ice poison toad. The air around him had long been spread with ice fog visible to the naked eye, and the temperature was very cold, a dozen degrees below zero. Before, he could still feel some cold. But with the penicillin phagocytosis body protecting law shield taking effect, this coldness was dissipating at an extremely fast speed, and in its place was a warmth. Cold resistance +1. Cold resistance +1. Cold resistance +1. The world will's voice that did not contain any emotion came from him, all proving without fail that his physique was undergoing a bizarre change. Ha, it doesn't feel cold anymore, there's even a feeling of warmth. It seems like I'll have to visit more maps with harsh environments in the future, so that I can develop resistance corresponding to almost all injurious elements. With this penicillin-eating bacteria protective body shield, not to mention the center of the Great Circular Lake, even places such as magma pools, acidic liquid seas, and underworld rivers are places that I can go to in a big way. Lin Luo said in a faint voice, and then walked towards the direction of the Great Circular Lake in large strides. Where is he going? Not far from Lin Luo, in a low dense forest, Dongfang He was constantly monitoring him. The direction of the center of the Great Round Lake? Is he crazy? How could a newborn professional go there? Unless one wants to be frozen into an ice sculpture. At this moment, he was on the right side of the great distance, and had wanted to spare the Great Round Lake from the side and go straight to the 29th floor. However, he found Lin Luo's trail, originally thinking that he was planning to ambush him halfway, who knew that this kid actually did not follow the common sense, and ran directly towards the direction of the Great Circle Lake. Did he not know that the Great Round Lake was called the top 10 forbidden places below the 100th floor of the trial tower? Damn! Could it be that kid has discovered my trail? Impossible. I have a concealment potion that can hide my figure and breath. It's impossible for a professional below the Gold Realm to discover me. Unless this kid really has a way to be able to resist the extremely cold aura of the center of the Great Circular Lake. A look of struggle appeared in Dongfang He's eyes. Should I follow him? Or should we head to the 29th floor at the fastest speed possible? For the 29th floor, if I were to spare the past, it would still take at least an hour or so. By then, even if I can make it to the 29th floor before the time runs out, then I definitely won't be able to cross it. If I can cross from the center of the Great Round Lake, I can save most of the time. The 29th floor. Dongfang He said in a hateful voice, if I can't even reach the 29th floor, no one else will be able to. Reaper, let's follow. It's all up to you later. Dongfang He gritted his teeth and one person and one dragon quickly followed. Heading to the Great Circle Lake is also an opportunity. It's a territory where no one can be seen all year round, and the aura of cold fog is so thick that the visibility is less than 5 meters. A sneak attack in that situation would increase the success rate by at least a large portion. I don't need to finish him off, I just need to make him get injured and retreat in the knowledge that I'll be the first to reach the 29th floor, or even the 30th floor. Dongfang He took a deep breath, and all the air between his nostrils was cold. So cold. This kind of temperature, even I can feel the cold. What makes this kid go to the center of the Great Round Lake? He took out a black and red stone from his backpack and grabbed it in his hand. Flamestone, one of the refining materials, emits high temperatures all year round, and can also be used as a prop to resist the cold. I have this before I dared to go around the side of the Great Circle Lake. What kind of person is this kid that he dares to enter the Great Circle Lake in such a big way? Grasping the flamestone in his hand, Dongfang He could feel a warmth lingering in his hand, and although the rest of his body was still freezing cold, it couldn't resist his actions. Reaper, it's all up to you later. You're a giant dragon, this coldness can't help you at all. After this kid steps into the Great Circle Lake, you will make a sneak attack. If you can kill him, but if you can't, make sure he retires with serious injuries. Ow! The black god of death weakly howled, his body obviously a little shriveled. As a flame dragon, at this moment, it was actually hunched over, as if it was very uncomfortable with the surrounding cold fog. The effects of the previous spirit burning pill had already receded, and at this time, its physique was already in a weakened state. Most of all, its own origin had consumed a lot, which was very difficult to make up for. Unless it could come across some heaven-defying treasure. Or rather, the dragon crystal of the same dragon would be able to make up for his depleted origin. In this competition, there is only one champion, and that is me, Dongfang He. Chapter 55, Holy Duelist. Empress of the Moon. An infinite increase in spiritual power. Audience members. It has come to the most exciting time. On the trial square, the host, Bing Bing, was holding a microphone and reporting excitedly. Her round face became incomparably red at this moment, just like two big red apples. There are now two teams vying for the team championship, and the first one is the S-ranked hidden professional player with the highest expectations and popularity, Dongfang He. On the big screen, Dongfang He's portrait appeared once again. Dressed in golden armor, with a blood-colored cape on his back, he was holding a golden dragon spear, and there was even a young dragon that was spitting out dragon's breath by his side. How to look how flirty. Since entering the trial tower, Dongfang He has been riding in the dust, leading all the teams by an overwhelming margin. Along the way, he has defeated Team Morong Shuaxian, Team Yangshili, and Team Qin Pingon, and is also the first freshman professional to break the record of my Marina City's trial tower, and even more so, the first freshman professional to step into the 28th floor. I wonder if will he lead until the end? And the second one. Bing Bing deliberately stretched his tone and spoke. It's the newly risen dark horse, player Lin Luo from the 12th middle school in Binhai City. On the screen, the figure of a teenager appeared. The teenager wasn't wearing any professional equipment, just a simple black t-shirt, but even so, he couldn't resist the teenager's sunshine and handsomeness. Everyone may not know that player Lin Luo is just a flavor of a priest with a career rating of D grade. But even so, player Lin Luo has relied on his own abilities to get to this point. Bing Bing's words caused many unknown viewers in front of the television. A D-ranked priest? How can that be? Although priests are popular, they are not combat professions, and their rating is not high to begin with. A D-ranked priest can actually keep up with an S-ranked dragon knight, it's just too terrifying. What exactly is this Lin Luo's background? Could it be that there are shady practices in this college entrance exam? Cheating? It's definitely cheating. Cheating. I bet $20,000 on Dongfang he's definitely the winner. Wow. Lin Luo's little brother is so handsome, he looks much better than Dongfang. The network burst into discussion, but it couldn't affect Bing Bing, the host who was at the scene, in the slightest, as she continued to report with a lot of emotion. As we all know, the priest is not a combat profession, just a supporting profession. Over the years the evaluation has only been D level, at most it is only C level. The priest profession is very popular everywhere, whether it's practicing in the field, or going down copies, secret realms, or even trial tower trials, the existence of priests is indispensable. From student Lin Luo's body we can prove one thing: even if it's an auxiliary profession, it will stand in front of all ordinary people, fending off beasts and monsters and resisting foreigners for us. It's as if amongst this college entrance examination, there was also an example of an auxiliary occupation student who stepped into the 26th floor. That would be student Fong Yuan from Binhai City No. 1 Middle School. His profession is also an auxiliary profession formation master, but he also stepped into the 26th floor of the trial tower, which is really rare. In the corner of the trial tower, Fong Yuan, who was watching the live stream, was red with anger. That's my rank hidden profession, forbidden formation master, not an ordinary formation master, asshole. Pingon Shen spat. So what if it's an A-rank hidden profession, it's still eliminated. You? Fong Yuan said angrily. Pingon Shen. Do you dare to compete with me in the ring tomorrow? Pingon Shen laughed. You? My opponent is only Dongfang He. In the future, I might have to add another person, this Lin Luo. Unfortunately, he's only a priest. Even if he's stronger, he can only be a supporting profession. Although he has the means to control poisonous mist, it can only work in closed places. However, I'm excited to defeat a dark horse genius. Of course, if you really want to challenge me, I'll give you a chance. Bastard. Just you wait. On the plaza, the reports continued. Viewers, there are only 2 hours and 14 minutes left until the end of this college entrance examination, so let's wait and see for the top student of this year's Marina City College entrance examination to come out. It's also possible that it's the National College Entrance Examination top student. The National College Entrance Exam top scholar. It's really too strong. Yeah. Regardless of whether it's Dongfang He or Lin Luo, as long as they can step into the 29th floor of the trial tower, they'll definitely be this year's top student. I just checked, the 4 most favorable cities to compete for this year's college entrance exam top scholar are the Imperial Capital, Zheng City, and Jinling City, and Chang'an City. The freshman professionals in the Imperial Capital have all been eliminated, and the highest they've rushed to was merely the 27th floor. Zheng City's Trial Tower Challenge also only has one team left, still on the 27th floor. But there's only one person left. Jinling City is the same as the Imperial Capital, all of them were eliminated as early as half an hour ago, up to the 26th floor. This year's Jinling City doesn't work. Chang'an City. Chang'an City actually has someone who has also rushed into the 28th floor. I just don't know if it's still possible to continue forward. Check. Chang'an City has seen 2 S-class freshman professionals this year. The first one is called Tong Yuxuan, awakened as an S-rank hidden professional, the Holy Duelist. It's a profession that has never appeared before. According to the evaluation of the Career Club, this Holy Duelist can actually cultivate by absorbing starlight, and the more prosperous the period of starlight, the stronger the strength. This profession sounds so powerful. The second S-ranked professional awakened in Chang'an City this year is called Zhu Chao, a girl? The profession awakened is also an S-rank hidden profession, Empress of the Moon? What are the abilities of this profession? I don't know. Haven't heard of it, there's no news of her online either. You guys probably don't know, the newborn professional in Chang'an City who rushed into the 28th floor is this Empress of the Moon, Zhu Chao. What? Really? That Saint Fighter professional, Tong Yuxuan, has only rushed to the 27th floor. This year's college entrance exam, it's just too wonderful. Quack. Lin Luo's figure stepped into the middle of a thick fog. An extremely cold aura enveloped the area, causing everything around him to be frozen into giant ice sculptures. The earth, the rocks, and even the large trees. In the air, an incomparably thick layer of fog filled the air. Ice fog. This kind of ice fog would invade the respiratory system of the professional as they breathe. If it took a long time, the professional's body, blood, and even along with his internal organs, would be frozen into an ice sculpture. There were also strange frog sounds coming from his ears. Lin Luo knew clearly that this was a monster unique to the Great Circle Lake, the ice poison toad. As the frog chirps approached, Lin Luo knew very well that he had gradually approached the center of the Great Circle Lake. Croak! The ear-piercing frog chirps exploded abruptly, and a breaking sound swept through the air. Poof! Lin Luo narrowly dodged the attack, and his afterimage realized that the attack was actually emitted by a strange frost-white tongue. Cold ice poison toad. In the thick fog ahead, a figure over half a person tall, triangular in shape, with white frost-white skin growing all over its body, and a large number of round bumps on its surface. Poison gland. The poison glands of the cold poison toad. Lin Luo's eyes flashed, and he quickly obtained the specific information of this ice poison toad. Name, cold ice poison toad. Race, demonized creature, toad. Level, LV 42. Strength, 85. Physique, 62. Speed, 114. Spirit, 62. Attack, 180-220. Blood, 12000-12000. Skills, cold poison, tongue strike, self-explosion. Introduction, a chilly poisonous toad infested with otherworldly aura. Its body contains intense poison and extreme cold aura, very dangerous. Only one? Quick battle. Lin Luo muttered, and the staff in his hand was violently raised. 9 scarlet-red magic formations immediately appeared around them, and soon 9 lizardman warriors with sturdy figures and extreme speed leapt out from them. These lizardman warriors, under Lin Luo's control, charged towards the icy poison toad at an extremely fast speed. Quack! The ice poison toad let out a strange cry, and its sharp tongue shot out instantly blowing out the head of a lizardman warrior. But the other 8 lizardman warriors, however, had already rushed to his side and directly pounced on him. Some tore, some clawed, and some grabbed the body of the cold poison toad with a death grip. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Luo landed a skill. Skin burst art. Poof! Gah! The ice poison toad's hard skin instantly exploded into a bone-deep gash. Frost white mixed with scarlet red blood gushed out rapidly. The ice-cold poison toad that was injured for the first time instantly fell into a rage. The poison glands on the surface of his skin instantly exploded, and the dense cold poison surged towards the surroundings. The lizardman warriors that originally surrounded him immediately trembled and were slowly frozen into ice sculptures. Even their skin turned green and white as the cold poison entered their bodies, instantly freezing their vitality. Cold poison? Unfortunately, it has no use for me. Lin Luo laughed coldly. He was wearing a penicillin phage body shield, and his cold resistance had long been piled up to an extremely high level, and a layer of transparent body shield had even appeared on the surface of his body. The cold poison spewed out by the ice poison toad had no effect on him. Taking this opportunity, Lin Luo landed another skill. Blood burning technique. Boom! The originally incomparably cold blood of the icy poison toad instantly burned, and the moment the extreme cold turned to extreme heat, it instantly caused the icy poison toad to hiss in pain. The originally incomparably cold blood became blazing hot, destroying the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the frigid poison toad. Quack! The icy poison toad gave another strange cry, its body trembled crazily, and blood gushed out. Seeing this, Lin Luo's eyes changed and he quickly retreated. Sure enough, in just 2 seconds, this ice-cold poison toad violently exploded into powder. Self-explosion. Frost-white blood and broken flesh, along with the breath of self-destruction, splashed in all directions, even blowing away the surrounding ice fog. Luckily, Lin Luo saw the opportunity and didn't dodge fast, otherwise he would have been hurt. What a cranky monster, you're going to blow yourself up if you can't beat it. Lin Luo's figure reappeared, and several dropped props appeared in his hands. You have killed the icy poison toad, you have gained 14,000 experience points. You have gained 1 skill point. You have killed the icy poison toad, and you have gained the icy poison gland. You have killed the icy poison toad and gained the icy poison bead. Ha! These rewards. Cold ice poison gland, a special prop, the poison gland of the cold ice poison toad, which contains cold poison and can be used as a weaponsmithing material. Cold ice poison bead, one of the heavenly treasures. Only a cold ice poison toad of 100 years of vintage or more will coalesce a cold ice poison bead within its body. The extreme coldness in it and the toxicity have reached a perfect state of equilibrium. It can be used as a weapon and medicine refining material, or it can be swallowed directly, and every time a cold ice poison pearl is swallowed, it increases the spirit by 1 point. A heavenly treasure? This is the first time I've seen a heavenly treasure. Every time I swallow a cold ice poison bead, it increases 1 point of spirit, 1 point of spirit? It's better than nothing. Something's not right. Lin Luo's pupils shrunk slightly, and he looked at this cold ice poison bead again. Cold ice poison bead, one of the heavenly treasures. Only a cold ice poison toad with more than 100 years of vintage will coalesce a cold ice poison bead within its body, in which the extreme coldness of the aura and the toxicity have reached a perfect state of equilibrium. It can be used as a weapon and medicine refining material, or it can be swallowed directly, and every time a cold ice poison bead is swallowed, it increases spirit by 1 point. Cold ice poison bead. Every time you swallow a cold ice poison bead, increase 1 point of spirit. Why is there no upper limit? Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, those with virtue reside in them, and each portion of heavenly materials and earthly treasures have special attributes. There were countless heavenly materials, various materials, and elixirs that increased one's four-dimensional attributes after taking them, but most of them had an upper limit on taking them. For example, the most common violence sheet, refined by a senior pharmacist, can increase 1 point of strength after taking it, and each professional is limited to taking 10 pills to increase 10 points of strength. Other props and heavenly materials and treasures also had corresponding limits. Either there was a quantity limit, a quality limit, or various conditions that made it difficult to fully achieve. But right now, this ice-cold poison bead actually didn't have any restrictions. Could it be that because this great circular lake center hasn't had any professionals enter it for these past 200 years, the ice-cold poison toads in it have all survived for more than 200 years, and the ice-cold poison beads that are born within their bodies are stronger in nature and power than other monsters as well? Lin Luo's breathing accelerated slightly, and his eyes brightened even more. Here, it was an unexplored treasure. 1 ice-cold poison bead, increase 1 point of spiritual power. What about 100? What about 1,000? What about 10,000? Pills? Wouldn't that mean that as long as there were enough cold ice poison toads, he would be able to increase his spiritual power indefinitely? Hiss. Hiss. What is this kid doing? After killing the ice poison toad and freezing there, he's still not leaving? Not far behind Lin Luo, Dongfang he shrank in a trembling voice. He had followed Lin Luo all the way to step into the center of the great round lake, and the temperature around him had long since become colder than the current him could withstand. The flame stone in his arms had long since been frozen into ice bumps and thrown away by him. Even the Black Reaper next to him was at this moment cowering on the ground, shivering from the cold. By all rights, the flame gargoyle should not be afraid of high temperatures. But at this time, it was only a juvenile gargoyle, and it had just lost a lot of its origin due to the flame spirit Dan. So in the face of this kind of low temperature that was tens of degrees below, even if it was a flame gargoyle, at this time, it was also frozen. Damn it! Can't wait. Dongfang he gritted his teeth, give him a blow right here. Whether it succeeds or not, it's imperative to leave this place. If I don't leave, I might even be frozen into an ice sculpture. Chapter 56, Gastroenteritis Outbreak Flame Dragon. Eliminating Dongfang he. With a thought, he pointed at Lin Luo in the distance. The black death god lying beside him immediately climbed up and rushed towards Lin Luo. The speed at which he ran wildly even caused a wild wind to sweep around him. On the other side, Lin Luo swallowed the ice-cold poison bead in his hand, and it melted in his mouth, turning into a cold breath into his stomach. Soon this breath surged into the center of his mind, causing his spirit to become very exhilarated in an instant. You have increased your spiritual power by 1 point. The voice of the world will came, and Lin Luo's eyes were delighted. It's true that it's increased. 1 point of spiritual power. No one has come to the center of the Great Circle Lake for more than 200 years. I wonder how many cold ice poison toads are in this lake. It seems that we can only stay at the 28th floor for a while. Right at this moment, he clearly sensed a huge figure rushing behind him, so fast that the slowly flowing ice mist around him rioted. Cold ice poison toad? No, it's not it. Lin Luo turned around fiercely, and the figure was already visible to the eye. Its huge body, thick hind legs, scales all over its body, sharp fangs, and open fleshy wings undoubtedly represented its identity. A dragon. A young dragon? How could a dragon exist here? This is a big round lake. How? Wrong. It seems to be the pet of a freshman professional who participated in this entrance examination. What was that guy's name? Lin Luo was a bit puzzled. He had read some information before taking the college entrance exam and knew that there was such a person. S-class hidden profession Dragon Knight seems to be called. Eastern Black? What the hell kind of name was that? Why is Oriental Black's young dragon here? And trying to sneak attack me? It's not like he and I know each other. Why? Lin Luo's mind moved, and the 8 lizardman warriors who had regained their mobility due to the cold poison toad's self-explosion immediately pounced towards the young dragon. The lizardmen had an extremely thin dragon bloodline in their bodies, and were inherently suppressed by the giant dragon. But the giant dragon in front of them was only a young dragon, and they were controlled by Lin Luo, so they could only helplessly block in front of them. Ow! The Black Reaper roared, biting the leading lizardman warrior in half with a single mouthful. With a grab of its 2 front claws, it pierced through the chests of 2 more lizardman warriors. With another swing of its 2 fleshy wings, 2 lizardman warriors were sent flying. In just a single glance, 5 of the 8 lizardman warriors under Lin Luo's command lost their fighting ability. However, it also took advantage of this opportunity to give Lin Luo a chance to react. Let's try your defense first. Skin burst art. Z. A crack appeared on the hard scales of the young dragon's body immediately, as if a transparent blade had cut through it. A trace of blood gushed out from it. Is the defense so strong that it's just barely broken? It seems that the LV1 skin burst technique is already a bit outdated. Lin Luo frowned. This kid Dongfang He is so narrow-minded. Is he trying to stop me from going to the 30th floor? If you can't go yourself, you still don't allow others to go? In that case, Lin Luo's eyes became cold, and the staff in his hand raised once again. Mental confusion art. Buzz. The young dragon that was originally running wildly suddenly stopped, stood on the spot and started to turn around. Its huge mouth actually tore in the air haphazardly. Looking not far away, Dongfang He burst into a rage. Reaper! What are you doing? Hurry up and attack! A mouthful of cold air entered his body, causing Dongfang He's body to instantly go cold, almost unable to breathe. There! The violent movement caused Dongfang He's figure to instantly become visible, and Lin Luo spotted his presence at a glance. Damn it! Discovered! Since that's the case, we'll have to do it the hard way. He raised the golden lance in his hand and blazing golden fighting chi gushed out, but before the golden fighting chi could cover the golden lance, it instantly shriveled up and disappeared because of the surrounding coldness. Damn! Dongfang He cursed. He could only grab the golden lance and lunged straight towards Lin Luo. The sharp and heavy golden lance almost turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Lin Luo. Kid! You shouldn't have come here in 1,000 ways. At the same time, the Black Reaper was, after all, a giant dragon and had extremely high magic resistance. Immediately getting rid of the spiritual confusion spell, it also pounced on Lin Luo. For a time, one person and one dragon formed a sure kill situation against Lin Luo. The dragon's resistance is too high, it's just too difficult to deal with. Lin Luo shook his head, but the staff in his hand was pointed at Dongfang He from afar. Dongfang He, without this giant dragon, how could you have gotten here? It's really a waste for it to follow you. Bastard! My name is Dongfang He. Before his words even fell, a skill had already landed on his body. Mental confusion technique. Buzz. In an instant, the scenery in front of Dongfang He's eyes changed. The Lin Luo in front of him lost his figure, and suddenly appeared beside him, hissing towards himself with his teeth and claws open. Bastard! He cursed, and stabbed his gun towards Lin Luo. Ow! The familiar hissing sound rang out, and the scenery in front of him changed again. Where was Lin Luo, but his own dragon pet, the Black Death God? Ow! His own lance had stabbed the Black Death's wings, and blood was pouring out. Looking at the angry and berserk eyes in the Black God of Death's eyes, Dongfang He was instantly anxious. Reaper, sorry, Damn, what the hell ability is this? At this time, another identical skill landed on the young dragon's body. Mental confusion technique. Ow! The young dragon roared, and actually launched another attack towards Dongfang He. With its huge body, it knocked Dongfang He to the ground headfirst, and its sharp fangs immediately bit into his shoulder. Ah! Although in a very short time, the Black Death God recovered again and hastily retreated, it had already inflicted extremely heavy injuries on Dongfang He. Damn it! And you! Feeling his body getting colder and colder, and seeing Lin Luo not far away raising his staff again, Dongfang He's heart was filled with the color of fear. No way! I can't die here. I'm a descendant of the Dongfang clan, there's still a great future waiting for me, and there are so many beautiful women waiting to be blessed by me. I must not die here. Dongfang He fiercely clenched his teeth. The emergency return talisman appeared in his hand and violently tore it apart. A white light wrapped him and the Black Death God's figure. In a trance, a skill released by Lin Luo also landed on the Black Death's body almost simultaneously. Phew! Luckily, the emergency return talisman took effect. Damn it! My champion! My world wonders! It's all gone. Right, I still have a chance. Tomorrow's solo challenge. This time, I fell for that kid's path because I was too consumed with death. Your kid's skills, are they all similar to the Dark Priest's control skills? Find some spirit resistance equipment, I'm definitely going to tear this damn guy apart tomorrow. The trial square. The noisy murmurs and quarrels suddenly stopped. This was because in front of their eyes, a white light appeared once again. Almost everyone, in an instant, stopped, held their breath, and stared at it with a deadly stare. Because everyone knew what this white light represented. The penultimate freshman professional who walked out of the trial tower was also the runner-up of this team competition. In other words, the newborn professional who remained in the middle of the trial tower today would be the champion. Audience! Bing Bing's excited voice rang out, another figure has appeared. The elimination of this figure represents the determination of the champion of this year's Gao Gao examination team trial in our Marina City. I wonder if it's Dragon Knight Dongfang He or Priest Lin Luo. Bing Bing's words immediately caused a wave of fluctuations on the internet and at the trial square site. There's no need to think, it must be the D-ranked priest who was eliminated. I've said it all before, Dongfang He is 100% the winner of this test. That D-ranked priest is also quite powerful, he actually managed to rush to the 28th floor. It's already stone-hammered, the poisonous fog from the 21st to 24th floors was released by that kid, and he's used this ability to last until now. Poison fog? Isn't it said that D-rank priests don't have any attack ability? Who said that? D-rank priests don't have it, but it doesn't mean that other priests don't have it. You're like the pharmacist profession. It's said that they can only refine pills, but who knew that they can also refine poisonous pills? Right. Priests actually have a little bit of attack ability, but it's pitifully small. Dongfang Hia, it's worthy of being an S-rank hidden profession, it's just too powerful. Ha! Why are there two rays of light? It's still true, those two were eliminated? The same person was eliminated? On the trial square, a white light appeared once again, and the two white lights appeared almost simultaneously. On the high platform, the bigwigs of Marina City also looked towards that light. The champion has finally been decided. Unsurprisingly, it should be that kid from the Dongfang clan. Dongfang He. The Dongfang clan is worthy of being the prime stone of my Marina City, and the family has appeared another S-class hidden professional. In time, the Dongfang family will surely emerge as a legendary powerhouse once again. That queen of the moon girl called Chao Ju from Chang'an City was also eliminated and stayed on the 28th floor as well. Empress of the Moon? What exactly does this profession do? No news so far? The blockade over in Chang'an City is very tight. You have to realize that everyone over there is very closed off, but it's a force that absolutely can't be ignored. Dongfang He has joined the Southeast Military Academy. It seems that this year's Southeast Military Academy has another big move. The Southeastern Military School is directly facing the threat of the prosperous sea, and the outstanding newborn professionals, of course, should be sent there. While the many executives on the high platform were talking, Deputy City Guardian Guo Shuyi's eyes were a bit dark. Has the team champion been decided? Yeah, what did that D-ranked freshman professional use to fend off S-ranked professional Dongfang He? It's already considered lucky to have survived until now. Unfortunately, Shili encountered Pingon Chen and didn't even make it past the 26th floor. It seems like the power of the Dongfang clan is going to expand even further. If they are allowed to gain the support of the military region behind the Southeast Military Academy again, then the entire Binhai city will surely fall into the hands of the Eastern family. Damn! He clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost penetrating deep into his flesh and blood. Southeast of Marina City, a hidden villa on a high mountain. The current patriarch of the Dongfang family, Dongfang He's father, Dongfang Daizong, quickly stepped into the back of the mountain and came to a cave that had been covered by countless high-level formation masters who had laid down a spirit-gathering formation, and respectfully said, "Reporting to Old Ancestor, this year's college entrance examination is almost over. Unsurprisingly, today's team champion is Here's." Here? Inside the cave, an old voice came out, "With here, the trend of my Dongfang clan joining forces with the Southeast Military Academy is a foregone conclusion, and even if the city guardian lord is here, he won't be able to resist. That world wonder is of no use to me, leave it to Here." Yes. Dongfang Daizong froze and said through clenched teeth. "Daizong, you're only in a ranked profession with insufficient reserves, so you might as well give it to Here and keep my Dongfang clan prosperous for another 300 years. What the old ancestor said is true." Dongfang Daizong took a deep breath, then laughed. A very interesting thing also happened today. A newborn professional of a priest with only a D-ranked career evaluation actually stepped into the 28th floor of the trial tower right behind Here, and wasn't eliminated until now. A D-rated priest? The old ancestor's voice continued. It seems that this person has quite a few secrets on him as well. Heaven's pride? Or a genius? Or perhaps there is someone high up behind him? Regardless, for this person to be able to step into the 28th floor of the trial tower during the period of a newborn professional, he already has the capital to invest. Let people go and contact contacts, willing to join my Eastern family, can choose a young girl in my Eastern family branch to marry him, so that he can truly become a member of my Eastern family, and form a class for Here in the future. Yes, old ancestor. Dongfang Daizong respectfully said, that brat being valued by the women of my Dongfang family is truly smoke coming from his ancestors' graves. Old ancestor, I'll go and do it. Dongfang Daizong was just about to leave when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Picking it up and taking a look at it, his originally calm expression instantly became wonderful. A burst of red and a burst of white, as if he had eaten. "Daizong, what happened?" Eastern old ancestor's calm voice faintly transmitted over. Dongfang Daizong turned around dully, his mouth opened, but he still didn't dare to hide it from the old ancestor and gritted his teeth. "Old ancestor, the intelligence was wrong just now, and the one who was first to be eliminated was Here." "What?" Inside the trial square, the many spectators and professionals surrounding this place all shouted out in shock. Even the many executives on the high platform, many of them were shocked too. "It's Dongfang He. How can that be? Dongfang He was actually eliminated first. That second ray of light, yes, it's his dragon pet. Dongfang He was eliminated? My money. Ha, Dongfang He was actually eliminated? I bet right, I only pressed $100. Dongfang He was actually eliminated? That kid called Lin Luo, what's his secret? Ha, the Dongfang clan is panicking this time." In the crowd, Deputy City Guard Guo Shuyi laughed heartily. Inside the trial square, Dongfang he covered his injured left arm, and his eyes were filled with flames of anger. Damn! Being eliminated. Young Master Dongfang. Are you alright? Fang Yuan and Yang Haoran, as well as Chen Pingan all surrounded him as well, looking at him with incomparable shock. How did you get eliminated? That kid, what exactly is that from? Dongfang his eyes rolled back in his head as he gritted his teeth. That brat is just too despicable, actually utilizing. But before his words fell, a sharp and ear-piercing air friction sound suddenly rang out. In the next second, a foul odor filled the entire trial square. But in the midst of countless people's unbelievable gazes, Dongfang his pet that had just come out of the trial tower, that flame dragon that countless people had high hopes for, actually puckered its butt. It pooped. A large mass of black and yellow filth gushed out from its bottom. Dongfang Yi, Chen Pingan, Yang Haoran, Fang Yuan, Hao Zhao, and Zhang Meng, who stood around it recently, were all drenched. Vomit. Chapter 57, Cold Ice Poison Toad King. Demonized Rune Terror Effect. The chaos in the trial square was certainly unknown to Lin Luo, who was still on the 28th floor of the trial tower at this time. The flame gargoyle pulled sprayed all over the place, and a dozen or so of the professionals who were closest to him were sprayed all over. Many people ran away in shock, and there were also good people who hurriedly took out their cell phones to take pictures, in all kinds of poses. Nowadays, throughout the entire internet, the most prevalent news besides him stepping into the 28th floor. There was also the news of a young dragon pooping in the trial square, drowning a dozen or so professionals in a row. Now, Dongfang He and his flaming young dragon were considered to be in the headlines. Dongfang He was eliminated by me, and now I should be the only one left in the entire trial tower. Lin Luo recalled the only 3 remaining lizardman warriors and was born saying, the Scarlet Berserker Staff, which could summon 9 lizardmen. After having 1 killed by the icy poison toad and 5 killed by Eastern Black and his dragon pet, there were only 3 left now. But fortunately, summoning lizardman warriors was just a skill that came with the staff, and even if they all died out, they would be resummoned after 24 hours. The Great Circular Lake isn't large, but it would take quite a bit of time to go all the way around it. I can use these 3 lizardman warriors to spread the Black Death virus. Lin Luo thought. Nowadays, of all the skills he had mastered, only the Black Death virus had the highest level, reaching LV7. With the highest spreading range and killing power, it was his godly skill for practicing and killing monsters. After having made up his mind, he immediately invaded the Black Death virus into the only 3 remaining lizardman warriors. You 3, take the virus and go find the gathering place of the cold poisonous toads. Even if you die, you must infect this virus into the cold poisonous toad community. Hiss. These 3 lizardman warriors were like half puppets, but they also reacted weakly under Lin Luo's orders. The 3 of them immediately turned around and ran in the direction of the center of the Great Round Lake at a fast speed. The Great Circular Lake had extremely low temperatures, but there was also air movement, and the ice fog that shrouded the place was the best explanation. The low temperature and slow airflow here is the most natural harbor for cultivating the infectious Black Death virus. Just need to wait for a certain amount of time. In less than 5 minutes, amongst Lin Luo's perceptions, a Black Death virus that had originally been cultivated on a lizardman warrior suddenly erupted. In a very short period of time, it split into more than a dozen viruses, invading more than a dozen other hosts. Infection has begun. Somewhere in the center of the Great Circular Lake, a dozen or so frigid poison toads croaked chaotically. More than a dozen tough frog tongues danced in the air, and a lizardman warrior was split into pieces in just a few seconds. Blood, guts, and minced meat flowed all over the ground. A dozen or so frigid poison toads excitedly gorged themselves on the blood meal that had been delivered to their door with great difficulty. But what they didn't notice was that amongst the blood and flesh of these corpses, a light black aura soon gushed out and rushed into their bodies. Before they finished partaking of the lizardman warriors' corpses, a black aura surfaced on the surface of their bodies as well. The Black Death virus. Quack. Croak. After the dozen or so cold poison toads finished eating, they returned to the poison swarm and infected more cold poison toads with it. In the other 2 directions, there were also lizardman warriors being split up. The Black Death virus cultivated on their bodies quickly spread to the surrounding ice poison toads. After more than 10 minutes of this, Lin Luo, who was approaching the center of the Great Round Lake, muttered, 356 of them. There are 356 cold ice poison toads in the center of the Great Circular Lake? He waited for a few more minutes, but felt that the Black Death virus did not continue to show signs of contagion. Instead, it was clustered together. Up ahead, is that the gathering place of the cold ice poison toads? Time is running out, let's settle it here. As soon as the words left his mouth, he choked with one hand and released his next skill. Black Death virus outbreak technique. Buzz. A burst of bizarre fluctuations steeply spread and fluctuated towards the surroundings with Lin Luo's body as the center of the circle. And on the ice surface less than 2 kilometers away from the current Lin Luo, there were hundreds of small car-sized cold ice poison toads gathered together. Steeply, one of the outermost ice poison toads shrieked strangely in pain. His large mouth began to ooze blood outwards, and his bulging eyes became fishy red, and he actually coughed violently, and a mouthful of fresh blood was sprayed onto the snowy white ice surface by him. Quack! Croak! Croak! Aside from him, the surrounding ice poison toads did the same and began to cough up blood violently. One after another, the black aura of the Black Death virus surged out from their bodies and gathered together, again forming an even more violently toxic Black Death virus, which backfired on the group of cold poison toads. Quack! The first Black Death virus outbreak of the ice-cold poison toad was finally unable to support itself, and after violently spewing out a large mass of tainted blood with a strange cry, it slowly collapsed to the ground, no longer able to move. Dead. Quack! With the death of this ice poison toad, more and more ice poison toads also died. The ice poison toads that were originally clustered together panicked and separated, but they were unable to withstand their deaths and fell to the ground in agony. For a time, the huge ice surface was filled with the corpses of the cold ice poison toads, and tainted blood spread all over the ground. Quack! Right in this situation, an even more ear-piercing frog cry suddenly came from the very center of the ice surface. A cold poison toad king that was more than double the size of the other cold poison toads alone, and whose skin had turned almost as transparent as cold ice, violently opened his eyes. There was also a Black Death virus enveloping his body, and he also violently coughed out a tainted blood. But then there was a violent flash of white light on his body, and it temporarily froze and suppressed the Black Death disease virus in his body. His white eyes that bulged up and were the size of copper bells looked around the surroundings with deadly eyes, and then he violently looked in the direction of the outskirts of the great round lake. Quack! He could sense that an aura that was clearly not from their cold poison toad clan was rapidly approaching. The deaths of the clan members must be this fellow's doing. Quack! He let out a strange cry, and his limbs violently shrunk to the ground, and then stomped violently. With his huge body, he actually leapt out hundreds of meters at once, like a huge spring, killing that figure in the distance. You have killed the ice-cold poison toad, and you have gained 14,000 experience points. You have killed the ice poison toad, you have gained 14,500 experience points. You have killed the icy toad. You have gained 13,000 experience points. You have gained 1 skill point. A voice of the world's will that didn't contain the slightest bit of emotion came out, causing Lin Luo's eyes to light up. So many experience points, how many levels can I go up to if these 300 plus cold poison toads all die of disease? Another skill point? These ice-cold poison toads haven't had many professionals come to kill them for more than 200 years. The surprises they contain are really beyond my imagination. And their corpses after death, but there are tons of equipment, props, and most importantly, ice poison toads. You have killed the ice poison toad, and you have gained 14,000 experience points. You have killed the ice poison toad, you have gained 14,500 experience points. You have killed the icy poison toad, you have gained 13,000 experience points. You gained 1 skill point. You have leveled up to LV32. Your 4-dimensional attribute points have been fixed to increase by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. You have killed the icy poison toad, and you have gained 12,000 experience points. You have killed the icy poison toad. You have slain the icy poison toad, you have gained 13,500 experience points. You have slain the icy poison toad, you have gained 13,500 experience points. You have killed the icy poison toad. You have gained 13,000 experience points. You have gained 1 skill point. You have leveled up to LV33. You gained 1 skill point. Your 4-dimensional attribute points are fixed to increase by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. You've risen to LV35 level. You have gained 1 gold skill point. Your 4-dimensional attribute points have been fixedly raised by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. You have gained 4 free attribute points. The deaths of 365 cold poison toads had raised his level to a full LV35. At the same time, it was a gain of 12 skill points. There was also 1 gold skill point. The rewards here were simply too rich. There are actually gold skill points. Lin Luo sucked in a breath of cool air. If 12 skill points made him excited on top of that, this 1 gold skill point was enough to make him jump. 1 gold skill point meant that he could raise a skill that had already been raised to LV7 to LV8. Under normal circumstances, one would only have the opportunity to obtain gold skill points when killing a gold rank or above boss, or when accomplishing some important characters. Unexpectedly, after utilizing the Black Death virus to poison these 300 or so cold poison toads, it actually rewarded him with 1 gold skill point. Right at this moment, another world will prompt came through. Your demonization rune special prop has absorbed enough otherworldly breath and creature souls to double the effect of Utility 1. Utility 2 activated. Utility 3 activated. Demonization rune? Lin Luo's eyes lit up slightly. If it wasn't for World Will's reminder, he would have almost forgotten that there was another special item in his backpack, the Rune of Demonization. Demonized rune special props, a special rune created after this world was eroded by the otherworldly aura, which seems to hide a great secret. Professionals can kill otherworldly creatures and absorb their breath and souls, which can lead to the upgrade of this demonization rune. Utility 1, plus 10 to all attributes. Utility 2, demonization. Professionals can use this rune to transform into demonized creatures. Utility 3, energy transformation, can absorb any form of energy and transform it into energy that can be absorbed and used by the professional. Utility 4, insufficient level. Utility 4, insufficient level, cannot be queried. Utility 5, insufficient level, cannot be queried. Utility 6, insufficient level, cannot be queried. Utility 7, insufficient level, cannot be queried. Utility 8, insufficient rank, unable to inquire. Utility 9, insufficient rank, unable to query. Changes have occurred. Lin Luo carefully examined this demonized rune. Utility 1 has directly doubled tenfold. Before, it was plus 1 to all attributes, now it's directly plus 10 to all attributes. This attribute alone is going to be far more than a normal gold-ranked equipment. There's also Utility 2, magicalization. Can you transform into a demonized creature? Lin Luo's spirit coalesced around this utility, and many options immediately appeared in front of him. Is it possible to magically transform into a magical creature? He took a closer look, and these options, after all, were all the monsters he had killed over this period of time. From the demonized rats at the very beginning, to the lizardman warriors, lizardman priests, flying poison bats, purple-eyed centipedes, magma hounds, hellhounds, bloodthirsty willows, hawkwoman beasts, and even the ice poison toads he had just killed, all of them could be demonized. The difference was that the creatures he had demonized were just vanilla, unable to use their original abilities. It was like putting on a layer of skin. But then, the natural instincts that these monsters were born with, he could still cast them. For example, the flying ability of the flying poison bat and the hawk-bodied female beast, the recluse ability of the purple-eyed centipede, and the flame resistance ability of the hellhound. There's also a third utility, energy transformation. Lin Luo scrutinized it carefully. The ability to absorb any form of energy and transform it into energy supply to the professional? Doesn't that mean that I won't have to worry about mana consumption in the future? This is just too strong. Think about it, if a mage-type profession obtains this enchanted rune, and even more so, activates the third utility, directly transforming into a perpetual motion turret, who could stop it? I just don't know, what are the last few abilities of this magical rune? Quack! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing frog's cry came. In the thick fog in the distance, there was even a huge black shadow that was rapidly approaching with a jump. Such a large icy poison toad, could it be a boss? Lin Luo's eyes stared. Yes, the center of the great circular lake hasn't had a professional set foot in it for over 200 years, so a boss must have been born. Ordinary cold ice poison toads can't resist the high-grade LV7 Black Death virus, but as a boss with extremely high magical defense, it can definitely block it. This is an opportunity that can just be used to try out the abilities of this magical rune. He stared straight at the magical rune's utility 2 and immediately chose to use it. Phew! A cold wind swept through, and a large, snow-white frog actually appeared on the ground like a small car. It looked almost exactly like the real thing. Croak! Bang! Not long after he had just finished transforming, the gigantic ice poison toad boss descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed into the ground. A violent vibration came from the earth, along with the surrounding wind, snow, and frost fog surging crazily. Quack! After landing on the ground, the massive icy poison toad boss looked around strangely. The enemy's aura, how did it disappear? Here, there was actually a fellow clan member? Does it look like it's still intact? Filled with doubt, it looked around, intending to find the hidden enemy. At this time, Lin Luo, who had transformed into a cold ice poison toad, was filled with shock in his heart. This kind of demonization ability is just too terrifying. If I can transform into a monster and dive right up to the boss to stab it, who can stop me? Lin Luo had a very strange feeling at this moment. It was as if he was covered in a layer of cold poison toad's skin, and his body was also cold, as if he had really become a cold poison toad. He also sized up this ice-cold poison toad boss. Its mere size was a circle larger than the normal ice poison toad he had transformed into now. The skin on its body had almost turned into transparent ice, like a perfect work of art. Instead of being disgusting, the poison glands on the surface were emitting a bizarre glow. At this moment, his mouth, pupils, and even along with his ears were filled with blood. It seemed that the Black Death virus had also taken effect, but unfortunately it hadn't completely killed him. Name: Cold Poison Toad King, False King Grade. Race: Magical Creature, Toad. Level: LV 45. Strength: 122. Physique: 95. Speed: 140. Spirit: 83. Attack: 250-330. Blood: 42,000. Skills: Cold Poison, Tongue Strike, Self-Destruct, Frozen Light. Introduction: a lookout born from the cold poison toad colony that was eroded by the otherworldly aura, with a combined strength several times higher than that of an ordinary cold poison toad. Quack! The Ice Poison Toad King suddenly turned to look at the Ice Poison Toad that Lin Luo had demonized and let out a questioning froggy cry. Croak? Chapter 58, Rigid Cracking Technique plus Acute Gastroenteritis Instant Burst Technique. Golden Equipment. Croak? Lin Luo tilted his head and followed his example and called out as well. What he wanted now was to stall for time, to stall until the Black Death virus in this ice-cold Poison Toad King's body fully exploded. The ice-cold Poison Toad King looked at this fellow clan member strangely, and again looked around, starting to search carefully. Lin Luo, on the other hand, had a brain that also began to spin frantically. This ice-cold Poison Toad King has a high magical defense, and can also use its own cold ice ability to suppress the Black Death virus. I have to look for other methods. Nowadays, I have 12 skill points and 1 gold skill point, enough to raise another skill to reach LV7 level and also raise a skill level to LV8. He looked at his skill bar. Skin Burst Technique LV1. Acute Gastroenteritis Instant Burst Technique LV1. Pain Deepening Technique LV. Mental Confusion Technique LV1. Alzheimer Technique LV1. Influenza Virus Lysis LV1. Blood Burning LV2. Black Death Outbreak LV7. Sex Fish Hyperactivity LV3. Acromegaly Increase LV1. Gonorrhea Spreading Technique LV1. Syphilis Eruption LV1. Penicillin Phagocytosis Body Shield LV1. Magic damage, virus damage, and mental damage type skills won't be of much use against this cold poison toad. After all, it's a king-level boss, and even though it's only the lowest-ranked pseudo-king-level boss, its magical defense isn't something an ordinary boss can withstand. Among all the bosses, relying on their strength, status, and presence in the monster community, they were categorized into warrior grade, chief grade, pre-march grade, lord grade, and king grade bosses. As for the false king class boss, it was in between the lord class and king class boss, and was enough to command thousands of monsters of the same clan. Perhaps because the Ice Poison Toad tribe had never been challenged in over 200 years, this Ice Poison Toad boss had advanced to the false king level, which was very rare. Lin Luo looked around, his eyes eventually landing on the first skill he had mastered. Skin Burst Technique. Of all the skills I've mastered, Skin Burst Art is the most direct and purely physical damage. It's enough to deal damage to this Ice Poison Toad King. With a decision in his mind, Lin Luo didn't hesitate any longer and immediately added skill points to Skin Burst Art. You have consumed 1 skill point, and your skill Skin Burst Technique has been raised to LV2. You consume 1 skill point, your skill Skin Bursting Technique has been raised to. You consume 1 skill point, your skill Skin Bursting has been upgraded to LV7. LV7 level Skin Burst Art. Looking at the progressively annoyed Ice Poison Toad King, Lin Luo gritted his teeth and directly added this gold skill point to the Skin Bursting Technique. Originally, I was thinking of boosting the Black Death Burst Technique first after I had the gold skill point, but for the sake of this Ice Poison Toad King, spell it out. Besides, after completing this unique hidden profession transfer quest, I'll definitely gain 1 golden skill point. It won't be too late to upgrade it then. You have consumed 1 gold skill point, and your skill Skin Bursting Technique has been upgraded to LV8. Skin Burst Art LV8, Mutant Skill, Instantaneous. It can cause the target's skin to burst in an instant, ignoring 100% of its defense and causing severe pain and bleeding damage. After Skin Burst Technique was raised to LV8 level, the skill actually became instantaneous. Moreover, ignoring defense had even reached 100%. In other words, before the LV8 level Skin Burst Technique, any defense was a paper tiger that would break with a poke. You have activated the Skin Burst LV8 effect. Special Effect 1, Designated Deepening. Your Skin Burst Technique can be designated to be released anywhere you can see in your line of sight as you wish, and the damage dealt by this skill will randomly deepen at random between 3 times and 10 times. Ha! Designated Deepening. Lin Luo's eyes snapped open. Previously, when the Skin Burst Technique was at LV1, he could only randomly attack the target's body. Most of the time, it was the abdomen, limbs, etc. that had the largest area. And now, after the Skin Burst Technique had been raised to LV8, it could actually produce damage at designated locations. And, the damage dealt could actually be deepened randomly between 3 and 10 times. It really wasn't a bad idea to add gold skill points to it. Lin Luo's eyes, somewhat unscrupulously, looked towards the Ice Poison Toad King that was turning its back on itself, still searching for enemies. He opened up to the skill bar, and added the remaining 6 skill points to the Acute Gastroenteritis Outbreak Technique without hesitation. You have consumed 1 skill point, and your skill Acute Gastroenteritis Eruption has been upgraded to LV2. You have consumed 1 skill point, and your Acute Gastroenteritis Eruption skill has been upgraded to. You have consumed 1 skill point, and your skill Acute Gastroenteritis Eruption has been upgraded to LV7. After the skill was upgraded, while the Icy Poison Toad King was still searching for the enemy, Lin Luo threw a round of Skin Burst Art without hesitation. Watch me just crack art. Put. The cold Poison Toad King's butt, which was facing him, violently exploded. Red and white blood spurted out from that bloody hole. Quack. The ice poison toad king screamed violently and painfully, and its huge body directly subconsciously jumped more than 10 meters high. Crimson blood, mixed with some sticky liquid, fell from the sky, and then ruthlessly smashed onto the ground with a loud bang. Quack! It angrily looked in this direction, while Lin Luo also turned around at the right time, also blaring back with a makeup, and leapt up at any time with all 4 limbs on the ground, as if he was looking for an enemy. The ice poison toad king's huge head stared at this ice poison toad with a deadly glare, and then pressed its large belly to the ground, blocking the loss of blood. The elemental fluctuations on his entire body also immediately became disorganized. Among Lin Luo's perceptions, because it had been injured, the Black Death virus that had originally been suppressed within its body actually became active and began to spread towards the other directions of the cold poison toad king's body. Quack! The ice-cold poison toad king screamed in pain as its huge body began to softly collapse to the ground. Take advantage of your sickness. Lin Luo's eyes flashed. Taking advantage of the moment of weakness of the ice-cold poison toad king, he threw another round of skills up. Acute gastroenteritis instant burst technique. Put. This time, Lin Luo clearly heard a violent wind sound. The cold poison toad king's butt, which was originally clinging to the ground, suddenly rose violently, and a large mass of yellowish-white sticky objects gushed out, along with a large amount of crimson blood. A faint stench spread from the icy poison toad king. Skin burst LV8 just crack plus acute gastroenteritis instant burst LV7. The internal organs can be pulled out for you. Let's see if you're still dead. Quack quack quack. The ice poison toad king screamed even more weakly, but at this moment, his eyes did become incomparably angry. It didn't care that its lower body was still frantically gushing liquid. It opened its mouth wide and a tough tongue shot incomparably ferociously towards Lin Luo. It was discovered. Lin Luo's figure shifted and changed back into his own form, narrowly dodging this attack. Taking advantage of the moment when his tongue retracted back, his eyes were fixed on the root of the frozen poison toad king's tongue. Skin burst art. Put. At the root of the ice-cold poison toad king's tongue, it was as if an incomparably sharp blade appeared out of thin air, instantly severing its tongue from its roots. Sticky blood gushed out. Croak. The tongue, such an important part, was chopped off, and the intense pain stimulated the huge body of the frigid poison toad king to violently tangle up. A large amount of blood gushed out, along with a wild spray of liquid from its lower body, causing it to become incomparably weak at this moment. The Black Death disease virus in its body even exploded at this moment. Under the influence of the Black Death virus, the ice-cold toad king's throat, eyes, nose, ears, and even some of its blood holes began to emit thick black blood. In Lin Luo's eyes, the blood that represented the ice-cold poison toad king instantly decreased to less than 1/10. While this was Hua, he became even more careful and cautious. Instead of forcing his way forward, he quietly stepped back. Quack! The icy poison toad king let out a strange cry and began to frantically leap towards Lin Luo's direction, not caring that there was blood spurting from above and below all of them. Seeing this, Lin Luo backhanded another skin burst technique and chopped on the ice poison toad king's left eye. The large left eye instantly shattered, and a large pile of sticky liquid exploded in all directions. Just as Lin Luo was about to repeat the same trick and shatter his right eye again, the ice poison toad king's right eye violently emitted a snow-white light. Frozen light. Buzz. In an instant. In the void in front of the ice-cold poison toad king's right eye, a frozen blade of ice actually slowly appeared. Lin Luo sucked in a breath of cool air. What the hell kind of ability is this? It can actually freeze even my skills. Taking advantage of the fact that the skin burst and frozen poison toad's strongest skill, frozen light, cancelled each other out, Lin Luo threw another skin burst up. Die for me. Put. This time, the ice poison toad king, along with its right eye and half of its head, all exploded in an instant. Brain plasma and blood flew in all directions, and his huge body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, no longer able to move. You have killed the ice poison toad king false king. You have gained 100,000 experience points. You have risen to level LV37. You have gained 5 skill points. Your 4-dimensional attribute points have been fixedly raised by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. The world will prompt ended, and with a wave of his hand, Lin Luo collected all the things he had exploded. You have killed the cold poison toad king, and have gained the cold ice king's gland. You have killed the icy poison toad king and obtained the ice cold king bead. You have obtained the equipment, Ice King's long whip. You gained the equipment, King of Ice robe. You have obtained the skill book, Frozen Ray. Exploded so many things? Lin Luo's eyes lit up slightly. King of Ice gland, special item, the poisonous gland of the King of Ice poison toads, which contains intense cold poison and can be used as a weapon refining material. After being manufactured into any equipment, it can randomly generate a special attribute related to cold ice or intense poison. Cold Ice King bead, one of the heavenly treasures, a poisonous spider that only coalesces in the body of the king and the cold ice poisonous toad clan, in which the extremely cold aura and toxicity have reached a perfect state of equilibrium. It can be used as a weapon and medicine refining material, or can be swallowed directly to increase 10 points of spirit and randomly comprehend a mental ability. The These two materials can be so much stronger than those of a normal ice-cold poison toad. Weapons crafted by the Ice King's gland can randomly generate a special attribute of either ice or poison. After swallowing the cold Ice King gland, not only can it enhance 10 points of mental power, it can also randomly obtain a mental ability. This. Lin Luo was surprised. Abnormal ability. This is something that only epic level or above professionals can possibly comprehend. Abnormal abilities were different from skills. Skills could be learned through skill lists or skill books, and they had to be enhanced through skill points. They would also have many restrictions when released. For example, blue consumption, cooldown time, various conditions, and so on. And supernatural ability is different. Abnormal ability is a habit, or instinct, that arises spontaneously in the body and soul of a professional after countless years of exercising to kill the enemy and using skills for a long time. After years and years of using the skills, the supernormal ability was naturally formed. There were no conditions when releasing psychic abilities. As long as your physique and spirit were sufficient, you could use them all the time. The main thing was that the supernormal ability was instantaneous. After I put away all those ice-cold poison beads, then I'll eat this ice-cold king bead. Putting away these two special props, Lin Luo was looking at the two pieces of equipment again. Ice King Long Whip Gold Grade. Durability 1000. Category, Weapon Whip. Equipment requirements, LV 40, Strength 100 points, Physique 120 points, Spirit 130 points, limited to mastery of ice and poison professions. Effect, Strength plus 15, Physique plus 13, Spirit plus 28, Spell Blast Chance plus 30%, Spell Blood Drain plus 30%, Spell Penetration plus 20%, Effect, Strength plus 15, Physique plus 13, Spirit plus 28, Spell Blast Chance plus 30%, Spell Blood Drain plus 30%, Spell Penetration plus 20. Incidental Skill 1, Retardation Aura Passive. When attacked by this weapon, it can limit the movement speed and attack speed of any target in the surrounding area. The percentage of slowing is related to the level and resistance of the caster and the recipient. Incidental Skill 2, Frozen Ray Active, actively releases a frozen ray that can freeze any substance or element. The freezing power is based on the caster's mental power. The stronger the mental power, the stronger the freezing effect. Description: a special weapon made from the tongue of the Ice Poison Toad King, containing the essence of the magic mastered by the Ice Poison Toad King. A long whip? Restricted to use by cold and poison class professions? Looks like it could fetch a good price. Putting it away, Lin Luo looked at the second piece of equipment. It was a magnificently styled vestment, with an overall icy white color, and it was even embellished with a large number of snowflake-like patterns, which was very pretty. King of Ice Robe Gold Grade. Durability, 1000. Category, Defense Garment. Equipment requirements, LV 40, 40 Strength, 40 Physique, 200 Spirit, for use by law professions only. Effect, Strength plus 5, Physique plus 10, Spirit plus 40, Spell Defense plus 30%, Toxin Resistance plus 100, Ice Resistance plus 100. Effect, Strength plus 5, Physique plus 10, Spirit plus 40, Spell Defense plus 30%, Toxic Resistance plus 100, Ice Resistance plus 100. Attachment Skill 1, Frost Nova Active. The caster can instantly unleash an aura of extreme cold into the surrounding area, dealing damage to surrounding creatures while also freezing the target. Incidental Skill 2, Ice Shield Active. The caster can instantly release a magical shield made of cold ice to ward off upcoming damage. The stronger the mental energy consumed, the higher the quantity and quality of the ice shield will be. Description: a vestment crafted from the skin of the Frost Poison Toad King mixed with the breath of extreme cold, containing an extremely powerful magical defense. Frost Nova? Frost Shield? Lin Luo's eyes lit up slightly. Cold Ice Shield? The stronger the mental energy consumed, the stronger the quantity and quality of the cold ice shields will be? There are more than 300 cold ice poison beads waiting for me, as well as the third special effect energy transformation of the demonization rune. If the two are added together, what will happen if I activate the cold ice shield again? Wearing this King of Cold Ice vestment directly on his body, the white vestment emitted a bright light, making the Lin Luo at this moment look even more arcane and solemn. Afterwards, he was looking towards the skill book that had finally burst out. Frozen Light. It can actually freeze even my LV8 level skin burst. I wonder what skill it will mutate into after I learn it. Chapter 59, a mutated skill comparable to a forbidden spell. Terrifying mental ability. Frozen Ray, high rank skill, actively releases a frozen ray that can freeze any substance, any element. The freezing power is based on the caster's spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the freezing effect. Restricted to be learned by law and spirit side professionals. A high level skill? The more mental power consumed, the more powerful it is. Lin Luo casually chose to learn it. I like this kind of skill that consumes a lot. The more it consumes, the more powerful it proves to be. You have learned the skill, Hasty Freeze. Zip 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 zip. System disorder occurs. System adjustment in progress. Adjustment successful. You've learned the skill, Tachyphylaxis Spreading Technique. Acromegaly Spreading Technique, a mutated skill, also known as a myotrophic lateral sclerosis. Acting on top of the motor nerves, it can cause lesions on the target's upper and lower motor nerves, muscle weakness, atrophy, medullary paralysis, and cone bundle sign. It is accompanied by blood coagulation, muscle rigidity, mental retardation, and the inability to move or cast spells. This skill possesses an irreversible property, and no form can stop this skill from taking effect and spreading. Asymptote spreading skill? A trace of doubt appeared in Lin Luo's eyes. He still had some understanding of acromegaly, which was called one of the irreversible terminal diseases in his previous life. In other words, as long as you had this disease, there was no possibility of a cure at all. You can only watch your body gradually shrink, blood coagulate, muscles stiffen, and slowly turn into a zombie or a vegetable. Even one's spirit and consciousness would be damaged, turning into a living dead person. Can't be cured after being hit by a skill? This is even more terrifying compared to the Black Death virus. At least the Black Death virus can still be cured now as long as someone drills and researches it with dedication. But the asymptote spreading technique, however, cannot be cured at all, it can only be delayed in some way. It's even more terrifying than AIDS. Lin Luo took a deep breath. This is like a single forbidden spell for a single professional. As long as they are struck, they will surely die. Feeling a weird rune that slowly appeared in his mind, Lin Luo had a higher level of certainty when facing the 30th floor boss. By the way, there are still more than 300 cold ice poison beads waiting for me here, as well as a cold ice king bead. He came to the center of the large round lake. A series of more than 300 cold ice poison toad corpses were piled up on the ice surface, everywhere at a glance, like a cluttered and disorderly parking lot. His figure swept past, and he quickly collected the items dropped by these cold poison toads after their deaths. You have obtained the special material, cold ice poison bead. You have obtained the special material, ice cold poison bead. You have obtained the special material, ice cold poison bead. Soon, 355 cold ice poison beads appeared in his backpack. With a thought, he chose to take all 300 of these cold ice poison beads. You have taken the ice cold poison beads. Your spirit has increased by 1 point. You have taken the ice cold poison bead. Your spirit increases by 1 point. You have taken the ice poison bead. Your spirit has increased by 1 point. Lin Luo's spiritual attribute directly skyrocketed by 355 points. Today, his spiritual attribute was a full 584 points. In the end, he took out the cold ice king bead that had fallen from the body of the cold ice poison toad king. You have taken the cold ice king bead. Your mental strength has increased by 10 points. You have taken the ice cold king bead. In Lin Luo's mind, an extremely cold aura surged out, gradually outlining a bizarre rune that was sky blue and transparent. Right at this moment, however, another white golden light surged out, living to twist this azure transparent bizarre rune into another even more bizarre rune. You have taken the cold ice king bead and awakened the supernormal ability, mental. System disorder occurs. System adjustment in progress. Adjustment successful. You have taken the ice king's bead, awakening your special ability, surgical space. Surgical space? What kind of alien ability is this? Lin Luo's eyes changed. It sounds like it's a bit similar to the surgical fruit of Luo, that anime that exploded across the globe in his previous life. Surgical space, mutant ability. The caster can rely on his own mental power to form a surgical space. Within the surgical space, the caster can freely perform object conversion, separate and then reassemble materials he controls, cut, exchange, splice people and objects at will, and even exchange human consciousness. At the same time, he can also combine, deepen, replace, and merge his own mutant skills in the surgical space to produce other special effects. P.S. This ability requires huge consumption of mental energy each time it is released, so the caster is advised to use his/her strength according to his/her ability. Lin Luo was puzzled. Isn't this just an enhanced version of the surgical fruit? And it's also a strengthened version after fusing it with other mutated skills? Come to think of it, Luo's surgical fruit in that anime could cut, swap, and splice people and objects at will in room space. And his surgical space, in addition to the aforementioned abilities, can also combine various mutant skills that he now has at his disposal. In that case, it's simply a divine skill. Surgical space. This reminded Lin Luo of an ability in this world that only legendary realm professionals could master. Realm. It was said that in the midst of a legendary realm professional's domain, task substances, elements, even other professionals, would be mandatorily transformed by the domain's master into abilities and elements that favored the domain's master, which was very terrifying. And his surgical space, to some extent, was very similar to the domain. Lin Luo let out a long sigh of relief. With the gradual frost spreading technique and the surgical space, dealing with that monster on the 30th floor is much more certain. With a flash of his figure, he quickly rushed out of the large round lake that was devoid of people and stepped into the path leading to the 29th floor. Inside the 29th floor, a 3 or 4 meter tall, about 5 or 6 meter long, covered in gray hair, incomparably fierce seat wolves suddenly raised their heads and darted towards the distance. They smelled the flavor of their prey. Inside the trial square, the originally noisy crowd became even more lively at this moment. In the middle part, there were a dozen cleaners struggling to clean up, and from time to time, someone ran to the side to dry heave. A few minutes ago, the dragon pet that belonged to Dongfang he suddenly had diarrhea in full view of the crowd. Not knowing what it had eaten, at least 20 to 30 pounds of filth spewed out from his steel door, not only drenching his master Dongfang, even the dozen or so professionals next to him were not spared, all of them were enveloped in it. The sour odor instantly swept through half of the trial square. Some female professionals who loved cleanliness fainted when they rolled their eyes. Even the dozen or so professionals who were in the middle of the filth also fainted and vomited, and the entire trial square was in chaos. The dozen or so professionals including Dongfang he were brought down with a roll, and as for his dragon pet, it was also hurriedly taken away by the people from the Professionals Guild. Now, Dongfang he was famous in the eyes of all the professionals in the trial square, and even the entire Binhai city. Ha ha ha. You guys are not seeing that dragon's steel door is really big. Can dragons also poop? And also poop so much? I'm going to really stink. What does this dragon usually eat? It's sour and stinky. Worthy of being a dragon, even the poop it takes is so heavy and stinky. Hey, Dongfang he is now famous. Being pooped all over by his own dragon pet, ha. Ooh, my handsome brother Dongfang. And Pingon Chan and the others, that's an unmitigated disaster. What's going on with this dragon? How could it poop in public? Ghost knows? Maybe it ate something bad inside the trial tower. The trial square was a hot topic of discussion, while inside a presidential suite of the hotel next to it, an acidic stench still permeated the air. Dongfang he stood naked under the shower, his fists constantly smashing the wall hard. Damn it. This damned dragon. To actually dare to make me lose face in front of so many people, it's really damned. If I didn't have to rely on you, I would have to. Sooner or later. The wall of the bathing room, a crack appeared under his smashing, and the entire wall almost collapsed. Who? Nope. After venting for a while, he finally calmed down. How can the Black Death God be dilated? Although he was born only more than 10 days ago, there are also intelligence records of other Dragon City professionals in my family. Under normal circumstances a giant dragon wouldn't do something like that in public, after all, it's a higher intelligent creature. Could it be that it's because of the effect of the spirit burning pill? It made him lose a large amount of his origin, and then he was attacked by the cold poison of the cold poison toad in the Great Circle Lake, which triggered the diarrhea. No, it's not right. Dongfang he frowned. No matter what, dragons are the most powerful creatures in this world. Even if they have lost some origin, it's not enough for him to do such dirty things. Unless someone is messing with. He recalled the strange newborn professional he had encountered on the 28th floor of the trial tower. From the others, he had learned all of Lin Luo's current information. Derated priest Lin Luo? He's definitely still hiding secrets. The suspected ability to spread the Black Death virus, and the Black Death's sudden diarrhea. I remember. Dongfang he gritted his teeth. When the Black Death and I were about to leave the trial tower, that guy raised his staff as if he had released some kind of skill. Before, I thought that the skill didn't take effect because I left the trial tower. It seems that it landed on the Black Death. It's that skill that caused Black Death and I to lose face in front of so many people. Damn it! Dongfang he slammed his fist on the wall again, directly smashing a large hole in the wall. Definitely. Lin Luo. Bastard. It's definitely that guy. Kill you. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you in tomorrow's single challenge. Chapter 60, 30 floors. Number 1 in the nation. Number 1 in history. Inside the trial square. Countless professionals tilted their heads and stared dead on at the electronic screen on the trial tower. There, the name of the only person today was being displayed. Lin Luo, 28th floor. Suddenly, there was a jump in that font, violently jumping to the 29th floor. 29 floors now. Broke the record again. This D-rank priest has broken another record. Too strong. That Queen of the Moon called Zhu Chao from Chang'an City was eliminated from the 28th floor, and the national champion is ours from Binhai City. 29th floor. He's about to break the national record held by the imperial capital. Why isn't he out yet? Does he want to break through the 30th floor? Ha, Luo is just awesome. Tang Cheng excitedly looked at the trial tower and shouted, "Go Luo brother. Lin Luo, you must be alright ah." In the audience, Lian Yining clasped her hands together and silently prayed. Damn it! This honor, it was originally mine. I can't believe that you, this tiny D-ranked priest, snatched it away from me. Damn it! In another corner, Yang Haoran, who had changed his clothes but still couldn't hide the sour smell of his body, looked at the tall trial tower, his eyes filled with resentment. 29 floors. Inside the presidential suite, Morong Shueshan, who was dressed in golden armor, let out a long breath of relief. Really a submerged dragon? Is he even stronger than Zhang Mason from the starburst imperial capital 4 years ago? As long as he can break through the 30th floor, the submerged dragon, Morong Shuehen, will take it. Inside the Dongfang clan's exclusive room, Dongfangyi, who had also changed into a robe, stared at the trial tower with a deadly stare. 29 layers. 29 floors. This despicable and shameless fellow has stolen my honor. Black Death. Ow. Next to him, the weak Black Reaper was lying godlessly on the ground, and it had been cleaned on its body. Dongfang gritted his teeth and said, "Tomorrow, the family will send an ironback silver dragon's dragon crystal. Although it's not as good as a true dragon's dragon crystal, it's still enough to make up for your depleted origin. Tomorrow, kill that damn guy for me." Roar. Inside the 29th floor of the trial tower, Lin Luo had transformed into a seated wolf and was running wildly at high speed. The time for the trial tower Gaoxue examination was less than an hour, and it was impossible for him to stay within the 29th floor for any length of time. He had to pass through here as fast as he could. On the 29th floor, it was a huge and incomparable grassland. The vegetation was lush, and some of the weeds were almost as tall as a person. From afar, there were also winding jungles in the distance. Within this gigantic grassland, there was a large group of gigantic seated wolves roaming about. They were either in groups of 3 or 5, or they formed a huge tribe, roaming and hunting within the meadow. These seat wolves were the most dominant monsters within the 29th floor. Name, Demonized Seat Wolf. Race, Magical Creature, Canody. Level, LV 45. Strength, 100. Physique, 70. Speed, 125. Spirit, 58. Attack, 210 320. Blood, 15000 15000. Skills, Wild Cruelty, Running Wild, Wind Blade, Claw Strike. Description: seat wolves eroded by the otherworldly aura have become ferocious, and some of them with abnormal talent have mastered the power of the gale. For these monsters with fast attack speeds, Lin Luo didn't have the slightest idea of lingering to kill them, and after relying on the demonization charm to transform into a seat wolf, he flew away. When he rushed into the jungle, the number of seat wolves around him was even higher. Lin Luo's movements still attracted the attention of many wolves. Some of the seat wolves looked at him and then lowered their heads to tear up their prey again. Some wolves hissed to the sky after seeing this, but Lin Luo didn't pay any attention to it. Soon, he rushed into the jungle. The number of wolves in the jungle suddenly became scarce, and after he ran wildly for more than 10 minutes, he saw the entrance in sight, but several new monsters appeared around him. At first glance, these monsters looked like a wolf walking upright. With a robust body and thick hair, but the hind limbs are very thick, the front claws are exceptionally sharp, although the upper body is still in the shape of a wolf, but it is already very similar to the movements of humans. Werewolves. These werewolves were the strongest monsters of the 29th floor and the creatures that grazed the seat wolves. Name, Wild Werewolf. Race, Magical Creature, Canody. Level, LV 48. Strength, 120. Body mass, 75. Speed, 140. Spirit, 68. Attack, 250 380. Blood, 17000 17000. Skills, Wild Cruelty, Running Wild, Wind Blade, Claw Strike, Ancestor's Blessing. Description: a wild werewolf infested with otherworldly aura, evolved from a seat wolf, possessing limited intelligence and spirituality, becoming extremely cunning and ferocious. These few werewolves were gathered around, tearing apart a seat wolf corpse. Two of the werewolves began to fight over a piece of the seat wolf's heart, making lethal moves and leaving a trail of wounds on its body, very ferocious. And Lin Luo's appearance had attracted the attention of these werewolves. Those two wild werewolves that were still fighting over the heart of the seat wolf looked at each other, hissed twice, and actually pounced directly towards Lin Luo. Nima! Lin Luo cursed. Who knew that wild werewolves and seat wolves would actually kill each other? Or rather, the wild werewolves were merely treating the seat wolves as captive food. It was like a herdsman grazing sheep or yaks. Ow! Seeing the two wild werewolves pouncing over, Lin Luo didn't bother to resist and scattered his legs. Soon, Lin Luo couldn't be happy anymore. He actually couldn't run past these two werewolves. Whether it's wild werewolves or seat wolves, they're both monsters that excel in speed. Of course I can't run from them. In that case, then you can only. Lin Luo said in a cold voice and threw a backhanded mental confusion spell up. Ow! One of the wild werewolves hissed, and with a backhand, he slapped another wild werewolf. Ow! The other wild werewolf pounced on it with wild fury, and the two wild werewolves tore into each other again. Originally, they had a grudge because of the competition for the heart of the seat wolf, and this time, under the effect of the mental confusion technique, the fight was even more intense. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm pressed for time, High and Low would have exterminated you all. Lin Luo just glanced back, still running with his head buried in the ground. On the other side, two more wild wolves pounced over. It looked like the interior of the jungle was the territory of the wild werewolves, while the grassland outside was the territory of the seat wolves. This is like if you are a herder and suddenly a crazy sheep rushes in from your tent. If you don't use your knife to put it down and eat the meat, do you still want to wait for New Year's Eve? Lin Luo didn't bother to dwell on it, and controlled a wild werewolf with another mental confusion technique. Ignoring the two werewolves fight, he continued to rush. After running like this for a few more minutes and putting down more than a dozen wild werewolves, the entrance teleportation array to the 30th floor finally came into Lin Luo's eyes. When a huge werewolf that was actually wearing chainmail on its body let out a hiss and lunged towards Lin Luo, his figure was already engulfed by the light of the teleportation array. 30 floors! 30 floors! On the trial square, I don't know who shouted out, and the heads of tens of thousands of people raised again. What's going on? Didn't it only take him 10 minutes to get to the 29th floor? How did he get to the 30th floor so quickly? It's up! So fast! There are only 2 entrances from the 29th to the 30th floor. Even if a gold-ranked professional wanted to rush, with the seat wolves and wild werewolves surrounding them, it would take at least half an hour. Too terrifying. How did he do it? He couldn't have cheated. Bull, how could he cheat? What a gold-ranked professional can't do, can a small freshman professional do? I'm now starting to wonder if an epic-ranked professional helped him cheat. Are you stupid? There was a burst of chaos within the trial square, while the dozen or so Binhai City executives on the high platform looked at each other in disbelief. What's going on? How did he get to the 30th floor so quickly? It's not clear. Even if the old man goes in nowadays, it's almost that long. Could it be that there are Epic Realm seniors assisting him? Impossible. Epic Realm seniors can't even enter a trial tower below 200 floors, so how could they possibly be helping this kid? Unless this kid has discovered another shortcut to the 30th floor. A shortcut to the 30th floor? It's possible. After all, the second entrance to the 30th floor within the 29th floor was discovered less than 50 years ago. This kid's luck is just too good. 30 floors now. Inside a suite, Chen Pingan also let out a bitter laugh. He had been fighting with Dongfang He for several years, and with all his strength he had only managed to rush to the 28th floor. And this unknown Lin Luo actually stepped into the 30th floor, and at such a fast pace. 30 floors, I'll never be able to reach this height again in my life, even if I can continue stepping into the trial tower in the future. But I won't admit defeat either. The long sword behind him once again emitted a dragon's roar. I, Chen Pingan, have once again encountered an opponent that makes me draw my sword. World wonders, I will not give them away. Inside another room, Yang Xinli sat cross-legged, with tortoise shells, coins, and other divination props in front of him. His eyes, however, were very flustered at this moment, and his face was covered in sweat. Variables, variables. It can't be calculated at all. This Lin Luo really is a variation. That world wonder. Tomorrow I must fight this Lin Luo. I don't know what his fortune really is. Inside the Morong clan's exclusive suite, Morong Shuehen was truly amazed this time, staring deathly at the trial tower. 30 floors. It's already surpassed Zhang Mason from 4 years ago, becoming the number 1 in the country. It's even the number 1 in history. This Lin Luo, what on earth is he? It's just too terrifying. I just don't know, how long will he support himself within the 30th floor? It seems that the family's plan to pull him in will have to change slightly. As for the world wonders, as long as he becomes a member of my Morong clan, that world wonders is still my Morong clan's. Inside the Oriental family's exclusive suite, the room continuously produced loud sounds of smashing things there. 30 floors. That's my goal. It's my dream. Damn it. Father. Old ancestor. For the sake of that world wonder, this guy, absolutely die. Chapter 61, Blood Baron. The surgical space first appeared. 30 floors. Lin Luo's figure appeared in the middle of a deep, dark forest. Hideous and ghastly trees grew everywhere, like monsters with teeth and claws. The sky was incomparably dim and looked gloomy, with black clouds rolling over and cold winds blowing through from time to time. In the sky above the forest, there were also a large number of huge bats flying, chasing, and fighting. Sensing a living person's aura entering, these bats actually all rushed down, opening their sharp claws and fangs and pouncing on Lin Luo. Name, Sinking Bat. Race, Demonized Creature, Bat. Level, LV 45. Strength, 95. Physique, 85. Speed, 135. Spirit, 78. Attack, 220-310. Blood, 15000-15000. Skills, Flight, Bloodlust, Sonic Attack, Plague Spreading. Description: a giant bat infested with otherworldly breath, extremely bloodthirsty and ferocious. Its eyes are corroded, but its ear hearing is greatly improved, and it can utilize ultrasonic waves to detect its surroundings and creatures. A sinking bat descended from the sky, and a shaky figure appeared in the terrifying forest not far away. These figures were like humans, but the skin on their bodies was pale white, hunched over, and the skin on their heads was all wrinkled and tightly wrapped around their heads, without a trace of blood. It looked as if they were wrapped in the skin of a skeleton. Blood Slave, LV 45 level elite monster. Name, Blood Slave. Race, Demonized Creature. Level, LV 45. Strength, 120. Body mass, 135. Speed, 85. Spirit, 44. Attack, 280-400. Blood, 25,000. Skills: powerful, phantom attack, poison claws, blood-sucking. Introduction: a blood slave corrupted by the otherworldly aura, trapped in this world with his master, guarding his master. Blood slave. Lin Luo drank darkly, his body's aura immediately changed, his demonic aura tumbled, and he instantly transformed into a living blood slave. GA? In mid-air, those sinking bats that were swooping suddenly flapped their wings and flew again. What's going on? Why was the other creature's scent that they had just sensed gone? Only those monsters that were hidden in the middle of the forest, without any heat or blood, like zombies, were left? Lin Luo didn't pay the slightest attention to the changes of the sinking bats in mid-air, and directly walked towards the depths of the forest. The time for the trial tower examination was only more than half an hour left, he didn't have time to waste here. Crossing over these few blood slaves that came out of the forest, Lin Luo stepped into the forest. As soon as he entered this forest, he felt a very gloomy and cold aura. The land that he stepped on under his feet was all moist, as if it was soaked in blood. The trees next to him had bark that appeared pure black, like the skin of a python, and the crowns of the trees didn't sound any leaves, leaving only branches and forks. When the cold wind blew, they whined, as if they were monsters with teeth and claws. As Lin Luo moved, a slow-moving, stiff-limbed blood slave appeared before his eyes. These blood slaves were like a zombie, just wandering around a fixed area or standing there dumbly, waiting for their master's call or an enemy invasion. Unfortunately, nowadays, Lin Luo had already relied on the demonization rune to demonize into a blood slave, and there weren't any blood slaves to bother him. After advancing like this for more than 10 minutes, the environment in front of him once again changed. A map like a graveyard appeared in front of him, and the number of blood slaves around him was even higher. And at the entrance of the purpose, two other figures stood. These two silhouettes were completely different from the blood slaves, reaching a size of more than 2 meters, still wearing black worn-out armor, and grasping two large swords in their hands. This is the third monster on the 30th floor of the trial tower, the Blood Servant. Name: Blood Servant. Race: demonized creature. Level: LV 48. Strength: 140. Physique: 145. Speed: 105. Spirit: 64. Attack: 310-420. Blood: 29,000. Skills: blood fighting, blood shield, illusion attack, blood rage. Introduction: a blood servant corrupted by the otherworldly aura, trapped in this world with his master, guarding his master. Lin Luo continued forward, but it was the two blood servants that caught his attention. One of the blood servants, staring at himself with a deadly stare, the long sword in his hand was also slightly raised, a hint of a very clear, "You can't come in." Lin Luo took a step back and retreated into the midst of the group of blood slaves, and this blood servant immediately regained its composure. Two gatekeeper elite monsters, it's really not easy to solve, Lin Luo said in a faint voice. His target was originally the boss in the depths of this graveyard, and the owner of these blood slaves and blood servants, a sunken blood baron in slumber. Blood baron. The silver creatures in this world were in the middle rank of all creatures, and were very powerful. The blood race, on the other hand, was also the race with the strictest hierarchy in this world. Blood Prince, Blood Duke, Blood Marquis, Blood Count, Blood Viscount, up to Blood Baron. Each blood race could rely on their natural first embrace ability to create a large number of blood servants to guard them. These blood servants might have all been just ordinary people when they were born, but under the effect of the primordial embrace ability, they gained all sorts of bizarre abilities from the blood clan. Unlimited strength, extreme speed, feeding on blood, and gaining power from blood. At the same time, the main thing was that they gained immortality, as well as eternal youth. Using this as a lure, during the period of the otherworldly descent, tens of millions of humans were compelled by the Blood Clan and became their slaves. Unfortunately, they were all deceived. After being first embraced by the Bloods, they were not transformed into Bloods, but rather turned into inhuman, ghostly blood servants. The blood servants, in turn, could utilize their blood to create more blood slaves. Among the blood race, blood servants were servants of the blood race, while blood slaves were slaves. Lin Luo recalled the specifics of the monsters within the 30th floor, and his heart had already made up its mind. Can't wait any longer, time is running out. He searched for a tall gravestone, transformed into a human, and a skill that had been prepared for a long time was instantly cast. Mental confusion technique. Buzz. Not far away, that blood servant who had just expelled Lin Luo suddenly froze, raised his head violently, and before the companion next to him could react, a sword chopped up. Put. With a flash of light, the other blood servant's head calendar shot up into the sky and blood gushed out. The entire purpose was stunned by the actions of this blood servant. Quite a few blood slaves looked at him dumbfounded, and even he himself froze, looking down at his own hand. What had he done himself? To actually make a move on his own companion? In that moment just now, it was like seeing an enemy? Roar! Beside him, that blood servant whose head had been decapitated by himself suddenly roared angrily, staring at himself in death. At the same time, that headless corpse also lunged up and slammed his fist into his own head. As a blood servant, even the lowest ranked blood servants, they had obtained a low-level immortal body. The blood of the entire body coalesced in the body to form a blood core, which was the most important organ of the blood clan. As long as the blood core was not broken, even if their heads were decapitated, the blood clan could survive. All that was needed was to reset the decapitated head, and they would soon be able to recover as before. Roar! A hissing sound came from the mouths of these two blood servants. Under the influence of the mental confusion technique, the two blood servants fought together, their movements growing larger and larger, and several blood slaves were affected and had their heads cut off. Within the entire graveyard, it immediately became very chaotic. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Luo once again transformed into a blood slave and stepped into the depths of the graveyard. The entire graveyard was very messy, there were collapsed tombstones and dug-up graves everywhere, and the ground was covered with corpses and weeds. And as Lin Luo climbed upwards, after ascending this out of the graveyard that was at the top of the hill, an even more massive grave appeared before his eyes. It was a huge altar constructed from white boulders, and a black wooden coffin was placed horizontally on the altar. The coffin was not covered with a lid, but was in an exposed state. A cold wind came and swept up a chill. Perhaps sensing Lin Luo's aura, a figure, in fact, sat up from that coffin. A skeleton-like monster that was completely wrapped in black and gray frilly skin sat in the pavilion, its empty eyes looking straight at Lin Luo. Lin Luo's mouth twitched. What kind of blood clan was this? In his impression, shouldn't the blood clan all look like aristocrats? Name, Sinking Baron, silver rank. Race, demonic creature, blood. Level, LV 50. Strength, 180. Physique, 125. Speed, 150. Spirit, 140. Attack, 350-430. Blood, 80,000. Skills, blood fighting, blood magic, blood shadow, blood rage, blood flame, first embrace. Introduction. The blood baron who was eroded by the otherworldly breath sank into this, in exchange for more powerful strength and magic by depleting the blood's youthful eternity and flesh. All four-dimensional attributes are over 100 points. This sinking blood baron should be the strongest boss I've ever added. Lin Luo said in his heart, while this sinking blood baron stared blankly at Lin Luo, its black eye sockets devoid of the slightest emotion. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and sent out a silent wave. This was the way blood races communicated with each other, meant to repel and intimidate. But to Lin Luo, who had transformed into a blood slave, it was of no use, and he didn't understand the language of the blood race. Only 10 minutes left, settle you. Lin Luo's mind moved, and he, who had originally transformed into the appearance of a blood slave, instantly reverted back to his original body. The head of the sinking blood baron in the coffin moved, and a cold killing intent surged out. However, in the next second, a semicircular space composed entirely of spiritual energy enveloped Lin Luo and the sinking blood baron. Surgical space. Cut. Chapter 62, Blood Race's Nemesis. Asymptote spreading art. A blade composed entirely of spiritual energy appeared steeply at the heart of the sinking blood baron, instantly chopping through. Put. Sticky blood gushed out as this sinking baron's heart was instantly chopped out by Lin Luo. And for the sake of this move, Lin Luo's current spiritual power was instantly consumed. Most of the blood cores of the blood race were located at the heart. It was equivalent to their weak point. As long as they chopped out the heart, they would be able to completely kill the blood baron. Roar! The sinking blood race baron immediately roared as a stream of air violently exploded out of him, shattering the entire coffin. His huge body shot out, and a pair of white fleshy wings appeared steeply in front of Lin Luo. The boss in front of him, where was the blood clan that was famous for its nobility and splendor? Instead, it was more like a skeleton draped in rotten flesh skin. There wasn't a single muscle in his body type was incredibly thin, his claws and horns had sharp black brackets growing from them, and the flesh wings behind him had barbs growing from them. It was completely like a demon. Not dead. Lin Luo's pupils shrunk slightly, and with a wave of his hand, the decapitated heart was grabbed into his hand. When he casually pinched it, there wasn't the slightest bit of moistness, as if he had grabbed a piece of dead pork in his hand. The blood core is not in here. He is not a true blood clan. In mid-air, the sinking blood baron's wings suddenly burned with a blood-colored flame, fiercely chopping towards Lin Luo. Almost in an instant, it had chopped in front of Lin Luo's body. Lin Luo's mind moved, and the demonized runes inside his backpack immediately flashed continuously, and a steady stream of mana poured into his body. At the same time, a series of 9 ice shields like giant snowflakes suddenly appeared in front of him, firmly protecting him. Ice shield. The protective skill attached to the King of Ice's vestments. Boom! The cold and vicious blood flames collided with the ice shield and instantly exploded. The broken ice and the cold blood flames flew in all directions, corroding the surrounding ground with one large pit after another. The demonization runes flashed once again, and 9 cold ice shields once again appeared in front of Lin Luo. Hiss! In mid-air, the sinking blood baron opened his huge mouth like a python and let out a strange cry that sounded like a snake. A chaotic sound came from the distance, and it was those blood servants and blood slaves at the bottom of the hillside who were still in the midst of chaos. Can't let them come up. Lin Luo shouted darkly, reaching out to make another cut in the direction of the sinking blood baron. Cut. Ka. An ear-piercing metallic friction sound resounded steeply, and Lin Luo's just recovered spiritual power was consumed again. And the left wing of the sinking blood baron was instantly chopped off. Roar! The sinking blood baron's figure instantly slid down and viciously smashed onto the ground. Just as the power was preparing to continue its actions, the sinking blood baron's figure actually instantly transformed into 3 blood-red figures and violently rushed up. Blood Shadow. The Blood Clan could instantly transform into 3 Blood Shadow doppelgangers, each of which had half the strength of its original owner, inflicting successive damage on the target. Can't block hard. Seeing that the 3 Blood Shadows were about to rush in front of him, Lin Luo's staff in his hand hurriedly pointed one of the bloods. Skin Burst Spell. Poof. Under the surgical space's enhancement, this skin burst art instantly chopped out on this blood shadow split body, instantly severing its head. The other 2 figures, however, had already rushed in front of Lin Luo. 2 sharp claws pierced Lin Luo's pupils almost instantly. In the nick of time, an incomparably cold aura actually surged out from Lin Luo's body, surging violently outwards with him at the center. Frost Nova. Boom! The violent cold current surged wildly, instantly controlling these 2 blood shadow detachments in place. One of the figures, however, forcefully broke through the onslaught of the cold current, its sharp claws already piercing through Lin Luo's body. Damn it! Lin Luo cursed in his heart, and the fingers of his right hand slightly jumped. Swish! His figure suddenly disappeared and appeared on that coffin behind the sinking blood baron. That coffin, however, instantly appeared in Lin Luo's original position. Lin Luo and the coffin switched places. Replacement! Boom! Without Lin Luo's support, the cold current instantly disappeared into thin air, and the claws of the 2 blood shadow doppelgangers directly smashed on top of the coffin. This precious coffin was instantly smashed into powder by the blood shadow doppelgangers. Squatting on the tombstone, Lin Luo panted heavily. Just now, if it wasn't for the Frost Nova that had temporarily controlled this boss, he would have died for sure. While the sinking blood baron was still hesitant, Lin Luo's staff in his hand flashed again. Skin Burst Technique. Nowadays, of all his skills, the Skin Burst spell had the highest level and dealt the highest damage. Just now, a round of Skin Burst art had even decapitated the head of a blood shadow doppelganger. Put! The sinking blood baron's head suddenly turned, and the void slash actually chopped at his neck. His neck, however, did not have the slightest amount of blood flowing out of it, but instead, densely packed blood-colored threads appeared, like needles and threads grabbing his head and sewing it onto his body in a fine manner. What the hell is this? Lin Luo frowned. The recovery power of the blood race was just too perverse. Not to mention this sinking blood baron. Right at this moment, the group of blood servants and blood slaves at the bottom of the hill finally rushed up. At the head of the group were the 2 most powerful blood servants. One of the blood servants grabbed the longsword with one hand, while still holding its head in its arms, and pounced up with a strange cry. Seeing his little brother charging up, the sinking blood baron actually stopped to continue his attack and instead stared at Lin Luo. Has the wisdom not completely disappeared? Or rather, awakened a new wisdom? Lin Luo took a deep breath and grabbed with one hand towards this group of blood servants and blood slaves that pounced on him. Cut! Clatter! In an instant, the bodies of the 2 blood servants who were at the head of the group charging up were sliced open, 4 arms and 4 thighs flying through the air with a head. He reached out and pressed again, and these 4 limbs then rushed back together under his control. Splice! Ka! Soon, the bodies of these 2 blood servants were restored. But strangely, where their original hands were, a hand and a leg appeared. At the legs underneath their bodies, there was also a hand and a foot, and with a plop, they directly planted themselves on the ground, actually not dead and still moving in a tangled manner. Lin Luo's face turned white. Surgical space consumption of mental energy is really too big, even if there is a magical rune supplement. Looking at yet more blood slaves rushing up, Lin Luo clenched his teeth and his staff once again clicked. Black Plague Outbreak Technique. Buzz. From his staff, a pitch-black death virus violently emanated, instantly enveloping the dozen or so blood slaves. Outbreak. With the addition of the surgical space, the Black Plague Outbreak technique unexpectedly erupted in an instant. Poof. Poof. A single blood slave violently spewed out black and red tainted blood, and some even bled from their 7 orifices as they weakly fell to the ground, never able to get up again. Roar. On the other side, those 2 blood slaves whose limbs had been switched by Lin Luo actually didn't give up. Instead, they rushed to Lin Luo's side on their hands and knees, opening their mouths and biting towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo jumped downwards and dodged this attack. The other blood servant also pounced on him, and a blood red light surged out from his body. Blood Do Chi? His mind moved and another mental fluctuation immediately landed on this blood servant. Asymptote Spreading Technique. This was a mutated skill he had just learned, and for the first time, he used it in actual combat, so he didn't know how effective it would be. Ka! The acromegaly spreading technique had just landed on this blood servant, and the body of the blood servant, who was originally still furiously agitated, was actually strangely fixed there and did not move. The blood fighting chi that originally filled the whole body actually disappeared as well. Click, 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 click. A weird shaking sound came from his left arm. Only to see his left arm, it actually became stiff, and no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move. Not only that, this bizarre change was also eroding other parts of his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chest, the neck, abdomen, right arm, thighs, both feet. It eventually spread to his head. In just a few seconds, this blood servant was strangely stiff as a stone sculpture. Is this petrification? No, that's not right. Lin Luo's eye snapped. Is it vascular sclerosis? Or hemosclerosis? My acromegaly spreading technique has hardened the blood throughout the blood servant's body. Right. Lin Luo once again came to a realization. Bloods are cold-blooded creatures. The power of their entire body is condensed in their blood. Even their blood cores are condensed in blood. As long as there is blood present, the blood race will possess the body of eternal life. If we can restrict their power pathway from blood, or restrict the flow of their blood, we can completely kill the blood clan. My acromegaly spreading technique is actually the nemesis of the blood clan. You have killed the blood servant. You have gained 20,000 experience points. You have gained 1 skill point. The voice of the worlds will came, and Lin Luo chose to use it without hesitation. You have used 1 skill point. Your skill, acromegaly spreading art, has been raised to LV2. Asymptote spreading art LV2. Go to hell. A dry, rubbing stuttering sound suddenly rang out, only to see another blood servant with 1 hand and 1 foot swapping positions also charging up with difficulty. Try again. Lin Luo raised his staff in his hand once again, and another skill landed on his body. Asymptote spread. Click. Click, click, click. As expected, the figure of this blood servant was also stiffening at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, it turned into a stiff corpse again. You have killed the blood servant. You have gained 20,000 experience points. You have gained 1 skill point. Another 1 skill point? Is this the world's will's extra reward for me killing monsters over level? Right now, his level was only LV37. The blood servant's level, on the other hand, was as high as LV48, a full 11 levels higher. Not only did his experience skyrocket, but even the other rewards were also very generous. Roar! In the distance, the fully recovered sinking blood baron finally realized that the 2 blood servants he had first embraced had all died in Lin Luo's hands, and immediately fell into a state of rage. With a shake of his body, he transformed into 3 more blood shadow doppelgangers. At the same time, these 3 blood shadow doppelgangers also burned with blood-red blood flames, like 3 mad lions, rushing towards Lin Luo. Chapter 63, Sharpening Yourself into a Human Stick? Blood Magic. Asymptote spreading magic is the nemesis of the blood race. I just need to temporarily control this boss. Lin Luo said in his heart, and with a thought, the 9 giant ice shields that originally surrounded his body actually slowly moved in front of him under his control, coalescing into an even more massive ice shield. Within the surgical space, Lin Luo could freely control all the skills that were currently at his disposal. Boom! The 3 blood shadow doppelgangers once again crashed on top of the cold ice shield, and the huge impact instantly blew it into a sky full of snowflakes. The coldness surged, but even so, the sinking blood baron boss braced itself against this coldness and stepped into Lin Luo's less than 3 meters away. Lin Luo didn't see any hesitation, and once again, the staff in his hand made a point. Gradual Frost Spreading Spell. The Gradual Frost Spreading Spell, which he had just raised to LV3 level, immediately landed on the sinking blood baron boss, which he subconsciously raised his left hand to fend off. Click, 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 click. Strange ringing sounds came. His left hand along with his left arm was actually becoming stiff at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha! The sinking blood baron looked at his left arm strangely, as if sensing the crisis in it. His right hand was presented as a blade, and without hesitation, he chopped on his left arm, breaking it flush with his elbow. But there was no blood coming out of the wound, only sticky liquid in muscle tissue was writhing, looking like it wanted to grow a new arm. But the weird thing was, only those liquids and muscles were writhing hard, but no arm grew at all. Now, a trace of doubt finally appeared in the hollow pupils of the sinking blood baron. He retreated back into the distance with a flash of his figure, looking strangely at the severed point of his left arm, and a final wave of icy killing intent locked onto Lin Luo. What their blood race was most proud of was their immortal bodies. What exactly was the identity of this man in front of him, actually able to suppress his natural ability as a blood? The blood in his left arm was completely frozen, unable to release a single ounce of magic power at all. Even at the wound, there was a weird power blocking the recovery of the wound and magic power. This human in front of him had to die. He fiercely opened his big mouth, and a chanting sound, if any, resounded abruptly. The black and red blood that had originally been left on the ground after the death of those blood slaves and blood servants was coalescing at a speed visible to the naked eye under his control. Blood magic. Magic? Lin Luo smiled. The cold and awkward incantation was still being chanted, and the dense blood took shape in the air, actually forming dozens of blood bats the size of an adult's head. A burst of ear-piercing strange cries were emitted. Just at the moment when the sinking blood baron's blood magic spell was about to end, Lin Luo's long-prepared skills fell on him. Alzheimer's spell. Boom. A dull ringing sound suddenly came from the sinking blood baron's mind. That special rune that represented the blood magic blood demon bat suddenly appeared with a thin crack before collapsing with a bang. That blood magic incantation that had been recited countless times in his heart, in this instant, he had actually forgotten it. What was the last ending spell of the blood magic bat? Boom! There was a violent explosion in his head, and thick black blood seeped out of his mouth, nose, and eyes. And the blood demon bat that was coalescing into shape exploded. Ah! An incomparably intense and sharp pain also occurred in the head of the sinking blood baron, causing him to actually cover his head. It had been hundreds of years, these hundreds of years, he had never felt this kind of intense pain. Roar! He hissed violently, and another air current surged out of his body violently, knocking all the corpses and blood around him away. While in this state, Lin Luo was advancing instead of retreating. He reached out and pointed into the void, his figure violently switched with the corpse of a blood slave flying in midair, and at the same time, another skill was thrown out. Asymptote spreading technique. Buzz. The sinking blood baron's right arm, which instantly became stiff again, was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. A blood-colored light flashed, and the only remaining individual wing on his back flung violently, actually severing his right arm as well. At the same time, the head of the sinking blood baron raised violently, opening his mouth and spitting out. A blood sword composed entirely of essence blood actually shot in front of Lin Luo in an instant. He, in fact, had bitten through his snake's head, using it as an instantaneous magic to attack Lin Luo. The blood in the blood race's body contained a huge amount of life force and magic power, which could have been used as an attack weapon. Da! The blood sword shot out and immediately shot through Lin Luo's outermost cold ice shield. The huge snowflake-shaped cold ice shield immediately collapsed and disappeared. Lin Luo's pupils shrunk slightly, and the bloody sword had already shot in front of him. Poof! Like the sensation of shooting into a sticky cloth made up of countless spider webs, this blood sword was actually twisted to death in front of Lin Luo's eyes. In the air around him, it was as if countless silk threads were wrapping around him, pulling this blood sword in a deadly grip. A large amount of blood magic in these threads were cancelling each other out, but even so, the speed of the blood sword was extremely fast. However, at this moment, Lin Luo had already reacted. His head subconsciously twisted slightly, and the blood sword shot out from his ear. Put! His left cheek was instantly torn out and crimson blood slowly flowed out. Damn it! He cursed, feeling the distant sound of the bloody sword breaking behind him, his heart filled with fear. Just now, he almost died at the hands of the sinking blood baron. That one is the penicillin phlebotomy body protecting spell shield. It dawned on Lin Luo that thanks to this Dharma shield that had always existed on the surface of his body, not only was it slowly changing his body, it had also formed an incomparably sturdy body protecting Dharma shield on the surface of his body. If it wasn't for this Dharma shield, just now his head would have been shot out by this bloody sword. Ah! Roar! On the ground, the sinking blood baron also opened his mouth wide and roared towards him, his mouth full of tainted blood gushing out. The strike he bit through his own tongue and fired with rage actually only shot this damn human's face through. How could it? Accompanied by his roar, the only remaining wing behind his back flashed violently once again, and the cold and poisonous blood flame surged once again, charging up towards Lin Luo. Running out of ideas? Lin Luo gritted his teeth and with a wave of his staff, another 9 cold ice shields appeared, blocking in front of him. The cold and poisonous blood flame surged in and immediately shattered the first cold ice shield, but there were still a full 8 cold ice shields in front of Lin Luo. And taking advantage of the blood flame attack, Lin Luo's staff once again pointed at the sinking blood baron. Asymptote spreading spell. I don't believe it, you still have a way to chop off your wings. The sinking blood baron roared, and his only remaining wings actually began to become stiff. A dropsy blood pack appeared on the wings, holding up the originally slim and thin wings, looking incomparably terrifying. On his body, a dense blood-colored flame violently emerged once again, and he actually enveloped his entire body in blood flames, and while resisting the spread of the gradual frost spreading technique, his figure shot towards Lin Luo like a cannonball. He, who wanted to die with him, going to fight for his life? Lin Luo laughed coldly. All of this boss's skills had been forced out of him, but he couldn't do anything about it at all. Now that both of your arms have been chopped off, one of your wings and one of your tongues have been chopped off, and your entire body is covered in blood, you still dare to use a skill like Blood Flame that wastes a lot of essence and blood. Since that's the case, I'll add another fire to you. The staff in his hand violently flashed out a blood-colored light and landed on the sinking blood baron who was running wildly. Blood Burning Spell. Although his blood burning spell was only at a measly LV2 level at this moment, the sinking blood baron was actively burning his own blood at this moment, forming a large amount of cold, poisonous, and corrosive blood flames. When the blood burning technique landed, it was just like pouring a vat of gasoline into the flames, and it exploded with a loud bang. The originally cold and poisonous blood flames actually became hot and explosive under the effect of the blood burning technique. The blood in his entire body, which was already almost solidified, inevitably burned up on its own accord, and his entire body almost transformed into a huge blood-red fireball. His blood, which contained a huge amount of magic power, was burning crazily. While burning the blood, he was also burning his own life. Roar! The sinking blood baron realized that something was wrong at this time, but it was already too late. He roared, his empty pupils staring deathly at Lin Luo before he defiantly charged towards him. Even if it meant death, he would finish off this damned human. It's a pity. Lin Luo shook his head as he looked at this humanoid blood-colored flame that was running wildly, and he just gently pointed behind the sinking blood baron. With a swish sound, his figure disappeared and steeply appeared on a distant tombstone. And where he originally stood, half of a shattered tombstone violently appeared. Replacement. Lin Luo's surgical space was still maintained, and he could replace himself in any substance within the surgical space, in position, with impunity, and at will. Instantaneous transfer. Bang! The sinking blood baron who came rushing and couldn't break his foot at all, and with a claw, he blasted the half of the tombstone to smithereens. He turned around and roared again, like a maddened bison, charging towards Lin Luo again. The same old trick was repeated. After the sinking blood baron was less than 10 meters away from Lin Luo, he once again utilized his replacement ability and instantly appeared 100 meters away in the other direction. Roar! The sinking blood baron roared once again, while Lin Luo was like teasing a dog, constantly flickering within the surgical space, dodging his attacks. The current sinking blood baron's life force and magical power was frantically draining away, and under the trapped beast, Lin Luo didn't want to get tough with him. After more than 10 minutes of fire, the sinking blood baron was finally unable to support himself. Covered the whole body of the blood-colored flames violently aflicker, and finally exploded. And his body, also white, exploded into a path of tainted blood and broken flesh, covering the entire purpose. You have killed the sinking blood baron's silver rank. Chapter 64, Mutation Skill Enough to Destroy the Entire World. First, embrace mutation. You have killed the sinking blood baron's silver rank, and you have gained 158,000 experience points. You've risen to level LV40. You gain 10 skill points. You have gained 1 gold skill point. Your 4-dimensional attribute points have been fixedly raised by 1 point, and you have gained 4 free attribute points. You have gained 4 free attribute points. The world will prompt ended, and Lin Luo let out a long breath of relief, putting away the surgical space with a wave of his hand. It's finally over. He arrived at the place where the sinking blood baron had blown himself up, and several equipment and props that shimmered with golden light appeared on the ground. You have killed the sinking blood baron's silver rank and obtained a blood core. You have killed the sinking blood baron's silver rank and obtained the bloodline transmutation prop, blood essence blood. You have obtained the equipment, blood pupil. You have obtained the equipment, blood wings. You have obtained the skill book, first embrace. The mechanical voice of the world will came, causing Lin Luo's eyes to light up. This is a big explosion. Not only are there materials, but there's actually a bloodline transmutation prop? Equipment, skill books. Especially 10 skill points and 1 gold skill point. He looked at the few pieces of loot in his hands. Blood core, the core of the bloodline, condensed from the bloodline's entire body's life force and magic power, replacing the role of the bloodline's heart. If the blood core is not destroyed, the bloodline will live forever. Blood core? Replacing the role of the heart? Doesn't it mean that this blood core is the heart of the blood race, and is also the quest prop for my only hidden profession transmutation quest? Lin Luo checked the only hidden profession transmutation quest, and the option to submit a quest prop appeared. No hurry first, let's look at the other rewards. Bloodline Essence Blood Baron, Bloodline Transmutation Prop. After using this prop, the professional's physique will be transformed into a half Blood Baron, and his or her agility and mental strength will permanently increase by 10 points. For each subsequent level, the agility and mental strength attributes will permanently be passively +2. Gain the opportunity to learn blood magic, but one's own resistance to sunlight, flame, lightning, etc. will permanently decrease by 100 points. Bloodline Transmutation Prop? It can be transmuted into a half-human, half-blood. Put it in the Professionals Guild, it's worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. Lin Luo marveled. In this world, all professionals could be transmuted into half-human, half-fey creatures through bloodline transmutation props. While learning the skills of the human race, they could also learn some of the skills of the alien race, making their comprehensive strength very powerful. When he was at the Professionals Guild a few days ago, he had seen many half-human, half-fey professionals. Elves, dwarves, and half-orcs were the most common, and half-bloods were very rare indeed. Even Lin Luo knew that in their coastal city, there existed a legendary level half-dragon professional that was even more powerful. After the reincarnation, the professional can then carry out the transfer task of the foreign race, and become a professional with the special profession of the foreign race. For example, the Elf clan's Thunder God Archer, the Orc clan's Divine Arrow Tetsujin, and the Dwarf clan's Mountain Giant are all very powerful. Putting away this bloodline transmutation prop, Lin Luo looked at two more pieces of equipment. Bloodline Purple Gold Grade. Durability 1200. Category, Jewelry Ring. Equipment requirements, LV 40, 30 points of strength, 20 points of constitution, 40 points of agility, 230 points of spirit, limited to the mental side of the professional to equip. Effect, strength plus 5, physique plus 5, agility plus 10, spirit plus 50, spell absorption plus 50%, spell penetration plus 50%. Collateral skill 1, double spellcasting passive. After equipping this trinket, the caster will be watched by the blood pupil while releasing any spell, and there is a chance to duplicate the same spell at the same time under the condition of consuming one's own blood. Incidental skill 2, Fear Spell Active, actively releases an illusionary spell composed entirely of mental power, which can form its own most fearful and terrifying environment in the target's heart, causing it to fall into a short-lived coma or state of fear. Description, an accessory formed by a blood baron's attachment to life after his death, containing an incomparably strong sense of resentment and murderous intent. Blood Wing Gold Grade. Durability 800. Category, Special Equipment Wings. Requirements, LV 40, 30 points of strength, 20 points of physique, 50 points of agility, 250 points of spirit. Effect, agility plus 30, spirit plus 60, spell absorption plus 10%, spell penetration plus 10%. Attachment skill 1, Flight Passive. After equipping this equipment, you can form blood wings composed entirely of blood mixed with spiritual power behind your back, and can fly freely. Attached skill 2, Illusion Active. After equipping this equipment, you can actively consume your own blood and spiritual energy to form illusions. The more blood and spiritual energy you consume, the more quantity and quality of illusions you will have. Description, an equipment formed by a blood baron's attachment to life after his death, thus containing an incomparably strong resentment and killing intent. These two pieces of equipment are both extremely good. Lin Luo muttered. The two pieces of equipment together added a full 60% spell absorption and 60% spell penetration. Most of all, there were the 4 skills that came with it. Although none of them were active attack skills, they were useful. In particular, double casting and flight were simply icing on the cake for his strength growth. If dual casting was activated, no matter which variant skill it was, it would be a devastating blow to the enemy. There was also the ability to fly, which gave him even more room and tactics to fight. There's one last skill book. Lin Luo looked at the skill strangely. First Embrace? Isn't this a blood clan talent that can actually be exploded? This sinking blood baron has been pushed countless times over the past 100 years, and the most difficult to pop out bloodline transmutation props have been popped out a dozen times, but it's still the first time this skill book, First Embrace, has been popped out. First Embrace, limited to blood, half-blood professionals to learn. After learning, you can obtain the First Embrace skill. Through their own fangs bite through the target's blood vessels, their own blood will be transmitted into the target's body. You can transform the target into a blood, or a blood servant, or a blood slave and so on. After using it, one's own attributes are permanently reduced by 1% 10%, but one can completely control the life of the transformed target. First Embrace? The simplest and most common ability of the blood clan to reproduce clans. Lin Luo came to a realization. No wonder there are only 2 blood servants under the sinking blood baron's command, but the number of blood slaves is high. I guess transforming a blood slave only requires consuming a little bit of blood, but if you transform a blood servant, you have to consume a certain amount of blood. As for transforming the target into a fellow clan member, one would have to consume even more of one's own blood, and one's strength would be permanently reduced by a portion. No wonder the number of blood clans is so low. It's a pity. Looking at this skill, Lin Luo however shook his head. The First Embrace skill is indeed good, but unfortunately it can only be learned by blood or half-blood professions. However, Lin Luo's eyes twinkled as he said, in the Professionals Guild, the number of half-blood professionists is very rare, but every single one of them is either very strong or very rich, so this initial Embrace skill would definitely fetch a good price if he were to sell it to them. Just as he was about to put away this scroll, a drop of blood from the face that had just been wounded by the blood sword that the sinking blood baron had shot out in anger suddenly fell onto the primordial Embrace skill scroll. His blood was instantly absorbed by this skill scroll. Your bloodline is not a bloodline and cannot be learned. System disorder occurred. System adjustment in progress. Ha! The mechanical voice of the world will suddenly came out, causing Lin Luo to frown. It can't be possible. System adjustment successful. Detected learnable skill. First Embrace, is it learnable? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Luo immediately said, learn. First Embrace skill, a special skill that only bloods can master under the heavens. I didn't realize that I didn't have the bloodline of a blood family, but I could also master it? Could it be that one's own blood was different from the blood of ordinary people? Or is this entirely one's own golden finger, which can make all skills mutate, or be able to learn the props of all races and all professions? You have learned the skill initial. System disorder occurred. System adjustment in progress. Adjustment successful. You have learned the skill, T-virus infection technique. T-virus infection, the mutated skill, known as Tyrant, is a strong RNA virus. By combining the mysterious ancient virus, the progenitor virus, discovered in the early days, with leeches, a brand new T-virus has been isolated. Mutate into zombies that are unconscious, slow-moving, and survive by devouring the flesh and blood of living creatures. Crouching. Trough. Looking at the skill he had just learned to master, Lin Luo directly cursed out loud. T-virus? How could it be this thing? As a traveler, how could he not know what the T-virus was? That was a terrifying virus that was enough to destroy the entire world. Admittedly, the T-virus could also strengthen humans, with a success rate of roughly 1 in 1,000. True. This world is a high magic world, and there are countless strong people who burn mountains and boil the sea, and chase the stars and take the moon, but they can't resist the terror of the T-virus. That is the ultimate weapon of war that can directly act on the flesh of any living being, ultimately destroying its brain and turning it into a horrible creature like the Walking Dead. T-virus, I just don't know. The T-virus here, is it the weakened T-virus from the movie, or is it the kind of T-virus from the game that can infect any living thing? Lin Luo sucked in a breath of cool air, and quickly made a decision in his mind. This T-virus, never use it if you cannot apply it. Unless, I can find a way to fight the T-virus, or a way to control the T-virus. Lin Luo took a deep breath and turned off the skill list. The appearance of the T-virus skill actually caused his mood to drift a bit. He suddenly smiled. This is good. With the T-virus, I have the capital to threaten the entire world. Who cares if you're a professional? Who cares if you're some kind of monster? The big deal is that I'll let the entire world play out. Looking at the time, Lin Luo took out the blood core again, the heart of the sinking blood baron. There's still the last 5 minutes. First turn in the only hidden profession quest. Chapter 65, Transferring LV8 Skills Weird Special Effect. Submit the quest. As soon as the words fell, the sinking blood baron blood core in his hand disappeared. And in his mind, the mechanical voice of the world will appear once again. You have completed the only hidden transfer quest, Silver Heart. Mission description, the only transfer mission. You must kill a silver rank humanoid, human-like creature boss within a month's time, dissect its heart and submit it to the world will. Time limit, 1 month. It is detected that you submitted your heart as a silver rank humanoid boss, Baron of the Sinking Blood, meeting the character requirements. Detected that you took 2 hours and 44 minutes to complete the quest. Quest completion evaluation, SSS grade. You have been rewarded with 10 skill points. You have been awarded 1 gold skill point reward. You have successfully changed to the only hidden profession, Dr. Evil Virtue. You have mastered the skill of the only hidden profession, Dr. Evil Virtue, no liability surgery. Dr. Evil Virtue, only those doctors who are the most evil and have no professional ethics whatsoever will be able to obtain this only hidden profession. There will be a certain chance that the orthodox doctor's profession skills will be mutated, or some special additional effects will appear. This profession is a hidden profession for priests, doctors, pharmacists, and other professions to advance, and has uniqueness. No liability surgery, a mutated skill, an extremely dangerous surgery where the surgeon does not bear any risk, does not guarantee the results, and is not responsible for the outcome of the surgery. It can only be cast on humanoid or humanoid creatures. Upon successful casting, there is a chance to cast random mutilation, random deformity, random transsexualization, and organ transplantation on the current target. Random mutilation, mutated skill, when cast on a target, the target randomly loses an arm, leg, both eyes, both ears, both noses, both tongues, etc., and acquires a disability such as a broken arm, broken leg, blindness, deafness, or mute. Random deformity, mutation skill, after casting on the target a random part of the target is deformed, with an abnormal shape, size, location, or structure of organs or tissues or lack thereof. Limb swelling or shrinking, anencephaly, megalencephaly, cleft lip, polydactyly, cryptorchidism, underdevelopment, etc. Random deformity technique, mutagenesis skill. Random sex change, mutation skill, after casting it on the target's gender randomly changes, male, female, eunuch, misogyny, mixed gender, etc. Organ transplantation, you can freely transplant any strange of any creature into the target and ensure its survival in fusion. In Lin Luo's mind, a more complex rune gradually formed. This was a variant skill rune belonging to no liability surgery. The transfer was successful. Lin Luo was pleasantly surprised, having mastered no responsibility surgery, together with the 10 skill points and 1 gold skill point dropped by the sinking blood baron I just killed. I now have a full 20 skill points and 2 gold skill points. It's possible to upgrade skills. After thinking for a moment, he quickly made a decision. Take the lead in upgrading the Black Death Outbreak technique. It is my strongest skill for brushing and upgrading monsters, and now that it has reached LV7, it only needs 1 gold skill point to reach LV8. After LV8 level, it will be able to produce special effects and the speed of monster brushing and upgrading will be even faster. You have consumed 1 gold skill point, and your skill Black Plague Explosion technique has been upgraded to LV8 level. Black Plague Eruption LV8, Mutated skill, instantaneous. You have mastered the ability to control the Black Death virus, allowing you to distribute the Black Death to a target or a certain area in a short period of time, controlling it to erupt in an extreme amount of time, and removing the Black Death virus at any time. Has the Black Plague Outbreak skill become instantaneous as well? I just don't know what special effect he activated. You activated the skill Black Plague Outbreak Art LV8 special effect. Special effect 1, Black Plague Compass. Your Black Plague can give birth to a Black Plague Compass on a creature's corpse after creating a large number of creature deaths, under your control, can move freely, can also break out a stronger Black Plague virus at any time, and can also die at any time. Black Death Compulsion? What kind of special effect is this? Lin Luo was a bit strange, and only after carefully probing did he somewhat understand. The compulsion of the Black Death can give birth to some parasites on the corpses of creatures that die of the Black Death virus, and these parasites already have the Black Death virus in their bodies, and they can be controlled by me to erupt or die at any time. Isn't this just a mobile Black Death pathogen? In the future, I can use the Black Death Compass to remotely manipulate it to release the Black Death virus, equivalent to a remote control bomb? He nodded, still satisfied with the special effects produced by the LV8 ranked Black Plague Outbreak technique. The 2 direct damage type skills I have now, Black Plague Eruption and Skin Burst, have both reached LV8 level. With 20 skill points and 1 gold skill point left, I need to upgrade my control type skills next. Lin Luo thought back to the control class variant skills he currently mastered. The 3 variant skills, Acute Gastroenteritis Instant Outbreak Technique, Alzheimer Technique, and Sex Fish Hyperactivity Technique are the most useful. As for the Acute Warts Increasing Technique, Gonorrhea Spreading Technique, and Syphilis Outburst Technique, forget it. Oh yeah, there's also a protection skill, Penicillin Phagocytosis Protective Body Shield should be boosted as well. The Acute Gastroenteritis Instant Outbreak Technique is already LV7, should I put the last 1 gold skill point on it? Or, after raising the T-Virus Infection Technique, or the Penicillin Phagocytosis Body Protecting Loss Shield to LV7, then use the gold skill points to raise it to LV8? Looking at these few skills, Lin Luo fell into deep thought. Soon, he still made a decision. Raise Penicillin Phagocytosis Body Shield. The Acute Gastroenteritis Instant Outburst technique is already at LV7, it's already enough to deal with most monsters, even bosses are enough to deal with. There's also the Sex Fish Hyperactivity technique, it's also already LV3 level, raise it to LV7 as well, and add all the rest to the Alzheimer technique. When dealing with some monsters and bosses that specialize in magic, this skill has a miraculous effect. What I'm lacking now is a means of protection. Although the ice shield that comes with the King of Ice robe is very strong, it's still not enough to face some powerful bosses. Only the stronger the protective skills you have at your disposal, the safer you will be. You have consumed 4 skill points, and your skill Sex Fish Hyperactivity has been upgraded to LV7 level. You have consumed 6 skill points, and your skill Alzheimer's technique has been upgraded to LV7. You have consumed 6 skill points, and your skill Penicillin Phage Body Shield has been upgraded to LV7 level. There were still 4 skill points left, and after thinking about it, they were all added to the Mental Confusion technique. You've spent 4 skill points, and your skill Mental Confusion has been upgraded to LV5. The last 1 gold skill point was also added to Penicillin Phage Body Shield. You have spent 1 gold skill point, and your skill Penicillin Bacteria Eater Body Shield has been upgraded to LV8 level. Penicillin Bacteriophage Body Shield, Mutant Skill, your constitution is permanently changed, you can passively consume any elemental power close to your constitution in any state, and while strengthening yourself, you can automatically generate the corresponding resistance to deal with any harsh environment, and coalesce into a permanent body shield, guarding yourself while automatically generating counterattacks. You activated the skill Penicillin Bacteriophage Body Shield. You have activated the skill Penicillin Bacteria Eater Body Shield LV8 special effect. Special Effect 1, Penicillin Elf. Your skill has spawned a Penicillin Elf with self-awareness that accompanies you and is your most loyal companion. It can fully enhance all the abilities of your Penicillin Phage Bodyguard Legal Shield, as well as move freely, and can also learn and master the mutated skills you currently have. This. Lin Luo froze. How could he have never imagined that the Penicillin Bacteria Eating Body Protector Law Shield would actually awaken such a special effect after it was raised to LV8? Suddenly, he felt a writhing in his chest. Soon, a small creature that was only the size of a fingernail cap, greenish in color all over, and looked very much like a pocket orange-like creature, crawled out from his collar. It also had a pair of small wings on its back, like a bee, and just flapped its wings and flew to Lin Luo's nose, lying on his nose and carefully surveying him. In a few seconds' time, the Penicillin Elf actually affectionately stuck its little face on Lin Luo's nose and rubbed it vigorously. Crouching. Trough. What the hell is this? Lin Luo's head was a little big and checked the attributes of this little thing. Name, Penicillin Elf can be renamed. Race, Special Elemental Elf. Source, a small creature born from professional Lin Luo's mutation skills, accompanies you and cannot be betrayed for life. Ability can enhance all of Professionist Lin Luo's abilities, and has self-awareness, and can master all of the skills that Professionist Lin Luo currently masters. This ability, it's really powerful. Lin Luo sucked in a breath of cool air. Doesn't it mean that with this little thing around, he would be able to double cast spells all the time? I just don't know, what's the difference between the skills released by this little guy and himself? Let's call you Little Green from now on. Looking at its all greenish appearance, Lin Luo instructed. Kiri. The little thing jumped up excitedly and finally flew to Lin Luo's hair again, comfortably lying there to rest. It's almost over, I think we should be the champions of today's trial tower team test. Taking advantage of the fact that there were still a few dozen seconds left, he opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Lin Luo. Profession, Doctor of Evil Virtue. Level, LV 40. Title, Pathfinder. Experience, 150,000. Strength, 8345 plus 38. Physique, 7544 plus 31. Agility, 8644 plus 42. Spirit, 733 559 plus 174. Equipment, Scarlet Berserker Staff, Searing Dagger, King of Ice Robe, Blood Pupil, Blood Wings, Bone Shattering Tooth. Backpack, Rune of Demonization, Cross of Resurrection, Styx Pact, Golem Doll. Skills, Skin Burst LV8, Acute Gastroenteritis Instant Outbreak LV7, Pain Deepening LV1, Mental Confusion LV5, Alzheimer's LV7, Influenza Virus Cracking LV1, Blood Burning LV2, Black Death Outbreak LV8, Sex Fish Hyperactivity LV7, Warts Increase LV1, Gonorrhea Spread LV1, Syphilis Outbreak LV1, Penicillin Phagocytosis Protective Body Shield LV8, No Liability Surgery LV1. Alien Power, Surgical Space. A dense white light completely enveloped Lin Luo's body. A sense of weightlessness suddenly came over him. Time's up? It's about to be teleported out. When clarity just appeared before his eyes, a figure suddenly ran towards him and instantly jumped into his arms. At the same time, a hot, wet and soft thing was imprinted on his face. This is Chapter 66, The Guardian of the Road in the Darkness. Behind it is the Lian family? The time is almost up, why isn't he out yet? Yeah, it's been 12 hours and this kid is still on the 30th floor? It's the last 2 minutes. The trial square was still a sea of people. Even though it was already dark at this time, the entire square was still brightly lit, with tens of thousands of professionals and spectators, all anxiously waiting for something. This, for the first time in more than 200 years, after the formation of the college entrance examination system, was an examination that could last for such a long time. 12 whole hours. The icy host, whose face was a bit tired but whose spirit was still excited, still stood in front of the camera and reported impassionedly. Friends of the audience, there are only the last 2 minutes left for the 12 hours of the college entrance examination, and our Binhai City College entrance examination team champion will soon appear. What a surprise! I didn't expect that our Binhai City College entrance examination team champion would actually land on a priest whose occupational evaluation is only D grade. This proves that there are no weak professions, only weak people. As long as you find the right method and study hard, even a profession with a low evaluation grade can give off even brighter fireworks. We have learned from the 12th middle school in Binhai City, Lin Luo students since enrollment in the school has been studying hard, has been studying until late at night, all the cultural achievements are among the top, the audience in front of the TV children, as long as you study hard, you can also be to the same Lin Luo students. Bing Bing was reporting in an impassioned manner, while the faces of some people in the trial square looked a bit wonderful. Luo studied hard? Top of the class in culture? How come I didn't know that? Tang Chang was a little confused as he listened to the broadcast on his cell phone. As Lin Luo's diehard friend, he had never seen how hard Luo studied. As for the cultural course scores, if the top 20 in the class was considered the top, then he was also considered the top. Teacher Liu on the side also had a somewhat odd look on his face. Ahem, maybe the principal and the reporter are saying different things. In another corner, quite a few professionals from other schools were also gathered together, looking up at the trial tower. Damn! I got a friend to check, and that Lin Luo is really a D-rated priest, and he's usually pretty ordinary in the 12th middle school. Then what the hell is going on here? I was thinking of practicing a bit on the 21st floor and then impacting the 22nd floor after upgrading, but who knew that I'd be forced out by that poisonous fog? Me too. Zhang Yang and I were practicing on the 22nd floor, and when the time was over we were able to level up to at least LV 18 or above. Who knew that we were still forced out by that poisonous mist? I asked my teacher, and he said that his skill of controlling the poisonous mist can only be circulated within some small worlds like secret realms and replicas, and it won't work when we go out of the small worlds. Not bad. Our teacher also said that the poisonous fog he controls is called the Black Death virus, isn't that the bubonic plague? He got the school's pharmacist to purchase many antidote potions, as well as antibiotics provided by the doctor. As long as he has these things, his Black Death virus is just a pose. His grandma. In tomorrow's solo challenge, I'll definitely make him look good. Me too. I rush to the 23rd floor and have the qualifications to challenge him. Every year in the single challenge, only the top 100 people within the last 3 layers of the rush have the qualifications to challenge him. He rushed to the 30th floor this year, only those from the 28th to the 30th floor have the qualifications to challenge him, so how many people are there? Less than 10 people, right? Just wait, the Ministry of Education and the Professionals Association will definitely adjust it. I don't care. I'll definitely challenge this guy in tomorrow's solo challenge. The trial plaza was abuzz with discussion, and on the high platform of the trial's luster, there were also several silhouettes each gathered together, discussing. Checked it out clearly. This Lin Luo doesn't have any background, his father died early, his mother is only an auxiliary professional navigator, and now he's working as the chief navigator on a state-run voyaging cruise ship, Fuyuan. Really doesn't have any background? Then the secret he carries is a meat and potatoes. Find a way to recruit him, no matter what the cost. My lord. My lord. I've heard that the Eastern family is also investigating this kid, if they make a move. The Eastern family? That old turtle, Oriental Daizone, is not strong enough, but their old ancestor is indeed a tricky character, but unfortunately, he suffered a serious injury a few years ago, and I don't know how it is now. Regardless of him, grab someone first. Yes. My lord. Such murmurs constantly resounded from the corners of the high platform. The light of many people looking towards the trial tower was filled with ambition. The pipsqueak is not a sin. At the very front of the high platform, Deputy City Guard Guo Shui leaned back in his chair, his palms unconsciously tapping on the desktop. A staff member quietly came to his side and respectfully said, "My lord, there are at least 7 clans that are secretly paying Lin Luo's attention." Guo Shui said in a faint voice, "There's no need to stop them. This Lin Luo has appeared too abruptly. 1 step ahead is a genius, but too many steps ahead would be a disaster. Let's hope that this young genius of his can withstand the ravages of the gale." "Yes, my lord. There's one more thing." The staff member came to Guo Shui's ear and whispered, "There's a fallen one." "What?" Guo Shui's eyes flickered. Dongfang He and the others are geniuses of the great families, there must be strong guardians around them. And this Lin Luo has risen like a shooting star, truly a genius among ordinary people, if he is targeted by the fallen. Mobilize 2 Dao guards and go protect Lin Luo. Yes, my lord. Daokeeper, guarding the Dao of the human race, was the official professional management organization of the Dragon Kingdom, managed directly by the official authorities of the major cities. Its rights were even above the heads of the cities. Looking at the towering trial tower, Guo Shui stroked his chin's thin beard. "Lin Luo, Lin Luo, what a good seedling. We show Dao talents are your ultimate home. It's coming out." Morong Shueshan, dressed in golden armor, stood on the rooftop surrounded by Shirlei and the others, looking remotely in the direction of the trial tower. Her pair of stunningly beautiful eyes were filled with a holy light among them. Who? Damn. That fellow is coming out. Damn it. Snap. Ah. Scream. You scream out loud. Inside the Dongfang family's direct suite, Dongfang He was in a frenzy of movement, sweating profusely. The person who was cooperating with him was clearly Li Mei, whose body was full of wounds. Li Mei forcefully held back the wounds on her body that were punished out by Dongfang He, and clenched her teeth to prevent herself from making a sound. "It's all. Kill you. Kill that damn guy. Snow Trace. Morong Snow Trace. Why don't you promise me? If you promise me, you and my 2 families will join forces and the entire coastal city will be ours." Ah. Li Mei, who had her back to Dongfang He, had blood flowing out from the corner of her mouth, but she still forced herself to endure the pain, her eyes filled with resentment and killing intent. "Morong Shuehan. Morong Shuehan. It's all your fault. Only by killing you. Only then will he be my man. And that Lin Luo. How dare you steal his champion? I'll kill you. Kill you all. It's coming out." In the corner of the trial tower, Chen Pingan was still carefully sniffing his body, intent on finding a hint of stench. A pair of eyes, however, were dead set on that trial tower. "Hao Zhao, there's something else that's quite funny." "What is it?" Hao Zhao, who was at the side, asked strangely. "Until now, we've only seen Lin Luo's picture, we don't even know what he looks like in person." Hao Zhao laughed. "Heh, he's very handsome in the photo, more handsome than even you." Pindan Chen snorted coldly. "What's the use of being handsome? He borrowed the power of the poisonous mist to break through so many levels of the trial tower, and my precious sword is looking for a suitable whetstone. I'd like to see if he really has the ability, or is he just a fame seeker? It's coming out." Inside the remote room, Yang Xunli put away all the divination tools on the table and looked in the direction of the trial tower. Next to him, there were 2 other figures standing. "I've already given you the general location where the fallen appeared, so hurry up and go." A tall figure suddenly said, He, little Reiko, how old are you? You won't be able to find a girlfriend with such a long face every day, right? What do you care? I say, little Reiko, in the future we can be colleagues. Do you want Big Brother me to introduce you to a few girlfriends? No need. Yang Shili still had a stern face and suddenly frowned. Aren't you guys going to solve the matter of the fallen? No need. The big man casually leaned back in his chair and said, a new mission has come online, so the two of us don't have to go find trouble with the fallen one, we just need to watch that kid. Saying that, his finger pointed in the direction of the trial tower. Lin Luo? Yang Shili suddenly realized, looks like I'm going to have a new colleague as well. It's coming out. In the crowd, Lian Xinger looked at Lian Yining, who was running in the direction of the trial tower, her eyes filled with memories. Back then, if only I was as brave as Ning Er. Buzz. In the sky above the trial tower, a faint ripple sound suddenly came. Several figures on the high platform all subconsciously looked in that direction. It's coming out. A faint white light suddenly descended from the heights of the trial tower and landed steadily in the center of the trial tower square. An upright figure slowly appeared along with the dissipation of the light. Dressed in a snow-white vestment, holding a fire-red staff, and with blood-colored light flickering behind him. Lin Luo's figure had clearly stepped out of the trial tower. It's Lin Luo. That kid whose career rating is only D grade has come out. So handsome. Kid. I'm going to challenge you. Lin Luo. I could have rushed to the 22nd floor, it's all your fault for forcing me out of the 21st floor. Damn it, brat. Noisy voices immediately rang out, and before Lin Luo could react, a small figure jumped into his arms. On his face, he also felt a soft and moist sensation. He was actually forcibly kissed? Lowering his head to look, Lian Yining's absolutely beautiful face became reddish and incomparable, lowered his head with effort, and closed his eyes tightly. Ning Er. Damn it. Lian family. That's the youngest daughter of the Lian family. Behind this Lin Luo is actually the Lian family. No wonder. Chapter 67, Root of Black Mist. A sneak attack from the fallen. Hey. Brother Luo, how does Goddess Lian taste? I didn't expect Goddess Lian to be so bold. Late at night, Lin Luo and Tang Cheng walked towards their home. More than an hour had passed since Lin Luo left the trial tower. The trial tower Gao Gao team examination was all over, and the team consisting of Lin Luo, Lian Yining, and Tang Cheng had won the team examination. When Deputy City Guard Guo Shudi announced this news, tens of thousands of freshman professionals and spectators in the entire trial tower were all abuzz. The vast majority of them were unable to accept this news. Unfortunately, this matter had already become an established fact. On top of that, Deputy City Guard Guo Shudi also announced the rules for tomorrow's single challenge. Starting from the 25th floor, all the way up to the 30th floor, based on the number of floors, the time they left, and the severity of their injuries as the judging criteria, the top 100 newborn professionals would be selected to participate in tomorrow's solo challenge. Each freshman professional would be randomly assigned to a 2x2 group for a single-player duel, until the top 10, and even the final champion, were picked out. And after winning the championship, they can become the true champion and top student of the Binhai City's current college entrance examination. On top of that, they could also obtain a special reward from the Marina City Professionals Association and the City Hall. As for what kind of reward, Lin Luo had already learned from Lian Yining. It was actually a world wonder. Lin Luo shook his head and said, Ninger, that's for me to skim off some unnecessary trouble. It was only at this time that he realized that Lian Yining was actually a member of the Lian family in Marina City, and her status was not low. He had utilized the poisonous mist in the trial tower to force at least thousands of freshman professionals to leave the trial tower, and had long since been hated by countless freshman professionals. In addition, his achievements, as well as the abilities he had mastered, and even the so-called World Wonders reward at the end, had also been missed by many clans and professions. These professionals and professional families would look for various reasons to get close to him. By doing so, Lian Yining had undoubtedly given herself a shield. Behind himself, he had the support of the Lian family. Regardless of whether it was a professional or any other family power, when they made a move on themselves, they would have to think of how to deal with the Lian family. Tang Cheng laughed evilly, hee boss, it's already called Ninger, just how far have you guys progressed? Also, I see that you seem to have given her something, a love token? A piece of equipment only. Lin Luo casually said, people gave up all their innocence to protect me, how could I? As he was speaking, Lin Luo's figure suddenly stopped and looked ahead. What's wrong, Luo, you? Tang Cheng's eyes also changed, subconsciously standing in front of Lin Luo. What kind of person? A man in a black suit suddenly stepped out and said indifferently, I'm from the Lian family. The family had asked me to send you a message. Toads shouldn't think about eating swan meat. You are nothing more than a freshman professional with only a D grade in career evaluation. Even if you win the team assessment championship of this college entrance examination by special means, you are not worthy of a young lady. Lin Luo frowned, I don't need other people to point fingers at me and Lian Yining's affairs. He suddenly stopped and cautiously looked around. It's already a lifetime ago that you could drink Miss as a friend. Shut up. Lin Luo reached out and grabbed, a crimson staff steeply appeared in his hand. Want to make a move? I'm a guard of the Lian family, a gold-ranked professional, so let's teach a good lesson. Buzz. A strange buzzing name sound suddenly rang out, the surrounding black fog steeply surged up, and in an instant it actually transformed into a strange mouth, swallowing the 3 people present in one bite. Lin Luo reached out and waved his hand, and 9 huge snowflake-like cold ice shields immediately appeared around his body, firmly protecting him and Tang Cheng within them. As for that Lian family's gold-ranked professional, his face changed violently. This is the ability of the Lord of the Black Mist, damned fallen one. Buzz. The black mist surged, and the figures of the 3 quickly disappeared, leaving only a pitch-black light surging at the spot. Almost instantly, 3 more figures appeared, their faces very ugly. Captain. What to do? It's actually the Lord of Black Mist himself? Is it necessary for a D-ranked professional to go this far? No, it's not the real Lord of the Black Mist. Zhao Qicheng, the leading Daokeeper, frowned. This should just be a special prop that possesses some of the Lord of the Black Mist's abilities and can temporarily isolate space. Then what do we do? The director ordered us to protect this kid, if he... What's the rush? Zhao Qicheng opened his mouth. Wasn't there a gold-ranked professional just now? Even if he's trash, he's still a gold-ranked professional. Supporting him for 3 to 5 minutes is still doable. Wait and listen to my order. The 3 of us will attack this black mist together and try to break through this blocked space. Captain. Inside the black fog. Within a grayish space, a shield appeared in Tang Cheng's hand as he nervously looked around. Luo Go, what the hell is this place? The Lian family guard also became cautious at this time, reaching out and grabbing. A giant axe appeared in his hand, gritting his teeth. Damn it. This is the Black Mist space. The ability of the Lord of the Black Mist of the Fallen One, but it shouldn't be the Lord of the Black Mist himself who came. Fallen One? Lord of the Black Mist. Tang Cheng exclaimed, I know of him. There's a record in the Encyclopedia of Professionals that this guy became famous more than 200 years ago as the biggest fallen one, and he was already an epic-level professional 100 years ago. The cheap guard gritted his teeth and said, for the lady's sake, I'll look after you guys later. Just follow me later. Cackle, cackle, cackle. A cold laughter suddenly came from the distant darkness, and 3 constantly shaking figures slowly appeared in front of the 3. Want to go out? Don't daydream about it. Since we have even brought the special Black Mist route made by Lord of the Black Mist, we certainly won't allow you to leave so easily. The person in the lead was a woman wearing a black light veil with an extremely enchanting figure. Fallen One. The Lian clan guards gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with caution and wariness. A silver-colored light also surged out from his body, forming an outfit like a veil on his body. A fighting chi veil? A gold-ranked fighter? The woman said in a faint voice, Wolf 13, over to you. Yes. My lord. A tall figure promised, taking a step out. His size actually instantly skyrocketed, instantly transforming into a huge werewolf with a body size of 3 meters tall, viciously pouncing towards the Lian family guards. A fighter professional who specializes in close combat? Ha, old me loves melee professionals the most. Tear you apart. Damn it. The Lian clan guard cursed and lunged up as well with his giant axe in hand. Watch yourselves. Cluck cluck cluck. The black veil woman walked with her marvelous footsteps to Lin Luo and Tang Cheng, and said with a delicate smile, Little brother, sister is called Little Man, are you called Lin Luo? Lin Luo nodded and said, Not bad. Xiaoman smiled coquettishly and said, Little brother, are you interested in joining us vigilantes? Vigilantes? The largest organization of fallen ones? TSK, sister is not a fallen one. Xiaoman laughed softly, we are the true saviors of the world is dying, the night is filled with darkness, and the evil gods are descending. Only by believing in the evil gods and embracing them can we continue the life of this world and thus find our future. Demonic words. Tang Cheng cursed in a broken voice. Xiaoman laughed and said, Little brother, your means of controlling poisonous mist, one of the 13 giants of our night watchman, the one poison elder likes it very much and wants to accept you as a close disciple, how about it? Elder One Poison? The face of the Lian family guards who were fighting the wolves not far away changed violently. Among the fallen organization, Elder Dope Poison was an old epic-level professional just like the Lord of the Black Mist. He looked fiercely at Lin Luo. If this kid really dared to agree, he would finish him off even if he had to give up this life. Where are you looking? The werewolf shouted angrily, and with a single claw, he scratched a large wound on the chest of the Lian family guard, blood gurgling out. This caused the Lian family guard to withdraw his mind and carefully deal with the werewolf in front of him. Lin Luo said indifferently, what if I say no? For the fallen, he really had no interest or mood to join. Cluck cluck cluck. Xiaoman laughed, no? That's not up to you. When you return to our vigilant organization, Elder Dope Poison will have a way to make you willingly kneel down and worship your master. Ghost 27, grab him. Yes. Behind them, a ghost-like figure floated out, reached out, and grabbed him, chanting under his breath. Strange ghostly whistling sounds rang out, and in front of him, several ghost soldiers holding sharp blades and even grasping chains appeared. Underworld ghost soldiers, catch me. Before his words fell, he saw the staff in the hands of the teenager not far away suddenly pointing towards him. Alzheimer technique. Buzz. In the next second, Ghost 27 suddenly froze. The spell he was originally chanting also abruptly stopped, standing dumbfounded in place. What is the next incantation for summoning the spectral Ghostbusters? In his mind, the special rune representing the spectral Ghostbusters exploded under the influence of an inexplicable aura. Poof! A strange cracking sound suddenly rang out, and the spectral Ghostbusters, which had been gradually taking shape, violently went out of control because the last incantation was missing. The cold and ferocious ghost chi immediately transformed into the coldest raging wind blades, exploding around Ghost 27 and Xiaoman. Ah! In the midst of the piercing berserk wind blades, Xiaoman cursed angrily again. Ghost 27, what are you up to? Spell backfire? Damn waste. She looked fiercely at Lin Luo, her lips oozing out a trace of blood. Wastes can't be relied on, old lady will do it herself. She reached out and grabbed. The dirt on the ground suddenly ruptured, and a large number of black-purple vines steeply surged out, and at the forefront even grew horrifying cannibalistic flowers with giant mouths that were oozing viscous liquid. Go! The terrifying cannibalistic flowers, and the vines growing with barbs, immediately lunged towards Lin Luo and Tang Chang. Tang Chang's body flashed with earth-colored light, and he immediately carried his shield in front of Lin Luo. Luo, run! In the face of this attack, Lin Luo did not dodge, and once again, the staff in his hand pointed. Mental confusion art. Buzz. Chapter 68, The Fallen One Who Fights While Straining. Xiaoman, who was maneuvering the highly poisonous cannibal flowers and vines to kill, suddenly felt as if his head had been hit by something, and his eyes dimmed. Hurriedly, he actually realized that the teenager actually appeared in front of his eyes. Seek death. Xiaoman shouted darkly and reached out his hand to point, and those 10 or so highly poisonous cannibalistic flowers and vines that had originally rushed halfway actually turned around and bound the teenager in front of him in a deadly manner. Kid, go to hell. Dare to refuse my night watchman's solicitation. As soon as the words fell, the highly poisonous cannibal flower violently opened its large mouth, and the sticky venom carried the sound of the wind as it viciously bit down on this teenager's body. Ah! A miserable scream rang out, and Xiaoman's face suddenly just changed. This sound, why was it so familiar? With a flash of light in front of her eyes, she regained her composure, only to realize that the one in front of her who had half of his body bitten off by his own cannibal flower was not that teenager at all, but her own companion. Ghost 27. Damn it! Xiaoman shouted angrily, glaring angrily at Lin Luo. Kid, was it you who messed up the ghost? A warlock spirit manipulation technique? The control skill of a dark priest? Aren't you a D-rated priest? Damn it, wrong intelligence. But even if I'm the only one left, I'll still take you. She clenched her hands and pressed violently on the ground. In a flash, more were highly poisonous cannibal flowers and vines surged up from the ground, killing Lin Luo. Damn it! The Lin family guard cursed, but there was nothing he could do at all right now. The strength of this werewolf in front of him was clearly above himself. If it wasn't for the fact that the time for his own specialized fighting chi burst hadn't ended yet, sooner or later, he would have been torn apart by the other party. If only this kid had died at the hands of the fallen, the lady wouldn't have had to. Rumble. On the other side, Lin Luo reached out and pointed, and the 9 cold ice shields that surrounded him immediately flashed rapidly, blocking an incoming barrage of highly poisonous man-eating flowers and vines. When one of the cold ice shields shattered, another ice shield soon condensed to block the attack. Old boss. Tang Chang looked at the highly poisonous ogre flowers and vines that pounced in front of him. His eyes were also a bit flustered. Should we? Lin Luo said in a faint voice, what's the hurry? The ones who should be more anxious right now are them. The Gao Gao team test had just ended, and although they had left the trial tower, the number of professionals around them was at least tens of thousands. Sooner or later, someone would realize that something was wrong here. Perhaps, there were already people out there trying to figure it out right now. Besides, don't we still have a toolman? Toolman? Lin Luo looked towards the Lin family guard who was fighting the werewolf not far away, already cornered by the werewolf, his body all covered in blood. Although this person is only a guard of the Lin family, he is after all a gold-ranked professional. It has been recorded in the Convention of Professionals that any professional, in any situation and in any location who finds a fallen person, must join forces to kill them. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Luo raised his staff, and a skill landed on the werewolf. Acute gastroenteritis instant burst technique. LV7 ranked acute gastroenteritis instant eruption technique. Goo! A strange rattling sound suddenly came from the abdomen of that werewolf. The werewolf's figure that was waving its claws and excitedly fighting suddenly stalled, and subconsciously retracted its claws to cover its stomach. Stop, I have to pull. Put. Before the words were finished, the lower body of the werewolf, which had long been torn apart by the expansion of its body size and revealed its huge torso, immediately spewed out a large mass of yellow and black viscous liquid. The entire black fog space was immediately enveloped by a thick sour odor. Vomit. The Lin family guard who was closest to the werewolf was immediately struck by the stench hit him, and he, who was still panting heavily, almost couldn't lift a breath, and with a wave of nausea in his chest, he directly spat it out with a mouthful of vomit. For a time, one person and one wolf, one half squatting to pull, one lying on the ground to vomit, looking at the other few people face to face. Xiaoman was almost mad with anger, but she also forced herself to endure the nausea and angrily cursed, "Wolf 13, what are you doing? Hurry up and finish him off." Wolf 13 said as he pulled, "Team, Captain, I might have eaten my stomach, flop." At this time, the Lin family guards were the ones who reacted, wiping off the spoils around their mouths as they held their breaths and manipulated their giant axes to slash over. "Nima! Stinking werewolf, go to hell you! Damn!" The werewolf, who was still pulling, paled, and his legs stomped the ground, narrowly dodging the attack after leaving a cloud of yellow liquid in mid-air. With a lift of his sphincter, he temporarily sealed off the gushing liquid and slashed his claws from diagonally below. "Even if I have diarrhea, trying to pinch you to death is just like playing with a but." As soon as he moved, his abdomen rolled again, his sphincter instantly relaxed, and another large mass of sticky liquid gushed out. Poof! The Lin family guard caught up with another axe, but the werewolf couldn't even dodge in time because of this action, and his right paw was directly chopped off with a flush elbow. "Ah!" The werewolf screamed miserably and instantly turned around and ran. "Captain! I can't stop this stomach fluttering. Ah!" He ran while still puckering his skin drum, and another large mass of pure yellow sticky liquid gushed out. The ground was covered in it, even the hair between his legs was covered in the disgusting liquid. "Die you!" The Lin clan guard shouted angrily and suddenly took out another year's worth of compact hand axe. A silver-colored light enveloped the hand axe as he viciously chopped it out. "Damn! Wolf 13, quickly dodge!" Not far away, Xiaoman's face changed and he loudly reminded. Wolf 13, who was running wildly, didn't hesitate when he heard this, and at that moment, he lunged forward violently. Pooh! Another sharp pain came from his abdomen, spurting out while causing his figure to lurch. Poof! The silver hand axe spun out, rolling away a piece of blood while a giant wolf's head shot up into the sky. The wolfman's huge body shuddered violently, and it ended up slamming heavily on the ground. Blood gushed out from above, while the hole below was still gurgling yellow water. "Damn!" Xiaoman cursed, her beautiful face looking a bit hideous at this moment. Seeing that the gold-ranked fighter had killed the werewolf and was walking towards her, her eyes were full of resentment. "This mission, there is no room for failure. Even if I'm the only one left, I'll take away this damned brat." Xiaoman cursed angrily and fiercely bit her tongue, a mouthful of essence blood spurting out. Put! In a flash, the highly poisonous cannibalistic flowers and vines on the ground became more and more active at that moment after being empowered by their master's essence blood. A large number of highly poisonous vines rushed towards Lin Luo and Tang Chang, while there were several highly poisonous cannibal flowers that rushed towards the Lin family guards. Among her abilities, the cannibal flower attack was the strongest, and the corrosive, sticky liquid was enough to dress the protective spell shields and flesh of gold-ranked professions. The poisonous vines, on the other hand, focused on controlling and binding people. The man above was going to bring this kid back alive, as for the others, life and death. Whoosh! Whoosh! The densely packed poisonous vines rushed in, all of which were blocked by Lin Luo's ice-cold shield. But this time, the power and number of the poisonous vines had been greatly increased. His ice-cold shield was depleting very quickly. On the other side, the Lin family guard was also stopped by several highly poisonous ogre flowers, and although his giant axe and fighting chi were sharp, he still had to spend a lot of time trying to defeat these highly poisonous ogre flowers. Even said, he still had the ability to be devoured by the poisonous man-eater flowers. Boss, what to do? Wait. Wait? Wait for what? Wait for the bullets to fly a little longer. What? On the other side, in the air above the heads of several people, a figure about the size of a fingernail cap flapped its tiny wings and flew above Xiaoman's head like a seal. His movements were extremely subtle, and could not be seen at all without confidently checking. It was none other than the penicillin elf, Little Green. Only to see Xiao Qing's small, slender hand grabbing, a small and delicate staff appeared in his hand. Cluck cluck cluck. To Xiaoman's ears, a subtle but crisp laughter suddenly came, and she looked around suspiciously. Laughter? How is that possible? Before the words fell, a subtle cracking sound suddenly rang out. Her tender white and straight neck suddenly exploded, as if it was chopped into two pieces by someone from behind. LV8 level skin burst art. Pooh! In a flash, blood gushed out, and along with it, the head that shot up into the sky. That gorgeous face was still filled with disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that she had gained the upper hand. With the dense poisonous vines wrapped around that brat, sooner or later, she would be captured. There was also that gold-rank fighter, who was by no means a match for her virulent poison-eater flower. How could die such an unexplained death? Clatter! Along with Xiaoman's death, the densely packed poisonous vines and poisonous cannibal flowers on the ground all fell to the ground, withering this at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Lin family guards were also standing in place with a dumbfounded look on their faces, panting heavily and still grasping the giant axe full of slime in their hands. What's going on? How did they all suddenly die? He subconsciously looked at Lin Luo. Is it your ability? What exactly are you? Me? Lin Luo smiled faintly. I'm nothing more than a priest. A priest, how is that possible? Buzz. Along with the deaths of the 3 Xiaoman people, the fog that had originally shrouded the surroundings was dissipating at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. And in the darkness, 3 more silhouettes rushed up. Luo, there are more people. Damn the fallen. The 3 of them rushed to be alert, but they were also very surprised to hear the voices of the people coming. Captain. The black fog has disappeared. How come it's so fast? Could it be that the target has been captured? Quickly rush in and stop them. Vomit. Why does it smell so bad in here? Is this the newly awakened ability of the Lord of Black Mist? To stink people to death? 3 figures quickly appeared in front of Lin Luo and the others. Ha! Captain, the target is still there. The fallen are dead. All 3 are dead. Poison Thorn Du Xiaoman. The underworld ghostbuster Yang returns. And the evil wolf. Vomit. How can this evil wolf be dead and still pulling? Chapter 69. How can a werewolf get acute gastroenteritis? Zhao Qicheng waved his hand, and immediately a fierce wind swept through the place, sweeping away the acidic odor of the place. Can someone tell me what's going on here? Lin Luo asked. Who are you people? The person next to Zhao Qicheng pulled out a piece of identification and said, we're the Dao Keepers, and as professionals, we're obligated to cooperate with the Dao Keepers' investigation. Dao Keeper? The Lian family guards' faces changed and they turned around. I'm from the Lian family, and I have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Zhao Qicheng's trio indifferently watched the Lian family guards leave without the slightest intention to stop them, and turned to look at Lin Luo and Tang Chang. You guys are the freshman professionals who participated in the Gao Gao examination this session, right? Can you tell for us what exactly happened here? Tang Cheng hurriedly said, can't you see this? We were attacked by the fallen thanks to. Lin Luo interrupted, 3 seniors, we were attacked by fallen ones, and thanks to him. Being that Lian family guard who left, we were able to kill these 3 fallen ones. With him? A Taoist guardian laughed, but was stopped by Zhao Qicheng. He carefully examined the corpses of the 3 and frowned. The evil wolf's head was chopped off with a single slash. The wound is smooth but with signs of rotation. It should have been chopped off by someone utilizing a spinning hand axe, shuriken, or other weapon while escaping. The underworld ghost messenger Yang Guitu looked at the corpse's appearance, but it was half swallowed by the poison thorn Du Xiaoman's highly poisonous cannibal flower. As for poisonous thorn Du Xiaoman, by the looks of it, but it shows that he was attacked from behind and decapitated, kind of like a wind blade? You can't tell me that guard still has the wind blade skill? Lin Luo said with an innocent face, Senior, I'm not sure. Zhao Qicheng carefully examined Lin Luo, trying to find clues from his face, but he couldn't see anything. He let out a long breath and said, in that case, the 2 of you can leave. Every year before and after the college entrance exams, the activities of the fallen are frequent, so try to stay at home or in the city and don't leave alone. Yes, Elder. Lin Luo and Tang Cheng promised and turned to leave. Oh yeah, one more thing, you guys come and register. The fallen one is not a small matter after all, and you may be summoned to come and investigate at any time in the coming days. Also, you guys assisted in killing the fallen one, the Dao Keeper will also have rewards to offer, and will notify you all together to come and collect them at that time. This is as it should be. Tang Cheng said excitedly, rewards? What are they? Zhao Qicheng casually said, gold coins, or some restorative props, I guess, useful for you newborn professionals. Hiss. Tang Cheng whispered, I've heard Oldly say before that the Dao Keeper's welfare is very good, I wonder what kind of goodies there will be. The 2 went up and quickly finished registering and turned to leave. Looking at the departing Lin Luo and Tang Cheng, Zhao Qicheng fell into deep thought. Boss, not following? Zhao Qicheng shook his head and said, Poison Thorn Du Xiaoman is a middle tier among the vigilantes, her status among the vigilantes is even higher than mine. Since she is leading the team, it means that there will be no more people from the other fallen ones involved. Then we. First, take these 3 people's corpses back. Du Xiaoman's identity is not simple, she has an epic realm fallen behind her, let the director decide. Also, these 3 people died in a strange manner, bring them back for an autopsy. Yes. Captain. The 3 of them acted quickly, putting away the bodies of Du Xiaoman's 3 people and quickly returned to the Dao Keeper base. And Lin Luo and Tang Cheng, who had left, were also discussing. Tang Cheng said excitedly, Boss, it's actually a Dao Keeper, this is the first time I've seen one, it's so awesome. A Dao Keeper? Lin Luo also recalled the rumors about Dao Keeper, and in general, the reputation was mixed. They were the official professionals' violence organization of the Dragon Kingdom, almost every city had them stationed there, with overwhelming power. And even some cities had even city guards who were subject to them. However, at the same time, for ordinary professionals, especially the Professionals Guild, it was very resistant to the Dao Keepers. In their view, professionals are all free, and anything should be decided by the professional guilds themselves. Therefore, there were often conflicts between the 2. Along with that, some of the professionals' clans were also very dissatisfied with the Dao Keepers. Boss. Tang Cheng said, that fallen one just said something about the dope poison elder fancying you. What are you going to do? Elder Dope Poison was one of the 13 giant sons of the Vigilantes, a powerful epic realm professional. A poisonous skill that could threaten even a legend realm professional. Among the entirety of the fallen and professionals, he was ferociously powerful. Solitary poison elder? Lin Luo laughed. What are you afraid of? We're in Marina City, some small fishes might sneak in, but an epic realm professional like Elder Dope Poison would never be able to sneak in. That's okay, Codes didn't expect that a fallen could actually find us in this examination. This is taking advantage of your light. It's really too exciting. Almost every year during the college entrance examination, the fallen would act secretly, assassinating those Heaven's Pride children who rose to prominence on the college entrance examination, or recruiting and luring them to join the fallen by various means. Therefore, every year during the period of the college entrance examination, the Dowkeeper and the Night Watchman would engage in some open and secret battles. The Night Watchman fallen attacked the freshman professionals participating in the college entrance examination. I wonder if they will find Lian Ening? He took out his cell phone and was just about to send a message when Lian Ening's message was sent ahead of him. Lin Luo, I heard from the guards that you guys just received an attack from the fallen. Are you okay? I'm fine. Lin Luo typed back, his figure quickly drowned in darkness. At the same time, Marina City Dowkeeper Base. Guo Shui, who was ostensibly the deputy city guard of Marina City, but whose true identity was the director of the Marina City branch of the Marina City Dowkeepers, was reviewing the information handed over by his men. Director, a total of 35 newborn occupiers have been attacked this time. Among them, 7 of the newborn occupiers died, and the rest were all saved. And the fallen also had 27 deaths, 11 were seriously injured and captured, and the rest all ran away. 7 freshmen died. Guo Shui subconsciously grabbed into the information in his hand. He was very clear that the freshmen who were killed in the annual college entrance examination were all freshman professionals who were focused on by the fallen. Some of them had awakened occupations that were very special, highly rated occupations, hidden occupations, some of them had mastered special skills, some of them had special talents, or they were very strong in battle. But without a single surprise, all of these newborn professionals were very outstanding, which was why they were focused on by the fallen. Either they were forced to join the Night's Watch, or they were simply killed outright. Where's Lin Luo? Are they alright for this team championship? Zhao Qicheng happened to walk in and said, Director, that Lin Luo is not simple. The fallen who attacked him was a squad led by Poison Thorn Du Xiaoman. All 3 of them can be gold-ranked professionals. At that time, there was also a Lian family guard trapped in the black mist, and the ultimate goal was that the 3 fallen, including Poison Thorn Du Xiaoman, all died. Oh? Guo Shui became interested. How did they die? We found out after autopsy that evil Wolf Yang Xiong died from a hand axe. Looking at the wounds, it should have been done by that Lian family guard. However, we found that evil Wolf Yang Xiong had a very serious acute gastroenteritis, so much so that he pooped all over the place while fighting with the Lian family guards. Pooped all over the place? Guo Shui's face was odd. Do you mean to say that Yang Xiong was fighting while pooping? It is possible. Zhao Qicheng's face was even more strange, but it's well known that no matter if it's a werewolf professional or a werewolf bloodline transmigrator, their physique is very powerful. Whether it's raw meat, or steel, or even poison, their powerful gastric juices can also corrode them. Joke, there are also werewolf professionals and transmigrants among us Dowkeepers, but we've never heard of anyone getting acute gastroenteritis. Unless it was someone who used a means to make the evil Wolf Yang Xiong get acute gastroenteritis in a very short period of time, causing him to have diarrhea that he couldn't stop while killing, before he had his head cut off by an axe from a Lian family guard. Of the 3 people present, the Lian family guard's occupation is a gold-ranked fighter, and the other newborn professional's occupation is a C rank-rated rock knight. So, you suspect that it was that Lin Luo who did it? Zhao Qicheng laughed. Since he was able to use the poisonous mist to kill directly from the 21st floor to the 24th floor, I don't think it's that difficult to make a werewolf contract acute gastroenteritis. Acute gastroenteritis. Guo Shui felt his scalp go numb. He could also imagine that kind of scene, a werewolf who was killing freely, suddenly getting acute gastroenteritis, or the kind of acute gastroenteritis that can't be held back, can't be stopped, and poops on the spot. This is a person cannot stand it. He asked, what else? Zhao Qicheng continued, the underworld ghost messenger, Yang Gui too, died at the hands of Du Xiaoman. The highly poisonous cannibal flower swallowed half of his body. It couldn't have been a misadventure, so I suspect that this Lin Luo's priestly direction is more inclined towards dark priests. A dark priest? Guo Shui said in a faint voice, a dark priest who specializes in controlling and weakening the enemy is quite similar to your speculation. But Du Xiaoman's death is even stranger to me. Zhao Qicheng laughed bitterly. Du Xiaoman was killed by a surprise attack from behind. Her head was directly decapitated, the wound was smooth without a single crease. Either a wind blade, or a swordsman with very high swordsmanship, cut the head with a single sword without any hesitation. Guo Shui frowned. Sneak attack? A swordsman? Could it be that Lin Luo still has attacking skills? Or maybe there's a seventh person in the black mist? Zhao Qicheng shook his head. It's unclear, there's no conclusive evidence that there's a seventh person in the black mist. But I'm worried about another thing. What thing? Du Shaoman is the blood relative of Elder Doke Poison, Will. Doke Poison Elder? He wouldn't dare to come to Binhai City. If he does come, I'll chop off another one of his dog legs. Director Atmosphere. Zhao Qicheng patted the horse's ass and said, then this Lin Luo. Let's wait for tomorrow. I'd love to see how he handles the challenges of these newborn professionals. Guo Shuyi laughed. This kid is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 70, 7 Emperors of the Deep Sea. The solo challenge began. Late night. Lian Yining stood alone beside a middle-aged man. The man's aura stood at a standstill. Standing there it was as if it was a suppressed storm. Ninger, is it true what that group of men said? You're showing your love to a newborn professional whose career evaluation is only D rank. Lian Yining gritted her teeth and said, not bad. Father, even though Lin Luo is only a D-rated priest, he is the one who won this team test. Without him, my daughter would also. Shut up. Lian Chang gritted his teeth. Don't forget your identity. You're a member of the Lian family, and you have a marriage contract with Nine Serpent Island, one of the 7 emperors of the deep sea. If this matter were to spread to the deep sea Nine Serpents Island, even Father Me wouldn't be able to withstand the wrath of the deep sea Nine Serpents Island. Lian Yining argued, I don't want to marry any deep sea Nine Serpents Island. I like Lin Luo, I want. Ninger. Lian Chang said indifferently, I originally thought that you had grown into adulthood and could share the family's worries, but I didn't expect you to still be like a little girl. That's the Deep Sea Nine Serpents Island, one of the 7 most powerful forces amongst the entire 7 seas. Even the official Dragon Kingdom has to give them a few points. Father also because in the Nine Snake Island Islander has a few relations, only with their young master set a marriage contract. You as a child did not also agreed? I was only 8 years old then. Lian Yining said, Father, I can't even remember what happened back then. I thought that it was just playing a game over a family, just treating big brother Nine Snake Ripple as an older brother, and never thought about actually marrying him. Ninger. Lian Chang was still about to say something when the door to the room was pushed open and Lian Qinger walked in with large strides. Qinger, what's the matter? Big brother. Lian Qinger took a deep breath and said, I'm the one who taught him this thing about Ninger. What? Qinger, you're too bold. Lian Qinger said indifferently, Big brother, what's wrong with us pursuing our own happiness? Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness. Ninger doesn't even like that Nine Serpent Ripple, she likes Lin Luo, can't you fulfill her? Or do you want a second Zhang Meisin to appear again? What? The second day. Before the sky was bright, the entire trial square was once again surrounded by people. On the square, as well as overnight, 10 huge rings had been structured. The length and width were all 200 meters, while the geology was ordinary land, which favored the play of certain professionals. There were both melee and long-distance attacks among the professionals, so the distance couldn't be too short, otherwise the melee professionals would be too dominant. It couldn't be too far either. If it was too far, the long-range attackers could use the kite-flying method to hang the progress homebuyers. Therefore, 200 meters was a very suitable distance. On top of that, beside each ring, there were 2 gold-ranked professionals standing. A referee and a doctor to ensure fairness and safety when the newborn professionals inside the ring fought. The single challenge is about to begin. Every year, there are hundreds of millions of dollars of spinach flowing in our Marina City's high school single challenge. Quickly, which one to bet on? I'm still betting on Dongfang He. He's a dragon knight. Riding on a dragon that poops? Ha ha ha. Roll. Dongfang He will never miss this time. Poke which damn guy to death with one shot. Let's see ha, Class D Priest Lin Luo, 1:123.32. I'm going to bet on it. I'm going to try to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. I'm betting on Morong Shuehen. She's an angel profession. She's definitely strong. I'm betting on Pingon Chen. He lost to his unrivaled swordsman, his attacks are strong. I bet on Yang Shenli. He's the pride of our Han clan. Pride of the Cold Sect? People from the Cold Sect mean that their ancestors used to be broad, were just commoners and grasshoppers. Look! They're here. Soon, a row of teams walked in at the entrance in order, 3 people in a row, precisely the first 100 freshman professionals selected from yesterday's team test. At the head of the group were clearly Lin Luo, Lian Yining, and Tang Chang. Looking at the densely packed crowd around them, Tang Chang not only shrunk his neck. So many people, I've never thought that I could actually participate in the single challenge. Although he was only a C-ranked professional, he was also one of the few people who had stepped into the 26th floor, and he didn't know how many people's eyes were drawn to him. Lian Yining smiled and said, Little Chung Zia, wait for the match, you have to cheer up don't be around trippo. Tang Chung gritted his teeth and said, how can it be I'm already LV 25 level? It's almost LV 10 higher than many people, so what if they are a class professionals, I can beat them. Lin Luo, Lian Yining, and Tang Chung started from the 21st floor until the 25th floor. All utilized the Black Death virus to poison the monsters on the entire floor, and the three of them skyrocketed in level. Not to mention Lin Luo himself, the two of them, Lian Yining and Tang Chang, had all reached level LV25. Among all the newborn professionals present, they were far ahead. The highest ranked Dongfang He was only LV22. Classmates. An old voice suddenly rang out, and the figure of a middle-aged man with a straight figure appeared on the high platform. Binhai City's deputy city guard was Shuyi. Students, today is the day of the annual Marina City Higher Education Examination Single Challenge. After more than 10 years of study and hard work, you have finally. The deputy city guard's high piece of rhetoric began, and at that moment, a silhouette suddenly arrived beside Lin Luo and the others. Morong Shueshan, who had an exquisite golden armor, dark hair that flowed down like a waterfall, and had a perfect face value, walked over. Hello Lin Luo student, let me introduce myself. My name is Morong Shui Trace, I'm from Binhai City's second middle school. I'm very happy to meet you. Looking at the other party's outstretched small hand, feeling the sharp pain coming from his arm, Lin Luo also extended his hand and gently shook it. Hello, Lin Luo from the 12th middle school of Marina City. The other party was generous, and it was impossible for himself to reach out and hit a smiling person. Morong Shuehen smiled and looked at Lian Yining for a moment as she spoke. Student Lin Luo, I'm not going to beat around the bush. This time I came to invite you to join me in raiding a freshman copy in a bid to take the first kill of that copy. When dealing with professionals of different personalities, one should use different methods. This Lin Luo was quite sophisticated and resourceful, and he was decisive and resolute, so he definitely couldn't use some small means. If you go straight to him, you'll be able to gain the other party's friendship and assistance. Otherwise, it would be easy to make things worse. Oh? Lin Luo raised his eyebrows and said, why did you choose me? Morong Shuetian laughed, that's just a low-level LV30 copy, but I wanted to challenge the nightmare difficulty. Since it's the first brush and the difficulty is top tier, the chances of dropping a transfer book are high. For this challenge, I'm looking for good players below LV30 level, and you're the team champion of this year's Gaogao exam, so of course you're the elite of the elite. As long as you can pass this nightmare level copy, you'll have first pick of dropping the transfer book, and you'll have first pick of other equipment and props. How about it? Hearing such sumptuous conditions, Lin Luo didn't hesitate to say, forget it, I refuse. Morong Shuehen froze. This newborn's low-level copy was something she had picked out with great difficulty for Lin Luo. In a copy, anything could happen. If everyone fought and rested together, and if she herself behaved a bit more graciously, the relationship between the two would absolutely skyrocket. Don't all teenage boys like to show themselves in front of beautiful women? It would be better if he himself could make the other party fall in love with him if he showed some more tenderness, adoration, or something like that. Even if they can't fall under their own pomegranate skirts, they can still make the relationship between the two reach the point where they are above friends and before lovers. Unexpectedly. Why? Morong Shueshan asked unwillingly. After the college entrance exams, we have 2 months to practice and break into the duplicates, striving to reach the preconditions for the second turn before going to college. Stronger professionals can even carry out the transfer quest before going to university. I know. Lin Luo interrupted Morong Shuehan's words and spoke, but I've already completed the transfer quest. What? Morong Shuedan was really shocked this time. It had been less than half a month since the newborn awakened profession was full, so how could Lin Luo have completed the second transformation profession quest? In other words, his current level was at least LV30. How is this possible? Lin Luo. As he was saying this, another voice rang out. However, he saw Dongfang He, Yang Haoren, and Fang Yuan walking towards the side, especially Dongfang He, who was in the lead, was furious. He first glanced angrily at Morong Shuechen, as if he wanted to eat her, but Morong Shuechen was too lazy to care about him, smiled sweetly at Lin Luo and turned to leave. Who are you? Lin Luo looked Dongfang He up and down, but his eyes looked at Yang Haoren behind him. Yang Haoren, Lin Luo's fellow student, previously known within the school as a genius student, on par with Lian Yining. And now he was also looking like he wanted to eat himself. Dongfang He took a deep breath and said, Dongfang He, I'm asking you, was my dragon yesterday your ghost? What ghost? Tang Chung hemmed and hawed and came over to Lin Luo and whispered something, causing Lin Luo to laugh out loud as well. What did you say? Dongfang He's dragon pet pulled all over them, ha ha ha. Yesterday, this kid brought his dragon pet to sneak attack himself and was repelled by himself. When he was eliminated, it seemed like he did throw an acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique towards the dragon pet. At that time, I thought it had failed, but I didn't realize that it was pulled outside the trial tower. What are you laughing at? Dongfang He gritted his teeth. Tell me, did you do it? Lin Luo's eyes changed and he said indifferently, so what if it was, so what if it wasn't? Fine. Dongfang He gritted his teeth and said, we'll see. After saying that, he turned around and left, while Lin Luo's eyes, too, turned slightly cold. Sneaking up on me inside the trial tower, and now a naked threat. It seems that this person cannot be kept. Lin Luo. Lin Yining pulled Lin Luo's arm. Do you want me to go and find Father Dongfang He again? How? Chapter 71, Pulled. Ting on the ring. No need. Lin Luo immediately rejected Lin Yining's proposal. Kidding aside, the actions of that Lin family guard last night had proven the attitude of the Lin family. The fact that Lin Yining was able to appear in the single challenge match today was already enough to surprise Lin Luo. Besides, the character's huge nature would never allow himself to bow down to anyone. The district was just a Dongfang He. Okay. Looking at Lin Luo's determination, Lin Yining recalled last night's argument between her little aunt and her father. 5 years ago, you guys forced me to separate from him, and he angrily left the imperial capital. 4 years ago, he awakened his S-technique hidden profession and participated in that year's college entrance examination, team champion, and single challenge champion. What's more, he pushed the nation's freshman challenge trial tower to the 29th floor. This year, he became the youngest Gold Realm professional, and even awakened his own domain, with 1 foot already stepping into the Epic Realm. In just 4 years, how many people in history can do that? Our 2 families already have a newborn Epic Realm enemy because of your mistake. Do you still want to make enemies for the Lin family again? The young aunt's words caused his father to fall into deep thought. In the end, he relaxed his actions and could allow himself to participate in the single challenge. But the matter between himself and Lin Luo, father still wouldn't let go. Who was he 5 years ago that little aunt was talking about? Zhang Mason? He seems to be the last freshman trial tower record holder, S-rank hidden profession necromancer, just graduated this year. I heard he's the youngest gold-ranked professional. Lin Yining's mind wandered. Lin Luo's completed second-turn career task should now be considered a black iron professional. Among all the professionals, it was still a low rank. After LV50 level, he would be able to perform the third-turn quest. At the third turn, one could not use a transfer book. As long as you have enough levels, you can obtain a transfer quest. After completing the transfer quest, one could step into the Bronze Realm. Next, there was the LV80 Silver Realm and the LV100 Gold Realm. As for the Epic Realm, the level had to be at least LV500. Classmates, the drawing of lots has ended. On the high stage, Washudi's voice came out once again. Please all the contestants involved in the challenge, go to their respective rings and wait. 50 pairs of names quickly appeared on the huge dot screen. Luo, the first one is you. Lin Luo took a look and spotted his name at a glance. Lin Luo versus Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi? Who is it? Seems like he's from the 3rd middle school. Tang Cheng thought, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Goddess Lien. You're up against Liang Fankong from the 1st middle school. That guy is only AB ranked professional. Looks like you're going to win. Sini, I'm up against Yang Yiwu from the 11th middle school. Is also AB ranked professional. A few people deliberated, but they didn't know that in another corner, there were also a few people shouting in surprise. Ha. I'll be the first one on the field against that Lin Luo. A white-faced teenager gritted his teeth. I had already rushed to the 24th floor, but it's all because this damned guy forced me out with poisonous mist. When we get to the ring later, I'm going to make him look good. The companions next to him also cheered. Go for it. Finish that kid off. That kid is good at poison mist. We all bought a lot of antidote pills, and this place is so empty, that kid's poison mist won't work. Go! A few minutes later, all 10 rings were filled with people around them. Especially the 1st, 2nd and 5th and 7th rings. The reason was simple. The first ring was yesterday's team competition champion, Lin Luo. The second ring was the current favorite to win the title, Dongfang He. As for the 5th and 7th, it was for the 2 goddesses recognized by the big guys, Morong Xuechen and Lin Yining. Lin Luo and Zhang Qi stood, and after the referee glanced at the 2, his right hand was raised high. Kid! You forced me out of the 25th floor using despicable means. This time I'll make you look good. Lin Luo was also too lazy to look at him and directly closed his eyes. The challenge begins. As soon as the referee's words fell, Zhang Qi's figure transformed into a phantom and pounced towards Lin Luo. I'm an assassin, the other party is a priest. I have to rush to him as fast as I can. For his poison mist to take effect, it will take at least several minutes. Just be careful not to get caught by him. Goo! The thoughts in his mind had not yet dissipated when a strange whimpering sound suddenly came. A sharp pain came violently from his abdomen, as if something was rushing towards the hole, and he subconsciously covered his asshole. Referee, I'm requesting a timeout. But... Zhang Qi's face changed violently, and before he could finish his words, he violently leapt off the ring and ran wildly towards the corner of the trial tower. In midair, a faint stench was left behind. What is this Zhang Qi kid doing? Why did he jump off the ring? This kid conceded defeat? How come? It stinks. Who pooped? It can't be this kid Zhang Qi who has diarrhea. It seems to be true. Look at the marks on the ground. Naya, what did this kid eat last night? Not only were the freshman professionals and spectators under the ring talking, the referee in ring number 1 was also confused. It was the first time he had ever seen such a situation. Lin Luo, however, reminded referee he took the initiative to jump out of the ring. Isn't that considered admitting defeat? Oh, right. The referee then reacted and raised his hand. Winner, 12th form, Lin Luo. This match, in less than 10 seconds, was divided into winners and losers. On the second ring, Dongfang he held the golden dragon lance, which was burning with the flames of the golden book, transforming into a phantom as he rushed towards his opponent. Death! I want you to die. I want you to die. Dongfang He's opponent was a well-built archer, constantly utilizing his speed to pull away the distance between the two, and was still constantly using his arrows to limit his opponent. But Dongfang he was like a furious Tyrannosaurus Rex, facing the arrow shot by the archer regardless, he directly crashed across. Codes, you're crazy. Dongfang he. The archer roared. He tried his best to dodge, but in the end, he was still forced into a corner. Seeing the golden dragon lance stabbing at him, he hurriedly shouted, "Admit defeat. I admit defeat." An earth-colored light descended from the sky and blocked in front of the archer. Boom! The golden dragon lance swept in and instantly smashed this shield with a crack. But fortunately, this shield still blocked Dongfang He's golden dragon spear and saved the archer. Hoo! Yards of madness. The archer panted and stood up, running down the ring in a hurry. Winner, first form, Dongfang He. As the referee announced, Dongfang He turned his head towards ring 1. Kid, you. Where is he? Only to see that on ring number 1, Lin Luo had long disappeared, and in his place were the Order 2 professionals. Damn! He won too. But that's good, that's what qualifies him to be my opponent. After more than 10 minutes, all 10 rings were divided into winners and losers. The other remaining professionals also went up to the stage to compete. Alas, brother Luo, I still lost. Tang Cheng stood in front of Lin Luo with a sad and angry face. That kid is actually a knight as well. I couldn't survive that guy after 10 minutes. You at least rushed into the top 100. That being said, he. Where's even the goddess? She won too. Wait for the second draw. Sure enough. In another corner, Dongfang he listened to Fang Yuan's narration, his eyes filled with flames. Diarrhea again. Another diarrhea. This Lin Luo, there really is something odd about him. There are odd skills that can make people have diarrhea in a very short period of time. Young master, what do we do? Yang Haoran's face was also extremely ugly. What the hell kind of skill is this? How can we fight? Just got on stage and had to have diarrhea. Who can hold up with this? He was not afraid of losing, but diarrhea in front of tens of thousands of people, in front of a large crowd and hundreds of thousands of screens, he wanted to die. Don't worry. Dongfang he gritted his teeth. This skill is too disgusting. I've already found someone. Soon after, the second draw competition began. Lin Luo drew. It was clearly Tang Cheng's opponent just now, Yang Yiwu. Luo, avenge me. The two of them went up to the stage, and the referee had just announced the start, when that Yang Easy began to move. Only to see him tilt his head, a series of 3 different colored pills were taken into his mouth. 3 more scrolls appeared in his hand, which he violently tore open. A series of 3 defense shields appeared on his body, flashing with different lights. He raised the warhammer in his hand again, and with a flash of black light, another layer of protective shields brushed over him. From Lin Luo's perspective, it looked like a large glowing battery. Lin Luo. I know about your disgusting skills. I've taken several antidote potions and magic defense shields, and I'm a magical swordsman myself, with high magic defense, so I'd like to see if you can still get me hit. I had already rushed to the 24th floor, and had a great probability of rushing to the 25th floor, but because of you I was eliminated from the 24th floor. I'm going to defeat you in a dignified manner today. In his heart, he was thinking, these potions and magic scrolls were all secretly given to him by Dongfang He, in order for him to force out this Lin Luo's full strength. There is a cheap not to take advantage of, in order to so many potions, magic scrolls, as well as the other benefits he promised after the match. Yang Yiwu, this is ready to fight. He roared, grabbed the war hammer in his hand and rushed up. Lin Luo's eyes were a little odd. Preparing so many potions and scrolls, and the value of that scroll is low. How could you, an ordinary professional, have the money to buy these things? Was it bought by someone? In that case, don't blame me. My acute gastroenteritis instant outburst technique is already LV7 level. Even if a low-level professional eats more antidote potions and brushes more magical defense shields, they can't resist it. With a flash of the staff in his hand, an acute gastroenteritis instant outburst technique landed on his body once again. Goo! A strange rattling sound came from Yang Yiwu's stomach, and his face violently rose to the color of pig's liver. Damn, it's coming. This feeling. No way. I must not admit defeat. I have so many defense skills on me. Goo! Poof! In full view of the public, Yang Ichio, who was wearing black heavy armor, holding a black war hammer, and surrounded by several defensive rays of light around his body, pulled. Black and yellow liquid, along the pant legs of the leather armor, flowed all over the place. A sour odor immediately swept around. Yang Prowler roared in anger, as if he had gone mad. With a fling of the war hammer in his hand, an incomparably hot flame actually burned. At this moment, he didn't care about the dirty water stains on his lower body as he furiously rushed to Lin Luo's side. "You damned guy, go to hell." Chapter 72, Acute Gastroenteritis Band? Does it itch there? Bang! Before he could rush to the front, Yang Yi's feet went soft and he fell to the ground with a plop, covering his stomach and grunting all the time. At his buttocks, there was still something that kept spraying out. Acute gastroenteritis. It is not as simple as just having diarrhea. Severe cases can cause abdominal cramps, flatulence, nausea, fever, dizziness, electrolyte disorders, leading to dehydration, and in severe cases what can lead to acute shock. Undoubtedly, the current Yang Yiwu was caught in such a serious negative state. Vomit. Vomit. The referee covered his nose, dry heaving as he walked over to check, and after a few seconds announced, "Student Yang Ichio has lost consciousness, the winner is student Lin Luo. Quickly move him away." Vomit. A few staff and doctors soon rushed up, picking up the stretcher and watching him run down. Several people were still working while dry heaving, the ring was full of urine, and there wasn't even a place to get off if you weren't careful. Lin Luo got himself off the stage and the professionals under the ring all went crazy. "Now! It's this move again, how can this still be a competition?" Vomit. "It stinks. Now I know how this kid rushed to the 30th floor, even monsters can't fight while pulling. What an awesome ability. See who is not happy a move to pull the god skill thrown over. What a disgusting skill, do priests have this kind of skill? Maybe people are hidden professions. This hidden profession is also a bit too ruthless. Worthy of being a champion." The professionals were talking madly, some were jealous, some were angry, while others were laughing all the time. However, there were quite a few of them, whose eyes were very serious. This kind of skill, the damage was not high, but the insults were just too horrible. No one could have diarrhea while fighting someone. And on the high platform, the faces of many of the higher-ups were also very wonderful. This kind of skill, it's just too terrifying, it's the first time I've seen it in hundreds of years. Me too, I just don't know how many levels this kid has risen to with this kind of skill, what limitations there are, or what people it doesn't work on. Hearing someone say that, someone quickly reacted. If this kind of skill was always in effect, and it was also effective on monsters, then it was a divine skill with negative statuses. What kind of mind control, confusion, unconsciousness, freezing, burning, and poison statuses are not even comparable to rare? Guo Shuyi's face was also a bit odd, but his eyes were very pleased. This kid really has something weird, this skill, and the ability to control the Black Death virus that was demonstrated in the trial tower. What kind of weird skill was this? Or rather, a hidden profession? Was it a new profession that focused on controlling diseases? Right at this moment, someone came up to Guo Shuyi and whispered something. His face first changed as his anger surged, but in the next second, he stopped and thought carefully about something. Does the Eastern family want to ban Lin Luo from continuing to use this skill? Well, it's not like it can't be considered. This way. After the visitor left, Guo Shuyi then looked at Lin Luo. "Lin Luo? I'd like to see what other abilities you hold. Is it worth the investment of my Dao Keeper?" After more than 2 hours, the second round of competitions all ended, leaving only 25 freshman professionals. They were all the elites among the freshman professionals in Binhai City this year, and their awakened professions were basically all above a rank. However, there was another surprise: Lin Luo, a D-rated priest. Before the third draw even started, Lin Luo got a notification from the staff. My acute gastroenteritis instant outburst technique was banned? Lin Luo was a little surprised, but didn't care. This kind of thing was reasonable. He subconsciously looked in Dongfang He's direction, and the other party's eyes were also very open. It was as if he was saying, after banning your skills, I'll see what else you can do. Lin Luo was dumbfounded. Do you really think that if you ban my acute gastroenteritis instant outburst technique, there's nothing I can do? And this news gradually reached the ears of the others. Hey, did you hear that? Lin Luo's skill that can give people diarrhea has been banned. I go, really? Who could be that powerful? It's only good that it's been banned. After all, this is the high school single challenge, so if the ring is full of urine, how will people from other cities look at us in Binhai City? I also think this Lin Luo is relying on this one skill to give up without a fight. It's really cheating, it's simply a BUG. So what if it's a BUG? That's what people can do. If you're capable, go learn it too. Stop it, your mouth is getting stinkier and stinkier. Who are you saying has a foul mouth? Ha, Lin Luo has been banned from skills that can give people diarrhea. I'll see what else he's capable of. Lin Luo's odds have gone up again. Should we put up a fight? The crowd murmured, but Lin Luo didn't care and waited for the results of the draw. Soon, a silhouette appeared behind his name. Ha! Interesting, it's actually him. On the big screen, it was clearly written Lin Luo versus Yang Haoren. Great! I ran into him. Not far away, Yang Haoren clenched his fists and looked provocatively at Lin Luo. Yang Haoren, remember what I told you? Dongfang He, who was on the side, gritted his teeth. I know. Yang Haoran said, try to defeat him by all means, break his arms and legs. At the very least, force out his full strength. Don't worry with those pills and defense equipment you handed me, I'll definitely be able to defeat him. Besides, with that disgusting skill of his band, I'd like to see what else he's capable of. Good. Dongfang, he said indifferently, do your best to kill him. Even if you can't kill him, you have to force out his full abilities. This. Yang Haoran's eyes were a bit flustered. Brother, do we really have to kill someone? Had. Dongfang, he laughed coldly, swords and knives in the ring, isn't it a normal thing to die from serious injuries? If you can really kill him, I'll make sure you're okay. It will also allow you to truly join my Dongfang clan. Yang Haoran gritted his teeth and said, alright, I'll do it, brother. The match soon began. Lin Luo and Yang Haoran walked onto the ring one after another. Fang Yuan behind Dongfang, he came over. Young master, can Yang Haoran really kill Lin Luo? Kill? Dongfang, he shook his head, that Lin Luo's level is at least above LV30. How could a mere Yang Haoran kill him? I let him do that, but I just wanted him to force out more of Lin Luo. I see. Alright. My competition is about to start as well, let's see. Zheng Yangfan from the 5th middle school. I remember him, a ranked profession storm mage. Specializes in wind spells. Dongfang, he looked over, while a tall teenager wearing a green-colored vestment robe also looked at him, his eyes filled with wariness. Amira ranked storm mage, he doesn't even have the qualifications to make me summon the black god of death. Saying so, Dongfang he stepped onto the second ring. On the other side, Zhang Yangfan gripped the staff in his hand and was about to step onto the stage when he was pulled back. Yang Shili said in a deep voice, Yang Fan, that Dongfang he is not right, there is a killing intent on his body, wait and see if the situation is not right, immediately admit defeat. Zhang Yangfan said, don't worry Shili, I'm about the same level as him, besides, I'm a storm mage, even if I can't win against him, he won't be able to defeat me easily. His figure swayed and floated towards the ring, very much earning a murmur. Yang Shili frowned, Dongfang he? On the first ring, Yang Haoran stared at Lin Luo with a deadly stare. Lin Luo, without that disgusting skill, I'll see what else you can do. Lin Luo laughed, what's your skill? Try it yourself when you come up here. Just try it. The referee saw that the two were ready and raised his right hand high, begin. As soon as the words fell, Yang Haoran's figure flashed and charged towards Lin Luo. Flame chop. With a chop of the magic sword, there was immediately a chop that burned with blazing flames towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo stood still and just flicked his staff, a snowflake-like cold ice shield appeared in front of him. Boom! The flame chop collided with the ice shield, splashing a hot, cutting stream of cold. Against Yang Haoran, an ice shield was enough. In the ice fog, Yang Haoran's figure was on the other side, and with a shake of the magic sword in his hand, the surrounding ice fog actually surged towards the magic sword in his hand. Die! Seeing this, the surrounding freshman professionals immediately stormed into a fervent discussion. Here it comes. The power of the magic swordsman. Possessing an extremely strong melee combat ability while also being able to control elemental power. Fiery flames and cold ice. This Yang Haoran has mastered at least 2 elemental talents. Too strong. In the ring, Yang Haoran's attacks became sharper and sharper with the help of the cold air and ice mist emanating from the cold ice shield. Ha, I didn't expect you to know the cold ice shield, but this cold ice shield is helping me. The distance between the two was extremely close. In just a few seconds, Yang Haoran rushed to less than 20 meters in front of Lin Luo. Die! Seeing that the distance was unwilling, Yang Haoran's eyes became incomparably excited. Just kill you. Kill you. I'll be able to be valued by the Dongfang clan and subsequently join the Dongfang clan. Lin Luo, die. He roared angrily, the devil's sword in his hand raised high. At this time, he saw that Lin Luo, who was not far away, was finally raising his staff. Going to counterattack? Too bad it's already too late. A faint mental fluctuation suddenly landed on his body, and he didn't feel anything. It's not a diarrhea skill. Also, your skill has been banned. If you still dare to use it, you will be sentenced to a negative. Ah! A tingling and itching sensation suddenly came from his little brother, and the speed was extremely fast, and it flowed all over his body in an instant. He subconsciously winced. Almost at the same time that the tingling sensation spread throughout his body, a sharp pain, like a tidal wave, came from there. Ah! He forced himself to endure the severe pain and trembled, and the magic sword in his hand was also released. He could clearly feel that there, as if there was something poking through his skin, growing slowly but forcefully. Damn it. You, what have you done? Chapter 73, Explosive Art. Lin Luo indifferently said, nothing, just a small ability. He could clearly feel the killing intent on Yang Haoran's body. It's not like he was familiar with him. Where did the inexplicable killing intent come from? Lian Yining? Not a bad-licking dog, but it's a pity that he offended someone he shouldn't have. Since you want to kill me, how can I possibly save my hand for you? Before you die, I'll let you experience the pain that men never dare to experience. And the main thing is, this thing can't be treated completely at all, it will recur frequently. It can be said that as long as you have this disease, your whole life is considered ruined. Damn it! Yang Haoran cursed, reached out and waved his hand. A ball of cold air surged, actually freezing his little brother, forcing himself to endure that severe pain, and pounced again. No matter what skill, killing you will also solve it. He shouted angrily. A large amount of cold air condensed in front of his body, taking the lead and condensing into a razor-sharp ice blade that shot towards Lin Luo. Bang! Bang bang! The cold ice shield reappeared, and the ice blades exploded, again forming a large amount of ice mist that was controlled by Yang Haoran. I have the talent to manipulate ice. Your cold ice shield is sustenance for me. Yang Haoran reached out and waved his hand. The cold mist around him condensed again, forming more ice blades. The ice blades attacked, and his figure, maneuvered by the ice blades, forced himself to endure the intense pain of his little brother and rushed up. Running so fast, aren't you afraid of rotting? Lin Luo laughed coldly. Another ice shield was generated, blocking the incoming ice blades at the same time. He landed another round of skills on Yang Haoran's body. Acute warts increased technique. Ah! Yang Haoran stopped violently again, subconsciously arching his abdomen on his tiptoes, the steel door clamped, not daring to move. He could clearly feel that inside his rectum, there was also something multiplying crazily, crowding all his space. The tingling, swollen sensation was stimulating his nerves from time to time. As time passed, he could even feel something sticky and cold liquid flowing out from the steel door, and an uncontrollable sharp pain, connecting the two parts from the front and back, came sharply. Ah! Yang Haoran finally couldn't help himself and screamed loudly. This abnormality of his finally caught the attention of the people around him. What's wrong with Yang Haoran? Another stomachache? Impossible, it's not like he has diarrhea. That skill of Lin Luo's that makes people have diarrhea has been banned. If he still dares to use it, he'll be sentenced directly back to a negative A. Then why is Yang Haoran screaming and clamping his legs? Quickly look behind him. Yang Haoran's pants are bleeding. I'm going to. Really, he's bleeding in his pants? What's going on? Did he get poisoned by Lin Luo? Haha, Yang Haoran is just like a woman on her period, he's actually pooping blood. Ah! Listening to the surrounding people's comments, Yang Haoran was angry and furious. The cold air surging from his body again froze all the front and back parts. Damn! Damn! Looking at Lin Luo, who had retreated backward another dozen meters, Yang Haoran gritted his teeth and said, "Kill you. I'm going to kill you." The magic sword in his hand suddenly turned into a burst of ghostly green, and a fishy odor came from it. Python of poison. A ghostly green serpentine aura suddenly surged out, opening its huge mouth and tearing towards Lin Luo. Highly poisonous talent. This Yang Haoran actually has 3 talents. Fiery flames. Cold ice. Highly poisonous. Even some S-class professionals can't match these 3 talents. Yang Haoran is sure to win. Seeing the serpentine airflow surging in, it crossed over the ice shield, but after coming into contact with Lin Luo, it abruptly collapsed. It was as if on him, something transparent was blocking it. Highly poisonous? Ordinary virulent poisons don't have any effect on me. Lin Luo laughed lightly. The penicillin bacteria-eating body-protecting Dharma shield on his body existed permanently, transforming his body at all times. How could a mere poisonous python break through his defense? Stubborn, I'd like to see what else you're capable of next. With a thought, 2 more skills were cast and landed on Yang Haoran. In an instant, Yang Haoran's body was fixed underneath him again. He once again felt that the skin in that area began to break once again, and again sticky mucus flowed out, accompanied by an inexplicable sharp pain. At the same time, the joints of his limbs, his ears, his abdomen, his toes, and even his hair, it was as if he felt a tingling sensation, as if there were ants crawling all over his body. Damn! How, what's going on? Yang Haoran was finally afraid this time. Before he even got close to Lin Luo, he felt like he was seriously injured, especially there. There, it was a man's most valuable organ, if something went wrong there. He then remembered the 2 poor bastards who had just fainted and were still tingling themselves, also in this ring, and his scalp went numb in a flash. Yup. This kid definitely has more disgusting and horrible skills than making people themselves. My steel door is already bleeding, I don't know what this guy has gotten himself into. Can't stay here anymore. He clenched his teeth fiercely and said, I admit defeat. As soon as the words left his mouth, he hurriedly invoked another ball of cold ice to freeze there and rushed down to the ring. The referee was a bit confused. What's the situation? How come this fight is still so fast? That kid has been flailing for half a day, not even close to the corner of the other person's clothes. This is to admit defeat? Or is it that the kid who can make people themselves has sat on something weird again? His eyes were a bit odd, but he still announced with great dedication, winner, Lin Luo. Wow. Watching Yang Haoran's movements, and the referee's announcement, the surrounding crowd immediately clamored. What happened? Why did that Yang Haoran admit defeat? He still doesn't dare to admit defeat? Didn't you see that he's pulling blood? What a terrifying ability. Not only can it make people poop, it can also make them poop blood. Yang Haoran is so unlucky, he didn't even touch the corner of this kid's clothes. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, I've earned it again. This Lin Luo really is a dark horse. In the ring, for the surrounding comments, Lin Luo didn't care in the slightest, turned around and walked down the ring. And under the ring, Yang Haoren rushed into the temporary medical clinic in a hurry, and a doctor greeted him. "Classmate, what's your emergency? Are you seriously injured? Quickly show me, I'm hurting here." There. The doctor's face was a bit odd as he said, "In that case, come to my office." Inside the office, the doctor looked at Yang Haoren, whose face was sad and angry, and persuaded, "Classmate, take it off quickly, the disease is not avoided." Chapter 74, Classmate, your high-risk type behavior is just a little too high, right? When Yang Haoren took off his pants, the doctor squatted down to check a little after a direct sentence outlet. "Classmate, this is particularly serious acromegaly before is not what high-risk line behavior?" "No." Yang Haoren gritted his teeth and said, but his mind couldn't help but recall the activity a few days ago. Because he had awakened as an A-class professional, many of his former classmates had come together, and there were even a lot of forces pulling him in. Money and beauty had whatever they wanted. One person even took himself to a large entertainment center called Wat Lioli Palace, and ordered a dozen women for him in one breath. But at that time, the lobby manager said that their ladies will check their bodies every month, absolutely safe and healthy. How is it possible? Yang, how you asked, acromegaly, is it serious? Condyloma acuminatum was not serious, with a laser hit on the line, with your professional's physical quality will soon recover. But this. The doctor subconsciously backed up 2 steps, took out a pair of rubber gloves from the drawer and brought them up, "See for yourself." After saying that, he took out a mirror from behind Gizi and approached Yang Haoren's lower body. How is this possible? Only to see that within the mirror, his place was covered with layer after layer of things like tumors, piling up and almost blocking his entire little brother. The sides of his thighs were also faintly overgrown, like 2 kiwis. The doctor said as he moved, "This looks pretty serious for you, turn around and pucker up." Yang Haoren listened to the doctor's explanation and hurriedly turned around to pout. "Look, even the back is. The back is even worse, living like it's carrying a diaper. You must have grown inside this one too. Classmate, why didn't you come to see it earlier? A little bit of warts can be knocked out with a laser, you have to be surgically removed if it's this serious." Damn! Yang Haoren cursed, he remembered Lin Luo's actions just now in the ring. "Doctor! I'm not screwing around here, I was fine yesterday. It was Lin Luo. It's that damn guy, he's the one who ordered the skill to cause me to do this thing." The doctor's eyes were full of disbelief, but his mouth was still saying, yes, I understand, so go ahead and check your blood and I'll schedule your surgery. If you don't solve this, there is a great probability that it will cause cancer of the high pills or cancer of the pubic meridian. Yang Haoren was scared now. In this era, because of the emergence of professionals, the physical quality of people has improved countless times. But accordingly, the power of some viruses or diseases had also increased countless times. Professionals wouldn't easily get sick, but once they got sick it was a particularly serious disease. Cancer was exactly one of them. Well, I'll draw blood. Yang Haoren, deep in his arm, asked strangely, "Can't the doctor just do the surgery directly? Why do you still need to draw blood?" The doctor explained, "Because warts are caused by high-risk type behavior, is to draw blood to check to see if you have syphilis or AIDS and other diseases." "I didn't mess around." Yang Haoren said angrily, "It's all Lin Luo, the damn Lin Luo." Yes. The doctor hurriedly persuaded, and drew a tube of blood out with his hand. "Don't worry, classmate, we will all keep the doctor's condition a secret. I can guarantee that no one will know that you have this disease. And our hospital's blood testing machine is the most advanced instrument, it only takes 5 minutes to test your health." The doctor was talking at length, but Yang Haoren was fidgeting, always feeling even particularly itchy, and kept scratching or twisting around. "Is your body very itchy?" "Well, a little." "You wait a moment, in the check. The doctor's face changed and he knelt down to check again. "This seems to be a hard shanker for you, you don't have syphilis too?" Yang Haoren said nervously, "Doctor, what exactly is this acromegaly and syphilis, is it serious?" He used to be unfamiliar with these diseases and didn't have an in-depth understanding. The doctor explained, "Condyloma acuminatum and syphilis are both a kind of sexually transmitted disease. The difference is that condyloma acuminatum is caused by human papillomavirus HPV infection, while syphilis is a chronic, systematic sexually transmitted disease caused by the pallid syphilitic spirochete. The two pathogenic causes are different, as are the outward manifestations and the consequences. Ordinary acromegaly and syphilis before the second stage are very good treatment, as long as you insist on adhering to the treatment and ensure a good state of mind, clinically still can be cured." What does clinically curable mean? It means that there is nothing on the surface, and as long as you keep your physique healthy and your own resistance strong, it will not recur. The doctor explained, "But if you get injured, or if you don't rest properly and on time, or if your physique declines, you will absolutely relapse." "What? Well, time's up, let me take a look." The doctor fiddled with the instrument for a bit and took out the test report, and just by taking a look at it, his face changed. Doctor. Ha? The doctor stood up in a hurry and said, "Wait a moment." He took 2 steps back, and again took out a disinfectant and sprayed it all over his body, especially his hands and nose and mouth, and then took out a thick N95 mask and put it on, and sat back down in front of Yang Haoran again. Watching the doctor's actions, Yang Haoran's face became more and more ugly. "Classmate, between your current situation, you'd better let your parents come." "What?" "Severe condyloma acuminatum, HPV model 54, there may be a risk of cancer. And you also have severe gonorrhea, stage 3 syphilis, to be honest it's almost impossible to be completely cured. Classmate, are you listening to me? Classmate. On the second ring. Dongfang He was still fighting Zhang Yangfan. A gust of wild wind coalesced in front of Dongfang He, controlling all of his figures in place. Wind binding. In another corner of the ring, the green-robed Zhang Yangfan flung his staff in his hand, and another gust of wind coalesced in front of him, causing his entire figure to instantly lighten up by several times, and his movement speed skyrocketed. Wind traveling technique. Dongfang He's eyes stared, and with a violent fling of the golden dragon lance in his hand, he shattered the binding of wind that was entangled in front of him, turning into a gust of wild wind that dissipated. "Zhang Yangfan? I advise you to admit defeat." Zhang Yangfan laughed. "How easy is it to make me surrender? I also want to try how many kilograms the Dragon Knight has. By the way, where's your dragon?" "You? It's not worthy of the Black Death yet." "Black Death? A flame dragon that only pulls the wool over your eyes? You seek death." Dongfang He's eyes fiercely flashed with anger, and the golden lance in his hand fiercely emitted a blazing golden flame, rushing towards Zhang Yangfan. A green light flashed on Zhang Yangfan's body, and the wind-walking technique carried his figure swiftly moving around the corners of the ring. At the same time, he made a point with his staff in his hand, and immediately, a large amount of wild wind condensed into wind blades that shot towards Dongfang He. Boom! Boom boom! Dongfang He danced his spear and smashed all the incoming blades of wind, but he couldn't catch up with Zhang Yangfan's figure. "Is that all you can do is run for your life?" Zhang Yangfan said as he ran. "I'm flying a kite, hurry up and call out your dragon pet or you won't be able to catch up with my speed. I told you, you're not good enough." Dongfang He shouted darkly, the lance in his hand was violently flung by him, and the golden-colored light immediately wrapped it, almost forming a golden torch. "Fighting Qi externalization!" Zhang Yangfan exclaimed, but the golden lance had already shot towards him. "Can't avoid it." Zhang Yangfan's pupils coalesced violently, a jade pendant hanging on his body shattered violently, and a gust of wind immediately coalesced in front of him, almost forming a tornado. Rumble! The golden lance attacked, and in the nick of time it was fortunately blown a little askew by this tornado, violently shooting into the open space around him, blowing out a huge crater. As for Zhang Yangfan himself, he climbed out of the huge pit in a sorry state. Right at this moment, Dongfang He's figure rushed over and slammed his fist towards Zhang Yangfan. Bang! A green-colored wind shield appeared and blocked Dongfang He's punch, but at the same time, Zhang Yangfan himself had a splitting headache. Damn it! He fiercely clenched his teeth and with one foot pointing at the ground, he wanted to escape from here, but a long spear was viciously stabbing over. "Admit defeat. I admit defeat." Buzz. The earth-colored protective shield reappeared and blocked in front of Zhang Yangfan. Pooh! The long spear stabbed and almost pierced through this earth-colored protective shield, and the protection personnel on the side maintained the shield's existence with deadly force. Student Dongfang He, the pistol. It was only after a few seconds that Dongfang He retracted his lance with a ragged breath. The referee looked at the wretched Zhang Yangfan and announced, "Winner, Dongfang He." Standing up, Dongfang He looked at the nearby ring one, but his brows were furrowed. "Where is everyone? Could it be that it's over?" Yang Haoran. On the number 3 ring. Qin Pingon pinched his sword with one hand, and the long sword behind his back quickly flashed, transforming into more than a dozen razor-sharp sword lights that shot across the room. Split light sword shadow. Boom! On the opposite side was an assassin professional wearing a black power suit, his body constantly flickering and transforming into several phantoms as he charged towards Pingon Chen. But no matter which direction he dashed or moved from, there would be several sword shadows waiting for him, blasting the ground out of a large crater and forcing him to keep retreating. Even when he performed shadow split and split into 3 figures to charge at Ping and Chen together, they were all blown apart by a single sword shadow. He held on like this for several minutes, but his figure continued to retreat, and finally, after giving up a precious prop to instantly move to more than 10 meters in front of Pingon Chen. Before he could strike, Pingon Chen stabbed out with a sword, and he, who could not dodge, could only admit defeat with a loud cry. Admit defeat! Pingon Chen pinched his sword with one hand, and the long sword quickly flew back in an unbelievably dashing manner. This action again caused many of the surrounding nymphomaniacs to scream. On the other ring number 5, Morong Shuehen was up against an enchanting woman wearing a large red vestment. Li Mei? You finally gave up and came out. Chapter 75, Holy Light Compulsion. Morong Shuehen's Wild Hope. Looking at the proud daughter of heaven in front of her, Morong Shuehen, who was wearing a golden battle dress and filled with holy light, Li Mei subconsciously grabbed into her staff. Morong Shuesheng, this is a high school solo challenge. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Morong Shuehen shook his head. In that case, strike. Li Mei gritted her teeth. Morong Shuehen. Know what I hate most about you? It's this condescending, contemptuous attitude. In your eyes, each and every one of us are just like ordinary objects. Even Shirley and I are just a tool in your eyes. Morong Shuehen said in a faint voice, is this your reason for betraying me? Not bad. Li Mei subconsciously straightened her chest and gritted her teeth. I, Li Mei, am not the kind of villain who tends to favor others, but brother he's sincere to me. As long as I help brother he defeat you, I can become brother he's woman. Morong Shuehen, I won't easily admit defeat in this match. Is that so? Morong Shuehen looked Li Mei up and down and said indifferently, seeing as you and I have known each other for a while, I'll compete with you in magic without using my melee ability. Bastard! Don't look down on me. Li Mei shouted angrily and slammed the crimson staff in her hand. Red flame fireball. Boom! In front of her, a basketball-sized fiery fireball violently appeared, fiercely charging towards Morong Shuechen. Behind the red flame fireball, 3 more identical fireballs appeared in a row, almost turning into a long red line. Boom! The 3 red flame fireballs exploded one after another, wrapping Morong Shuechen in them all at once. This sister has such a bursting temper. Around ring number 5, because it was a match between 2 beautiful sisters, it even attracted a large number of professionals to watch. For know these 2 girls, Morong Shuehen and Li Mei from the 2nd middle school. Morong Shuetian awakened is S-rank hidden profession angel, this Li Mei awakened is a rank hidden profession explosive flame mage. I wonder who will win. There's no need to think, it's definitely the angel. Not necessarily. Explosive inflammation mage's attack ability is particularly strong. The hidden profession angel seems to have never appeared before. I wonder what ability she will have. Yeah, Morong Shuetian seems to have been eliminated on the 25th floor, even Pingon Chen can't compare. Then I'll press Li Mei? Class A hidden profession explosive flame mage. I know that there is an elder in the professionals guild who is in this profession. Right now he's a gold realm professional, and he's a step away from the epic realm. I still value the S-rank hidden profession angel. That's an S-rank hidden profession after all. Quick look! Morong Shuehan has moved. The instant the red flame fireball struck, a holy light energy coalesced above Morong Shuehan's head. The explosion of the red flame fireball did not cause any damage to Morong Shuechen. Only to see her one-handed point, the holy light quickly condensed and several incomparably sharp swords of holy light appeared. Holy light judgment. Whoosh! These several swords of holy light, which were composed entirely of pure holy light energy, quickly chopped towards Li Mei. Li Mei's silver teeth crunched, and an incantation was quickly recited. Explosive flame art. Thumbs up. Another blazing fireball formed in the air, its color vaguely tinged with orange, even darker than the previous 3 red flame fireballs. The fireball had just formed when it collided hard with the incoming holy light verdict. Boom! The fiery and furious heat immediately surged in all directions, and almost half of the ring was enveloped by this heat. Red flame snake swarm. Li Mei's voice rang out once again, and a series of 7 or 8 pythons composed entirely of flames shot out from the smoke and bit at Morong Shuechen. Flames of holy light. Morong Shuechen's clear and cold voice also appeared. The holy flame filled with warm fluctuations descended from the sky, instantly engulfing these red flame snakes. Boom! Flame shield. Holy light thorns. Wall of flames. Song of holy light. Boom! Loud bangs came one after another, and the entire ring 5 was almost engulfed in explosions and surging flames. Holy light surged like a black cloud, engulfing half of the ring like a monster. This is what a competition is. So intense. So exciting. Are all women this ruthless? Explosive mage's attack is just too strong. Go find out what kind of background this one called Li Mei has and pull her into our union. Okay, boss. Then this Morong Shuehen. You're a little cutie. What? Morong Shuesheng is the big miss of the Morong family. How many pounds do we have to pull her in? This Li Mei is going to lose. Angel deserves to be an S-rank hidden profession. Not only is she good at melee combat, even her holy light magic is so powerful. Holy light magic? Holy light knight is also an A-rank profession, but unfortunately it only specializes in holy light type healing and protection magic. I didn't expect holy light type attack magic to be so powerful as well. Too strong, worthy of being an S-rank hidden profession. There's going to be a winner. Holy light judgment. Boom! Another pillar of light descended from the sky, ruthlessly smashing into the midst of the blazing flames. Originally, the flames had been constantly flickering, about to be extinguished, and with the fall of this holy light judgment, it finally blasted the flames completely apart. Along with the smoke collapsing, Li Mei's figure was revealed. At this moment, she collapsed to the ground in a sorry state, her body covered in blood. However, she was still staring at Morong Shuechen with a deadly stare, without the slightest hint of defeat in her eyes. Morong Shuechen, although you won me, but definitely don't want me to admit defeat. Cough, cough, cough. Is that so? Morong Shuehan's eyes finally became colder and colder at this moment, and with the point of the staff in his hand, a weak spiritual fluctuation surged wildly. Holy light compulsion. In an instant, it was as if a holy song was being chanted in the air, a halo was flashing, flowers were falling, and wings were also crossing. A milky white golden light slowly landed on Li Mei's body. Li Mei, who was originally filled with anger, had a look of struggle on her face. The holy light on her body flickered, and that originally indignant look actually slowly became calm, and eventually, it actually became submissive, calm, and obedient. Li Mei, who was covered in blood, crossed her hands in front of her body and slowly knelt down in front of Morong Shuechen. Her crimson lips slowly spoke out, slowly chanting along with the sound of the hymn coming from the void. Seeing this, the referee hurriedly came over and announced, Li Mei admits defeat, the winner is Morong Shuechen. Looking at Li Mei who walked out of the ring, Morong Shuehan's eyes flickered as she said in a faint voice, the duration of the holy light compulsion will last for an unequal amount of time depending on the difference in strength between the two sides, and I can only control Li Mei for about 72 hours at most right now. During these 72 hours, Li Mei will be my most loyal believer. You can let Li Mei go and poke around Dongfang He's intelligence. Unfortunately, holy light compulsion is only a temporary skill and the cooldown time is too long. Otherwise. Chapter 76, Yang Haoren, why don't you admit defeat? Where is Yang Haoren? Dongfang He looked around after getting out of the ring, searching for Yang Haoren's figure. Fang Yuan, who had stepped down from the ring a step ahead of him, also wondered, I don't see him, I also just stepped down from the ring. His speed seems to be faster. Lose win? Seems to have lost. Fang Yuan's face was a bit odd. I heard someone say that it seems like Yang Haoren conceded defeat by himself. Conceded defeat on his own? Dongfang He frowned, is it Lin Luo again? Call Yang Haoren and ask him where he is. Good. Fang Yuan agreed and a call was broadcasted. Beep beep beep. It took more than 10 seconds before the call was picked up. Yang Haoren, where have you died? Yang Haoren's somewhat nervous voice came from the microphone, Young Master Dongfang, I'm in the hospital. What are you doing in the hospital? Dongfang He asked irritably, did you test out what skill Lin Luo is? This. Yang Haoren hesitated, Young Master Dongfang, why don't we admit defeat? Admit defeat? What a joke. Dongfang He gritted his teeth, which hospital are you in? Hurry up and get your ass back here. Yang Haoren inside the hospital shook his head with a bitter smile. How could he let others know that he was infected with this disease? Not even Dongfang He gritted his teeth and said, Young Master Dongfang, I do still have a few things here, it's really inconvenient for me to go over. Lin Luo that matter, how about? Rubbish. Dongfang He hung up the phone in anger, and his eyes were somewhat gloomy. Brother what did he say? Fang Yuan asked. Yang Haoren retreated. Dongfang He said succinctly, it should be because that Lin Luo also mastered another special skill that scared him. But when I listened to his voice, it was loud and clear in the middle, without any discomfort. There's also no hoarse, weak or agonizing moans, so he should have just been startled by one of Lin Luo's skills. An ability similar to diarrhea? Fang Yuan's face was also a little odd, this skill was just too ruthless. There wasn't any person that dared to receive this skill hard. Unless some non-lifeforms such as skeletons, ghosts, zombies, cyborgs, and so on. Unfortunately, the transfer and transmutation props of such lifeforms were extremely rare, and ordinary people were simply unable to obtain them. Not a single one of the tens of thousands of newborn professionals in the entire Binhai city had converted to these special professions and beings. Dongfang He frowned, most of this Lin Luo's skills are control and weakness skills, the only attack skill, Poison Mist, doesn't work in the ring, and the diarrhea skill is also officially banned from use. Right now, what he's relying on should just be some much less powerful control system skills. Otherwise, it's impossible for Yang Haoren to be so spirited. Whoever encounters him later, don't talk nonsense to him, just rush to him with a devastating offense and defeat him. I purchased so many magic defense equipment just to defend against his control skills. Fang Yuan said, don't worry I'm exporting into a formation, some ordinary control skills won't be of any use to me. Very good. Dongfang He gritted his teeth, my Black Reaper is resting and absorbing that sub-dragon crystal, even if it hasn't fully absorbed it, its battle power at this time is far more than yesterday. Physical defense and magic defense have even increased by several times, even if I run into Lin Luo's dilution skill again, it won't work. I'm going to get to know this brat personally in the ring. Luo, you really rushed into the top 10? In the corner of the trial square, Tang Cheng said excitedly. Where's the top 10? 25 into 13 is just a matter of one lucky person drawing a turn. Lin Luo said in a faint voice, the challenge match later is the real competition. Challenge match. Tang Cheng's eyes lit up, Luo, with your strength and ranking, you can definitely hold the ring. Every year, the senior high school solo challenge tournament schedule would be divided into 100 into 50, 50 into 25, and 25 into 13. After the top 13 were decided, 4 ring guardians would be selected relying on their name and strength. Each of them would guard a ring and meet the challenges of the remaining 9. The winners would continue to guard the ring, and once they had guarded the ring more than 3 times, they would be declared successful and advance to the top 4. The attacker could also pick the ring guard at will to attack the ring, but could only attack the ring twice, and after failing 2 times in a row, they would no longer be qualified to challenge. And the winner of the attacking ring could also become the new ring keeper, but after that, they only needed to successfully defend the ring twice to enter the top 4. After the top 4, lots would be drawn again for a 2x2 match. The 2 winners will compete in the final round. As for the loser, they would also continue in the match afterward to fight for the 3rd place. Lin Luo. Lian Yining's figure ran over. I won again. It's alright. It's fine. Lian Yining said excitedly, although the opponent is also an A-ranked professional, his professional attributes were just restrained by me, so I won without much effort. Congratulations, sister-in-law, you 2 males and females entered the challenge together, strive to take the top 2 places. What male-female double female, it's so hard to hear. Lian Yining glared at Tang Chang and then said to Lin Luo, are you sure? Lin Luo laughed, that world wonders, I'm sure of it. World wonders, he had only heard of them in textbooks and on the internet before, but he really wasn't sure what they looked like or what they did. However, he only knew that world wonders were the key props for epic realm professionals to advance to legend realm professionals. Without world wonders, it would be difficult for epic realm professionals to advance to legend realm professionals. The number of world wonders was also extremely rare. This time, the final reward of the Binhai City College entrance examination was a world wondrous object, and I don't know how many people's eyes were shattered. Although that world wondrous object was nothing more than a broken world wondrous object. But it was just as precious and incomparable. It's about to start. On the high stage, the host's identity appeared once again. Students and viewers, the intense and exciting single challenge group matches have all ended, and next is the much anticipated single challenge. Those who entered the top 13 in this year's Gao Gao examination single challenge match are player Lin Luo from the 12th middle school, whose occupational evaluation is only a D-class priest, but who became the champion of this year's Gao Gao examination team examination by virtue of his own strength. On the big screen, Lin Luo's figure appeared. Clad in snow-white vestments and holding a scarlet staff, his eyes were cold and indifferent, and his entire person looked like a king in ice. This image, or the image he had when he walked out of the trial tower, made a deep impression on countless people. The second one, on the other hand, is the S-rank hidden profession from Binhai City No. 1 High School, the Dragon Knight who is known as the professional who will surely step into the epic realm in the next 10 years, Dongfanghe. Dongfanghe's figure appeared once again, and the black death god under his feet continued to spew out blazing flames. Third, Binhai City No. 1 High School, S-rank hidden profession, the peerless swordsman who is known as the No. 1 in attack and will also surely step into the epic realm professionals, Jin Pingon. On the big screen, the figure of Pingon Chen appeared. Behind him, there were more than a dozen grayish sword lights constantly swimming around, appearing mysterious and powerful. The fourth, on the other hand, was from Binhai City No. 2 Middle School, an S-ranked hidden profession, regarded as a goddess by countless people, pure, noble, and even known as the Angel of God's Messenger, Morong Shuechuan. On the big screen, Morong Shuechuan was still in a golden battle dress, revealing her long white and flawless legs, holding a golden staff, with faint golden wings flashing behind her. The whole person indeed looked like an angel in myths and legends, looking down on the world and looking out of the corner of the eye. Fifth place, Marina City's 5, S-rank hidden profession, Talisman Master Yang Shinli. Sixth place, Marina City's 12th grade, a rank hidden profession, Spirit Snow Maiden Lian Yining. Seventh place, Binhai City No. 1 Middle School, a rank hidden profession, Forbidden Formation Master Fang Yuan. Eighth place, Binhai City No. 1 Middle School, grade A hidden profession, Underworld Summoner Hao Zhao. Ninth place, Binhai City First High School, a rank hidden profession, Hill Giant Zhang Meng. 10th place, Binhai City No. 2 Middle School, grade A hidden profession, Holy Light Knight Lei. 11th place, Binhai City 5th Middle School, a grade profession, Assassin Yang Zixio. 12th place, Binhai City No. 2 Middle School, a rank occupation, Beast Tamer Wang Hao. 13th place, Marina City 3rd Middle School, B rank hidden profession, Explosive Flame Master Shurhi. These 13 freshman professionals are the 13 freshmen with the strongest overall strength amongst the tens of thousands of new freshman professionals in My Marina City. They will compete for the top 4 places in this year's single challenge in the next half a day, waiting for the championship battle tomorrow. Friends of the audience, cheer for them. As soon as the host's words fell, all the freshman professionals and spectators present all became excited. 13 newborn professionals, more than half of them are hidden professions, it's just too strong. The 4S class hidden professions are all here, there's no one who's not famous. That Lin Luo is too strong. With a mere D-rated priest profession, he actually suppressed the 4S ranked hidden professions. That Lin Luo definitely isn't a priest profession, is there a bug in the awakening stone? It's too tragic. There's only one of us in the 3rd middle school who has the qualifications for the solo challenge this year. Who is that Shurhi? I don't think I've heard of him before. Someone from our 3rd middle school is also very strong. If you guys underestimate him, you'll have to pay the price. I wonder who will be the champion. Dongfang He. I bet on Pingon Chen. I think it's Morong Shueshan. The trial square was in a state of chaos, but the host was still calmly presiding. Audience members, based on past results and rankings, there will be 4 new students who will be the ring keepers. Other students, feel free to challenge these 4 ringmasters, and I hope everyone gets good grades. The first ringmaster, Lin Luo. Second ringmaster, Dongfang He. Third ringmaster, Pingon Chen. Fourth ringmaster. Chapter 77, Ring Challenge. Second explosive Inferno Master. The fourth ringmaster, Morong Shueshuan. Next, please invite the 4 ring masters to the stage. As soon as the words fell, another murmur came from the people around them. For ringmasters, there's actually a D-ranked professional. This damn hasn't been the case for hundreds of years, right? Unprecedented. No one has ever done this before. I just don't know if there will be one in the future. Ha! The same S-rank hidden profession, Yang Shenli actually isn't the ringmaster? Yang Shenli's team only stayed from the 26th floor for a few minutes before falling down. Their overall strength is definitely not as good as Morong Shuehan's team. Not bad, Yang Shenli didn't have any frontal battles. It's normal that he couldn't take the ring guard position. Lin Luo is really a dark horse. I wonder what they'll choose. Lin Luo will definitely be the object of challenge for all the ring attackers. No, I'm not challenging Lin Luo. The guy's skills are just too weird. He's struck 3 times so far. The first 2 times his opponents were screwed up and conceded. The third time Yang Haoren also conceded inexplicably, and there were almost no frontal battles. Hell knows what other backhanders he has? It's up to the others to choose. In the center of the plaza, accompanied by the host's command, 13 newborn professionals walked in one after another. The 4 of them, Lin Luo, Dongfang He, Chen Pingon, and Morong Shueshan, stepped onto their rings one after another. Beneath the ring, the eyes of the 9 people flickered, all carefully sizing up the 4 people guarding the ring. Dongfang He looked towards Fang Yuan under the ring, his eyes signaling. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, slowly nodded his head, and was about to walk towards Lin Luo's ring number 1 when a silhouette, however, had already leapt onto the ring. Number 13, Sure He. I'm so lucky, I grabbed ring number 1. Sure He was a round-faced teenager with a lanky figure and not too tall. He laughed out loud and said, I know I can't beat the other 3, but you will, I can still put up a fight. How about it, student Lin Luo, can you fight me for real? As soon as Sure He's words fell, most of the people under the ring had some regret in their eyes. They had only hesitated for a few seconds and Lin Luo had been robbed. Especially Hao Zhao, Zhang Meng, Shi Lei, Yang Zixio, Wang Hao and the others. They were either classmates or friends with the other 3 ring defenders, and had often sparred in private, not winning once. That was why they all saw Lin Luo as a soft target, and they didn't expect to be robbed. Lin Luo looked at the teenager in front of him and spoke, Want to fight for real? Yes, I'll agree to your challenge. Really? Sure, his eyes were delighted. He was also a bit baffled by Lin Luo's bizarre control skills. But he thought that his awakened hidden profession was special, and was enough to rank in the top 3 of the entire freshman professionals in terms of defense, so he was sure of stepping into the ring. Seeing that Lin Luo had been robbed, a figure stepped onto the second ring in a graceful manner. It's you? Dongfang, he said in surprise. The one who stepped onto the second ring was actually the last S-rank hidden professional, Yang Shenli. Yang Shenli said silently, I will do my best in this battle, I hope you won't disappoint me. Dongfang, he laughed morosely, as you wish. On the third ring, a person also stepped up. Yang Zixio. Pingon Chen frowned, you are not my opponent. Humph. Yang Zixio snorted coldly, you forced us out by despicable means within the trial tower, and Yang Fan was unable to take revenge himself, so let me try your weight. Stubborn. The first 3 rings were quickly occupied, while for the 4th ring, it took several seconds of fire before a person mounted the ring. It was clearly Lin Yining. Morong Shuehan was also a bit surprised. Ninger, you really want to challenge me? Lin Yining took a deep breath and said, Shuehan, I also want to challenge myself, you are a good opponent. She violently flung her hand, and a long snow-white whip snaked out like a python, sending an ear-piercing hissing sound through the air. Morong Shuetian glanced at the snow-colored long whip in surprise and said in astonishment, a gold-rank weapon? In that case, I'll go all out. The host's voice rose at the right time. Friends of the audience, all 4 ring defenders have been challenged by the attackers, so let's enjoy the 8 contestants' exciting bouts next. On the first ring. As soon as the host's announcement voice fell, Sure he slammed his hands together. In an instant, a yellow light instantly flashed on his body. In just a second's time, 3 different rays of light appeared on his body, with 3 protective spell shields surrounding them. Drink! He drank darkly and violently spread the clothes on his body, revealing more than 10 flying daggers hidden within. Flying knives? Lin Luo's eyes were also somewhat surprised. He was truly unfamiliar with the Sure He in front of him. Whether it was the other party's occupation, or the other party's offense style and skills, he didn't know. At this moment, when he took a look at him taking out his flying dagger, he was still a little surprised. After all, Shurhi's appearance looked like it was very suitable for melee professions like berserker and shield warrior. Watch out! Shurhi shouted darkly, clasping the two flying daggers with both hands and violently flinging them towards Lin Luo. Let's try what he's capable of first. Lin Luo's mind moved, and a cold ice shield immediately condensed in front of him. When? Boom! Boom! A crisp collision sound, and a violent explosion sounded almost simultaneously. Those two flying daggers exploded the instant they touched the ice-cold shield. Blazing flames and violent shockwaves instantly blew one of the cold ice shields into powder and surged towards Lin Luo. Explosion! Lin Luo suddenly realized that this should be one of the explosive flame master's abilities. The ability to turn any substance into a bomb-like existence? It was also really a berserk ability. Buzz! Buzz! Another written ice shield appeared, blocking out all of this incoming blast shockwave. As for the opposite side, Shurhi, seeing that the first wave of attacks had worked, immediately ran wildly towards Lin Luo. At the same time, his hands kept flinging out, and a handful of flying to were flung towards Lin Luo by him. Boom! Boom boom boom! Explosions rang out one after another, and Lin Luo's area of more than 10 meters, including his entire person, was surrounded by blazing flames and shockwaves. Even on the ground, a large number of cracks appeared. Ha ha ha! I won! Shurhi laughed out loud as his figure violently leapt up and rushed into the middle of the explosive airflow. Both fists flashed with an inexplicable light as they ruthlessly smashed towards Lin Luo. Beneath the ring. This succession of explosions drew almost everyone's attention. Is this Shurhi so fierce? Haha, sure he is from our third middle school, although he's only a B rank hidden professional, even A rank professions aren't his match. This is the hidden profession explosive flame master, whose own spiritual power can attach itself to any substance and turn it into a bomb. In any situation, it can explode under his control. In addition to this ability, the explosive fist master is also very good at melee combat, and a single punch from the explosive fist can cause a particularly violent explosion, just like a grenade explosion. Offense and defense how this is? Boom! In ring number 1, amidst the violent smoke and dust, a figure violently flew backwards, even leaving a crimson blood trail in midair. It was Shurhi. His figure slammed hard onto the ground, and without even uttering a single word, he simply passed out. Referee! Hurry up and call a doctor, otherwise this student's life is likely to be endangered. Lin Luo's figure slowly walked out from the eyes and said in a faint voice. There wasn't a trace of injury on his body, and his eyes were incomparably calm, as if he had done something very insignificant. The referee hurriedly walked up and crouched in front of Shurhi, his face violently changing. Reaching out to the bottom of the ring, a doctor immediately ran up carrying a stretcher. Quickly! Send him to the intensive care unit. Let the priests and medics treat him. The action in the ring immediately caught the attention of the people below the stage. What's going on? Wasn't Shurhi on the offense, and he lost so quickly? Fake this is it, how did Shurhi lose? What did Lin Luo do? I can't see. There were explosions all over the stage. Look at Shurhi's injuries. There's blood all over his chest, and his bones are all exposed. What a ferocious Lin Luo. What the hell is his ability? It's a ING attack skill, right? It's the same as Sword Chi and Wind Blade. Isn't he a priest? How could he have such a strong attack skill before his second turn? In the ring, the referee immediately raised his hand and announced. Ring number 1, Lin Luo, successful in defending the ring. In the crowd, Fang Yuan's face also became very ugly. Shurhi had 3 protective spell shields on his body. Lin Luo's skill actually broke through all 3 spell shields in a split second and even seriously injured Shurhi. What kind of attack skill is this? Either Lin Luo's level is exceptionally high, and his basic attack far exceeds the defense of an ordinary professional. Either that or he had a lot of skill points and leveled up his only attack skill to LV7 or higher, which is why he inflicted such severe damage on the explosive flame master. Whichever possibility it is, it's very bad news. He frowned and looked at Lin Luo, but he couldn't see his level at all. He came down from the 28th floor at LV22. What would his level be when he came down from the 31st floor of the trial tower, LV23, LV24, or is it LV25 level? What to do? Fang Yuan's eyes were very ugly as he looked at Dongfang. He's back and gritted his teeth. Put up a fight. I struck out into a spell. My attack speed is very fast. I just need to control him while defending, and with water grinding, I still have a chance to defeat him. Least of all, I still have that one move. He let out a long sigh of relief and stepped into the ring before the other few. The referee frowned. The interval between each ring guard match is 10 minutes. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Fang Yuan opened his mouth. Yes, after every ring guard battle, for the sake of fairness, there would be a 10-minute break. The opponent could rest, take medicine, or otherwise recover their strength within these 10 minutes. Otherwise, with 3 will battles in a row, an ordinary professional wouldn't really be able to hold out. It's okay. Lin Luo laughed. He recognized this person. He seemed to be Dongfang He's follower. Referee, I didn't expend any strength just now, let's continue? In that case. Chapter 78, Dongfang He vs Yangshinli. The Mutated Giant Dragon. Look at ring number 2. Dongfang He vs Yangshinli. Two S-rank hidden professionals are facing each other so quickly. I thought before that the 4 S-rank hidden professionals would be seen in the final 14 tournament. Dragon Knight vs Talisman Master. Who will win? I'm betting on Dongfang He. Silly. I'm betting on Yangshinli? Obviously, Dongfang He is the strongest, why should I bet on Yangshinli? What's Dongfang He's profession? Dragon Knight. He's a dragon. This. Had diarrhea yesterday and sprayed them all over, there's no way he's still not well today. Ha, Oriental he's dragon pet probability out of the problem, whether it is a physical problem or Oriental he cares about face to not let it come out, are Yangshinli's opportunity Indeed. Dragon Knight without his dragon, at most he's just an advanced point warrior, his strength is greatly reduced This Yangshinli is also a resourceful master, actually able to think of this solution. It's about to start. On the second ring, Dongfang He, who was holding the golden dragon gun, gave a dark cry and immediately rushed up towards Yangshinli. However, Yangshinli stood in place and one-handedly pointed at Dongfang He. Forbidden. Buzz. In the void, a forbidden character composed of black runes violently appeared and landed on Dongfang He. A thin black line suddenly surged out from Dongfang He's side, binding his entire body like a spider web. Roll. Dongfang He let out an explosive shout, and the golden flames on his body surged, instantly exploding the black threads around him. And at this moment, Yangshinli struck again. With a flick of his left hand, a book slip emitting a greenish-colored light appeared, while a wolf hairbrush appeared on his right hand. The brush in his hand moved swiftly across the book slip, and more than 10 ancient handwriting that flashed with their own different light appeared abruptly. Mud. Ice. Vine. Clatter. In an instant, a huge swamp suddenly appeared under Dongfang He's feet, plunging his entire body all the way in. At the same time, a large amount of cold mist also emerged within the swamp, enveloping the space around Dongfang He. Unfortunately, Dongfang He's body was still burning with golden flames, so the effect of this cold mist on him was minimal. More than 10 more vines came out from the swamp and wrapped around Dongfang He like a giant python, binding him to death. Is this the ability of a talisman master? Dongfang He gritted his teeth and said, the golden fighting chi in his body erupted once again, destroying and tearing these vines apart. The figure was violently twisted, temporarily escaping the control of the swamp. At the same time, the golden dragon gun in his hand was violently thrown out by him. The blazing golden fighting chi wrapped around the dragon gun and shot towards Yangshinli. The brush in Yangshinli's hand was flung out, and several more words shot out. Vajra shield. Buzz. A golden-colored ancient bell shield violently appeared on his body, protecting him firmly. Dang. The golden lance shot out and ruthlessly slammed into the ancient bell shield, sending out a deafening pop. At the same time, several more glyphs were flung out by him. Thunder dragon. Fire snake. Wind wolf. Roar. A strange hissing sound rang out abruptly, and a piercing lightning light actually appeared in the sky, ruthlessly smashing into Dongfang He's body, electrifying his entire body with a burst of numbness. At the same time, 3 flame pythons that were about 10 meters long also swam out sinuously and surrounded in front of Dongfang He, opening their huge mouths and continuously spitting out flames. On the other side, a wind wolf the size of a calf also appeared from the void, opening its mouth and spitting. A violent gale came. The fire borrowed the wind's momentum, almost forming a wall of fire more than 10 meters tall, firmly controlling Dongfang He in it. In just a few seconds' time, thunder, flame, and wind formed a sure kill momentum against Dongfang He in an instant. Under the ring. Countless professionals stared dumbfounded at Yangshinli, who was in great power. Yangshinli is so strong? That's not true. This is the true strength of an S-class hidden professional. He and I were classmates, his skills cover almost all elemental attacks, he alone is equivalent to a full system magician. A full system magician. This is too strong. Yeah. Not only can he manipulate all the elements, he can even assist, he can protect, and he has healing abilities. It's like an all-professional encyclopedia. Too strong. Too strong. S-rank hidden profession talisman? I think he's the strongest professional. Humph. Dongfang He has a dragon. If he can summon a dragon, something's wrong with his dragon. Otherwise, wouldn't he have summoned it long ago? Looks like this year's champion will be Yangshinli. While there was a lot of discussion under the ring, the situation in the ring suddenly changed. That flame tornado that was originally enveloping Dongfang He and burning madly suddenly surged. Yangshinli's eyes changed slightly as he stared dead at the center of the flames. Finally remembered your strongest ability? Sometimes it's not too late. In the middle of the flame shroud, Dongfang He was surging with golden do chi, forcing these flames outside, but his eyes were very ugly. I didn't expect that Yangshinli is also so powerful. It seems that I was still too big for my britches. After all, they are both S-class hidden professionals. It's a pity, I was planning to consider the Black Death as a strange weapon for that damned Lin Luo. Since the opponent is also an S-rank hidden professional, that's enough. With a backhanded grab, he grabbed out a golden-colored dragon flute from his backpack and placed it on his lips to play. The majestic and heavy sound of the flute echoed out from within the dragon flute, and a strand of inexplicable magical fluctuations began to coalesce in front of him. Soon, the surrounding flames were immediately blown away with the coalescing magical fluctuations. On the ground, a large and complicated magic teleportation array appeared. A few seconds later, with the sound of a dragon flute, a behemoth appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Roar! With an angry roar, almost everyone present raised their heads and looked at the bizarre creature. Giant dragon. At this moment, the Black Death God's size had skyrocketed to around 3 meters, just like this one huge mammoth. There were black and red scales growing all over its body, and it had wings on its back that flashed with a cold steel light. On its back, a silver-colored spike actually grew out, like a wolf's toothstick. Sharp fangs were exposed, looking incomparably ferocious. How did this giant dragon change its appearance? It looks so fierce. Yesterday's dragon looked like a Tibetan mastiff. How come this dragon looks like a mammoth today? The growth cycle of a dragon is very long, but as long as it absorbs enough magic crystals, energy, or precious dragon crystals, it can compress their growth cycle. This giant dragon has definitely swallowed something unimaginable. With this giant dragon, the single challenge championship is as good as in the bag. I'm betting on Dongfang He. Dongfang He is definitely the champion. I'll bet on him too. Is up. Is this cheating? How can it be considered cheating? A Dragon Knight's dragon pet is just like a summoner's summoned beast, where is it cheating? Yang Shenli is going to lose. Not only was there a lot of talk under the stage, even Dongfang He on the stage was filled with shock. This was the first time he had seen the Ironback Silver Dragon's dragon crystal after handing it over to the Black Reaper, and he hadn't expected it to produce such a big change. The Ironback Silver Dragon's dragon crystal has yet to be fully fused. If it were to be fully fused, to what extent will the Black Reaper grow? His breathing began to be a bit rapid. This huge dragon, that was where he was truly powerful. Ow! The Black God of Death suddenly roared up to the sky, and his huge mouth directly spewed out a fiery dragon's breath at Yang Shenli. Boom! As the dragon's breath struck, Yang Shenli's face changed violently, and he summoned another golden bronze shield, blocking it in front of himself. Boom! 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 While the dragon's breath burned, the earth of the second ring suddenly shook. In the midst of the flames, the huge body of the Black Death God violently rushed up, and on its back, Dongfang He's silhouette was clearly present as well. At this moment, he gave up his golden dragon lance, but in his hand appeared a knight's giant sword, and together with the dragon's bite, he chopped at it. Die! Seeing a dragon and a man about to kill, Yang Shenli's face changed slightly. However, he still did not admit defeat, and the brush in his hand quickly slid on the booklet, forming a large corpse character. It's a pity, Dongfang He's dragon pet has actually grown to such an extent. If it was yesterday's dragon pet, I'm sure I could win. Pity, pity. The word corpse flickered and quickly coalesced in front of Yang Shenli, and another huge figure appeared. This was a black skeleton giant that was about 4 meters tall, still grasping a skeleton giant axe in his hand, blocking in front of Yang Shenli. Facing the incoming man and dragon, the skeleton giant was undaunted, and the giant axe in his hand slashed down fiercely. Dang! A deafening roar came violently, and violent shockwaves quickly surged in all directions. At the same time the skeleton giant appeared, another burst of chatter came from the surrounding freshman professionals. Isn't this skeleton that LV-20 level Black Iron boss from Pale Canyon? How come it's here? It was originally I told you how I couldn't find it. It was actually captured here by Yang Shenli. Killing the boss is easy, but wanting to capture the boss alive and also turn it into your own puppet. This Yang Shenli can also moonlight as a summoner? It's going to be a split. Boom! Chapter 79, Natural Weapon? Lin Luo, you lost. A huge sound came from the ring, and almost half of the ring was destroyed by this airflow. The referees and formation masters at the edge rushed out to maintain the stability of the ring. In the midst of the smoke and dust, the Black Reaper bit down on the skeleton giant's huge axe with a single bite, his sharp fangs rubbing out a blinding shower of sparks. And Dongfang He's figure also leapt up, chopping the skeleton giant at the base of its neck with a sword, and with the help of the skeleton giant's movement, he flipped down and landed in front of Yang Shenli. The Black God of Death roared one after another, its huge body and 2 front claws violently pounced the skeleton giant to the ground and tore at it with great vigor. For a while, the two behemoths fought together. Dongfang He held the golden long sword and twisted his body to pounce on it. Facing the pouncing Dongfang He, Yang Shenli still shook his head. Dongfang He? It's still a little short. He reached out and flung his hand, and an ancient bronze sword actually appeared in his hand, which was inscribed with densely packed bronze patterns, and there were also runes fluttering on it. 7-star sword. With a dark shout, facing the pouncing Dongfang He, Yang Shenli retreated instead of advancing, holding the bronze sword and battling with it. Wow! Yang Shenli actually knows melee combat too. That bronze ancient sword of his seems to be a weapon that came with the world will when he awakened. A growable weapon. It's known as a natural weapon. It's just like Dongfang He's giant dragon. Professions above a rank will all come with their own equipment, or props, or pets when they awaken their professions, which are closely related to their professions. This is also an important reason why the future growth of a rank or above homebuilders is far more than that of ordinary professionals. Doesn't that mean that Pingon Shen, Morong Shuishuan, and the rest of them will have natural weapons? Of course. Pingon Shen's peerless flying sword and Morong Shuihan's holy light staff are particularly powerful innate weapons that can be upgraded in equipment grade as their upgraded strength increases. Code. Profession levels are higher than ours, and they still need an extra weapon than us in the early stages. It's just too unfair. The arguments of the surrounding professionals did not greatly disrupt the bout between the two in the ring. Unfortunately. After all, Dongfang He's giant dragon had gone through the compensation of the Ironback Silver Dragon's dragon crystal, and its strength had skyrocketed, and it soon bit that skeletal giant into a field of white bones. With the addition of the Black Death God, Yang Shenli eventually couldn't support himself and lost to Dongfang He. The winner. Dongfang He. Ring number 3. Boom. Boom boom. Accompanied by a violent roar, the flying swords in Chen Pingon's hands transformed into more than 10 flying sword phantoms, almost enveloping half of the ring. Yang Zishou tried his best to dodge, but even after using his entire body, he was unable to get close to Pingon Shen, and in the end, he could only be forced out of the ring by this succession of sword shadows. Winner. Pingon Shen. Ring number 4. The entire ring number 4 had almost been occupied by two very different energies that were clearly separated. On one side was holy light filled with a warm aura, while on the other side was wind and snow drifting across the sky. In the midst of these two distinct energies, the two figures were constantly exchanging blows and flickering away from each other. Morong Shuatian was holding a holy light longsword, the holy light energy condensed on it, the sharpness was unrivaled, each attack would even carry a trace of holy flames, a hot energy constantly surging. On the other hand, in Lin Yining's hand was a long silver whip that was constantly twisting. In her hand this long whip seemed to have turned into a poisonous snake, constantly shooting out from all sorts of unexpected places, forcing Morong Shuahan into a frenzy. Ninger! You can't win against me. In the holy light, Morong Shuahan shouted. Lin Yining gasped and her face was slightly red. Who said that? She reached out and flung her long whip, forcing Morong Shuahan back, while her cherry lips slightly opened and she exhaled like orchids. Soul regeneration. Buzz. A strange fluctuating sound suddenly rang out, and a tall and illusory woman's figure violently appeared behind Lin Yining. The woman was clad in a snow-colored robe, her long, black and beautiful hair was windless, just like the goddesses in myths and legends. A soul-stirring spiritual fluctuation surged in like a tidal wave. Even the protective formation on the ring could not withstand it, and a violent fluctuation was transmitted. The group of newborn professionals closest to the ring suddenly became dizzy and unsteady, and a few newborn professionals with low strength actually fainted directly. The formation master on the side maintained the formation while shouting, all freshman professionals around ring number 4, step back 10 paces. This is the Spirit Snow Maiden's soul regeneration shock, ordinary professionals are simply unable to resist it. Spirit attack. Retreat quickly. My head is spinning. This skill is an indiscriminate ranged attack. The two goddesses are too ruthless. I'm going to fall, quickly help me. Vomit. In the ring, a feeling of dizziness also came violently to Morong Shuahan's mind. But the holy light energy in his body surged and quickly suppressed this feeling of vertigo. Spirit Snow Maiden's soul attack? It's a pity that it's of no use to me. She let out a dark gulp as holy light energy surged around her body, isolating this close-range attack from outside her body. At the same time, her eyes flashed and violently turned into a golden pupil. Behind her body, a pair of wings that flickered with light golden light even appeared. Ninger, this is my strongest attack. Tell that little lover of yours that I will be waiting for him on the stage of the duel. What? Light of judgment. Golden light descended from the sky and surged into the midst of the roiling wind and snow. The wind and snow surged, but it continued to melt at a speed visible to the naked eye, and no matter how much Lin Yining struggled against it, he was unable to escape the light. After several minutes, Lin Yining helplessly chose to admit defeat. Winner. Morong Shueshan. On the first ring. While the other 3 rings had just divided the winners and losers, Lin Luo's second match had already begun. Fang Yuan stood in place, and the moment the referee announced the start of the bout, he clenched his hands and shouted darkly one after another. Within 3 inches, I am invincible. Buzz. Around his body, a circle of transparent colored diamond-shaped shield immediately appeared, firmly protecting him within it. Between heaven and earth, draw the ground. After an instant, he pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other, but his eyes were looking in Lin Luo's direction. In another instant, the air coalesced above Lin Luo's head and under his feet where he stood, as if there were 2 large hands that closed from top to bottom, firmly clutching Lin Luo's entire body underneath him. Drawing the ground as a dungeon. Control type formation. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Yuan again pulled his hands towards the surroundings and grabbed violently. The 5 skundos are all empty. Boom! A series of 5 walls of emptiness once again blocked in front of Fang Yuan. Who? Having executed 3 skills in a row, even Fang Yuan's breathing was a little short. And in Lin Luo's direction, he attempted to raise his hand, but found that the speed was very slow. The air around him was a bit stagnant, as if the whole person had fallen into a swamp. The body was even burdened with 1,000 pounds, making it difficult to move. Fang Yuan wasn't finished yet. He backhanded his hand and 3 apricot yellow flags appeared in his hand, which he threw into the air. Fang Yuan clenched his hands together and 3 triangular flags actually flashed around him. A combination of 5 chi, 4 seas, and quiet waves. 5 thunder boom. Boom. In the sound of Fang Yuan's incantation, these 3 triangular flags actually emitted a sky blue lightning light that transformed into 3 thunder snakes and surged towards Lin Luo. Boom. 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 Successive explosions continued to come, and the cold ice shield in front of Lin Luo flickered one after another, and was once again blown into a sky full of ice shards. Is this the strength of a forbidden formation master? Exiting into a formation, mobilizing the power of the heavens and the earth with formations and using them to kill the enemy? What Lin Luo was thinking in his mind, Fang Yuan on the opposite side started moving once again. He casually had something to throw, and 5 more triangular flags of different colors shot up into the sky. Gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. The 5 triangular flags kept flickering, followed by an exuberant light that transformed into a martial path as tall as a wall, surging in rapidly under Fang Yuan's control. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5 dragons cupping the saints. 5 elements hijacking and killing formation. Clang! Clang! Violent fluctuating sounds came violently, and those 5 triangular flags immediately transformed into 5 treasures of different natures, killing towards Lin Luo. Long swords, giant trees, poisonous water, blazing flames, and giant rocks. Rolling flames surged, again completely submerging Lin Luo's figure. Is this the strength of a forbidden formation master? So strong. An A-rank hidden professional, actually able to suppress Lin Luo all the way. This Fang Yuan's strength isn't the slightest bit weaker than an S-ranked professional. Going to win? The voices of discussion under the ring skyrocketed, while Fang Yuan's eyes did not have a hint of delight but instead stared dead in Lin Luo's direction. That skill that tore apart Stone River's 3 protective spell shields hasn't even been executed yet. How could you possibly fail so easily? That attack was indeed very strong, but I still left a backhand. In the middle of the blazing flames in the distance, a violent fluctuation came violently. In Fang Yuan's line of sight, the drawing formation that had originally trapped Lin Luo was instantly torn apart. The killing move formed by the 5 elements robbery killing formation was also destroyed in an extremely short period of time. It was as if there was an incomparably sharp long knife that tore through the air. At the same time, in his eyes, there was indeed a sharp blade attacking him. His eyes narrowed, and his hands violently pushed towards the front. 5 elements, 5 intentions, 5 implications. Boom! A violent fluctuation came from the air in front of him as layers of protective formations guarded his body. Boom 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 boom. The sharp and unrivaled blade struck, instantly chopping through several body protection formations. Ah! Fang Yuan shouted angrily, the mana in his body flowed, and 2 protective jade pendants on his body even shattered, and that sharp and unrivaled void blade was finally counteracted by him. On his face, a flash of ecstasy violently appeared. His right hand grabbed fiercely towards the side, as if he had grabbed something from the void. At the same time, the face of the formation master under the ring who was originally controlling the ring's protective formation changed violently as he shouted, "Student Fang Yuan, stop it!" While Fang Yuan in the ring did not stop at all, he grabbed again with one hand in Lin Luo's direction. Stealing dragon turning phoenix. Bucket turning star. Buzz. Lin Luo, you've lost. Chapter 80, Manipulating Formations. Stealing dragon turning phoenix. The bucket turned to the stars. Lin Luo, you lost. As Fang Yuan yelled, the protective formation on the ring suddenly flashed madly, but it could not withstand this inexplicable power and directly collapsed. In the next second, the protective formation on the ring actually appeared in front of Lin Luo, slamming fiercely towards him. Every year, during the Gao Gao Single Challenge, the 10 rings would be released by a silver-ranked formation master to release a guarding formation, the Rock Guardian formation. This formation was a silver-ranked guardian formation, normally used as a means of defense for important places, and could even withstand the attacks of a gold professional. Under normal circumstances, ordinary professionals could not penetrate this Rock Guardian formation at all. Every year, the newborn professionals would cast spells in the Rock Guardian formation at will, but they would not be able to shake the Rock Guardian formation in the slightest. Now, this Rock Guardian formation that was originally used to guard the ring had actually been stolen by Fang Yuan and forced onto Lin Luo. It wasn't true that the Granite Guardian formation was a protective formation, but it could also be turned into an attack formation under certain circumstances. Treating the Grand Mist Guardian formation as a huge boulder, it ruthlessly smashed towards Lin Luo. This was Fang Yuan's backhand that dared to make a promise to defeat Lin Luo. Stealing the dragon and turning the phoenix. The bucket turns to the stars. This Fang Yuan can actually control guardian formations. It's too damn disgusting. Who can beat this? Worthy of being a hidden professional, each with their own methods. Just now that Shuri's flying to the bomb, and now it's Fang Yuan's turn to steal the dragon and turn the phoenix. The Rock Guardian formation is a silver rank formation, even though it's just a guardian formation, throwing it out like a bomb. What can a newborn professional do to resist it? Why do I feel that this skill can even defeat Dongfang He? I also feel that the Rock Guardian formation is just too strong. With the many discussions under the ring, Lin Luo's eyes also stared at this moment. Unexpectedly, this Fang Yuan could actually do this. A silver-ranked guarding formation, even at this moment, he could not block it hard. Didn't suspect that you felt that amongst the freshman professionals, there was actually someone who could really force me to use this move. He shook his head, and with a thought, a semicircular bizarre space suddenly surged out from him, enveloping half of the ring in an instant. No matter if it was a freshman professional, a senior professional, or a high-ranking silver-ranked or gold-ranked professional in the trial square, none of them noticed it. Even Fang Yuan, who was the closest to Lin Luo, was staring at him with an ecstatic expression at that moment, waiting for him to fall. When the surgical space enveloped the ring, anything in the middle of the entire ring was under his control. Only to see his hands pulling towards the sides, the disc that was originally rushing towards him was a protective formation that actually tore apart from the center. It was as if there was a pair of big hands that forcefully tore this formation apart and rubbed it to pieces. Boom! A loud shattering sound came violently from the void, and the face of the silver formation master under the ring, who was nervously casting spells in preparation for re-manipulating the Rock Guardian formation, changed violently. The array disc that he had placed in front of him and used to control the Granite Guardian formation had actually shattered directly and collapsed thereon. What? Not good. In the ring, Fang Yuan's face also changed violently. In his line of sight, Lin Luo just pulled his hands in the air, and that Grand Mist Guardian formation, which he had managed to steal with great difficulty, was actually directly shattered. Even the formation disc was torn apart. Not only that, he could clearly feel that the Drawing Ground formation, the 5 Implications formation, and the 5 Elemental Robbery Kill formation that he had unleashed all shattered in this instant. How is it possible? His face changed wildly, and with a backhanded grab, 3 more yellow triangular token flags appeared in his hand. The 5 Mountains of Majesty, the Strange Gate. Before he could throw them, he saw Lin Luo raise the staff in his hand, and a bizarre mental fluctuation surged in violently. Alzheimer technique. Dang! The 3 apricot-colored triangular tokens in Fang Yuan's hands directly fell to the ground, and he himself opened his mouth, but nothing came out. In the middle of his mind, a complicated and bizarre incantation rune mark instantly collapsed. What did I want to say? He opened his mouth was a little dry. That skill that he had spent millions of dollars to learn, he had actually forgotten all about it. Seeing that Lin Luo was ready to strike again, Fang Yuan's face was instantly turned into a pig's liver color, and he hastily raised his hand. Admit defeat. I admit defeat. Waste. Before the referee could utter a word, the surrounding professionals' murmurs intensified due to the Granite Guardian formation being stolen by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan subconsciously turned his head, but found Dongfang He staring at him with a deadly stare, and he could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He had already exerted all his strength, but he still couldn't do anything to help Lin Luo. Moreover, he still only had a half understanding of Lin Luo's strength, so he really couldn't do anything about it. The Ring 1 referee glanced at the two and immediately announced, the winner. Lin Luo. I'll go. It's Lin Luo winning again. What the hell is his ability? Other people's abilities, with my experience of reading movies for so many years I can still tell, or half guess, but this Lin Luo really can't see it. Yeah, what exactly did he use to block the Rock Guardian formation? He's already won 2 games, 1 more and he'll be in the top 4. I wonder who can block him. I also want to know what method he used to block the Granite Guardian formation. On the high stage, Shuri's eyes were also filled with interest as he looked at Lin Luo, who was walking off the stage in the distance. This kid has really given me quite a few surprises. Suspected of using Unknown means to kill 3 gold-ranked fallen in a row, and now he's using Unknown means to tear apart the defense of the Granite Guardian formation. Just how many secrets does this kid have? Poisonous fog, acute gastroenteritis, are this kid's skills based on controlling diseases or various viruses? But that skill that defeated Stone River is suspected to be a wind blade? Also mastering a wind attribute skill? And that ability to easily resist the Rock Guardian formation ability, kind of like the field? No. Shuri laughed. The power of the domain, I'm only in the initial stages of mastering it. How can he, a brat, master it? Regardless, his political examination has passed, and his strength will definitely pass as well, a good seedling. If he wins the championship, the team championship and the single challenge championship, that world wonder will definitely belong to him. Ha ha ha. He laughed. Those old guys have been plotting for so long, only to be cut off by a Lin Luo. I really want to see their faces. Ha. Fang Yuan. Give me an explanation. On the trial square, looking at the angry Dongfang He in front of him, Fang Yuan could only report a bitter smile. Young master, I really tried my best, but I'm not his opponent at all. Fang Yuan shook his head, but I have also roughly figured out his abilities. Oh? Dongfang He's eyes lit up. What abilities? The first one we all know, controlling poisons and acute gastroenteritis. It should be a skill that belongs to controlling diseases or something like that. In this regard, you just need to equip more magical defense power equipment before the challenge, or directly fight outwardly to enhance your own defense power. In that case, it will be able to withstand his bizarre disease control ability. The second one is that attack ability of his. I guess he's leveled up to at least LV30. And has already completed the transfer quest. What? Dongfang He sucked in a breath of cool air as he nervously said, how is that possible? I'm only LV22 level now %. Fang Yuan explained, think about it young master, Lin Luo utilized poison mist to force out most of the newborns from the 21st to 25th floors, but the probability is that thousands of monsters on these 5 floors died under his poison mist. With so many skills, even if it's split evenly between 3 people, it would cause his level to skyrocket. LV30 level is already considered an insurance guess. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. I have reason to suspect that Lin Luo's sharp attack skill that defeated He is the new skill that he gained from his new profession after his second turn. The probability is that it's a skill that focuses on the wind attribute so that he can attack and defend at the same time. LV30 level. Second turn profession. Dongfang He gritted his teeth in death and chanted these 2 words. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and added, young master, he is LV30 level or above. The chance of completing the second turn is almost over 90%. You have to pay attention later, and I suspect that he has mastered the Oblivion technique that only high-level warlocks or dark priests can master. Oblivion technique? Fang Yuan explained, it's a debuff skill that allows a professional to compulsorily forget a certain skill. However, young master, you are a melee professional and rarely use skills, so it shouldn't matter. Can make a professional compulsorily forget a certain skill? Dongfang He's eyes were also a little hard to see. Where in the world did this Lin Luo drill out of the demon? How come he knows everything? Dongfang He. 10 minutes are up. In the ring, the referee announced. Dongfang He's brows were furrowed, looking towards the edge of the ring. He had originally thought that his devastating defeat of Yang Xinli would shock everyone, causing them to retreat, and he would be able to fully prepare for his match with Lin Luo. Unexpectedly, there was really someone who challenged him again. At the edge of the ring, a tall figure holding a tower shield that was more than a person high looked over at himself with burning eyes. Holy Light Knight Shirley. Shirley also looked towards Dongfang He and bowed his head. In order to guard Snowscar, I will defeat anyone who can threaten him. Dongfang He, you're the first. On the other hand, Lin Luo's third bout started soon after. Among the 4 ringmasters, only ring number 1 had several people lined up. Of the remaining freshmen, almost everyone was unwilling to go against the trio of Dongfang He, Chen Pingan, and Morong Shueshan. Although Lin Luo had defeated the He and Fang Yuan duo in a row, there were still people who had their hearts set on taking the ringmaster's position from Lin Luo. In front of Lin Luo, there was a big fat man standing in front of him. Chapter 81, Beast Tide? Someone's got their eye on you. Ring number 1, the third match of the single challenge, Lin Luo vs Wang Hao, begin. Wang Hao? Lin Luo understood that the big fat man in front of him was Wang Hao from Binhai City's second middle school, and his occupation seemed to be a beast tamer? Just as the referee's voice of announcement fell, Wang Hao quickly slapped the spirit animal pouch on his waist. The spirit beast pouch quickly opened, and from it, a dozen or so blood-red, sparrow-sized creatures flew out at once, rushing towards Lin Luo. Beast tamer. In this world, it was also a profession with extremely large strength and power. It was because there were simply too many various demonic beasts and spirit beasts in the wild. Ordinary beast tamers could only tame some ordinary animals, the more powerful ones being tigers, lions, leopards, and the like. But once you become a professional, the beast tamer will be able to rely on their own talent and skills to tame a variety of demonic beasts, spiritual beasts. They can make them their pets and then control them in battle. I heard that some powerful beast tamers can even manipulate sub-dragon beasts as their pets and drive them to fight, very powerful. In the Northwest Military Region, there was a beast tamer squadron whose members were all beast tamers. Under their strikes together, they could even form a wave of demonic beasts. That's the poison blood wasp. Holy! Wang Hao actually raised this kind of spirit beast in captivity. Poison blood wasp is a black iron high-level spirit beast, and it's also a swarming creature that specializes in paralyzing toxins. Even a bronze professional would be stung to death. Fortunately, there are only a dozen or so poison blood wasps here we can still deal with. While the crowd's eyes were attracted by the poisonous blood wasps, Wang Hao clapped his hands again, another spirit beast pouch flashed, and a huge figure appeared in front of Wang Hao. With all four limbs on the ground, the muscles of its entire body were swollen, its back seemed to be covered in a layer of iron armor, and its head was growing a sharp crashing horn that was about a meter long. Iron-armored rhinoceros. Another black iron high-grade spirit beast. Iron-armored rhinoceros, both offensive and defensive. One horn crashing into it can even knock a big hole in a tank. Two black iron high-grade spirit beasts, too perverse. The iron-armored rhinoceros has strong defense, the skin on his body is almost iron, an ordinary bronze professional wouldn't be a match for him. He. Hearing the murmurs around the ring, Wang Hao also heatedly smiled. This was the consequence he wanted. What Fang Yuan, he didn't put them in his eyes, his aim was the top four. Dongfang He, Chen Pingan, and Morong Shueshan were all S-rank hidden professions, and the odds were that they would roll over. But this Lin Luo, to be honest, he didn't put it in his mind. So what if the skills were weird? So what if the level was high? As long as he was given a little time to release all of his tamed spirit beasts, he was certain that he would be able to defeat him. With that said, two more spirit beast bags were thrown on the ground by him. Buzz. Strange fluctuations came, and as the two landed on the ground, two more black pythons of almost the exact same color and size actually crawled out. This is the Black Water Shin Snake. A black iron middle grade spiritual beast, or a monozygotic twin black water shin snake. The black water shin snake is a spirit beast with dual water and poison attributes. It's very rare, I didn't expect to see two at once this time. This Wang Hao is so strong. Looks like another dark horse. What dark horse? Wang Hao is also a talented youngster in the second middle school, but unfortunately, he's being suppressed to death by Morong Shuehan's light. No wonder, if it wasn't for Morong Shuehan, this Wang Hao could possibly be the strongest freshman in the second middle school. Accompanied by the murmurs under the ring, the dozen or so poisonous blood wasps in the ring had already rushed to Lin Luo's side. A beast tamer? Lin Luo was also a little surprised that this unimpressive-looking fatty had actually tamed so many spirit beasts. Unfortunately, for himself to say, a sea of people was of little use. With a point of his staff in his hand, a spiritual wave immediately fell into the midst of the dozen or so poisonous blood wasp swarms. Spirit confusion art. Buzz. The dozen or so poisonous blood wasps that had originally rushed here with great vigor were immediately thrown into chaos, actually tearing themselves apart in mid-air. While tearing and biting, they also used the venomous wasps on their tails to vigorously sting towards each other, seemingly immortal. Moo! On the ground, the iron-armored rhinoceros also rushed up, and before it reached mid-air, several poisonous blood wasps flew down, and the poisonous needles on its tail ruthlessly pierced into its body. The iron-armored rhinoceros immediately roared in anger, its huge body constantly flinging and crashing, both hooves lifting up and smashing fiercely on the ground, setting off a burst of dust. But even so, there was still a constant sharp pain coming from its back. What's the situation? How did the poisoned blood wasps attack the iron-armored rhinoceros? They're still fighting each other. Ha. I remember, this Lin Luo seems to be going in the direction of a dark priest's transfer, with control skills. No. It should be a compulsion type skill, I just don't know how long it will last. In the ring, Wang Hao's eyes also changed, but he still gritted his teeth and ordered the iron-armored rhino to continue its onslaught. The two blackwater shin snakes also followed suit, swimming from both sides. He could still afford the loss of a dozen poisonous blood wasps, as long as he could defeat Lin Luo and enter the quarterfinals. While the iron-armored rhinoceros and the blackwater shin snake were attacking, he threw out 4 more spirit beast pouches in one breath. With a flash of light, 4 seat wolves around 3 meters in size appeared. Seat wolves, black iron low-level creatures, these were the pets he had captured from the 21st floor. Seat wolves? A black iron low-rank spirit beast, that's pretty ordinary. Look at the wounds on their backs, they seem to have been captured from the 21st floor of the trial tower. That's it, that's a bear goblin knight. Wang Hao chopped up the bear goblins and domesticated their seat wolves. It can still be like this. Ow. The 4 seat wolves also hissed and rushed towards Lin Luo. Seeing these spirit beasts charging, Lin Luo was still up to his old tricks, and a skill fell down. Spirit confusion art. Spirit confusion art. Moo. First was the iron-armored rhinoceros, its huge body violently stopped, an angry breath flowing between its nostrils, and its pair of copper bell-sized eyes became blood red. He actually wasn't attacking the Lin Luo in front of him, instead, he turned around now and slammed directly into the seat wolf behind him. Bang! Ow. A seat wolf couldn't dodge in time and was directly knocked away by it, its entire head sunk in. The huge, sturdy bull's horn topped it again, and the abdomen of the second seat wolf was directly stabbed through, and blood and guts immediately flowed all over the ground. On the other side, a blackwater shin snake suddenly went crazy, and instead of attacking Lin Luo, it opened its mouth and bit directly on its companion. The other black water viper was suddenly attacked, so it also twisted its body to counterattack, its mouth also biting on the other party's body. For a while, the two black water basilisks were biting again, the entire ring was filled with smoke and dust, and the hissing sounds of several behemoths continuously resounded. Ha 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 ha. This Wang Hao is lifting a stone and smashing his own foot. Wouldn't Wang Hao be crying his eyes out, his own tame summoned beasts actually killing each other? This is also Wang Hao's bad luck. Awakening his profession was less than half a month ago, and even though he collected so many spirit beasts, he didn't have the time to cultivate them, and his loyalty wasn't high, which is why he was easily compelled by Lin Luo's skills. It's too tragic. With so many spirit beasts, it would have been possible to make a dash for the top 4. Ha ha ha, look at his face, it's like a purple eggplant. On the ring, Wang Hao was solemnly taking out another spirit beast Dan, not throwing it was not throwing it was not. He cried and mourned as he watched his tame spirit beasts killing each other, but he didn't have the slightest solution. It had only been a few minutes, a dozen or so poison blood wasps had all been wiped out, and 2 seat wolves had been smashed into meat paste. As for the 2 blackwater Xian snakes, they were also torn together and severely injured, the ground was covered in blood and scales. Code, how come this compulsion skill duration is so long? Finished, can't wait, if we wait any longer, we'll die out. There's still a chance to challenge the others anyway. He secretly clenched his teeth and hastily raised his hand. Admit defeat, admit defeat. I admit defeat. Quickly save my spirit beasts, I'll be finished if they die out. Winner. Lin Luo. Accompanied by the referee's announcement, the bout ended, and Wang Hao hurriedly took control of his spirit beasts and put them away one by one. Unfortunately, the poisonous blood wasps that had already killed each other had become moribund because the poisonous needles in their tails had been consumed. Other than being used as sustenance, there was no more use for them. Alas, it's really too unlucky. Looking at the other 3 rings, Wang Hao's face became even more ugly. Originally, he thought that he had picked a soft persimmon, but he didn't expect it to be a direct diamond. Teeth were chipped off. With Lin Luo's victory in the 3rd bout, he became the first freshman professional to step into the quarterfinals. For the next few hours, Lin Luo completely transformed into a spectator and watched the fights in the other 3 rings. On the 2nd ring, Dongfang's attacks were still sharp, but after facing the Holy Light Knight, who was known for his defense, they were ineffective. No matter how much he attacked, he was unable to deal with the Holy Light Knight Shirley. He had no choice but to summon the Flame Dragon Black Reaper again. With the help of the Black Reaper's dragon breath, he was able to defeat Wang Hao. This caused his face to become more and more ugly. He had wanted to force out Lin Luo's backhand, but he hadn't realized that his backhand had been completely forced out. While almost everyone was excitedly talking about him, quite a few discerning people were shaking their heads. Without the giant dragon, Dongfang, he was nothing. On the 3rd ring, accompanied by a sky full of sword shadows, Zhang Meng was also defeated. Ring number 4. Even though Hao Zhao continuously summoned underworld creatures and attacked Morong Shuechen, he was still unable to break through Morong Shuechen's defense. Instead, because Morong Shuechen's holy light energy severely restrained his underworld creatures, he also only lasted less than 5 minutes before he could only helplessly choose to admit defeat. Within half an hour after that, the 3 of them were once again challenged successively, but still did not shake the status of these 3. As for Yang Xinli, he simply abstained and turned away, not challenging Chen Pingon and Morong Shuehen. Soon, the top 4 in this realm's higher education examination's single challenge competition had been released. They were Lin Luo, Dongfang Yi, Pingon Chen, and Morong Shuehen. The top 4 challenge match will take place tomorrow, so the 4 of you have one night to recuperate. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, report here. While the referee was still reading out the rules for tomorrow's challenge match, in the corner of the trial arena, there was an icy gaze that landed on Lin Luo. Is this the kid that killed my granddaughter? Ha ha ha. Ancestor, for this brat, I have condescended to incorporate a very trashy doppelganger. I hope that this brat's body will give me a surprise. Ha ha ha. Chapter 82, Black Mist Sneak Attack. The horror of the acute gastroenteritis instant outburst technique. Wow boss. You made it to the final 4, that's just great. Treat treat treat. Tang Cheng said excitedly. This was the top 4, one of the strongest 4 amongst the tens of thousands of newborn professionals in Binhai City. Even, there was a possibility that it would be number 1. This was something he hadn't thought of in any way. Lin Luo said in a faint voice, what's the rush, there's still the battle of the top 4 tomorrow, let's talk about it after it's over. The battle of the quarterfinals, boss, you're not going to fight for first place, are you? Why not? Lin Luo asked rhetorically. The reward for the winner of this year's college entrance examination is a world wonder. A world wonder? What is that? Lin Luo's face was a bit odd. What are you doing in class? I'll go back and check. Lin Luo. Lin Yining suddenly said, my dad just called me to go back, he said there's something he wants to tell me. Then you go back first. Lin Yining took a deep breath and said, Lin Luo, what are your plans after the examination is over tomorrow? Lin Luo hesitantly said, no plans yet, but the probability is to go out and practice. Then, can I follow along? Of course you can. Boss, I'll come too. You? Can you carry the monsters? Pretty much. Tang Chang was also a bit uncertain. Then you come too. Lin Luo, I'll go back first then. Lian Yining took one step and turned back 3 times, but still left the trial tower surrounded by bodyguards. Because of the actions of the fallen yesterday, many of the big families had now equipped their children with more bodyguards. Lin Luo, however, looked in the direction of the trial tower. I wonder what that world wonder is. Tomorrow's plan may have to fall on the world wonder. Lin Luo student. Suddenly someone called out to him, and when he turned around, it was actually their homeroom teacher, Li Yu. Teacher Li, you're also here. Li Yu smiled. Lin Luo, there's something that teacher here wants to discuss with you. With Lin Luo's success in the quarterfinals, the entire 12th middle school was enriched, and Li Yu's face was on the verge of turning into a chrysanthemum smile. Lin Luo asked strangely, what is it? It's like this, every year after the college entrance examination is over, doesn't the school have to invite some of the students who did very well in the college entrance examination to return to the school to do some booster reports for the next senior students, that is, your schoolmates? Li Yu smiled and said, this year, you have the best results, you may even win the championship tomorrow, this matter should definitely fall on you. Doing a student aid report? The corners of Lin Luo's mouth twitched a little, he didn't have any interest in this kind of thing at all, and immediately refused. Teacher Li, you'd better find someone else. After saying that, he walked towards the direction of his home. Alas Lin Luo students. Teacher invited you to dinner. There are still things to talk to you guys about. Li Yu hurriedly followed, and the 3 quickly disappeared into the trial square. On the high platform, Guo Shuyi looked at the departing trio with a slight frown. With a wave, Zhao Qicheng walked over. Qicheng, follow up and take a look. When Lin Luo is alone, bring him to me. Zhao Qicheng asked in surprise, Chief, do we need to recruit him now? Isn't he a member of the Lian family? Lian family? Guo Shuyi shook his head. That's a secret between the young couple. The Lian family has a marriage with 9 Serpents Island, one of the 7 emperors of the deep sea, so how could they possibly allow the Lian family's young princess to follow this brat? With this brat's temperament, sooner or later there will be a conflict with the Lian family. Do you understand? Attribute understands. Zhao Qicheng nodded his head and said, the 7 emperors of the deep sea, 9 Serpents Island? Should we remind him? He will know sooner or later. Guo Shuyi narrowed his eyes and said in a faint voice, the 7 emperors 9 Serpents Island of the deep sea is a rather special existence in my dragon kingdom. The country needs them to guard the 7 star sea before allowing them to exist. If he is peaceful and obedient, he is still one of the 7 emperors of the deep sea. If he really wants to get his hands on that item, chop his dog legs into pieces. Understood, Director. Zhao Qicheng nodded and turned to leave. Ugh, student Lin Luo, don't you rush to reject it first. As long as you're willing to go back to the school to do a financial aid report, you can talk about anything. Li Yu followed closely behind Lin Luo, persuading him one after another. Lin Luo did not say a word, but next to him, Tang Chang was interested. Teacher Li, why don't I go? Look at me, I'm also in the top 100. You? Li Yu looked up and down at Tang Chang, really can't bear to disturb him, can only helplessly nodded. Okay, you go back and write a speech first, I'll take a look at it first. Really? Tang Chang was now excited to be able to make a presentation in front of his schoolmates. What a face-raising thing it should be. Why didn't Luo brother, this elm, agree to it? Maybe he could even ask a few schoolmates to play with him. Lin Luo, you may not know, this matter is still the principal found it. As long as you promise to return to school to do the report, the principal will help you. As he was talking, Lin Luo suddenly stopped and cautiously looked around. What's wrong? You. Buzz. A sudden fluctuation came from the air around them, and a series of 6 figures appeared in the surroundings, killing towards the 3 of them. Li Yu's face changed violently, and he hurriedly blocked in front of the 2 of them. Fallen one. You guys quickly leave. Teacher, stop them. As he spoke, Li Yu backhandedly grabbed, a light blue staff appeared in his hand, and along with his chanting, a series of 5 water elementals that were more than 1 person high appeared around him. The water elemental's body swelled up, immediately ejecting a large amount of water mist, shrouding several people's line of sight. Li Yu pulled Lin Luo and rushed in another direction. Towards the side. The direction of the trial tower plaza. Before his words could fall, his hand was slapped away by Lin Luo, who looked at him indifferently. You're not Teacher Li, who the hell are you? Li Yu, who was originally stunned, suddenly laughed at this moment. Kid, how did you know that? Only to see Li Yu's figure sway, the pitch-black mist suddenly surged, and the entire person instantly turned into a black-clothed man with a cloak on his head. Tang Cheng angrily said, who are you? What have you done to Teacher Li Yu? The man in black laughed, you mean this newly practiced doppelganger of mine? Of course it was destroyed in form and spirit. In order to get close to you, I just condescended to integrate this doppelganger. I didn't expect that I'd actually be discovered by you. No matter what, student Lin Luo, you'd better follow me. So what if I don't leave? Lin Luo said in a cold voice. The previous him didn't feel anything wrong with Teacher Li Yu. The other party's strength was after all far greater than his own, and after refining Teacher Li Yu into a doppelganger, he couldn't feel it at all. But the moment those 6 black-clothed fallen appeared, he opened the surgical space, enveloping the 100-meter radius. It was only after the surgical space landed that he realized that inside this teacher Liu in front of him, a pitch-black and incomparable mist was actually condensing, and a large number of spiderweb-like veins were occupying teacher Liu's body, completely controlling his entire person. It was only then that he realized that this teacher Liu in front of him was not the real teacher Liu at all. The real teacher Liu had already been poisoned and had become the doppelganger of this black-clothed man in front of him. Ha ha ha, if you don't leave, then don't blame us for taking action. As soon as the words fell, those 6 figures rushed towards the 2 of them. A large amount of black mist slowly emerged from the surrounding area as well. Root of black mist. A dark cry suddenly rang out, but 3 figures suddenly leapt out from the direction of the trial tower, blocking in front of Lin Luo and Tang Chang. You guys are? Daokeeper, Zhao Qichang. Zhao Qicheng shouted darkly, cautiously looking at the black-clothed men in front of him. Invisible Yen Beast Du Chang, you actually dared to come to Marina City. The black-clothed man's body swayed, his figure momentarily turning into a canine demonic beast like a thin dog, while condensing into a humanoid form, his icy tone came out faintly. Oh? Why can't I come to Marina City again? Humph. Zhao Qicheng snorted coldly, you're S-class in the Dakeeper's wanted list, since you're here, don't think about leaving Marina City. Ha ha ha. As if he had heard something happy, Du Chang laughed, trying to catch me? What a joke. He stared at Lin Luo again with a deadly stare, that brat killed my favorite granddaughter, as long as I kill all of you. I'll be able to use the power of the Lord of Black Mist to leave this place, ha! Kill! With a command, those 6 fallen ones rushed up again. Zhao Qicheng took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, Student Lin Luo, that skill of yours that can give people acute gastroenteritis, is it a single skill or a group skill? Lin Luo's eyes lit up, but he still whispered, single skill. In that case, Zhao Qicheng quickly said, look at my figure, whoever I charge at, you control. Understood. Kill. Zhao Qicheng also gave a dark drink, his figure swayed and quickly forced his way up, and with a backhand grab a grayish dagger appeared in his hand. One of the fastest fallen welcomed him, his hands crossed and 2 sharp water-dividing spikes appeared in his hands. A dense cold aura surged, and several cold and poisonous needles appeared on the parting thorns. Just as he was about to stab these poison needles at Zhao Qicheng, a sudden sharp pain came from his stomach, as if something was about to rush out. He subconsciously clenched his buttocks, wanting to force this back. But it was already too late. In a high-level duel, the key was in the moment. Just in the instant he clenched, Zhao Qicheng had already rushed in front of him, and the dagger in his hand directly slashed his throat. Ka! Ka 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 ka. With his throat as the center, the wound immediately appeared petrified in his eyes, falling and collapsing with the wind. In a single glance, Zhao Qicheng had decapitated a fallen one. Continue. With a flash of his figure, another phantom spot rushed in front of the second fallen one. The second fallen one shared a glance with him, also holding a dagger, and as he watched Zhao Qicheng charge up, a scarlet bloodthirsty light radiated violently from his eyes. Ha ha ha, Daokeeper Zhao Qicheng, I know you. Same killer, let me. Before the words were finished, another sharp pain in his abdomen and another wave of hit him. He subconsciously tried to clench his legs, but immediately reacted. No good. Allowing the sticky in his stomach to spray out, he violently tilted his head to try to dodge Zhao Qicheng's attack. But it was still too late. In such a short period of time, Zhao Qicheng had already found his break. The dagger in his hand drew an arc and slashed the throat of the fallen killer again. With a plop sound, the fallen killer's body smashed onto the ground, and black and yellow liquid continued to gush out from behind the skin drum. In just a few seconds, Zhao Qicheng alone had killed 2 fallen ones. And the originally empty black mist space was immediately filled with a thick sour odor. Vomit. Chapter 83, Die Die Die. The Yen Beast Tide. Damn it. Earth 9. Water 11. Du Cheng shouted angrily, and one of the fallen suddenly bellowed, his whole body clothes exploded and his size skyrocketed, and in an instant, he actually turned into a 4 or 5 meters tall earth elemental giant. With a fist the size of a water tank, it directly smashed over towards Zhao Qicheng. At the same time, the other fallen one's clothing also violently exploded, and the violent water flow coalesced, actually also coalescing into a huge water elemental giant. The sky blue body continued to surge, and a large amount of water mist condensed in an instant. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin Luo, in order to catch you, Old Me has made all the preparations. Du Cheng coldly shouted, along with the condensation of a large amount of water mist, his figure actually also transformed into a black hound-like beast that viciously rushed over. These 2 fallen ones were the experts that Du Cheng had specially deployed in order to capture Lin Luo. Although their strength was only at the silver rank, their occupation was a very special elemental emissary, which could transform itself into a specific elemental creature and use it to attack. He had investigated that Lin Luo possessed a skill that could give people acute gastroenteritis in a short period of time, and had deliberately transferred these 2 people in order to limit Lin Luo's skill. Lin Luo. Zhao Qicheng shouted, and just as he wanted to turn back to rescue him, he was forced to keep retreating by the earth lances that kept appearing on the ground. As for the other two henchmen, they were entangled by the other two fallen ones. Lin Luo frowned as he looked at the two earth and water elemental giants. His acute gastroenteritis instant outburst technique actually didn't work on these two elemental lifeforms. Ha, come here, boy. Amidst the huge water mist, the water elemental giant suddenly coalesced in front of Lin Luo, and a large hand coalesced from the water mist grabbed towards him. Go! Lin Luo pushed Tang Chang out of the way, while a large amount of cold air violently coalesced on his body, surging crazily towards his surroundings. Frost Nova! Ka! Ka 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 ka! The water elemental giant that rushed in sharply was frozen into a huge ice sculpture along with that large hand, rapidly spreading towards other parts. Kid! You won't be able to escape. The black mist condensed, and a strange creature like a hound slowly appeared in the void, surging towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo's figure shifted, a phantom suddenly appeared, and his entire figure quickly disappeared. A broken trash can actually appeared in the same spot, shrouded in black mist, corroding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Luo himself, on the other hand, appeared in the place where the trash can had originally been. Replacement. Du Cheng's pupils stared. Instantaneous transfer? No, it should be exchanging the location with a certain item. You kid, you're really hard to catch. Skills similar to instantaneous movement and blinking are the most mentally taxing. I'd like to see how many times you can instantly move. He gave a cold shout and charged towards Lin Luo once again. Before his figure moved, the water elemental that had already condensed a large half of an ice sculpture actually suddenly opened its mouth towards him and spat out a water arrow that carried a violent impact. Poof! The water arrow shot and immediately penetrated his body. The black mist coalesced and once again, Du Cheng's figure appeared. He frowned as he looked at the water elemental beside him. Compulsion type skill? On the other side, Lin Luo, the magic staff in his hand, was pointing in another direction. Acute gastroenteritis instant outburst technique. Poof! The face of the fallen who was fighting another Daokeeper suddenly changed, clamping down on his skin drum while quickly retreating, but it was already too late. Caught up by Zhao Qicheng's henchman, he couldn't even dodge before his head was smashed by a punch. Damn! Du Cheng cursed angrily as the black mist hound fiercely scurried, turning into a phantom and then scurried towards Lin Luo. But Lin Luo's figure disappeared once again, and in front of him was replaced by a car. Boom! The car was smashed away by his fist, but Lin Luo had already escaped. Another gastroenteritis instant outburst technique landed on the body of the sixth fallen. Goo! Seeing that the situation was not good, this fallen one allowed the sticky to gush out and quickly retreated. But in the next second, he lunged at the Taoist guardian with his teeth and claws open, grasping his long sword. Mental confusion technique. Put. Manipulated by the spiritual confusion technique, he was without any rules and regulations, and was once again decapitated by the Daokeeper. Well done! Zhao Qicheng shouted excitedly. His figure shifted and suddenly transformed into three phantoms. Three grayish dagger fists stabbed into the earth elemental giant's eyes and neck. Roar! The earth elemental giant roared. The earth elements around his body surged madly, but it couldn't hurt Zhao Qicheng a hair at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, his figure flickered and appeared in front of the water elemental giant, while the dagger in his hand stabbed into his still frozen body. Ka 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 ka! Accompanied by a soft sound, the remaining parts of the water elemental's body were immediately occupied by a large amount of constantly coalescing stone. Petrification. Zhao Qicheng's body twisted and smashed his fist on his head. With a click, the half-cold, half-petrified water elemental giant's head instantly exploded into smithereens. In a matter of minutes, only 2 of the 7 attacking fallen were left. One of them, who was also severely injured, had his eyes poked and turned blind. A bunch of losers. Du Cheng gritted his teeth as he stared at Lin Luo with a deadly stare, but there was not the slightest hint of giving up in his eyes. His granddaughter Du Xiaoman was the old ancestor's favorite bloodline. If he knew that Xiaoman had been killed and he hadn't avenged her, even he would have to eat his words. He immediately had a decision in his mind. With his hands clasped together and his mouth chanting, one black misthound demonic beast after another appeared at his side. Seeing this, Zhao Qicheng's face changed violently and he subconsciously shouted, "Quickly kill him! He's going to summon yen beasts!" His figure quickly closed in, and the dagger in his hand easily tore apart one black misthound after another. Unfortunately, there were so many black misthounds that it was impossible to clear them out in a moment. The 2 henchmen also rushed up. Even Lin Luo swung his staff, and the earth elemental giant next to Du Cheng turned around and slammed down. Too late. Accompanied by a loud shout, densely packed with at least hundreds of black misthound demonic beasts rushed out, charging towards several people. The 2 Daokeeper henchmen were immediately rushed to the ground by more than 10 yen beasts, fighting hard. Even Zhao Qicheng himself kept retreating. Ha ha ha! Eat them all! Eat them all! Become food for my babies, ha! Ow! The yen beast swarmed up, and the earth elemental giant that was closest to Du Cheng was immediately pounced upon and directly torn into pieces. Zhao Qiqing's few people were fighting and retreating. As for the other few corpses of the fallen, they were actually directly swallowed. Lin Luo frowned as he looked at these strange demonic beasts and opened his mouth to ask, "Senior, what are yen beasts?" Zhao Qiqing gasped and said, "A yen beast is an invisible beast that specializes in illusions, stealth, and underworld fire attacks. He has a mother beast, which must be killed in order to completely kill these sub-beasts, or else a constant stream of yen beast sub-beasts will be produced." Yen beast mother beast? Lin Luo looked into the darkness not far away. Du Cheng's figure had long disappeared, and in its place was a dense black fog. A yen beast madly rushed out from it, killing towards them with no intention of dying. "There are too many." With a wave of his hand, 9 blood-colored teleportation arrays appeared around him, and soon 9 lizardman warriors rushed out. With a hiss, they grabbed the heavy weapons in their hands and smashed into the group of yen beasts. These lizardmen were summoned creatures, and were so fierce that even if the yen beasts' underworld fire burned on them, it could not force them back. Summoning! Zhao Qiqing's eyes lit up. This Lin Luo was actually hiding his strength. Looking at the group of yen beasts, Lin Luo began to try. Acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique. Ow! A yen beast roared, but its body didn't change in the slightest. Instead, it intensified its tearing. Not working? Lin Luo dropped another skill. Black plague outbreak technique. The dense black death virus gushed out, still causing no damage to these yen beasts. Yen beasts are invisible beasts. Ordinary virus attacks don't work. Luo! Quickly retreat back. Tang Chang rushed over in a hurry and pulled Lin Luo back to a house. Zhao Qiqing and the others themselves stood at the entrance of the room, fending off the constant swarm of yen beasts around them. Mental confusion technique. Among the yen beast swarm, a yen beast suddenly went berserk and tore towards a fellow clan member next to it. Useful. Lin Luo's eyes were delighted, but he realized that the yen beast that had been hit by the confusion technique was quickly torn into pieces by other yen beasts. Too many? He dropped another skill. Sex fish hyperactivity technique. The sex fish hyperactivity technique, which was ranked up to LV7, immediately took effect, and at least a dozen or so yen beasts went berserk again. The difference was that this time, the dozen or so yen beasts were charging at each other, searching for the scent of each other's underbelly, but nothing was found, causing them to go even more berserk. Zhao Qiqing was puzzled. What are they doing? Ah! A member of the team screamed miserably. His arm was torn off a large chunk of flesh and blood, and the underworld flame spread even more like a hawk. Captain! Can't hold on much longer. Damn it! Zhao Qiqing cursed, his eyes looking into the darkness in the distance. If he wanted to solve so many yen beasts, he had to kill Du Cheng, the mother beast. Unfortunately, he couldn't even get close to Du Cheng. Lin Luo hesitantly said, "It worked, but it's a pity that yen beasts don't have a male or female." In the distance, Du Cheng's figure slowly appeared. At this time, he turned into a black mist beast that was 7 or 8 meters tall. Squatting there, his hoarse voice once again came over. "Ah, Dowkeeper, hand over that brat, I can let you live. Don't even think about it." Zhao Qiqing roared. There was no way he would hand over a student to the fallen. Lin Luo's eyes, however, lit up. Looking at the yen beasts that were approaching around him, he had an idea in his mind. His figure shifted, black mist surged, and he actually turned into a yen beast. While Zhao Qiqing and the others were still fending off the yen beast tide, he then blended in. As expected, the ability of the demonization rune made the yen beast he turned into not the slightest bit different from these yen beasts. He easily rushed into the midst of the yen beasts and dived in the direction of Du City. Capture the thief. First. Chapter 84, a low-ranked mutation skill with strange effects. After rushing into the group of yen beasts, Lin Luo felt the strangeness of the yen beasts. They looked like a mass of demonic beasts made up of black mist, with a hound-like appearance. But after making contact, it was realized that these were all appearances. They were more like a twisted black mist, manipulated by inexplicable energies. Even he was able to pass through the bodies of these yen beasts and flew close to Du Cheng. Amidst the thick fog, Du Cheng was still laughing continuously. The lower part of his huge body had almost formed an illusory state of mist, and a yen beast surged out of it, rushing in the direction of Lin Luo and the others. After getting close, Lin Luo threw a mental confusion spell at Du Cheng. Roar! Du Cheng roared fiercely and slapped down violently directly slapping a dozen or so yen beasts into dregs, the mist scattering in all directions, dead beyond repair. Du Cheng instantly reacted, his eyes stared, subconsciously looking towards the ground. There, Lin Luo had already transformed into his form, looking at him indifferently. Damned brat! Du Cheng roared angrily and slapped down again. Buzz! Lin Luo's figure disappeared into thin air once again, while in the next second, he appeared behind Du Cheng's back and a stone appeared in his original position. Sex Fish Exuberance Technique. As high as LV7 level Sex Fish Hyperactivity Technique took effect immediately, Du Cheng immediately got down on the ground, and his huge body toppled over, again crushing a bunch of yen beasts to death. This time, it took more than 10 mid-seconds for Du Cheng to react, and he opened his huge mouth in annoyance, and a mouthful of underworld fire was sprayed over. Boom! The underworld flame raged, drowning the direction Lin Luo was staying in. Lin Luo once again appeared in another direction, and once again, the staff in his hand pointed. Skin burst spell. Thumb. A huge crack appeared on his huge body immediately, but the black mist surged and quickly disappeared. Acromegaly increased technique. Du Cheng subconsciously clenched his legs, but there was no reaction. Gonorrhea spreading technique. Syphilis outbreak technique. Influenza virus lysis technique. Pain deepening technique. Variant skill after variant skill was thrown at Du Cheng, causing him to roar angrily, but no matter how much he functioned, he couldn't attack Lin Luo. Inside the distant houses, Zhao Qicheng, who had felt the Yen Beast tide attack slow down a lot, strangely looked into the distance. There, Du Cheng's huge body, following Lin Luo's flickering and constantly moving, roared angrily, but could only be impotent and furious. Luo is walking his dog. Zhao Qicheng couldn't help but laugh. This description was quite graphic. Captain. Quickly, Yangzi can't make it. What? Zhao Qicheng's face changed and he rushed to his men's side. Only to see that Yang Zi's entire body had collapsed to the ground, and his body was covered with wounds torn by the Yen beasts. The entire right arm and right leg were completely swallowed off, and there was even underworld fire burning continuously on his body. Yang Zi! Damn it! Zhao Qicheng roared, directly rushed out of the room and killed in the direction of Du Cheng. Du Cheng, I'll kill you! Roar! Du Cheng hissed angrily and slapped Lin Luo again. Kid! I don't believe that you can have so much spiritual power. He had already made up his mind that after this brat's spiritual energy was consumed, he must extract his soul and put it in the underworld fire to burn it for 100 years. Pain deepening technique. Du Cheng roared again, staring at Lin Luo with a deadly stare. And Lin Luo also let out a long sigh of relief. He had used almost all of his mutation skills with little effect. After all, the opponent was a gold-ranked professional, and was just a step away from the epic realm. In that case, we can only try the ability of surgical space. He casually raised his hand and threw out another mutated skill. Blood-burning technique. Boom! A mournful scream suddenly came from the mouth of the huge Yen beast, and even Lin Luo was startled by him. What's going on? However, a fiery red light was burning on the body of the huge Yen beast and was rushing towards Du Cheng's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. It has an effect. Blood-burning technique. Lin Luo's mind was racing and he quickly guessed the answer. The blood-burning technique was a mutated skill that worked directly on the blood and could make the blood in the target's body burn in a very short period of time. Although the Yen beasts were called invisible beasts, they had real bodies, and that was the black mist. These black mists were the subject part of their bodies, taking on the role of the blood within their bodies. Without the protection of their flesh anymore, their blood was directly exposed to Lin Luo's eyes. A single move of the blood-burning technique could easily cause the blood, or black mist, within their bodies to burn. Boom! The flames erupted once again, and most of the huge Yen beast's body was actually enveloped in fiery red flames. His huge body began to struggle. The Yen beasts on the ground were also stained by the flames and burned crazily. In a short span of more than 10 seconds, a sea of fire actually appeared in the middle of the entire world controlled by the root of black mist. What's going on here? Zhao Qicheng, who had just rushed into the group of Yen beasts and was about to go on a killing spree, was startled by this sea of fire and subconsciously stopped. In the distance, Du Cheng's huge body also gradually collapsed under the burning flames. Damn! Du Cheng cursed angrily as his huge body gradually collapsed, shrouded in black mist, and reverted back to the appearance of a real person. The difference was that he still had a large amount of flames burning on his body. You guys wait and see. With a flash of his body, he dashed towards the distance, already having the intention of escaping. Want to leave? How can it be that easy? Lin Luo laughed coldly, presenting a blade with one hand and slashing in Du Cheng's direction. Cut! Cut! In an instant, Du Cheng's head and limbs were split into pieces. Combination. Lin Luo gave another dark shout, and before the surprise on Du Cheng's face disappeared, the head, body and limbs were quickly combined again, forming a monster with upside-down arms and legs. Damn! What the hell kind of ability is this? Du Cheng opened his mouth and chanted. A strange chanting sound came from his mouth. The limbs of his body began to melt, turning back into black mist. However, at this time, another skill fell from Lin Luo. Alzheimer technique. The Alzheimer technique, which was as high as LV7 level, immediately exploded on Du Cheng. Poof! His head instantly exploded with a cluster of blood, the backlash of the magic instantly causing him to fall into a state of serious injury. Blood-burning magic. Boom! The surrounding blood, along with the blood on Du Cheng's body, instantly burned crazily. Ow! Ow! On the ground, Yen beasts like a tidal wave also hissed. Their figures slowly collapsed and disappeared as if they had never appeared. And Du Cheng's body, or corpse, was burned into a puff of green smoke. Kid! The Night's Watch won't be able to spare you. Ah! His body, which was constantly burning, was caught in a magical backlash, and he was unable to save himself at all. Lin Luo's figure flashed, and while Du Chang was still not completely dead, he yanked a ring off his hand. Space ring. The space ring of a Gold Realm professional, and it was also one of the heads of the Night's Watch. There were definitely quite a few good things in it. With Du Chang's death, a black, round bead suddenly fell from mid-air and was steadily grasped by Lin Luo. What is this thing? This bead in his hand was only the size of an egg, transparent on the outside, but within it was a constantly rotating black mist that constantly tumbled and coalesced and dissipated. This is the Yen Beast's bead. Zhao Qicheng walked over and spoke the answer. This is something that only Yen Beast females will drop after they die, similar to a dragon's dragon crystal, but only special means and special professions can use it. It's of little use to ordinary people. Lin Luo casually put it away. Thanks for explaining. Senior, is Senior alright? Zhao Qicheng froze and shook his head. It's fine. He was originally thinking of a way to get this Yen Beast speed. It wasn't much use to ordinary people, but for Dao Keepers, there were indeed quite a few people who could make use of this Yen Beast speed. Student Lin Luo, thanks to you, or else we would probably die here. Why is Senior here? Lin Luo asked. Zhao Qicheng took a deep breath and said, I'm here to invite you. Our chief wants to ask you to come over to meet him. Your chief? Who? Director Guo Shui Guo. Director Guo Shui? A familiar figure appeared in Lin Luo's mind. Isn't he a deputy city guard? Part-time deputy city guard. Zhao Qicheng said, Student Lin Luo, the director admires you and wants to invite you to join the Dao Keeper. As long as you join the Dao Keepers, you will immediately receive the title of official professional, and the Dao Keepers can advance all the expenses for the next 4 years of your college career, and you yourself can become a civil servant of the Dragon Kingdom, qualified to investigate any criminal deeds within the Dragon Kingdom, and even your mother will. And you will also be provided with a separate residence, and the lowest ranked members of the Dao Keeper will also receive a fixed salary of 10,000 gold coins per month. After going on a mission, you will also receive a bonus from the bureau. Zhao Qicheng spoke eloquently, stating all the benefits of the Dao Keeper. So many benefits? Lin Luo asked. Zhao Qicheng hurriedly nodded. Of course, Student Lin Luo, let's go to the director's place. The director thinks so highly of you. I'm sure he'll give you the status of a second-grade investigator. Lin Luo laughed. I refuse. You, what? You refuse? Zhao Qicheng was surprised. Why? Lin Luo said, I'm a person who's used to being free. I'm not used to some rules and regulations. Senior Zhao, I'm tired of you making a trip. Please also go back and tell Director Guo that I appreciate his kindness. Student Lin Luo, you. Zhao Qicheng was just about to say something, but he saw Lin Luo's figure instantly disappear. Beside him, instead, a trash can appeared spinning in place. Looking at Lin Luo, who appeared in the distance, Zhao Qicheng shook his head and said, to actually reject the invitation of the Dao Keeper so dryly, it seems different from what the director imagined. With Du Chang's death, the surrounding black mist dissipated and several people reappeared on the main road. Tang Cheng asked strangely, Luo Ge, what is that man looking for you for? He wants me to join the Dao Keepers. Dao Keeper? Tang Cheng said excitedly, that's the Taoist Guardians, a national organization. Luo brother, you agreed? Lin Luo shook his head, no. Why Too lazy to go, I still like to be free. Alas, I heard that the Taoist Guardian has a lot of power. Many officials do not dare to offend the Taoist Guardian. Tang Cheng chattered on, but Lin Luo touched the space ring on his hand that he had yanked off from Du Cheng's hand. Spatial ring, there's no telling what goodies will be in this. Chapter 85, Du Cheng's Loot. Skill book. What did you say? That kid refused to join our Dao Keeper. At the Dao Keeper base, Guo Shui looked at Zhao Qicheng in front of him in surprise. Zhao Qicheng also looked helpless and said, yeah, this is the first time I've come across this kind of thing. We Dao Keepers rarely recruit new student professionals, but this Lin Luo is very different from other new students. Guo Shui tapped the desktop with one hand and said, no matter what, Lin Luo's existence is very special. According to you, he was actually able to single-handedly kill the mother of Yin Beasts, Du Cheng, by burning her to death with a special kind of flame. This Jane is too unbelievable. Even if it was me, it would take a lot of effort to kill Du Cheng. Yes, Chief, his skills are just too bizarre. Zhao Qicheng said, not only the manipulation of the Black Death disease poisonous fog, but also that under-control skill that can cause one to get acute gastroenteritis in a very short period of time. It's all terrifying. That acute gastroenteritis under control skill allows me to kill an enemy of the same rank in an instant, and the opponent can't even react. This time, he has shown the ability to instantly move in that special flame. It's just too terrifying. Zhao Qicheng said, and suddenly said, Director, why don't we have the Prophet check it out? No way. Guo Shui rejected on the spot. Lin Luo hasn't joined our Dao Keeper yet, and he seems to have some prejudice against our Dao Keeper, so we can't offend him again and make him think that our Dao Keeper is an organization that will do anything for an end. This is... Zhao Qicheng could only agree. The Prophet was a very special professional amongst the Dao Keepers of their Marina city. She was born blind, but had awakened a special natural skill, Prophet's Eye. As long as she was willing, she could utilize the Prophet's Eye to see through the entire attributes of the person in front of her, even his past and story. The greater the difference between the two's spiritual power, the more information the seer could get. You go down. Guo Shuyi spoke. I'll personally find a way to deal with this matter of Lin Luo. Yes. Director. After Zhao Qicheng left, Guo Shuyi pulled out a stack of information from a drawer. Lin Luo. He put Lin Luo's information aside, while another person's information appeared below. Lian Yining. This time, Lian Yining's information was a thick pile. Lian Yining, Lian Chang, Lian family, this Lin Luo, could it be your lifesaver? Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly coughed violently, a bit of blood seeping out of his handkerchief, but his eyes remained bright. The alien invasion is imminent. You group of professional families ate the country's dividends. Do not think of serving the country, but only think of competing for power and profit. It is really damned. Lin Luo. Must not let you guys get your hands on it again. Late at night. Lin Luo returned home, washed up and then lay down on his bed, recalling in his mind the competition of the past few days and the Fallen Ones' raid. The Fallen? The Night Watch? From what Lin Luo knew, the Fallen Ones had formed quite a few organizations because of their initiative to defect to the otherworldly evil gods and because of their belief in different evil gods. A few of the strongest Fallen One organizations were the Night Watchmen, the Brotherhood, the Julan Shrine, and so on. This time, the one who had set his sights on him was the strongest of the Fallen One organizations, the Night's Watch. I've killed quite a few people from the Night's Watch, and among them, there's also one of the elders, the mother of yin beasts, Du Chang, and it's already immortal. In the future, when I encounter someone from the Night's Watch, there's absolutely no heck of a way to talk about it. He reached out and grabbed, and a ring appeared in his hand. A spatial ring. The space ring of Du Chang, the mother of yin beasts. Spatial ring, silver rank spatial equipment, contains 1,000 cubic meters of space, can place any substance at will and take it out at any time, cannot place living things. With the death of Yen Beast's mother Du Chang, this spatial ring became unowned and was easily opened by him. Mental energy surged in, and a large pile of props appeared before his eyes. With a thought, they were all poured out by him. The first thing that caught his eye was the 9 black glazed cards. This is the Bearer Gold card issued by the Professionals Guild. Lin Luo grabbed this Bearer Gold card into his hands as soon as he could. The Professionals Guild black card, each black card can store 1 million gold coins within it, and there are 9 of them here. 9 million gold coins. He sucked in a breath of cool air. No wonder this group of degenerates liked to attack and kill professionals, the income was really high. Just by killing one Du Chang, 9 million gold coins were credited. His previous kills of monsters and practicing had dropped less than 100,000 gold coins. Next, there was a large pile of unknown materials. Bones of yin beasts, mottled python scales, jade dragon horns, earthbound dragon armor. Lin Luo carefully distinguished the materials and quickly categorized and placed them. In the end, there was a small portion of materials that were born that he really couldn't recognize. For high-grade materials, if the grade was insufficient, the professional had to learn the appraisal technique before he could identify the true attributes of the prop. After the materials, there was a pile of demonic beast crystal cores of various colors, at least 40 to 50 of them. The value of these demonic beast crystal cores was also above millions. In just one night's time, he had become a multi-millionaire. This is a resurrection prop? In his hands, 3 silver-colored silver coin-like items appeared. Coin of Destiny, special props that randomly produce different effects when used. Effect 1, gain a chance to resurrect, limited to use within 3 days. After resurrection, his or her attributes will be halved and weakened, dropping all equipment and props for 3 months. Effect 2, Thunder Punishment, can randomly summon heavenly thunder to fall and punish itself. This resurrection prop, it really has personality. Lin Luo laughed. That Du Cheng obviously didn't believe that he would die in a small quest, and that was why he didn't even have a chance to use the Coin of Destiny. He checked again, and there were quite a few miscellaneous items that he had thrown aside. A black ghost mask caught his attention. What is this? This mask on his hand, made of unknown material, was somewhat cold to the touch. The surface of the mask, on the other hand, was covered with some extremely special patterns, looking closely as if it was a formation? Formation props? Is it a formation prop refined by a professional? Lin Luo didn't know much about formation masters. He only knew that when they were fighting or assisting, most of them would use formation discs, formation flags, formation orders, and so on that they had made themselves. For example, Forbidden Formation Master Fong Yuan's formation flags were very aspectful to use. And this mask, undoubtedly, was also one of them. Name, Sumeru Mask. Function, please check for yourself. Description, refined by Formation Master Venerable Fei Yu, it possesses a special function. Grasping this mask, Lin Luo fell into deep thought. Looking at the description, it was refined by a formation master called Venerable Fei Yu, and those who can be called masters are at least epic realm formation masters. What exactly is the use of this mask he refined? He twitched a bit and still didn't bring it on his face. Tomorrow is the final 4 of the Gao Gao examination single challenge, so hell knows what will happen if I bring this mask with me. It's better to wait for the end of the quarterfinals and try bringing it on after I've made all the preparations. Thinking of this, he put away this Sumeru mask. In the end, his gaze, on the other hand, looked onto a series of 4 parchment scrolls. These were skill books. A series of 4 skill books appeared before Lin Luo's eyes. Skill, Dragon Might Pseudo. Description, limited to 3rd turn, melee professions to learn. Requirements, Spirit 300, Strength 450. Effects, releases its own killing intent for a short period of time, shocking the opponent, making the opponent unable to act and falling into a state of stagnation. The greater the difference in mental strength between the two sides, the stronger the effect of Dragon Might Pseudo. Skill, Summon Earth Bear. Description, limited to 3rd turn, Summoner, Beast Tamer Warlock type professions. Requirements, Spirit 250, Physique 310. Effects, consume a certain amount of spirit power to summon an Earth Bear for you to drive. The stronger the spirit power, the stronger the summoned Earth Bear will be. Skill, Super Ultimate Tornado Wind Slash. Description, limited to 2nd turn, Warrior, Swordsman and other professions. Requirements, Strength 280, Agility 320. Effects, utilizing one's own weapon to spin at super speed for a short period of time, forming a tornado of blades to inflict great damage on the target. The higher the strength and agility, the longer the duration and the higher the damage power. The first 3 skills were very hot for Lin Luo to see. They were all turn 2, or even turn 3 or higher skills. The power effects were also very strong. Unfortunately, none of them were suitable for him to learn. He was a priest, it was impossible for him to learn so many combat skills. It wasn't until the 4th scroll that his eyes lit up slightly. This skill, I so want to be able to learn it. Skill, Compulsion. Description, limited to 2nd turn, Spirit side professions to learn. Requirement, Spirit 300. Effect, consume a certain amount of spiritual power to compel the target, which can cause the opponent to fall into a state of confusion or a controllable state in a short period of time, following your orders and under your control. The greater the difference in mental power between the two parties, the longer the duration of the confused or controllable state. Limited to 2nd turn, Spirit side professionals to learn. Lin Luo thought to himself, I happen to be a spirit side professional, and my spirit power attribute is as high as 733 points at the moment, enough to learn this skill. He slapped his backhand at the compulsion skill book, a white light flashed, and the compulsion skill book disappeared. It turned into a stream of light and rushed into his brain. In the middle of his brain, a special rune composed entirely of spiritual energy was slowly forming. And right at this moment, it was as if this rune was interfered with by an inexplicable force. The rune violently twisted up and the formation speed accelerated. In the end, a rune that looked even more complex and arcane was formed. You have learned the skill, Compulsion. Zip 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 zip. The system is in disarray. System adjustment in progress. Adjustment successful. You have learned the skill. Chapter 86, Stockholm Self-Rating Skill. You've learned the skill, Compulsion. Zip 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 zip. System disorder occurring. System adjustment in progress. Adjustment successful. You have learned the skill, Stockholm Self-Rating Technique. Stockholm Self-Rating Technique. Lin Luo's face was a bit strange. Why is the name of this mutated skill so long? It made him think of the acute gastroenteritis instant outbreak technique. Could it be that mutant skills with more skill words were more powerful? He looked at the mutated skill. Stockholm Self-Rating Technique LV1, Mutated Skill Passive. Every time you deal damage to the same target, you will force the target to load self-rating points. The higher the self-rating points, the more chance the target creature will make self-rating and self-taming in its heart, and when the points have accumulated to a certain level, the target creature will automatically submit to you and become your pet, envoy, subordinate, slave, etc. P.S. This skill is based on the difference in mental attributes between the two sides, the target creature's resistance, the target creature's status, the target creature's race, the target creature's age, the degree of damage inflicted, the number of times damage is inflicted, and the way damage is inflicted as the criteria for loading the self-taming points, so please ask the caster to figure it out on their own. Holy, what the hell kind of skill is this? Lin Luo was surprised. A passive skill? This was already the second passive skill, the first being the penicillin phagocytosis body shield, with the same bizarre and powerful effect. Every time you attack, you will attach self-raid points to the target creature? Accumulating to a certain level, that target creature will self-raid, and depending on the different states and calculations, when that target creature finishes self-raiding, it will actually turn into my pet? A demon? A subordinate? Slave? Aren't they all the same thing? The corners of his mouth twitched a little, remembering the explanation of Stockholm Syndrome in his previous life. Also known as Stockholm Syndrome or known as hostage complex or hostage syndrome, it was a complex in which the victim of a crime develops an emotion towards the perpetrator and even helps the perpetrator in turn. This emotion causes the victim to feel good about the perpetrator, become dependent, and even assist the perpetrator. Hostages develop a sense of psychological dependence on their captors. Their lives and deaths are in the hands of their captors, and they are grateful to their captors for keeping them alive. They share the fate of the hostage-taker and regard the hostage-taker's future as their own, and the hostage-taker's safety as their own. So they adopt an attitude of we are against them and treat the rescuers as their enemies. These people are completely insane. But in this world, Stockholm Syndrome has actually turned into Stockholm self-rating technique, a special mutated passive skill. And the effect of the skill is not inferior to the effect of his psychosis, but can be mandatory to the target creature self-rating as their own pet, demon, subordinate, or even a slave. This target creature also has a mental illness? Compulsorily infected with psychosis? Thinking about this, Lin Luo instead sucked in a breath of cool air. I just don't know, what's the success rate of this Stockholm self-rater technique anymore? If I can't, I'll use skill points to level him up, and the success rate will become higher. There are also gold skill points. I wonder what special effects there will be after raising it to LV8 level. There's also tomorrow's Final 4 challenge. That world wonder, what exactly is it? Really looking forward to it. The second day. The trial square was still crowded. The 100,000 seats were filled to capacity, bustling with activity. All of them were eagerly looking at the center of the square, waiting for the arrival of the final round of this year's Gao Gao examination single challenge. Today, there would be a Final 4 challenge and a championship duel, and it was unknown how many spectators and media had been attracted. Even so, there were quite a few media from other cities that had rushed here, nervously broadcasting. Audience members, you are now seeing the scene of the top 4 challenge match of this year's Gao Gao examination single challenge tournament. The top 4 freshman professionals have yet to take the stage, so let me give you a brief and concise description. This year's Marina City College Entrance Examination Single Challenge are the 4 contestants Lin Luo, Dongfangyi, Chen Pingan, and Morong Shuoxuan. At the edge of the square, there were quite a few hosts and cameras aimed at the center of the square, excitedly announcing. The time had just reached 8 o'clock when a host appeared in the center of the square. Friends of the audience, the exciting Marina City High School Examination Single Challenge, the Final 4 will begin soon. Next, please welcome the 4 freshmen with warm applause. Fervent applause rang out, and more than 100,000 professionals and spectators all looked excitedly at the new huge ring. They are the goddess of wisdom and beauty, courage and holiness, the angel of holy light, Morong Shuoshang. Accompanied by a burst of cheers, Morong Shuohen, who wore a golden battle dress and emitted a soft holy light all over her body, slowly appeared. Morong Shuohen. Morong Shuohen. Goddess. Goddess, I love you. Ah. Goddess, I want to give you a monkey. Ah. As soon as Morong Shuochen appeared on the stage, she caused many of the audience to become excited, all hissing fervently. The host continued to announce, next is the peerless swordsman, Pingan Shen, who kills one person in 10 steps and leaves no one behind in 1,000 miles. Clang! A dragon's roar rang out. First a sword light flashed out, and only after attracting the gazes of many spectators did Pingan Shen slowly walk out, standing opposite Morong Shuochen. The green shirt was fighting with the sword, indescribably dashing. Chen Pingan! Awesome! So damn tawdry. But so handsome, ah! Swordsman! There hasn't been a powerful swordsman in years. Pingan Shen's swordsmanship is unrivaled, he will be the champion. The host continued to announce, in third place, is the Dragon Knight, known as the strongest S-ranked profession in history, and even more so as the strongest creature, Dongfangyi. Just after his voice fell, a mountainous shout came from the entire audience, like an earthquake. Dongfangyi! Dongfangyi! Champion! Champion! The quarterfinals, ah! Dongfangyi is definitely the champion. I bet on Dongfangyi. $800,000. That's all I have. Giant dragon. Look! The dragon is out. How did this giant dragon change again? It looks so scary. Nonsense. He's the youngest master of the Eastern family, what's wrong with giving the giant dragon some tonic? This is too unfair. What do you mean by fair? Equipment, props, pets and these external forces are also part of strength. Spell it out. I'll also bet on Dongfangyi. I've sold my house and taken out a lot of loans, so I'm just waiting for a wave of riches. I don't know who will play first in the quarterfinals. Roar! In the midst of the surging chatter, a dragon roar suddenly resounded throughout the square. Only to see that in the center of the square, a behemoth that was 4 or 5 meters tall slowly walked into the square. Along with his footsteps, the entire square seemed to riot with it. This was a terrifying creature that grew more and more hideous. It was 5 meters tall and even about 10 meters tall from the top of its head to its tail. The entire body was covered in hard dragon scales, all of which looked very hard, like diamonds. On the back were rows and rows of hard barbs, like a long sword stuck upside down. The head also had terrifying chamfers, densely packed like hedgehogs, possessing notable defense and strong attack power. The pupils were bronze-colored vertical pupils, containing madness and fury. The fangs were flared out, and each fang was more than 20 centimeters long, constantly flashing with a cold light under the sunlight. Even the snake's head had sharp barbs growing on it, looking incomparably terrifying. A pair of fleshy wings violently opened, half of the square was rolled up a gust of wind, the length of the wings was more than 10 meters long. The joints of the wings also grew sharp bone spikes, which is also powerful enough to destroy gold and crack stone weapons. At this moment, the Black Reaper looked even more powerful than yesterday, far from being comparable to an ordinary young dragon. On the back of the Black Grim Reaper, wearing golden armor, Dongfang is riding on the top, his face is full of indifference. The golden dragon spear in his hand was lifted upside down, adding a stern and murderous aura to him. So strong. Accompanied by Dongfang's entrance, the Pingon Chen on the side subconsciously grabbed into the hilt of his sword and breathed a little sharply. This guy is even stronger. What the hell happened? What makes a dragon knight so powerful? His eyes fiercely burned with a raging flame. Even the peerless sword in his hand trembled, as if it was excited about finding a powerful opponent. This feeling, dragon might? It's a pity that this giant dragon, a bright pearl in the dust. On the other side, Morong Shueshen's eyes calmly gazed at Morong Shueshen. There was not a trace of emotion, nor was there a single fluctuation, as if they were just gazing at a usual professional. Seeing that the entire ring and the audience had become excited because of the appearance of the giant dragon, the host intentionally stopped, allowing the professionals and audience present to enjoy the dragon's heroic appearance. On the giant dragon, Dongfang's eyes only glanced at Chen Pingon and Morong Shueshuan, while he was looking at the passage behind him again. He was waiting for someone, the silhouette that had haunted him to death. Lin Luo. It was only after several minutes that he shouted, "The last one is the freshman professional who has become the team champion of the college entrance examination and even broke into the top 4 of the solo challenge tournament as a D and rated professional priest in the position of an absolute dark horse, Lin Luo." Dark horse Lin Luo is coming out. This brother is too strong. He actually made it this far. Code. I'm betting on Lin Luo. Let's go for it. Bicycle to motorcycle. Lin Luo is definitely going to lose this time. In the final 4, those 3 S-rank hidden professionals will definitely bring out their best. I feel the same way. He's been pushed out to his full strength in the last few days of competition, and the 3 of them are definitely prepared. I'm optimistic about Lin Luo. If it wasn't for that skill of his that can make people poop being banned, who among the 3 people present could have been left with Lin Luo? That's an ability that can make even a giant dragon dilute. I feel the same way. Cough, 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 cough. I'd like to see Lin Luo and Morong Shuechen compete. You pervert. I like it. Hey. Ha? Why hasn't Lin Luo come out yet? Strange. Where are the others? Chapter 87, 7 Emperor Storm Island. The Lin family's premeditation. At this time within the waiting area, Tang Cheng nervously said, "Luo brother, didn't find sister-in-law. I also asked other students, none of them saw her." Lin Luo put away his cell phone, his face was also a bit ugly. After separating from Lin Yining yesterday, she also said that she would come to cheer for herself. How come she hasn't seen anyone until now? Calling and messaging didn't return, could something have happened? Luo brother, could something have happened? Tang Chung hesitated. What could have happened? Lin Luo said, Lin Yining is a member of the Lin family, her father is still an epic level professional, how could something happen? Tang Cheng guessed again, then would someone arrest sister-in-law for this match and threaten you to release water? What are you thinking in your head? Lin Luo said helplessly, who dares to kidnap someone from the Lin family? Living out of patience. Wait, let me ask another person. He opened his cell phone, found Lian Qinger, whom he had met a few times before, and sent a message. Before Lian Qinger's message came back, another clamor of shouting and clapping came. Boss, it's your turn, how about? Lin Luo put away his cell phone, let's go, Ninger's matter will wait until after the final 4 challenge. His figure slowly walked into the trial square. Here it comes. All of the top 4 have arrived. For men and a dragon, why do I feel that it's still Dongfang He who's going to win the championship? I feel the same way. In the center of the square, Dongfang He, who was still riding on the back of the Black God of Death, stared at Lin Luo with a cold voice, You're finally here, I thought you'd back out on the battlefield. The Black Death God also stared angrily at Lin Luo, a sound of grinding teeth sounded. It already knew that it was this human in front of it that had made it unable to resist dilating in front of tens of thousands of humans, its lifetime of brilliance ruined. This damned human, it must eat him itself. Eat him. Only in this way can he wash away the humiliation on him. That's in front of tens of thousands of people. This kind of thing would definitely be recorded in the so-called networks, chats, and even books of humans. Perhaps a few hundred years later, humans would still bring up a gargoyle that dilated in front of tens of thousands of humans. He would definitely not allow this matter to happen. Looking at the one dragon and one person in front of him, especially the angry flames of the bronze-colored vertical pupils of that giant dragon, Lin Luo casually said, What, want to come again? Roar! The giant dragon roared angrily and made a move to charge towards Lin Luo, but was hastily pulled back by Dongfang He. Reaper! Don't be in a hurry. We'll make a decision after we stand in the ring. The host also saw the flames in the center of the square and hurriedly announced, next, we'll start drawing lots to determine the arrangements for the top 4 bouts. As soon as the words fell, the names of the 4 of them appeared on the big screen, and then quickly scrolled up. The 4 of them, Lin Luo, Dongfangyi, Chen Pingan, and Murong Shuaxian, all stared at the big screen with dead eyes. The surrounding audience, on the other hand, were also shouting loudly. Dongfangyi. I want to see Dongfangyi. Murong Shuaxian. What's there to see in a bunch of old men? Only goddesses are the best looking. Lin Luo. I want to see a giant dragon poop. Ha 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 ha. Silly you, that skill has been banned. Lin Luo is definitely going to lose. Coming. It stopped. It's actually. On the big screen, a person's name was the first to stop. Chen Pingan. Pingan Chen's eyes lit up. The first match was actually himself. Dongfangyi frowned. Pingan Chen? I hope I don't draw Lin Luo and I can't wait to beat him. The second name also slowly came to a halt, over 100,000 pairs of eyes, all watching the birth of the second name. Murong Shuaxian. Ha 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 ha. The second name on the big screen had just settled, when Dongfangyi burst out laughing. The golden dragon spear in his hand fiercely pointed at Lin Luo. Lin Luo. This is the will of heaven. Ha 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 ha. In the match later, I'm definitely going to defeat you squarely. Ha 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 ha. Dongfangyi's loud laughter did not cause Lin Luo's reaction. The first match was by Chen Pingan versus Murong Shuaxian, nothing to do with himself. He walked down the ring on his own, not caring at all about Dongfangyi shouting behind him. It's actually Murong Shuaxian. Chen Pingan was also a bit surprised. He thought it was Dongfangyi, but he didn't think it was actually a girl. Murong Shuaxian remained very calm and looked towards Pingan Chen, a hint of wariness gradually appearing in her eyes. Friends of the audience, Binhai City's current higher education examination single challenge Final 4 is about to begin. The first match will be between the S-rank hidden professional, the peerless swordsman, and the S-rank hidden professional, the holy light angel Murong Shuaxian. This match will be one of the most exciting bouts. Let's wait and see. Boom. As soon as the host's words fell, accompanied by the referee's appearance on stage, the atmosphere of the entire trial square was instantly pushed to its peak. It's going to start. It's going to start. Ha ha ha. Who do I bet on this match? I'm betting on Pingan Chen. Swordsman's attacks have always been the strongest, and Pingan Chen is a peerless swordsman with an S-rank hidden profession. The world is unrivaled. I'm betting on Murong Shuaxian. Not for anything else, just because she's my goddess. Get lost. He's my goddess. Shuaxiang, you have to do your best. In the middle of the crowd, Shirlei looked at the silhouette in the ring and said with fiery eyes. He had lost to Dongfangyi's giant dragon's mouth, and his heart was filled with defiance. Unfortunately, there was nothing that could be done about it. Now, the goddess he was guarding was standing in the ring alone, and as a guardian knight, he was too incompetent. After this session of the college entrance exam is over, I must work hard to upgrade and enhance my strength to guard the goddess. In the box at the edge of the plaza, which was filled with all the prominent figures of Marina City. People from the top of the Professionals Guild, the Dowkeepers, City Hall, all the major clans, all the major organizations, and all the major companies. In a certain box, several figures were looking down at the ring. What's Pingyan's winning percentage in this bout? 50-50. The profession that this woman from the Murong clan has awakened is, after all, a profession that has appeared for the first time in history, and there is no record of it in the clan at all. And the peaceful peerless swordsman profession, our Chen family once had one appear 300 years ago, were still too unfamiliar with the holy light angels. It's a pity that predecessor only reached the gold rank afterward, but he died in the hands of a foreigner. Otherwise, how come my Chen family can only live at a snail's pace in Marina City? Nowadays, we can only rely on Pingyan. As long as he can win the championship, my Chen family will be able to obtain that world wonder. Even though it's only a broken world wonder, there's still a chance that it will allow my old ancestor to go one step further. Peace. In the other treasure chest, several figures from the Murong family also gathered together. Shuaxian, the Murong family is relying on you. This time, the champion, my Murong family is determined to win. What about that giant dragon from the Eastern family? Don't worry, Shuaxian has already found a way to control the giant dragon. As long as we control the giant dragon, Dongfangyi is not enough to worry about. Ha. Inside the third box, Wo Shuyi sat on a chair and also looked towards the ring. Zhao Qicheng, on the other hand, stood behind him respectfully. Director, Lian Chang left Binhai City. His destination is the Sea of Flourishing Stars. We don't know exactly where he's going yet. Wo Shuyi said indifferently. 10 years ago, Lian Chang clashed with Storm Island, one of the 7 emperors, in the Sea of Prosperous Stars, and snatched away one of Storm Island's transfer quest props, and he himself relied on this transfer quest prop to successfully step into the epic realm, obtaining the title of Lord of Storms. That's ridiculous. Zhao Qicheng said strangely. Director, what's so ridiculous? Wo Shuyi laughed. Storm Island is known as one of the 7 emperors, but the profession of Storm Lord was taken by Lian Jia. Don't you think it's ridiculous? This. Zhao Qicheng also heard this news for the first time and asked, then what do we do? Lian Chang, no matter what, is still an epic realm professional of my Binhai city, but Storm Island is the power of the Ice Bear country. If Guo Shui shook his head and said, Lian Chang has his own plans, isn't he preparing for a marriage with 9 Serpents Island? Using the 7 emperors against the 7 emperors, this Lian Chang is really sophisticated. 2 Sea Emperors? Zhao Qicheng was surprised. Director, what about us? Don't bother. Guo Shui said, Lian Chang's trip will definitely be to 9 Snake Island, to pull in the people of 9 Snake Island. 9 Snake Island is millions of nautical miles away from Storm Island, it's not that easy to fight. The Lian family's bargaining chip should be that little ninny called Lian Yining. Guo Shui's face suddenly changed. Where is that little ninny from the Lian family? Was she also taken away by Lian Chang? Zhao Qicheng quickly said, I'll go and check. No need. Guo Shui shook his head, that little ninny from the Lian family must have been taken away by Lian Chang. Lian Chang has stepped into the epic realm for more than 10 years, but has been unable to step into the legendary realm. And I've heard that the Storm Island family head also has the Storm Lord title. Between the two, there will be a battle. Lord of Storms, if you want to advance to King of Storms, one side must kill one side and swallow the other's soul before you confuse the two and step into the legendary realm. Even the fight to draw on the 9 Serpents Island, no matter if it's for self-preservation, or to kill the Storm Island family lord, take his profession, and step into the legendary realm, it's necessary to draw on a powerful force. And 9 Serpents Island is his best choice. Guo Shui's eyes brightened slightly as he said, this person, 9 Serpent Island family head 9 Serpent Hong, is also one of the world's great heroes, so it won't be easy to convince him. Even if the Lian family's niece and 9 Serpents Island's young master 9 Serpents Ripple have a marriage contract, it won't be successful in a short period of time. Besides, 9 Serpent Ripple has already scheduled to enter my Dragon Kingdom's imperial capital as a hostage this year, they won't mess around. Zhao Qicheng asked, Director, you're doing this for that Lin Luo kid, right? Lin Luo. Guo Shui laughed, the Lian family's niece and Lin Luo are in love with each other and are childhood sweethearts. As an elder, how can you beat up the lovebirds? Besides, our country has always advocated the freedom of love and marriage. The feudal dregs of parents' orders and matchmakers' words should have long been thrown into the dustbin of history. Director, you smile so lewd. No big no small. Ha! The competition has begun. Chapter 88, Final 4. Divine Sword vs Holy Light Angel. First match of the quarterfinals, Chen Pingon vs Morong Shuehen, begin. As soon as the referee's words fell, Pingon Chen choked with one hand, and a dragon's roar quickly came from the longsword behind his back, trembling as it floated to his side. Morong Shuehen, strike, I will show no mercy. Morong Shuehen, who was far away, also reached out and grabbed a staff that shimmered with holy light, and it was grabbed into his hands. I'm coming! Pingon Chen shouted, and the undisputed sword at his side then immediately rushed towards Morong Shuechen. Splitting light and transforming shadow sword. Along with his great piece, the sharpless sword quickly trembled and actually transformed into more than a dozen grayish sword shadows in mid-air as it rushed towards Morong Shuechen. Seeing this, Morong Shuechen's hand was like a holy light staff, and a huge shield appeared in front of him. Holy light shield. Boom! Successive explosions scared you as the shadow of the undoubled sword and the holy light shield collided, creating violent fluctuations. Holy light verdict. Whoosh! These several swords of holy light, which were composed entirely of pure holy light energy, swiftly chopped towards Pingon Chen. The sword shadows illuminated by the peerless swords in mid-air crumbled when touched, destroying them as they rushed in front of Pingon Chen. Sword shield. Seeing this, Pingon Chen shouted darkly, and the peerless sword quickly reappeared, spinning in a circle in front of him with the hilt as the center, quickly transforming into a gray and dusky sword shield. Boom! There was another violent roaring explosion, and amidst the thick smoke and dust, Chen Pingon's figure violently rushed out, rushing towards Morong Shuechuan in a headlong rush. He knew very well that by utilizing a long-range attack to attack Morong Shuechen, the energy was too dispersed and could not break the Holy Light Angel's shield at all. It was better to utilize melee combat. After all, after melee combat, he could fully utilize his peerless swordsman's sharp attacks. Seeing Pingon Chen rushing in, Morong Shuehen quickly chanted out another spell. Immediately, dense thorns composed of holy light appeared on the ground, like a giant python, grasping towards Pingon Chen. Holy light thorns. The thorns skyrocketed, but Pingon Chen's figure leapt up violently, and more than 10 sword shadows landed from the air and ruthlessly smashed onto the ground. The ground was filled with holy light thorns, along with a large chunk of the ground was smashed into a huge pit. And his figure took advantage of the situation to land in front of Morong Shuechen. Broken air slash. A dark shout rang out as he held the undisparalleled sword and viciously slashed towards the front. A piercing half-moon sword chi immediately erupted out and smashed on top of the holy light shield. Boom! Click! A strange ringing sound came from the holy light shield that was originally protecting Morong Shuechuan, and was immediately cut off by this move of air break chop, revealing a piercing crack, such as a spider's web that surged towards the holy light shield all around. Seeing the effect, Qin Pingan's eyes were happy, and he twisted his body to pounce, and his hands were like vipers as the Shuangless sword stabbed out. Aurora chop. Dang! This time, it was the ear-piercing sound of clashing weapons. In the piercing holy light, Morong Shuechen actually collided with him. The holy light staff that she had originally grasped in her hand had now turned into a sharp holy light greatsword. The body of the sword was about 5 feet long and 3 inches wide. The whole thing looked like it was made up of golden glaze, and the hilt of the sword was even more golden. It did not look like a weapon at all, but rather a work of art. Qin Pingan's face changed violently, feeling the power coming from the sword. He was surprised. Devil and martial arts dual cultivation? And this sword? You actually have 2 natural weapons. A smile finally appeared on Morong Shuechen's stunning face. You are the first opponent to make me pull out the holy light greatsword. Exert your full strength. As soon as the words fell, a light flowed out from her body. Her battle skirt became even thicker and more universal, wrapping around her thighs. Her boots also spread upwards, wrapping around her calves. The entire person was almost entirely covered in golden battle armor. Behind her back, a pair of wings flashing with golden light even appeared, containing endless power. Holy light slash! Morong Shuechen gave a dark cry, and the holy light greatsword in her hand also shot out a holy light sword chi, chopping towards Pingan Chen. Not good. Pingan Chen's figure hurriedly leapt into the air and dodged the chop. At the same time, the Shuangless sword also violently shook, pulling out several sword blossoms and stabbing at Morong Shuechen. Flowing light chop. Holy flame. Morong Shuechen lightly drank, and the holy light greatsword in her hand immediately burned a golden flame, and together with the holy light greatsword, it surged towards Pingan Chen. Damn it! Pingan Chen cursed, twisting at the waist. The Shuangless sword immediately flashed a grayish swordlight, and rushed forward to meet the holy flame. In an instant, the Shuangless sword and the holy light greatsword continuously collided and intersected, splashing a large number of sparks. And the 2 very different energies, the sword chi and the saint flame, also collided crazily, tearing the entire ring into a piece of waste. This is what a competition is. This is what a competition is. It's too wonderful. It's really too wonderful. Morong Shuechen, who is a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, is too fierce. Pingan Chen isn't weak either. He practiced martial arts and focused on one thing. He's definitely stronger than Morong Shuechen in close combat. I also think Morong Shuechen has to learn holy light magic and sword skills at the same time. Her skill points are simply not enough. I'm betting on Pingan Chen. I'm still betting on Morong Shuetian. Didn't you guys realize? Goddess Morong still has the ability to recover. Even if she's injured, she can recover instantly. Not bad. You guys shouldn't forget that Morong Shuetian actually has 2 natural weapons. A holy light staff and a holy light greatsword. As long as she's willing and has enough spiritual power, she's an undefeatable little powerhouse that can keep on consuming with you. It seems to be true. Look at her body, she doesn't have any injuries at all. The damage caused by the sword chi of the peerless sword was healed by her a long time ago. Whereas on Pingan Chen's body, there are quite a few traces of being burned by the sacred flame. Could it be that Pingan Chen is going to lose? Around the ring, the 100,000 spectators were talking, each coming up with their own ideas to express their opinions about the bout. And within the surrounding booths, the faces of the Chen family members were also very ugly. S-rank hidden profession angel. Dual cultivation in magic and martial arts. There are actually 2 natural weapons. Ping, and this is bad. What an unwillingness. In the ring, Qin Pingan, who had been unable to attack for a long time, couldn't help but get anxious. He fiercely shot out a sword chi, temporarily forcing Morong Shuechuan back, and the Shuangless sword in his hand immediately chanted softly. A grayish sword chi immediately wrapped his entire person in it. At this moment, he was holding the sword in one hand, with the middle finger of the index finger of his left hand presenting the sword, and his entire body exuded an inexplicable aura. Morong Shuetian, the next is going to be my strongest stance. It can only last for 10 seconds. If you can last through these next 10 seconds, I will admit defeat. Good. Morong Shuehan's eyes lit up as she took a deep breath, and the holy light greatsword in her hand immediately protected in front of her body. God-breaking chop. Pingan Chen shouted darkly, and a larger sword chi violently flashed out from the Shuangless sword, shooting towards Morong Shuechen. Boom boom boom. The ground of the ring was also cut with a huge gully as the air-breaking chop was shot out, spreading crazily towards Morong Shuechen. Holy light shield. Morong Shuetian's face changed slightly, holy light quickly condensed, and a huge holy light shield appeared in front of her. Boom. Violent shockwaves scattered and splashed in all directions. The holy light shield that originally required 3 or 4 moves to shatter, this time, it actually shattered in a single move. Seeing that it worked, Qin Pingan immediately rushed forward with his peerless sword in hand. 3 seconds. God-flowing light chop. A ripple like flowing water appeared on top of the peerless sword, rushing towards Morong Shuechen in a bizarre position. Morong Shuetian in the holy light did not hesitate for a second. The holy light longsword in his hand suddenly disappeared, and in its place was the holy light staff. A holy light energy landed on Pingan Chen almost instantly. Holy light binding. The holy light surged as if it had transformed into a prison that surrounded Pingon Shen. Pingon Shen slashed out his sword, and with the help of this impact, he violently leapt into the sky. 5 seconds. God Meteor Fall. Boom! His entire figure was actually all wrapped in dense sword chi, and like a bright meteor, he descended from the sky and ruthlessly pounced on Morong Shuechen. I'll go. Pingon Shen is so strong. What the hell kind of skill is this? How did it suddenly become so strong? Is this an explosion? His strength has skyrocketed. Is this the true strength of Pingon Shen? It's really too strong. This sword, I wonder if the Dragon Knight can hold it? The spectators under the ring were talking, while Dongfang He, who was in the lounge, was also a bit surprised at this moment. Is this the sure kill you prepared for me? Unfortunately, it's still not my opponent. Gargoyles are the strongest creatures in this world. Is this the true strength of the peerless swordsman? Morong Shuehen's gaze condensed. The attack of Pingon Shen in this state was just too sharp. Every move seemed to blend with the heaven and earth, and the sword aura was so strong that it could almost be able to single-handedly brush a boss. Seeing that Pingon Shen was about to fall, Morong Shuechen's pupils suddenly became a golden light. An even more exuberant holy light surged out from within him. Angelic power. Boom! Raging air currents suddenly surged out, enveloping his entire body. At the same time, holy light surged behind him, and a silhouette actually appeared. With a halo on top of its head and wings on its back, although it was impossible to see its head, it could feel the powerful aura and incomparably holy light. That is, an angel. This change even caused the audience around the ring to shake. 2 seconds. Angels. An angel descending to earth? This is Morong Shuetian's big move. Is this the bloodline of the angel clan? So strong. Morong Shuetian has turned into an angel? This is a legendary creature. It's coming. Pingon Shen and Morong Shuehen, who's winning and who's losing? The comments of the ordinary spectators also caused the eyes of the two who were about to enter the battle to light up. Damn! This kind of power. Dongfang He deadpanned at Morong Shuetian, especially the angelic silhouette behind her, and gritted his teeth. This Morong Shuetian is hiding really deeply. Could it be that he is my ultimate opponent? With this kind of power, Black Death doesn't know if it can hold up. On the other hand, Lin Luo on the other side also looked at this angelic shadow with interest. Angel well. I wonder if it can be tamed. Chapter 89, Angel Descent? The Furious Black God of Death. The mid-air Pingon Shen was in an extremely subtle state at this time, and was watching what Morong Shuehen was doing, but there was not the slightest hint of hesitation in his eyes. The God Meteor Fall carried a raging and surging sword chi that ruthlessly collided with the angelic shadow on Morong Shuechen's body. Boom! Violent roars came violently, and piercing light exploded at this moment. A few short seconds later, the sharp sword chi and holy light energy began to scatter and splatter in all directions, almost transforming into a tornado that raged across the entire ring, tearing it to shreds. Boom! This shockwave, in the end, crashed into the protective formation. The huge protective formation was hit by this shockwave, and it immediately flickered madly. Outside the ring, the formation master pinched his hands together in an effort to maintain the protective power of the protective formation. The surrounding spectators, on the other hand, were all attracted by this intense duel and became even more excited. So strong. This kind of attack energy, an ordinary silver-ranked professional wouldn't be able to hit it. Too strong. Is this a newborn professional? The two of them haven't even reached LV30 yet. They're this powerful before they've turned 2. What if they turn 2? This is the power of an S-class hidden profession. The Imperial Capital's Double Dragon sacrificed Lord Richard. Back then, it only took less than 4 years to step into the Gold Realm from a newborn professional. How do you calculate this? There's a difference between people and people. He's an S-rank hidden professional, you? Garbagey rank, what can you compare to others? The matchless swordsman and holy light angel are this strong. How strong should Dongfang He's Dragon Knight really be? This kind of power. Shirley looked at Morong Shuechen, who was in the midst of the sword chi rampage, his eyes filled with eagerness and longing. This kind of strength, only with this kind of strength can I protect the coronet. I'm not enough, not nearly enough. Magic and martial arts dual cultivation. In the corner of the square, Yang Haoran, who had gone through a night of cutting and laser treatment, was standing in the corner with his legs crossed, looking at the two people in the ring in shock. Also a demonic martial dual cultivation, I would actually lose to a woman. This kind of power, I can't compare at all. Damn it. He clenched his fists tightly, the flames of indignation in his eyes almost able to burn everything. The pain in his lower body, however, irritated him at all times. Damned Lin Luo. It's all you. Let me catch this STD. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. In the other corner, Yang Shenli looked at the ring in silence, turned around and left. This level, just our first step. It's a pity that the time of my awakening is too short, as long as you give me some time. Inside the private room, Guo Shuyi stared solidly at the two, his eyes moving slightly. There's going to be a winner and a loser. The winner is indeed you. The power of a professional family is still too strong. Boom! Another clustered explosion rang out, and the piercing holy light energy flashed violently, then dissipated without a trace. On the ring, the appearance of two people once again appeared. Pingon Chen. Morong Shueshen. The two people were still standing opposite each other. The difference was that at this moment, Pingon Shen's hands were trembling violently and he was sweating profusely. His eyes had regained their clarity, having awakened from the so-called divine sword realm just now. Cough, cough, cough. He violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. In order to execute this divine sword realm, he had paid a great price. He struggled to maintain his balance and laughed miserably. Morong Shuehen, you won. Morong Shuetian also let out a long breath, and the angelic shadow behind him collapsed with it. Understood. Only then did the referee walk up and loudly announce the winner of the first match of the Final Four Challenge. Morong Shuehen. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the entire trial square, over 100,000 spectators, instantly exploded. It's Morong Shuehen who won. Goddess is awesome. Goddess is invincible. Ha ha ha, I've earned it. I've earned it. Code. Luckily I didn't press all the way up. Ping and Shen, you loser, you can't even beat a woman. Sister Morong is too strong. A role model for us girls. Holy Light Angel, this profession that has never appeared in history, is just too strong. It's a pity about Pingon Shen. If it was before him, he would have been the rightful champion no matter which session he was in. It's a pity that this year, there were 4 freaks in a row. 4 S-class professionals. Ha ha ha, I just don't know who will be more powerful, Morong Shueshwan or Dongfang He. I used to think it was Dongfang He, but after watching this match, I think Morong Shuehen is stronger. I think so too. Bull. Dongfang He has a giant dragon. Think about the double dragon sacrifice Lord Richard. When he was young, he relied on a dragon to challenge him all the way to the legendary realm, and that's why he's now a powerful warrior. At this moment, Dongfang He is by no means weaker than Lord Richard back then. Not bad, I feel the same way. There's one more thing, back then, Lord Richard was only an auxiliary profession, he could only assist the dragons in battle. And now, Dongfang He is a dragon knight. Aside from the giant dragon, he himself is also a qualified knight with great battle power. Dongfang He is still stronger. I also think. The crowd murmured, while changes occurred in the ring. Chen Pingon and Morong Shueshen had just gotten off the stage when a huge figure had already rushed up. Roar! A huge dragon, the Black Death. It was lying on all fours on the ground, its thick neck distally aimed in Lin Luo's direction, hissing with abandon. With just a mere hiss, it swept up a gust of wind in the ring, rushing towards Lin Luo's direction. And next to the Black God of Death, Dongfang He was holding the golden dragon lance, pointing at Lin Luo from afar. Lin Luo, roll up. This time, I'm going to defeat you in a dignified manner. Wow! Dongfang He is so handsome. It's arrogant, but I like it. Ah, this is the real Dragon Knight. Hegemonic. Lin Luo. Hurry up and get on stage. Ah, he won't be afraid. I'll bet my entire fortune on Dongfang He to win. Me too. Dongfang He. Dongfang He. Is this the vigor of youth? Inside the private room, Shuyi let out a long sigh, and his eyes were somewhat envious. He was already old. No longer the flamboyant young man from 100 years ago, just a dying old man. Lin Luo, I wonder what you're going to do about this competition. Is Dongfang He going to be on? Chen Pingon and Morong Shuechen, almost simultaneously, both stopped and turned to look. The difference was that Pingon Chen was looking at Dongfang He, his eyes still full of battle intent. Morong Shuehen, on the other hand, was looking in Lin Luo's direction. Lin Luo, how many surprises will you give me in this competition? She didn't know why, but she actually had such a feeling. This match would give her quite a few surprises. Brother He. Be sure to kill him. Be sure to kill him. At the edge of the plaza, Yang Haoren gripped the stool with a death grip and gritted his teeth. Perhaps because of the large movement, he started bleeding again down there, and he was so scared that he hurriedly sat down and pressed down hard there. Damn! Damn it! My whole life is ruined. That disease can't be cured at all. It can't be cured at all. Whoa whoa. Interesting. So impatient. Inside the lounge, Lin Luo slowly stood up and flicked his right hand. His figure instantly appeared in the ring, and within the rest is, a piece of rubble that had just been shattered by Qin Pingon and Morong Shuehen appeared on his seat. In the ring, because of Lin Luo's sudden appearance, it startled Dongfang He. Along with the Black God of Death, he was staring at him in disbelief. Lin Luo laughed, "What? Didn't you ask me to come up? So surprised? How did Lin Luo get on stage? I didn't see it? Who saw it? Is this instantaneous transfer? A spatial ability person? It can't be. I think it should be something like a teleportation scroll, or an instantaneous dagger or something like that. He's a priest, how could he possibly master spatial type skills? I feel the same way. But this instantaneous appearance of his is also very forced, much more mysterious than Dongfang He looks. So what if it's mysterious? This is a single-player challenge match. He's going to lose this match. It's about to start. Inside the private room, Guashudi also laughed softly. This kid, he's young and impetuous. I want to see which way you want to win this match. Lin Luo's movements, however, were somewhat dangerous in the eyes of the other people in the private room, especially the Eastern family. Instantaneous movement? Impossible. What exactly is this kid's identity? That ability just now. The probability is that it's a skill scroll. How could he, a priest, possibly know a spatial skill? Xiao He is the strongest freshman professional among our younger generation, he will never lose. For Dongfang He, we've already invested in an ironback silver dragon crystal worth $10 million, if he loses. Shut up! Dongfang Daizong said angrily, drawing silence from the surrounding clansmen. Although Dongfang Daizong's strength was only in the gold realm, he was the patriarch of the Dongfang clan, with an old ancestor behind him, and Dongfang He was also his son. No matter how bold the clansmen present were, they didn't dare to arbitrarily choreograph. You guys don't worry, this fight here will definitely win. That World Wonder reward will definitely be my Dongfang clans. What I'm worried about now, instead, is the championship match later on, that ninny from the Murong family. Holy Light Angel. Murong Shueshan. In the ring, listening to Lin Luo's taunts, Dongfang He instantly fell into a state of rage. He also disregarded the fact that the referee hadn't yet announced the start of the bout and immediately held his golden dragon lance, burning up a blazing golden fighting chi as he rushed over towards Lin Luo. Flame Destroyer. At the same time, the giant dragon Black Death also roared, a pair of fleshy wings violently opening its large mouth like a glider as it hurriedly crashed into Lin Luo. Roar! Chapter 90, Lin Luo vs Dongfang He. The self-inflicted dragon rider. Just can't wait? Lin Luo lightly laughed, taking advantage of the moment when Dongfang He and Black Death rushed over, the staff in his hand pointed towards Dongfang He. Mental confusion art. Poof. Dongfang He, who was originally charging straight at him, suddenly and inexplicably turned around and stabbed a shot directly towards the Black Reaper. The blazing golden fighting chi in the sharp golden dragon lance actually poked a big hole in the Black Death's right wing, and blood flowed out. Roar! The Black God of Death roared fiercely. How could it not imagine that its own companion, its own knight, would actually strike at him, and violently turned around and bit towards Dongfang He. A fishy wind hit him, and Dongfang He instantly came to his senses. Black Death, stop! Buzz! In the Black Reaper's mind, an innate rune shook violently, forcibly stopping his movements and causing it to roar continuously. This was a contract of equality that had been granted by the will of the world since it was born, bound to Dongfang He's soul. Both parties were not allowed to harm or betray each other, or else they would be severely punished by the world will. The furious Black God of Death did not notice that a tiny crack suddenly appeared in the rune of the equality contract in his mind, which could not be detected without a closer look. Dongfang He actually poked his own giant dragon, big news. This Dongfang He is also the first knight in history to take a shot at his own dragon pet, right? What skill is that? Dark Priest's Compulsion? It's possible. This guy Lin Luo has utilized the Black Death virus to kill all the monsters from the 21st to 24th floors of the trial tower, so his level must be up to LV 30. Doesn't that mean he's already completed his second turn and has been transformed into a Dark Priest? So fast. No wonder he's so strong. Could it be that Lin Luo is going to win this match? Dark Priest, that skill of weakening the enemy is pretty disgusting. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Dongfang He forced himself to calm down, his eyes staring at Lin Luo with a deadly stare. Lin Luo. I don't care what you're up to, I'm not afraid of you even if you're a LV 30 level 2 turn. Today I'm going to let you know that in front of absolute strength, any plotting and scheming is futile. He said back and grabbed, and several scrolls suddenly appeared in his hands. Tearing one open with his hand, a light green light instantly enveloped him. This is the wood-type Spring Guardian. A silver rank protective spell shield that can heal itself while defending against attacks, and most importantly, has a strong defense against attacks of the toxin attribute. 100,000 gold coins. At least 100,000 gold coins. There's also the second scroll. That's Earth Elemental Shield. It's known as the strongest physical defense of the bronze rank. It's worth 50,000 gold coins to start. The third. That's Wind and Rain Refraction. A bronze rank shield that has a chance to refract any attack in the other direction. Don't look at the scrolls. Look at the jade pendant, the amulet, and the necklace and cloak on his body. All of them are defense equipment that increase various abnormal resistances. This equipment of Dongfang He is at least several $1 million. Worthy of being the Oriental family. Isn't this ing cheating? Brother, you're not a professional, don't you know that equipment is also part of a professional's strength? No wonder the champion of the college entrance examination every year are people from big families. It can't be helped, this is the reality. In the ring, Lin Luo didn't have a trace of surprise. He could have expected this situation long ago. Unfortunately, these defense and resistance equipment were of no use to him. The reason? It was simple. The current him was at a full LV 40 level, while the others, the general level, was just a dozen or so. Even Dongfang He was only LV22 at this time. How could Dongfang He compare? Besides, in the Tower of Trials, he had slaughtered more than 300 cold poison toads, and the cold poison beads they had dropped had caused his spiritual attribute to skyrocket by more than 300 points. The current Dongfang He, even with the bonus of his S-rank career attributes, his 4-dimensional attributes didn't even add up to more than 100, so there was no comparison at all. In other words, the current Lin Luo not only had a rank, but even his 4-dimensional attributes were going to crush all the newborn professionals. Even a Silver Realm professional's spiritual attributes weren't as high as his, enough to be comparable to a Gold Realm professional. And most importantly, Lin Luo's vocational skill level was not something that Dongfang He and the others could resist. He already had 3 skills at LV8 level and 3 skills at LV7 level. The mental confusion technique alone was also at LV5 level. The current Dongfang He and the others, their highest career level was only 3 or 4. Even if he had more and better equipment, he wouldn't be able to resist Lin Luo. Crushing. All-encompassing crushing. Die. Dongfang He roared and charged towards Lin Luo again. He was very confident that he had used so many disposable props at once, and it was enough to resist Lin Luo's under-control skills. Even if he had now completed his second turn and transformed into a dark priest, he definitely wouldn't be able to control himself in a short period of time. Seeing a dragon and a man charging over again, Lin Luo repeated his old trick and threw another mental confusion spell at Lin Luo. Another burst of dizziness, when Dongfang He recovered, but found himself in the hands of the golden dragon gun, and stabbed into the thigh of the black death god next to him. A dragon scale, all of them appeared a blood mark. And the black god of death, again, was glaring viciously at himself, almost choosing people to devour. What are you looking at? You damn! Dongfang He was not able to fight back his anger, and he just roared angrily at the black god of death. Damn it! What the hell is going on? He turned to look at Lin Luo again, his eyes suspicious. What's going on? He had already brought so much equipment with him, and he still couldn't block his control skills? Was this the power of a turn 2 dark priest? Ha, controlled again. Dongfang He is being controlled again. Rubbish. Wearing more equipment is useless. It's a real deal. This Lin Luo has definitely completed his second turn, or else his skills couldn't be this powerful. LV 30 level. This is less than half a month, it's really horrible. You've got to get moving, Dongfang He. I'm betting my entire fortune. Rubbish Dongfang He. The roars of the audience, however, instead made Dongfang He calm down. He knew very well that he couldn't get rid of Lin Luo's under-control skills nowadays, so don't go up and send food. It might as well be. He immediately had a decision in his heart, took a step back, and directly disliked Black Death's order. Go. Roar. The Black Reaper roared impatiently, opening its dual wield and charging up towards Lin Luo once again, like a runaway train. The Black Reaper is a giant dragon, and even though it's in its juvenile state, it's fused with a large portion of the Ironback Silver Dragon Crystal, so no matter if it's physical defense or spell defense, it's far superior to me. He is the only way for me to defeat Lin Luo. As for me, he grabbed into the golden dragon gun in his hand and revealed a cruel smile. Roar! The Black Reaper furiously ran to Lin Luo's side at an extremely fast speed, opening its huge mouth and biting on it. And a ferocious, extremely cold aura violently erupted in front of Lin Luo, furiously surging in a circle in all directions. The Black Reaper's movements were instantly slowed down by 3 points because of this cold stream. Admittedly, Frost Nova was unable to block the Black Reaper's impact. But Lin Luo's intention wasn't here at all. Taking advantage of the moment when the Black Reaper was temporarily controlled, he flicked his right hand and his entire figure instantly disappeared. He switched places with the shattered stone beside Dongfang He. What? Dongfang He's face changed violently. He simply didn't expect this instantaneous movement skill of Lin Luo's to be used. He subconsciously stabbed out a shot, but it was easily dodged by Lin Luo. At the same time, the staff in Lin Luo's hand pointed towards him. Spike increased technique. Buzz. Strange fluctuations came. Dongfang He hastily collected his mind, but realized that nothing had happened. Just his own bottom, a little itchy? The light green light that the Guardian of Spring transformed into quickly moved in that direction. Lin Luo also shook his head in his heart. Sure enough, the spike increase spell was only LV1 level, and the other party had attached too many means of protection at once for the effect to be very obvious. However, he still tilted his staff. Gonorrhea spreading spell. Syphilis outbreak technique. A tingling and itching sensation came from Dongfang He's lower body, but he didn't even again, twisting his body to pounce. Destroy mountain. Boom! Raging golden fighting chi surged out, forcing Lin Luo's figure back continuously. The next second, however, he realized that his space directly fell through, instead hitting a crumbling rock that was falling. What? He hurriedly looked in the direction of the Black Reaper. Sure enough, Lin Luo's figure had appeared next to the Black Death God this time. Wow! Now, the professionals and spectators in the entire trial square all subconsciously stood up. Instantaneous shift. It's really an instant shift. This Lin Luo actually knows how to instantly move without any limitations? This is too much of a cheat. How is that possible? Isn't teleportation a divine skill that only Space Department professionals know? How can he do it? I can still run if I can't beat him, this skill is just too bad. I am seeing it clearly. This Lin Luo's attack ability is weak, but he has mastered quite a few control skills, and with this instantaneous movement of his, an ordinary professional is no match for him at all. Could it be that this year's single challenge champion is Lin Luo? Not necessarily. There's still a huge flaw in this instantaneous movement. Even within the treasure chest, many people were shocked beyond words. Especially within the Eastern Clan's treasure box, a dozen or so people were all staring at the ring in death. Damn it! It's actually an instantaneous transfer. What should we do? Young master, he can't catch this kid at all. We can only rely on the Black Reaper now. Shut up! Dongfang Daizong took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Although instantaneous shift is a divine skill, he has a great flaw. Chapter 91, Dongfang He who was hit by the sex fish hyperactive technique. Although instantaneous shift is a divine technique, he has a great flaw. Dongfang Daizong gritted his teeth and said, firstly, instantaneous shift is very restrictive, with an extremely long cooldown time and great damage to the body. Secondly, instantaneous transfer also consumes a lot of mental energy, and an ordinary spatial system professional simply can't use it a few times a battle. Right now, I'm hoping that Here will discover this weakness and play steadily, using Black Death to consume Lin Luo's spiritual energy. As long as Lin Luo's spiritual energy is consumed, the winner will be him. Even if Lin Luo completes his second turn and transforms into a dark priest, he'll never be Here's opponent. The matriarch is right. Worthy of being the matriarch, he really does have a discerning eye. At this moment in the ring, Lin Luo's figure appeared next to the Black Reaper and chopped down with one hand. Skin burst art. Roar. A hissing sound came out violently from the Black God of Death, and the dragon scales on his back were actually instantly torn apart by an unknown force as blood gushed out. Impossible. Dongfang He fiercely widened his eyes. How could it be possible? This was a huge dragon. Dragon scale defense was unparalleled. Even if the current Black Reaper was only a juvenile, it was still a giant dragon. What made a newborn professional able to tear through his defense? Impossible. In the audience, the 100,000 spectators were also dumbfounded. What kind of skill is this? A move that cut through the dragon's scales? A dark priest has such a powerful attack? Could it be some sort of disposable prop? It's too strong. My entire family fortune. Impossible. Inside the private room, Shui also stood up in shock. He who had once fought with a giant dragon, of course he knew the defense of a giant dragon. As a professional, even a professional who had already turned 2, he would never be able to cut through the dragon's head so easily. This kid, he can really surprise me. He couldn't help but think of the slain De Xiaoman, who, according to the forensic judgment, was the one who had her head chopped off at an extremely fast speed. At that time, they thought that there were other swordsmen or powerful swordsmen at the scene, but they didn't expect it to be Lin Luo again. A mere second-turn professional actually has the strength to fight against and even decapitate a Gold Realm professional. This Lin Luo is just too terrifying. Roar! The injured Black Reaper roared again, instantly falling into a state of rage. Ignoring Dongfang He's command behind him, he pounced on Lin Luo again. What he didn't notice was that the equality contract in his mind, which was originally haunting and rotating with the dragon crystal, once again appeared with a crack. Replacement! Lin Luo's figure, once again, disappeared and appeared on the other side of the dragon. Presenting a blade with one hand, he chopped down once again. Skin burst art. Put! Another piece of dragon scale was instantly chopped and blood gushed out. Lin Luo didn't pay any attention to the murmurs around the ring. So what if it was a giant dragon? His skin burst technique was now as high as LV8 level, with the special effects of deepening damage and designating a location, hitting wherever he pointed. What's more, back when he instantly moved to the ring, he had already unfolded surgical space. Within the surgical space, any of his skills would receive an extremely high bonus. Not to mention chopping the scales of this young dragon, Black Death. Even if it was the scales of an adult dragon, he would still be able to do so. He was even able to utilize his cutting ability to split the Black Reaper into 5 pieces. All it took was a large amount of mental energy. However, he had magical runes to replenish it, and his spiritual energy was almost endless. If it wasn't for the purpose of testing that mutated skill, Dongfang He and the Black Reaper would have lost the moment they stepped onto the stage. Roar! The severe pain on his body drew the Black Reaper even more into a frenzy, violently twisting his body over. His wings flapped with vigor and ruthlessly crashed into Lin Luo's body. With a bang, Lin Luo was directly knocked away, and before the surrounding cries of surprise could be heard, he had already stood up. Penicillin phagocytosis body shield. Idiot! Dongfang He shouted from behind, use dragon breath. Quickly burn him with dragon breath. Roar! The Black Reaper's thick tail slammed on the ground, the broken flying rocks almost hit Dongfang He, and the angry Dongfang He cursed. You big lizard. A fiery dragon's breath gushed out from the black god of death's mouth, drowning all of Lin Luo's form. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dongfang's eyes, dead set, stared at the sight of the black god of death. When Lin Luo's figure moved out instantaneously, the golden dragon spear in Dongfang's hand shot out violently. Waiting for you. Whoosh! The golden dragon spear shot out, tearing through the air, and almost instantly shot to Lin Luo's body. This move was shot by Dongfang with anger, extremely fast, and appeared in the moment when Lin Luo had just appeared in an instant. There was nowhere to dodge. Looking for death. Lin Luo's eyes changed slightly, one hand once again pressed towards his body. Replace. Buzz. Poof. Ow. Painful hissing sounds came fiercely. The Black Reaper, who was spewing dragon breath, hissed in pain and hurriedly turned around to check. Only to see that above his dragon's tail, there was a bright golden dragon gun sticking out, looking very familiar. Roar! He stared at Dongfang behind him with a deadly stare, his eyes filled with anger, and blazing dragon's breath continued to gush from his mouth and nose. If it wasn't for the restriction of the equality contract, he would have sprayed this companion to death with a mouthful of dragon breath. Attacking himself one after another, did he really think he was made of clay? Right at this moment, the equality contract in the Black Death God's mind once again appeared with a crack visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha. One shot to the chrysanthemum. This Dongfang is just too ruthless. His own dragon can go down on him. Awesome Jill. How did this Lin Luo do it? He's actually able to instantly move continuously. Why do I think Lin Luo is playing? With his ability to instantly move in front of Dongfang and attack Dongfang with that skill that attacks dragons, wouldn't he have won already? What do you know? Dongfang won't resist? As long as Lin Luo dared to instantly move in front of him, Dongfang would definitely pounce on him and fight for his life. The dragon is different, his body is so big that Lin Luo's skills can be thrown at him at random. In other words, Lin Luo still doesn't dare to engage Dongfang head on? That's for sure. Repeat instant transmission? No, not. Inside the private room, Shui frowned, carefully recalling Lin Luo's movements just now. The golden dragon gun shot at him, the target was him, but how come the next second the golden dragon gun actually passed through him and shot at the giant dragon? I see. Shui's eyes flickered. This skill of Lin Luo's shouldn't be an instantaneous shift, but a replacement. He can replace his own position with the position of something in a very short period of time. Just now, in that instant, he replaced his position with the golden dragon lance, which caused the golden dragon lance to shoot the dragon. Is this really a tactic that a teenager can think of? How is it possible? In the ring, Dongfang stared with wide eyes, simply unable to believe his eyes. What had he just done? Instead of hitting Lin Luo, the golden dragon gun had hit the Black Reaper. As Lin Luo's figure disappeared, Dongfang hastily drew out a knight's greatsword. In a flash, Lin Luo's figure appeared in front of him. You're still annoying, go play by yourself. With a flourish of the staff in his hand, a skill fell upon him. Sex Fish Hyperactivity Technique. LV7 Level Sex Fish Exuberance Technique. Buzz. Dongfang's head was in a daze as a dense white light suddenly appeared before his eyes. One enchanting figure after another slowly walked towards him. He immediately collected his mind and held his gun on guard. Where is this? Wasn't I fighting Lin Luo in the ring? Brother A delicate soft chant suddenly came out, and those enchanting figures became clearer and clearer. Dongfang directly stared wide-eyed. In front of his eyes, a dozen or so beautiful women with no inches on their bodies actually appeared. Some of them were only wearing 3 dots, some were wearing transparent JOs, some were only tying their bellies, and some were wearing maid outfits, black stockings, and so on. There were also a few who were actually red-fruited, wearing nothing at all. They surrounded Dongfang and danced around him, and some of them even made a gesture to lean on him, making some very secretive movements. Fake. It's all fake. Dongfang gritted his teeth and roared, this is an illusion. I'd been hit by a damn illusion. He grasped the golden dragon spear that had appeared in his hand at an unknown time and violently swept across, and the dozen or so beauties in front of him instantly disappeared. But in the next second, those dozen beauties reappeared and once again surrounded him, going up and down. There were 2 beauties who even drilled down to the bottom, clasping their hands together. Fake. It's all an illusion. Dongfang muttered, but it got harder and harder there, and a daze appeared in his mind. The things of the world were nothing but money, power, and color. Now that so many beautiful women are in the body, what high school entrance exam champion, what family scion, what world wonders, all are floating clouds. A bizarre thought suddenly appeared in his brain bosom. The golden dragon gun, which was originally held tightly in his hand, fell to the ground with a bang. A smile of excitement also appeared on his cold face as he closed his eyes and began to enjoy himself. Hey. In the ring, Dongfang suddenly threw away the knight's long sword in his hand and straightened his waist, moving in a single motion. With his arms wrapped around him, as if there were beautiful women on his left and right sides, he extended his snake head and also licked randomly in the air. This kind of action of his instantly caused a heated debate among the 100,000 people around the ring. What is he doing? Surrounded by beautiful women? Enjoying himself recklessly? Rich people play with flowers, there are at least 4 or 5 beauties here, ha ha ha. This guy Dongfang He, it seems like he's been hit by an illusion. Too strong. Dongfang He one life, ha 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 ha. Waste. Code of waste Dongfang He to lousy wake up. Lousy's money ah. Whoa. Dying to die. Finished. All finished. This Lin Luo, he's completely teasing Dongfang He. Why do I feel like he can instantly kill Dongfang He in seconds, yet he keeps playing with him? This kind of person is just too ruthless. Chapter 92, reading himself in front of 100,000 people. Bastard. What is he doing? Inside the Dongfang clan's box, Dongfang Daizong subconsciously stood up and looked in the direction of the ring and shouted angrily in succession. His most valued son, and the most outstanding person in the young generation of the Oriental family, and even more so, Oriental He, who was regarded as the next patriarch of the family to be cultivated, was actually read himself in front of 100,000 people? It was really too humiliating. Patriarch. Brother, he has been hit by an illusion. What should we do? Big brother. Quickly admit defeat. He's just too humiliated. Yes, big brother. Here has disgraced our Eastern clan. This is the scene of the higher education examination single challenge. There are at least 100,000 people, and there's a lot of media. Big brother, make up your mind. The clansmen were talking, and there were even a few people whose mouths had been defending the interests of the family, but the depths of their eyes were unable to hold back their laughter. Ha ha ha. The clan leader's son actually did this kind of thing in front of everyone. How can you still be the clan leader? Looking at the flickering eyes of the surrounding clansmen, Dongfang Daizong even took a deep breath. A bunch of losers. Bastards. At this point in time, you still think about competing for power? The face of the Dongfang clan has really been disgraced by you all. Big brother. Quickly let Here admit defeat. If this goes on, it might even be the old ancestor. The second brother walked up, his mouth full for the sake of the family. Shut up. Dongfang Daizong shouted coldly, his eyes pupilized as he stared at the ring. Cannot admit defeat. Things have already come to this. Here's current appearance has already been seen. Admitting defeat at this time would be to fall into that guy's trap. Our family has already paid too great a price for this Gao Gao examination reward, and the only way to redeem it is to win the championship. This matter is also old ancestor's goal. Since he wants to play, then let Here play along with him. As long as Here doesn't admit defeat, the Black Death God will keep attacking that fellow. As long as we can consume him until he runs out of spiritual energy, the ultimate victor will still be us. Big brother. Shut up. Dongfang Daizong gritted his teeth. I'm still the clan leader now, it's not your turn to speak. Yes. Second brother Dongfang Huangtai helplessly retreated. Wait. Dongfang Daizong suddenly gritted his teeth. Go and call Meyer over. What? What are you going to do, big brother? Dongfang Huangtai said excitedly. Big brother, are you going to put a spell on Lin Luo? Absolutely not. If you put a spell on Lin Luo, he'll definitely be able to react, and if he reports it to the Professionals Guild after the match, it'll be over. Besides, if Meyer wants to put a spell on someone, she has to obtain the other person's hair, nails, or other flesh and blood tissues, and even the other person's birthdate, all of which we don't have. Who said I want to put a spell on Lin Luo? Dongfang Daizong gritted his teeth. Let Meyer put a spell on Here. Here is currently in a state of illusion. As long as she is attacked, there is a great probability that she will awaken. Have Meyer place a spell of weaker power on Here to awaken him. As soon as Dongfang Daizong's words fell, his Let clan member's eyes changed violently. Good idea. Worthy of being a big brother. Breaking illusions with curses, big brother is truly whimsical. Haha, even if Here is attacked by a curse, he definitely won't report it. We just happen to have Here's birthdate in hair. Call Meyer immediately. Soon, a beautiful woman with an alluring figure and around 20 years old walked in. Dongfang Meizu, Dongfang Huangtai's eldest daughter, professionally a spellcaster, could use the target's blood and flesh as a guide, and his birthdate in hair as a spirit, to incantate and kill the professional. Dongfang Daizong opened his mouth and said, Mayor, cast a spell on Here. Pick a spell-killing spell that isn't very powerful but is powerful enough to wake him up. Dongfang Meyer smiled sweetly and said, Don't worry uncle, brother, he is the pride of our Dongfang family. Of course Meyer will do her best. I have an incantation killing technique called the incantation killing fear technique, which allows the recipient to see the most horrifying things in their own heart in their dreams or slumber. I think this spell killing fear technique is enough to awaken brother He from his illusions. Dongfang Daizong said impatiently, in that case, cast the spell quickly. Yes, great uncle. Inside the other private room, was Shudi, and Zhao Qicheng were also confused. Zhao Qicheng said with an odd expression on his face, this is an illusion? What the hell is this kid thinking? To actually come up with this kind of illusion? Now when Dongfang He wakes up, he will really be immortal with him. Guoshuyi's smile was also a bit odd. This illusion ability is just too weird. I wonder if he did it on purpose, or if there's something odd about this skill? Zhao Qicheng said strangely, Director, how so? Haven't you realized it yet? Guoshuyi said, Lin Luo's skills are indeed similar to those of a dark priest, but no matter if it's controlling the Black Death virus, or the skill that can give people gastroenteritis, or the ability to display something like illusion now, it's all related to some sort of virus, or disease. Could it be that the direction he switched to was based on controlling diseases, or viruses? Zhao Qicheng said, then what about the attack skill, the instantaneous movement, and this illusion art? Guoshuyi shook his head and said, I'm not sure about this, maybe he has another strange encounter. This kind of talent should definitely stay with me, Daokeeper. How could I possibly let the group of degenerates from the Night's Watch get their hands on it? Not even these professional families. No matter what the cost, we must pull him into our Daokeeper. Yes, Director. Inside the Morone clan's treasure chest, more than a dozen Morone clan clansmen also looked at each other in dismay. How could they not expect that Lin Luo would actually be so bizarre with his skills? Illusion art? Or is it a compulsion art? It's definitely an illusion technique. But why is he casting this kind of illusion art? To cause Dongfang He to be so humiliated, it's a matter of immortality. Humph. Haven't you guys seen it yet? An illusion skill will be created because of the recipient's current state of mind, or a favorite heart deep in the subconscious. Since Dongfang He was able to get hit by this kind of illusion, it only proves that he himself, in his private life, is a fop who prefers beauty. On such an important matter as the senior examination single challenge, he's also thinking about this kind of thing in his heart. How is this kind of person worthy of our snow trace? Third elder, reject the Eastern family's marriage. Yes. Clan chief. The clansmen were talking intensely, while in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Morong Shuehen's pair of beautiful eyes were staring at Lin Luo's back with a deadly stare. An illusion that works differently due to the recipient's heart? Or is it another special ability? Lin Luo, my next opponent, will it be you? She took a deep breath, and her certainty of defeating Lin Luo began to waver in her heart. What the hell kind of ability is this? It's a good thing I didn't piss him off. In the corner of the audience, young Haoren grew his mouth dumbfounded as he looked at Dongfang He, who was still reading himself in the ring, and his eyes went black as he almost fell to the ground. He and Dongfang He, it was simply a difficult match. His lower body was full of warts, as well as gonorrhea and syphilis, and it was all rotten there, smelly and scarlet. Although it can be treated, but it cannot remove the virus in the body, it will keep recurring. This life is considered to be ruined. But fortunately, this matter he has been kept secret, only he himself, the treating doctor, his parents know, there is no fifth person to know. Even Dongfang He did not say. But on the contrary, Dongfang He did this kind of thing in front of 100,000 people. In the future, he was even more ruined. At this moment, young Haoren actually subconsciously celebrated. Hooray, hooray, it's better to stay away from him in the future. In the Chen family's private room, Chen Pingon also subconsciously grew his mouth and looked at the ring. What kind of was this? Reading himself in front of 100,000 people? His body subconsciously trembled. It was thanks to the fact that he didn't have a turn with Lin Luo, otherwise, wouldn't it be him who was doing this kind of thing right now? Am I considered lucky or unlucky? He laughed bitterly, although I lost to Morong Shuechen, but at least I preserved my reputation for a lifetime. If I really did this in front of 100,000 people in so many TV media like Dongfang He did, I would want to die. The Dongfang family doesn't even have a face now. I don't know how much it will cost to try to suppress this matter. I really want to see the expression on Dongfang He's face when he wakes up, ha ha ha. Also, what the hell is this Lin Luo kid doing? Pingon Chan looked towards Lin Luo who had actually attacked the giant dragon again, his eyes filled with doubt. Dongfang He has already been hit by the illusion, shouldn't the thing to do at this point be to directly defeat him? Why is he tangling with the giant dragon? Is he playing? Or does he have some other purpose? Chapter 93, from now on, let's call you Dongfang He. Skin burst technique. Ow. The scales on the Black Death God's body, once again, ruptured, and sticky blood immediately gushed out. While he lunged, another skill landed on his wound. Pain deepening technique. Ow. This time his roar was even more miserable than before. Sharp pain continued to travel along the wounds from the shattered scales, penetrating all the way to his heart, brain, and even his soul. Salt was sprinkled on the wounds. Along with this intense pain, the rune of the equality contract in the Black Death God's mind once again appeared with a chafe that spread like a spider web. A tingling sensation was trembling throughout his entire body. This damned human, mole cricket. I must eat him. Must eat him And that companion called Dongfang He deserves to die even more. If it wasn't for him, could I be in such a sorry state? I'm a dragon. I'm actually being tricked. If it wasn't for the equality contract imposed by the world will, I would have bitten him to death. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. This human called Lin Luo, how good would I be if I were his companion? This kind of humiliation wouldn't have happened to me. Roar! The Black Death God roared again, shaking his head vigorously, shaking off the inexplicable thoughts that had just appeared in his mind, and pounced on Lin Luo again. At the same time, a mouthful of dragon breath sprayed out again. Blood-burning technique. Boom! The wounds on the Black Death God's body, the blood that was still flowing immediately burned, flowing like magma on the Black Death God's body. But this time, it was fine. He was after all a flame gargoyle, and this kind of post-delayed damage was just like scratching an itch to him. But this flame, however, also followed the flow of blood, thus invading his body. The flames that covered his body seemed to burn, causing a jolt to pass through his body. Along with this jolt, the equality contract in his mind actually underwent a violent fluctuation. The cracks that were originally like a spider's web expanded once again, and the spiritual energy that constituted the runes of the equality contract actually turned into debris and collapsed, disappearing into thin air. Roar! The Black God of Death became more and more berserk, his huge figure rushing away, his two front claws, fleshy wings, fangs, and even his tail flying, attacking Lin Luo crazily, with blazing dragon's breath gushing out from time to time. Lin Luo, on the other hand, with his ability to replace within the surgical space, continuously flashed around the Black Death, one mutated skill after another thrown towards him one after another. Skin burst technique. Pain deepening technique. Blood burning technique. Mental confusion technique. What's he doing? Teasing a dog? How much spiritual power does he have? He's used this teleportation more than a dozen times. The dragon is so fierce, it could tear up a city with this pounce. Why didn't he attack Dongfang He? If he had attacked Dongfang he would have won long ago. What are you playing at? Lin Luo, come on, I bet on you to win. What is he doing? At this time, not only the 100,000 spectators present, even the hundreds of big families and powerful people in the private room were also looking at the ring strangely. Dongfang He had already been controlled in the illusion. At this moment, he was actually lying on the ground, constantly exerting himself into the air. His whole body was covered in sweat, looking very wretched. And instead of taking this opportunity to attack Dongfang He and defeat him to capture the second doorpiece of this single challenge final, Lin Luo was teasing the giant dragon? Even Guo Shuyi was filled with confusion. This kid, what is he doing? At this moment, Zhao Qicheng behind him suddenly said, "Is this kid taming a dog? But this is a dragon, not a dog. Ah. Taming a dragon?" It was as if a bolt of lightning had crossed his mind, and he awoke with a jolt. That's right. This kid is taming a dragon. Or rather, taming this giant dragon. Taming a giant dragon? Zhao Qicheng was surprised. How is that possible? This is a giant dragon that dragon knights are born with, given an equal contract by the will of the world itself, and the two become partners to fight together, the same as twin dragons sacrifice Lord Richard and Frost Dragon Tegmals, who are natural partners. How could it possibly be tamed by someone else? Guo Shuyi laughed. Know what a miracle is? That's when what ordinary people can't do, doing things that ordinary people can't even think of, is called a miracle. Do you think the miracles Lin Luo has brought us are still considered few? Just as everyone was filled with doubts about what Lin Luo was doing, that Dongfang He, who was lying on the ground and was frantically outputting to the earth, had a different reaction. In front of his eyes, the dozen or so beautiful women that were lying on the ground waiting for him to proffer them one by one, their bodies suddenly underwent a bizarre change. A black mist, which suddenly appeared in the psychedelic world, gradually spread to the entire world. Spell-killing fear technique. Yoranti's brother, originally enchanting and affectionate beauties, the delicate body into began to gradually dress, the skin became old, the beautiful face also slowly became senile, turned into a 7-old crone, and ultimately even turned into a dried-up corpse. Especially at this time he was outputting a beautiful woman, full of disgusting maggots and fluffy spiders were actually crawling all over her body. Ah! He screamed miserably and instantly shriveled up, jumping up with a jolt of fear. Holy! Dongfang He has woken up. Ha! He finally woke up. Quickly look at his pants. Ha! Yards of ground are poking out a hole. Why was he startled? What's so scary in the hallucination? Is he shriveled up? First give you beauty, then transform into fear flat? Who can hold up with this kind of illusion? There is a good show to watch. Ha ha ha. The violent murmurs of over 100,000 people around the ring all reached his ears word for word. He, who was originally still alarmed by the skeleton beauty, looked at the dense crowd around him and the constant cacophony of murmurs, and his breathing sped up so violently that his lungs were about to explode with anger. Especially the sticky feeling out down there, as well as his brother's little brother who hadn't moved, an incomparably shameful rage exploded directly in his heart and mind. Lin Luo! I'm going to kill you! He roared madly, and the blazing, raging golden fighting chi violently exploded within him. The surging airflow surged crazily, and even formed a pinpeat flame on the surface of his body. His entire body looked as if it had turned into a scion. This time, he abandoned his golden dragon lance and knight's great sword, and with a fierce stomp on the ground, he directly stepped on the ground and made a large hole, and his entire body directly shot towards Lin Luo. The air behind him was filled with ear-piercing sonic booms that kept coming from his actions. Lin Luo! Die! A fist blasted out, the golden fighting aura carrying shockwaves, even forming a fist-shaped air cannon in front of him. Boom 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 boom. How did you awaken so quickly? Lin Luo was slightly surprised. This was a sex fish exuberance technique that was up to LV7 level, and it only took a few minutes for Dongfang He to awaken? With a thought, the king of cold ice vestments on his body faintly flickered with light. In the next second, a series of 9 ice shields containing an extremely cold aura appeared with it, spinning up rapidly and blocking Lin Luo's body as much as they could. Boom! Boom boom boom! Several explosions rang out, and Dongfang He's anger-laden strike actually directly shattered the 5 cold ice shields. But this had already reached his limit. The blazing golden fighting chi was instantly annihilated by the extreme coldness generated by the explosion of the cold ice shield, and the whole person's body, consequently, slowed down a lot. Black Death. Roar! The Black Death God's furious roar followed, and his huge body violently rushed over, his dragon's mouth wide open, and a mouthful of incomparably blazing dragon's breath gushed out. Boom! In an instant, Lin Luo, who was only protected by 4 cold ice shields, had his entire body instantly submerged by the dragon's breath. So fierce! This is the true strength of a dragon knight, isn't it? My god! Sonic boom! This attack power has reached its peak, right? An ordinary gold-ranked professional might not even be able to match it. Ha ha ha! Dongfang He has risen. Lin Luo deserved this. Finally caught. Lin Luo is going to lose. Is this the dragon knight? A knight and a dragon teaming up to attack. Too strong. Too strong. I've saved my coffin money, ha ha ha. Where's Lin Luo? Shouldn't have been killed, right? In the ring, hands and feet have no eyes, life and death are each at the mercy of God. The 100,000 spectators and professionals were talking like a tidal wave. More than half of the audience was like a high dynasty, all subconsciously stood up, excitedly looking at the ring. After waiting for so long, weren't they waiting for this scene? Above the ring, the hot dragon's breath was still burning. In the Black Death God's mind, although he was angry, he was somewhat hesitant. This human called Lin Luo, dying like this? It's too unwilling. I was still thinking of staying with you for a while longer. That companion called Dongfang He is just too annoying. If my companion was you, how good would it be? In the flaming dragon's breath, Lin Luo's figure slowly appeared. In front of him, a light green colored protective shield swirled, blocking out the fiery dragon's breath. He looked at Dongfang He in annoyance and shook his head. I was thinking of finishing you off in the end, forget about it. The success rate of the Stockholm self-raider technique is too low. Hell, how many times do I have to attack the same target? He slowly raised his right hand and grabbed Dongfang He distantly. Let's use this move to finish you off. I hope you can hold out. In the next second, a bizarre fluctuation, centered on Lin Luo, spread out to the entire ring. No responsibility surgery. In the next second, in the air above the ring, several bizarre silhouettes actually appeared. Hands wearing disposable rubber gloves, a faceless doctor wearing a medical mask, scalpels, tweezers, anesthesia needles, gauze, surgical lights, ventilators, and so on. These phantoms appeared one after another, and then they all turned into a stream of light, enveloping Dongfang He in the ring. The originally furious Dongfang He, without the slightest reaction, was enveloped by this series of bizarre lights and fell into a coma. A few seconds later, Lin Luo's face was a little odd, his eyes filled with uncontrollable laughter. Originally thought of relying on this skill to resolve you in one go, but I didn't expect that it would be randomized to this. In the future, should I call you Dongfang He, or Dongfang He? Chapter 94, No Liability Surgery. Sex Change Surgery. No liability surgery, a mutation skill, an extremely dangerous type of surgery where the caster bears no risk, no guarantee of results, and no responsibility for the outcome of the surgery. It can only be cast on humanoid or humanoid creatures. Upon successful casting, there is a chance to cast random mutilation, random deformity, random transsexualization, and organ transplantation on the current target. Random mutilation, mutated skill, when cast on a target, the target randomly loses an arm, leg, both eyes, both ears, both noses, both tongues, etc., and acquires a disability such as a broken arm, broken leg, blindness, deafness, or mute. Random deformity, mutation skill, after casting on the target a random part of the target is deformed, with an abnormal shape, size, location, or structure of organs or tissues or lack thereof. Limb swelling or shrinking, anencephaly, megalencephaly, cleft lip, polydactyly, cryptorchidism, underdevelopment, etc. Random deformity technique, mutagenesis skill. Random sex change, mutation skill, after casting it on the target's gender randomly changes, male, female, eunuch, misogyny, mixed gender, etc. Organ transplantation, you are free to transplant any strangeness from any creature into the target and ensure its survival and fusion. This no responsibility surgery mutant skill was a mutant occupational skill that Lin Luo had acquired as a result of his transformation into Dr. Wicked Virtue. At this moment, for the first time, it revealed his evil fangs. After casting no responsibility surgery, the recipient would randomly hit the jackpot in random mutilation, random deformity, random transsexualization, and organ transplantation. Regardless of which one, all of them could cause the recipient to lose the effects of resistance within a very short period of time. But how could Lin Luo not expect that the first time he used a no responsibility surgery, the random skill that came in his turn was actually the random transsexualization technique? Dongfang He, a big man, under the effect of the no responsibility surgery, he suddenly turned into a half man and half woman. Bisexual man. Now, this kind of thing, Lin Luo even subconsciously exploded. What is that thing? There seemed to be an illusion that appeared in the ring just now. Did you guys notice it? I saw it. It seemed like a doctor with a mask appeared. Why did I see what looked like scalpels and tweezers or something? What the hell is that? A vision of Lin Luo's attack? It's possible. It's the same as Morong Shuechen's angelic descent just now. Quickly look. Why is Dongfang He unconscious? Yeah. He can't have been hit by an illusion again. Wake up, Dongfang He. Dongfang He's sudden unconsciousness caused all 100,000 professionals and spectators present to cry out. The faces of the people in the surrounding booths also had their own visions at this time. Dongfang Daizong frowned. Meyer, what's going on? Is something wrong with your spell? Dongfang Meizu hurriedly shook her head and said, how could something go wrong with uncle? I am a silver-ranked spell artist. That spell-killing fear technique just now at most made his younger brother startled. Absolutely nothing will go wrong. Then how did he fall unconscious? No, not sure. Maybe it was Lin Luo's attack. What kind of attack that would silently put someone into a coma? This is bad. It looks like Here might be losing this competition. Luckily, there's the Black Reaper. What the hell is going on? Hua Shuyi also frowned as he looked at the ring. What exactly is that illusion? And why did Dongfang He faint? Zhao Qicheng also shook his head. It's not clear, this kid has so many secrets. Inside the Morong family. Morong Shuehan's beautiful eyes were dead set on the duo in the ring, not caring at all about the comments of the family members in her ears. Wake up! With Morong Shuechen's voice, Dongfang He, who was far away from the ring, shook his head and opened his eyes, standing up in a hurry. Damn it! You did it, eh? He stopped violently and subconsciously covered his mouth. That voice just now, what happened? It didn't sound like his own voice at all. With a crisp and thick, very hoarse, the voice is still a little hung up, as if it is a eunuch? At this time, he also suddenly felt that there was something even more wrong. He subconsciously scratched his hair, and the original short inches suddenly grew several centimeters long, and the hair quality was also more supple. Also rubbed the fierce part, soft. Where are the pecs? I have been working out for more than 10 years, where are my spicy big pecs? Besides that, he could also feel that his lower body, especially the bottom part, was sticky, as if he had opened a mouth. He also looked back strangely, and the skin drum seemed to have gotten even more aroused. What the hell was going on? He didn't know what had happened to his body, he just felt a slight change in his appearance, but he wasn't hurt. He fiercely stomped on the ground, and the golden dragon gun was kicked up and steadily grasped in his hand. Lin Luo, what exactly have you done to me? Lin Luo said in a faint voice, what was done, you'll know yourself later. Admit defeat, you can't win this match. Impossible. A ferocious killing intent once again burned in Dongfang He's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, you made me lose face in front of so many people, only by killing you can I release the hatred in my heart. Kill me? Do you have such qualifications? Lin Luo sneered, if that's the case, then don't blame me. Black Death, go. Don't think you're winning this fight. Dongfang He shouted in his cockney voice, his figure jumping violently onto the Black Reaper next to him. Roar! A low hissing sound came from the Black God of Death, and his huge body subconsciously swayed, almost shaking Dongfang He down. What are you doing? Dongfang He said angrily, and slammed his fist on the Black God of Death's neck. Roar! This time, the Black God of Death was finally enraged, and with a violent fling actually directly threw Dongfang He off of him. I want. Dongfang He's exclamation of surprise was directly locked in his throat, but he saw that the originally always obedient Black God of Death was actually staring at himself with a deadly stare at this moment, his body slightly crouching down, which was exactly his state of praying and attacking. In his throat, there was also a hoarse hissing sound. Threat! A red-fruited threat. Dongfang He's eyes changed, subconsciously raised his hands. Black Death, don't get excited, we're partners just now it's my fault, I apologize to you. He knew very well that more than 90% of his strength in this body was in the Black Reaper. If the Black Reaper didn't cooperate, he was at most equivalent to an A-rated knight. How could he defeat Lin Luo? The Black Reaper was still lying on the ground, his whole body in an attacking position, staring at Dongfang He with a deadly stare. In his mind, the rune that represented the equality contract was still covered in cracks, shaking like a broken mirror. Above the audience around the ring, they also noticed this bizarre situation, and all of them murmured. What's going on? The giant dragon seems to be attacking Dongfang He? It can't be. When the Dragon Knights were born, they had signed an equality contract by the World Will himself, The dragon and the knight are natural partners, how could they attack each other? Dongfang he just seemed to have smashed the giant dragon and the dragon threw him off his body. It looks as if he wants to eat someone. Ha ha ha. Dongfang he has all his strength in the dragon, if the dragon disowns him. It's too bad. Code of Oriental he quickly stand up. Ah. My entire fortune is riding on you. What's going on? Black Death, what happened? Dongfang Daizone was finally flustered now, and hurriedly stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. The Black Death God was a key factor in the rise of their Eastern clan, and even the old ancestor held it in high regard. As long as their Eastern family spared the resources to cultivate it, the Black Death was enough to ensure that their Eastern family would prosper for 100 years, 300 years, 500 years, or even 1,000 years. The life of a giant dragon was calculated in thousands of years. At that time, even if Dongfang he died of old age, the Black Reaper would continue to bless the Dongfang clan for his sake. Even the descendants of the Eastern family's bloodline would have the chance to sign a contract with the Black Reaper and become new dragon riders. The Black Reaper absolutely cannot afford to lose. In the ring, Dongfang he slowly climbed up, threw away the dragon spear in his hand, and slowly persuaded Black Death with both hands, almost kneeling down for him. Black Death's heavy breathing also slowly became calmer, the tense muscles of his whole body also relaxed. Just when Dongfang he thought that the incident had finally calmed down, the Black Death God had returned to normal, and he could continue to ride the Black Death God and use their newly developed move to continue fighting together. However, he saw the Black God of Death's wings flap violently, its huge head glanced back at Lin Luo, and its huge figure immediately shot up into the sky and flew into the distance. It is actually running away. The Black God of Death ran away. He actually ignored Dongfang he's order, abandoned Dongfang he, gave up this battle, and directly ran away. Black Death. Where are you going? Hurry back. Dongfang he went straight mad, as he shouted and hollered from the ring, his hands dancing and swaying, living like a clown. But no matter how he jumped and how he hissed, the Black God of Death actually didn't have a trace of attachment, flapped his two fleshy wings, and also ignored the blood all over his body, and moved away from the trial square, not knowing where he was. The entire trial square directly exploded. How did the dragon fly away? Holy! It really flew away. The dragon rider's dragon actually doesn't care about the rider anymore? This is the first time this has happened. Who can tell me what happened? How did the dragon ignore its rider and just run away? It's simple. It's because Dongfang he was too wasted. That's why the giant dragon gave him up. How is that possible? The dragon and its rider have an equal contract made by the will of the world, how could they run away? That's right. With a contract of equality, it's impossible for a dragon to abandon its knight. Why is it impossible? The equality contract represents the equality of both parties. Of course I will treat you well if you treat me well. But if you're going to treat me badly, humph humph, you guys don't forget about pretty country's dragon knight Alexander. He is the best example. Not bad. More than 30 years ago Alexander also awakened the dragon knight profession, but he didn't have the slightest bit of enterprising spirit, relying on his dragon knight status to have fun every day, and practicing leveling was lazy. In the end, that giant dragon of his left him directly, and he doesn't even know where it is now. Yeah, the equality contract is not a slave contract, the giant dragon is a higher intelligent creature. As long as the knight behaves too poorly, the giant dragon can completely leave itself. Dongfang he is indeed. It's over, without the dragon, Dongfang he is even less of a match for Lin Luo. My coffin book Chapter 95, Elimination. Dongfang he turned into a woman. Come back. You come back. In the ring, Dongfang he was still yelling and running wildly after Black Death, directly to the edge of the ring. The referee rushed over, contestant Dongfang he. Don't go any further, if you leave the ring, I'll lose rebellion. Hearing the referee say that, he stopped in a hurry. With such a delay, the Black Reaper had already flown into the distance, leaving only a black dot in mid-air. Bastard! Damn! You just said A. Dongfang he immediately cursed, hand dancing like a shrew. The referee next to him couldn't stand it anymore, and directly advised, Dongfang he player, you are still in the single challenge match, quickly go back to the match. Go back to the match. Dongfang he took a deep breath, his eyes were a bit evasive and retreating, he knew very well that his current self would not be Lin Luo's opponent. But once he thought of what Lin Luo had just done, the flames of anger almost completely burned away his sanity. No! I will absolutely not admit defeat. Even if I die, I will die with him. He violently turned around, directly grabbed the golden dragon spear hanging on the ground, and rushed up towards Lin Luo. It's all because of you. It's all because of you. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Boom! On his body, a rich golden fighting aura appeared once again and rushed towards Lin Luo. Good. That's a dragon knight. Even if you're in a desperate situation, you'll never admit defeat. Dongfang he charge. Charge. My last coffin depends on you. Damn it. Here. Dongfang Daizone looked at his charging son, closed his eyes in despair, and violently turned around. Go. Let's go. Dongfang Huangtai asked strangely, "Big brother, the bout isn't over yet, you." "It's already over," Dongfang Daizong said without hesitation. The moment the Black Death God abandoned here and left, he had already lost. What we need to do now is not to wait here, but to search for the Black Death God and bring him back. "But," Oriental Huangtai asked again, "Big brother, aren't you the old ancestor who wants that world wonder, if it's just world wonders?" "Humph." Dongfang Daizong coldly grunted. "Here was eliminated is already a doomed thing, still stay here to do what? Besides, as long as we can retrieve the Black Reaper and increase our investment, within 100 years my Oriental family will surely produce another epic realm professional. Within 1,000 years, as long as the dragon reaches adulthood, there could even be a legendary realm professional. Although the world wonders are valuable, but that's just a broken world wonders, I don't know how long it will take to repair it." Dongfang Daizong gritted his teeth. "Besides, we don't have a chance to compete for that world wonders anymore. Withdraw." "Yes. Patriarch." More than 10 figures quickly followed behind Dongfang Daizong and left the private room. While inside the other private room, Zhao Qicheng came over to Guoshui's side. "Director, the people from the Dongfang clan left, it looks like they are going back." "Oh?" Guoshui wasn't a bit surprised, knowing that it's not possible, decisively giving up. "This is Dongfang Daizong's handiwork. Let's see. They are now going out definitely to look for that giant dragon." Guoshui said, quickly passed the order to the other Dao keepers to quickly search for the location of that huge dragon as well. "At the very least, don't let the people of the Eastern clan find it." "Yes. Director." Inside the Morong family's private room, more than a dozen figures were also discussing excitedly. "Ah, Dongfang, he is going to lose. Next up is our Snow Trace's chance. Not bad. We've already figured out this kid Lin Luo's skills, they're mostly focused on controlling viruses, and our Snow Trace's holy light angels just happen to be able to restrain most of his abilities. At most, his instantaneous movement ability is a bit tricky, and although his attacks are sharp, they can't break Snow Stigma's defense. That world wonder is our Morong family's." Shuehen, what are you thinking about?" Morong Shuehen, who had been standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, walked over and spoke. "Patriarch, I want to ask you for something." Morong family patriarch, also Morong Shuehen's eldest uncle Morong Shinfu said with a smile, "Shuehen, you are now the jewel in the old ancestor's palm, you say it. What do you want to do? Uncle will promise you." Morong Shui Trace Shan said, "I hope to wait a while for the championship and runner-up competition, put it tomorrow." "Ah. What?" Morong Shinfu was surprised. "Shui Shang, are you injured?" "No." Morong Shuehen shook his head. "I think that there has to be another night of investigation. This." Morong Shinfu gritted his teeth. "As long as I can get that world wonder, I'll apply for it." After speaking, he got up and headed outside. In the corner of the plaza, several ordinary occupiers sat on their seats, looking up at the sky. "Awesome. It's really great. It's not a vain trip, it's not a vain trip, I didn't expect a freshman professionals fight to be this exciting. Originally, I just came to investigate the true picture of the death of that punk Du Chang, but I didn't expect to come across this kind of thing, once in 1,000 years. Go! Pass it on to the others to find that giant dragon as fast as possible." "Yes. Elder." Ha. On the ring. With a bang, Dongfang He's figure was violently knocked away. That exquisite knight's heavy armor was chopped out with a serious crack, and there was even blood seeping out. "Damn it! I will never admit defeat." Dongfang He roared angrily and struggled to get up again, rushing towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo continued to move forward, his back leaving several blood marks and humanoid craters in one fell swoop. With a flourish of his staff in his hand, another skin burst raged out. Bang! Poof! This time, the million gold coins worth of knight-heavy armor on Dongfang He's body was completely broken, and all equipment durability went to zero, losing all utility. Blood gushed out in mid-air, and the whole person was directly knocked away dozens of meters away, and ruthlessly smashed on the ground. Cough. Damn it! I will never admit defeat. Never admit defeat. He struggled to get up, but his entire body couldn't exert any strength. Seeing this, Lin Luo raised his staff in his hand once again and threw out another skin-burst spell. Bang! This time, the attack was blocked by an earth-colored light, accompanied by a violent collision sound, along with the entire ring formation began to vibrate. At the edge of the ring, the formation master had his hands clenched and was manipulating the formation, his face grim. The referee's figure also appeared in the center of the ring, announcing, "Lin Luo, Dongfang He has lost the qualification to continue fighting, you win this match." Hearing the referee say this, Lin Luo then lowered the staff in his hand. I didn't lose. Dongfang He struggled to get up, grabbing the referee's arm and roaring angrily, "Damn it! Who let you come up here? Get the hell down! My bout isn't over yet. I must not lose this bout. Never lose. Lin Luo. I'm going to kill you. Kill you." Hearing that Dongfang He was still obstinate, killing intent flashed in Lin Luo's eyes. Reaching out and grabbing it, an extremely small maggot-like, but pure black death compass appeared in his hand. This Black Death Disease Compass was the Black Death Disease Compass that was created after he utilized the Black Death Disease virus to poison quite a few yen beasts during last night's melee with the Night Watchman Du Cheng and the others, and it was retained by him until now. With a thought, this Black Death Disease Compass landed on Dongfang He's body and wormed its way into his body along with his blood. I'd like to see which one of the two of us dies first. Seeing that Dongfang He was still going crazy, the referee frowned and waved his hand, and immediately a few doctors rushed up and carried him out of the ring. Winner! Lin Luo! Boom! As soon as the referee's words fell, the entire trial square raged once again, with almost everyone talking excitedly. It's actually true that Lin Luo won. This is a damn record breaker, S-rank hidden professional Dragon Knight. It was actually defeated by a D-ranked profession priest. Jesus Christ. My coffin. Damn Dongfang He. It's really a waste, brothers, see you on the rooftop. Wait for me, I'm going to the rooftop too. The codes. Haha, Dongfang He lost, so won't the champion be our goddess Morong? How could it be? If Lin Luo can beat Dongfang he can also beat Morong Shuehen. Morong Shuechen is an angel of holy light, born to restrain all kinds of dark energies and disease viruses. She will definitely win. There was a lot of talk in the audience. No matter how much they cried out in defiance, it couldn't change the ending. At this time, inside the restroom, Lin Luo was the one who ran into a member of the referee team. It's like this Lin Luo player, in the past, after the top 4 challenge was the championship battle, but today's top 4 match you 4 were just too powerful, the entire ring was destroyed by you. That's why we want to place the championship battle tomorrow. Player Morong Shuehen has already agreed to this proposal. What do you think? You've just finished sparring, it's not very fair to you if you have a second bout so soon. It would also be fair to you if you could rest for a night. What do you think? Tang Chang, who was at the side, said excitedly, I'm going to Luo brother, there's still this good thing. Quickly say yes, quickly say yes. Lin Luo also nodded casually, he had nothing to lose anyway. Alright then, tomorrow. Late night. The atmosphere of the Eastern family was as heavy as stagnant water, the people coming and going were even more like ghosts, and the servants under them were even more tense to the point where they didn't dare to breathe loudly. The hall is filled with a strong smell of medicine. Dongfang Daizong, Dongfang Huangtai, and several other Dongfang family patriarchs and elders are all sitting together, their faces are as heavy as water. On the other side was Dongfang He, whose body was still adorned with bandages, his eyes fierce, almost ready to choose someone to devour. Damned Lin Luo, I'm not convinced. Dongfang Daizong looked at his son, shook his head and asked, any news? Big brother, no. Dongfang Huangtai also shook his head, we investigated the surveillance within the city, we only know that the Black Reaper flew away towards the southeast, our people have followed him, but there is no trace of him at all. Southeast direction? Dongfang Daizong said, there are maps in that direction such as the Pale Canyon and the Dark Swamp, most of which are places where second-turn professions practice, keep looking. After crossing these places, you'll reach the sea, never let Black Death step into the sea. Don't worry big brother, I've already contacted a few allies and they've promised to send people to look for it. Father. Dongfang He suddenly said, what are you looking for that for? Sooner or later, he'll still come back. Shut up. Dongfang Daizong coldly droned, your mission is to compete for the title of this solo challenge and capture that world wonder, it's not for you to play around. You're actually beating and cursing at the Black Death? He's not a pet you keep. All dragons are intelligent creatures, even the strongest intelligent creatures in this world. If the world wonders are lost, we can still look for them again. If the Black Reaper is lost, then your whole life will be ruined. Dongfang He was still filled with anger in his heart and gritted his teeth, how could the Black Reaper be lost? I'm a Dragon Knight. The equality contract is still there, he'll definitely be fine. At most, he'll come back after going out for a few days. When he comes back, I will definitely. Shut up. Roll back. Dongfang Daizong angrily said, fiercely standing up like a frenzied lion. You don't go out of the clan for these 2 months, give me a good face-to-face. When 2 months later, I will send you to the Southeast Military Academy. Damn. Dongfang He cursed angrily, but still stood up and angrily walked out. Bang! Inside the room, Dongfang He kicked on the door, venting his resentment. Brother He, is your injury alright? Don't get angry. What in the world does that Lin Luo have? Li Mei came over and said gently. Rubbish. All of them are trash. There's also you. You woman. Rubbish. Dongfang He directly slammed up, hissed with his unique Cockney voice, and even ignored Li Mei who was lying on the ground and directly rode up, left and right slapping and flinging up. Damn. Slap. Damn Lin Luo. Pa. And damn Morong Shuehan. Pa. Old me is on fire right now. He said angrily, pulling up Li Mei, ignoring the slap marks on her face, grabbing his hair and shoving it down. Ha. Ryoga, he was about to move slowly when Li Mei suddenly struggled, pushing him away and subconsciously screaming. Ah. Dongfang He was startled and said angrily, what the hell are you screaming for? You below. Below? Dongfang he immediately felt that something was wrong and hurriedly looked downward. There was actually a dense growth like a small ding-dong, like a bunch of cauliflowers had grown. This was nothing, the main thing was that the back of his brother's dinky was actually sticky, and there was an inexplicable feeling. He subconsciously stretched out his hand and actually reached in. The next second, his entire face changed violently. Ah! What's going on? What's going on? He kicked the door open again and shouted, "Doctor! Quickly call me a doctor! Get me a doctor! What are you shouting for? Quickly call a doctor ah!" Inside the room, ignoring the chaos outside, Li Mei tremblingly took out her cell phone and sent out a message. Coroner, Dongfang he actually turned into a woman. No, I should say bisexual. Chapter 96, The Mutations of the Sumeru Mask. Master, the young master seems to be bisexual. Lin Luo, this is a letter from Ninger to you. Lian Xinger handed Lin Luo a crumpled up letter that looked like it still had quite a few water stains on it. This is? After the quarterfinals, Lian Xinger answered his letter and asked him to meet up within a cafe. After meeting, she handed Lin Luo a letter. Lian Xinger explained, Xinger her father has an urgent matter, he's going to make a trip to Nine Snake Island, and he'll be back in 2 months at most. Nine Snake Island? Lin Luo's heart stirred. Nine Snakes Island, the school books only recorded that it was a large island located in the middle of the prosperous Star Sea, with millions of people living on it. The island's terrain was treacherous, the population was large, the environment was beautiful, and the resources were abundant, making it a tourist destination. Of course, there were also many professionals stationed there. But on the internet, there was some confusing information everywhere. What kind of vassals, one of the 7 emperors, listening to tunes but not declarations, and so on, it was a very powerful place anyway. In the past few years, he also saw a lot of so-called top-secret information on the network. 300 years ago, there was an otherworldly invasion, a global fusion, and the world was in chaos. Many lucky people awakened to various professions, and then gathered in the mountains and forests to develop their own strength, becoming a small vassal, and even fight against the state. But with the passage of time, the state power and the power of the state machinery is still embodied, the body of righteousness, combined, and the popularity of the people, spending more than 10 years to once again unify the world. And some defiant large forces or powerful vassals, helplessly far away from other countries, or lurking in the gray areas of foreigners, continue to develop power. These forces, with the development of more than 300 years, have become a more powerful force. And the most powerful of them was undoubtedly the Nine Serpents clan, which had traveled eastward out of the sea more than 300 years ago, and occupied a large island in the region of the prosperous Star Sea, which was full of demonic beasts at that time. Until now, the forces of the Nine Serpents Island were vaguely referred to as the 7 Emperors by the good people along with the large independent forces of other countries. Their forces are spread all over the world in the human-dominated area, and all of them are mainly islands, also known as the Emperor of the Deep Sea. Among them, the Nine Serpents Island was one of the 7 emperors within the Dragon Kingdom's waters, and its power was extremely large. Lin Luo opened the letter, the content was very little, only 100 or so words, and the handwriting was also very urgent, obviously being rushed. As he read it, Lian Xinger explained, Ninger's father has an urgent matter to go to the Nine Serpents Island. The Nine Serpents Island exists in the middle of the prosperous Star Sea, that place has harsh weather, and there are many magnetic fields and spatial cracks that exist, cell phone signals can't be transmitted into it at all. That's why Ninger wrote this letter and asked me to give it to you. The contents of the letter were minimal, and he quickly read it. There were only 3 general contents. First, she was going to go to Nine Serpents Island with her father and would be back in 2 months, so that she wouldn't forget about him. Second, her father was going to have him enroll at the Imperial Capital Vocational University in 2 months, and by then, he hoped that Lin Luo would also go to the Imperial Capital Vocational University. Third, take good care of yourself. The content of the letter wasn't much, but it was slowly all love. Imperial Capital Vocational University? Lin Luo tapped the desktop and asked, did Ninger run into something difficult? This. Lian Xinger looked at the teenager in front of her and thought of her big brother's eager expression, as well as the kind of panic she felt when she heard that one of the 7 emperors, Storm Island, was looking to get on him, and could only sigh darkly and say, Ninger and her father went to Nine Serpents Island just to attend an elder's birthday. In 2 months at most, they will be back. 2 months? I see. Lin Luo put away the new seal and stood up, many thanks. Lin Luo. Lian Xinger called out to Lin Luo, saying, Ninger likes you a lot, I hope you won't let her down. I know. After separating from Lian Xinger, Lin Luo returned to his room. Nine Snake Island? Lian Changer's father, Lian Chang, is the son of the Storm, a powerful epic realm professional, and is considered a person of honor in the entire Marina City. And Nine Serpents Island is the territory of one of the 7 emperors, congratulating the elders on their birthday? Lin Luo pinched the new seal and received it in the middle of his spatial ring with a thought. Ha ha ha, I hope there won't be any more stems of sheltered betrothal and 3-year engagement, it's not like I'm. Ha? His expression suddenly moved, and just now, after opening the spatial ring, he realized that a prop within it was faintly glowing. With a backhanded grab, this prop appeared in his hand, and it was actually that Sumeru mask. This is... At this moment, the Sumeru mask in his hand was faintly glowing and trembling, and the lines on its surface were moving along the bizarre array ripples. What's going on? I didn't move him or let anything touch. Letter? Impossible, that's just an ordinary piece of paper. Looking at the mask in front of him, Lin Luo didn't feel any dangerous aura and slowly put it on his face. As soon as he put it on, a cold aura flowed down his brain and all over his body, and soon a sharp voice actually came from his mind. Vigilante number C145 requesting assistance. Vigilante number C145 requesting for assistance. All vigilantes and Brotherhood members who are in the perimeter of Marina City, please quickly teleport to Pale Canyon, coordinates XXX.XXX.XXX. Vigilante number C196 requesting for assistance. Vigilante number C145 requesting for assistance. All vigilantes and Brotherhood members who are in the perimeter of Marina City, please quickly teleport to the Pale Canyon at coordinates XXX.XXX.XXX. Vigilante number C221 requesting for assistance. Vigilantes? Lin Luo's expression moved. This mask was snatched from Du Chang. Of course it was a prop of the Night's Watch. What he didn't expect was that it was actually a contact prop. He subconsciously took this mask off his face. At this moment, the mask emitted light, and its specific information appeared in front of his eyes as its function was energized and its true attributes appeared. Name, Sumeru Mask No. B72. Role 1, Signal Contact. After wearing the Sumeru mask, the professional can make single-line contact with other people wearing the Sumeru mask, and can also make group contact. Role 2, Virtual Plaza. There is a virtual plaza inside the Sumeru mask. After wearing the mask, the professional can consume a certain amount of mental energy to enter the virtual plaza for activities and exchanges. Role 3, Teleportation. The Sumeru mask comes with a teleportation array, which can teleport props, equipment, and characters. Each Sumeru mask can only teleport 3 times per day, or 1 time for character teleportation. Description: refined by Formation Master Fei Yuzunshire by fusing Sumeru Stone, Diamond, Void Stone, and 10,000-hearted Queen Bee Demon Crystal, it possesses extremely powerful liaison and teleportation effects. So it's a contact prop. It dawned on Lin Luo in his mind, no wonder it had such strange properties, so it was refined by the humans themselves. It looked like this Sumeru mask had taken on the role of a courier in addition to its VX-like communication role. Is it possible to perform item teleportation 3 times a day, or 1 character teleportation? The vigilantes are asking for help. Then it must be under siege by the Dao Keepers. Should we go? Lin Luo stroked this mask, and his heart bitterly came to a decision. Go! The Pale Canyon wasn't far from here, and he had offended the vigilantes, so if he could get hold of their intelligence and information as soon as possible, it would definitely be very helpful to him afterward. As for his own security capabilities, he wasn't worried either. As long as he instantly unfolded the surgical space after arriving at the scene, with the replacement ability in place, even a Gold Realm professional wouldn't be able to catch himself. Besides, Lin Luo had found quite a few clues in the vigilante number of the Sumeru mask. Du Chang was a Gold Realm professional, and his vigilante number was B72. And the 3 vigilant numbers inside the virtual mask that were passing on a message for help at this moment were just C. Did it mean that the vigilantes whose numbers started with C were 1 level lower than the vigilantes whose numbers were B? Silver Realm Professional. After thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and put the Sumeru mask back on his face. Those 3 messages asking for help, at this point there was only 1 left, and he knew very well that the other 2 had already been contacted, and the once-a-day character teleportation opportunity had already been used. He hastily contacted this request for help message, and soon a mechanical-like voice came. The Sumeru Mask 221 has unfolded a 1-way teleportation array towards you. Is it teleporting? Please note that the further the distance of the Sumeru mask, the existence of spatial cracks in the location, magnetic field conversion, etc. will cause the teleportation to fail, so please protect yourself. Teleportation will fail? Props made by professionals are really unreliable. Teleportation. The Pale Canyon was only less than a kilometer or so away from East Sea City, so I guess it wouldn't fail. Soon, a light blue light once again emanated from the Sumeru mask, wrapping all of his figure within. In the next second, his figure disappeared into thin air. A wave of dizziness came over him, and when he opened his eyes, he realized that he had already appeared within the pale white canyon. Shadows were swaying in front of him, and the sounds of killing and roars kept coming from his ears. With a movement of his right hand, the surgical space quickly unfolded and was ready to replace it. At this time, a surprised voice suddenly came. Huh? Grade B Sumeru Mask. A Golden Realm Senior is here. Inside the Eastern family. The private doctor was manipulating a bunch of instruments with his head full of men, checking up and down on Dongfanghe, who was lying on the bed, the machine dripping loudly. Wastes? They are all wastes. Have you checked clearly yet? Dongfang, he cursed loudly, causing the two young nurses next to him not to dare to approach. With a bang, the door of the room was pushed open, and Dongfang Daizong walked in with a frown. Dr. Wang, what exactly is here's situation? Don't have any concerns, just say it. Dr. Wang wiped a handful of dense cold sweat from his forehead and said in a tangled voice, Old master, the situation doesn't seem right. Young master, he. What's wrong with him? He seems to be bisexual. What? Chapter 97, Master, do you want to operate on the young master? He seems to be bisexual. What? Before Dongfang Daizong could react, Dongfang he slammed a pillow on Dr. Wang's body and cursed. Put your mom's batch. Laozi is a serious man. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Wanton. Dongfang Daizong angrily said, Here, shut up. Listen to what the doctor said. Then he asked in a pleasant manner, Is Dr. Wang mistaken? Everyone in the family will have a physical examination arranged by you every year? Here's situation, how come I didn't notice it before? Dr. Wang wiped his sweat again and said carefully, Master, this is true, if you don't believe me, you can take a look at me. Looking at the appearance of Dongfang, he with his legs spread apart on all fours, he subconsciously shook his head and said, I'd better forget it, just say your diagnosis. Okay. Dr. Wang was about to say, when he suddenly waved his hand at the back, You two go down first. Yes. The two small nurses wearing transparent nurse suits with their 3 points vaguely visible hurriedly ran down. Only then did Dr. Wang say, Master, I just gave young master he a physical examination and found that there is a second female organ in his body, the zigong and ovaries are all present, healthy and flawless, as if they were naturally grown. The previous physical examination information is still on record, there is none, it's really strange. Dongfang Daizong frowned, Dr. Wang, what do you think this could be the case? Dr. Wang hesitated, the first possibility is that our testing instrument is broken, but that's impossible. The testing instruments in the family were all obtained at great expense, all over tens of millions of dollars. The second possibility is that young master his bisexual trait was originally a recessive trait, but it became dominant later on due to some reasons. For example, an injury, or a sudden big change. But the chances of this are just too small. Dongfang Daizong thought of today's competition and asked again, then will there be a third possibility? A third possibility. He quietly glanced at Dongfang He and came to Dongfang Daizong's heel and whispered, that would be that young master he himself found someone to do a sex change operation, but the organs on his body are just too perfect, with no resemblance to a hand. Put your mom's batch. Dongfang he smashed all the things he could beside him, causing Dr. Wang to hold his head. Well. Dongfang Daizong said in a dark voice, stopping Dongfang He. Father. Dongfang he said anxiously, it's definitely Lin Luo. That guy messed up. He's the one who turned me into this ghostly state, you have to do it for me. Dongfang Daizong took a deep breath, listening to his son's voice suddenly turn into this cockney voice, he forced down the anger in his heart and waved at Dr. Wang. Master, what are your orders? Is there any way to cure his condition? For example, having another organ surgically removed directly? This. Dr. Wang thought for a moment and said, yes. But you have to find a high-ranking priest, or a life warlock or something like that to assist at the side. Removing a vital organ may cause hemorrhaging, and you have to let them perform their skills at the side to promote recovery. Then after the surgery, will it affect his profession? It won't. Dr. Wang shook his head, occupation is bestowed by the will of the world, even if one breaks an arm or leg, it won't cause a change in occupation. At most, the strength is just weakened when fighting. Dongfang Daizong said, in that case, then I will go to the Professionals Guild. With a bang, before Dongfang Daizong finished speaking, Dongfang Huangtai rushed in, Big brother. There's news. The Black Reaper has news. It's in the Pale Canyon. But what? Before Dongfang Daizong could say anything, Dongfang he directly jumped up and rushed over with his bare lower body. Dongfang Huangtai's face was a bit odd, his eyes kept glancing in which direction. Hearing his men say that Dongfang he became bisexual, it is really perverted. Looking at it, he actually changed there. Ahem. Southeast Daizong's voice woke him up, he embarrassedly retracted his eyes, angry Dongfang he chest continued to rise and fall. Big brother, the men found the Black Death God's trail in the Pale Canyon, but there are still quite a few Dao Keepers and Night Watchers next to it, and they are fighting over the Black Death God. What? Dongfang he immediately cursed, a bunch of delusional guys, the Black Reaper is mine, no one can snatch it away. Saying that, he was about to run out. Come back. Dongfang Daizong roared, turned around and threw the pants on the hospital bed to him, ship me the pants first. Huang Tai, go call out the 7 guards who are idle and wait for me in the courtyard. Dongfang Huangtai's face changed, Big brother, could it be that you want to use that prop? Humph. Dongfang Daizong snorted coldly, it's just a prop, how could it possibly compare to the Black Death? Once the Black Death God is captured by others, then our family's losses will be even heavier. Yes. Big brother. Dongfang Huangtai agreed, gritting his teeth and running out in a hurry. Father. Don't worry here, the Black Death is yours, no one can snatch it away. Taoist watchman? The night watchman? How dare you covet my Oriental family's gargoyle, you really deserve to die. A few minutes later, the 7 guards quickly assembled within the courtyard. Among them were 2 Gold Realm escort leaders and 5 Silver Realm guards. Together with Dongfang Daizong, Dongfang Huangtai, and Dongfang He, there were a total of 10 people. After the number of people arrived, Dongfang Daizong took out a beautifully modeled light blue scroll from his backpack. After tearing it open, a large map appeared before his eyes. His eyes rested on the pale canyon that was very close, and with a clench of his teeth, he directly tapped on it. In the next second, a white light wrapped the 10 of them and instantly disappeared. Group Teleportation Scroll. It could instantly teleport 10 occupiers into the fixed coordinates of the map that the user had lit up, worth millions. Just as the Oriental family was acting with great fanfare, far away on the other side of Binhai City, within the Morong family, Morong Shueishan grabbed the small and delicate cell phone and stood on the balcony looking at the stars and moonlight in the sky. The screen on the cell phone flickered, and it was the information and intelligence that Li Mei had just transmitted. Coronet, Dongfang He actually turned into a woman. No, I should say a bisexual person. Bisexual? How is that possible? Morong Shueishan's heart was filled with incredulity, and his eyes were somewhat flustered at the moment. How could Dongfang He become bisexual? What Li Mei said is a lie. No, she was under my holy light compulsion. There is no one who knows about it, nor is there any solution. Could it be that Lin Luo did it? She recalled the large illusion that had suddenly appeared in the ring during today's fight. Lin Luo, this kind of ability, it's just too ruthless. When she thought that she was going to fight Lin Luo tomorrow, and then thought that if she grew that thing, she couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. Although she hadn't seen a real one of that thing, she had sometimes seen blurry pictures of it when she was surfing the internet, in biology class, or something like that. What to do? Do I have to use that thing, or? Chapter 98, The Night's Watch Dragon Flame. Battle of the Gargoyles. Ha! Grade B Sumeru Mask. There's a Golden Realm senior here. Listening to the voice with the Sumeru mask in front of him, Lin Luo's mind moved, and a stream of hoarse voice said, "What's the situation now?" C221 immediately replied, "Senior. We followed Elder Dragonflame's orders and came to capture the giant dragon that flew out of Marina City today. Who knew that we ran into an attack from the Dowkeeper, which is why Elder Yin Demon sought the help of the Sumerian mask." Elder Dragonflame? A giant dragon? Lin Luo quickly thought of something. Dongfang He's giant dragon, the Black God of Death. It actually ran here. It was also found by the Night Watchman and the Dowkeeper. It seemed like they were all aiming for the Black Death. Indeed, every professional knew the value of a giant dragon, whether it was alive or dead. On weekdays, the Black God of Death was put to sleep by Dongfang He and his dragon flute, surrounded by a large number of Dongfang clan guards. Most importantly, Dongfang He himself is active in the city of Marina City. If the Night Watchman wanted to capture Dongfang He or the dragon silently, it was simply a fantasy. But now it was different. That giant dragon actually came out on its own. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the Night's Watch, or any other fallen one. As long as this dragon could be captured, dead or alive, it would be a great gain for the Night's Watch. A living dragon can be tamed by a tamer or otherwise turned into a magic pet of the Night's Watch. Dead dragons, on the other hand, would immediately be split up to create all sorts of equipment, weapons, props, and so on. Dragon crystals, in particular, would be more useful. I see. Looking into the distance, there were indeed more than 10 figures fighting fiercely. And in the very center of the battle group, there was a huge-sized young dragon lying on its back. However, his wings seemed to have suffered a considerable injury and he couldn't fly, and a large number of silk threads were wrapped around his body, firmly trapping him in place and preventing him from leaving. Angry hissing sounds continuously came from the depths of the canyon. Seeing this situation, his figure flashed, and he left the original place. Seeing this, C221 marveled, worthy of being a B-word senior, actually a spatial ability? Lin Luo's figure instantly moved into the middle of the canyon, but he didn't participate in the battle. Instead, he hid in a large tree. With a thought, surgical space reappeared, enveloping the entire battlefield. More than 10 figures were fighting inside and outside the surgical space, and no one noticed. Only the giant dragon that was still lying on the ground and continuously hissing, suddenly subconsciously raised its head to look into the deep black night, its eyes filled with uncertainty. Ha! A familiar face? Lin Luo's eyes stared as he spotted an acquaintance in the battle group. Zhao Qichang. At this moment, he was fighting a tall-sized Night's Watchman. This Night Watchman didn't have any weapons in his hands, and his entire body's muscles took on a fiery red color, and he was actually forcing Zhao Qichang to keep retreating with only a pair of iron fists. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Qichang. We discovered this giant dragon first, it should have been our trophy. Die you. Roar. Dragon Flame shouted angrily, and his originally thick right arm skyrocketed by several points, and a red scale even appeared on its surface, living like a beast's claw. Dragon's Claw. Boom. Powerful force gushed out. Zhao Qicheng saw that he was undefeatable and hastily dodged, but he was still hit by this clawed fist wind and was smashed away in a wretched manner, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Qicheng. You're really too much of a waste. Elder Dragonflame took a big step forward. 5 years ago, you and I were on par with each other, but it's a pity that 5 years later, you've actually fallen into this state. It's really too bad. Chai Feng. Or rather, Dragonflame. I also didn't expect that you would actually join the Night's Watch and become a fallen one. Ha ha ha, fallen one? What do you mean by fallen one? Dragonflame let out a loud laugh. Regardless of whether it's the Taoist Guardians or the Night's Watch, in my eyes, only those who are strong deserve to live. You Taoist Guardians are too conformist to spend so much effort to protect ordinary people? Under the end of the world, ordinary people are only worthy of becoming our sustenance and slaves. Ha ha ha. Your energies, just wasting away bit by bit for the sake of ordinary people, is really the way to take death. Only we can truly live in this world and even become new advanced beings. Zhao Qicheng. Join us. Impossible. Zhao Qicheng said angrily, I can't be as cold-blooded and heartless as you. In that case, then go to hell. Dragonflame shouted angrily, and the muscles of his entire body swelled once again. Almost the entire upper half of the red fruit's body appeared densely scaled. Zhao Qicheng, you know that my awakened profession is the A-rank hidden profession dragon warrior. As long as I kill this dragon and bathe in the dragon's essence blood, I'll be able to advance to the S-rank advanced dragon warrior profession. When the time comes, I'll be able to go even further and step into the epic realm profession. So today, whoever dares to stop me from slaying this dragon is my great enemy in life and death. Dragonflame. Those who block my path to fulfillment, both parents can be killed as well. Boom! Dragonflame came rushing in again, striking out with both fists, and another ear-piercing sonic boom came out. Zhao Qicheng gritted his teeth and twisted his body to pounce on. The dagger in his hand was like a python biting at Dragonflame from the diagonal bottom. The angle was incomparably tricky. Roar! A roar, even more so, came from the mouth of the Dragonflame, and the two men collided fiercely. Zhao Qicheng's dagger stabbed into Dragonflame's abdomen, but it was directly clamped by the hard muscles, and a large amount of crimson blood flowed out. As for Zhao Qicheng himself, he was directly smashed into the shoulder by Dragonflame, and most of his shoulder was shattered, and his entire person was even sent flying over a dozen meters away, and ruthlessly smashed onto the ground. Cough, cough. Damn it. Seeing this, Dragonflame didn't make up for it, and turned towards the giant dragon that was trapped in place. Ha ha, bathing in dragon blood, here I come. Damn it. Zhao Qicheng stared at Dragonflame with a deadly stare, struggled to get up, and was about to make a move when an ear-piercing air-breaking sound rang out abruptly. Behind the darkness, an arrow burning with flames actually cut through the sky and shot towards Dragonflame like a meteor. Dragonflame subconsciously turned around and grabbed this flaming arrow with one hand. The blazing flames gradually extinguished in his hand, causing not a single damage to him. What kind of curmudgeon? How dare you sneak attack? Get the hell out of here. That's my Dongfang clan's giant dragon, who dares to make a move. In the darkness, Dongfang Daizong held a golden longbow and looked angrily at the Dragonflame. Beside him, Dongfang he looked at the huge dragon bound in the distance, and immediately became anxious. Damned fallen one, give me back my huge dragon? Your giant dragon? Dragonflame smiled cruelly and commanded, control this dragon for me. If he escapes, I'll kick both of your heads like a ball. Yes. Elder Dragonflame. Next to the giant dragon, the two night watchmen reached in a hurry. One of them spewed out a large amount of ropes like spider silk from their hands, firmly entangling the giant dragon. The other, on the other hand, released a large number of creatures like ghosts that roamed recklessly in mid-air, blocking off the giant dragon's space. The Black God of Death, who had been seriously injured by the sneak attack of the Dragonflame, was actually only able to struggle in place at this moment, unable to escape. Damn it! My Black Reaper! Dongfang he was anxious and hurriedly ran towards the Black Reaper. A dragon flute even appeared in his hand, making a gesture to stuff it into his mouth. Dragon Knight? After killing you, this dragon is mine. Dragonflame laughed cruelly, and the flaming arrow that was originally grasped in his hand was suddenly flung fiercely towards Dongfang. Here, quickly dodge. The arrow was like lightning in shot. Hearing his father's shout, Dongfang subconsciously lunged forward. But in the next second, an incomparably sharp pain came from his right chest. That arrow had actually directly pierced through his chest. A burning smell even came from around the chest wound. Here! Dongfang Daizong roared angrily and pulled his bow. 3 arrows in a row broke through the air, blocking the path of Dragonflame's continued advance. And at the same time, 2 guards behind Dongfang hurriedly crossed the crowd and protected in front of Dongfang. One squatted down, folded his hands and prayed in a low voice. A burst of milky white light points quickly appeared in his hands, healing Dongfang's injuries. Priest! An orthodox healing priest. Cough, 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 cough. Damned fallen one! My Black Death God! He slumped to the ground, his eyes glaring deathly at Black Death. As for the Black Reaper, he also roared up to the sky the moment Dongfang was injured. Several more figures pounced on him, and it was the 2 Gold Realm escort leaders and several guards from the Dongfang clan. They surrounded Dragonflame and each exerted their own means to kill him. On the other hand, Dongfang Daizong was wandering outside the battle group, shooting an arrow from time to time from the longbow in his hand, surrounding Dragonflame. Interesting, has the Dongfang clan come too? On a large tree in the distance, looking at the chaotic battle group, Lin Luo said with interest. Soon, his face became a little odd. No way, this kid is so unlucky? He could feel that there were some subtle fluctuations in his spirit, and soon sensed that the compulsion of the Black Death, which he had purposely placed on Dongfang He's body during the competition this afternoon, had actually been activated. The compassion of the Black Death, a compulsion derived from the Black Death virus, was under his control and could freely release the virus and collect it. And now, that compulsion of Black Death was actually attacked by Dragonflame in such a way that it was good and bad enough to spread to this compulsion of Black Death. In other words, the intense Black Death virus had spread to Dongfang He. Ha ha ha, it's not that I'm saving up to kill you. But you yourself are too unlucky. Feeling a faint trace of the Black Death virus spreading its contagion, Lin Luo didn't make the slightest move. As early as noon today, when Dongfang He showed him his killing intent, he had already doomed his future. It was his own bad luck to die here. Roar! And at this moment, along with a roar, the battlefield once again changed drastically. Chapter 99, Deathless Dongfang He. Dragonflame roared one after another, and he also knew that this place was not far from Marina City, and as long as the other party dragged him down, they would be able to recruit more occupiers, and even Dowkeepers. So he didn't even have the mind to stall, facing the Oriental family 2 Gold Realm professionals surrounded without leaving the slightest bit of green face, relying on his own strong defense to hard shoulder one person's big knife chopping attack. Both arms violently pulled it in his direction, opening his huge mouth to reveal his sharp fangs, directly biting off half of the neck of this Gold Realm professional. Whoosh! The arrow shot out. Dragonflame's figure had been slightly sidestepped, and the arrow cut through the side of his face, rubbing up a burst of violent sparks. Cough, cough, cough. This Gold Realm Guard leader subconsciously covered his mouth and turned his head with difficulty to look in the direction of the priest. However, that priest was still squatting on the ground, constantly healing Dongfang He, with no intention of coming over to help him at all. Poof! Blood gushed out like a spring, and he directly fell softly to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Taking advantage of the moment when Dragonflame dodged the arrows, another Silver Realm Guard slashed his sword on his waist. Blood gushed out as the sword god flashed his fighting chi and decimated the fine dragon scales on his body. Before this person could continue his attack, Dragonflame's waist retracted and actually relied on the powerful muscle strength of his abdomen to lock this sword in place. At the same time a fist smashed out, sound this Silver Realm Guard's head was directly smashed into a rotten watermelon. With his right hand, he grabbed downwards and actually grabbed this person's corpse as a weapon, waving it around recklessly. Blood and internal organs gushed out, forcing the several guards to keep retreating. Damn it! Dongfang Daizong cursed, grabbed with his backhand, and Zhang pulled out a crystal long arrow from his spatial ring. Huang Tai! You and the guards stall him for a minute. With that, he began to chant an incantation, grasping the crystal arrow with one hand and slashing his palm with the other, letting blood drip down onto the crystal arrow. Huang Tai agreed. His face was very ugly, but he also knew that this was a critical moment. If he let this Dragonflame finish off the others, they would be in danger. He took a deep breath and pointed the staff in his hand towards the ground. The earth began to shake, and the surrounding dirt quickly surged towards the center. Soon, 2 stone puppets that were 7 or 8 meters tall appeared on the battlefield, stepping towards Dragonflame in large strides under the control of Dongfang Huang Tai. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Dragonflame killed 2 more Silver Realm Guards. Only another Gold Realm Guard leader was left, struggling to hold on. For powerful warriors, destroying and crushing their enemies was their best and favorite thing to do. Not to mention a beast warrior like Dragonflame who was not afraid to die, and whose whole body bloodline was transformed towards dragon descent. Protected by the dragon scales inspired by his bloodline, both physical and spell defense were at the top. Against melee professionals, only need to use the method of injury for injury, can be in a short period of time to kill each other. And when it came to dealing with law professions, the approach was even simpler. Low-ranked magic couldn't hurt them, and the higher-ranked magic that could hurt them took a long time to prepare, so it couldn't even form a threat in a short period of time. He only needed to rely on his own powerful physique to block the successive low-rank magic, and directly rush to the other side and tore him apart. Dragonflame was using this method to make a name for himself amongst the fallen, and even the Dowkeeper didn't dare to mess with him easily. The entire person was completely a war tank. Boom! The stone golem slammed his fist down, and Dragonflame's arms blocked it, actually sending him flying several meters away at once. However, Dragonflame's eyes were full of battle intent, his legs violently stomped, and the whole person instantly rushed towards the stone golem. Boom! Fists met fists, this time it was the stone golem's arm that was directly blown off. Between the smoke and dust enveloping him at any time, his entire person fiercely leapt onto the stone golem, and with his hands and feet, he instantly tore this stone golem into pieces. Damn! Dongfang Huangtai was a bit tense. He was summoning 2 more stone puppets and joined the camp that surrounded Dragon Flame. Heaven see pity, he rarely had life and death fights with people. Normally, upgrading was all about killing monsters under the protection of his guards, and he rarely did it himself. When dealing with unintelligent projected monsters, he could be unbeatable. But when facing Dragon Flame, who was experienced in bloody battles, he was no match at all. Big brother. Is it done yet? Almost there. Hold on a little longer. Boom. Another loud bang came from not far away. A stone golem was destroyed again, and Dragon Flame's figure actually flew directly towards this side. Stop him. Dongfang Huangtai shouted strangely, and the only remaining Gold Realm Guard leader and a Silver Realm Guard gritted their teeth and rushed up. This Gold Realm Escort leader was also a warrior by profession, but compared to Dragon Flame's Dragon Warrior, it was a far cry. Facing Dragon Flame's successive attacks, he could only rely on his shield to support him and keep retreating. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed past Dragon Flame's back. A streak of blood shot out. Zhao Qicheng. At this moment, he actually appeared behind Dragon Flame with a dagger in his hand and joined the siege. Damn it! Dragon Flame cursed, and his right arm actually went limp in an instant. This dagger from Zhao Qicheng had directly severed the tendons in his right arm. If it wasn't for his strong defense, this dagger could have even severed his entire right arm. Seeing that Long Yan was injured, the Gold Realm professional actually felt that this was an opportunity, and a short sword appeared in his hand, stabbing at Long Yan. Seek death. Roar! He fiercely roared. A roar like a dragon's roar came from his throat, and this Gold Realm Guard leader immediately froze in place. Even Zhao Qicheng, who was behind him, was instantly in a trance for a few seconds. Waste is waste. With a dark curse, his wide left hand directly pinched on this guard leader's head, directly crushing the head and exploding it. His body slammed again, knocking the other guard who was in his way away, and again killed Dongfang Daizong Dongfang Huangtai. He could feel that the magic aura on that crystal arrow was very strong. This arrow was enough to injure himself. Big brother. Dongfang Huangtai subconsciously exclaimed as a calm voice came over there. He subconsciously looked back, only to see that at this moment, Dongfang Daizong had drawn his bow and set up his arrow, and the crystal arrow that emitted an incomparably dense light was poised to fire. An extremely cold aura surged out from that crystal arrow. Seeing that the dragon flame was about to charge over, Dongfang Daizong violently loosened his right hand. Cold crystal arrow. The moment the crystal arrow left the bowstring, it unexpectedly disappeared out of thin air, and in its place, there was an ear-piercing friction sound. In the midst of several bizarre eyes, densely packed ice cubes actually appeared in the air in front of Dongfang Daizong, freezing the semicircular shaped air within a 100-meter radius in front of him into a single ice sculpture. Even the dragon flame that was about to rush in front of them was frozen alive in midair, becoming a human-sized ice sculpture. It's over. Dongfang Daizong let out a long breath, which relaxed him. Worthy of being a big brother. Dongfang Huangtai said in a hurry, he was truly afraid. The distance between that dragon flame and him was less than 10 meters off. If he had slowed down by that 1 or 2 seconds, he would definitely be in danger. Dongfang Daizong frowned. Their Dongfang clan lost a lot in this battle. 2 Gold Realm professionals, and several Silver Realm professionals. It was really heartbreaking. Gold Realm professionals were not big cabbages. As long as the Epic Realm professionals didn't make a move, the strongest would be the Gold Realm professionals. Although there was a huge gap amongst Gold Realm professionals due to the differences in career evaluation levels, equipment, their own levels, and skill levels. For example, Dragon Flame was strong enough to deal with several, or even more than 10 ordinary Gold Realm professionals. But after all, that was a Gold Realm professional, a powerful professional who had completed the 5th turn quest. The remaining Night Watchman pawns are not enough to worry about. Go bring back the Black Death. Yes, big brother, I'm going. Click, 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 click. Another ear-piercing friction sound came. The 2 men's faces changed slightly, and Zhao Qicheng, who was not far away, also shouted in a hurry, quickly dodge. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the ice sculpture exploded, and Dragon Flame's body was actually burning with a blood-colored flame as it violently rushed up. Ha 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 ha, just enchanted arrows? Making such a big show, causing me to think it's a high-level magic. Go to hell. A fist blasted out, directly smashing into Oriental Huangtai's body. Several rays of light flashed out from Dongfang Huangtai's body, but the whole person was still smashed away, continuously spitting blood in midair. As a law profession, even at the Gold Realm, the close combat aspect was extremely disadvantageous. Seeing that Dragon Flame was heading towards Dongfang He again, Dongfang Daizong's face changed drastically as he drew his longbow and rushed up. Take here away. Quickly go. Dragon Flame. Quickly stop. Zhao Qicheng also rushed up. Dragon Flame's goal was clear, and that was Dongfang He. As long as he killed Dongfang He, this giant dragon would become ownerless, and at that time, not to mention bathing in the dragon's blood, he would be able to bathe every day. Duck for me. There was only one Silver Realm priest left in front of Dongfang He, and when he saw the dragon flame charging up, he hurriedly chanted a spell and a defense shield appeared in front of him. Behind him, Dongfang's eyes were all in shock as well, and he tried to climb up with his hands in a frenzy. No way! I must not die here. I can't die at his hands. I'm a dragon knight. I'm a future epic realm professional, or even a legendary realm professional. I must not die here. Screaming madly in his heart, a surge of strength appeared violently in his body, supporting him to climb up. But the next second, cough, 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 cough. He actually coughed violently, and between his mouth, nose, and ears, all of them seeped out blood, and he hastily covered his mouth and nose with his hand. This feeling. He felt a little dizzy in his head again, his chest was in severe pain, his eyes went black, and the blood on his hands actually had a little black light. It's the Black Death. In front of his dizzy eyes, several blurred figures immediately appeared. The eager father Dongfang Daizong, Zhao Qicheng, who kept roaring. There was also the dragon flame who rushed in front of him, smashing the priest with a punch and crashing hard into himself. Put. Ow. Chapter 100, Terrifying Dragon Flame. Another use of the skin burst spell. Roar. 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 Along with Dongfang's death, it was as if the giant dragon in the distance had sensed something. The equality contract rune in his mind, which was already covered in spiderweb cracks, exploded. He roared up to the sky, his entire body's strength exploding at this moment. With a violent spread of his wings, a mouthful of dragon's breath gushed out, burning off all of the spider threads that were wrapped around his body. With his huge body, he began to struggle. Damn it! Dragon Flame roared, and with both fists, he forced Zhao Qicheng back and hurriedly darted in the direction of the giant dragon. Bastard! Stop the giant dragon for me! Stop the giant dragon! If he runs away, I'll kill your entire family. Kill your whole family. Hearing Dragonflame's angry hiss, the two vigilantes' faces changed drastically, and they used all their strength to grab the dragon. Two more vigilantes who obeyed the Sumeru mask's summons appeared and joined in the action of trapping the dragon as well. One person slammed his hands on the ground, and dense vines immediately appeared on the ground, wrapping around the dragon's legs. Another person took out a large bundle of chains from his backpack and bound the dragon's wings in a death grip, preventing him from flying away. Seeing that the giant dragon was back under control, Dragonflame ran over furiously in excitement. Good job. Catch him. The Dragon Knight is dead. I'm going to eat all the flesh of his entire body. And the dragon crystals, eat them all. This time I can definitely advance into a dragon descendant and convert my whole body's bloodline. Dragonflame laughed maniacally, the whole person seemed like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, rushing towards the Black God of Death. Although the Black Death God was a giant dragon, at this time, he was only a young dragon that was born only half a month ago. Even though he ate a dragon crystal of the ironback silver dragon, he could not hide his identity as a young dragon. Looking at the hideous humans around him, and the humans running wildly towards him and getting closer and closer, he was actually afraid in his heart. His dragon rider died. He became a master of nothing. He was free? But at the same time, this place is so scary. These humans are so vicious. That human still wants to eat himself? I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay here. Ow! He roared angrily and began to struggle angrily again. A large number of spider silks and vines were yanked off by him, but the chain that was wrapped around his wings could not be gotten rid of no matter how much he struggled. Damn it! Never let the dragon fall into the hands of the Night's Watch. Zhao Qicheng shouted angrily, took a deep breath, and took out a talisman with a flickering green light from his backpack and slapped it on his body. With that, he dragged his heavily injured and seriously wounded body and quickly rushed towards the dragon flame. The open space behind him even left behind several residual shadows. Here! Seeing Dongfang being knocked away and falling to the ground like a broken sack, Dongfang Daizong's heart was shaken and he hurriedly ran over. Here! He held Dongfang's body, his eyes full of unbelief. At this moment, Dongfang's face was full of blood, red with black, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his chest was even more deeply bloodied, having been pierced through the chest by an arrow. Eyes dead forced, let him how to shake, also do not see Dongfang open his eyes. Damn it! Here! Dongfang Daizong yelled one after another, he simply didn't believe and couldn't believe that his own son had died just like that. He was known as the future of their oriental family, a genius that countless people had high hopes for, and even the old ancestor valued greatly. Just like this. Died? Damn the Night Watch! Damn Dragon Flame! I want you to pay for your lives. Dongfang Daizong stood up and looked at the huge dragon still struggling in the distance, hatred flashing in his eyes. The giant dragon. The giant dragon belongs to my oriental family, no one can get it. Even if I die, it's still something that belongs to my eastern family. I'm going to make the giant dragon, bury my son with it. He grabbed again in his hand, and a series of 3 crystal arrows of different colors appeared in his hand. Blue, red, and black. You. Keep an eye on the young master's corpse. Wait for the family to arrive. Leaving a sentence for the severely injured and undead priest, he then flashed his figure again and also rushed over in the direction of the dragon flame. This dragon must not be left to the Night's Watch. On the big tree, Lin Luo also spoke. He had a big grudge against the Night's Watch, and the Sumeru mask on his face right now was still snatched from the Night's Watch. How could he possibly do this kind of thing that enhanced his enemy's strength? Of course, he was not a match for this vigilante named Dragon Flame at all. He was a dragon blood warrior, and now that he had stepped into the Gold Realm, his strength was the strongest among all the people present. Because of his dragon's blood, his chi and blood were incredibly strong, and with his dragon scales and deep chi and blood, an ordinary Gold Realm professional was no match for him at all. If he gets a young dragon, the Black Reaper, and advances his profession to Dragon Warrior, he will be even more powerful. It was even possible that he would skyrocket to the epic realm in a very short period of time. With such a powerful and hostile Night's Watchman hiding in the shadows, it wasn't safe in any way. Even if he fell into his surgical space, it was highly likely that his cuts wouldn't even be able to break the other party's dragon scales. The difference in strength was too far. He put away his staff and casually changed into a black, ordinary outfit from his spatial ring. With a strip of his right hand, his figure instantly disappeared in place. In the next second, his figure appeared on the side of the giant dragon. What man? The four people who were controlling the giant dragon were startled. But after seeing the Sumeru mask on the other party's face, they dropped their hearts. Quickly do it. This dragon doesn't look big, but the strength of the code is really big. The four dropped their hearts, while the struggling dragon was violently frozen, subconsciously staring dead in the face at the silhouette that suddenly appeared in front of him. A hint of surprise and familiarity actually appeared in the original angry pupils. This kind of breath. There can be no mistake. That human. Is it him? He came to save me? That's great. He's so powerful, I'm sure he'll be able to get me out. In front of him, I feel safe. In the dragon's mind, an even weirder rune was slowly taking shape. It was somewhat similar to the equality contract, but certain runes ran in a completely opposite direction. Even he himself didn't notice it. Lin Luo arrived in front of the giant dragon, and without hesitation, struck out at the person pulling the chain. The tall LV8 level skin burst art struck instantly, and this professional didn't even react, his entire body's skin instantly bursting. Ah! The instant the sharp pain came, this professional screamed miserably and passed out. On the ground, all that remained was a bloody corpse covered in flesh and blood, twitching vigorously. Skin burst technique. This was a method of using it that he had just thought of on a whim. He had changed his entire body's equipment and was wearing a mask just because he didn't want anyone to recognize him. Since the skin burst technique, after LV8 level, allowed him to make his skin burst at the target's designated location, why not make his entire body burst? Skin all over the body. Skin refers to the tissue on the surface of the body encased outside the muscles, and is the largest organ of the human body. It is the largest organ of the body. It is mainly responsible for functions such as protecting the body, perspiration, and sensing heat, cold, and pressure. The skin covers the entire body and it protects the various tissues and organs of the body from physical, mechanical, chemical and pathogenic microbial attacks. Once the skin of the whole body bursts, then it traces the target's organs and vital blood vessels all over the body. There is no one who can maintain mental stability under a full body skin burst. If it was heavy, they would be killed on the spot, and if it was light, they would fall unconscious. What are you doing? The other three were scared out of their wits by Lin Luo's move. What the hell? A companion who suddenly appeared made another person's entire body explode into a bloody corpse with just a single finger? What in the world was going on? Could it be that is an enemy? While the three were still reacting, Lin Luo threw another skill at the professional controlling the spiderweb. Mental confusion technique. He had been fighting the dragon for the longest time and had the greatest loss of mental energy. Even if he was a Silver Realm professional, his mental energy was very severely depleted at this time. The mental confusion technique instantly took effect, and this person abandoned the giant dragon, and with one of his hands, a large sheet of highly poisonous spiderwebs instantly surged out, pouncing his companion who was controlling the vines to the ground. Damn it! What are you doing? Enemy attack. Poof! Before he could finish his sentence, he was stabbed in the chest with a dagger by Lin Luo. The fire poison attached to the scorching dagger instantly annihilated his vitality, and the blood that protruded was attached to the temperature. Die you! The last person roared in rage, drew out a long knife and pounced. But who knew, the giant dragon without the four men's control instantly regained its freedom. With a violent fling of its thick tail, it directly knocked this person off his feet, and in mid-air blood sprayed wildly, with pieces of his internal organs drying out. On the other hand, the spiderweb fallen who had just awakened from the mental confusion technique had not yet reacted, and was bitten down by the dragon's head. The head instantly shattered like a watermelon. In just a few seconds, the four people who were originally controlling the dragon were 3 dead and 1 seriously injured. The giant dragon twisted its head and looked at the human in front of it who was emitting a familiar aura, and tears almost welled up in its eyes. It's worthy of being the man I have my eye on. It's really too strong. Ow. He suddenly roared up to the sky, and Lin Luo frowned and took a step back, his replacement skill ready to be activated. Hell knows what kind of madness this giant dragon was having. Dongfang he appeared to have been killed by the dragon flame, but the real cause of his death was his black death compass. Although he took the opportunity of the surgical space to collect the compulsion of Black Death and the Black Death virus that existed in his body. But hell knows if there would be any psychic connection between the Dragon Knight and the giant dragon. What would happen if the gargoyle sensed that he had killed the Dragon Knight? Boom! 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 The giant dragon flapped its huge wings and violently rose into the air, glancing at Lin Luo, unexpectedly flying towards the top of the mountain. Bastard! In the distance, the murderous aura of dragon flames that rushed over like a humanoid tyrannical dragon had almost condensed into substance, viciously surging towards Lin Luo. He was entangled by Zhao Qicheng and Dongfang Daizong, so he could only watch as this damned man in black killed several of his subordinates and let the dragon go. B-72. I'm going to kill you. Kill you Boom. Chapter 101, Battle Dragonflame. The epic realm powerhouse struck. Dragonflame violently lunged over, his entire body strength condensed into his right fist, a violent air-breaking sound steeply struck, the surrounding air even had a sonic boom sound as a result. Boom! A violent rumbling sound came violently, and violent air currents surged madly in all directions. The original location where the giant dragon was staying was instantly blown out into a huge crater, dirt scattered and splashed in all directions, and the violent shockwaves even caused Zhao Qicheng and Dongfang Daizong, who were chasing after him, to be unable to move forward. A few breaths later, Dragonflame's huge body once again walked out from the smoke and dust. His body was surging with chi and blood, his breathing was ragged, and his pair of pupils were filled with the color of blood as he stared deathly at the black-clothed man who had suddenly appeared not far away. B-72, I know this Sumeru mask, it belongs to that damned waste of a man, Du Cheng. Who the hell are you? How dare you let go of the giant dragon that I managed to capture with great difficulty, I'll have you thwarted. Dongfang Daizong also cautiously looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. That mask was familiar, just now quite a few vigilantes had used this special prop. This person is also a Night's Watchman? And also has a grudge against Dragonflame? While Zhao Qicheng's eyes were a little weird, this black-robed person with a mask, why would he be in so familiar? Instantaneous transmission? And that control skill just now? The body type and temperament were very similar? B-72, Yen Beast Mother Du Cheng's mask? Yen Beast's mother was killed by Lin Luo, does that mean this kid? He had already guessed the true identity of the man in black in front of him. With a quick turn of mind, he immediately said, Patriarch Dongfang, this person is a member of my Daokeeper, a companion that can be trusted. Daokeeper? Dongfang Daizong gritted his teeth and said, Patriarch Zhao Qicheng, as long as you help me kill this fallen one, our Dongfang clan is willing to cooperate with the Daokeeper. Seriously? A promise is a promise. Dongfang Daizong gritted his teeth again, the old ancestor already knows what's happening here, we only need to stall him for 10 minutes and the old ancestor will be able to arrive. Good. Hearing Zhao Qicheng say this, Lin Luo's heart was also moved. It seemed that he had discovered his identity. The matter of himself killing Du Cheng was only known to Zhao Qicheng, Tang Cheng, and a few others. Tang Cheng couldn't have casually talked about it, Zhao Qicheng definitely knew about it. Until now, the vigilantes thought that Du Cheng, the mother of Yen Beasts, had died at the hands of the vigilantes. Instead, it was a freshman professional who had just graduated from high school and had not yet turned 18. Just with you guys, you also want to kill me? Dragonflame's eyes were ferocious, and his entire body's killing intent had been condensing on Lin Luo, who was wearing the B-72 Sudoku mask. The giant dragon had already flown away, and it wasn't an easy thing to catch him again. Since this was the case, it was time to kill these three damned guys in front of him. Roar! He roared angrily, his body was surrounded by air currents surging again as he charged up like a tyrannical dragon. The dense power of chi and blood even formed a small tornado in front of him. I'll pester him. Zhao Qicheng shouted as the wild wind surged through his body and he also rushed towards the dragon flame. The dagger in his hand slammed, and it even instantly skyrocketed to a meter long, stabbing at Dragonflame. Dongfang Daizong also grabbed his longbow, and a dark blue arrow appeared in his hand. Fine and tight thunder completely wrapped this arrow in an instant. Boom! Dragonflame threw a punch, Zhao Qicheng instantly dodged it with the power of the talisman, and a dagger stabbed at Dragonflame's abdomen, but only took away a cluster of blood. And at this time, Dragonflame's hidden killing move was violently appeared, a knee bumped towards Zhao Qicheng's head. If it was said that before, Dragonflame was still looking at the friendship from 5 years ago, and left Zhao Qicheng alone. But now, with his heart missed the giant dragon fly away, his heart-killing intent and hatred has to explode, immediately no longer stay hands out as a killing move. Seeing that Dragonflame's knee crash was about to hit Zhao Qicheng's head, a figure suddenly appeared on the side of the two people, pointing one hand towards Dragonflame from afar. Mental confusion technique. Buzz. The spiritual confusion technique landed on Dragonflame and was instantly dispersed by his strong spiritual power in chi and blood, and was not even controlled for an instant. But it was also this less than an instant's time that Zhao Qicheng, who was a top assassin, had already reflected, and with a twist of his waist, he dodged this killing move. At the same time, the dagger in his hand stabbed into Dragonflame's back waist like a poisonous python. Ka! Unfortunately, the muscles of Dragonflame's back waist also tightened, again clamping Zhao Qicheng's dagger. In the nick of time, Zhao Qicheng could only give up this dagger to avoid the subsequent attack, and took out another spare dagger from his backpack. Fighting a warrior head-on, and a dragon blood warrior at that, is just too much of a disadvantage. Little bug. So that's all you're capable of? Dragonflame shouted. He had already guessed the true strength of this masked Dowkeeper with B72. Definitely less than Silver Realm, but very good at instantaneous movement ability and short control ability. An auxiliary, sneak attack type occupation. To be able to resolve 4 Silver Realm vigilantes in this instant, one could only say that this person's instantaneous movement and control skills had been elevated to an extremely high level. He lunged towards Lin Luo again, a strong wind came, and Lin Luo's figure suddenly disappeared again. Instantaneous shift. Damn instantaneous shift. Dragonflame cursed loudly and angrily, but suddenly he felt a piercing light and sharp killing chance. This feeling caused him to even forcefully turn around. Not far from him, Dongfang Daizong's hand flashed with an incomparable burst of piercing lightning light, a large amount of thunder condensed in his hand, and his entire person seemed like a god who manipulated thunder. Die! Thunder Crystal Arrow. Boom! In an instant, thunder leaked out at first, transforming into a thunder snake that pierced through Dragonflame's body almost instantly. With a boom, it smashed into the cliff behind him, instantly blasting half of the mountain peak into pieces. Cough, cough, cough. Violent coughing sounds came out, and amongst the thick smoke and thunder, Dragonflame's body slowly appeared. He was covered in blood, his body was even scorched black, and there was another incomparably black hole in his chest, obviously pierced through his chest by a thunder crystal arrow. But even so, he wasn't dead yet. The muscles around the wound were rapidly writhing, looking like they actually wanted to heal. Even the dragon scales on the surface of his skin were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The powerful and exuberant life force was actually hardening him to survive. Damn it! It hurts so much. Luckily, Laozi has thick blood and high defense. If I can eat that giant dragon, Laozi will be immortal. Damn! Damn! Dragonflame was gritting his teeth again, ignoring the injuries on his body. He was charging towards Lin Luo again. I don't believe that your spiritual power is endless. I'll consume you to death even if I consume it. Buzz. The moment the Dragonflame charged, Zhao Qicheng also ignored the injuries on his body and gritted his teeth as he rushed up to stop it. He knew very well that no matter if it was Dongfang Daizong or Lin Luo, melee combat would never be Dragonflame's right say. Only he, himself, could fight against him. Seeing that Dragonflame was still alive, Dongfang Daizong gritted his teeth, took the red crystal arrow back into his backpack, and with his backhand, he put the pitch-black crystal arrow on the bowstring. A black crystal arrow? Lin Luo said in a faint voice. His figure violently flickered and disappeared in place again, taking advantage of the instant of the Dragonflame's attack. His right hand grabbed in the air in the direction of the Dragonflame. Skin burst art. Poof. As expected by himself, the skin on Dragonflame's body violently exploded, but it didn't completely explode, only a large number of fine cracks appeared, like dragon scales, and a large amount of crimson and fine blood gushed out from these cracks, forming a dense blood mist. Ah! Dragonflame suddenly pupils miserable scream, the whole body skin specific, but makes his spirit get incomparable exuberance. Ha ha ha. Cool. It's been a long time since I've had such a heavy injury. Ha 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 ha. He laughed madly, and the blood mist that originally surrounded his body actually coalesced in front of him, actually condensing a blood-colored dragon head that ruthlessly bit down on Zhao Qicheng. But the wretched Zhao Qicheng was violently knocked away and a mouthful of thick blood sprayed out. Seeing Zhao Qicheng being heavily injured, the Dragonflame's figure, which should have been chasing after him with its tail, suddenly lurched, and actually abandoned Dongfang Daizong and Zhao Qicheng, who were like lambs to the slaughter, and turned around to run. I'll be back. When I come back next time, the three of you will wash your necks and wait to die. Cough, cough, cough. What's going on? Zhao Qicheng climbed up with difficulty and subconsciously asked. The opponent was about to win, how could? Old ancestor? Dongfang Daizong's surprised voice rang out, and Zhao Qicheng subconsciously turned his head to look. Only to see that high in the sky in the direction of Binhai City, a figure was flying rapidly, like a meteor, and after a few seconds it suddenly appeared in front of the three people. Lin Luo carefully examined the figure, a white beard and white hair, wearing a black robe, the entire person coalesced with a several heavy aura. Dongfang Daizong called him Old Ancestor. Could it be the old ancestor of the Dongfang family, the epic realm professional who became famous 100 years ago? Dongfang Wuyue? After landing, Dongfang Wuyue first came to Dongfang He's body. Looking at the already dead Dongfang He, the corners of his mouth were a little twitchy. Rubbish! Who did this? Dongfang Daizong hurriedly said, Old ancestor. It was the Night Watchman's dragon flame. Dragon flame? Dongfang Wuyue obviously hadn't heard of this person's name, but as he looked at the silhouette that was frantically fleeing in the distance, his heart was already clear. The Night's Watch? The hand has extended too far. A morose voice rang out in front of everyone, and he only took a gentle step, his figure appearing 100 meters away. With another step, he appeared 100 meters away again. With this bizarre figure and speed, he chased towards the direction of dragon flame. Watching Dongfang Wuyue's movements, Lin Luo was dumbstruck. What kind of ability was this? One step of 100 meters? Shrinking into an inch? A stone's throw from the sky? Go! Quickly go! In the middle of thinking, Zhao Qiqing's agonized voice suddenly came. Chapter 102, Stockholm Self-Rating Technique takes effect. Zhao Qiqing's voice suddenly came from Lin Luo's ears, and before he could think about it, Zhao Qiqing struggled over. Patriarch Dongfang, we have important matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. After saying that, and ignoring Dongfang Daizong's reply, he pulled Lin Luo and walked quickly in the direction he came from. Lin Luo's mind moved, and he also followed closely behind. Wait! Dongfang Daizong suddenly spoke out, his eyes looking Lin Luo up and down, saying, Many thanks to this Taoist guardian for his help. I also hope to tell you my name. My Dongfang clan will have to thank you later. The corners of Lin Luo's mouth twitched a little. Dongfang family's generous thanks? What kind of joke is this? Dongfang, he died in my hands. Not looking for me to fight for my life is good. However, it was impossible not to say it now, otherwise it would cause the other party to be suspicious. You can call me audience. He had traveled across the world for 2 lifetimes, and in this world, wasn't he a spectator? Audience? Dongfang Daizong murmured and suddenly shot out to grab towards Lin Luo's face. The meaning was obvious, it was to grab down Lin Luo's area. Stop! Zhao Qiqing shouted darkly and grabbed Dongfang Daizong's hand with even greater speed. Dongfang Patriarch, what are you doing? Dongfang Daizong said indifferently, My son was killed, and this person is sneaking around and acting with the mask of the Night Watchman. As a human father, of course I have to find out. Humph. Zhao Qiqing coldly grunted, I've already said that he's one of my showdown man. As for this Sumura mask, it's my deckkeeper's spoils of war, distributed to those who have merited it. So who are you, the Eastern family, qualified to check it out? Ha ha ha. Dongfang Daizong laughed lowly, still indifferent. In that case, forget it. I hope that team leader Zhao can understand the hard work of me as a father. My son was killed, anyone present is suspect. I will investigate it myself. Humph. Let's go. Zhao Qiqing snorted coldly and dragged Lin Luo out of here. And Lin Luo's heart at this moment couldn't help but admire the mind of these old foxes. On the surface, they pretended to communicate with you affectionately, but secretly, they were directly making a move. Zhao Qiqing pulled him and whispered, Quickly go. Don't look backward. Soon they arrived outside the canyon, and the number of SUVs were parked at the mouth of the canyon. Hurry! The car started and soon left the area. Zhao Qiqing drove the car and didn't travel in the direction of Binhai City, but rather spared a large circle, and only after most of an hour did he take a breath. No one should be chasing after us, Lin Luo, you're really bold. Lin Luo took off his mask and said in a deep voice, I realized that this Sumura mask was suddenly activated, so I thought to come and take a look. I didn't expect to run into this kind of thing. Cough cough cough. Zhao Qiqing dryly coughed a few times and said, In the future, if the Sumura mask has someone asking for help or asking you to teleport to somewhere, do not feel free to agree to it, it could be a trap. Oh? Lin Luo asked strangely, are Sumaru masks common? Although rare, it's not unheard of, there are several of them in our Marina City Dowkeeper branch. Several? Isn't this mask from the vigilantes? Who said it's the Night Watchman's? Zhao Qiqing said strangely, it's not true that it flowed out from the Night Watchman, but the maker was Venerable Fei Yu. Originally, it was manufactured with the intention of allowing professions to quickly connect in wild maps, who knew that the manufacturing method was later taken away by the Night's Watch before it was mass-produced and used to allow the Night's Watch to connect and assist each other. They have a special set of contact methods between their own people. Just now, if it wasn't for the urgency of the matter, the moment you just were sent over, you would have been attacked. So that's how it is. Lin Luo immediately threw the whisker mask back into his spatial ring. Don't underestimate this Sumuru mask, he's also considered an exotic treasure. His teleportation ability allows you to make deals with other professionals in a short period of time, it's very convenient. Zhao Qiqing said. Just don't teleport randomly. I understand. Lin Luo nodded and said, where are we going now this? A detour back to Binhai City. Zhao Qiqing said, you have your last match tomorrow, you can't be late. Why the detour? Is it because you're afraid of the old ancestor of the Eastern clan? Zhao Qiqing nodded in silence, stay away from those epic realm old men in the future, one by one, they're shutting down and becoming psychopaths. Lin Luo hesitated, what exactly is the origin of that Eastern ancestor? Zhao Qiqing thought for a moment and spoke. Elder Dongfang Weiyue became famous in the era of turmoil more than 200 years ago. At that time, his profession was only an A-rated Earth Elemental make, but he was hard to rely on his own strength and hard work to be on par with those S-rated professionals. Later on, he advanced to become an epic realm professional 100 years ago, and has been cultivating himself to this day. As for his ability, Zhao Qiqing spoke, Earth Elemental and Gravity. Gravity? Not bad. Senior Dongfang Weiyue can control the gravity between himself and his surroundings, as well as the earth element around him. As long as he is on the earth, very few people of the same rank can defeat him. No matter how strong Dragon Flame is, he is only in the gold realm. It'll be hard to escape when he's caught up by Elder Dongfang Weiyue. An earth elemental envoy? I see. Lin Luo came to a realization that one step of 100 meters, at arm's length move, should be one of the abilities he had mastered. Whether it was chasing or escaping, it was very convenient. Wait a minute. There seems to be something moving. Zhao Qiqing suddenly opened his mouth and pressed down hard on the gas, and the SUV roared and quickly rushed out. But as time passed, his face became more and more ugly, while Lin Luo was sensing something at this moment. Outside the car, under the bright moonlight, a huge shadow had actually been following them like a shadow. Stop the car! Lin Luo shouted darkly. Zhao Qiqing gritted his teeth and still guessed his foot on the brake. Ga! An ear-piercing friction sound rang out, and the SUV quickly stopped. And the huge black shadow on the ground also glided from the front of the car and landed in front of the two people in one car. The two got out of the car, both a little surprised. This is a giant dragon? Zhao Qiqing subconsciously blocked in front of Lin Luo and frowned. How could a giant dragon be here? Ow. The giant dragon suddenly let out a low hissing sound, and its huge figure came towards the two. Zhao Qiqing hastily took a step back and cautiously looked at the giant dragon. Giant dragons without their master's control are dangerous. Initially they will indiscriminately attack any creature they see. As he was saying this, Zhao Qiqing was directly confused. However, he saw that the huge dragon actually lowered its huge head, its thick thighs moved over step by step, as if there was a hint of shyness on its hideous face. The dragon's roar was not at all full of dominance like before, instead, it was a bit of a little womanly shyness. What's wrong with this giant dragon? Lin Luo, however, had already thought of something and patted Zhao Qiqing's shoulder and said, he seems to be here to find me. With that, he walked towards the giant dragon. Zhao Qiqing was also filled with shock and actually forgot to pull him back. Seeing Lin Luo walk over, the giant dragon's bronze-colored vertical pupils stared at him excitedly, and its huge head stretched over. Lin Luo stretched out his hand and stroked the giant dragon's head, feeling the warmth on the hard skin, but a mental fluctuation came from his mind. That was the spiritual fluctuation that belonged to the giant dragon in front of him. Unfortunately, at this time, the giant dragon was only a young dragon, and could not communicate at all, only expressing its intimacy and attachment. This feeling, Stockholm self-raider technique? Lin Luo cried and laughed. I haven't done much yet, and this giant dragon has rated itself? At this time, Zhao Qiqing suddenly shouted from behind, Lin Luo, this giant dragon seems to like you, hurry up and sign an equality contract with him. Equality contract? Zhao Qiqing said, no way. You're not a dragon knight or a dragon sacrifice, you can't sign a contract of equality with spiritual power, you can only sign a contract in other ways. But contracts signed in other ways have great limitations. A giant dragon can tear up the contract at any time after it becomes powerful. Contracts? Lin Luo suddenly thought of something and took out a black and yellow parchment scroll from his spatial ring. This Styx contract? How did you get this? It was dropped from killing bosses before. Lin Luo casually said, can this thing be used? What boss did you kill that could drop the River Styx contract? This luck is too heaven-defying. Zhao Qiqing laughed bitterly, it can. Of course it can be signed. Hurry up and sign the equality contract. With the Styx contract in place, after the contract is signed, the two of you can be partners. Losing a dragon knight but giving birth to a dragon. Dragon priest? Is there such a profession? Lin Luo thought to himself that he had the Stockholm self-raider technique and didn't need to sign a contract at all. But that wasn't how it looked to the others. Lin Luo quickly signed the equality contract and handed it to the giant dragon. The gargoyle cocked his head and looked at the Styx contract in front of him, sniffed it again, and directly toppled him back. Zhao Qiqing shook his head. Not willing? That's really too bad. Lin Luo, however, sensed the meaning in the dragon's mind and changed the equality contract to a pet contract, handing it to the dragon. Pet contract. This was a contract that was stricter than the equality contract and had higher requirements for pets. After the equality contract was signed, the two belonged to an equal status. But the pet contract was different. After signing this contract, the dragon as a pet could only become Lin Luo's pet for the rest of its life, and could not betray it. Normally, Lin Luo was Lin Luo's master, and the dragon could not betray any order given by Lin Luo. Zhao Qiqing was surprised. A pet contract? This is only a contract that is tried out on ordinary pets. How could a gargoyle sign it? The gargoyle pushed the Styx contract over again, and Zhao Qiqing said, "Look at it." Lin Luo felt the spiritual fluctuations coming from his mind. "You really want this?" "Whoa whoa." The giant dragon nodded its head in a hurry, and Liaison just helplessly took back the Styx contract again and changed it to a master-slave contract. Master-slave contract. Zhao Qicheng was even more surprised. "How did you dare to give the giant dragon a master-slave contract? Aren't you afraid that he will bite you to death? The gargoyle is a highly intelligent creature, how could it be possible?" Zhao Qicheng exclaimed in shock, but he saw that the gargoyle looked very excited after seeing the master-slave contract, and with one claw, he slapped on the Styx contract that had signed the master-slave contract. Buzz! The river Styx contract immediately turned into a ray of light and rushed into the sky. In the sky, a long river that seemed to run through heaven and earth, time, space, the past, and the future appeared, attracting this light into it. It's really signed. Chapter 103, A Gargoyle with Masochistic Tendencies? Really signed. Zhao Qiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. For more than 300 years, because of the otherworldly invasion, the human population had landed from 10 billion people before the disaster to less than a billion now. There were also more than 10 million people who had awakened to become professionals, and among them, the professionals who had giant dragons as pets were rare, but not unheard of. Nowadays, in the whole world, among all the professionals in the Dragon Kingdom and foreign countries, the number of dragon pets is about 10. But without exception, all of them signed were equal contracts, without exception. Unexpectedly, he personally saw an unprecedented exception appear. A giant dragon, actually begging a professional to sign a contract. Not a contract of equality, nor a more severe pet contract, but the harshest master-slave contract. From today onwards, this huge dragon in front of him would become Lin Luo's pet, slave, or even personal item. Anything he had, including his life, was completely under Lin Luo's control, and he would have to do whatever Lin Luo wanted him to do. Even if it meant letting him die. And most importantly, contracts such as the equality contract, pet contract, and the like would naturally result in the pet being freed after the death of the professional, and the decision to stay or go would be made by the gargoyle itself. As for the master-slave contract, once the professional had an accident, then the dragon would have to follow and accompany the burial, incomparably harsh. This dragon shouldn't have a masochistic tendency, right? Ouch. After the contract was signed, a roar of excitement came from the giant dragon, squatting in front of Lin Luo, its waist stuck to the ground. "Do you mean for me to ride on it?" "Ow." Lin Luo flipped upwards and rode on the giant dragon, which flapped its huge wings and shot up into the sky, flying rapidly against the gusty winds. Although he was born less than half a month ago now, because of taking an ironback silver dragon crystal, at this time, his growth speed was completely higher than that of an ordinary giant dragon. Riding on the giant dragon, Lin Luo was also somewhat unrestrained. "Gargoyle? You used to be called Black Death, do you still need to be called that?" "Ow." The giant dragon shook its head vigorously, clearly not liking this name. "This way, ah." Lin Luo thought, bitchy names are good to feed on, you're so long and black, just call it Black Dragon, and don't bother naming it. "Ow." The black dragon roared, looking very excited, its wings flapped more diligently and faster. Lin Luo, on the other hand, opened the black dragon's attributes and checked them out. Name, Black Dragon. Race, Dragon Flame Dragon. Gender, female. Level, LV 22. Strength, 458. Body mass, 585. Speed, 694. Spirit, 558. Skill 1 in Flame Dragon Breath LV1. The dragon can spit out fiery dragon breath containing high temperatures from its mouth and nose, inflicting great damage to the target in front of it. Skill 2, Dragon Scale LV1 Passive. The dragon grows hard scales all over its body, greatly enhancing its physical and spell defense, and possessing a strong self-healing ability. Skill 3, Dragon Language Magic Unawakened. Skill 4, Dragon Physique LV1 Passive, a unique physique of the Flame Dragon, which can passively absorb any elemental power that blends with its own physique, enhancing its own physique and growing rapidly. Skill 5, Higher Wisdom Unawakened. Skill 6, Flight LV1 Passive. The gargoyle can rely on its fleshy wings and magical abilities to fly freely through the air, and can perform any difficult role in the air. This kind of attribute, it's just too strong. Lin Luo marveled. Worthy of being a giant dragon, this kind of attribute simply crushed any creature he saw right now. Moreover, the current Black Dragon, with a level of only LV22, was still a young dragon, and his 4-dimensional attributes were all over 400. If he grew to adulthood, his attributes would be even more perverse. No wonder that Dongfang he is known as the first genius of Marina City. There is no one else in sight. With this giant dragon around, he does have the capital to defy all beings. It's a pity. Lin Luo shook his head. No matter how powerful the giant dragon was, the essence still had to be attributed to the professional. Play for a while and then go back. We can't just go back to Binhai City. Dongfang he had just died. If he himself rode Dongfang he's giant dragon back to Binhai City, one didn't need to use their brains to think of how the Dongfang family would be furious. Just as Lin Luo was riding the black dragon and flying recklessly in the sky, Zhao Qicheng on the ground mechanically took out his cell phone and dialed several times before connecting to the signal. Zhao Qicheng, how's the reception? Has the giant dragon been found? Zhao Qicheng looked at the giant dragon above his head and mechanically said, Chief, you probably don't know what I saw? Wait, what I'm saying, it's not that I'm talking nonsense or dreaming, it's true. A few seconds later, Guo Shui's shocked voice came from the other side of the phone. What did you say? Dragon Knight Dongfang he was killed by the Nightwatcher Dragon Flame? That old man Dongfang Wuyue went after Dragon Flame? Lin Luo signed a contract with a giant dragon? Or a master-slave contract? This dragon is stupid, right? Zhao Qicheng subconsciously held the phone a little farther away and smiled bitterly. Boss, I don't want to believe it either, but right now the giant dragon is flying around in front of me. Don't believe me, I'll take a few photos for you. No need. You guys hurry back. Guo Shui said again in a hurry. No. Don't come back yet. Dongfang he was killed, and the Dongfang clan is already furious. If Lin Luo comes back with a giant dragon at this time, the Dongfang clan will absolutely go crazy. You take him to the B-17 base in the Black Steel Mountain Range. That place is very remote, let the giant dragon stay there first. I understand. After Lin Luo landed, Zhao Qicheng hurriedly greeted him with the suggestion that Black Steel Mountain Range? Lin Luo recalled this map. The Black Steel Mountain Range, which contained a large number of mineral veins, but more than 100 years of mining had long since emptied it, leaving behind a large number of abandoned mines and pits. Half of the mountain peaks were almost hollowed out, but decades ago, the Black Steel Mountain Range was occupied by a group of high-level undead creatures, and there were very few professionals who went there to practice. Unexpectedly, the Dowkeeper was actually there, with a base. When one thought of the crisscrossing mines inside the Black Steel Mountain Range, it would be easy to hide a juvenile dragon. It's possible. Zhao Qicheng said strangely, I thought you wouldn't agree. Why not? Lin Luo laughed, I'm not a young rash person, what with the sky and earth and I'm the biggest is a little cutie. The idea of taking the black dragon back to Binhai City right now is completely looking for death. Then let's go, B-17 base is not close to here. Not long after Zhao Qicheng left with Lin Luo, Dongfang Wuyue's figure also stepped back step by step. His figure was like a ghost, quickly appearing in front of Dongfang Daizong. Old ancestor. Dongfang Daizong and the severely injured Dongfang Huangtai hurriedly saluted, but their eyes were placed behind Dongfang Wuyue. There was no corpse of dragon flame, instead, there was an arm that was still bleeding grasped in his hand. That arm was familiar to Dongfang Daizong, it was the arm of the dragon flame that had just almost killed them. Dongfang Wuyue casually threw this arm onto Dongfang his body and said in a cold voice, the other party has the means of an old rival on him, and he was given the runaround. The two felt the cold killing intent in Dongfang Wuyue's eyes, and neither dared to speak. What exactly happened? Give old me a detailed explanation. Yes. Old ancestor. Dongfang Daizong hurriedly said, we got a report from our subordinates about an hour or so ago, that we had discovered the Black Death God's trail, and were surrounded by the Night Watchers and Dowkeepers. After a fight, the Taoist Guardians helped us save the dragon, but caused the Black Reaper to escape, and to this day, they don't know where it ran off to. The vigilante dragon flame is very strong and killed quite a few of us, as well as the Dowkeeper. A bunch of waste. Dongfang Wuyue cursed and came to Dongfang his corpse, crouching down to take a closer look. An arrow pierced through his chest, and was smashed by Dragon Flame's fist wind. Did he die with his chest shattered? Damn! A bunch of losers. Can't even protect here well. Old ancestor. Dongfang Daizong hesitantly said, we have to avenge here, that Dragon Flame. Shut up! Dongfang Wuyue coldly shouted, it's not like you only have here as a son, but my Dongfang clan, however, only has one Dragon Knight. Damn it! Here was killed, my Oriental family. You guys first take Here's body back, don't bury or cremate it, freeze it with ice and wait for old man to come back. Dongfang Daizong strangely said, old ancestor, you are going to find an old friend. Dongfang Wuyue indifferently said, here is my Dongfang family's Dragon Knight, even if he dies, he is still my Dongfang family's Dragon Knight. I'm going to find someone to perform the bloodline search technique for him. He and the Black Death God have an equal contract given by the world will, the two of them were originally of the same mind and bloodline. Use Here's corpse to search for traces of the Black Death. Yes. Old ancestor. After Dongfang Wuyue finished speaking, he took a step out, and his figure quickly appeared several miles away after a few seconds. Big brother, what do we do? Only after Dongfang Wuyue left did Dongfang Huangtai dare to straighten up and asked Dongfang Daizong. Go back first. Dongfang Daizong gritted his teeth and said, the Black Reaper's disappearance, I don't know how many people's attention will be attracted. Whether it's the Night Watchman, or the Dowkeeper, or any other clan, they will definitely spend a large amount of money to search for him. After all, that's just a young dragon, so as long as he's captured, there's a great chance of taking him in. The Black Death God is Here's partner, and must not be allowed to be found by others. We have Here's corpse. Under the guidance of our bloodline, we will also have the upper hand and find the Black Death God ahead of time. Even if we die, we must die in the midst of my Eastern family. Big brother. I understand. Chapter 104, Final Match. Lin Luo vs. Morong Shuehen. Cough, cough, cough. Deep in the pale canyon, a figure was staggering and running quickly. Covered in blood and having lost a right arm, it looked very wretched. Damned old pipsqueak. Damn Eastern family. And that damn B-72. My giant dragon Jia. Dragon flame, how about it? If it wasn't for me stopping that guy Dongfang Woyue, you'd be dead In the dragon flame body, actually floating completely by the black fog Zochung ghost face, is constantly rolling. Dragon flame said icily, thanks a lot Senior Black Mist. What, do you still want to reject me? The voice of the Lord of the Black Mist slowly came out. There aren't many people in the entire Night's Watch, amongst the entire Fallen, or even amongst the entire occupiers who dare to reject me one after another. Dragon flame frowned, Elder Black Mist, what exactly do you want to do? I'm without an arm, as good as a waist, and don't really know what I have for you to pull in. Jia. This father has his own ideas. This way. The black fog ghost face continued to tremble. I will send you another right arm of a dragonborn, how about it? You are originally a dragon blood warrior. After getting this dragon descendant's right arm, as long as you spend time sacrificing and fusing it, it will become your true right arm. At that time, your strength will increase instead of decreasing, how about that? Dragon flame stopped. A dragon descendant? That was a dragon descendant. One's own bloodline came directly from the dragon race, activating the returned ancestor talent, and even though they were in human form, they could grasp quite a few of the dragon race's true talents. For example, dragon scales, dragon language magic, and so on. It can be said that dragon descendants are naturally strong. Unfortunately, the number of dragon descendants was extremely rare, and no one saw them at all. Dragonflame took a deep breath, he was clearly moved. Elder Black Mist, what exactly is your purpose? Very simple. The Black Mist ghost face quickly surged and floated in front of Long Yen. We old guys can't move easily, I want you to be my spokesperson in the Night's Watch. And travel to the outer domain to get an item for me. Outer domain? Dragonflame was surprised, what do you want, to go to that kind of hellish place? Ha, that's something you don't need to know. The Lord of the Black Mist said, you go to the ghost doctor first, he will arrange your actions himself. And that dragon descendant arm? You will know when you go. The Lord of Black Mist said, from today you are my Lord of Black Mist's believer, ha. Dongfang he was really killed by the night watchman? Late at night, at the vigilant man's Binhai city residence, Shuyi looked at Zhao Qicheng, who had returned from a serious injury, and asked this question. 1,000 times true. Zhao Qicheng gritted his teeth and said, we all saw it, Dongfang Woyue also chased after Dragonflame and died beyond death. Strange. Shuyi frowned, Dongfang he, as a direct descendant of the Dongfang clan and a dragon knight, actually doesn't have a resurrection prop bound with him? Yeah. Zhao Qicheng was also a bit surprised, indeed there are no resurrection props, after being killed by Dragonflame's punch, no resurrection props produced an effect. Perhaps, Dongfang he himself didn't prepare any resurrection props. This time, the Dongfang family has really lost their fortune. Instead of competing for the world wonders, they even got their own family's dragon knights involved. Shuyi was silent and suddenly said, where's Lin Luo? Zhao Qicheng casually said, went home. He went home after putting the gargoyle at the B-17 base, he has to take the last test tomorrow. Went home. Chief, what are your thoughts? I'm thinking, could Dongfang Yi's death have something to do with Lin Luo? How could it be? Zhao Qicheng was startled by Shuyi's words. Lin Luo is no more than a newborn professional, at the most, he's only a second turn, with so many gold realm powerhouses present, how could he possibly be allowed to sneak in? Besides, after we left, Dongfang Woyue would definitely personally inspect Dongfang He's corpse. The fact that he didn't come after us means that Dongfang He's death had nothing to do with Lin Luo. If? Shuyi shook his head and stopped Zhao Qicheng's words. This is just a guess on my part, forget it. I'll personally look for him after the last match of the single challenge tomorrow. Alright, Director. By the way, Director, what if that lunatic from the Eastern family runs back? The madman from the Eastern family? You mean Oriental Sculptor? Aha! Ha, it won't happen. He's a soldier now, if he wants to do anything rash, the inspectorate will be the first to say no. Let's hope so. The news of Dongfang He being killed blew through the entire East Sea City like a storm. Almost all of the professionals' clans, forces, and guilds had gotten the news intermittently. What's the situation? Dongfang He was actually killed by the night watchman Dragonflame? What's he doing in Pale Canyon when he was doing fine? Ha, this is going to be a good show. The Dongfang clan has stretched their hands too far this time. Wait, where's his dragon? Exact news, the gargoyle left on its own and wasn't captured by the Night's Watch. Ha, that's just a young dragon, a gold realm professional can deal with it. Quickly! Send out all the family members to search for the whereabouts of that young dragon. Yes. Patriarch. In the darkness, Dongfang Daizong brought Dongfang He's corpse and returned to the compound. While more people from the clans and forces, they left the coastal city and dived into the even deeper darkness of the night. Hey! Have you heard? What is it? It's that thing, huh? What thing? Oh, that thing that happened last night. Chow Nima, tell me what happened. It's like this, last night the Oriental family. What? Dongfang He was killed. How is it possible? That's a dragon knight and it's also a member of the Oriental family. It's true. My second uncle's son's classmate's teacher's second uncle's second brother works as a guard in the Oriental family, he told me himself. It seems to be true. I also saw a photo taken by someone on the internet, and also said something about the Oriental He vigilantes being killed and the giant dragon being snatched away. What? This is too horrible. Damn the Night's Watch. I've heard about it too, odds are it's true. The Dongfang clan's entire compound and company are all covered in white cloth, and their clansmen and staff are all wearing mourning clothes. Oh my god. Dragon Knight Dongfang He was actually killed by the Night's Watch. The Night's Watch Dragon Flame. I know him. He was called a genius powerhouse 4 years ago. Unfortunately, he was compelled away by the Night's Watch. I know him too, I remember he seemed to be a Taoist guardian before. Counting Dongfang He, this year, there have already been 8 A-rated or above professionals killed by the Fallen. Damn it. The sky had just dawned, and a lot of people appeared in the trial square. At the same time, the gossip that Dongfang He had been killed quickly spread through the crowd. No official person stepped in to stop it, and the people of the Dongfang clan were all silent, letting this matter ferment. Dongfang He was really killed? Inside a luxury car, Morong Shuechen looked at the clansman in front of him in surprise, his eyes full of disbelief. The clansman lowered his voice and said, "It's true, Miss Shuehen. The Dongfang clan is now closed to the entire compound, and no one is allowed to enter. But our insider has already sent word that Dongfang He's body was sent back to the family compound at midnight last night. Where is the giant dragon?" Morong Shuehen subconsciously asked, where did his giant dragon, the Black Death, run off to? This is unclear. The clan member shook his head and said, I heard that it was captured by the Night's Watch. What exactly is the situation? No one knows until now. Miss, do you think this Dongfang He is stupid, knowing that he is a dragon knight and is the object that the Night's Watch, the Brotherhood's group of degenerates, are focusing their attention on? He still didn't immediately stay at home and ran outside the city. This is good, not to mention the giant dragon, even his own death. Captured by the Night's Watch? Morong Shuechen muttered. The reason he went to the wilderness was to look for the Black Death. The Black Death, on the other hand, is because he left Dongfang He. Lin Luo? Young Master Dongfang is dead? In the corner of the trial arena, Yang Haoren, who was still crossing his 8-legged legs, opened both eyes angrily. How is that possible? Young Master Dongfang is actually dead? What the hell is going on? He was still going to recommend me to the Southeast Military Academy and bring me into the Dongfang clan. How could he die? He hastily took out his cell phone and dialed Dongfang He's cell phone, but none of them answered. After thinking about it, he dialed Fang Yuan's phone again, and still no one answered. Now, his face became incredibly ugly. No matter what the reason was, today was the last day of the single challenge, and the two of them definitely had to come. Unexpectedly, none of them came. It was understandable that Dongfang He didn't come. After all, he didn't want to see that man again. But Fang Yuan didn't even answer the phone. Lin Luo. All of this, could it be that Lin Luo was behind all of this? Yang Haoren was startled by his thoughts, but then he shook his head in a hurry. No, it can't be. How could he dare to kill young Master Dongfang Hungry? Dongfang He was killed? Pingdong Chen was also taken aback when he heard this news. As a direct descendant of the Chen family and an S-class professional, he was well aware of the stakes. Basically, as long as an S-class professional didn't mess around, didn't go to dangerous places, and upgraded with all his heart, his strength would definitely step into the Gold Realm. Moreover, they are still the strongest group of people in the Golden Realm, and can almost be considered invincible at the same level. As long as you are lucky, willing to work hard, and have the chance, there is also a high probability of stepping into the Epic Realm Professional. After the Epic Realm Professionals, they were already considered the strongest group of people in the human race. Their lifespan alone was hundreds of years. I didn't expect to die just like that? And still died at the hands of the Night's Watch. How is this possible? Until now, he still didn't quite dare to believe the truth of this news. Time gradually moved on, the number of people in the trial square increased, and the voices of discussion grew louder and louder. Finally, when the clock needle pointed to 8 o'clock, the figure of the host appeared in the center of the square. His face was also a bit strange, but he still suppressed the thoughts in his heart and loudly announced, "Friends of the audience, welcome to the final championship battle of this year's Gao Gao Examination Single Challenge. Next, please welcome our first contestant. From Marina City No. 2 Middle School, with an occupational evaluation of S-rank hidden occupant Holy Light Angel. Morong Shue Scar. Chapter 105, I, Morong Shuehen, admit defeat. Morong Shuehan. Morong Shuehan. Goddess. Goddess, I love you. Ah. Goddess, I want to give you a monkey. Ah. As soon as Morong Shuechen appeared on the stage, she caused a mountainous shout from the audience. Everyone temporarily forgot about Dongfang He's death and turned their focus on the next bout. This was the last match of this year's Gaogao Single Challenge, deciding the champion of this year's Gaogao examination, who would also be the strongest amongst all the freshman professionals in Binhai City this year. In this match, Morong Shuetian is definitely the champion. I'm also betting on Morong Shuetian. In the last match, she summoned an angel. Not bad. With that angelic shadow in place, easily defeating Pingon Chen, isn't little Lin Luo still a handful? I think Lin Luo is still stronger. He beat Dongfang He. Yeah, with his disgusting instantaneous transfer skill, he's already invincible. How is that possible? Dongfang He was injured by his own giant dragon. As long as Goddess Morong can hold on and drain Lin Luo's mental power, he's the one who lost. I also think, although instant transmission is disgusting, it's especially spirit power consuming. As long as Goddess Morong keeps defending and drains Lin Luo's spiritual energy, she'll win. Goddess Morong is an angel of holy light. As long as she keeps her mind on defense and healing, I don't think an ordinary Gold Realm professional can even break through her defense right now. Not bad, not bad. There was a lot of talk in the audience, and the people from the big families in the private rooms were also cautiously focusing on the square. Especially the Morong family. At this moment, within the Morong clan's box, because a large number of clansmen had been sent out to look for traces of the giant dragon, that was why there were only 3 silhouettes left in the box right now, and they were eagerly watching the square. Patriarch, this match is a sure win for Snowtrace. Yes, clan chief. Snowtrace was able to defeat Shin Pingon and didn't use too much strength. Even if that Lin Luo can instantly move and has more tricks up his sleeve, he will never be a match for Snowtrace. Morong Shuehan's father Morong Tao said with a smile. Patriarch Morong Shinfu was also full of smiles at this time. Now Morong Shuechen's opponent, only Lin Luo was left. The goddess of victory was already smiling at them. Ah Tao ah. Big brother. You've done a good job over the years, have a chance to transfer back to this family. Shuehan, this daughter is very good. Morong Tao said excitedly, many thanks to the patriarch, many thanks to big brother. He is Morong family branch line. Awakened profession is only ordinary life profession. How to work hard also progress the core of Morong family. Unexpectedly, his own daughter is to help himself to do this. Easily, let him into the Morong family's core circle. Father by daughter ah. You and I are brothers, there is no need to be so raw. Morong Shinfu laughed. By the way, did Shuehan say which vocational university she wanted to go to? Morong Tao hurriedly said, this niece, Shuehan, is very opinionated and did not say which vocational university she wanted to go to. But during this period of time, I realized that she has searched for a lot of information on the Imperial Capital Vocational University, so she probably wants to go there. Imperial Capital Vocational University? Morong Shinfu said in a deep voice, Imperial Capital University is very good, it's where all the elites of my dragon country converge. Even if Shuesheng arrives at the Imperial Capital Vocational University, I believe that with Shuesheng's S-rank hidden profession and her own talent and hard work, she will definitely become the Imperial Capital Vocational University's heavenly pride. Big brother, you said it well. Next, please welcome our second contestant. On the plaza, the host's voice rang out once again. From the 12th Middle School of Binhai City, with an occupational evaluation of D-level professional priest. Lin Luo. Amidst a chorus of boos and occasional shouts, Lin Luo's figure slowly appeared. Unlike the first bout, this time he didn't instantly move out, but slowly walked up to the ring. Last night, he had managed to appease the Black Dragon and made him stay at the Dowkeeper B17 base, and had only returned very late. This night, he had been considering how to arrange Black Dragon, and had gradually gotten an idea in his mind. Lin Luo. In the corner of the audience, Yang Haoren stared at Lin Luo with a deadly stare, anger, as well as fear in the depths of his eyes. Does Dongfang He's death really have nothing to do with you? Why do I vaguely feel that that matter has something to do with you? Thinking of this, his legs subconsciously parted. That disease had been tormenting him. He had only slept a little late last night, and in the morning he had gotten up to find another dozen or so cauliflowers had grown. Later on, he would have to go to the hospital to continue the laser treatment. Thinking about this, the anger in his heart deepened. But at the same time, the horror of Lin Luo was getting heavier and heavier. Lin Luo, what surprise are you going to give me this time? Inside the Dowkeeper's private room, Washudi's figure appeared once again. Zhao Qicheng, who had been seriously injured last night and appeared intact this moment, stood behind him with a pale face. Director, what about those people? What people? It's those people who are looking for the giant dragon. Zhao Qicheng said, you are unaware that there are at least hundreds of Gold Realm professionals hanging around in the Pale Canyon, the dark dense forest, the Skeleton Plain, and others have even run to the beach. What do you care what they do? Guoshui said, anyway, the giant dragon is with us, even though it's Lin Luo's, it's not like there's any difference. How is there no difference? It's not like Lin Luo is. Zhao Qicheng was saying, his face was happy. Director, you're sure you can convince Lin Luo? Pretty much. Guo Shuyi said in a deep voice, these few days of observation, I've already roughly guessed what kind of person Lin Luo is. An ordinary teenager, after receiving such a great honor, would easily lose himself and fall into all sorts of temptations that he can't extricate himself from. As for Lin Luo, although he's young, he's old and mature. Or rather, very mature. In his heart, there is a standard of measurement when doing anything. No amount of love and reasoning will work on him. If you want to draw him in, you can only pay reciprocal benefits on the basis of cooperation. Send charcoal in the snow, instead of adding flowers to the brocade. This. Zhao Qicheng thought about it, but there was nothing to think about. This kind of person is dangerous to be an enemy, but accordingly, it's easy to gain his friendship and help as a friend. Guo Shuyi said, we Dao Keepers haven't offended him, instead, we have been forming partnerships with him quite a few times. This is the basis of our cooperation. Cooperation? Zhao Qicheng was surprised. Director, aren't you thinking of taking in? Conquer? How to subdue? Guo Shuyi sneered, as long as we give Lin Luo a certain amount of time, I think he'll be able to go that far. That's why, between us and him, there's only cooperation, not pulling in to subdue. That point, Zhao Qicheng said in surprise, Director, you mean to pass? In the midst of all the shouts, Morong Shueshan and Dongfang He stood opposite each other. The referee stood in the center and gestured to the two before nodding his head gently. He raised his right hand high and shouted, this year's Gao Gao Examination Single Challenge Championship Contest, begin. Boom! As soon as the referee's words fell, the entire square actually became strangely calm. 100,000 pairs of eyes stared dead on at the two people in the ring. In the ring, however, the two did not take the lead in attacking. Morong Shueshan took the lead. Student Lin Luo, hello again? Lin Luo was a little confused in his heart. Morong Shueshan smiled coquettishly, Student Lin Luo, I want to ask a question. What question? Are we friends? Lin Luo said, sort of. You and Ninger are friends, and of course you're also my friend. Then do you want to know where Ninger is right now? Isn't it on Nine Snake Island? Then do you still want to know why she went to Nine Snake Island? Lin Luo frowned, what do you mean? Morong Shueshan said seriously, Student Lin Luo, you mustn't misunderstand, I don't mean to threaten you. Ninger is indeed on Nine Snake Island right now, but it's for the sake of a marriage with Nine Snake Island's young master, Nine Snake Ripple. Marriage alliance? Lin Luo's tone changed at this. Neither Lian Qinger nor Ninger had told him about this. Could it be that he had been tricked? Morong Shueshan said, the Lian family had some changes and had to find strong external assistance. And Uncle Lian used to have an old relationship with Nine Snake Island, so he could only look for Nine Snake Island. This matter, I also had a hard time inquiring about it. But as for what exactly changed, I really can't inquire about it here. Lin Luo said, in this matter, thank you, Mr. Morong. Morong Shueshan laughed, still calling Morong classmate, didn't you say we are friends? Then what should I call? You can just call me by my name, Snowtrace. Morong Shueshan's face slightly reddened, but she still spoke, Lin Luo, I truly want to be friends with you. In that case, how about I give you another big gift? Big gift? Lin Luo was really puzzled, what did this woman want? Morong Shueshan smiled coquettishly, smiling happily, and slowly raised her right hand. Accompanied by the conversation and movements of the two, the murmurs in the audience gradually grew louder. What are they doing? Pulling a family game? Hurry up and do it. My big gun is already hungry and thirsty. Not starting yet? What are they talking about? Pre-match tough talk? This is my favorite part. Goddess Morong. Hurry up and do it. Finish this kid. Hurry up. The goddess is smiling. So cute. Why isn't that man me? Quick look. The goddess is moving. She raised her right hand. She's going to make a big move. Quickly. The angel descends. Angels descend. Finish off that kid. The goddess is mine. Amidst the chants of the entire crowd of 100,000 people, amidst the Morong family's earnest and eager eyes. Also amidst the astonished eyes of Guo Shuyi, Morong Shinfu, Zhao Qicheng, Chen Pingan, Yang Haoren, Tang Chang and the others. Morong Shueshan slowly raised his right hand, and his clear voice, though not loud, resounded in everyone's ears. I, Morong Shueshan, admit defeat. Chapter 106, Champion. Strange World Wonders. I, Morong Shueshan, admit defeat. Morong Shueshan's voice wasn't very loud, but it was loud enough for the more than 100,000 people present to hear clearly. The originally lively trial square was strangely calm for a while. Immediately afterward, it was filled with the flames of anger. Admitting defeat? Did I hear it wrong? Goddess Morong Shueshan conceded defeat, what's going on? She couldn't have been controlled by Lin Luo. How could that be? Goddess Morong is an angel of holy light, how is that possible? Cheating. It must be cheating. Is there some kind of inside story here? My coffin book. I've poured it all in. It's over. My money What is the Morong family thinking? How can they let Morong Shuahen admit defeat? Doesn't that mean Lin Luo became the champion without doing anything? Holy! Cheating! Cheating! Doggone refund! There was a burst of angry curses and quarrels in the audience, while inside the private room, there was also a strange calm. When Morong Shuatian said the word admit defeat, Morong Shinfu stood up with a swish, pointing at Morong Shuatian in the distance, so angry that he couldn't even speak. Next to Morong Shuatian's father Morong Tao was also startled and hurriedly said, "Big brother. Shuahan, this niece should be joking, is joking. Joking my ass." Morong Shinfu scolded angrily, "Does she know what our Morong clan has paid for this opportunity? A world wonder. And just let her give it up for nothing? What does she want to do? What does she want to do? If it weren't for old ancestor. Damn it." Morong Shinfu's face became incomparably hideous as he took a deep breath and said, "Hurry up and tell the Professionals Guild that Shui Shang was wrong. She didn't admit defeat. My Morong clan didn't admit defeat." Yes, big brother, I'll go. Now. Morong Shuechen admitted defeat? Wo Shui's eyes also widened in disbelief. He knew that Lin Luo could win, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. Without doing anything, the other party had directly admitted defeat. In hundreds of years, he was probably the easiest single challenge champion. Zhao Qicheng also sucked in a breath of cool air. Is being handsome so reckless? Before there was Lian Yining screwing the living daylights out of him, and now there's another Morong Shuechen? Wo Shuyi smiled and stood up. No matter what, Morong Shuehen conceded defeat. This is the result that all 100,000 people present heard. The champion, it's Lin Luo's. And that world wonder, it's also Lin Luo's. This. Zhao Qicheng hesitated. Director, aren't you afraid of the Morong family? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Wo Shuyi laughed. Under the eyes of everyone, can he Morong family still play tricks? Go give Lin Luo the award. Yes. Director. Admitted defeat? Pingon Chen was also dumbfounded. He and Morong Shuetian had fought for half a day and hadn't won, and this kid just stood where he was and made Morong Shuetian admit defeat. Not right. Pingon Chen frowned. Morong Shuetian is not an ordinary girl, she definitely has a deep meaning in doing this. Or does she have other information? Or maybe there are other plans? After all, Morong Shuetian is not the kind of guy who can be swept away by love. Morong Shuetian has admitted defeat? False right. In the corner of the audience, Yang Haoren had a eating look on his face and simply couldn't believe his ears. What had this Lin Luo done to actually make Morong Shuechen admit defeat? Could it be this kid's weird ability again? Secretly controlling Morong Shuechen. Thinking of this, Yang Haoren couldn't help but feel a coldness in his crotch and his scalp tingling. Damn. I must stay away from this kid in the future. Luckily I didn't offend him too much. No way. I must hide myself for these 2 months, and definitely don't look for trouble with him. I'll hurry to the university when the 2 months are up. Let's see, which university is the farthest from Marina City? Right. Imperial Capital University. Right. I'm going to Imperial Capital University. The Imperial Capital is tens of millions of kilometers away from Marina City. Lin Luo is so powerful, it's impossible to chase him to the Imperial Capital. On the ring. Lin Luo was also flabbergasted for a moment, puzzling over his words, strangely saying, admit defeat? Morong Shuechen laughed. Lin Luo, I know I'm not really your opponent, so what's so strange about admitting defeat? If you want to thank me, how about treating me to dinner? Lin Luo casually said, that's fine. Then it's a deal. Morong Shuehen said excitedly, referee, I've admitted defeat, why don't you announce the result of the match quickly? The referee also had a strange look on his face, pressed hard on the earphones in his ears to listen sideways, and quickly made a decision. Yes. For this match, player Morong Shueskar was just out of shape and conceded defeat and lost. The referee flinched again, and after a few seconds his face changed again, and in the strange eyes of Lin Luo and Morong Shueting, he waited for a few more seconds before loudly pronouncing the decision. For this match, Morong Shuehen concedes. The winner is Lin Luo. Congratulations to student Lin Luo. Winner of this year's Gao Gao examination single challenge. Wow. Champion. Lin Luo is the champion. Did I hear you right? Ha ha ha. Luo is awesome. 12th form is the champion. 12th grade is the champion. The last time 12th form won the championship was decades ago. This Lin Luo winning the championship is probably the least leveled class in these centuries. The runner-up actually conceded defeat. No matter what. Lin Luo is the champion. The absolute dark horse. I've made a fortune. Champion. There was a cheer in the audience. Some people were happy and some people were sad. And in the ring, another change soon occurred. Several silhouettes came from the back and said a bunch of nonsense, all congratulatory words for Lin Luo. And the final showstopper finally came. Wo Shuyi smiled as he walked up to Lin Luo. Student Lin Luo, congratulations on winning this single challenge. Together with the team assessment champion from the day before yesterday, you're my Binhai City's well-deserved top student of this year's college entrance examination. Senior Liao praised. A hero is a young man. Guo Shuyi waved his hand with a smile, and the maid behind him hurriedly followed. What you have done is worthy of the title of champion. This reward, you also deserve it. Lin Luo looked strangely at the wooden box held in the maid's hands, knowing that within it was the reward for the champion of this college entrance examination. The world wonders that had been fought over by Dongfang He, Morong Shueshan, Chen Pingon and the others. Although it was only a broken world wondrous object. Many thanks, senior. Lin Luo received the wooden box Guo Shuyi handed over with both hands, and his heart moved slightly. This wooden box inside seemed to be a living thing? A world wonder, actually alive. Guo Shuyi smiled and shook Lin Luo's hand, turning around to deal with the reporters taking pictures. A subtle voice suddenly reached his ears. Student Lin Luo, do you have time to entertain an old man like me tonight? Dark night. The Morong family was in a state of sadness. When Morong Shueshan walked into the hall with a brisk pace, he was immediately blocked by a silhouette. Shirley? What are you doing here? Shirley respectfully said, Coronet, Morong Shinfu is throwing a tantrum inside, you. Eldest uncle is throwing a tantrum? Morong Shuechan laughed, let's go, and take a look. The two quickly walked into the hall. Morong Shinfu was sitting angrily on the main seat, the others around him were too intimidated to speak. Eldest uncle. Morong Shinfu took a deep breath and said, Shuehan, where have you been? Morong Shuehan smiled, had a meal with a friend I just met. Who? Lin Luo. You. Morong Shinfu gasped, Shuehan. Do you know what you've done? To actually give away the world wonders. Do you know for the sake of that world wondrous object? What did my Morong family give up? And that kid? You don't really like that kid, do you? Morong Shueshan said with a straight face, eldest uncle, I'm not a match for Lin Luo, so I might as well take this opportunity to make friends with Lin Luo. Lin Luo is a latent dragon, my Morong clan, I shouldn't be aggressive. A submerged dragon? How could he be a submerged dragon? Morong Shinfu gritted his teeth, a District D ranked priest, or... As he was speaking, Morong Shinfu's eyes just changed. Yeah, a District D ranked priest, how could? Snow Trace, what do you know? Morong Shueshan laughed, Uncle, I've always been a member of the Morong family and will never jeopardize the Morong family's interests. Trading a broken, still unknown to be reparable world wonder for a future powerhouse. I think this deal is still a good deal. World wonders. Morong Shinfu gritted his teeth, even if that world wondrous object is broken, it still contains the power of the rules of the two worlds. As long as my Morong clan is willing to invest and cultivate it, sooner or later it will. Sooner or later, it will hitch the entire Morong clan? A gentle voice suddenly resounded throughout the hall, and the faces of the few people present changed drastically as they hurriedly stood up. Old ancestor. An illusory silhouette suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. It was a woman clad in a snow-colored robe with an exquisite appearance, the traces of years flowing through her body exuding an alluring charm. This matter, Snow Trace told me before. It's just a broken world wonder, if I were to devote all my energy to it, I wouldn't have that much time. Old ancestor, then. In this matter, let Shueshang make the decision. The Morong clan's old ancestor said in a faint voice, his figure slowly dissipating. Respectfully follow the decree of the old ancestor. Just as the Morong family was deliberating on this matter, outside Lin Luo's room, a pure black automobile appeared. Guo Shuyi's figure slowly walked out. You guys go back first, old man will go alone. Yes. Director. Chapter 107, The Secret of the World Wonders. Inside the room. Lin Luo, who had just taken a shower, was sitting on the sofa. On the coffee table in front of him, there was today's reward for being a champion in the entrance exam. World Wonders. World Wondrous Object, what exactly is it? Or a living thing? He took a deep breath and opened the wooden box. A piece of soft-looking, somewhat transparent thing came into his eyes. Pale white, palm-sized, and almost purely transparent, it was a bit like jelly. Is this? Sure that this thing is a world wonder and not jelly? Or slime? This world wondrous object in front of him, it was very similar to a kind of magic object in this world, slime. With a movement of his eyes, the properties of this slime appeared before his eyes. Name, World Wonders. Race, Conceptual Creature. Attribute, World Rule Mixture. Status, Serious Injury. Description, this object is a bizarre creature born after the rules collide and merge when two or more worlds merge. Containing a party of worlds within, it can grow freely, and can also grow by devouring gaps in time and space. World Strange Creature? Conceptual creature? Rule mixtures? What is all this stuff? Lin Luo's head was filled with confusion, and the gap of time and space, what is that again? Carry? Behind his ears, another small head suddenly popped out. Little Green. He seemingly leapt off of Lin Luo, carefully and curiously observing the world's wonders in the box, and poked it with his hand. Careful, I don't know about this thing. The slime in the box suddenly moved. A small piece of flesh squirmed upwards, as if looking at him. This has life in it? Bang bang bang. The door to the room was suddenly knocked on, and Lin Luo thought of Guoshuyi's words at noon, then got up and opened the door. Senior, please come in. Standing at the doorway was none other than Guoshuyi. Guoshuyi smiled, Student Lin Luo, late night disturbance, I hope you don't hate me as an old man. Where are your words, senior, please? Guoshuyi walked through the door and laughed, does Lin Luo student live alone? This. His gaze, instantly attracted by something on the table, laughed. If the other clansmen know that you just casually threw the world's wonders here, I don't know how many people will hate. And this little guy, what is it? Kirikou. Shaoqing seemed to be very unhappy because Guoshuyi called him something, furious with both hands crossed, glaring viciously at him. It seems like the old man is indeed annoying. This way. Guoshuyi pulled out on his body and escaped a piece of something that was only the size of a melon and the size of a crystal and handed it over. This little thing, let's take it as the old man's atonement. Shaoqing tilted her head and looked at this melon seed, her little nose even sniffed, then she grabbed it and took a big bite. Lin Luo was embarrassed, senior, the little one was just born not long ago, he doesn't have much manners, please don't mind. Guoshuyi's eyes were strange, surprised with incredulity, saying, it's not a problem, children, naughty is very common. He sat on the opposite bank, his eyes turned from Shaoqing to Lin Luo, and opened his mouth, Lin Luo student, this time I came, or I want to invite you to join me showdown. Lin Luo said, senior, I've already made it clear that I don't want to. Alas. Guoshuyi stopped, student Lin Luo, this time, the old man, I want to invite you to become an offering of my Daokeeper. Not a member. An offering? Not bad. Guoshuyi said, the old man knows that many professionals revere freedom and don't want to be bound by the state, rules, or anything like that, and we old men don't really want to strong-arm you either. That's why the position of an envoy appeared. The so-called envoys are the positions that the Daokeeper prepares for some special talents. They are my Daokeeper's people on the surface, but secretly they are still freelancers. There's no need to go to work, open, or complete the tasks set by the Daokeeper. Likewise, the offerings will also receive certain benefits and perks from the bureau every month. Lin Luo frowned, then what's the need for the position of an envoy to exist? He didn't believe that the position of an envoy would be so simple. Guoshuyi laughed, an envoy, of course, has his own obligations. When the bureau encounters some problems that it really can't solve, the bureau will turn to you, the envoys, for help. Every time you help, there will be various rewards. But accordingly, you guys can also refuse at any time. There are no constraints. Well, the old man has come with genuine sincerity this time. Lin Luo fell into deep thought and spoke after a few breaths, Elder, I want to know why it's me? Guoshuyi said in a deep voice, why would it be you? Then the old man will be straightforward. Old me values your potential and wishes to pull in a booster for my Daokeeper. As long as you agree, the relationship between you and my Daokeeper is one of cooperation, not subordination. The world is so large that you can go wherever you want without having to answer to any one person. On the contrary, you can also utilize your status as a Taoist guardian to order other Taoist guardians to be driven by you. Looking at Guoshuyi's old and serious visage, Lin Luo took a long breath and said, good. I promise. Great. Guoshuyi laughed, student Lin Luo, this is your token of offering. With that, a golden prismatic token appeared in his hand. With this token, you can order all Daokeepers below the Gold Realm in the Binhai City Daokeeper branch. The Daokeeper in other cities may or may not be useful, Lin Luo casually picked it up and threw it into his spatial ring without looking at it. There's more. Guoshuyi took out another piece of the round badge thing and handed it over. This hibernation boundary badge, counted as your offering benefit for this year. Hibernation boundary badge? What is this? Lin Luo took it and wondered. This badge was only the size of a bottle cap, with the image of wind and snow roiling the sky carved on its surface. It looked very delicate. You can use him as a pet space that you can carry with you, and your pet can hibernate in it. Pet space. Lin Luo froze, he thought of the black dragon. This Taoist guardian was really using everything to pull people together. However, compared to the others, Guoshuyi did it in a much more moist and silent manner. If he had taken out this dormant boundary badge before recruiting him to become an offering, he would have traded the dormant boundary badge to allow him to join the Daokeeper. This way, he might have joined himself, but there would have been a grudge in his heart after all. And now, he invited himself first, and then used the excuse of welfare to give this dormant boundary badge to himself. The human touch in this was simply done to perfection. He smiled and said, more seniors. I will keep this hibernation boundary badge well. Guoshuyi also laughed, Lin Luo, do you want to know what the world wonders really are? Lin Luo said with a straight face, I still hope that senior will not be stingy with his advice. Several great clans fought to death over this world wonder object, there must be secrets in it that they didn't know about. Guo Shuyi leaned on the sofa and said, "You have also read the properties of the world curiosity and know that it is a curiosity created after the rules of the two worlds collide and merge when the worlds merge with each other, and it contains different rules of the worlds within it, and inside it is a side of the world as well. In fact, his true function is an important treasure that makes Epic Realm professionals step into Legend Realm professionals. It is also a must-have item for a Legend Realm professional to advance into the Myth Realm." A must-have for advancing into the Mythic Realm? Lin Luo sucked in a breath of cold air. He guessed that the role of the world's wonders was great, but he didn't realize that it actually involved Myth Realm professionals? Myth Realm professionals. Those were powerful people who stood at the top of the entire world, the entire human race. They were also the heads of humanity's resistance against the foreign races and the invasion of the otherworldly world. If one were to make a comparison, it would be almost equivalent to the gods spoken of in the mouths of the otherworldly foreign races. Not bad. Guo Shuyi said, "You're still far from the mythic realm now, but you also need to know some common sense that's only circulated amongst high-level professionals. If a professional wants to advance to the epic realm, they must initially comprehend the power of rules. And if they want to urgently become the legendary realm, they have to open up an inner universe in their body that is uniquely their own." Inner universe? Guo Shuyi continued, "The so-called inner universe is actually the materialization of the rule power mastered by epic realm professionals. Containing a small world within, it is forged with the power of rules, and using this as a force, it can mobilize the rules of the outside world, thus forming all sorts of powerful forces. For an ordinary epic realm professional to open up an inner universe is 1,000 times more difficult. Nowadays, those family elders in my coastal city are all stuck in the inner universe. And this world wonders are the very few heavenly treasures that can assist epic realm professionals in opening up an inner universe. Therefore, once a World Wonders is released, it will cause a large number of Epic Realm professionals to mob and fight for it. This World Wonders was snatched from the hands of the deep-sea alien race by a dozen old men of our marina city who joined forces together. Unfortunately, this World Wondrous object was harmed by the aftermath of the battle during the fight, and its power was reduced to 100. There were many old men of the Epic Realm who competed for him, and it was divided amongst them. That's why the rules of this Gao Gao examination single challenge were created. Whichever descendant can win this year's Gao Gao examination will get this world wonder. It's a pity that no one thought that in the end, it was actually you kid who won the championship and captured this world wonder. I wonder how many old men are going to die of anger. Haha. I see. Lin Luo Aishan said, "I wonder who you sent senior." Guo Shuyi smiled and nodded. Lin Luo, "You little slick, forget about telling you, it's Yangshili. His ability is also very special, and he was absorbed by my Dao-keeper long ago. So it's him." Lin Luo remembered the young man dressed in green, holding a book and brief. Unexpectedly, he was actually someone from the Dao-keeper. It was a pity that his luck was bad and he was eliminated so quickly. "Right, senior, I have one last question." Lin Luo said, "What is a gap in time and space?" Chapter 108, What is a time gap? Lin Luo's plan. The gap of time and space. Guo Shuyi said, "The world wonders are rule-fused bodies that contain a world within them, and if he wants to recover, of course he has to devour some of the same things. And the gap in spacetime is the materialized substance of certain rule fragments. Can this be more specific?" Guo Shuyi smiled. "To be more specific, have you ever heard of the Heart of Territory?" Heart of Territory? Lin Luo's eyes widened. "So it's this thing. Not bad." Guo Shuyi nodded. "There are other materialized substances in the spacetime gap, but the most common one is the Heart of Territory. As long as there are enough territory hearts for the world wonders to devour, sooner or later, this world wondrous object will recover as it was before, and will even be stronger. It's a pity that the quantity and quality of territorial hearts to be devoured if you want to make this world wonder recover as it was in the beginning would be very difficult to accomplish even with the power of a great family. Territorial heart. To put it more plainly, it was the brush point of a certain race, a certain identical monster. It often existed at the gathering point of a large number of monsters, guarded by that monster's boss. If you want to obtain the Heart of Territory of this monster gathering point, you have to clear out all the monsters in this area and kill the boss in order to obtain the Heart of Territory. Most importantly, the monsters that possessed the Heart of Territory were not ordinary monsters. Rather, it was only monsters with a certain level of intelligence, a certain number of monsters, or even a certain culture, that would possess the Heart of Territory. Or rather, only those camps, villages, and even cities that were guarded by the foreigners would have the existence of a territorial heart. No wonder Guo Shuyi would say that even if the great clans wanted to repair this territorial heart, it would be very difficult to do so. That would be the equivalent of attacking the territories and cities of the foreign races. So that's how it is. Lin Luo tapped on the desktop, slowly coming up with a plan in his heart. The heart of the territory, of course he had to repair it. There were still 2 months before the university started, so he could use this time to exercise. By the way, senior, do you know where has the most maps with territory hearts right now? The map with the most territory hearts? Guo Shui laughed. In terms of the maps with the most territory hearts in our country, of course they have to belong to the extraterrestrial area, the Earth Cave, and the prosperous Star Sea. Of these three places, one is a map created after the fusion of worlds, one is an underground alien space, and one is a new sea area created by the connection of the otherworldly deep sea and my world's deep sea. The alien monsters within it are countless, but the monsters in those maps can be real creatures, not urban wilderness monster projections. Professionals without two skills wouldn't dare to go to a place like that. Guo Shui was taken aback. Lin Luo, you don't think you want to go and restore the heart of the territory, do you? Just asking. Guo Shui suddenly asked, right Lin Luo, have you thought about which school to go to in college? Does senior have any good recommendations? If it's in terms of personal relationships, of course I would recommend you to go to Binhai City Vocational University. Guo Shui laughed, but for the sake of your future, I still recommend you to go to the Imperial Capital Vocational University? Oh? Why? It's simple, the Imperial Capital Vocational University houses most of the elite newborn professionals in my dragon country nowadays. They live together, work together, upgrade together, compete together. It's very suitable for your development. Moreover, the Imperial Capital is home to the highest number of legendary realm powerhouses out of all the cities in my dragon country. Whether it's my Binhai City, Chang'an City, or Jinling City, none of them can compare to the Imperial Capital. I see. Lin Luo subconsciously asked, I don't know how many legendary realm professionals there are in my Binhai City? 5 or 6, what are you asking for? Nothing. Lin Luo shook his head. Imperial Capital? He suddenly remembered Lian Yining. Lian Yining's letter to him also wanted him to go to the Imperial Capital Vocational University. Guo Shui said as if casually, oh yeah, as far as I know, the young lord of Nine Snake Island, one of the 7 emperors, Nine Snake Ripple, will also be traveling to Imperial Capital Vocational University to attend the university 2 months from now. On the surface it's attending school, but secretly it's a protege. Proton? Lin Luo drifted off. As one of the 7 emperors, and in a place like the Dragon Kingdom, how could one not allow such vassals and feudal officials to send their proteges to the palace? That little girlfriend of yours, she should be on Nine Snake Island right now. Guo Shui laughed, don't worry, she will be fine. On Nine Snake Island, there are also people from my Taoist guardians. Can I send a letter to her? Completely. Guo Shui said, in about a week's time, you'll be able to receive a reply. More than 10 minutes later, Guo Shui left with Lin Luo's letter. Lin Luo, on the other hand, opened his computer and searched for specific information about the extraterrestrial domain, the Earth Cave, and the Sea of Flourishing Stars. First, he directly ruled out the Sea of Flourishing Stars. Although the Flourishing Star Sea was the closest to Marina City, it was located overseas, and environmental factors had great constraints. It often took days to travel from one island to another, and storms and huge waves were common. He only had 2 months, so of course it was impossible for him to choose the prosperous Star Sea. After inquiring for half a day, he ruled out the Earth Cave again. Earth caves, which were underground alien spaces, also survived a large number of monsters. Under almost every city, there existed entrances to underground caves. However, the maps within the underground caves were also very complicated, and the number of monsters was also high, mostly dark attribute, poison attribute, wood attribute, and earth attribute type of monsters with thick skin and flesh, which were difficult to kill. Moreover, there weren't many intelligent creatures of foreign races within the Earth Cave, and the chances of having a high-quality territorial heart were rare. In the end, he set his destination outside the domain. Not bad. He was prepared to go out. The monsters in the urban wilderness, after all, were only projections with little experience, and there were too many professionals around for him to practice leveling. Compared to the wilderness, the number of monsters and foreigners in the domain was much higher, and the map was much larger, which was more suitable for his abilities and the growth of the Black Dragon. Moreover, the outer domain was a huge map born after the fusion of this realm and the other realm, and the monsters and foreign races that lived on it were all true life forms. After killing them, the experience gained would be much greater. Unfortunately, after killing the extra-dimensional monsters and foreign races, one did not directly obtain equipment and props rewards, but only various materials. These materials could be used by life professions such as blacksmiths, tailors, and enchanters to create all sorts of special equipment. But accordingly, you can grab the equipment that has already been built in the hands of the foreigners. All in all, the outer domain was a paradise for powerful professionals. There, one could enjoy the most beautiful alien beauties, alien delicacies, as well as a large amount of resources and heavenly treasures. Some powerful professionals would choose to go to the outer domain for their training. It's decided, it's the outer domain. Let's see. If you want to travel to outer domain from Marina City, you have to first teleport through a transmission array to. The final destination is Chang'an City. Chang'an City is the closest large city to the extraterrestrial domain, and there is also a Qin Mountain city built deep within the Qin Mountain, with a giant wall up to 100 feet high blocking the extraterrestrial aliens. Also, there are some props and equipment to purchase before leaving. Especially weapons. The Scarlet Berserker staff is great, but I've already turned 2 and leveled up to LV40, so it doesn't suit me anymore. He opened the website of the Marina City Professionals Guild, clicked into the market, and started searching. He now had $10 million and was ready to change to a full body set of high-level equipment. After opening the search bar of the website's market and typing in the words second turn, gold equipment, and weapon, he hit enter. Soon, a page of interface appeared in front of his eyes. Unfortunately, there were only a dozen of them. So few? He checked for half a day, and all of these weapons were swords, longbows, and giant axes, and none of the staffs he wanted were available. Are there so few gold equipment that a second-turn professional can use? Lin Luo shook his head. He also knew that he was asking for too much. Most of the second-turn professionals use black iron equipment, bronze equipment is considered a small extreme, and silver equipment is even considered precious. As for gold-ranked equipment, ordinary second-turn professionals don't even dare to think about it. No weapons? First look at other gold equipment. Searching to other sites, it was a pity that there were still none to his liking. Some good equipment are treasured by professionals. What can be listed on the trading site are ordinary equipment. The premium for rare equipment is too high. As he was speaking, Lin Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, why did I forget about that thing? With a backhanded grab, the Sumeru mask appeared in his hand. The Sumeru mask allowed him to communicate with all the professions that had Sumeru masks, and there was also the so-called virtual marketplace, so it was entirely possible to go in and take a look around. He put on the mask and quickly chose the virtual market to enter. In a flash, his eyes were wrapped in a dense fog, and after the fog dissipated, a humble square appeared before his eyes. Dozens of shadowed figures were hanging around within the virtual market, and there were quite a few people on both sides with stalls set up in front of them with quite a few things on them. Is this the virtual market? It's really convenient. That venerable Feiyu is also a character, actually able to create this kind of thing. Has infinitely converged to virtual reality? He walked up, like a drop of water blending into the ocean, without drawing anyone's attention. I wonder what surprises this virtual market will give me. Chapter 109, Virtual Market. Epic Weapons. Inside the Dakeeper's special car. Guo Shuyi had been silent since he got into the car, resting his eyes. Zhao Qicheng, who was driving the car, carefully asked, "Director, how is the situation?" Guo Shuyi nodded his head and said, he agreed, and that item was sent out. Zhao Qicheng carefully looked at Guo Shuyi. "Director, are you unhappy?" "No, I was thinking about another thing." Guo Shuyi's mind recalled the little creature called Little Green beside Lin Luo. Is that an elemental elf envoy? Plausible, but yet why was it able to eat elemental crystals? The secrets in this kid's body, there's really a lot of them. After turning around for half a day, Lin Luo realized that the things sold in this market were really all fine products. The lowest were silver rank equipment. Unfortunately, there wasn't any second-turn gold rank equipment that suited him. After thinking about it, he also found a corner and began to scavenge the things in his spatial ring. Inside the room, Lin Luo removed his Sumeru mask and thought about what he could exchange. He wanted to barter. I definitely can't exchange the magical rune, and I can't exchange the world wonders, so the only high-value things that can be exchanged are the resurrection crucifixes, puppet dolls, and the 3 destiny coins, which are resurrection props. There were a lot of things in his spatial ring, but unfortunately they were all just low-grade equipment props, with very few high-grade ones. This is... He saw a black orb at a glance and quickly remembered. Du Cheng's yen beast speed, it should be worth a lot of money. There's also most of the materials for the things in his backpack, which aren't worth much. Lin Luo took out the yen beast speed and put it aside, continuing to check the spatial ring. Kirikou, Kirikou. Xiao Qin's urgent voice suddenly rang out. Lin Luo turned around only to find a pile of creatures suddenly crawling out from the wooden box. That slime, oh no, that world wonder made a strong effort to crawl out of the wooden box, firmly but slowly crawling in a certain direction. This is... Lin Luo subconsciously looked over, and at the end of his line of sight was none other than the yen beast speed that he had put aside. He picked up the black bead and placed it in front of the world wonders. You want him? The world oddity's soft body surged up and down, expressing its intense feelings, but it couldn't say anything. Yen beast's pearl? Lin Luo remembered the bizarre ability of yen beast's mother and placed the yen beast's bead in front of the world oddity. After approaching the mother of yen beasts, the world oddity became even more agitated and slowly climbed up the surface of the bead, wrapping the bead all the way around it. Seeing that the world oddity had almost turned into a ball, Lin Luo ignored it and continued searching for supplies. Soon, several things that could be exchanged appeared in front of him. First, there was the Scarlet Berserker staff. This staff, as an alternative elimination item, was of course the first thing he took out. Next, it was the Resurrection Cross and 3 Destiny coins. As for the puppet doll, after all, it was a prop given to him by Lian Yining, so he would not sell it for the time being. There was also a Styx contract, but unfortunately it was used by him. For resurrection props, and a unique grade gold weapon. These 5 items were the most precious things he could take out. Putting on his Sumeru mask again, he once again came to the virtual plaza. Finding a random place, he sat down and placed these items in front of him. The virtual plaza of the Sumeru Mask allowed professionals to virtualize their equipment, props, and other things, with unchanged data, and use it to allow people to view them. As for grabbing things in the virtual square, how is it possible? After the stall was set up, perhaps because there were so few things on his bit, few people came to check it out. But after a few minutes, a black shadow casually walked over and picked up the staff. Scarlet Berserker Staff Gold Grade Unique Grade. Durability 500, Category, Weapon Magic Staff. Equipment requirements, LV 20 points of strength, 20 points of physique, 30 points of spirit, limited to wizards, sorcerers, arcanists, priests, and other professions. Effect, strength plus 5, physique plus 3, spirit plus 8, spell strike chance plus 15%. Attachment skill 1, Bloodlust active, consume your own mana and a certain amount of blood to cast Bloodlust on a target, but the target's attack power is increased by 10%, speed is increased by 8%, and blood level is reduced by 12% for 120 seconds. Attachment skill 2, Ancestor active, consume your own mana and a certain amount of blood to cast Bloodlust on a target, but the target's attack power is increased by 10%, speed is increased by 8%, and blood level is reduced by 12% for 120 seconds. Attachment skill 2, Ancestor active, consume your own mana and a certain amount of blood to cast Bloodlust on a target. Incidental skill 2, Ancestor summoning active, for every 1000 mana points consumed, you can summon Lizardman Warrior Elite summon creatures with a total attribute of 80% of your own total attributes, which are under the host's control, up to a maximum of 9 heads. Disappears when the summoned creature dies or the host removes the magic supply. Description, ancestral item of the Scarlet Berserker Lizardman, patriarch of the demonized Lizardman clan, in which the souls of 9 of the most elite warriors in the history of the demonized Lizardman clan were sealed to guard the demonized Lizardman clan together. This item must be dropped in the first brush of the Scarlet Altar Mystic Realm, and is unique. Ha! A gold rank staff? Or is the unique rank level requirement only LV 20? This is a low rank gold weapon, it's rare. The man looked at it for half a day, but still put it down with fondness. Alas, if this weapon was when I was a newcomer, or when I turned 2, I would have definitely fought for it. Pity. Seeing that Lin Luo didn't say anything, he looked at a few other things. This weapon of yours is very good, but it's a pity that the level is too low, if only. He looked at the item next to him and subconsciously shouted, Resurrection props? How can that be? In the next second, he hastily covered his mouth and eagerly said, Brother, how do you sell this prop? I want all of it. But it was already too late. That one voice almost attracted a small half of the square, at least a dozen people crowded over. Resurrection props? Where is it? I'll take a look. I'll go. It's really resurrection props. Rebirth cross, fate coin. Fate coins are common, but this is the first time I've seen this rebirth cross. Brother, I'll take this rebirth cross. 1 million gold coins. You want to buy it for 1 million gold coins? I'll pay 1.1 million. I'll give you 1,200,000. Before Lin Luo could say anything, a few people got into a fight, attracting others over again. What are they arguing about? Someone is selling resurrection props. Holy! Someone is selling all this good stuff? Don't you keep it for yourself? Maybe they have other resurrection props. Quickly go report to the elder. Ancestor has been looking for resurrection props all this time. Old Ancestor is also looking for. The virtual plaza was getting noisier and more crowded, and there were quite a few newly emerged figures coming over, obviously having been notified by others. The professional who was the first to discover the resurrection props hated to slap himself twice. If he didn't shout, he could still gather more than $1 million by gritting his teeth and buy it first. This was one more life. Now, more and more people are coming, many of them are silver-ranked and gold-ranked professionals, so he can't compete anymore. Brother! How do you sell this resurrection prop? Brother! Give me a price. This weapon of yours is also a small extreme item, I'll take all of it. A bunch of people were clamoring, and Lin Luo thought to himself that it looked like he had underestimated the charm of resurrection props. Even for those 3 silver coins of destiny, there were quite a few people inquiring. Lin Luo stood up and the people around him subconsciously stopped. I'm only exchanging these things for turn 2 gold weapons, limited staffs. As soon as his words fell, the group of people murmured again. What? Exchange for a turn 2 gold weapon? Who has that? Isn't the second turn the Black Iron realm? Gold weapons in this realm can be very rare. Brother! I've got a 5th turn golden weapon here. You're stupid, people want a second turn, you're giving it to a 5th turn, isn't this a joke? The market was noisy, but suddenly someone shouted, I have it. The crowd was squeezed apart, and several silhouettes clustered around a figure walking over. This person's aura was obviously very strong, and the mask on his face was clearly engraved with the numbers B17. Although the mask didn't represent the strength of the person coming, but to be able to get the B character forward numbered Sudoku mask, it undoubtedly represented the person's identity and strength. B17. Isn't that the Night Watchman's poisonous toad? Shut up. This guy is vindictive, don't be targeted by him. Poison toad? Didn't I hear that he went to the outer realm? Why is he here? You're stupid, put on the Sumeru mask and you can trade anywhere. The market was abuzz with talk, but Lin Luo didn't care, instead looking at the virtual weapon handed over by number B17. Yellow Spring Poison Staff Gold Grade. Durability 15,000. Category, Weapon Magic Staff. Equipment requirements, second turn LV 30, 50 points of strength, 50 points of physique, 230 points of spirit, limited to be used by wizards, sorcerers, arcanists, priests, and other professions. Effects, physique plus 10, spirit plus 20, spell blast chance plus 20%, spell blood absorption plus 25%, spell penetration plus 20%, spell spreading plus 30%. Attachment skill 1, Yellow Spring Light active, consume a certain amount of mental energy to condense a strong corrosive light attack. The more mental energy consumed, the stronger the Yellow Spring Light is. Incidental skill 2, Poison Wine passive, each spell attack has a chance of incidental poison wine damage. The target will appear in the body of the poison wine, and be drowsy. The longer the attack lasts, the higher the chance of poison wine erupting. Description, a magic staff tainted by the breath of the Yellow Springs. His owner has dissipated into the river of history, but this weapon was left behind and has been searching for a second owner. Well, B17 exclaimed, this weapon of mine is the very best of all the weapons of the second turn. Your resurrection props aren't enough, those 3 destiny coins, and that golden weapon, I'll take them all. Hearing such a sentence, Lin Luo frowned slightly and was about to refuse when another voice came over. And wait. Little brother, I have an epic realm weapon here, how about returning your things? Chapter 110, 1000 Chance Lead. Sheen City and the Domain. That guy who has eaten the guts of a bear dares to rob this young master. B17 turned around angrily and was about to start cursing but immediately shut up, hastily sidestepping and saying, Senior. The kid didn't know that you were here, please also act like a fart and let the little man go. The newcomer was only one person, but none of them dared to obstruct or disturb. The cover was because the mask that this person was wearing on his face was A11. The A mask, Fei Yuzunshire had refined a total of 20 of them, representing 20 epic realm professionals. Ha, which kid are you? Letting me spare you? Elder AI, my family's teacher, Elder Doke Poison. B17 hurriedly said, a few years ago when Elder AI celebrated his birthday, the kid even went to your place. So it's this poisonous brat. A11 came to a realization, what, are you going to rob something from the old man? Dare not dare, little one dare not. A11 walked up and grabbed the scarlet berserker staff in front of Lin Luo as soon as he could, exclaiming, not bad, it's really a unique level staff. Kid, you're the one who's going to change your second turn weapon, right? B17's eyes were a bit torn, but in the end, he sighed. Young master, are we not going to compete? Someone behind him asked in a low voice. Shut up. This is the Brotherhood's Elder AI, it's our good fortune to run into him. Speak less. Yes, young master. Lin Luo beat his mind to it, the figure in front of him was most likely an epic realm professional who was on par with the 5 Oriental Mountains. However, shouldn't what they were looking at be resurrection props? This weapon. Yes, senior. Unique grade weapons are not easy to find, and are only found in some of the newborn secret realms. In the last 100 years, there have been very few newborn secret realms born. A11 spoke, kid, you're lucky. The old man here just happens to have a newly minted crafted staff, see if it suits you. With that, he threw over a weapon shadow. 1000 Chance Lead Epic Grade. Durability 10,000. Category, Weapon Magic Staff. Equipment requirements, 2 turns LV 40, 50 points of strength, 50 points of constitution, 500 points of spirit, limited to magicians, sorcerers, arcane practitioners, priests, and other professionals. Effect, physique plus 30, spirit plus 100, spell blast chance plus 20%, spell absorption plus 25%, spell penetration plus 20%, spell spread plus 50%. Incidental skill 1, spell strike passive, when casting a spell, this staff will always have a certain chance to copy the caster's internal spell casting route, rune pulse, and chanting incantation, so as to duplicate this spell and release it again after the attack is completed. Incidental skill 2, mind clearing spell active, consumes a certain amount of mental energy to release a mind clearing spell on a target or multiple targets. It has a certain chance of removing the opponent's abnormal state and restores a certain amount of mental energy to the target. Incidental skill 3, corpse control mantra active, consumes a certain amount of mental energy, can control dead corpses to fight for oneself. The stronger the mental power consumed, the stronger the quality and quantity of corpses controlled will be. Note, this mace was refined by Master Alchemist AI, and is a mace that came with Master AI's refining of other equipment. Epic level mace. Looking at the staff, Lin Luo sucked in a breath of cool air. This was the first time he had seen a truly epic weapon, and the ones on the internet didn't count. The stats were truly luxurious, and it came with 3 very useful skills. Spell Cascade? Isn't that double spell casting? He remembered his gold-ranked ring, the blood pupil. If he wore the 1000 Chance Guide and the Blood Clan's pupil, wouldn't that mean that he could release 3 identical spells at once? Lin Luo spoke. Senior, this staff of yours is worth too much. I have these things. Kid, you probably don't know the preciousness of unique level equipment yet. At 11 laughed. Although this resurrection prop of yours is precious, it's not a lot. But what about unique grade equipment? It has rarely appeared in the last 100 years, and our group of old guys have been secretly searching for it. This time it's so hard to come across it. Of course the old man is going to take it. Lin Luo's mind moved. Senior, I don't know about this unique level weapon. Kid, as long as you agree to the deal, I'll tell you what the unique grade equipment does. At 11 didn't care at all and said, unfortunately, for ordinary professionals, the unique level weapon can only be treated as an ordinary weapon for us. Well. Lin Luo thought for a moment and said, good. Senior, I agree to this transaction. The staff, the rebirth cross, and the destiny coins are all yours. Coins of destiny? I don't want that. At 11 frowned. The longer we live, the more disgusted we become with fate. Something as lucky as resurrection can't possibly fall to us. Well, senior. Let's go, let's trade quickly. Yes, senior. Seeing Lin Luo and A11's silhouettes disappear, someone said, this kid is so lucky, he actually managed to trade for an epic weapon. Even though it's only a low-tier epic weapon, it's still very strong. Luck is too good. B17, however, looked at Lin Luo's back as he left and laughed coldly. No one in this world has dared to take advantage of senior AI yet. This kid, he's going to be unlucky. Spirit returned to the room. Lin Luo opened the teleportation function that came with the Sumerian mask and placed the Scarlet Berserker staff and the Rebirth Cross on it. After making sure that the opposite side had also placed the equipment named 1000 Chance Leader just now, he immediately chose to teleport. A few seconds later, the Scarlet Berserk staff and Rebirth Cross in front of him disappeared. In their place was a small staff that was only half a meter long and resembled a baton. 1000 Chance Lead? After carefully surveying the weapon, his mind was recalling the words spoken by A11. A unique level weapon that can be used as a material for natural weapon upgrades. Can only be used by S-rank rated professionals with innate weapons. Ordinary professionals can only use it as a weapon. It has no value. Lin Luo said in a faint voice, a heavenly god weapon? He recalled Dongfang He's golden dragon lance, Morong Shuishan's holy light staff and holy light great sword. Weren't they all heavenly weapons? He then purchased several second armor silver rank equipment. The Thorns Kai with protection and counterattack abilities, flying boots with levitation spells, a large number of recovery props, and one-time use props. After throwing away millions of dollars, he stuffed his spatial ring to the brim. With the 1000 Chance Lead, the preparations are almost done. Tomorrow, head to the domain. Early in the morning of the second day, Lin Luo arrived alone in front of Doubtkeeper B17's base, took away the Black Dragon, and then arrived in front of the cross-city teleportation array. 10 million gold coins had been spent for just over a million, and he still had a lot of money on him right now. A city-to-city teleportation will consume 100,000 gold coins at once. If I hadn't seized Du Cheng's spatial ring, I wouldn't have been able to teleport. Looking at the teleportation array in front of him, Lin Luo took a step in. The light before his eyes dissipated, and Lin Luo's figure appeared in another city. Su's city. Taking a car and coming to the cross-city teleportation array again, he spent another 100,000 gold coins to reach the third city. Xiqing. Just like that, teleportation, car ride, teleportation, car ride. 2 days later, Lin Luo's figure finally stepped into the land of Qin City. Qin City, located deep in the Qin Mountains, was the foremost city of the Dragon Kingdom bordering the extraterrestrial domain. It was also the first majestic gateway for the Dragon Kingdom to resist the invasion of the extraterrestrial race. Standing within the city of Qin City, Lin Luo immediately felt a blazing aura. Qin City was located in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom, and the temperature wasn't very hot, but with the invasion of the otherworldly realm, this place had turned into a bordering place with the outer realms. The perennial high temperature, outside the city is a wilderness, yellow sand in the sky, uninhabited. The entire Qin City was filled with tall buildings, giving people a feeling of barbarism and wildness, but also incomparable safety. When he looked up, the tall city wall, which was more than 100 feet tall, appeared in front of his eyes. The city was a greenish color when looking towards the walls. After turning around in Qin City for half a day, he purchased maps, food, tents, and other necessary items, and walked towards the city gates again. And when he stepped out of Qin City and looked back, the surface of the city wall was a blood-black color. At the foot of this city, the corpses of more than 1 million, or even 10 million living beings had once been buried. Taking a deep breath of air mixed with yellow sand, blood, and dry seven tails, Lin Luo found a hidden place, and a pair of scarlet wings suddenly appeared behind his back, rising up into the sky. Blood Wings Gold Level. Durability 800. Category, Special Equipment Wings. Equipment requirements: LV40, 30 points of strength, 20 points of constitution, 50 points of agility, 250 points of spirit, limited to spirit and agility side professionals. Equipment requirement: LV40, 30 points of strength, 20 points of constitution, 50 points of agility, 250 points of spirit. Effect: agility plus 30, spirit plus 60, spell absorption plus 10%, spell penetration plus 10%. Attached skill 1, flight passive. After equipping this equipment, you can form blood wings made entirely of blood mixed with spiritual power behind your back, and can fly freely. Attached skill 2, illusion active. After equipping this equipment, you can actively consume your own blood and spiritual energy to form illusions. The more blood and spiritual energy you consume, the more quantity and quality of illusions you will have. Description: a piece of equipment formed by a blood baron's attachment to life after his death, containing an incomparably strong resentment and murderous intent. This was the loot he obtained after killing the sinking blood baron. He hadn't had the chance to use it in Marina City, and this time, having arrived in the extra-dimensional realm where no one knew him, he certainly didn't have any qualms about it. After flying for most of the day, a large number of black dots appeared in the land beneath Lin Luo, running wildly. He swooped down sharply and quickly saw the black dots on the ground. Let's take them and try out the black dragon's strength nowadays.